I just said that I needed to study for the rise of the family, and I was punished by my parents to kneel in the family ancestral hall for mixed doubles. Even my grandfather, who passed away 10 years ago, was so angry that he almost lifted the coffin lid. This is all because I have crossed over to become the only son of the largest underground force in the Great Zhou dynasty, and my whole family is made up of tough men. My great-grandfather was a legendary hero in the rivers and lakes, commanding the world with a single order. My grandfather was a big shot who cut off the waterway for official success, founding the largest gang in the rivers and lakes at that time, the Salt Gang. My father has further developed the family business, with influence spreading across the entire Great Zhou dynasty. As soon as I crossed over, I was instantly shocked by my own identity. What a powerful background. What an impressive father. Is this the benefit of being a time traveler? I immediately became the sole designated heir of a top aristocratic family. Forget about 996. Forget about overtime and compensatory leave. I am finally free. Accepting everything, I howled to the sky like a madman, laughing wildly, as countless keywords popped up in my mind. Courtesan, the thin horse of Yangzhou, opening a harem, and suddenly, I heard the essential prompt sound for time travelers by my ear. Ding! System loading completed. Dear host, hello, the reform and redemption system is at your service. This system is dedicated to promoting righteousness and changing the host's life trajectory from the inside out. As long as the host develops in the direction of studying and doing good deeds, constantly changing their image in the eyes of others, not only can they receive generous system rewards, but they can also extend their lifespan. My previously unrestrained laughter suddenly stopped, and my expression froze. Is this the system? My eyes were filled with 4 parts surprise, 3 parts confusion, 2 parts bewilderment, and 1 part contemplation. Reform and redemption system. Studying and learning, doing good deeds? I won't study. I won't study, even if you beat me to death. The Zhang family has been true men for generations. With this background, how can one lie flat and enjoy life? Is it right to take advantage of the heavens' blessings? Studying? Is that a joke? Tomorrow, I will visit all the entertainment venues in Zhangzhou. That system, you might as well unbind yourself. I don't want to take action against you when I'm at my happiest. The system cannot be unbound. Hey, a mere system, you still blame me? I won't study. I won't do good deeds. What can you do about it? The next second, a countdown popped up in my view, 4 minutes and 39 seconds until death. I was truly stunned by this operation of the system. If I don't follow the rules, I'll lose my life, and it only gives me 5 minutes to live. Is this a reality experience of crossing over? I was immediately scared and softened, frantically apologizing and assuring, I was wrong, I will change. Is that okay? I resolutely refused to coexist with bad behavior. It's just studying. It's just doing good deeds, right? At worst, I can first use the system to brush up a few hundred years of lifespan, and then indulge in pleasure later. After saying that, I turned my head and began to rummage through the books in the room. According to the system, I urgently needed a book to prolong my life. At this moment, Cui Yunya, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, was extremely frightened, trembling all over. She was originally a female student studying at the Qingjiang Academy in Zhangzhou, coming from a poor family, yet she happened to possess a beautiful appearance. She was threatened by this villain with the medicine that could cure her father's illness, forcing her to come to his residence tonight under the pretense of studying, but as soon as she entered, he immediately revealed his true nature. As she watched the other party use his physical advantage to corner her step by step, she fought back in desperation, grabbing a thick vase from the bedside and smashing it hard against his head. The vase shattered with a loud crash, and she saw his body stiffen suddenly before collapsing to the ground. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in less than a moment, he got up directly from the ground, and he seemed even more terrifying than before. He first muttered to himself in confusion, then laughed maniacally, and now he was searching the room for something as if he had gone mad. I really have gone mad. The original person was truly uneducated, and there wasn't even a proper book in the entire room. I barely spotted a few books on the shelf, but when I looked at the covers, they were Springflower Illustrated and Jiangzhou Courtesan Illustrated Record. I opened one to take a look, and the system immediately issued a warning. The death countdown in front of me started to speed up as if it had been set to double time, scaring me into quickly closing the book. The death countdown showed 1 minute and 5 seconds, then 57 seconds. Seeing this made me feel a bit desperate, and in anger, I yanked the wooden handle off the cabinet and smashed it on the ground. This violent action startled the woman on the bed, and her breathing became noticeably heavier. I instinctively looked at her, and once I did, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I saw that the beautiful woman was tightly holding a book in her arms. I looked at the book in the woman's arms, while she looked at me, who was gazing at her. The air was quiet for 2 seconds. I swear, after living this long, it's the first time I've had such a strong desire to read. This is not just a book, it's simply my lifeline. Miss Cui, Could you please give me the book in your hand? Chui Yunyan shivered at the words. She didn't hear what I said clearly. She only saw me suddenly reveal a gaze like that of a predator and walk straight towards her. Thinking that the other party was going to use force again, she instinctively resisted, saying, Jiang Tong, don't come over. I'm scared. While pleading for mercy, she retreated to the other side of the bed. However, she didn't retreat far before I charged at her and knocked her down onto the bed. When she looked up again, the face of the person she found frightening was already close at hand, with a bloodstain on his forehead that had been rubbed away, showing a hint of ferocity. Chui Yunyan's heart raced, trembling in fear all over. She actually knew very well that her fate had been sealed the moment she was forced to step into this house. After all, she was just the daughter of an ordinary family. How could she possibly compete with the young master of the Jiang family, who had a prominent background? The previous act of resistance had already exhausted all her courage, and she dared not try again, for she feared that if she provoked the other party like before, it would lead to a storm of revenge that could even affect her parents, father and mother. I am an unfilial daughter. Chui Yunyan closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she unknowingly grasped a sharp piece of broken vase in her palm. In the next life, I will be your daughter again. As she spoke, she slowly reached for her neck, but suddenly she felt her body lighten, escaping the weight pressing down on her. At the same time, something in her arms was taken away, followed by hurried footsteps of boots hitting the ground. What trick is he going to play now? Chui Yunyan's tightly furrowed brows moved slightly, and then she barely opened her eyes a crack. In the next second, her eyes widened in disbelief as an incredible scene appeared before her. By the desk, I was seriously looking at the medical book she had brought, a flickering oil lamp casting shadows on the wall, creating a somewhat crazy silhouette. It seemed he was not reading a book, but admiring a beauty. Yet wasn't his true target himself? Chui Yunyan was bewildered by this scene. She was certain that there was no beauty in the book, as it was a miscellaneous book about medicine, one that she found quite difficult to digest. It contained many pharmacological and herbal knowledge. Was he really reading? Chui Yunyan did not understand his sudden actions or what his purpose was, but at that moment, she dared not move, not even to breathe too loudly. She was afraid that any sound she made would attract his attention and break the suddenly established delicate balance. As soon as I opened the book, I began to read it eagerly, as if I were starving. The host is currently reading. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 point of righteousness value. 1 point of righteousness value can be exchanged for 1 hour of lifespan. When lifespan is insufficient, any excess righteousness value will automatically convert into the host's lifespan. Righteousness value plus 1. Righteousness value plus 1. When the righteousness value finally accumulated to 5 points, the system's prompt tone finally changed. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the system mall, and the host's medical skill level has been upgraded to level 1, beginner. During this long wait, Chui Yunyan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. At first, she suspected that the notoriously infamous young Master Jiang was not focused on reading at all, but was plotting some sinister plan. After all, his purpose in luring her to Jiang's residence was to take advantage of her, right? But now he suddenly let her go and buried himself in the book, which seemed suspicious no matter how she thought about it. However, as time passed and the sound of me turning the pages remained steady, her heart gradually leaned towards a guess. Could it be that he was really reading seriously? Yet even so, she still harbored some doubts in her heart. After all, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Although Jiang Tang studied in the same academy as her, he was different from students like her who were promoted from local schools due to their outstanding academic performance. Jiang Chen was just an underclassman in the academy, often not coming to the academy for 3 days. Even literacy was feared to be an obstacle. If not for a really deep background at home, the academy would never accept such a student. How could he be interested in reading? But an hour had passed, and the night grew thicker. Jiang Chen even got up in the middle to refill the oil lamp once, froze and didn't even glance her way. Twisting his head, he plunged back into his book. All of Chui Yunxiu's speculations were slowly overturned. An unimaginable idea gradually surfaced in the mind. He is, I'm afraid, really reading seriously, not pretending. As to why, could it be because I smashed him that one time earlier and it enlightened him? Chui Yunxiu secretly clenched her teeth, finally gathered enough courage and tried. Jiang Gongzi, could it be that this medical book I brought, you read it? A few shudders were mixed in with the trial. The moment she said it, it made her feel like a stupid rabbit actively reaching out to test its feet against a caged beast. Her heart seized up for a moment, unsure of the consequences of breaking the balance by speaking out. However, the truth is that Jiang Chen didn't take care of her at all. The only thing that responded to her was the always smooth sound of turning the pages of a book. However, this result was not too bad for Chui Yunxiu, who had narrowly escaped being forcibly occupied by the other party earlier. Her guts finally grew a little stronger. Once again, he spoke out. Jiang Gongzi, I don't know this medical book. You Read and understand a few points? This time, Jiang Chen finally didn't treat her words as if they fell on deaf ears. He stood straight up. The line of sight turned to Cui Yunxiu and made a bow. Miss Cui, if there's anything you don't understand about this medical book, you can ask me directly. I will know everything. Cui Yunxiu instinctively shrank back when she saw Jiang Chen suddenly stand up. Spinning around, he heard his words again, and his head couldn't help but be confused. Mr. Jiang, you want to teach me the art of healing? Chapter 3, Cui Yunxiu's shock. You really know how to heal, don't you? Cui Yunxiu's father, since she was very young, had a serious illness. At that time, although I was able to carry through by being young and strong, I was left with a lot of aftereffects. All these years of manipulation. In Cui's father, the ailments that he had once thought nothing of gradually turned into a long and constant torment. Looking at Cui's father, whose health was deteriorating, Cui Yunxiu, who was from a poor family, only by going to the medical center every day and begging the bone setter to prescribe a cheap pain-relieving prescription could Cui's father's pain be barely eased. But this approach treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. Naive Cui Yunxiu decides to learn medicine herself to cure her father's illness. However, medical knowledge is so obscure and difficult to understand that many people who study medicine have to pay money to worship famous teachers. It's not enough to spend decades and teach by word and ear. It is also necessary to keep accumulating experience while practicing medicine. Just barely able to have the level to open a medical center, Cui Yunxiu forced herself and carefully read several medical books, and then sought advice from the teachers in the academy who knew a little about medicine. The more I learn, the more I feel the unfathomable depth of the knowledge. Jiang Chen had only been reading for so long. How dare you say I'll teach you? Cui Yunxiu's head was confused, only feeling as if she had heard something heavenly. But she dared not scoff, because she now had an extremely bad feeling. All the speculations in his mind that had just been made about Jiang Chen collapsed in a single brain. It all turned into unkind speculation. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going through Cui Yunxiu's head at this moment, but he was really immersed in the absorption of his knowledge at first, and had no intention of responding to the other man's overtures. But it can't be helped that the system will screw it up for him. Detecting that there are people who are interested in learning around the host can choose whether or not to instruct them in their studies. Completion of mentoring tasks will earn you 30 points of righteousness value. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and estimated. For an hour of just reading, he gains 5 points of positive energy, and 1 point of righteousness value can be exchanged for 1 hour of life. Where could he carry the 30 points of righteousness that suddenly jumped out at him? Putting down the book directly, he turned his head and stared at Cui Yunxiu. Greedy eyes. Miss Cui, if there's anything you don't know about this medical book that you've learned, you can ask me. I'll know everything and say everything. Jiang Gongzi. About medical skills. Cui Yunxiu's neck shrank back. I don't have anything to ask you for advice. I just want to ask, can you raise your hand and let me go? No way. Jiang Chen flatly refused. He looked out the window. It's already so late in the day. What if you're a girl walking at night in case you meet an evil person? Cui Yunxiu wanted to say in this Zhengzhou, is there anyone more evil than you? But after considering his situation today, he decided to swallow the words back into his throat. And yet, I don't know what to say. The atmosphere froze for a moment. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Miss Cui, do you know what the word Sagittarius, in medicine, represents? Cui Yunxiu froze. Is the other party making questions to test himself? Glancing at Jiang Chen, she hesitated for a moment and replied, Xiang Shu refers to the combination of two medicines with similar efficacy, which can achieve the effect of enhancing the effect of the medicine. Jiang Chen nodded. What about the ministerial ambassador? Side effects can enhance the efficacy of the main drug. Good. Then please try to describe the medicinal properties of ephedra attributed to it. Ephedra. Cui Yunxiu was confused. Cold sweat bristled. This is a question she really does not know. For a moment, a wave of panic welled up in his heart. Could it be that the purpose of his sudden question was to get himself into this situation? Once he could not answer himself, he was greeted with a terrible punishment from him. Cui Yunxiu's face turned pale all of a sudden. Jiang Chen was delighted when he saw that she couldn't answer. This was certainly the perfect time for him to reveal his knowledge to the other side. Just show your hand, and the other party will still not be pleased. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Miss Cui doesn't know about this? Jiang Chen's smile was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme when it fell in Cui Yunxiu's eyes. There's no telling what kind of punishment I'll have to face. She quickly said, I know. I remember. Oh, tell me about it. Cui Yunxiu gritted her teeth. She thought to herself, someone like Jiang Chen, even if he reads a book for a meeting, he won't necessarily be able to remember it. So he's asking questions that he probably doesn't even know. So she decided to take the plunge. Edit. What about this ephedra? Astringent in flavor. The main cure. Before she could finish her sentence, she was impatiently interrupted by Jiang Chen. Wrong as soon as I opened my mouth. Wrong. Wrong? Chui Yunxiu was undeterred. How do you know I'm wrong? Of course I know. Jiang Chen calmly said. Ephedra is clearly bitter in flavor and warm. It is the main treatment for stroke and typhoid, warm malaria, publishing sweating, and removing evil heat, he said, and opened the medical book, pointing to specific passages. Chui Yunxiu took a look and it was true. Her pupils plummeted. I got the answer wrong. Chui Yunxiu shivered. What are you going to do to me? Oh, you've admitted your mistake. Ah. Jiang Chen's mouth grinned up. That's good. Chui Yunxiu's neck shrank as she felt a chill carry through her entire body. I only heard Jiang Chen slowly say, I want you. Chui Yunxiu moved back. He wants me. Follow me at. He wants me to follow him. Together. He wants me to join him. All night long. He wants me to stay with him all night. Read and learn. He wants me to study with him all night. Chui Yunxiu, in response to the stress, directly put the sharp face shards in her hand against her neck. Jiang Chen, even if you get my person, you definitely won't get my heart. You die of this heart. The words just fell out of her mouth before she responded. What? Reading and learning? That rich and wicked young man, who was so bad that he forcibly robbed the people's girls. Herborist Chui Yuan. I implore the county master to do something. The next morning dawned early. Above the public hall of Qinjiang County's government office, 2 rows of officials lined up. The center couple fell to their knees. The women were sobbing uncontrollably and the men were in tears. Daughter year square 17. Is the Clear River Academy students? Yesterday was that evil young man captured. So far, has been all night did not return. Chapter 4, Zhao Qingjun of the Dali Temple, ordered to collect evidence against the Jiang family. The magistrate has just taken the main seat, and his hat has not yet been righted. His eyes first glanced at the corner, where a powerfully dressed woman in red leaned against a pillar, her eyes closed in false sleep. Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, the magistrate then heavily tapped the shocking wood. Snap! The light of day. A clear sky. I can't imagine that Qinjiang County, under this official's governance, has such people who have no regard for the law. The two of you will quickly present the situation as it is. The couple in the hall sniffed and immediately began to state the details. Yesterday, after the Qinjiang Academy was dismissed, that wicked young man suddenly stopped at the place where my daughter must pass on her way home. He said that his family has a large collection of books and invited my daughter to his home to explore and learn. When the middle-aged man said this, his voice choked again as he remembered his bitter daughter. That evil young man has a bad reputation in his day, so naturally my daughter would not dare to agree. But it can't be helped by the fact that the villains are outnumbered and threatened by their words. Directly my daughter forcibly brought on the carriage, captive into its mansion. So far, has passed the night, life and death do not know. The magistrate became furious, outrageous, such an evil act. He actually dared to commit it in the street. Arrogant, so arrogant. And exploring studies? A barefaced excuse. It's just heavenly. He was rebuking it bitterly when he suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. Wait, what's the last name of that evil young man? The middle-aged man thought that the county master was going to make a decision for himself. His heart was delighted, and he hurriedly replied, back to the county master. That evil young man, his surname is Jiang. Unexpectedly, the magistrate who heard these words had a sudden change in expression. Last name Jiang? Jiang what? Jiang Chen. As soon as these 2 words came out, there was a buzzing in the magistrate's head, as if a flood bell was ringing. Grandma, these 2 dodgy people want to harm this official. Jiang Chen of the Jiang family. Is that an existence that he, a small governor of a county, dares to touch? In today's world, if we were to rank the families that have the intention to rebel, the Jiang family of this Jiangzhou must occupy the top position. Why do you think Jiangzhou's last name is Jiang? This Jiang family has been a rebel for generations, and their ancestors have a reputation for evil deeds. From the fall of the previous dynasty to the present day, it has been holding the underground black power of this state. But to this day, the Jiang family is fine. One can only imagine how deep the waters run in this family. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was the only son of this Jiang family's current generation head. He was a small magistrate who was tired of living before he dared to mess with such a family. The magistrate's eyes flickered. This is a hot potato. Normally he would have left it alone. But today, it's different. His gaze, seemingly, fell on the woman in red in the corner. She had also arrived early in the morning and had only met him, speaking with a strong Beijing accent. Look at the costumes. Also the official system. A visitor from the capital. Doesn't know what it means. It put him in an extreme tangle. Whatever. In case the other party came to picket the magistrates, he might not be able to keep his hat on his head. Pipe bar. Let's not even talk about whether or not we can manage it. But if we're not careful, we'll have to put our own little lives on the line. Prospects and little lives. The magistrate waited in his mind for 2 seconds. In the end, I still feel that my hat is not as important as my life. With a clench of his teeth, he made a snap decision. The face was solemn. I think the two of you are still. The words hadn't even landed. The woman in red in the corner had opened her eyes at some point. Magistrate, do you know what this offense is when an official does not act for the people? The magistrate stiffened at his words. The heir stood still for 2 seconds. Only then did his slightly pleading voice come out. Your Excellency does not know. This Jiang family is powerful. In the following district a county official, even if you have the heart, but also powerless all. In response, the woman in red simply said indifferently, knowing that you magistrates can't get things done, this official has come in person. With that, she unclipped a token from her waist and swept one side over everyone in the hall. Before speaking, it's long been heard that the Jiang family in Jiangzhou has the intention of plotting against the state, and fish and flesh the people of a state. Zhao Qingjun of the Dalizi has been ordered to come and collect evidence of the Jiang family's crimes. When this statement was made, the whole hall was shocked. That magistrate, in particular, was so excited that he was dancing around. Great, it's the Dalizi. We're saved. The others didn't understand the gold in the red woman's statement. Can he not understand? This Dalizi is the highest judicial institution of the Great Zhou dynasty. The fact that the Dalizi came to investigate the Jiang family could only mean one thing. The court, at last, is going to take action against the Jiang family. First, a red coat went down to Jiangzhou, and once enough incriminating evidence was collected, it was followed by the fastest thunder strikes of the court soldiers and horses. How many families and clans, to rely on the power to bully others, to make waves, and finally all overnight, full of up and down the family was all chopped up. Is it time for this blow to finally fall on the Jiang family's head? The magistrate had a thought about it. That Zhao Qingjun was already walking out of the yamen with quick steps, while a cold and stern order followed. Dispatch 30 officials and follow me to Jiang residence to arrest Jiang Chen immediately. This official, today, must catch him in the act. Daylight. There were already many travelers and merchants starting to move around on the streets near the Jiang residence. The woodcutter hurrying along with his burden, the disheveled gentry fresh from the greenhouse brothel, the rich merchant with a big belly, the woman who covers herself up. Suddenly the sound of a horse's hooves spread across the street. Tap tap tap. Everyone stopped moving and looked at the sound, only to see the end of the long street paved with green bricks. 2 officials opened the way, followed by a high horse, a horse with a striking red coat, leading dozens of officials behind them, with a lingering and aggressive aura. The swimmers were intimidated by the aura and hastily gave way. After letting go and then have stopped to watch, the hearts secretly speculate what happened. Can let the government deployed so many people? Until the group suddenly stopped in front of a mansion with a vermilion door. Everyone's hearts were suddenly shaken. Someone rejoiced. Could it be that the government is finally going to take action against the Jiang family? There are also people looking at the red dress charming thoughts. This red girl is so handsome. Could it be the government's newly appointed head constable? There were also people worrying. Has this red-clothed girl eaten bear heart and leopard gall? How dare she mess with the Jiang family? Among the crowd, only an inconspicuous shrew smelled the unpleasant atmosphere and hurriedly got up and ran. No good. We have to hurry to inform the master. Zhao Qingjun turned a deaf ear to the fine voices of the idle people on the side. Just a glance up and down at the imposing gate of the Jiang residence. Spit, district a thief trader. This Jiang family really think of themselves as the emperor of the soil. Give me the door. The officials below were ordered to come forward immediately. Reaching out to push that gate, the gate had just been loosened and immediately opened inward, followed by a yard guard jumping out from the left and right inside. Those two had been looking at each other snickering. Suddenly into the eyes of a large ink blue official uniforms of the officials, directly was startled. One of them hurriedly said, "Officials? What are you doing here? I heard someone report to the officials that Jiang Chen forcibly robbed a woman from the people, and I've come here to search." Zhao Qingjun leapt down from his horse and flashed a search warrant at the two men. A warrant from the government? The two hospital nurses looked at each other. From their first day on the job, they've never seen this kind of battle. After all, in the huge Jiangzhou, there were almost no people who dared to move earth on the Jiang family's head. But, after all, the other party was an official and had a search warrant. So one of them pressed down his misgivings and frowned as he warned. The Jiang family is not something you can enter just because you want to. Are you saying that the laws of Great Zhou are useless to the Jiang family? Is your Jiang family trying to rebel? This big hat came down and directly dumbfounded the yard nurse. The hospital nurse couldn't decide, and didn't dare to get angry as usual. So he said, "Allow me to go in and inform." Zhao Qingjun, however, was too lazy to wait, and with a cold smile, he directly raised his hand behind him. "There's no need to wait, go straight in and capture that thief." Saying that, without looking at the two, he took the lead and broke into the door. The two courtyard guards were horrified and rushed forward to stop them. But I don't know what kind of bear heart and leopard guts these officials have eaten today. but they have drawn their knives from their waists. Brush, brush. The cold light of the sword was sheathed, frightening the two men to a halt. One could only watch as the woman in red barged through the door like nobody's business. Chapter 5, Zhao Qingju in shock. You're really reading. Zhao Qingjun burst through the door. 2 columns of officials followed the influx. A number of people in the middle of the front yard were busy with the business at hand. Others were practicing with iron ropes. They didn't understand what was happening at first, but just stopped moving to cast a surprised look, until the voices of the 2 yard guards came from the doorway. They're here to arrest the Duke. Quickly stop them. They reacted by rushing forward to intercept. Zhao Qingjun crossed his sword in front of him and looked around, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a den of thieves. Not a single one of them even folded at the sight of the officials. Do you know what the penalty for obstructing official duties is according to the Great Zhou law? She was about to continue speaking. Instead, there was a sudden sound of a carriage pulling to a halt outside the door. Herod, traitors of the government? Who gave you the authority to come to my Jiang family and cause trouble? A voice that sounded like a lion's roar came from outside the door. Zhao Qingjun turned around and saw a majestic and powerful middle-aged man leaping off the carriage outside the mansion's gate. Zhao Qingjun inquired to the official on the side. Who is this man? Back to your excellency. This man is Jiang Hero, the current head of the Jiang family, and it is his son that we are trying to arrest. Zhao Qingjun laughed softly. So it's the head rebel who's here. Head of the rebels? Jiang Hero stepped forward and pushed away the 2 officials who were blocking the way, all the way to Zhao Qingjun unimpeded. Who are you? Facing this Jiang Hero who was rumored to be ruthless in his methods, Zhao Qingjun didn't half lower his eyebrows. Delizy Zhao Qingjun. According to the law to come to Jiangfu to arrest Jiang Chen. You want to stop me? The woman was actually from the Delizy. Jiang Hero was shocked in his heart. The majesty of the Delizy was certainly not unknown to him. How many worldly families that don't enter the stream of the civil service have been ruined under the hands of this Delizy? Of course that's not the scariest thing, because this Delizy is the face of the court in the jungle. That she's here is enough to say a lot. What is my son's offense? Hero Jiang was still not sure what had happened. He was drunk last night and did not return home. Someone rushed to inform him, and he realized that the officials had actually come to his door. But when the officials come to your door, you always need a reason. That is why he asked. Zhao Qingjun didn't care if he really didn't know or pretended not to know, and didn't give half a face. Jiang Chen forcibly robbed a woman on the street. I came precisely for this matter. Zhang's father was immediately enraged at his words. This rebellious son, although his Jiang family made their fortune by robbing homes in the early years, but his father's generation suddenly had an epiphany. Robbing money to money actually not as fast as doing business to money. Coupled with the fact that there was a change of throne in the imperial court, the new emperor, once on the throne, had made a great deal of construction and copied a lot of families. That's when the Jiang family gradually started to tighten up. After his years of hard work, the Jiang family gradually whitewashed, until it faded out of the court's vision hibernation. On weekdays, he taught Jiang Chen that it was fine for him to be arrogant outside, but he must not touch the law. It was unthinkable that Jiang Chen had been caught by the officials with such a big handle when he was not at home for a single moment. It also happened to be at this juncture when the Delizy was refocusing on the Jiang family. When this matter is over, I will have to whip this rebellious son. Thinking of this, Jiang Hero looked at the woman in red again. Blushing, he squeezed out a few businessman's cheeky smiles. I see that the girl has just come here, traveled a long way, have not eaten, right? This, adults you know, our Jiang family is the most hospitable. Come people, prepare food. He said, and gave a wink to the subordinate next to him. The man understood and spread his legs, running towards Jiang Chen's other courtyard. As long as the evidence in Jiang Chen's room is disposed of before the woman in red searches Jiang Chen's room, no need. Although Zhao Qingjun was not very old, he did not know how many such things he had experienced since he had been in office, and at a glance, he could see what Hero Jiang was planning to do. She interrupted as soon as she could, then walked past Hero Jiang without saying a word. There was not the slightest delay in action. Jiang Hero didn't expect the other party to be the least bit uptight, so he hurriedly followed him. My lord, I know my son best. He has always been an honest person. How could he commit such an animal act? I think there must be some misunderstanding. He looked at the red-clothed figure, his eyes flickering. Truth be told, he hadn't committed a murder in years, but if the other party was running to put the Jiang family to death, and took his only son, then he cannot care about so much, even if the court sends troops to call, as long as the Green Mountain is there, but also not afraid of no wood to burn. Jiang Hero had already prepared for the worst in his heart, but on his face, he was still trying to dissuade him. This from a young age. I have educated my son to study well, to get a merit in the future to serve the court. For this reason I also specifically sent him to the academy to study. Zhao Qingjun turned a deaf ear to this nonsense and just kept stepping forward. A shout came from an official not far away. Found Jiang Chen's room. Zhao Qingjun made a mistake with his steps and soon arrived in front of a golden lacquer carved and painted door of a room. Jiang Chen is in here? When she finished, she didn't even need to wait for the others to confirm. For across the room, she heard two voices coming from the door. A man and a woman. The female voice was like a warbler's cry, soft and feeble, almost pleading. The male voice was arrogant and overbearing, not to be resisted. Mr. Jiang, I really can't do it anymore. Ha, that's not good enough? You're not much better. You can spare the little lady. It's been all night. It's just, no way. Keep doing it. At those words, Hero Zhang's face instantly darkened. As for Zhao Qingjun's face, a few smiles of contempt appeared on her face as she sneered and said to Hero Zhang, do you have anything else to defend? Zhang Hero saw that things were about to be defeated in front of his eyes, also put down harsh words. Zhao Qingjun, I do not care who you are in the Delizy. The official from a few grades. Once you open this door, clunk. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhao Qingjun had already kicked open the door to the room. The door to the room hit the wall hard, make a second ringing sound. However, in the next second, Zhao Qingjun's face was confused. Only two people, a man and a woman, complete with their clothes, were sitting in front of the bookcase, arguing over a piece of manuscript paper with the title on it. You can't even do such a simple question. Are you a pig? Zhang Gongzi, you spare me. This is something I really want to do. Then, both of them were startled by the sudden movement. At the same time looked to the door. In unison. Who are you? Male handsome. The look looks quite harmonious. This is not at all what was imagined. Zhao Qingjun's brain went blank for a moment. Then she disbelieved and took a step forward, snatching the manuscript paper from the table. Unfold it. Only a few questions were listed on it. How is the term homeopathy explained in detail? How can you tell if someone has a heart fire by looking at their face? What are the 3 remedies commonly used to relieve itching? Zhao Qingjun's face slowly darkened as he looked at the two, his mouth popping out one word at a time. When you say do you mean do the questions? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. What else do you think? Chapter 6, Jiang Chen's shock. What reverse house? Zhao Qingjun looked around the room in disbelief and didn't find any traces of coitus between a man and a woman. At this time, Cui Yinxiu beside the bookcase was sleepy and tired because she had been forced by Jiang Chen to brush up on the questions for the whole night, and her brain was a little bit unconscious. She saw a pout emerge on Zhao Qingjun's face. Thinking of something, he suddenly shouted, Mr. Jiang, I know. There is one more manifestation of heart fire, which is redness of the face and ears. Zhao Qingjun finished listening. The face got harder. The fingers all clicked from gripping too hard. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly rushed forward and clasped Cui Yinxiu's wrist. Miss Choi, look me in the eye. Answer me. Last night, did Jiang Chen break your innocence or not? At those words, Cui Yinxiu's face instantly turned red. You, what are you talking about? Bah, don't worry, with me here, he can't threaten you anymore. Zhao Qingjun glared hatefully at Jiang Chen and turned her face again. If you're forced to, just blink your eyes. When she finished speaking, she looked straight into Cui Yinxiu's eyes. Not a blink. Although Cui Yinxiu had been forced by Jiang Chen to do the exercises all night, Jiang Chen really hadn't done anything out of the ordinary to her last night. Even by doing the exercises for one night, it made her really grasp a lot of knowledge that she originally thought was very obscure. Moreover, Jiang Chen's explanation was quite thorough, giving her the impression that he had been immersed in the medical arts for several years. Not at all like the rumored dude. Think about it. Cui Yinxiu forced back her tiredness and stared wide-eyed, locking eyes with Zhao Qingjun. 1 breath. 5 breaths. Eyes start to get dry. 10 breaths. The eyes began to sting. 20 breaths. In Cui Yinxiu's eyes, the blood was held back, but she froze without blinking. A full 25 breaths of time had passed. She finally reached her limit of patience and blinked. Zhao Qingjun was instantly ecstatic. I knew it. This villain must have coerced you. Jiang Chen stood aside and cursed. You're damn sick. It's impossible for her to go through life without blinking. Lord Zhao stayed for dinner. No. I apologize for the suddenness of today's events and the disturbance. In the end, Zhao Qingjun hadn't been able to find any relevant evidence in Jiang Chen's room. There was some resentment in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, even the victim, Cui Yinxiu, was speaking for Jiang Chen. I don't know what kind of ecstasy I've been fed, making this thunderous strike of hers a direct joke. There was no choice but to leave, but at the same time, she didn't forget to take away Cui Yinxiu, wrote it back to the Cui family. The parents of the Cui family could not help but embrace each other and cry when they saw their daughter's safe return. With gratitude, he intended to kowtow to Zhao Qingjun and thank him. She was hastily stopped. She explained the facts she had heard from Cui Yinxiu to both of the Cui family's parents. It caused both Cui's parents to stare. That young master of the Jiang family, Is he even this kind of person? Zhao Qingjun didn't know if they believed it or not, but both old men were surprisingly consistent and didn't pursue the matter too much. She thought to herself that maybe it didn't matter to the two how the facts were, because the Jiang family was not in existence that the two of them commoners could touch. The fact that their daughter is still well is a great joy to them beyond measure. Zhao Qingjun narrowed his eyes. This Jiang family. Before leaving, she was undeterred and asked Cui Yinxiu again, Miss Cui, could you let me examine your body? But when you look at the times, this kind of thing is a humiliation for any woman who thinks of herself as a good woman. As expected, before Zhao Qingjun's words fell, Cui Yinxiu's face instantly turned cold. I know that Miss Zhao is trying to do me justice, but it's something that didn't happen. It just didn't happen, so please don't continue to wrong Mr. Jiang. I see. Zhao Qingjun sighed, turned and pushed out the door, standing in the doorway looking up at the sky for a moment. At this time, the official on the side suddenly spoke up and inquired, My lord, what should we do next? Zhao Qingjun looked at the honest face of that official. Shaking his head, he leapt onto his horse. Go back for the time being, put this matter aside, and I will not accompany you. With that, she pulled on the horse's rope. In the gazes of a group of officials who looked at each other in disbelief, Zhao Qingjun's red-clothed, vertical horse's back gradually faded away until it passed a certain corner, and the horse that had lifted its hooves disappeared along with her entire person. After completely moving away from all the officials, Zhao Qingjun's face instantly pulled down, his eyes suspicious. Today's events are too abnormal. A dude who is a misfit in everyone's eyes brings a wonderful woman back to his room and the two of them spend a night together, but only to study? That's just not possible. The only possibility is that the Jiang family knew I was coming ahead of time and thus set up this trap to expose me. Zhao Qingjun's gaze condensed. It's highly likely that the official government has already had the eyes of the Jiang family. Whether or not, the officials here can no longer be trusted. The Jiang family of Jiangzhou, capable of shaking the foundations of a state, is truly more terrifying than any lineage they've faced in the past. Next, I must hibernate. Jiang Chen, I'll remember you. The Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Chen was receiving harsh criticism from Jiang father. Brat. What did Laozi teach you in general? When Laozi wasn't around, you dared to forcibly rob people's women on the street. You're pushing our family to the point of no return. Jiang Chen thought to himself that it wasn't his own doing either. What did the original owner have to do with him if he made a mess? But he couldn't talk about it directly. After thinking about it, he could only argue, Father, isn't it true that I didn't do anything to her either? Who knows that when Jiang's father heard this, he became even more furious. Unproductive thing, bringing a woman home. You actually did nothing. Jiang Chen, not. Isn't this cheap old man a little too unreasonable? Jiang Chen kind of wanted to talk back, but after looking at the gnarled muscles on Jiang father's body, he decided to concede. He took a deep breath, followed by a rapid speech. Father, I really know I'm wrong this time. Today's incident, I've already learned a lesson from it. From now on, I'll definitely change my ways, be a new person, and study seriously. In a while there will be the autumn exam. I will surely win the top prize and become famous, so that our family can glorify our ancestors and face all the people who look down on our family. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he spoke. What a touching scene this was. The original playboy's son, who finally grows up after the ordeal, aspires to change himself from then on and aims for the first place in the fall exam. Looking at the past and present, any parent would feel immensely relieved to hear that, wouldn't they? However, what Jiang Chen never expected happened. Jiang father's face pulled down almost instantly after hearing this. The tone is not good. Reading? Yes. What's up, Dad? In the next second, Jiang Chen's eyes blinked, as if a keyword had been triggered. A figure suddenly killed out from a diagonal. She is Jiang Chen's mother. As soon as he appeared, he carried a face full of disbelief. Chenner, you just said, reading? Jiang Chen had a numbing feeling in his scalp as he was stared at by the two, but he still answered with a stiff upper lip. It's reading. What's the matter, Mother? Hearing Jiang Chen's reaffirmation in her ears, Jiang mother's tears flowed down. Mom, there's no need to be so touched. Wait a minute. Dad, what are you pulling out the whip for? Ancestral shrine of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground, not far away. Jiang's mother was in tears, covering her face. His father, on the other hand, was like Neza in the world. The whip in his hand was like a mixed heavenly damask, dancing like a tiger, and his speed was even as fast as a stump. Jiang's father smacked him as he drank and scolded. Snap. Serious reading? Snap. Take the test? Snap. Glorious? Such a deranged word to come from the mouth of the old man's son? Jiang's father was filled with disbelief. Is this how I usually teach you? He pointed to the two portraits above the ancestral shrine. One of them. You ask, did your grandfather ever read? Another one. You ask again, Did your great-grandfather ever read? Finally, point to your nose. You ask the old man. Has the old man ever read a book? And clear the family name. Our family, for generations, has made a heck of a name for itself, and you actually want to clear it up? If your grandfather and the others found out about this idea of yours, they'd have to crawl out of the dirt and strangle you. No talent at all. How much money can you get from studying? The amount of real money that flows into any casino, restaurant, or bar in our family every day can't be compared to studying? I stuffed money for you to go to the academy in order to make you recognize words, so that you can make sense of the accounts, so that you can take over the old man's class in the future. It's not for you to take any merit exams or to emulate those poor scholars, and win the championship in one fell swoop. It would be fine if you really had that ability, but I raised you so well that I still don't know what kind of a person you are. I hand under the big and small thousands of industries, waiting for you to inherit. You do not seek how to make them bigger and stronger. Thinking to go to school? His grandma, pissed off old man. Jiang Chen listened to Jiang father finish venting in one breath. Again, he looked at the red warmth that had surfaced on his face. His whole body was confused. Silly, dorked out, against the day. Can this be what a father teaches his son? What a niche term. What an outrageous request. And then look at Jiang mother. Only she stood aside, though her expression looked a bit on the nose, but didn't come up to stop it. Instead, he wiped his tears while saying, Chener, don't blame your father for being cruel. Your father is also for your own good. This study for you is a road of no return. Good boy. We don't touch. Jiang Chen's face was 4 parts demented and 3 parts helpless. 2 points for reflection. A point of dawning realization. Then his eyes were firm. Sincere attitude. The tone was determined. Father, mother, my son knows he's wrong. My son will definitely lie down well at home in the future, and will never make any effort to strive for wrongdoing, bullying, and evil in the outside world, and will never whitewash our family. Chapter 7, Jiang Chen's Exhortation. See the situation. Jiang mother finally broke into tears. Child's father. It's great. Our Chunner already knows he's wrong. Jiang father sniffed and put away his whip with a cold snort. Looking at Jiang Chen. That's more like it. If you know your mistakes, you're still a good son to your old man. The court has already sent people from the Delizy to Jiangzhou, so I think they must be eyeing our family's home base. You'll make less trouble in the meantime, so you don't get caught again. Really want a woman. The big thing is to go to the kiln. Their own kiln. Shopping is also assured. If you really dislike those mediocre girls, you should strive for a little bit of gas, and coax the daughter of the Lu family into our family earlier. This piece of land in Jiangzhou, in the end, it still belongs to the imperial court. If you can bring back the daughter of that Governor Lu's family, it will be beneficial to our family's development in Jiangzhou without any harm. When the time comes, I'll also be able to feel more comfortable leaving the power of our family's affairs in your hands. Hear me? Jiang Chen sniffed and nodded his head. I understand, father. Jiang father frowned, talking like a woman. Can you act like a man? Jiang Chen froze slightly and increased his volume. I see. Is this how Laozi usually teaches you to speak? Jiang father roared, and another whip hit the ground near Jiang Chen's feet. Jiang Chen sank his chi into his dantian and let out a bellowing cry. Old me gets it. Only then did Jiang father nod in satisfaction. Now, get the hell out of here. Yes. Jiang Chen ran out of the house in ashes and got into a carriage at the entrance. Not a moment's delay. After urging the horseman, he went straight to Qingjiang Academy. Honestly speaking, originally Jiang Chen hadn't planned to go to the academy. In my previous life, I had already abhorred schooling, so it made no sense to travel to ancient times and undergo the torture of education again. He intends to stay home and read up, expanding his skill pool in the process. Brush up on your longevity a bit more. However, what Jiang father and mother did directly made Jiang Chen snuff out this idea. His grandmother. Jiang Chen was skeptical that his father would have to make himself reopen if he found out that he was secretly reading behind his back. Such a contrast. The bookstore is simply too safe to be true. The carriage was a bit bumpy. Jiang Chen hadn't slept all night, and was still a bit sleepy, but being bumped around made him awake. Idle in the car, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered a beep from the system last night. Open the system mall. The system mall is open. In the next second, a curtain of light appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Good lord, that's pretty advanced. Jiang Chen was startled for a moment, then he hastily looked above the light screen. However, he was soon disappointed, only to see that there was pathetically only one item on the huge screen of light. Healing arts level is raised by 1 level. Consumption, 10 points of righteousness value. Jiang Chen was in deep thought. The stuff on top of the system mall seems to be related to the types of books I've read. That means I can enrich the stuff inside the mall by reading other books. What if it's a martial arts class? Hiss. Jiang Chen looked at the upper right corner of the mall again. Positive energy value remaining, 31 points. That's a bit low on the righteousness value. Discovering the usage of the system was certainly worth rejoicing, but the scarcity of righteousness values made him despondent. Jiang Chen made a calculation. Reading a book for 1 hour, he could gain 5 points of righteousness value, or 5 hours of life. That means, then, without the system triggering the mission, he wants to live 100 years. One would have to spend the entire 20 years of one's life staring intently at the books. What a horrible number. Midway through the process, if he still had to buy something from the system mall, this time still needs to be accrued upwards. System, is there any way to increase my efficiency in acquiring righteousness values? Yes, but it is necessary for the host to improve his or her ability to positively guide others. In other words, to make the host's behavior so that he or she can positively change more people. It has to do with the image of the host. What's my image now? A vicious young man who robs women without regard for the law. Jiang Chen. Arriving at the entrance of the academy, Jiang Chen dismounted from the carriage and looked up at the plaque on the academy's gate. Only 4 large letters were written on it in Thuli. Xinjiang CO1. Eyes down. Looking inside, you can see some gazebos, attics, and water promenades. This is an ancient school. Compared to modern schools, it does not seem to be simple, but rather has some ancient flavor. It was a far cry from the simple, dilapidated thatched cottage he had imagined. Think about it carefully as also, the ancient readers, do what is concerned about a pretentious. Reading and writing must be accompanied by the wind and the moon, and when drinking wine, the moon must be invited into your heart. Jiang Chen lifted his leg just as he was about to walk inside. Instead, his afterglow saw a few sneaky heads, like stacked men, cowering next to the wooden pillars at the entrance of the academy. Several of them witnessed the carriages leaving one after the other at the door. Then seizing a moment, he spread his legs and ran outside the academy. Skipping class? Jiang Chen muttered, and was going to pretend he didn't see it. Unexpectedly the men spotted him. Several people's expressions were immediately surprised. Brother Jiang. It's Brother Jiang. Good morning, Brother Jiang. Why does Brother Jiang look so ugly? Hey, this is still need to ask? It must be that the girl you brought home yesterday was too soulful. Ha 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 ha. Brother Jiang is afraid that he doesn't want to come to the academy at all today. A group of people playfully surrounded Jiang Chen. In Xinjiang Academy, Jiang Chen's reputation was notoriously foul, but even so, he still has a group of diehards. It's the group in front of us. They were all dandies, forced by their families to come to the academy to study. Jiang Chen scanned the circle. It was found that these people were their own flock among this academy. Usually skipping classes, going to greenhouses, and molesting women are commonplace. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's true that things come in groups, and people come in groups, and beside the original owner, that's the only way to gather people like this. Morning. With a brief greeting, he staggered past a few people. It caused a few people behind him to mutter, "What's wrong with Brother Jiang? He's not in a good mood?" Jiang Chen didn't care and continued to walk forward. He didn't have time to have fun with this group of dudes. What he needed most right now was to learn. Moreover, he has already made up his mind that he will definitely take the top prize in the autumn examination soon. When the time comes, shock everyone in one fell swoop. See who still thinks he's uneducated. But as he walked, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! 5 truants have been detected around the host. Please persuade them to return to the academy. Persuasion mission, successful persuasion, rewarded with 20 points of righteousness value. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and his footsteps lurched in vain. Then a very silky turn. Oi, what's going on, guys? Chapter 8, The Wrath of Miss Lu's Family. A few dudes didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly call out to them after he had just left, but soon they gathered around Jiang Chen again. Blah 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 left and right. Brother Jiang, we're planning to go to Flowing Wind House to have some fun. Are you going too? I've heard that Flowing Wind House is run by Brother Jiang's family, so bring a few of your brothers to see the world. Brother Jiang, these stripes on your clothes are so handsome. Is it some new style? Dashing, so damn dashing. In a debonair sort of way, Jiang Chen smiled coldly. My dad smoked it. What? You guys want it too? That, or not. Brother Jiang, come with us. I heard that Miss Little Phone is going to leave the pavilion today. Hey, go yourself. Jiang Chen copied a stick from the ground and shone it at each of their heads one by one. Your family spends so much silver to send you to the academy just so you can think about that little thing in your pants every day? A few people were confused. I didn't think that Jiang Chen's mouth would be able to say such words, one of them said in disbelief. But Brother Jiang, it was clearly you who took us to the greenhouse in the beginning. Another man hastily chimed in. Yeah, you even tore up my book, saying that reading is of no use. Jiang Chen glared at them. If I tell you not to learn, you don't learn? If I tell you to go to a greenhouse, you go to a greenhouse? If I tell you to eat, will you go? Several people looked at each other without daring to reply. Jiang Chen continued to threaten. Today, I put my words here. Whoever dares to skip class today, I'll beat you up once I see you in the future. You can try if you don't obey. Jiang Chen had expected a few people to more or less resist, but I didn't realize that several people were just slightly stunned. This was followed by a very spineless flurry of nods of obedience. Convince. I'm convinced. Brother Jiang, you know me. My father won't even obey me. I'll obey you. I'll listen to Brother Jiang today. I'm not going anywhere today. Are you guys going? I'm not going anyway. Only one of them. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. What Brother Jiang said is very true. How can a woman from a greenhouse compare to a female student amongst the academy? He connected the fact that Jiang Chen had forced the female students of the academy to go to the Jiang mansion last night with the fact that Jiang Chen had made them stay in the academy this morning, thinking that Jiang Chen must have eaten his heart out and found a new joy to share with the few of them. So the thief rubbed his hands together. Jiang Chen was so angry that he directly slammed the stick over. You dare to screw a female student of the academy? Ha! Ah! I don't dare to. It's all yours, Brother Jiang. Bah! Jiang Chen spat an old spit on the ground and became even more annoyed. I finally realized that Laozi's popularity is bad in the hands of people like you. Jiang Chen took the wooden stick and knocked him hard a few more times. Eyes looked to the side. The expressions of the remaining four were solemn. Quickly, brushed upright. Not a breath of air. Jiang Chen bristled and threw the wooden stick to the ground. Threatened. After school ends today, I'll check the notes of the 5 of you. If I know that any of you didn't pay attention in class, you all know about Laozi's methods. Understand? Got it. The 5 men stood in a line and made a sound in unison. Jiang Chen frowned. Why do you sound so girly? Can't you be a man? Do you understand? Get it? That's more like it. Congratulations to the host for completing the persuasion mission, and has gained 20 points of righteousness value. Hear the system beep. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Toward a few people. Come in with me. Yes. Jiang Chen covered his ears and cursed. Keep your ing voices down. The commotion made by a few people caught the attention of a few students from the academy who were passing by not far away. When they saw Jiang Chen, their faces instantly changed. This evil young man, who did such a thing yesterday, even came to the academy today. Is he addicted to bullying us honest people? Shoo, keep it down so he doesn't hear. Jiang Chen led the 5 people into the academy. It was not yet time for class, and at this time, the students in the academy were in groups of 3 or 2. When Jiang Chen walked in, I wonder if it's just him. Immediately, there were dozens of gazes in the middle of the academy, looking toward him in unison, and as he followed those glances retrospectively, the owner of those gazes, however, had an honest look on his face. At this time a sight of the dude suddenly laughed. Jiang brother, this group of poor scholar are behind the back of the discussion unit, in accusing you of yesterday's action. Ridiculous, but no one dares to face you face to face, as long as you give an order. Let's come to kill a chicken to warn monkeys. Custodian of them do not dare to Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. Several of the dudes were amazed. In normal times, Jiang Chen would have already started sweeping through the group with his fierce eyes, intending to find someone to start a fight with, but today is very abnormal, although it may be taught by his father, but this is not too convergent. A few people didn't realize that Jiang Chen had already changed his soul at this time. To him, it didn't make any sense to dwell on the impression the original owner had created on others. He just couldn't help but feel that it was true that gossip was the essence of human nature. Even in ancient times when the exchange of information was not so well developed, it had only been a night since what happened yesterday, and there were already so many people among the academy who knew about it. Just leave them alone. Jiang Chen ignored the people and quickened his pace towards the bookstore. Yet some people weren't going to let him off the hook, only to see a woman in a white fancy dress suddenly rushing to Jiang Chen and cursing angrily. Jiang Chen, are you still a human being? Jiang Chen, you beast. Scum. I really can't figure out why the academy would admit a beast with a human face like you. It's simply a grain of rat that spoils the pot of soup. Jiang Chen received a scolding over his head, but the first reaction in his heart was not anger. Rather, I was surprised. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he call him names? Do you know whose last name is Zhengzhou? But when he got a good look at the man's face, it dawned on him instantly. Oh, it's her. No wonder. Ryu Koyoshi, Governor Lu's daughter. The same woman that his father had specifically mentioned before he left the house this morning, telling him to hurry up and marry the other woman. Jiang Chen pondered. The few dude brothers beside him already had fawning smiles floating on their faces. One of them took the initiative to speak for Jiang Chen. Yo, it's sister-in-law. See what you're saying. You must have heard some rumors about brother Jiang causing misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Lu Qing's voice directly raised an octave. Miss Cui was kidnapped by Jiang Chen into the Jiang family yesterday. Countless pairs of eyes on the street saw it. And you're telling me that it was a misunderstanding? The dude who opened his mouth instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was dumbfounded for a moment. when another dude immediately took over. He righteously said, "This is definitely a misunderstanding. I dare to use my personality to guarantee that Brother Jiang only invited Miss Chui to drill and learn together yesterday. Everyone can testify. Don't you think so?" "Yes, Brother Jiang is a person I know best, upright and law-abiding. I'll testify that Brother Jiang is the most honest person. He only loves you, sister-in-law, and he even goes to the greenhouse with us to find someone who looks like you. I also testify, Brother Jiang." Lu Qing coldly watched a few dudes, one sentence from you and one sentence from me, and then they were going to turn right and wrong upside down. She couldn't bear it and interrupted with a straight stern voice, "Shut up all you lapdogs, dudes, I am not your sister-in-law. If you don't want to die, don't mention those two words again. A bunch of people who are rotten to the bone, that is, on the strength of holding on to Jiang Chen's dog's leg, they really think that they can be lawless." A few dudes were scolded by Lu Qing and immediately did not dare to talk back. It can't be helped. People's family backgrounds are just that big. If the other party really wanted to find them in trouble, just by virtue of their family history, that really couldn't cover a bit. After scolding the group of dudes, Lu Qing's gaze returned to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, do you know that your behavior has touched the Great Zhou Law?" Jiang Chen. Chapter 9, Chui Yunxiu, are you saying that I've been killed? Ha, I guess with your status as Grand Duke Jiang, you don't care to be bound by this law. You have always been accustomed to lawlessness, thinking that no one can sanction you for the evil you have done. But don't worry, this academy has this young lady in it. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. I'll have someone report it to the police. As the governor's daughter, I'm applying pressure in the name of the Lu family. Even your Jiang family, I'm afraid it's hard to resist. Spend the rest of your life in jail reflecting. Lu Qing's words caused the faces of the few dudes beside him to suddenly change drastically. Sister-in-law, Miss Lu, you're going too far. Right, Brother Jiang is at least a dude said, suddenly realizing he had a hand on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Jiang Chen's expression, which was actually one of indifference. Why talk to her so much? Let her report to the police if she wants to. That dude saw that Jiang Chen wasn't even in a hurry at all. He was anxious instead. Brother Jiang, once the charges are confirmed, you're going to be imprisoned. You are her nominal fiancé after all. As long as you lower your stance and beg her, maybe she'll let you go. Jiang Chen looked at him helplessly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for now. The dude was even more anxious. How could I not be? Brother Jiang, you fell in love with Miss Lu at first sight, and have been trying to find ways and means, wanting to hold a beautiful woman. Last year's Tanabata, you also let a few brothers set off fireworks on the riverbank overnight, and then you showed your love to Miss Lu in public, but she scoffed at. It can be imagined that Miss Lu doesn't even like you, and in order to cut off the marriage contract with you, she is definitely going to come for real this time. Jiang Chen had a black eye. No one forced you to put aside to do the explanation. How can your words be so dense? The things his little brother had said were there in his memory. It's probably the story of an uneducated young villain who pursues the daughter of a governor's family, but instead attracts the other party's dislike. Although the Jiang and Lu families had a verbal marriage contract in place, it was obvious that Lu Qing did not take this matter to heart. But Jiang Chen took it seriously. Not only did he let his group of juniors call the other party's sister-in-law, he had even boldly recited his own bull ***** love poem in the middle of the academy, in front of all the students and teachers. To Lu Qing, who came from a powerful family, the original owner's behavior was tantamount to ting 10 pounds in public. This kind of memory, Jiang Chen felt full of embarrassment when he recalled it. It's so embarrassing for this original owner. Lu Qing on the opposite side couldn't help but curl a sneer at the corner of his mouth as he watched Jiang Chen's group disorganize themselves. Jiang Chen, you don't need to beg me because it's useless to beg me. What you're asking for is all those people who have been bullied by you, but they won't forgive you, and neither will I. The so-called marriage contract between you and I is nothing more than a verbal agreement between the two families, and cannot be counted at all. I know you like me a lot, but I hate you. Once you're out of prison, our engagement will naturally be dissolved without an appointment. Lu Qing had thought that these words would make Jiang Chen so angry that he would jump to his feet just like before, but he didn't expect that the other party's expression had calmed down. Even he pulled out his ear with his pinky without hurrying, put it to his mouth and blew on it. And then what? What makes people more angry than violence is cold violence. Jiang Chen, Lu Qing was furious. You really are unrepentant. Good. Now that we have all the evidence, I don't believe that your Jiang family is still above the law. Jiang Chen was puzzled, then looked around. Witnesses? Where are the witnesses? Because it was Lu Qing, one of the few people in the academy who didn't fear Jiang Chen's family lineage, who stood up to hold Jiang Chen accountable. The students of the academy, too, were emboldened. Eavesdropping somehow made a circle. When they heard that Lu Qing wanted to send Jiang Chen to the government in the name of the Lu family, a few moments of excitement surged in everyone's hearts. However, Jiang Chen's lighthearted attitude left them all a little unsettled in their hearts. Is he playing dumb, or isn't the biggest witness the Chui girl herself, as long as we find her? Wait, he means. After Lu Qing heard Jiang Chen's words, a certain possibility also instantly came to mind in her head. She covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Did you murder Miss Chui? When these words came out, they immediately caused an uproar in the academy. Murder, kill. Miss Chui has always been the earliest to come to the academy on weekdays, but she is late today. This is afraid that she has suffered some misfortune. It must be so. Miss Chui has always been clean, and when she was coerced and defiled by the evil young man, she died to make it clear. It was Jiang Chen who forced her to die. Jiang Chen, what a guy. That makes me a murderer? The Chui family is not far from the Qingjiang Academy. Chui Yunxiu was forced by Jiang Chen to study all night last night, and when she returned home, she was really sleepy, and her whole body looked disheveled. When the Chui family's parents looked at her like this and remembered last night's events, they were naturally unwilling to let their daughter go to the academy again. But Chui Yunxiu knew the truth of one day's exposure. Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. It's not worth it to give up a day of learning knowledge just because of a reason like being sleepy. And most importantly, she also wanted to learn more about medical arts from Jiang Chen. Her family was poor, and she couldn't even afford to pay tuition to practice medicine. Right now, the appearance of someone like Jiang Chen, who was willing to teach her, couldn't have been a better thing for her. And after last night's events, it made her realize that the original uneducated dude that the onlookers talked about, there's also this unseen side to it. Maybe a lot of people misunderstood him. In the end, the two parents didn't argue with her. Chui Yunxiu's family didn't have a carriage, so she walked to the academy. She had just walked through the gates of the academy when she realized that not far away, there was a circle of people surrounding her. She had never been a fan of such hilarity, but words like murderer kept coming out of it. It shook her to the core. The academy actually produced a murderer. She then crept to the outside of the enclosure and stood on tiptoe to look inside. And yet, I didn't see anything because there were too many people. She inquired of a familiar-looking female student next to her. What happened in there? Who killed someone? You don't know yet, do you? Jiang Chen killed someone. Chui Yunxiu's face tightened. Jiang Chen? Killed someone? Who? Chui Yunxiu. That Chui Yunxiu from our academy. Don't you know? Yesterday Jiang Chen brought Chui Yunxiu from our academy home to do something untoward. But today Chui Yunxiu didn't come to the academy, so he must have killed her. Chui Yunxiu are a little unconfident. Are you saying that Chui Yunxiu has been killed? Mostly, alas. You say how the girl is so ill-fated. It turns out that I am so miserable. Chui Yunxiu was infected by this female student and could not help but sigh along with her. You? The female student suddenly felt that the voice of this person she was conversing with was somewhat familiar, and subconsciously glanced this way. The next second, her screams erupted from among the crowd. Ghost! Ghost! Chapter 10, Reporting to the police? As you wish. Where's a ghost in broad daylight? Who's yelling and screaming? Many of the people nearby were startled by the sound the female student made. While muttering, he looked in the direction of the sound. However, when Chui Yunxiu appeared in their line of sight intact, everyone's breath caught in an instant. Next, ghosts, the space beside Chui Yunxiu, which was still crowded, instantly cleared. Everyone backed away from her and looked at her nervously. Miss Chui, are you a human or a ghost? Chui Yunxiu, are you here to seek revenge on Jiang Chen? Chui Yunxiu. She looked a bit overwhelmed for a moment in the face of the jumble of questions that came out of the crowd's mouths. She was about to open her mouth to explain. However, at this moment, that lady of the house, the daughter of the Lu family, who in her eyes had always been unattainable on weekdays, suddenly gathered the courage to take a step forward. Lu Qing said righteously, Miss Chui, don't worry, I will do you justice and make sure that Jiang Chen, who killed you, is brought to justice. After she finished speaking, she glared viciously at Jiang Chen again, laughing coldly. Jiang Chen, the heavens are going to kill you. Your time to die has come. You think you can eliminate the evidence by killing someone? But you don't know that there are ghosts and gods in the underworld. Now that Miss Chui's ghost is here, I'll see what else you have to argue about. At this moment, even the few dudes around Jiang Chen didn't look too good. They looked at Chui Yunxiu's ghost and shivered. Chui girl, we didn't do anything to you yesterday. Don't misunderstand the good people nah. Jiang Chen glanced at them, laughing. In the next second, Jiang Chen made a move that everyone didn't expect, only to see that he looked at Chui Yunxiu's ghost, instead of flinching in fear. Instead, he took the initiative to step forward and walk to Chui Yunxiu's face. Dang! Raising his hand, he knocked her on the head. What's your offense? Chui Yunxiu ate the pain and covered her head. Her eyes widened as she looked up at the tall and handsome-faced man, a little knocked out. Jiang Gongzi, why are you knocking me? quickly tell me what this gentleman did to you last night. Everyone is waiting to hear it. It's this simple scene. Immediately everyone was made aware of a fact that they might have misunderstood. Wait, shouldn't ghosts not have shadows? Under Miss Chui's feet, there seems to be a shadow. Jiang Chen just ran into her. Is this not her ghost, but her in person? What's going on here? Can someone come and explain it to me? Lu Qing's entire body was also confused, and Jiang Chen's knock seemed to have struck her on the head as well. Could she actually be alive? Her eyes were blank, then slowly turned to incredulity. Immediately afterward, a few more moments of determination sprang up, only to see her quickly rush over to both Jiang Chen and Cui Yunxiu, pulling Cui Yunxiu away from Jiang Chen. The moment she touched Cui Yunxiu, her heart suddenly gained a few points. Warm, soft and solid. Immediately after that, she said eagerly in Cui Yunxiu's ear, Miss Cui, don't be afraid of this evil man. I will not spare him so easily after she did such an evil deed to you yesterday. As long as you tell me what happened originally, I will do you justice. My father is the governor of Jiangzhou. I don't believe it today. His Jiang family can be so lawless. Where had Cui Yunxiu been so close to this rich girl? The inferiority complex at the bottom of her heart made her subconsciously pull her hand out of the others. This caused Lu Qing to feel a few surprises. Spinning around made her even more surprised when it happened. I only heard Cui Yunxiu look at her seriously and said, Eldest Miss Lu, I appreciate your kindness. However, yesterday, Mr. Jiang did not do anything offensive to me, so please don't misunderstand. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. He didn't do anything to you? Cui Yunxiu glanced at Jiang Chen, whose expression was always as bland as ever, thinking about his current notoriety among the academy, and remembering what happened last night, so she gently clenched her teeth and went on to explain. In fact, everyone may have misunderstood. Perhaps Mr. Jiang is not the kind of 10 evil people you think he is. Last night, although I was initially forced into the Jiang family by Mr. Jiang, I was also afraid at that time, and I even injured him, but instead of counting on it, Mr. Jiang patiently taught me the medical skills I didn't know. Soon, Cui Yunxiu told the story of her experience last night. One by one, all the people around them who heard this were filled with incredulity in their eyes. In Cui Yunxiu's mouth, Jiang Chen seemed to have turned into another person. He can have a side like that? Everyone didn't want to believe it. Among them, the one who was most reluctant to believe it was Lu Qing. How is this possible? Only to see her grit her teeth as she stepped forward, her finger almost on the verge of pointing to Jiang Chen's nose. Jiang Chen, what despicable means did you use to threaten Miss Cui, to the extent that you were able to get her to speak on your behalf? Cui Yunxiu anxiously said. Miss Lu, you really misunderstood Jiang Chen. She wanted to explain something else. However, Jiang Chen directly interrupted. There's no need to say anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head. He knew that his image of being uneducated and bullying the city had long been embedded in these people's minds. It wasn't something that could be reversed by Cui Yunxiu's side of the story. Continuing to argue was nothing more than a waste of time and a waste of words. So he looked at Lu Qing and said indifferently, if you want to report it to the police, or use your Lu family's connections to apply pressure, it's up to you. After saying that, Jiang Chen pushed his way through the crowd and turned around. There's not the slightest bit of dragging. The 5 dudes beside him were stunned, and then they hurriedly followed. Brother Jiang, wait for me. Jiang brother. Lu Qing froze for a moment as she looked at Jiang Chen's decisive back. Inexplicably, she felt that today's Jiang Chen had some indescribable changes from the person she used to know, but she didn't have time to think about it in detail before her mind was swept away by anger. This Jiang Chen, she was truly surprised that Jiang Chen actually did turn a blind eye to her threats, and said it didn't matter if she reported it to the police. Thinking of this, she immediately shouted fiercely towards Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen, you wait for me. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head back. He just raised his hand and waved it towards the back, signaling as you wish. Lu Qing was even more furious. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. She clenched her teeth, looking at Jiang Chen's distant back. He hated that he couldn't bite a piece of meat out of him. She was the daughter of the governor's family, and if she really married such an evil man, she was afraid that she would immediately attract the shame of the students of a state. She must not allow this fate to befall her. Turning his gaze to the side, Cui Yunxiu's neck shrank. Ms. Willow, I wonder what else is going on. Miss Cui, that evil person has already gone. This time, you can also feel free to tell the truth. The onlookers on the side saw that Jiang Chen had already walked away, and the guts have come out in droves. Yes, Miss Cui, now that Miss Lu is backing you up, you won't need to take that villain into consideration anymore. Quickly tell us the evidence of his guilt, and we will do you justice. Nowadays the law is strict, and even if it is that villain, as long as we catch him in the act of incriminating him, we will be able to put him to death like a snake striking 7 inches. Chapter 11, The Conceit of Yi Ting, the Genius of the Academy. You guys. Cui Yinxiu looked around at her righteous fellow students. She didn't understand. Obviously she had told the truest truth, but instead of believing them, they want to force her to say those slanderous things that never happened. Miss Choi. At that moment a man stood out from the crowd. Cui Yinxiu looked at the man with a slightly surprised expression. Ye fellow students. On the side, Lu Qing's expression was also a bit stunned. Yi Ting. When the surrounding students of the academy saw this person, a look of respect couldn't help but appear on their faces. Although the man was dressed in a coarse cloth-worn and washed white scholar's robe, his eyebrows were handsome and he looked extraordinary. The body has its own elegant temperament, so that people can easily feel good at a glance. His name was Yi Ting, and he was the most outstanding student among the academy today. Although his family was poor, he was determined to learn from a young age. At the age of 4, he was able to memorize several books that were difficult for all the Shōtsai, and had the reputation of being a young genius. And as he grew older, his desire to learn didn't wear off half as much. Instead, it became more and more impenetrable. Some people call him a book nut. Rumor has it that he has half the talent of the academy in his head. Even the teachers among the academy didn't dare to call themselves honorable elders in front of him. Instead, they are treated as equals, and often claimed not to be able to win when arguing with him. Some good people had once called him and Jiang Chen together as the twin masters of Xinjiang. Of course, those words weren't really meant to juxtapose Jiang Chen with Yi Ting. Rather, it shows the magnitude of the contrast between the two men, which has gone to two extremes. Two people, although from a rich and noble, but has been defeated, the family of the Fays. The other is from a humble background, but has the vague appearance of a fish leaping through the dragon gate. For this rumor, Yi Ting just smiled disdainfully and casually said, "One day, in front of the Golden Palace, I will write in ink to cut down the evil traitors." At a time when everyone else in this man's life was aiming to not fall off the list, he had his sights set on being among the top 3 early on. Can you imagine what kind of spirit this is? What confidence? In the 17 states of the world, there were countless literati, but everyone in the Xinjiang Academy didn't think that what he said was arrogant. It's simple. When a person's talent is so high that everyone else can only look up to them, he then has the capital to be arrogant. As for the evil traitor in his mouth, needless to say, they knew that this represented none other than the Jiang family of Jiangzhou. Of course, no one among the academy deliberately made a note for these 2 words, and with the uneducated family style of the Jiang family, they couldn't understand the meaning among his words at all. But, then again, in the middle of the academy, Yi Ting had always been unwilling to have too much conflict with Jiang Chen, even to the point of avoidance. It can be said to bring to life the famous saying that a gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. But today, why did he come forward again? At this moment, everyone's minds couldn't help but conjure up a rumor that had been personally debunked by Yi Ting. Yi Ting has fallen for Cui Yinxiu. Could that rumor be true? I'm afraid it's true. Last night when I passed by the county office, I noticed a silhouette hovering at the entrance of the office. That person looked like Brother Extreme Yi. I only thought my eyes were blurry at the time. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that Brother Yi heard about Miss Cui and wanted to report it to the authorities. But in the end, he was worried about angering the Jiang family and jeopardizing his own future. Brother Yi is right. A man who has become a great man does not restrict small festivals. Why does a great man suffer from no wife, let alone a woman who has already lost her virginity? Ignoring the whispers coming from around them, Yi Ting looked at Cui Yinxiu. "Miss Cui, you have suffered." Cui Yinxiu didn't know what he meant and pursed her lips. In the next moment, an explosion suddenly came from the crowd. Brother Ye's hand is bleeding. Everyone's gazes suddenly looked at Yi Ting's hand. Only his fingers were clenched into fists, his nails embedded into his flesh, and a few drops of crimson blood dripped down his fingers. He looked down himself, but looked as normal as he had since the beginning. Just silently, he launched his hands into his sleeves. Cui Yinxiu couldn't help but say, "Fellow student Yi, you'd better go and get bandaged up." Yi Ting shook his head, only to look at Cui Yinxiu again. "Miss Cui, I'm clear that a woman's reputation is larger than life, but why would you bother to round up a lie for that Jiang Chen over this matter?" He looked up and locked eyes with Ryujin, who nodded at him. Only then did he continue. "As long as you expose what that Jiang Chen did to you last night, the entire academy will stand behind you then." Lu Qing also said, "Yes, I know that Miss Cui must have thought that Jiang Chen was not to be messed with, but after such a thing happened, we will definitely help you, and we will not let that evil thief hurt you one bit more." And, Yi Ting was silent for a moment, then added, "I know your worries with all my heart, but rest assured, the entire academy, no one will look at you differently because you lost your chastity. After all, you are nothing but a victim. At the very least, I won't. If you don't believe me, I, Yi Ting, will swear on the spot." Saying that, Yi Ting suddenly swore with 4 fingers pointing to the sky. a firm voice like a stubborn stone thrown to the ground. As long as Miss Chui is willing to face up to her heart and tray all the things that happened last night, I, Yi Ting, am willing to disregard all the misfortunes that happened to Miss Chui, and welcome Miss Chui as a flat wife. This statement was made. Everyone around them sucked in a breath. What did Yi Ting just say? Even though Chui Yunxiu had lost her chastity, he was willing to take such a her as his wife? Although there is no such term as flat wife in the marriage law of the Great Zhou, the essence is still a concubine. But when these two words came out of Yi Ting's mouth, everyone around him still felt a wave of disbelief. That's Yi Ting, the man who is destined to be on the high school royal list in the future. It can be very promising, yet he was willing to take a concubine who already had a deficiency. What an honor this should be for Chui Yunxiu. Both men and women on the side were moved by Yi Ting's words. The men couldn't help but voice their praise. I can't imagine that brother Yi is actually still a lover. With a husband like this, there's nothing else to ask. If I were a woman, I would also marry a man like brother Yi. The women, too, couldn't help but feel secretly jealous. I can't imagine that Chui Yunxiu was actually blessed by a disaster. Just because she has a face that attracts people? Damn it, why isn't it me that fellow Yi likes? Even Lu Qing, who had always had a discerning eye to no end, among her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but show a strange color. Men have talent but no virtue, and she's seen a lot of people with virtue but no talent. Even people without virtue or talent are found in this academy, and a man like Yi Ting was the only one she had ever seen in her life. For a moment, she couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. If Jiang Chen could have half the talent and virtue of this Yi Ting, she wasn't so resistant to the matter of marriage between the two families. But Lu Qing knew that was impossible, because she had long since seen the disgusting feelings that the man's brought her. That's someone who has had nothing to do with the words talent and virtue even in this life. At this moment, everyone in the arena was impressed by Yi Ting's words. No one would worry anymore that Chui Yunxiu would continue to hide the truth. After all, in their opinion, a woman who had already lost her virginity was able to receive such a promise from the promising Yi Ting. What could be more impressive than that? But the next second, Chui Yunxiu, however, shook her head and looked around. Finally the gaze returned to Yi Ting's face, with some disappointment. Fellow student Yi, these conditions of yours, it's better to open them to a woman in need. I, Chui Yunxiu, am not blessed to receive it. Chapter 12, Chui Yunxiu's confusion. When these words came out, there was an uproar around them. Such a condition for any other woman. At this time, I'm afraid that the heart is already like an arrow, and I hate that I can't jump into Yi Ting's arms and cry bitterly, so they don't understand it at all. Why would Chui Yunxiu refuse such a tempting offer? There are even some people secretly slandering. This Chui Yunxiu is a little too uneducated. A woman who has lost her virginity. What HD is still pretending? Why? On the side, Lu Qing frowned. Why? Yi Ting's eyes were also filled with incredulity for a moment. In response, Chui Yunxiu just squeezed out a bitter smile. The little woman told you the truth a long time ago, and what more do you want me to say if you don't want to believe it? Lu Qing sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. In the face of these benefits, she really couldn't think of any reason for Chui Yunxiu to actually refuse. Isn't that what she needs right now? But the rejection in her words was so real. Lu Qing's brain was a bit confused. She looked at Chui Yunxiu again, and her eyes couldn't help but take on a trifle of fire. What kind of mesmerizing soup did Jiang Chen give you? Chui Yunxiu was somewhat unaccustomed to the woman's gaze being so sharp, and slightly hung her head. I'm just telling the truth. Who believes that kind of talk? I just want to know. What the hell were you thinking? Lu Qing was going to continue to say something. Yi Ting stopped her. He waved his hand towards Lu Qing. That's all there is to say. The path is your own choice. No need for further persuasion. After saying that, he looked deeply at Chui Yunxiu, turned around and walked away without a second thought. Lu Qing looked at Yi Ting and then at Chui Yunxiu. Lastly, he also complained in a tone of hatred, all the people in the academy are willing to lend you a helping hand. It is you who are unwilling to take it, and if you repent one day, don't blame us for standing by and doing nothing. With that, he too turned to leave. The students gathered around them saw that the two who had come out of the woodwork were gone. They each shook their heads and left some sighs, and dispersed as birds and beasts. What a great opportunity, and this won't even take it. Originally, I was wondering how Jiang Chen had favored her oohs and ahs, but now it seems that it wasn't without reason. TSK, poor people have to be hated. The words of denigration were vaguely in the ears. Chui Yunxiu watched as people left from the side one after another, and she didn't move a muscle. Her eyes were filled with a blank look. Chui Yunxiu didn't understand. Why is it that these people just don't want to believe the truth? Brother Jiang, how on earth did you do that? What how? Jiang Chen walked out a long way and suddenly looked to the side. Those few dudes were all looking at him with reverence at this point. If they had been respectful to Jiang Chen earlier, it was all superficial. Now then, this deference that they have, so to speak, is all from the heart. Crap, this is really not to be dismissed. For them dudes to take a woman home by force. Any one of them could do it. But to make the woman die the next day to the man who robbed him by force and shut up about what happened last night. And looking at that look of Jiang Chen's calmness, he wasn't the least bit worried that the other party would turn against him. It's not typically hard anymore. Obviously Jiang Chen had not only gotten someone's body, but also their heart. In the eyes of a bunch of ill-intentioned dudes, what's the difference between that and a god? In response, a few dudes felt that today's Jiang Chen was simply inscrutable and terrifying. One of them tried. I have long known that in that greenhouse, there is a unique art of female imperialism, even if it is a loyal and strong woman. As long as after special conditioning, it will be able to become dead to you. Jiang brother could not have gotten the true transmission of it? The other man's eyes snapped out brightly when he heard this. Brother Jiang brother has followed you for so many years. No credit but also hard work. Never had any request to you. But today, brother really have to say. Before he could finish his words, he was roughly pushed away by another person beside him, who looked at Jiang Chen with determined eyes. If brother doesn't give up, I'd like to worship him as a righteous father. I only ask that brother Jiang can teach me the art of female royalty. Brother Jiang, you know, this is the only hobby I have in my life. Brother Jiang, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even know what was going on inside these people's heads. He had a mind to explain. Instead, his mind went back to their 250 look not too long ago. Then there was no desire to explain at all. Just smiled sparingly and turned to continue walking forward. He walked for a while before hearing his unhurried voice drifting in on the wind from the front. It's really nothing. You guys really want to know? I don't know if you guys have ever heard the saying. It's called a book. What it means is that, if you study well, the knowledge in the books will enable you to have a woman as beautiful as jade. Do you hear me? A couple of dudes froze and listened. Under Jiang Chen's nudging, it was as if something inside his head was growing wildly. The five scratched their heads in unison, then looked at each other in the face. One of them suddenly erupted in alarm. I am enlightened. You've come to your senses? Brother Jiang is telling us the importance of reading. I say, with such a point from Brother Jiang, all the things I couldn't figure out before have been figured out. Why is it that those poor scholars in the past, who had no money, were able to hang out in the greenhouses and brothels from time to time? That's the great thing about reading. No wonder Brother Jiang is feeling strange today. It turns out he figured out this layer long ago. Then Shui Yinxiu's reaction to him is the greatest evidence. Although I don't know what method Brother Jiang used, it's definitely related to reading. I've decided, from today onwards, I will study hard. Sooner or later, one day I'll sleep with whichever girl I want. It's actually so. Brother Gao's great talent. We admire it to the core. Where? Jiang Chen didn't know that his casual remark would plant the seed of reading in the minds of several dudes who had always regarded reading as a flood beast, which even their fathers had failed to plant by all means. He just moved forward slowly. As he walked, he matched the memories in his mind with the scene in front of him. There are 3 classes of students in Xinjiang Academy. First class is for upper house students with good grades. The second class is for inner house students with moderate grades. The third class is the out-of-house students, the most numerous and the least successful. Jiang Chen is the outward-bound student. The schoolhouse for foreign students was in the innermost part of the Xinjiang Academy after entering. Jiang Chen walked all the way. Slowly, there are neither water corridors nor attic pavilions around, until one appeared, and it looked like a humble wooden building. Further in, there are lonely green hills and tranquil bamboo forests. It's a good place for a quiet read. Jiang Chen said this after taking everything in. A couple of dudes next to me immediately caught the key word. Read. Their hearts were even more determined that reading was the key to Jiang Chen's art of imperializing women. Didn't waste too much of a glance above the scenery outside the bookstore. Jiang Chen quickly walked into the bookstore. In the middle of the bookstore, the shadows were staggered. The foreign students knew that they had not learned as much as others and were afraid of being stigmatized. Therefore, when he came to the academy, he didn't talk with those inner shekel students on the upper shekel students in the place where there was a watery promenade. Often it's a boring walk through those places. And then they came straight into the bookstore and sat down in front of their respective bookcases. Thus many of them didn't know that Jiang Chen had actually come to the academy today. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, many people's complexions changed. This goddamned evil embryo, why did he come to the academy today? I can't believe those 5 dudes are here too. I'm afraid it's coming from a bad place. Ignore the sights of those who either wondered, or feared, or gawked. Jiang Chen came to the very back, in front of the side of the bookcase that belonged to him. He looked down and realized that he was stacking some other people's things on his bookcase. A put-down of loose books, with a bookends. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Whose stuff are these? The few dudes following Jiang Chen saw this and immediately yelled. Who the hell put something on Brother Jiang's table? Be self-conscious and stand up for yourself. Don't force my brothers to invite them. Looking at the several dudes following Jiang Chen like dog legs, making street gangster-like statements. Everyone in the bookstore was shaken. Someone in the corner couldn't help but whisper, "Those things are Huang He's right. He probably thought Jiang Chen wouldn't come today. But yet I didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually come today. It's over." According to that man's usual style, he will definitely take this opportunity to ruthlessly peel off a layer of skin from Huang He. Chapter 13, How Scared You Are. Everyone couldn't help but speculate so in their minds. It was because this academy's outer house was the place where Jiang Chen's bullying was the most serious. Almost everyone had seen with their own eyes how Jiang Chen used violent means to bully his fellow students. It's getting to the point where I'm not surprised. Even many people who were originally not good at learning desperately studied hard in order to be promoted to the inner house, so that one day they could get rid of this kind of accompanying the king like accompanying a tiger. It's a good thing this evil young man didn't come around much in the first few days, to the relief of everyone in the outhouse. But I didn't expect him to show up today uncharacteristically, and the moment he appeared, it coincided with someone touching him. Today, I am afraid that this outer house will not be able to avoid a burst of chicken and dogs again. Everyone can't help but think so. Someone had already moved quietly to the door of the bookstore. Intend to get away from this place of wrongdoing as soon as you see what's going on. As for complaining to the husband in the academy, after once seeing a stubborn old master being infuriated by Jiang Chen, who disdained propriety, and reprimanding him twice, the result was that on another day, this old master turned into a limping figure, and no one ever moves on that thought again. The Jiang family acted in a way that was too overbearing. Seeing that no one responded from the entire bookstore, Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, so he asked again, "Who do these things belong to?" The dude on the side was about to open his mouth to yell again, and Jiang Chen directly glared over with a glare. The dudes didn't dare to speak again. The others in the bookstore saw the scene. The heart tightened again. This appearance of not even giving the people around him room to interrupt was clearly already a precursor to Jiang Chen's anger. Everyone held their breath. Don't even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more stagnant. At this time, one student was afraid that Jiang Chen's anger would spread to other fellow students, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, pointing at a gray-faced man not far from Jiang Chen. "Fellow Huang, then, aren't those things yours?" "Oh, so it's yours." Jiang Chen also looked toward the man, yet it was this glance that seemed plain and ordinary to Jiang Chen himself. It directly caused Huang He's entire body to shiver violently. He looked at Jiang Chen with bated breath, his throat shrugging. Gollum, he gulped. In a short period of time, Huang He's mind rolled over all the miserable outcomes of those who had touched Jiang Chen's brow. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The more I think about it, the more desperate I get. He hated the man who had exposed him, and hated my own carelessness. Why would you want to conveniently place something on Jiang Chen's desk for the time being? Huang He, who had already brainstormed 1,000 ideas of his own, eventually stumbled and did a final search for a replacement. "I thought Jiang Chen you wouldn't come today." So, before he could say anything, he saw a movement of Jiang Chen raising his hand. Scared, his whole body went limp and almost fell to the ground. However, it wasn't Jiang Chen's fist or slap that greeted him. Rather, it was his seemingly indifferent wave. "Okay, big man, mother-in-law, is your thing chant, takeaway is." Huang He froze at his words. When did Jiang Chen become so nice? All the students in the entire outer house also revealed incredulous gazes. Some people even suspected that they had heard it wrong, and hastily rubbed their ears hard, then looked confused. According to common sense, Jiang Chen should not be directly angry slap in the face of Huang He, or raise his leg as a flying kick, and then greet his minions swarm to the people beaten to crippled. Right now, would this be something that the Jiang Chen they knew would say? "Okay, I'll take it away." Huang He reacted surprisingly fast because of his inner tightness. After being slightly stunned for a moment, he quickly pounced to Jiang Chen's bookcase as if he had been pardoned. Fly shoved the contents of the bookcase into his arms, afraid to slow down a second. I even stumbled in the middle of it because my legs got weak. Know some of the slips, but everyone was afraid to laugh. Instead, they have held their breath. There was a constant worry that perhaps the next moment, Jiang Chen would suddenly flip out. After all, temperamental is also a trait that is often displayed in him. Huang He's legs were still shaking as he moved the book. Suddenly an accidental fall to the ground again. He couldn't even be bothered to get up and immediately apologized to Jiang Chen. "I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I'm sorry." Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw him like this. "What's the point of moving a book? It's not like the old man eats people," said. Jiang Chen also volunteered to help carry up the books. In no time at all the books and clutter on his bookcase were swept away. Huang He stood beside him motionless, his entire heart still lifted. Jiang Chen, however, didn't care about him. "Settle right down on your butt." Just as he sat down, he realized that everyone's eyes were looking straight at him at that moment, a little dumbfounded, and a little bewildered. It was as if they never knew him, even a couple of dudelets. Brother Jiang, today, Jiang Chen interrupted impatiently. What are you still gathered here for? Don't you have your own seats? Don't you know that class is about to start? At these words, there was another eerie silence in the middle of the bookstore. Many people make eye contact with each other, and what they see on other people's faces is also the confusion in their own hearts. Eventually no one said anything anymore, and each went back to their seats in silence. A couple of dudes didn't say anything either. Each returned to his or her original seat. Just how terrifying is the original owner in these people's hearts? Jiang Chen inwardly spat, then shook his head and lowered his head with the intention of reading. However, soon Jiang Chen was confused. What the? Where's my book? In the next moment, a memory suddenly popped up in Jiang Chen's head, causing Jiang Chen to burst into flames. This uneducated and countless original owner once used his books to polish his leather drum. Jiang Chen, this reading doesn't even have a book, and it's still brushing up on the life of the set. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen's gaze went to his table-mate Huang He. Brother Huang, can you lend me a book? Unexpectedly, this sound directly scared Huang He into a jolt. He nearly jumped up from the floor, immediately followed by something like a stress reaction. Holding a pile of books on the bookcase was about to be thrown to Jiang Chen. Okay, here you go, all of it. As a result, his hand shook and several books smashed on Jiang Chen's head on the spot. The commotion instantly drew the attention of a dozen pairs of eyes. After seeing that scene clearly, everyone's expression changed again. Jiang Chen, he was really a little angry this time. He just wanted to borrow a book. As for that, but after thinking about it in my mind, I felt that I really didn't need to be serious. Consider it a debt to the restorer. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed and was about to open his mouth to relieve Huang He. However, a woman suddenly walked in outside the door, and at a glance, she saw Jiang Chen at the very back. She let out a furious cry. Jiang Chen, are you doing wrong again? Chapter 14, Molesting a Teacher? Jiang Chen can't stand it anymore. In this academy, there weren't many who dared to rebuke Jiang Chen like this to his face. Even some of the grumpy ones were honest after the beating they received. Which one of you is so bold as to yell at Jiang Chen? Everyone couldn't help but look towards the doorway, only to see a green coat step into the bookstore. It's a woman. The woman wore a plain green dress, with a turban wrapped around her head, wrapping all the hair in front of her forehead. After seeing the woman's appearance, even the most stolid and honest man in the bookhouse could not help but be stunned. The words came to mind, could it be that Yen Ruyu had stepped out of the book? Jiang Chen surprisingly felt somewhat familiar at the first sight of the other party, but he searched his memory but quickly realized that it was indeed a face he had not seen before. So Jiang Chen asked in slight confusion, "You know me? No manners, you have to call me husband." After disguising himself, Zhao Qingjun walked up to the podium. She wasn't the least bit worried that Jiang Chen would recognize her. Her disguise art was learned in her early years before joining the government, and it was the skill she was most proud of when she first walked the rivers and lakes. Even those extremely close to her would never be able to easily recognize her. She went to the Jiang family to catch Jiang Chen not long ago. The one she used was not her own face. The failure in the early morning had given Zhao Qingjun a wake-up call. The Jiang family's hold on the entire Jiangzhou was far more terrifying than she had imagined, so she immediately gave up the idea of a quick fix in her mind, and instead treated this mission as a tug-of-war, and quickly decided to use Jiang Chen as a breakthrough to collect evidence of the Jiang family's crimes. She had heard that Xinjiang Academy was the place where Jiang Chen had done the most wrong, so specially found a way to blend in and become a husband. It was a simple and rough process. She just flashed a sign to the dean of the academy and indicated her intention to come, and the other party was very cooperative. She stepped into her position that day. Zhao Qingjun also didn't expect that the moment she arrived, she happened to stumble upon a scene of Jiang Chen bullying a fellow student. It made her heart happy, but the face was serious. And how could I not recognize you? You, Jiang Chen, are the Jiang family's youngest, and you have always been lawless and disrespectful in this academy. Who doesn't know that? Jiang Chen wasn't annoyed by this woman's words, just slightly helplessly. He asked back, I wonder if the husband has any proof that I'm the one bullying my classmates. Zhao Qingjun was surprised. Hey, this isn't what she expected, is it? The intent of her words just now was to stir up Jiang Chen's emotions. I didn't expect Jiang Chen's tone when he replied to sound quite honorable. It was nothing like the image of the dude she'd heard about. She then turned to look at Huang He, who had a victimized look on his face. Next to Jiang Chen, is this true? Huang He blushed slightly when he saw the picture-like woman looking toward him, then immediately glanced aside at Jiang Chen, which was a bit jittery. Back to the husband. Jiang Chen did not bully me. Instead, I accidentally smashed the pile of books on Jiang Chen's body. The fault lies with me. Please don't misunderstand the husband. It's the truth. But with that terrified tone and expression, anyone who heard it would be secretly thinking that he was threatened by someone else. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He was truly speechless for a few moments. For that matter, it's better not to explain. Huang Yi's afterglow saw Jiang Chen's face change and also realized that there was a problem with his expression. But for a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he could only pretend to be busy and bend down to start picking up the books on the floor. He was terrified inside, fearing that Jiang Chen would flip out in the next second. Well, this imagined scene didn't happen in the end. After putting the book back down, he remembered something and handed out another book to Jiang Chen. Fellow Jiang, this is for you. Thanks. Jiang Chen took the book from Huang Yi and thanked him without being salty. Huang Yi froze. Cold sweat grew on his forehead and he nearly fell to his knees on the spot. It's premature. That Jiang Chen, who always knew nothing of etiquette, actually thanked him? Don't talk about him. In the outer sheds, many people's eyes shone with a color of incomprehension. They didn't understand what was wrong with Jiang Chen today. If it were usual, I'm afraid that Jiang Chen would have had several seizures at this point. I can't believe the bookstore's calmness has been maintained until now. But, a sudden thought occurred to all of them. Although he didn't know why this new woman was going toe-to-toe with Jiang Chen, but if she was going to continue to find fault with him, I'm afraid that sooner or later, I'll get Jiang Chen furious. Well, to everyone's relief, Zhao Qingjun didn't dwell on this matter any further. Instead, after taking a deep look at Jiang Chen, he averted his eyes and introduced himself to everyone. My little daughter, Zhang Ling, is new to your institution. In the future, I will be the one to coach you all in reading. Zhao Qingjun paused, suddenly meaning to say, I have heard that there are students in the academy who are often absent for no reason. My daughter hates such behavior. The academy is a place for students to study and learn, not a hall of one. I remind you today that if this happens again afterward, you don't have to come back. Zhao Qingjun said this while coldly grimacing, while sneaking a peek at Jiang Chen in the corner. Thought he'd at least give a reaction. Who knew that the other party didn't even look up, just staring intently at the book in his hand, as if immersed in it. She was still waiting for Jiang Chen to jump out and oppose her words, but I didn't expect the other side to ignore it. It gave her the feeling of being properly prepared, only to have her fist swing in the middle of the air. It's just that, I think my entrance early this morning must have made him a little wary, or maybe his father reminded him to restrain himself recently, but it doesn't matter. As long as I hibernate in this academy, I will be able to catch him the moment he breaks the law sooner or later. A person's evil is engraved in his bones. It's impossible to change in a short time. Sooner or later, one day, he himself will be exposed. Zhao Qingjun removed her attention from Jiang Chen, picked up the book in his hand and was about to start the workshop. Instead, she suddenly realized that off stage, there were a few burning lines of sight coming from the stage. Immediately after that, there were several voices with a flirtatious tone coming from them. No wonder Brother Jiang specially ordered us to stay in the academy today. So it turns out that he already knew that this new husband is a beauty. It's really worthy of Brother Jiang. Compared to her, Miss Little Foam of Lu Yun House lost her colors all of a sudden. This husband, I wonder if you are married. The youngest student has the honor of being here. Zhao Qingjun froze. At first it didn't register that he was being molested, but as all sorts of uptight slurs continued to enter her ears, her face, at once, clouded over. She had walked the rivers and lakes for many years and was originally a straight-tempered person, although appearance can be disguised, but the nature of such things is carved in the bones. She couldn't bear it at once. It was a direct slap on the wooden table on the side in front of him. You sons of ES, do you want to die? The words just fell. The air in the bookstore was silent in vain. Many jaws dropped. No one expected the lady gentleman who looked a little more bookish. It was surprising that such vulgar words could be uttered in a sudden fit of anger. This contrast instantly made the eyes of those few open-mouthed dudes light up. After all, they were led by Jiang Chen, and one by one, they all had a not-so-small background in this Zhengzhou. How can you be afraid of a first-time husband? Yo, still a grump. Interesting, really interesting. I thought it was a domesticated tame kitten, but I didn't realize it was a wild horse. Husbandman, I would like to ask you for advice on how this infant was born. If conditions permit, I would like to have a more in-depth study with the husbandman. Zhao Qingjun was shaking with anger. Grandmas, these uneducated black sheep. In her usual nature, she would have grabbed these guys and beat them up violently, but she was in the way now and couldn't have a seizure. For the first time in his life, Zhao Qingjun felt a tangle of not being able to do anything. Many students under the stage witnessed a few dudes molesting the female husband so much, but never dared to utter a word. Each had a hard look on their face, but she could only watch the lady's wife suffer these verbal insults. Someone sighed in their mind. By the looks of it, it's time to change the husband again. It's not uncommon to change husbands in the outhouse. At the disposal of a couple of dudes, it can change 7 or 8 times a year. It goes without saying that this time, this lady husband is a sheep in a wolf's den when she comes to be a husband. It probably won't be long before it's chewed to a pulp. The more Zhao Qingjun's face was tangled, the more the few dudes below who were up in arms flirted more vigorously. Just as Zhao Qingjun finally couldn't hold back and was about to explode, a heavy slapping of the table suddenly came from the corner. All of you shut the up. Chapter 15, to the Holy King Dian. Jiang Chen could be quite upset. He just wanted to read a book in peace. Swipe points of righteousness for longevity. It turned out that this bookstore was so noisy that he couldn't even read a book. Isn't there any classroom discipline in this ancient bookstore? Of course, this was something he probably would have put up with in his previous life. But now it's different. These people are interrupting his reading, which is tantamount to harming his life. Can't stand a little. He was straight up slapping the bookcase. A popping sound followed immediately. All of you shut the up. The words just fell. The entire bookstore was quiet for a moment. Even the few dudes who were used to yelling were instantly as if they were being choked. A few people turned around and looked at Jiang Chen, opening their mouths and about to say something. Brother Jiang, how? Shut up. I'm talking about you guys. One more word and I'll kill you. A few dudes sniffed, their faces suddenly solemn. Don't dare make another move. Zhao Qingjun glanced gratefully towards Jiang Chen. The husband of this schoolhouse is a really bad one. Luckily, I have Jiang Chen to help. She thought this subconsciously in her head and whirled around. Hastily, he shook his head to send the thought flying out of his head. What is she doing here? Almost really thought of himself as an ordinary Shugenja husband. She's here to collect evidence of Jiang Chen's crimes. How can you bestow gratitude on a criminal? So many people in the class are afraid of him. It must be because he has done too many things to bully others in his day-to-day life. I just need to keep an eye on him more in the middle of the academy. And sooner or later, I'll be able to gather the incriminating evidence I need from him. Zhao Qingjun finalized his idea in his mind. Then the workshop was finally formalized. Soon she realized that nearly half or more of the students on stage amongst this outhouse were not listening to the lesson. Instead, each ambled over to the bookcase, poring over something on his own. This was really an unpleasant thing for Zhao Qingjun, but there's nowhere to vent this upset. Finally, she was getting to a cold point of knowledge. Couldn't help but call Jiang Chen up. Jiang Chen, get up. Jiang Chen looked up, puzzled. Something's wrong? You get up first. Oh, good. You answer the question. What changes have taken place in the appointment system of officials in the Great Zhou dynasty, since the empress has ascended the throne? Jiang Chen shook his head blankly. I don't know. Go down there and copy the answer to this question 10 times. Jiang Chen had just sat down. Huang He, who was beside him, had a twinkle in his eye and felt that this was a perfect opportunity for him to remedy his earlier offense. He hurriedly said, Fellow Jiang, I'll copy for you. Who knew that Zhao Qingjun, who heard this, came over on the scent as she narrowed her eyes at Jiang Chen, and say you didn't bully your fellow students. Jiang Chen, I didn't even say okay. He's the one who wanted to copy it for me. Jiang Chen looked to the side at Huang He. Huang He shivered. I don't know why. He felt that Jiang Chen really wanted to beat himself up this time. Obviously he even offered to make up for his mistake. Huang He couldn't figure it out, but fidgeted through the entire class. Finally, class is over. Huang He Huang He's entire body stiffened when he heard Jiang Chen's voice. How? What is it? Fellow Jiang. Jiang? His voice trembled as he replied. It always felt like the next moment a slap would land on his head. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen just returned the book he borrowed from him in class. Finished this pair of collections. Nothing interesting. Do you have anything medically related there? There's. Huang He was afraid that he would be slow. Hurriedly, with those nervous, shivering hands, he rummaged around. Jiang Chen pacified. There's no rush. No one's forcing you. Huang He's hands shook even more. Jiang Chen, all right. Jiang Chen sat back on his butt. He also understood that his reputation could not be turned around overnight. And don't bother saying it again. Just patted Huang He's shoulder with his hand after receiving a miscellaneous book about medical skills from him. Huang He stiffened once again. However, he heard two words coming from Jiang Chen's mouth. Thanks a lot. The words of thanks were heard coming from Jiang Chen's mouth once again. Again, Huang He almost thought he was hallucinating. What's going on today? How is it that today, this evil young man, frequently made some actions that puzzled him? Has this evil young man really changed his temper? When he braved it and turned his head to look, Jiang Chen had already buried his head in a book. Huang He. There was a moment of silence before a sudden thought occurred to him. Must be walking around and pretending. And how did Huang He know? Things like reciting poetry were the last things that needed to be learned by heart for Jiang Chen, who was a traveler. Because his brain is loaded with another world. Several thousand years have condensed down the essence of the absolute in thousands of ancient masterpieces. He was just casually flipping through it to find the feeling of reading. It's the same reason you need an appetizer before a full meal. Jiang Chen looked at the medical book in front of him, eyes focused up. That's the kind of book that will grow on him. Zhao Qingjun saw that Jiang Chen was still sitting in front of his bookcase even after class. The heart felt incredible. she remembered something. Walking off the podium again, he came to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, have you finished copying what you were told to copy in class? Jiang Chen raised his head. You can't make me copy books in class, can you? Zhao Qingjun mused. That's true. Huang He, who was on the side, remembered something at this time and suddenly handed over a piece of rice paper in front of himself. Husbandman, student Jiang Chen has finished copying. Jiang Chen, Zhao Qingjun. Watching Zhao Qingjun leave the classroom in a huff, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, this female teacher made Jiang Chen feel a little annoyed. It always feels like the other person is taking it personally. Before figuring out the other party's purpose, it was really hard for Jiang Chen not to see this targeting as an ulterior motive. Who knows about the second class? The face that he didn't want to see was once again on top of the podium. Guys, let's talk about this class. Jiang Chen was shocked. Is there any mistake? How come it's you again? Is it possible that Scholar Jiang doesn't want to see my little girl? It's really too upsetting. Zhao Qingjun urgently flashed a smile at Jiang Chen. But alas, all the next classes in this bookstore will be taught by me. Jiang Chen, on the first day of traveling to ancient times, what if you are targeted by a teacher at school, outside the academy? At some point two uninvited guests appeared, one tall and one short, an old man and a young man. The old man led the child and slowly walked into the middle of the academy. The two men's gazes kept surveying the scenery in the academy. While watching, the old man said smilingly to the child, "Yuner, see, this is the official school. Not bad, right?" The child had written all over his face. It's not bad. They managed to make a place to read so elegant. The old man smiled slightly. It's just a good look. The so-called official school is just a place for a bunch of mediocre people to talk about themselves. My master will let you know today that true talent and spirituality are things that can never be taught in official schools. At this time, a porter sweeping the floor in the middle of the academy saw an old man and a young man walk in, hastily stepping forward to block. At this moment it is the time for the students of the academy to attend classes. Idle people please evade. The old man grinned. Child, may I ask if the director of your academy is still Lawrence Liu? When the porter heard that the other party could actually call out the dean's name, his expression instantly became respectful for a few minutes. It's Lord Liu. May I ask if you are? You go and tell that old guy that you'll say that his longtime rival, to Saint King Bian, has come for him. Chapter 16, Pairs Competition? Could it be that there's some big announcement to be made? To go so far as to call everyone out. Who is that old man? The usually rare Dean Liu is actually standing next to him as well. And with a child? Are you enrolling in school? What's all the fuss about? No, that child's age should go to the kindergarten. Why would he come to our academy? Afternoon, Xinjiang Academy. Under a wooden platform resembling the podium-like appearance of schools in the latter days, all the students of the academy were in class when they were suddenly all called out. Confused, they stood in a group under the wooden platform, yet it is clearly separated into male and female sides. Lu Qing stood in the line of women, her figure outstanding and full of nobility, but the face looked depressed. She was still bothered by that early morning incident with Jiang Chen. She couldn't figure out even after thinking about it all morning, what exactly Jiang Chen had used to make a girl who had been treated like this by him willing to conceal all his crimes for him. The others on the sidelines were quite heated in their discussions. They were curious about the dean's sudden order to summon everyone. That old man is dressed so plainly, and doesn't look like a scholar, but rather like a landed cropper. How could he stand with the dean? It still seems to be practicing the rights of friendship between the two parties. Strange, really strange. A group of uninformed people, no matter how much they discussed it, were never able to come up with a definitive result. Instead, a sudden gasp erupted from the center among the men who had piled up not far away. After all, I can't believe there's such a connection. Brother Yi really has a lot of insight. No, it's just something I overheard after talking to the husband a lot on weekdays. The women were amazed at this. One of the women said, I'll go ask around, and headed toward the men. A short while later she returned. Surprise was written all over his face. There's actually such an origin. No wonder the dean summoned us all out. Don't sell us short, tell us about it. That old man, do you know who he is? Hua. He is the right saint of the day. To St. You mean, not bad. Our great Zhou since the founding of the country. Respect for literature and martial arts. Martial artists aside, our literati have 8 elegance. The person who has attained the highest level of attainment in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry, wine, flowers and tea, can be called a saint, and can also be personally enthroned by the imperial court. And among these 8 elegants, the sage of poetry is the most rare. And if I remember correctly, the position of the sage of poetry in our great Zhou is still vacant now. But although the position of poetry saint is vacant, but there are several literary seniors. In the once led by the Saint Courtyard Kirin literary meeting to suppress the world of literati, to be recognized by the crowd. To the saint of the self-proclaimed, although there is no imperial title, but also the world is also well known. They are the sage of pairing, the sage of fugue, and the sage of words. This old man is one of the pairs of saints. Wait until the woman tells a group of women what she has poked around. They were both shocked. Someone marveled. I can't imagine that this unkempt old man has such a big head. Some people are amazed. But he suddenly visited our academy, and the dean even asked all of us to gather in one place. And for what? At this time, Lu Qing, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, this elder pair of saints should have two purposes for this visit. Ms. Willow, you know? Lu Qing smiled faintly, putting Jiang Chen's matter behind her for the time being. Explained to the surrounding, yesterday that pair of saint visited my home, and my father's conversation I heard clearly. He came here. One thing is for the official school and private school dispute. There is another thing. Well, Lu Yong shot a glance in front of this is honored by the world to the saint of Wangbian. Laughed. Wang brother is really old and strong. 6 or 7 years have not seen dress but still has won the special line of independence. Wangbian ruffled his disheveled gray hair with unconcern. You're not too bad. After so many years, that preachy smell from back then still hasn't changed. Oh, Lawrence Lu laughed. That familiar tone. It made his mind recall the image of the two of them studying together many years ago, spurring each other on and poking fun at each other. It was such a frivolous time to write. At that time, the two do not want to be an official, only concentrate on learning, the common ideal, but to become a teacher, can get that 500 yuan of monthly support just? Only, one of the two of them was a Confucian, while the other was a madman. Ultimately, they parted ways because of a philosophical battle. One believes that teaching should focus on screening at the outset, leaving the opportunity to read to the truly gifted, and focus on personal training. In order to cultivate a true pillar of talent for the great Joe, talentless people reading will only read more and more stupid, a waste of time. Another argued that the opportunity to study should be spread evenly among more people, so that the truly gifted could emerge from it. The rest, even if they are not as good, can gain a skill to support their families by studying. Later, one of the two joined the official school and became the dean of the Qingjiang Academy. One opens private schools and occasionally travels around, looking for true geniuses to take on as disciples and painstakingly teach. I'm getting too old to teach. Lawrence Lu's faraway thoughts were suddenly pulled back by Wang Bian's sentence. His eyes were drawn to the white hair that had crept over the other man at some point. Indeed, the other side is getting old. It wasn't just the other guy who was getting old, but how could he not already be old himself? So, inquired Lawrence Lu testily. So it's about time for our two mediocre talents, the argument that has lasted for so many years, to come to a conclusion. Wang Bian suddenly laughed. You mean? Lawrence Lu's eyes flickered slightly as he looked to the side. This deceased person who was also an enemy and a friend of his own did not come alone today. He also brought a child. But, the child is but 11 or 12 years old, and his face is still tender and innocent. After reading for so many years, Lawrence Lu was gradually able to understand some of the thoughts of this former friend. He knew that everyone was born with an aura. It was only a difference of how much. The difference between this point of aura of a human being is really greater than that between a human being and a monkey. With the support of this aura, there are children who can only read a few words, but they can write poems that make the readers who have studied hard for more than 10 years to fold their pens and pin their ink. He guessed that this child must be a genius selected by Wang Bian, but he couldn't imagine how. The other side would have a child no more than 12 or 13 years old as a battle of ideas that they've been battling for decades and haven't been able to win or lose. Therefore, Lawrence Lu was silent, for a moment waiting for the other party to open his mouth. Wang Bian smiled slightly, knowing that the other guy more or less saw the door. Then he stopped selling out. One hand pressed on the child's back and pushed the child forward. My shut-in disciple, who takes my surname Wang and has a single name, Yun. This child is a true genius. Wang Yun was pushed out by his master, and when he was surveyed by Lawrence Lu with a serious gaze, he instinctively became a bit timid and turned his head to look at his master. Wang Bian handed him a reassuring look and gently stroked his back as he continued. Later, you can arbitrarily send someone from the academy to challenge him, whether it is a student, or a craftsman who teaches, or even you yourself can personally go down to the field to compete with him, as long as someone is able to win over him. In the game of pairs I will count you as a winner. How? Lawrence Lu's eyes stared, full of disbelief. Even though he knew his friend very well, he couldn't help but be appalled by his wild and frightening tone. You mean to tell me that none of my court full of scholars can match the boy in pairs? Lawrence Lu finished, after a long moment of silence, still feeling insulted. His tone also vaguely contained some anger. Do you really think that only your disciples have geniuses within them? Chapter 17, Kid Brother, the real genius? I didn't say that. Wang Bian raised his head to look at the sky, and at the end of the day, his eyes went downward, showing a bit of arrogance. If I win, I don't just want you to admit defeat. I also want you to leave the place of that student in your academy who is going to the Academy of Saints to pursue his studies to this disciple of mine. How about it? This is your real purpose, isn't it? Lawrence Liu threw out his big sleeve and snorted coldly. Wang Bian couldn't care less. Just tell me if you promise or not. If you don't agree, the two of us, master and disciple, will turn around and leave. In no way will we delay you from continuing your lessons. In his heart, Lu Yong cursed this old madman for being so rude. He had already gathered all the students of the academy, and at this time if the other party left, has he not become a fool of the people? Lawrence Liu's gaze looked toward the dozens and hundreds of academy students on the stage. Soon a glance in the crowd saw Yi Ting, who stood out from the rest. Speaking of the name of genius, do you think that just because your disciples are all geniuses, my academy has no one? Not to mention, the one you have is only a childish. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and turned his head to Wang Bian. Okay, I'll agree to your terms. At those words, joy instantly appeared on Wang Bian's face. It was as if it was just a matter of throwing up his hands to win the bet. Seeing him in such a demeanor, Lawrence Liu couldn't help but darken his face and immediately added, however, I also want you to agree to my conditions. There's no harm in listening. Wang Bian said indifferently. If you lose, I want you to join the Qingjiang Academy and become one of our masters. And this child, too, will become a student of my academy. When Wang Bian heard this, his face also changed. Hey, good you Lu Yong, actually hit up my idea? You know very well that I can't stand the most is your kind of place that doesn't distinguish between mediocre geniuses and geniuses all at once. Moreover, I just said that I don't intend to teach. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lawrence Liu in a cold voice. You mean to say that a place to the Academy of Saints is no better than an old thing like you? Wang Bian couldn't help but mutter. What can I say? At least I have crowned a saint on my body. A self-appointed mongrel saint is considered a saint? Hiss. Wang Bian had originally brought his talented disciples to show off hard here at Lawrence Liu, so he had made enough gestures when he came. But as a result, when he heard this, he really gave a gasp. Okay, I'll agree to your request. I won't lose anyway. Just don't renege on your debt when you lose. Lawrence Liu slanted a glance at the old thing across the street. I'm the head of a court. You're a country piker who wanders around. You're worried about me relying on your account? I haven't worried about you reneging on your account. Then let's wait and see. After that, Lawrence Liu walked onto the stage. In front of all the students of the academy, the matter was announced grandly. Everyone on the stage had long since understood the name of that scruffy old man's pair of saints. When they heard the dean announce that they were going to bet against this one, joy instantly appeared on their faces. This is a man with the word saint in his name. If one of them, by some fluke, wins this one, wouldn't that be, even Yi Ting, who had always been noble, when he heard the news? A few moments of emotion also surfaced on his face in a rare manner. However, their inner excitement lasted less than 3 seconds. Then was the next behavior of Dean Liu. Directly poured a bucket of cold water, only to see that Dean Liu, from the side led a child who looked like a porter, to the very center of the wooden platform. If you can beat this kid. No one cared what Dean said afterward anymore. Every student on the stage had a look on their face like they had eaten a fly. What the hell? Aren't you competing against the Holy Spirit? Does this kid know how to read and write, and you're comparing him to them? Everyone had the dismay of being riveted and fist pumping with the intention of doing something big, only to realize that the enemy was heir. The students were weakened for a moment. There was even a bit of a bewildered crosstalk. For half a day I thought it was so important, but it turned out to be this. Is the dean specializing in having people come to humiliate us? A child so young. Boring. Yi Ting also didn't expect his already trolled appetite to usher in such an unfolding. When Lawrence Liu saw that the people on stage were so gullible, he was so angry that he directly stomped his foot. My academy has never taught you to treat people with this kind of arrogance. Today the words of the old man are put here. In a moment if anyone loses to Wang Yun in a pair, they will go and copy the laws of my academy 100 times. Hearing the dean actually put out such harsh words, only then did the expressions of the crowd on stage become slightly more serious. However, that kind of arrogance and contempt from the bottom of the heart is always lingering. It wasn't until that a student, who was usually quite knowledgeable about the game of pairs, stepped up to the stage with the intention of trying out the challenge. As a result, he was easily defeated by Wang Yun in a few words. Everyone's face, since this moment finally began to become wonderful. Among the outer sheds, the building is almost empty at this point. There were only 2 people in the bookstore. One was Jiang Chen, and the other was Zhao Qingjun. Someone from the party came and summoned everyone to go forward and gather. All the scribes didn't dare to be slow, and rushed out in a single surge. A few of Jiang Chen's juniors also held the mentality of looking around with the intention of going to take a look. Jiang Chen was the only one who was indifferent to such things. It's not like he didn't explain anything ahead of time and just told people to go over there. so it's probably just a speech from the dean that's not nutritious or useful. Jiang Chen had avoided such things in his previous life. Time is short in this life, and it's even less likely to go. And Zhao Qingjuan's starting point for staying was even simpler and rougher. In the middle of the academy, she hated that she couldn't keep an eye on Jiang Chen at all times, never let go of any opportunity to potentially grasp the evidence of Jiang Chen's guilt. So at this moment in the quiet bookstore, there was such a bizarre scene. Jiang Chen sat in front of the bookcase with his head lowered to read, while the lady teacher sat on the other side of the bookcase with her chin supported. Without blinking, he stared at Jiang Chen. The entire person looking at Jiang Chen was a little hairy, eyelids jumping straight up. Finally, Jiang Chen couldn't help himself and violently closed his book. "Husband, what are you doing staring at me like that? Don't do anything. See you reading seriously. Let as a husband I am deeply gratified." Zhao Qingjun slowly stretched his waist. All of a sudden the beautiful body curves were displayed in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly avoided the sight. Zhao Qingjuan's slanted downward afterglow noticed the scene, slightly surprised. "You actually know about molestation? Jiang Chen, husband and wife, can you not disturb me reading a book into it? You also know that I'm a teacher. Doesn't that give you the opportunity to learn with a humble mind? If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Chapter 18, like pears? Come on, let's make it harder for you, Zhao Qingjun rightfully said. After all, there are too many things in the books that are worth repeating, and if no one is pointing out to read the books in a bored manner, it will only be twice the effort and half the result. You can't read the books without a little bit of doubt, right? This is something that no one can do. Thanks. No, Jiang Chen replied coldly, unmoved. He continued to look at a medical book in his hands. Jiang Chen didn't know what was wrong with this female teacher, who suddenly made a sound every now and then to interrupt his attention that was just about to be immersed in a book. She took out a book about pairs of pears from the side and read it aloud to herself. The voice doesn't close at all. It was as if he was deliberately stimulating Jiang Chen's mind. Hearing Jiang Chen's temples jutting out, eyes can't hold back. That's when a familiar voice came. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked sideways. Then he saw Cui Yinxiu poking out half of his head from the doorway, his dark, black eyes darting around, glancing inside. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. You looking for me? How did you know I was here? I heard it from Mr. Gao. Oh, Jiang Chen was instantly enlightened. The so-called Gao Gongzi was one of his few playboys. Something's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Cui Yinxiu froze, then hastily shook her head. No, nothing. Why are you looking for me when there's nothing going on? Jiang Chen wondered. Cui Yinxiu hesitated for a moment and said, the dean summoned everyone in the academy, saying that he had made a bet with the current pair of saints, and that everyone would be able to go up and challenge them. What's a pair of saints? Jiang Chen interjected. Zhao Qingjun, who was at the side, opened his mouth to explain. The saint of pairs, as the name suggests, is the person with the most powerful pairs of pears in the world today. With that, she raised the collection of pears in her hand. Pears? It's fun. It's the game that best demonstrates a literati's skill in phrasing. It's all the rage in the Great Zhou. Go check it out? Not going. Not interested. Jiang Chen didn't listen to anything outside the window with both ears, and he was only interested in reading the holy books. Hearing Zhao Qingjuan's explanation, Cui Yunxiu looked at her. Jiang Chen pointed to Zhao Qingjun, casually introduced. This, Zhang Ling, the new husband of the outer house. Well, female husband. So it's a husbandman. Cui Yunxiu was startled, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Zhao Qingjun politely said, Miss Cui is exempt. Her words had just fallen. Cui Yunxiu looked at her doubtfully. Mrs. Zhang, you know me? Zhao Qingjun was confused. Suffered. She had just wandered off to think about what kind of relationship this Jiang Chen had with this Cui Yunxiu. It turned out to be an accidental mouthful. She didn't know any Cui Yunxiu in her current status. Zhao Qingjuan's heart raced as she saw that she was in danger of being exposed, and countless claims flashed through her mind, only to be denied by her one by one. Just when she was at her wit's end, Cui Yunxiu's face suddenly darkened. It's me who's being abrupt. I guess husband Zhang has also heard the rumors about me in the academy. Zhao Qingjun hurriedly agreed. Yes. Jiang Chen slanted a glance at her. Another look at Cui Yunxiu. Why does it feel like there's something going on in both of these people's minds? However, Jiang Chen wasn't a nosy master, and if people weren't willing to talk about it themselves, it was natural for him to unnecessarily take the initiative to ask. He looked at Cui Yunxiu. So you've come to ask me to go to that what's-his-name pair competition? I'm not going. I'm busy. No, not. Cui Yunxiu shook her head hurriedly. I came to learn the art of healing from you. Learning the art of medicine? Jiang Chen froze. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I want to continue learning medical skills from you. Cui Yunxiu's face was flushed, and her tone seemed a little cautious. If it's possible, I can prepare a master worship ceremony. Jiang Chen fell into silence. Last night, when the system set up the task, he did instruct Cui Yunxiu on some knowledge related to the medical arts, but he wasn't sure if the system would still reward him for repeating teaching a person. This Thai system didn't show any sign of trying to warn him either. Jiang Chen gazed at Cui Yunxiu, just a twinkle of unease and a certain expectation in the other's fawn-like eyes, like a lamb waiting for its fate to be judged. Tender and helpless, Jiang Chen had seen the attitude of the ordinary people in this academy when they faced themselves, and knew that she had taken this step with great determination. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Chen finally said, "There's no need for a teacher worship ceremony or anything like that. This way, ask me what you don't understand and I'll teach you to try." Cui Yunxiu was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly said gratefully, "Mr. Jiang, thank you, and don't call me Mr. Jiang, just call me Jiang Chen, okay? Jiang Chen." Soon the two were engaged in one-on-one instruction, as they had been last night. Jiang Chen was soon pleasantly surprised. When he was teaching Cui Yunxiu himself, the system even reacted. +1 positive energy value, +1 positive energy value, +1 positive energy value. Jiang Chen came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the quests issued by the system were just to remind him to learn and do good. Even without the system mission, as long as he did similar things, he would get more system rewards. The discovery of this point caused Jiang Chen to be overjoyed. You know, teaching something like that is not the same as reading. Teaching is available one-to-many. Zhao Qingjun, her eyes widened in wonder. The two people in front of her, surprisingly, completely ignored her existence, intoxicated in the middle of studying and discussing. But, hello, figure it out. She's the master of this academy, okay? If you have a question, don't ask her, ask Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen looked like someone who was very proficient in medical skills. Generally, those who are proficient in medical skills are well versed in the way of health maintenance and longevity, and at the same age, the whole essence of the person is different from that of an ordinary person. With Jiang Chen's obviously overindulged face, how could he not have any real skills? Zhao Qingjun didn't know much about medicine herself, but in her heart, she was extremely skeptical that Jiang Chen was just teaching nonsense. That's not good. She couldn't care less if Jiang Chen learned blindly on his own, but if he still wants to teach, this medical stuff is not taught well, and in the future, people will be killed. Zhao Qingjun clenched her teeth and suddenly spoke out. "Miss Hypnotic, I see that you guys have been learning for so long. Come and play some pairs of pairs for leisure?" Cui Yunxiu shook her head. "No husband, I'm not tired yet." Jiang Chen also looked at Zhao Qingjun. "Teacher, can you be quiet?" "Can't." Zhao Qingjun straightened up and said righteously, "Everyone else is actively participating in the competition of the academy, but you two are the only ones who are disobedient and different. This is putting the cart before the horse. As a scholar, how can I tolerate the two of you wasting your time like this?" When she finished, she stood up and thrust her back. "This girl orders you two, in the name of the scholar's teacher, to immediately put down the books in your hands and go forward to join everyone." Jiang Chen sighed. "Let's put it this way, teacher, I'll come up with a pair. If you can get it right, I'll listen to you. Put down the book and leave. If you can't get it right, just keep quiet, okay?" At those words, both Cui Yunxiu and Zhao Qingjun looked at him in surprise. "Zhao Qingjun, you still know how to make pears? How fresh is it? If you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run?" Jiang Chen skimmed her. "Fetch a pen and paper." Zhao Qingjun sized him up suspiciously for a few moments before turning around to fetch a pen and paper. Jiang Chen wasn't very good at using the ancient quills, and dipped the ink and wrote on the paper. Looking aside, the two women's eyelids fluttered. There's always the feeling that the other person is there to spoil things. I only saw Jiang Chen's spirit in pen. Just wrote the first word. The two women's faces suddenly changed drastically. "Cui Yunxiu, Jiang Chen, this word of yours." Zhao Qingjun was not polite at all, so ugly. Jiang Chen glared at her. "What do you care?" With that, he continued to wield his ink with abandon. It didn't take long to write. 5 unstructured words appeared on a large sheet of rice paper. Zhao Qingjun's expression was disgusted as he stretched his head to look at it. Upon careful identification, she unconsciously pronounced, "Smoke locks, the pond, willow." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain in his eyes. "That's it?" Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything. Zhao Qingjun skimmed his mouth. "Isn't this kind of simple pair of words just coming out of your mouth? Thanks to you pretending to be an inscrutable model." Her head was racing, and she quickly came up with a self-consciously good next line, and was about to blurt it out. Unexpectedly at this time, Cui Yunxiu, who was on the side, had an expression that slowly became thoughtful from the initial doubt. A final shocked sound. "Slow down, slow down. This epigram. Chapter 19, he calmly throws out 1,000 absolutes. When Shui Yunqiu initially saw that 5-character couplet, she also only focused on experiencing the imagery between the lines. 5 words, 3 images. Smoke, pond, willow. In a few simple words, it sketches a picture of an early morning before the morning fog clears, and the willow trees by the pond are hidden in the smoke. The use of the word lock is even more subtle. It's really quite a good use of words, in terms of image sense. But, if that's all this top line is, it would be too easy to match the bottom line. Even a 6 or 7-year-old child can easily be right as long as the method is right. For example, fog or clouds to correspond to smoke, rivers or lakes to correspond to ponds, and finally boats or ships to correspond to the scene of willow. Shui Yunqiu pondered this and also thought that the next couplet was almost out. But she unintentionally skimmed Jiang Chen with her gaze. Only Jiang Chen stood there with his hands clasped over his chest, calm and collected. Shui Yunqiu then suddenly thought of the contrast between his surface dude uneducated and despised. But behind the scenes he was keen to learn and had a kind personality. Could a couplet that he could write so confidently be that simple on a child's level? So Shui Yunqiu once again surrendered her gaze to that piece of rice paper. At that look, she really saw the door. Jiang Chen's handwriting wasn't very recognizable. But because of this, the partials of that text and the overall word were better able to be distinguished by the eye. Fire, gold, water, earth, wood. Zhao Qingjun hadn't understood why Shui Yunqiu suddenly made a shocked sound, but when the 5 words representing the 5 elements were mumbled out by Shui Yunqiu, to be precise, it was when Shui Yunqiu read the second word water. She also had an immediate epiphany. Immediately after that, he immediately fixed his eyes dead center on the offsets of the 5 words on that rice paper. Then, she made an incredulous sound. The partials of these 5 characters actually correspond exactly to the 5 elements. Zhao Qingjun snapped his head up to look at Jiang Chen. How on earth did you come up with such a subtle top line? Jiang Chen didn't offer an explanation. I just laughed and said, isn't it fun to play pairs? You continue to play pair out, I will answer you again. After saying that, he pulled Shui Yunqiu, who was still in shock, to sit in front of the bookcase. Shui Yunqiu was still lost in thought. Countless words in her head keep piecing together and reorganizing. But how can she not put together a lower line that can nestle into the one Jiang Chen gave? This is just too subtle. It wasn't until Jiang Chen put his hand in front of her eyes and shook it that she came back to her senses. Jiang Gong. No, Jiang Chen, that couplet. Jiang Chen shook his head. Don't worry, she won't be able to correct that couplet. Laughing dead. Smoke lot pond willow this 5 words. But in his that culture ahead of here thousands of years of the world are known as the existence of 1,000 years of absolute. Zhao Qingjun would be damned if he could get it right. Shui Yunqiu was dumbfounded, and looked at Zhao Qingjun, who was not far away at this time, as if she did not want to care about anything, staring at the rice paper with a deadpan gaze, her gaze so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the bookcase under the rice paper. Shui Yunqiu had a premonition that next, she and Jiang Chen would spend an incomparably quiet time studying, but only if that superscription doesn't keep leaping around in her head. Seeing such a subtle top line for the first time, Shui Yunqiu had absolutely no way of stopping herself from thinking about it. Even the one-on-one teaching that was supposed to be concentrating on listening to Jiang Chen puzzle out the medical issues for herself didn't have a way of pulling back her distracted attention. Above the wooden platform, one tall, one short, one big, one small, a child of less than 12 years old stood opposite a man in a scholar's robe. A man's voice, already very flustered, said, "Paper cartwheels." The man finished and wiped the sweat off his face, having thought he at least had a reprieve. I can't imagine that after less than 5 breaths, the tender, but organized children's voice rang out again from the opposite side, asked the ghosts and gods and witches before the seat. The man heard the child's reply and acted as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at the child whose expression hadn't changed since the beginning with wide eyes in disbelief, as if he was looking at a demon. He hadn't felt anything when he was watching from below the stage, but when he got on the stage, he really felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from the kid in front of him. Let his brain run as fast as it can. Let his head flash and come up with what a subtle superscription off the top of his head. All of them will be dismantled by the opponent in the shortest possible time and the next couplet will be corrected. It made him feel as if his nearly 20 years of hard study had all been fed to the dogs. Right again, and still so fast. Everyone on the stage was shocked, and unbelievable voices came out. At first, everyone was surprised to see that the object that was pulled out by the dean to compete with the students of the academy was nothing more than a kindergarten child. The hearts were all very contemptuous. However, when one after another person went up to the stage to challenge, but without exception, they lost. Everyone began to realize that things were not right. Where did this kid teach this monster? It was as if there were no pairs he couldn't match. Not only were the answers very fast, but the counterpoints were also very neat. Even the hidden mysteries in many pairs were easily resolved by him. The crowd was still recovering from the surprise they had just experienced. The kid was already speaking in rapid succession. Face-to-face noodles. When the opposite scholar heard these 5 words, his face turned bitter. There are 3 identical words in 5 simple words, and this kind of double entendre into a sentence is the most time-consuming of all couplets. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths. The young scholar's face grew pale as he felt the eyes of the entire room looking at him, but on the contrary, he is now so nervous that his mind is blank. 20 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. At the last 10 points, the young scribe had a flash of light in his head. Hurriedly, he said, "I thought of it," yet not waiting for him to speak again. Time. Mouth-to-mouth kissing. 2 voices sounded at the same time. The whole room froze. A roar of laughter erupted immediately afterward. The child across from the young scholar was holding his stomach and laughing with joy. Ha 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 ha. This big brother. Are you ashamed? Chapter 20, Yi Ting, the last face of the academy? The young scribe listened to the laughter coming from all directions. His face was red and showed a few ugly faces. He took his hand and pointed at Wang Yun. You, what are you laughing at? And yet half the time you don't get it right. Not far away. Wang Bian's old face held back a smile as he joked to the side of Lu Yong. Ha ha ha, old thing. This is your academy students. Funny as hell. This exquisite next couplet. Ordinary people can't come up with it. It can really be described as walking on the edge of the sword in exhausting creation. Ha 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 ha, mouth-to-mouth kissing. Ha 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 ha, the dean of the academy, Lawrence Liu. At this time, his face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. The young scholar inclined his head to look. There was still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Dean, I have this pair of. He glared fiercely at the scholar. You copy the rules of our academy 100 times for me. Don't go down yet. The sky fell on the young scribe as he listened. He hung his head and headed for the stage, muttering under his breath as he went, I obviously got it right. Unexpectedly this was overheard by Lawrence Liu. He was so angry that he immediately added, You copy me 200 times. That young scholar sniffed and no longer dared to push more. 2 legs stomping fast, down the stage, immediately rooted into the pile of people disappeared. Lawrence Liu looked at the crowd on the stage and took a few deep breaths before he suppressed the emotions within him. He also realized that he had just lost his temper. But who could stand this? He worked hard and diligently most of his life. For what? Just for the sake of fighting? But this breath was not contested, and he almost died of anger. 6 or 7 people came up to the stage one after another, and they were all easily outclassed by this Wang Yun. For a moment, even Lawrence Liu himself was skeptical about what he had been insisting on all along. Is it possible that all his students are mediocre? The silver money allocated by the government can only produce a bunch of mediocre people? Lawrence Liu skimmed aside Wang Bian. The other side had long since morphed into a villainous face. No bookish reserve. Old Lua, is there anyone else from your academy? It's embarrassing to keep my disciple waiting up there. I think, why don't you just point out 10 of the most outstanding people in your academy and let them challenge my disciple on stage at the same time? How? When speaking on the spur of the moment, Wang Bian's eyebrows flew and he couldn't help but burst into laughter again. It stung to the core in the ears of Lawrence Liu, but there was nothing he could do about it. Filled with anger, he raged viciously, before looking helplessly at the stage. Anyone else want to pick? The words were not yet spoken. An upright figure peeled away from the crowd and stepped out from amongst them. He politely arched his hand toward Lawrence Liu, looking confident. Dean, please let me try on the stage. When that voice came, everyone on and off the entire stage froze for a split second. Immediately afterward they all got excited. Great, it's Brother Yi. We're saved. Brother Yi, don't be polite. Teach this little brat a hard lesson and let him know that there are heavens beyond the heavens. The face of our academy depends on you, Brother Yi. Lawrence Liu's originally tightly frowned eyebrows also stretched like a relief the moment he saw Yi Ting appear. Wang Bian, who was on the side, saw this scene of the crowd boiling over and stroked his chin in thought. Instrumental, simple but not lacking in elegance, modest but not lacking in sharpness. Your broken academy does still have a few disciples who look good. Wang Bian couldn't help but laugh a little when he heard Lu Yong's words, and immediately analyzed them wistfully beside his ear. You're saying this because you're afraid that this genius of yours from the academy will lose, thus dampening your confidence? So you're going to say that this genius of yours from the academy is just simply dabbling, and once he loses, you can use that as an excuse so that he can come down to the stage. Can't see that you still care about this genius from your academy? That special quota to go to the Sage Academy to pursue studies is specifically for him, isn't it? So what if it is? Lu Yong glared at Wang Bian. Wang Bian, however, as if he didn't see it, stroked his chin and continued. It's a pity. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, if I say, this disciple of mine, I also never let him specialize in drilling the pair of pairs together. Everything is just his own interest? Lawrence Liu retorted without thinking. Do you think I will believe it? He is your disciple. What can he learn if he doesn't specialize in learning pairs from you? Wang Bian smiled slightly. As you said, a true genius, only a little dabbling can make the next person cannot catch up. I picked and chose the genius for decades. Do you think that this child is just an ordinary genius? Lawrence Liu's brow furrowed again. What you mean is, Wang Bian did not answer immediately this time. Instead, his eyes suddenly looked into the depths of the academy. In the deepest part of this academy, near where the outer house is located, there is a monument whose name is the Sage Monument. At the time of the founding of the Great Zhou, the prophecy that the appearance of saints would ensure the immortality of the Great Zhou for 1,000 years would be fulfilled. When would it be fulfilled? Where will it be fulfilled? Do you still remember? There was a sudden buzz in Lawrence Liu's head as he looked incredulously at the child on the wooden platform not far away. You mean, this kid, he said halfway, immediately stopped, fiercely glared at Wang Bian, that after all is just a rumor just. This you also believe? Wang Bian smiled without saying anything. The conversation between the two ended there, and they both looked at the stage at the same time. Yi Ting was already on the stage, standing face to face with the kid across from him. Unlike the previous upstager, Yi Ting didn't lose his manners just because the other party was a small child. Instead, he bowed slightly towards the other party. Although your excellency is young, you are already good enough to be my teacher when it comes to the learning of pairs. My name is Yi Ting. I would like to ask for guidance. Wang Yun's entire body had become somewhat inflated after winning over several academy scholars one after another. Hearing this, he just waved his hand toward the other party. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. The rude point was clearly inherited from his master's wild streak. Yi Ting, Wang Bian, Jim Liu. Lawrence Liu looked at Wang Bian, who looked up at the sky, not meeting his eyes. Wang Yun on the stage cocked his head and sized up Yi Ting, and suddenly said, by the looks of it, you should be the best at pairs here. That is to say, as long as I win against you, I don't have to pair up again today? Yi Ting smiled slightly and didn't trust himself to answer this question. Instead, he reached out his hand as an invitation. And please, Your Excellency, let's start with the question. Wang Yun shook his head and said rather confidently, lest you win and say I'm bullying you, I'll let you go first. Yi Ting froze and a bitter smile appeared on his face, unable to imagine that he was so despised by a small child. But the reputation of the academy was at stake, and it wasn't stupid enough not to take the lead that could easily come to hand. If that's the case, then I'll be respectful. When he finished, his tone paused slightly for a moment. Name a link. 2 tails and 3 coins for all seasons. After Yi Ting finished speaking, he looked at the other party steadily, and the other man didn't let him down. After only 3 short breaths, he suddenly made a face at him. 3 pounds, 4 tails of 5 flake meat. Chapter 21, Yi Ting's defeat. Lu Qing's worry. Cock attack cock. Knights discriminate against knights. Empty boats don't carry followers. No do Saruso Tsukishiman. The 2 men on the stage were not in a war of words, but they were also going back and forth. The literati's way of comparing may seem mild and not as intuitive as a martial artist's real sword, but once you really get into it, you can deeply understand what it means to be dangerous. The clinical competition is about quick talent. Every sentence that comes out of your mouth has to be circled several times in your mind, not only for speed, but also for precision. Great test of reaction time and thinking skills, as well as experience on both sides. But even so, every time a line of the first couplet emerged from the mouths of the 2 people on the stage, the other person would also come up with the next couplet in a very short period of time. Every time the pairing reached a subtle point, it would immediately draw hoots and hollers from everyone on stage. Earlier, Wang Yun had displayed his terrifying prowess in pairing pairs in front of everyone. In the hearts of many people on the stage, they can't help but feel a sense of oppression that this person is invincible. However, Yi Ting standing out still made everyone in the academy's heart instantly have an extra pillar. This child is indeed a genius, but how could Brother Yi not be? When Brother Yi was the same age as him, he might not have lost to him, not to mention that nowadays Brother Yi has several years of accumulated learning over this child. Brother Yi definitely won't lose, but it just depends on how he's going to win. Not far away, Wang Bian was calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was also Tisk's king. Even if you don't want to recognize this old thing Lu's claims, this wide casting of his net is really a way to pocket some talent. Lawrence Liu, who was on the sidelines, could see the unease in his heart, a slight inclination of her head, her gaze signaling, how is it? Can my disciple from this academy still fit into your old man's eyes? Wang Bian laughed. If I had seen him a few years ago, I would have used every means possible to take him as a disciple. Lawrence Liu was surprised. What about now? Now, Wang Bian's mouth grinned up to his ears. Beggars think steamed buns are delicious because they haven't seen a real mountain of flavor. What do you say? Lawrence Liu froze for a moment. The next second burst into a rage. You old thing. He naturally heard the praise and criticism in Wang Bian's words. To actually compare him to a beggar, and comparing the most outstanding disciple of his academy today to a bun in a beggar's eye, is that a bad thing to do? Forgive the decades of friendship between the two. Lu Yong has long understood the other side of that madness to the fullest, but still by the words of anger. But just as he was about to say something, not far from the stage, a sudden clamor came from the stage, pulling his attention back. What happened? Lawrence Lu immediately asked Wang Bian, who was on the sidelines. Unexpectedly, Wang Bian suddenly clasped his fists at him and laughed. The victory has been decided. Old thing, I apologize. Victory and defeat have been decided? Wasn't there a back and forth just now? What the hell happened? Lawrence Lu looked sharply at the stage again. It was only that Yi Ting, whose expression was extremely bland and self-contained not long ago, had an unusually grave expression at this moment. It was as if they had encountered some unsolvable problem. Muttered the words, 3 lights, sun, moon and stars. 3 lights, sun, moon and stars. 3 words can't be reused, but they are followed by a gap of only 3 words. How should this be filled in? Yi Ting had thought that if the other party and himself could go toe-to-toe, it would already be an incredible thing. Only he himself knows, although he looks light on the surface, but inwardly, has long been playing 12 points of spirit, putting to good use his decade plus of skill at wordplay. But in the end, he realized that he had underestimated the kid across the street. This kid is more terrifying than any opponent he has ever encountered. Coldly this 5-word double correlation came out. It then caused Yi Ting to be instantly disoriented. For the first time in his life, Yi Ting experienced a sense of frustration called talent is inferior to others. Although the pair of pairs does not mean anything, but in the opinion of Yi Ting, who is used to being superior in any coursework, this is something big enough to shake faith. Yi Ting's expression could no longer remain subdued. The head was also starting to get incredibly confused. All the knowledge he'd read, the countless words, were bouncing left and right in his head, but he couldn't nestle the one he needed to use at the moment. Yi Ting's head became even more confused. A few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He could no longer hear the clamor from the stage and dared not look at it again. He wondered what kind of disappointment those fellow students were looking at him with. Or perhaps they were also so surprised by the couplet Wan Yun came up with that they lost their voice? Time passed little by little, tormenting Yi Ting's heart. Finally, competition time. Dean Lawrence Lu's voice came from not far away. The dust has settled. I don't blame you for not being able to match this pair. Even I, the young master, can seldom write such a good top line. You're very powerful. More powerful than any opponent I've encountered before. One person in the academy lives up to his name. It's just a shame you met me. Yi Ting looked up when he heard the voice, only to see the kid across the street scratching his head and smiling heartily, his figure somehow becoming much taller. He then realized he had dropped to the floor at some point. At this moment, the eyes of everyone under the stage were also filled with incredulity. Brother Yi actually, really lost. This is impossible. This kid must have swindled. How could Brother Yi lose? Where is the room for deception in plain sight? But, is outrageous. I can't accept it. I demand a rematch. Yes, something must have gone wrong. Strongly requesting a rematch. There's absolutely no way Brother Yi could lose to a kid. Just as the group began to stir. Enough. Yi Ting stood up shakily from the stage and looked down at the stage. Fellow students, I, Yi, have already lost and am convinced. Please don't say words like that again. After saying that, he looked at Wang Yun. I respectfully saluted. I am not as well learned as others. It is you who have one, and this last couplet, I can't correct it. The child smiled cheekily and turned his head to the stage. Surname Yi has said that he can't get it right. So if someone can get this top line right, they can come up and challenge me directly. How about it? His words fell, but no one on the stage made a sound. Each bowed their heads, like they were thinking, and like they were ashamed. Yi Ting looked at this scene and felt deeply powerless before his eyes looked at Dean Lu Yong with a slightly unwilling look and bowed slightly. Dean, the student's skills are not as good as his peers. I've let you down. Lawrence Lu waved his hand at him, seeming to have accepted the result as well. After watching Yi Ting turn around and go down the stage, only then did he look aside at Wang Bian. He gritted his teeth, but eventually sighed. You win. Wang Bian arched his hand and laughed. I knew this would be the outcome. Lawrence Lu heard. The heart is again a burst of upset. This disciple of yours is indeed a genius. His last that link, I also cannot be right. But, as he spoke, his words changed. You've searched for your entire life, and you've only come across one Wang Yun. But my academy, on the other hand, can produce a Yi Ting every few years. Wang Bian nodded his head in agreement. Right, you're right, but my disciple won. Lawrence Lu was stymied by his perfunctory attitude and didn't want to say anything more. Immediately, he gave an expulsion order and coldly said, the Sage Academy token is under the Sage Monument in the deepest part of the academy. You now take this disciple of yours to fetch it and then hurry up and get out of my way. Hey, this old thing is in a hurry. Wang Bian was happy. He really hadn't been this happy in years. After arguing with this old rival for most of his life on the issue of education, and now that he had finally split the difference and could show off in front of the other side as the winner, how could he possibly want to leave just like that? Then he rushed at Wang Yun on the stage. Good disciple. Master is going to catch up with this master of yours. The location of the Sage Academy's token that I told you about earlier is in the forest behind that academy's outer house. Nowadays, any place in this academy is like no man's land for you, so just go and get it alone. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. Previously, although he had turned around in this academy, but that was after all in the company of his master, and he was not even able to go in the study hall. A child's nature is always to wonder and explore. He had never been to the academy since he was a child, and now that he had the chance to see for himself, he certainly wouldn't be unhappy, so he immediately led the order. Yes, master. Turning his head, he joyfully got off the stage and ran towards the depths of the academy like a wild animal. All the students of the academy under the stage could only look on with bated breath. Still can't seem to believe it. So many of them ended up losing to a kid. The look of hatred on the faces of the husbands watching from the sidelines was almost plastered on their faces. No one dared to move until the dean and husbandman gave the word. The atmosphere seemed dull and depressing. Suddenly, Lu Qing in the crowd suddenly remembered something. The place the child is heading to should be the Sage Monument. Right, there is a token there that he needs. The man next to him wondered. Yeah, what's wrong? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Lu Qing's expression was odd as he slowly voiced his doubts. Jiang Chen didn't come in response to the call. He should still be in the outer sheds. With his unscrupulous behavior, if this child accidentally bumped into him or even messed with him, everyone's faces changed when they heard this. No good. Chapter 22, Jiang Chen, I heard you're good at pairs? Master told me that my power in pairing pairs of words has reached a point where I can stand alone in the world, and it turns out that I don't believe it. I came to the academy today to try it out. And it's really true. Wang Yun carried his small hand, a pretense of maturity, and shook it 3 times. From the front yard of the Qingjiang Academy, he passed through a veranda of water pavilions and attics, and gradually traveled to a piece of low and simple wooden houses. He wasn't in a hurry at all. I just want to enjoy the scenery in the middle of this academy alone. With such a beautiful scenery for him to visit alone, Wang Yun's heart could not help but rise a few moments of self-satisfaction. He won it all on merit. But the truth is, he didn't have much confidence at the start of this fight, because the only opponent he usually competed against was that master of his, consistently winning less and losing more. But as people continued to lose to him, his confidence gradually expanded. It turned out that he was so good. Who else is one's rival in the pairing of pairs, except the master? Without realizing it, Wang Yun arrived at the outer house of the academy. He looked at a few wooden houses and bamboo row buildings not far away, and a bamboo forest behind them. That sage monument should be located deep within that bamboo forest, right? Master said that the token there would give me the opportunity to study at the highest academy. With this thought, he intended to walk towards the bamboo forest. But suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Wang Yun turned his head and realized that the voice was coming from among the bookstore on the side. Shui Yunxiu, do you know what the pulse of a pregnant woman looks like? This how would I know? What are you ashamed of? We're just discussing normal medical knowledge. The way of pulse diagnosis is vast and profound. You must not be distracted. I know it. Teach me. I'll listen carefully. It was while Jiang Chen was giving Cui Yunxiu one-on-one tutoring. Zhao Qingjun, who was on the side, was grasping at straws. Can you two keep your voices down? Don't distract me. She scratched her head in exasperation, staring at the top line on the bookcase in front of her. The couplet had trapped her for a full incense stick of time, yet she still didn't have a clue. It annoyed her. While the sounds of Jiang Chen and Cui Yunxiu's conversation next to her continued to interrupt her thoughts, it made her finally experience the pain of Jiang Chen not long ago when she was always interrupted by her to read and study. Just as she was about to storm out, a childish voice suddenly caught her attention at the door. Are you also from this academy? At those words, Zhao Qingjun immediately looked towards the door. After realizing that it was just a child, he lost interest and immediately lowered his head to look at a couplet on the paper. As for Jiang Chen and Cui Yunxiu next to her, they were even more focused on their studies and didn't even raise their heads. Wang Yun stood in the doorway and realized that his voice was actually ignored by the three of them, and directly froze for a moment. It wasn't long ago that he was standing on stage, watched by all. Right now it's being outright ignored. The fallout is ultimately a little hard for a child to accept. At the time of the pairs test, all of them were not his opponents, which naturally made him despise the students of the academy. A wave of irritation washed over him. He then turned up the volume. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. The child's voice was already a bit shrill, and the sudden outburst caused Jiang Chen's eardrums to feel a bit tingly. Covered his ears in a hurry, waiting for the sound to pass. In the next second, Jiang Chen directly put down his book. his gaze glaring fiercely at the child at the door. Little who the hell are you? Didn't the adults at home teach you to be polite? After all, Wang Yun was still young, and when he suddenly saw Jiang Chen get angry, he was suddenly scared and somewhat disoriented, couldn't help but take a step back. Well, at that moment, Cui Yunxiu also looked towards him. With a single glance, she recognized the child that appeared before her eyes as the disciple of the pair of saints that she had seen accepting the challenge of the scribes on the stage when she had been summoned over by the dean not long ago. In Cui Yunxiu's eyes, people who enjoyed such a name as the pair of saints were unattainable figures, no more so than Jiang Chen, who had once terrified her. So he hastily pulled Jiang Chen and reminded, Jiang Chen, calm down, he is the disciple of the right saint. To the disciples of the holy? Jiang Chen sniffed and looked at the child with a bit more suspicion. So small? Wang Yun was startled by Jiang Chen, but when his identity was pointed out by Cui Yunxiu, he immediately gained a few more points in his heart. That's right, without changing my name in line, I am the disciple of the pair of saints. Wang Yun, he was quite proud of himself, puffing out his chest and raising his head. You know how good I am. Cui Yunxiu looked at him appearing here and said with some confusion, if you're not on the stage competing with someone, why are you here? As soon as her words fell, she immediately thought of something and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, with a strong unbelievable in her eyes. Slowly, does it mean that the competition is already over? Ha 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 ha, that's natural. Wang Yun saw that Cui Yunxiu's tone was more moderate towards himself. It was immediately clear that the other party was obviously aware of their own power as well. At that moment, he no longer hid his arrogance and said, in this academy of yours, except for the one surnamed Ji, who is still passable, the rest are all mediocre, and none of them are better than me at pairing pairs. Cui Yunxiu sniffed and marveled. Even fellow student Yi lost to you? Nice. Cui Yunxiu blinked, like coaxing a child, said, I can't imagine that at your age. You already have such attainments. My daughter deeply admires. Is that I don't know how the little pair of saints will suddenly visit this place. Jiang Chen slanted a glance at her and instantly understood that she wanted to coax the kid away, lest the other party start a conflict with him. Solely didn't bother to say anything more. It's better to do more than less. That child saw that Cui Yunxiu actually called himself a little pair of saints, while Jiang Chen, who had just been mean to himself, didn't say anything, and his tone became even more intentional. Said, your dean has already lost the saintly relics in the academy to me as well, and it is precisely at this moment that I am going to fetch them. So it is. Cui Yunxiu marveled once again. Little brother at such a young age, if he can go to the Academy of Saints, I'm afraid that in time, winning the Great Zhou Scholarship and the Chun exam will not be difficult. Jiang Chen frowned slightly when he heard this and glanced at Cui Yunxiu again. How? Is the ability of the girl-less family to pua children all innate? Before also did not see her so dark belly opposite Wang Yun's young age, followed his master to drift for many years, beautifully called wild and unruly. At first glance, he saw a beauty with such an iconic look, and praised himself one by one, and also complimented him to his heart with every sentence. The vibration in his heart was no less than a white player who encountered a top-tier phantom just after leaving the novice village. He had a five-fold expression on his face, scratching his head in embarrassment. His tone was surprisingly modest. In fact, it is also okay this sister's name. Can you have a marriage? Once such blunt words came out. This time it was Cui Yunxiu's turn to not be able to. How could she be so virtuous as to be mentioned by two men in one day about marriage? One of them is still a child. She didn't know how to reply for a moment, and hastily looked at Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen wanted to say, isn't this something you ruffled up yourself? But after looking at Cui Yunxiu's expression with a bit of panic, he felt a few laughs. He shook his head and looked to the kid, waving his hand in a send-off gesture. Alright, we've got your business. Go about your own. That kid was flattered by Cui Yunxiu for a while, and already didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes, but he still had a grudge against Jiang Chen for being mean to him just now. So he sniffed and looked Jiang Chen up and down, his gaze contemptuous and his tone arrogant. And where are you, a mediocre strawman? Hey! On the side, Zhao Qingjuan's eyes shone as she caught a hint of conflict. Immediately, he pricked up his ears and looked towards Jiang Chen, vaguely anticipating his next reaction. Could it be that, as expected, after hearing Wang Yun's words, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a snort and actually laughed in anger? Wang Yun frowned. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. You're good at pairs, I hear? Chapter 23, The Last Man Standing. You want to compare pairs with me? Wang Yun froze for a moment. Well, wanna try it? Jiang Chen looked at him with a smirk. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, he didn't look like he was joking. Wang Yun's expression was a bit confused at first, but soon, the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Are you sure you want to compare pairs with me? Jiang Chen stayed silent and just looked at him. Wang Yun looked at him as if he didn't know the heights of heaven, and finally couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing in his ears. You? He pointed at Jiang Chen again with his index finger, then pointed at himself with his thumb. With me? Jiang Chen added. Then pairs. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yun laughed even more exaggeratedly and directly fell to the ground and rolled around covering his stomach. Ha 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 ha. He'll roll to his left in a moment. You actually want to compete with me? One rolls to the right. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen, is this kid hard of hearing? After laughing for half a day, Wang Yun finally climbed up from the ground. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes that came out from laughing while asking, I've heard that the one surnamed Ji is already the most outstanding person in your academy. Do you think you're even more outstanding than him? Jiang Chen shrugged. Non-committal. Who knows? Wang Yun saw that there was no scholarly sharpness in him, so he couldn't help but put his hands behind his back and shook his head in a pretense of sophistication. Just now, I was on the stage, and with just one link, I pressurized hundreds of people under the stage, and none of them dared to go on the stage. I remember the expression of all the people under the stage. Each of them has the same expression as you at this time. No, maybe you have a few more points of not knowing the sky and the earth than they do. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen listened to his rambling for half a day, but just faintly said, Why are you talking so much? Compare or not? Then, Wang Yun waved his big hand. Old and old. Of course we have to compare, but we have to add color to it. Colorful? Jiang Chen was surprised. The party I competed on the stage was a bet between my master and your dean. That bet I have already won. Between us, of course, we have to make a new bet for it to work. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Oh, then what are you going to bet on? Very simple. Wang Yun suddenly reached out and pointed at Cui Yunxiu. This girl must be related to you in a not-so-simple way, right? Jiang Chen glanced at Cui Yunxiu. Not bad. Then, Wang Yun said, If I win you, I want her to be my wife. Jiang Chen? Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but interject at this point. Hey, you little brat, do you know what it means to be a wife? Of course. Wang Yun crossed his arms and said, Being a wife means you have to go home with me to do laundry and cook and have children. And yes, you also have to be filial to my master. Jiang Chen looked at the kid's crotch with contempt before his gaze slowly moved back up to his face. He couldn't hold back his joy either. You're not even as tall as someone's shoulders and you want to marry them? Fair lady, gentleman Marty. Wang Yun shook his head in disbelief. Jiang Chen looked at Cui Yunxiu, who also happened to look over nervously. Jiang Chen waved his hand at her to indicate that there was no need to worry, and then turned his head and said to Wang Yun, I'm really sorry, I can't promise you this request. Why? Wang Yun's life is only 12 years old. It's all just hearsay about so-called love. But just now when I saw Cui Yunxiu, he, who had once disdained the term love at first sight, now subversively found that the word might have its place. When he heard Jiang Chen's refusal, he instantly became anxious, continuing to press. Why? Jiang Chen slanted a glance at him and seriously educated. Little Wang, do you know that what you just said is very rude to a woman? Wang Yun secretly glanced at Cui Yunxiu and saw that she looked embarrassed. Then he nodded in a confused manner. I only heard Jiang Chen continue. How can you gamble on human girls as if they were goods? People are human beings. Living, breathing people, they have their own will. If you have your eye on people, what you should seek is their will, not ask me. Do you understand? Jiang Chen's words came out. The two people, Zhao Qingjun and Cui Yunxiu, who were on the side of the room, were induced to nod their heads frequently. Zhao Qingjun looked at Jiang Chen with a slight surprise in his eyes. She really couldn't have imagined that Jiang Chen's mouth could actually say something like that. This and the Jiang Chen she had heard of were simply completely like two people, making her heart nearly rise some good feelings. If she wasn't very confident in her disguise, Zhao Qingjun would have thought that Jiang Chen had already discovered her disguise and was deliberately acting it out for herself. When Wang Yun heard Jiang Chen's words, his small expression was tangled for a moment, so he turned his head to look at Cui Yunxiu. Na said, This girl, if I win him in pairs, will you be my wife? Jiang Chen was shocked. Genius. What a suicidal straight ball offense. Cui Yunxiu looked at Wang Yun's blear-eyed appearance, then decisively, cruelly, and directly rejected him. No, consult again and again. In the end, the bet between Jiang Chen and Wang Yun was settled. If Wang Yun lost, he would have to lose the bet he had won in the middle of the academy to Jiang Chen, that saintly token he has yet to acquire. And if Jiang Chen lost to him, Cui Yunxiu then wants to tell him his name and give him a chance to woo him. Jiang Chen's mouth twisted into a smile when he saw the little brat signing his name on the indenture in a serious manner. What a dog-licking treaty. He looked at Wang Yun with a compassionate expression. Little brat yo, do you know you'll have to be played with like a dog if you put it in the afterlife like that? Wang Yun put down his pen after signing, and glanced at the ugly words signed by Jiang Chen over there. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. The heart was more than a little sure of itself. As the saying goes, words are like people, and those who have not worked hard at calligraphy are naturally not very learned. However, When he raised his head, he found Jiang Chen snickering, unable to help but frown. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen, thinking of happy things. Wang Yun skimmed his mouth. Then have fun to your heart's content now. In a moment, I will let you know what it means to have the confidence that comes with strength. Jiang Chen smiled even more happily at his words. Humph. Wang Yun had a cold smile on his face, thinking, you're a frog at the bottom of the well. You didn't even come to the previous competition to compete with me? Of course he understood how unequal the bet was, but he had absolute confidence nowadays. He hadn't thought about the fact that he was going to lose. As for the failed bet, what's the difference between having it and not having it? He looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze sharp. Will you go first or will I go first? Jiang Chen didn't treat him politely either. I'll go out first. After saying that, Jiang Chen pulled a piece of rice paper from the side and threw it in front of Wang Yun. Come on. Yeah. Wang Yun didn't bother to take into account Jiang Chen's uncharacteristic first move. Looking absently at the sheet of rice paper, I thought to myself, can't you write a couplet that I can't match? The next second, read that superscription. Wang Yun's head was confused. Chapter 24 Wang Yun's shock. Honestly speaking, Jiang Chen didn't intend to bully this kid at first. If he won the competition, so be it. Anyway, that's the matter of the academy. And it's the academy's people who are disgraced. What does it have to do with himself? Just don't bother yourself with brushing up on your righteousness. But the kid wouldn't listen and had to run into his gun. He talks like a thief. And he's so arrogant. Then Jiang Chen simply didn't bother giving him face. Taking the piece of rice paper directly from Zhao Qingjun, he placed it in front of Wang Yun. Jiang Chen, come on. Right. Pair this and you win. On the side, Cui Yunxiu and Zhao Qingjun's eyes lit up. They were both quite curious as well. After all, they're not really good at pairs. He thought that perhaps the pair Jiang Chen had come up with could be difficult for the two of them, but not for this heir to the saint. But what they don't realize is this. The top line of Smokelocks the Pond Willow is an absolute for the ages. It can be said that in 1,000 years, not many people can get it right. Even if this child was a 1 in 100,000 genius, there were tens of thousands of such geniuses in 1,000 years. He'll be damned if he can get it right. After Jiang Chen threw out the top line, he clasped his hands on his chest and watched the fun from the sidelines without panicking, only to see the kid brother first disdainfully tisk, and then probed to look at the rice paper. His first reaction, it's so ugly, it's really written by this guy. Second reaction, ha. Third reaction, Fourth reaction, no. Wang Yun raised his head violently, looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Did you write out this couplet? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't believe me? On what grounds? You ask me on what basis? How could you possibly write such an epigram just by being you? Jiang Chen chanted blandly. Articles are made in heaven. What's not to like about a wonderful hand? Wang Yun held Jiang Chen's calligraphy in his hand and was filled with incredulity. He looked at Jiang Chen and then at the ink marks on the rice paper. The originally ugly words on it, but because it carried a wonderful couplet, it in turn had a bit more of a different flavor. Instead of ugly, it's crazy, his master once said. A truly mad man doesn't bother to delve into learning. But why does master still force me to write and recognize and read? The master said, because the man who is mad like that, he is just pure madness. Madness without reason. And in the end all he can go towards is just the nightly arrogance of the ignorant. So, we're going to be reasonably mad? Not bad. We need to know what we are mad for and when we should be mad. This way we can live with a clear understanding and live with recklessness. So it is. Wang Yun had grown up listening to his master, and thought he had learned a trifle of his master's madness. However, when he saw Jiang Chen's casual and natural characters, he immediately felt that he had only learned the skinny after so many years of study. Even his master wasn't this crazy. What kind of scholar doesn't practice calligraphy at all? How can there be a scholar who doesn't practice calligraphy, but can write such a subtle top line? Fire, gold, water, earth, and wood. The radicals of each character correspond to the 5 elements. To solve this couplet, you have to have the same 5 elements as radicals, or try to correspond from the yin and yang bagua. However, the 5 words created by the raw pile are bound to be impossible to have such a mood as smoke locking the pond willow. Wang Yun's brain, which had always been very keen on phrasing, seemed to die at the moment when confronted with these 5 words. Countless inspirations flew from his mind, but no matter what, he could not come up with this couplet. Time flew by. Wang Yun's expression became more and more ugly. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes staring blankly at Jiang Chen, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze words out of his teeth. I can't get this line right. When he finished speaking, he lost his mind and his whole body disheveled and softened. This scene shook the 2 women on the side inwardly. You can't even be right about the saint's disciple? Originally they thought it was their own problem, not being good at it. But when Wang Yun himself admitted that he couldn't match this couplet either, it was only then that they truly realized how high Jiang Chen's level was in coming up with this epigram. That feeling is like knowing that you are a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing the mouth of the well, thinking that it will be different after jumping out, only to realize that the mouth of the well is really the sky. This caused Cui Yinxiu and Zhao Qingjun to look at Jiang Chen again and instantly feel a bit more mountainous. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yun and calmly said, "You lost." Wang Yun looked at the couplet dismally, suddenly thinking that he was going to lose the reward he had ushered in from the academy to this unheard of guy in front of him. How disappointed should Master be in himself? A few moments of worry and a few moments of the dead weight of being a child alone rose in him. Raising his head, he said to Jiang Chen, "I haven't lost yet. I just can't match your next couplet. As long as you can't match my next couplet, we'll call it a tie. So I haven't lost yet." Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "The rules don't say anything about that. Are you planning to play dirty?" "I don't care." Wang Yan's eyes revealed a defiant stubbornness as he flattened his mouth and said, "Why did you come up with the top line first? You came up with it on your own without me even promising you. This doesn't count at all. If I came up with a couplet, you wouldn't be able to match it either." Wang Yun, who had made up his mind not to admit defeat, didn't give Jiang Chen another chance to speak, and immediately afterward, he said quickly, "3 lights, sun, moon, and star. You'll win only if you can match my couplet, otherwise it's a tie at best." "You're right." Wang Yun uttered the top line. Then he stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. As long as the opponent can't match the couplet, he doesn't count as a loser. Although this couplet was said on the stage not long ago, it was actually made by him during a flash of inspiration a long time ago. Even his master couldn't get it right. Definitely kind of a killer for him. Not long ago he had used this killer weapon to suppress the entire academy students so that no one dared to make a sound. Sure enough, as soon as this couplet came out, it didn't take long for the faces of Zhao Qingjun and Cui Yinxiu, who were on the side, to change color one after another. This is surprisingly absolute again. A single 3-letter word limits the number of words to death, and the number can't repeat with 3. For example, the first subconscious thought of both men was, the 3 talents of heaven and earth, but you can't match it because the 3 words overlap with the previous line. But if you want to change it to other numbers like 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall and winter, you won't be able to get it right because the word count exceeds. Cui Yinxiu looked at Jiang Chen worriedly and whispered in his ear, "Jiang Chen, according to the rules, you've already won, and there's no need for you to pay attention to him in this couplet." Perhaps it was because this bet was hooked up with himself. Cui Yinxiu was acting a little flustered at this time. Opposite, Wang Yun snorted and said, "How is it? You can't be right either." "I knew it." However, his words had just fallen. Jiang Chen then suddenly threw himself on the ground and said, "Who told you I couldn't be right?" Jiang Chen just froze, because the other side of this link, actually so familiar, that he was a little dazed. It was surprising that it was so similar to a pair I had heard of in a previous life. Maybe it's chance, or maybe it's the fact that similar words eventually breed such a subtle coupling. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and blurted out the next couplet. "For poems on the ode to wind and grace." Wang Yun's brain buzzed as he listened. Chapter 25, Your disciple runs out crying. "It seems that I have, on weekdays, still neglected to discipline you. Even though people have an innate gap, this gap can be completely made up through acquired efforts. Therefore losing is not enough to feel inferior. Look at you all now. Each and every one of you has your heads hanging down. How do you look like my Xinjiang Academy students? All of you. Puff out your chests. I'm angry." Do you think the old man is angry that you lost to a child in pairs? Big mistake. What angers the old man the most is the way you all look at this point. It's just a matter of losing a match. You guys think it's humiliating? Don't forget that your opponent just now is the most pleased disciple of today's pair of saints. There are not many people in the whole world who can take on him. Losing is normal, but you have to be able to afford to lose. This is not the Chunin exam, much less the autumn exam. Pairing pairs is the path after all. And to all you fathers out there, at this time, Lawrence Liu is standing on the stage to publish a summary after the defeat. His voice is old and impassioned, but all the students on stage were unusually silent. Lawrence Liu knew that so many of them, the pair of pairs did not compare to a child. They must have all suffered a considerable blow. But more than that, what Lawrence Liu was more worried about is that all the scholars will be devastated by this. Lawrence Liu didn't even need to look at it to know that the one who was hit the hardest was Yi Ting. He in this place in the academy, is the fault crushing other people's genius? Once put out a bold statement must be high school royalist, but now, it was lost to a child. He also lost the opportunity to go to the Academy of Saints to pursue his studies because of this. Reading and practicing martial arts. The same, pay attention to is the chest a breath of sharp air. The middle of the wealth and color wine and power to harm that breath. Once that breath scattered, reading efficiency will be a plunge. This is something that Lawrence Liu taught many generations of students before he realized. It was for this reason that he endured his own heart's displeasure and forced himself to come and boost the morale of the scribes. But it didn't do much good. From the students to the husband, everyone's face was ugly, and there were even people who suddenly took off their crowns and threw them to the ground, and suddenly burst into tears. But he thought that he had been reading for so many years, but in the end, he was inferior to a yellow-mouthed child, and his heart had been extremely broken. If this goes on, soon after the fall exam, I am afraid that all will be affected. Lu Yong heart this gas if we can't get them to pull themselves together, I'm afraid that this generation of academy students will be ruined by all means. Lawrence Liu glanced at Wang Bian in the corner with his afterglow. It's all because of this person. Don't look. Look, this old thing is actually still laughing. The happiest person in the arena at this time was Wang Bian. I can't press the corners of my mouth enough. He watched as Lawrence Liu fretted over the poor morale of his students. I thought to myself that the two had been arguing about something for 15 years, and now they were finally splitting the difference. And the other party's apparent unwillingness to bow down to him was even more refreshing. If he wasn't afraid of Lawrence Liu's anger, he simply wanted to laugh to the sky. Wang Bian was so happy that he was planning to take off the wine gourd on his waist and pour 2 mouthfuls of it. But just at that moment, a crying voice came from the depths of the academy. Whoa, 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 whoa. The heartbreaking cries instantly attracted everyone's attention. I saw a child, crying and running out. Everyone who saw that figure couldn't help but stare. Who is this person if not Wang Yun? Wang Bian's face changed when he saw this scene. Hastily putting down the wine gourd, he took 3 steps forward. He stopped Wang Yun, pressed his hands on his shoulders, and asked with a tense expression, "Yuner, don't cry, tell me what happened." Wang Yun looked up to see that it was his master and wanted to speak, but he was already sobbing uncontrollably at this point, and he opened his mouth but only let out a mumble. Whoa, 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 whoa. Master, master. But if he didn't say anything, everyone didn't know what was happening and was confused by the scene. And then just then, a sudden clamor rose among the students. I knew it. That thief will never restrain himself half as much. It must have something to do with him. That's it. That's it. He's the only one over there at the moment. Lawrence Liu heard the commotion and hastened to stop it. Quiet. Only when the agitation in the crowd quieted down did Lawrence Liu raise his voice to inquire. For what clamor? Not a moment later, Lu Qing squeezed out from the crowd. Dean. I wanted to say before that Zhang Chen didn't come. Zhang Chen didn't come? Lawrence Liu heard at first glance this headache of the name. Has not yet associated the two things? Just surprised. He is not often do not come? Ryo Kiyoshi. But he's here today. Dean? Dean. Lu Yong's face changed drastically. You mean? Zhang Chen came to the academy today. Where is he? Lu Qing sniffed and pointed towards the outer house, the direction that Wang Yun had just run crying. That way. Lawrence Liu's face changed drastically at the words. What? Why is such important news being told to me only now? Lawrence Liu finally connected the two events, and in an instant, he came to a logical conclusion. Bad. Wang Bian, the genius disciple, was afraid that he had been bullied by Zhang Chen. Wang Bian was at the side. Hearing that this unfamiliar name was enough to cause such a big change in the face of his longtime friend, he couldn't help but ask, who is that Zhang Chen? Lawrence Liu looked at him with a complicated expression, and only after a long time did he say, the Jiang family of Jiangzhou, the only son of hero Jiang. What? Wang Bian's surprised voice directly raised an octave. How dare you admit such a dangerous character into the academy? After saying that, his expression immediately became incomparably anxious. Hurriedly, he rolled over and over on Wang Yun's body to check up on the wounds. Yuner, how's it going? Is there any place that's hurt? Outrageous. The Jiang family. What a Jiang family. If this disciple of mine is injured, even if I give up this old life, I will let that little thief of the Jiang family know that the literati of my generation are not easy to bully. As he spoke, Wang Bian inspected Wang Yun's clothes up and down. However, unexpectedly, Wang Yun's clothes have no scars at all, and the only few mud spots are those that were already there. Wang Bian's face flew to the point where it didn't get relieved, but instead became more serious. Could it be internal injuries? He said that he was going to take Wang Yun's clothes off in public. However, at that moment, Wang Yun suddenly reached out and stopped him. While wiping tears from his eyes, he pitifully said, Master, I know where I'm hurt. You don't need to check again and talk. Wang Bian asked, my good disciple, where are you hurt? Quickly tell me. Even if the other party is a famous bully, Master will definitely get an explanation for you. Wang Yun looked at his master's concerned face. His expression instantly became more aggrieved and he cried out again with a wow. This time it's crying and complaining at the same time. Whoa, hurts the pride. Master, master, you liar, oh you big liar. Woo woo, you tell me. Woo woo, you say. Woo woo, you said you're unrivaled in the world of pairs. Ooh-hoo, lied. And you say, I'm second only to you. Ooh-hoo, in time, suck it up, we'll be able to surpass you. You're lying. Ooh-hoo, I'm not even. Ooh-hoo, second best. Not at all. I lost the saintly. Ooh-hoo. Token back. Wang Yun cried so much that he couldn't catch his breath. His words were not in sentences, and Wang Bian listened and reacted for a long time before he could hear the complete meaning from the other party's words. Your own disciple, lost against a pair of pairs, and lost the saint's token he just won? How is that possible? Wang Bian hurriedly said. Yuner, calm down, losing is losing. There is no shame in losing. Tell master, just now you went over there. What exactly happened? In no time, Wang Yun poured out his experience in the outer shelter, as if he were pouring beans. Of course, he still had that uptight look. Wang Bian listened for a long time before he could figure out what was going on. So, Wang Bian's expression, however, became odd. Yuner, are you saying that the one called Zhang Chen has matched that top line you made not too long ago? Hearing this, the students of the academy not far away exploded. How is this possible? That Zhang Chen has always been uneducated and knows nothing about poetry and songs, so how could he possibly be able to match this couplet? Wang Bian also found it unbelievable. Wang Yun's couplet, 3 lights, sun, moon and stars. Not only Wang Yun himself couldn't get it right, even he couldn't get it right. This is the certification of Wang Yun talent. It is rumored that the heavens give inspiration to the spiritually minded. This kind of inspiration is something that many scribes can't pursue in their entire lives. That day when Yun's brain was inspired to write this couplet, Wang Bian took a look at it and knew that it would become a famous pair of couplets in the future. But Wang Yun said that this couplet has been matched? Even though Wang Bian was incredulous, he could only continue to inquire. What was he right about? Wang Yun replied, 4, 4, 4, 4. Wang Yun said, taking another breath and getting stuck there. Wang Bian hurriedly relieved. Relax, don't be anxious, speak slowly, come on, take a deep breath. Yes, that's it. Under Wang Bian's guidance, Wang Yun finally regained some composure, and then only then did he say those 5 words, an ode to the 4 poems of style. Chapter 26, Wang Bian's shock. 4 poems on the ode to wind and grace. Wang Yun, still somewhat huffing and puffing, spoke those 5 words as soon as they were uttered. Wang Bian was stunned on the spot. A tingling sensation from the soles of his feet rushed straight to the sky, causing his entire being to be enlightened. That sentence he had thought would be an absolute for the ages. Surprisingly true. Got it right. Got it right. An ode to the 4 poems of style. 3 light on the 4 poems. Wind, elegance and ode, respectively, are the 3 titles of the Book of Songs, but among them, elegance is divided into Daya and Xiaoya, so that the 4 poems are never counted as a mistake. Not only is the reconciliation neat, the meaning is also right. Most importantly, that 3 character that trapped Wang Bian at the beginning was actually also corresponded to by the other party in an ingenious way. So there's this counterpoint idea. Wang Bian's lips trembled for a moment and he raised his head, only to realize that not far away, Lu Yong actually had the same expression as him. His eyes were full of amazement, and his mouth muttered the words 4 poems of elegance, as if he was reminiscing. Looking elsewhere, all the students of the academy at that moment had incredulity written on their faces. So this is still possible for. Yi Ting in the crowd was struck by lightning at this moment. So this is the right way. Surprisingly, so this couplet is really right. Wang Bian was silent for a long time, but finally he couldn't hold back and let out a voice of heartfelt praise. Good, so right. After saying that, he looked at Lawrence Liu with dissatisfaction and yelled, good you old thing, thanks to me coming a long way to find you a point. I can't imagine that you're actually still hiding your clumsiness. Are you looking down on me? Then Zhang Chen's identity information. Don't hide anything anymore? Tell me all of it quickly. Lawrence Liu was confused by the question. Where is he hiding? He doesn't know. Why did Zhang Chen get it right? Who's he gonna ask about this? That's a no-nonsense dude. A headache for all the Fujoshian students in existence. Lawrence Liu couldn't figure out how Zhang Chen got it right even if he thought about it. But the next couplet was perfectly right in the end, and he didn't dare to talk too much to death. So he said, Brother Wang, about that Zhang Chen's identity, person, learning high and low. This is a fact that everyone in the academy is clear about. I am never hiding anything. With that, he spoke what he knew about Zhang Chen. Having said that, he added, I also feel very surprised that he can make this couplet. There is only something fishy in it. Wang Bian stood pondering for a while. It shouldn't. He looked towards Lu Qing who had just stepped out. At this time she was still standing in front of the students of the academy. Wang Bian yesterday went to the Lu house to visit the Lu governor, met Lu Qing. The 2 sides are also considered to know. So he asked, Niece Lu, just what kind of character is this Zhang Chen? Lu Qing heard, immediately gritted his teeth and said, back to Uncle Wang, that Zhang Chen is uneducated, bullying, talentless and unethical. This couplet, it is by no means possible for him to pair out. Well, Wang Bian tugged at a few of the beards on his chin and fell into deep thought once again. Wang Yun was his close disciple, but frankly speaking, when he heard that the couplet was corrected by Jiang Chen, his heart actually had the thought of what's wrong with opening the door again? He thought to himself, there is no other reason. The person who can match this couplet is really worth opening the door. Not to mention, the Jiang Chen in other people's mouths is still an uneducated person. This was even more proof that Jiang Chen had come up with the right pairing purely on the basis of a flash of insight in his own head. This showed that he himself had a talent far beyond that of the others in the pairing of pairs. One thing that Wang Bian knew and was very clear about was that pairing was entirely a matter of talent over effort. Wang Yun's phrase three lights, sun, moon and stars was written not long after he had just worshipped Wang Bian as his master. Since then, I have been studying with him for several years, but I have never seen him write a more brilliant couplet than this one. Maybe this Jiang Chen has been underestimated by everyone and is a true genius in his own right. No, I have to meet him. Wang Bian read this and was about to speak to Lawrence Liu. Unexpectedly, Lawrence Liu suddenly said with some doubts, Wait, this matter is still a bit fishy. What's fishy? Wang Bian was surprised. Lawrence Liu said, pairs of competitions. It has to be a party that cannot come up to only split the winners and losers. Even if Jiang Chen write out of this link, it does not necessarily count as a win. Wang Bian froze. Not far away, someone suddenly coaxed, I knew it, Jiang Chen, even if he got this couplet right by mistake, he would never be able to write an epigram that would make little Wang brother unable to get it right. Yeah, no more than a child can be made to cry. That guy must have used some unseemly means, just like what he did to Miss Young. Don't you think so, Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Yi Ting glanced at the scholar who was trying to push him out to use him as a sword and did not respond. In his heart, although he also felt that this was fishy, and was unwilling to believe that Jiang Chen had any real talent that could defeat an opponent that even he couldn't match. However, he was equally clear that Jiang Chen was not in existence that he could offend at the moment, so he didn't answer the question and just silently retreated behind the crowd. Hearing the commotion of the crowd, Wang Bian was not moved, but only looked at Wang Yun. Yuner, tell my master if it was you who were too gullible and said something like, as long as he can match this couplet, you're counted as a loser? He knew well that this disciple of his, although humble in front of himself, actually had a wild aura that he had learned from himself. The child has developed this wild spirit, and can't put it back and forth freely. Plus not long ago there was the feat of one person fighting the entire Academy of Wealth. It is normal to be able to say something similar. This was a good opportunity, and Wang Bian intended to take the opportunity to give this disciple of his a good thrashing. Unexpectedly, that Wang Yin felt even more aggrieved in his heart after hearing those words from him. All at once, he cried again, Whoa, Master, Shah, you've wronged me. I didn't say anything like that at all. Instead, he started off with an epigram, saying that if I could get it right then, Shasva, even if I win. But, the top line he came up with, Shah, is too hard to it. I simply, Shah, can't get it right at all. Wang Bian was stunned after hearing this. He's so crazy? When he finished, he repeated incredulously, he said you win if you get it right? How dare he say that? Did you tell him whose disciple you are? I told you, Shah. I told you he's the one who's going to compare. Wang Bian was once again shocked upon hearing this. Those who knew him called him a mad student, but when he was at the other party's age, he still had to be respectful when he saw the other party with the word saint in his name. This guy is actually crazier than he was back then? Apprentice son, slow down your crying. Wang Bian gave a symbolic comforting cry, then busily asked, what kind of couplet did he come up with? Let my master take a look, and I'll definitely tell that boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven to know how powerful he is. Wang Yin sniffed and snorted 2 more times and wiped his nose before pulling out a balled-up piece of rice paper from his pocket and handing it to Wang Bian. And yet, he didn't want to say anything. Wang Bian took the rice paper and immediately unfolded it without hesitation. He would like to see what kind of association the other party had gotten, and dared to open his mouth with such bold words. Soon, Wang Bian's brows furrowed. This word, at first glance, he likewise had the same thoughts as those who first saw the word. What an ugly character. Saying he's uneducated isn't wrong. Then, after he recognized the 5 words on the paper, not more than a few seconds later, his face burst into flames, and immediately looked at Lawrence Liu who was ghosting over with the intention of reading the contents of the paper. I want him to come and see me at once. After saying that, he felt self-conscious and immediately retracted that sentence. No, is to take me to him at once. I must see him. Chapter 27, 5 words that made 2 old men fight over me. Lawrence Liu had been friends with Wang Bian for more than 10 years, and it was the first time he had seen him show such an eagerness to meet someone. Looking at that tone, there was actually a complete lack of the wildness that was present when he first came to the academy. What is so strange about this couplet? Lawrence Liu had only just stuck his head over and hadn't even looked at it before the other party put it away again. he couldn't help but ask, "What did you see? You want to see it?" Wang Bian said, and did not wait for the other party to agree, then once again spread the piece of rice paper toward Lu Yong. Lawrence Lu gave him a suspicious look, and without saying anything more, he reached out with the intention of taking it. Who expected that Wang Bian, however, as if he were a treasure, brushed the rice paper away, and chided, "Just look, what are you touching?" Lawrence Lu's cloudy old eyes were wide with disbelief. "How am I supposed to look at it if you don't let me hold it?" Wang Bian, however, did not buy the account, holding the crumpled rice paper like a treasure. Earn voice said, "I help you hold, you can also see. Have to touch it?" Hiss. Lawrence Lu was a little fired up by the other party's petty behavior, but taking into account that there were still many students on the stage, he took a breath and forced his dissatisfaction to be suppressed. He glared hard at the old guy across from him and squeezed a few words through his teeth. "Okay, I won't touch. You show me." Only then did Wang Bian agree and redirected that rice paper towards Lawrence Lu again. "Look, if you don't see the way, I can still instruct you. It's just 5 words. What can you read?" Lawrence Lu only felt that Wang Bian was more or less making a big deal out of it. Immediately afterward, he stared intently at the ugly script. God knows what it's like for someone who's been teaching for decades to scrutinize words that aren't even at the level of a 5-year-old, only to see Lawrence Lu's 2 eyebrows directly twisted into one. The eyes kept beating on the rice paper. Finally, at a certain moment, he shuddered and his furrowed brows suddenly unfurled. This. He snapped his head up and looked at Wang Bian in shock. "Each character's side corresponds to one of the 5 elements? Ha 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 ha." Wang Bian smiled broadly at his words, and he, who had discovered the subtleties of this couplet first, carried himself with the arrogance of a seer. How? That's exactly the beauty of this top line. But at this point, Lawrence Lu had no time to find out what he had to say. If the pair of pairs of words is to take the vocabulary as a line, weaving a fine garment out, then when Lawrence Lu saw this couplet, even gave birth to a kind of feeling that even the threads cannot be found. Staring down at the 5 words for a moment longer, only then did he look at Wang Bian and asked, "Can you correct this couplet?" Wang Bian is the saint of pairs today, and he is recognized as the world's #1 on the path of pairs. Conflicting philosophies were conflicting philosophies, but after years of friendship, he was still quite convinced of this old friend's skills in this area. Who knew that Wang Bian almost didn't even think about it? "It's a headache just looking at it." Jim Lu, Wang Bian then said, "Just this top line is enough to be famous for ages. If I can get it right, I will have no regrets in this life." Lawrence Lu stared at the words, but was a few thoughts and reveries evoked by the other's words. The name to stay 1,000 years, that is how many readers of the obsession. Wang Bian read a lifetime of books, only finally in the name of the title of the word of the saint, but even so, he will not necessarily be able to leave his name in the history books, and their own put into the whole of history is more of anonymous generation. But this link, has that chance. When Lu Yong came back to his senses, he saw that Wang Bian was planning to put that rice paper into his pocket. He hastened to stop. "What are you doing?" Wang Bian froze in his movements and slowly raised his head, looking at him strangely. "Put it away." Of course. With that, he was about to continue shoving the rice paper into his arms. Lawrence Lu's temples burst, and this time he directly shouted, "Slow down." Wang Bian was taken aback this time, his expression a bit dissatisfied. "Old Lu, what do you mean?" Only to see Lu Yong's face suddenly serious. "I have a matter I do not understand. Please also solve the confusion for me." "What is it?" "Lawrence Lu, this Jiang Chen is a student of my Qingjiang Academy, right?" "Yeah. This paper and ink, it's also from my academy, isn't it?" "Right. Then why were you the one who put it away?" Wang Bian, Before he could react, in the next second, Lawrence Lu in front of him suddenly displayed a speed that did not match his age, and directly stormed up, snatching that rice paper away from his hands. While Wang Bian was still in a daze, he issued a final soul questioning. "Is this your stuff? You just put it away?" Wang Bian, after reacting for a long time, he then snapped his head and angrily rebuked. "Hey, you old thing, what do you mean?" Lawrence Lu was not the least bit afraid of him at this time, and his face began to show a few points of viciousness. "I'll be blunt. This couplet was made by Jiang Chen, a student of my Qingjiang Academy. What does it have to do with you? The implication is, who are you to take it away? This thing should stay in my academy." Wang Bian understands that the other party must have heard himself mentioning that this couplet has the possibility of being passed down through the ages, and that this paper, which carries the couplet for the first time, has an excellent collection value, and therefore moved his mind. This old guy, Wang Bian hated it in his heart. "You shameless old man, obviously just now you were still dissatisfied that Jiang Chen was uneducated and a tumor in the academy, but now you've become a precious student of your academy?" Lu Yong was so counted down, the face a little hung up, but the thought of this link has the opportunity, so that future generations can remember him. This Xinjiang Academy president must not be loose lips at this moment. Immediately, he said, "It's an indisputable fact that Jiang Chen is uneducated. This is something that I naturally won't argue, but it's also an indisputable fact that he is a student of my academy. Once upon a time I didn't realize his talent in this path. After today, I will definitely train him vigorously. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with you." The prodigal, Wang Dian, was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How many years has he been studying with you? You have not been able to discover his talent. It does not show that your broken academy does not have the wisdom to recognize people. What's with the training? I see it as ruining a good seedling for nothing. It would be better to let him worship Old Master as his teacher, and he will definitely be able to inherit Old Master's mantle in the future. Lawrence Liu laughed coldly and suddenly pointed at Wang Yan next to Wang Bian. Such shameless words. You dare to say them in front of your closed disciple? When Wang Yun heard this, he immediately looked at his master with some nervousness. Wang Bian in his heart cursed the opposite side of this old thing does not talk about Wendy. Take the small children as a talking point, but on the face is not panicked and touched the beard. What's wrong with a person with such talent, even if the old man makes an exception? In the future, when he becomes famous in the world, there is no doubt that it will still be a good story. What good words! Old me sees it as bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A self-proclaimed saint that the court doesn't even recognize dares to speak out. It couldn't be worse than you, a middle-of-the-roader. Which of these are you better than the old man, except for being better at pears than I am? You're just a bit of a fluffy yellow sun. Do you have to ask me to say in public those few obscene poems and colorful words you wrote back then? You ash-crawling old thing. Do you think you were honorable with all your thieving back in the day? I see you miss the old man's fisticuffs. Come if you have the ability. After all these years, when has Lao Fu ever been afraid? The two old men on the stage got anxious and argued more and more. To the end, the two men argued with red faces and rude words, as if they were not decent readers, but thugs fighting in the streets, rolling up their sleeves and raising their fists toward each other. All of the students and husbandmen on the stage, watching this farce, were as if they were in a dream. That's a dean of a bookstore, and a pair of saints who are famous in the outside world, but they fought over a superscription written by a student. The one they were fighting over was still a villainous young man who caused all of them to spit in their backs. Is this still the world they know? Yi Ting, who was in the crowd, looked down at the ground at that moment, listening to the argument between the two old men on the stage. His eyes fluttered, sometimes tangled, sometimes with a moment of abhorrence. He couldn't accept that. He was the genius of this academy, and from a young age, he had gathered the awe-inspiring gazes of all his peers on his body. But now, for the first time, he had the feeling of being belittled. This kind of contempt to his connotation could have endured. He also told himself over and over again in his heart, the gentleman is neutral and calm, and should not be shaken in faith for the eyes of outsiders. But when the person he despised the most in this academy came up with a couplet that was sought after by two seniors in his eyes, the reasoning inside him crumbled. It's not supposed to be like that. Who is it? What are you picking on me for? You, lighten up. Who's being rude? Brother Yi? It's Brother Yi. What happened to Brother Yi? There was a commotion coming from the stage, and Yi Ting peeled away the people in his way and walked straight out from it. His eyes gazed at the duo on the stage. Two seniors. Yi Ting's outburst caused everyone's eyes to travel towards him. The two old guys who were cursing at each other also looked at him. What is your business? Yi Ting gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered and his face looked tangled. But in the end, he still bowed very firmly and pleaded. Two seniors, this link in your hands, can you let the last school also take a look at it? Chapter 28. Yi Ting's mind is broken. You want to try? Wang Bian stopped his dispute and looked at Yi Ting in surprise. Yi Ting's tone was a few points firmer. Please give Mordecai a chance. Wang Bian fell into a deep thought for a moment. His eyes drifted to Lawrence Liu, who was off to the side. The other's brow was also furrowed high at this point. Both of them, although they disagree on the direction of choosing their students, are, in the final analysis, people with many years of experience in education. One thing that they know very well is that exposing a disciple too early to things that are beyond the upper limit of his or her talents is a devastating blow to the disciple's motivation to read and learn. For example, the people who dream the biggest dreams and can say the wildest things are always kids who haven't seen much of the world. Every reader at the age of 8 or 9 years old in the period of child learning, basically is determined to be in the future to take the examination for the top scholar. But most people will be in the next just a year or two, cognizant of their own talent deficiency, by the reality of the impact of the body, and thus began to lose slack. This part of the people's aspirations become smaller and smaller, to the end, only dare to not fall into the list as the goal, the so-called scholar, but do not dare to have any more extravagant hope, and only a very small number of people can grow up in the process of always leading, and always hanging in the chest of this sharp breath. In the 19 almost 20 years of age, can still say as a childish language dream like words. Wang Bian had seen Yi Ting and knew that he was already the only person in this academy who still retained this heart. Lawrence Liu is even more incomparably aware of it. Yi Ting is a good seed. Earlier Wang Yun pair of pairs beat him by one step. Already let his mood is very low. At this moment if you look at Jiang Chen out of this link, only fear that under the heavy blow, the breath in the chest will be directly dispersed. Yi Ting could see the entanglement on the faces of the two old men and once again bowed low to the ground. Seniors, please also let the last school open their eyes. Wang Bian sighed. He could already see Yi Ting's stubbornness and knew that there was no stopping things from coming to this point. Only the word. Since you insist on doing so, then I will no longer stop you. However, the old man can say in advance, I, like your dean, am half buried in the ground, and know exactly what I have, how high the sky is and how thick the ground is. But you're different. That Jiang Chen and you are students of the same institution. If you read it and can't get it right, there's no guarantee that it won't become a mind block for your future studies. Are you sure you want to read it? Yi Ting was unmoved and insisted. I want to see what an absolute that can be praised so much by you, the right saint, is like. Wang Bian and Lu Yong both looked at each other. Fear in their eyes was helpless. That's some nerve. Having no choice but to appreciate it, Wang Bian could only say, what about the others? Do they all want to see it? The others didn't have this kind of persistence as Yi Ting, and had long known that their skills were mediocre, so it was normal for them not to be able to get it right. Looked and looked, have said they all want to see it. That's just it. Since you guys want to see it, I'll tell you. With that, Wang Bian softly read out those 5 words. Smoke locks the pond willows. As soon as the words fell, several surprised voices came from the stage. That's it? Wang Bian only shook his head and didn't say anything. After another moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Wait. No. The partials of these words. Yi Ting comprehended it the fastest, and not long after Wang Bian's words fell, his face grayed out with the naked eye, and a sense of frustration even greater than that of losing to Wang Yun earlier struck him. It made his whole being empty. Deflated. Is this really a superscription that a human brain can come up with? Jiang Chen, that's just a child. You bully people like this. What's it got to do with me? It's not my kid. What do I care? I mean to say, that in case he complains to his master, it is after all to the holy. His master? Just come. If his master can get it right, then I'll count him as good. But even if the old man cried to me in front of me, I'd never soften my heart a bit. Anyone who disturbs people from studying hard is no good. Don't you know that time is money? Jiang Chen shook his head, not caring about it. Just now, after he had matched the top line that the little kid had confidently come up with, the other party suddenly looked like he had been dealt a huge blow and ran away with a wow cry. What's the point of reading a book so glassy-eyed? Cui Yinxiu had a few concerns about this, fearing that this would become a big deal, so she complained about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was indifferent. Zhao Qingjun on the side didn't have much of a chance to interject, which was a bit of a pity for her. It was thought that the conflict between the two sides should have been a bit more violent, and it would be best if Jiang Chen directly revealed his brutal side so that she could seize the opportunity to arrest him, but nothing was what she expected. Jiang Chen's behavior actually gave her a feeling that not a drop of water could seep through, and it was hard for her to find any cracks, but she wasn't in a hurry. She believed that as long as she was like this, seizing every opportunity to follow Jiang Chen around, sooner or later, she could get incriminating evidence against the other side. After this little episode, it didn't take long for the 3 people in the middle of the bookstore to return to the way they were at the beginning. 2 men studied the healing arts, while the other boredly flipped through a collection of pairs to pass the time. Time passes by. Just as Jiang Chen was concentrating on learning and teaching, footsteps came one after another from outside the door. The students in the outer sheds returned to the bookstore in turn. Each of their faces was a little ashen, as absent as a defeated rooster. Jiang Chen muttered, "Is it necessary? It's just a game for a literati." Just then, Cui Yinxiu sensed a few moments of a strange atmosphere and hurriedly hugged the medical books and excused herself. "Jiang Chen, since my fellow students have returned, it's time for me to go back. See you later." "Okay." Witnessing Cui Yinxiu's departure, Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qingjun on the other side. "What about you? Are you not going yet, master?" Zhao Qingjun was calm. "The next class. It's also mine. What am I leaving for? Still coming?" Jiang Chen looked at him with wide eyes. Zhao Qingjun's expression revealed a few shyness. "Today's one-day workshop is all mine. Naya." He and Zhao Qingjun had just spoken 2 words when Huang He suddenly ran boldly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, the dean asked you to go to the 3 Talents Pavilion to find him." "Looking for him? For what?" Jiang Chen was surprised. Immediately, he saw that Huang He's gaze towards himself took on a few different colors than usual. There were, surprisingly, a few moments of admiration in it. He looked again at the others among the outhouse, only to see that although they were well disguised, because the original attitude toward Jiang Chen and this time the gap is too large, still let Jiang Chen captured a few different colors. These people who had always hated and feared themselves would actually show themselves such a look one day? Jiang Chen remembered a child he had made cry not long ago, so he got up and said, "Okay, I'm on my way." On the way to the Court of Three Talents, Jiang Chen ran into Yi Ting head-on, this always egotistical, pretentious genius of a scholar. At that moment, he was looking at him with a grim face. The voice even took on a bit of gnashing of teeth. "Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 29, Who says I can't read this line? "Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jiang Chen frowned slightly when he saw the roadblock, his expression seemingly puzzled. All of this subtle change in expression was caught in Yi Ting's eyes, and he suddenly laughed coldly. "I'm sure you're surprised why I'm here waiting for you. Wait, don't you say anything useless for a second?" Jiang Chen directly interrupted him. Very puzzled, he said, "Who are you?" Yi Ting's expression was confused, as if he had heard something heavenly. He said incredulously, "You don't recognize me? How dare you not recognize me? Why should I know you?" Jiang Chen was even more confused. After searching his memory, he realized that he really didn't know this person. That's just it. That doesn't matter. It's better that way. Yi Ting suppressed the indignation in his heart and turned to say, "I had thought that I would not even meet you in person for 3 years in this academy. But I came anyway. I only want to ask you one thing today. That pair of epigrams, is it really written by you? So that's what this is about." Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly a little bit clearer. "In a sense, I really didn't write that top line." Yi Ting froze. He had only wondered how a man who was originally uneducated could one day be such a hit. This was unacceptable to him, so he felt there was something fishy about it any way he thought about it. It took a long time of thought work to work up the courage to run and confront this notorious man out there, but he never expected that in the face of his questioning, the other party would actually directly admit it. At this time, Yi Ting's heart actually developed a trace of admiration. People, in general, don't have this kind of courage to admit to an imposter's name after it's been assumed. He slowed his tone and asked again, "Since you didn't write it, who wrote the couplet?" When he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen fixedly, only waiting for his mouth to reveal the true author of this epigram. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and suddenly chanted, "The article was made in heaven. The wonderful hand was given to it by chance." Yi Ting's breath stuttered as he heard this, and then his brain went boom. Jiang Chen responded to him, not with a person's name, but with a line of poetry. "Essays are made in heaven, with the best of hands." This Jiang Chen, he's actually humbling himself? A really good couplet is not one that he made, but one that coincided with the right time and place, and he happened to be coupled in it, and God lent him a hand to make it? No, not only is this tricky top line, throughout the ages, any brilliant poem can be described as a wonderful hand. This Jiang Chen actually managed to say such introspective words. Just this one sentence. The two realms, high and low. Yi Ting heart moved, and then looked up to see Jiang Chen, but found that Jiang Chen's back has drifted away. He looked at the back silently, shaped like a statue. It was only after a long time that he, as if he had completely thrown in the towel and admitted his defeat, his whole body went slack. A hint of bitterness crept into the corners of his mouth. "So, was I wrong about you all this time? You're such a person," said he again, mockingly shook his head. "All this time, I have only been concentrating on reading, only heard rumors about you from the mouth of bystanders, so all of them are my misunderstandings. Nuts." Jiang Chen sped up his pace and walked briskly while cursing the person who had just blocked his path in his heart. Just now, after he finished that sentence, the other party was as if he was being controlled. His eyes were empty and he didn't say a word again. It's a waste of his time. His time is too valuable to waste in a place like this. But the other party actually almost saw that the top line was not written by him. It was a bit surprising to Jiang Chen, but have traveled to the ancient times. When the copyist this kind of thing, Jiang Chen will not have half a psychological burden. How does appearing in his head, his own words with his own mouth, not count as his writing? Nothing wrong with it. Jiang Chen walked through a bamboo forest and arrived at the Pavilion of Three Talents. Just ascended to the attic. Then I saw 3 people, 2 old men, 1 kid. That kid Jiang Chen recognized, and the 2 had met not long ago. "Yo, kid brother, you're here, too. Did you get my last line right?" Wang Yun had managed to stop crying under his master's relief, regaining his belief that his talent was riding high and Jiang Chen was the only exception. But when he heard Jiang Chen's words, his mouth instantly flattened again. In order not to lose face in front of the big enemy, he grunted and quickly turned his head to the side. However, he didn't know that this scene only seemed a little funny to Jiang Chen. He stopped looking at the child and instead looked aside to an elderly man whose clothes were meticulously organized in his attire. "Dean Liu, What is it that you want to see me about? President Liu took out a piece of rice paper, on which was written "Smokelocks the Pond Willow" 5 words. If it's not Jiang Chen's character, whose is it? At the bottom of this, you write one of your names, Lawrence Liu said. Jiang Chen glanced suspiciously at the old man, whose expression was seriously unreadable. Good. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up the pen on the table that had already been dipped in ink, and wrote his name in the lower right corner of the rice paper with a few brush strokes. The two old men frowned slightly when they saw Jiang Chen's casual pen grip, but their brows quickly unfolded when they saw Jiang Chen's well-written words. The two men looked at each other. Both saw a certainty in the other's eyes. This couplet was really from Jiang Chen. Lawrence Liu did not say anything, and directly reharvested that rice paper. This caused Jiang Chen to look puzzled and was about to ask out loud. Instead, a nasally voice came from the side. You're Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen looked suspiciously at the unkempt old man next to the dean. What's wrong? Nice. Really nice. Wang Bian looked Jiang Chen up and down and suddenly praised him. You really are a good-looking man. At a glance, I can see the outstanding temperament of your kid. In time, you will become a great man. Jiang Chen was still wondering what this old man was doing calling himself all of a sudden. Who knows, the other guy came up without saying a word. The whole thing is so bad he won't even know how to do it. Something's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at him warily. Something's wrong. Wang Bian lowered his head and straightened his sleeves, then looked straight at Jiang Chen without the slightest inflection. Would you like to be my teacher? Jiang Chen froze slightly. Called me here for this? Sure. Oh, I'd rather not. Hey! Wang Bian's eyes widened slightly. Then realizing that he was a bit out of character like this, he hastily coughed lightly and gestured towards Liu Yong at the side. Lawrence Liu glanced at him with some displeasure, but still cooperated. Jiang Chen, you can think clearly. This one in front of you is. Jiang Chen shook his head, full of concern. I know. To the holy well. Liu Yong felt a little strange. Since Jiang Chen knew the other party's identity, he should moreover know that there were a few scholars in the world who would refuse such a request. Can you say why? Jiang Chen nodded slightly before looking at Wang Bian. You read that superscription I came up with? Read it. 5 short words. The aura contained in them has far exceeded the countless bookworms of the current generation. Wang Bian still wanted to praise Jiang Chen, however, interrupted impatiently. You got it right? That's not true. Then what qualifications do you have to make me worship you? Wang Bian's face was immediately embarrassed. This, Lawrence Liu, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out loud at this moment. Wang Bian glared at him with great dissatisfaction. What are you laughing at? You dead old thing. Can't an old man laugh when he thinks of something happy? Lawrence Liu laughed half-heartedly, and his face suddenly became serious. He looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, originally I did not know that you and the pair of pairs together. There is such a talent. Today I actually know. It will certainly not miss you, this good seedling. Indeed, no one in the world may be able to solve the couplet you have come up with, but one must not underestimate the people of the world because of it. You must know, the sea of learning, even if you are talented, but if you do not learn, sooner or later, one day, when you are full of aura exhausted, perhaps not as good as a mediocre generation who has read books for many years, if the history books remember you in the future, I'm afraid you'll only be left with 2 scribbles. Unfortunately, a good teacher, on the other hand, allows you to avoid this. Jiang Chen looked at this old man's endless chattering as he educated people, and his head was getting big from listening to him. He really couldn't hold back his voice and interrupted. Dean, who said that no one in the world can solve this couplet? As soon as the words fell, both Lawrence Liu and Wang Bian's eyes straightened at the same time, looking a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 30, My father won't let me study. Jiang Chen shrugged. I said I came up with this couplet, and I could have matched it myself. You said that you yourself have already matched the couplet you wrote? Liu Yong'o, originally still some kindly old face, because the mouth opened wide and stretched out a few odd facial features. This is impossible. Wang Bian was even so agitated that he directly stood up from his seat. If he had given Wang Yun that superscription before, it was still mixed with a few points of exaggeration. This line, "Smoke locks the pond willow," is the pinnacle of the tricky upper couplets he has seen in his life. This is truly absolute enough to be passed down through the ages, for later readers to praise and worship. Even he thought that even 1,000 years later, no one might be able to get it right. That was why he judged that Jiang Chen's aura in reading was far more superior to Wang Yun's. Although he was no longer able to write such an epigram, it didn't stop Jiang Chen from still being an uncut diamond in his eyes. Even though there is talent, there is a lack of accumulation and experience. But what did Jiang Chen say? He said he got it right on his own? Wang Bian's head wanted to explode, not even knowing how Jiang Chen had gotten it right. Jiang Chen was so excited to see the two of them that he was as excited as if he had seen a ghost. He was really afraid that the 2 old men would pass away suddenly because of a heart attack, so he stopped selling out. I can't say it's exactly right. There are still a few shortcomings as far as I can see for myself. But look at With that, Jiang Chen picked up the brush again. Opposite him, Lu Yong was shaken and hurriedly pulled out the piece of rice paper from his pocket, unfolding it and placing it on the table in front of Jiang Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen put down his pen and wrote. Instead, it was the two old men and a child on the opposite side of the room who were staring nervously at Jiang Chen's nibs. When I saw the familiar casual penmanship, I wrote the word peach first. Several people held their breath, not daring to take a breath. Then came the word burn, and then there's Jean, river, dike. Jiang Chen wrote quickly, brushing a few strokes, and before a few people could react, he had already set aside his pen. Here, how about you guys check this out? As soon as the words fell, the most indolent child, Wang Yun, was already so excited that he jumped up. Yes, a small child's brain reacted the fastest, and he was already the first to be shocked by those 5 words while the 2 people were still mulling over them. When he finished, he looked at Jiang Chen with a few more complications. Wang Yun's heart was really complicated. On the one hand, he rejoices in the fact that this excellent coupling has been brought to completion. On the other hand, it was as if he saw a great mountain straddling his body, far more unfathomable than his master had ever come. Such a man. His master reassured him that he was just a little bit better than him? Are you kidding me? He wrote the top line that even he couldn't get right, and the other guy got it right easily, and the other party wrote out a pair that he couldn't find in his own head, and the other party still got it right with such a flick of the wrist. Little Wang Yun at this point in time, while doubting whether his master was actually a pair of saints or not, he himself didn't even want to play pairs of pairs anymore. It's no fun. It's no fun. Wang Bian was the second to react. After he finished reading, he looked up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had never seen such complex eyes. Shocked, delighted, skeptical, bewildered. Eventually he didn't say a word, just took a half step back and sat down in a disheveled chair. Lawrence Liu was the last to react. He was silent for a long time, trying to say something. Again, I don't know what to say. The water that was thrown out a short while ago was now solidly spilled all over himself. He moved stiffly and turned to his longtime friend. To His Excellency the Saint, is it possible that there are really people in this world who are born knowing? Don't be sarcastic, old me doesn't deserve it. Wang Bian responded with his eyes lifeless. Jiang Chen couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw the trio. They're not happy again if you're really right. It's so hard to serve. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Jiang Chen did not intend to stay here much longer, lest something would arise. Immediately said farewell, lifted his leg and walked out. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen still went slow. A voice behind him caught up. Stay back. Jiang Chen turned back helplessly. What is it, Dean? With immediate effect, you will go to the inner sanctum and study. The inner house, or the so-called top class of the academy. Lawrence Liu perhaps felt that although Jiang Chen was from a bad background, his talent shouldn't be wasted like this, and rose up to love his talent. When Jiang Chen thought about it, he could just use this to get rid of the new inexplicable female teacher. Just about to nod my head in agreement. Immediately, he remembered Zhang's father's teaching when he left the house early in the morning. That braid smacked Jiang Chen's body was still vaguely painful right now. If Jiang Chen's father knew that Jiang Chen had only gone out for 1 day of classes, he had been transferred directly from the poor class to the top class. They'll eat him alive. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen frantically shook his head in rejection. No, Lawrence Liu's brow furrowed. Not willing to do this and not willing to do that. This brain of yours, are you really so stubborn? Not reading is not enough to clear your mind, even if you have a high talent for pairs. No, Dean, Jiang Chen explained. It's not that I don't agree, it's that my father doesn't agree. My father won't let me study. What? Lawrence Liu was shocked. Is there a father in the world who doesn't know what's right? Jiang Chen sniffed and empathized, complaining in general. Dean, you know, my father is such a person. How can this be? Lawrence Liu was furious at his words. Since you can't make this decision yourself, and choosing a day is better than bumping into it, then I will pay a visit to your house today. I will change your father's foolish idea. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Seriously? Chapter 31, The Jiang Family Conspires to Rebel. See you later, husband. Go slowly, and don't forget to review what you learned in today's class when you get home. Got it, Fuzzy? School breaks up in the afternoon. The carriages and horses stop not far from the main gate of the academy. Dean, I think it's better to let this go. You really don't need to go to my house. I'll just talk to my dad myself. No, I will definitely pay a visit to your house today, and I must make your father agree to you switching classes. And I also want to see just what kind of parents can let a good reading seedling into today's this kind of appearance? Better not, Dean. It stands to reason you should have heard rumors about my family. That's right. Jiang Chen hesitated and eventually reversed himself. though at first he was pleasantly surprised to hear the dean say he wanted a home visit. Maybe the old man could really convince his own father to agree to provide him with an environment where he could concentrate on his studies. But then he thought about the identities of both parties. Isn't this a typical show and tell? It's a hell of a thing for both sides to be able to say. But this old man was also really stubborn. Jiang Chen persuaded him for half a day. But in turn, it strengthened his idea more and more. He twisted his head to look at Jiang Chen, his body shaking and displaying a righteous aura. What is your Jiang family? How can I not know? There are not 1,000 but 800 nasty things that you have done in the early years. In this Jiangzhou, who wouldn't point at your Jiang family's spine and curse them behind their backs? Jiang Chen, in that case. So what? Lawrence Liu directly interrupted. His pair of old eyes shone with a bright light as he looked at Jiang Chen fixedly. I am the director of the academy and also a pedagogue. Jiang Chen froze. As the ancients said, there is no class in teaching. If I give up on a student and discard him because of his family situation, the old man would be ashamed of this profession. Jiang Chen was shocked inwardly when he heard this. It was unthinkable that this old man from the academy had such lofty beliefs. Lawrence Liu silently tightened the tightly covered rice paper in his arms. Let me ask you, were you previously uneducated and did those evil things under your father's instruction and influence? Jiang Chen hesitated slightly. Lawrence Liu, sure enough. I knew it. Jiang Chen. Lawrence Liu put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. As soon as I saw you today, I realized that you're not the same as you were in the past. Respect is beginning to be in your eyes. Humility is beginning to be in your eyes. Wisdom is beginning to be in your eyes. Jiang Chen was once again shocked. Dean, how did you see that? Lawrence Liu smiled slightly. Because you used to open the door with your feet in the academy. Today it is with your hands. Jiang Chen. This, then, is evidence that you have changed. The old man does not know who has changed you. And maybe even after that, you'll learn to honor your teachers, learn how to get along with your fellow students, and learn to be a decent reader. But before that, the old man will clear the obstacles to reading for you. This is the mission of a pedagogue, and the mission of the old man. As Jiang Chen listened, a flood of bells seemed to resound endlessly in his head. What a pedagogue! What a dean! It's all said and done. Jiang Chen, Dean, I still advise you to be cautious. Discretion my ass. The name of 1,000 years. Lu Yong said halfway to change his tone. Tone firm. Today I must go to your house to convince your father. Jiang Chen, is Tatsuya back? River House. At the dinner table, Hero Jiang suddenly asked. The subordinate at the side immediately ran out upon hearing this, and came back a moment later, back to the master. The male son has not yet returned. That brat. Jiang Hero muttered. What's wrong with today? Usually at this point should be back too. Jiang mother skimmed across the dining table at a few fierce-looking burly men, walked over to Jiang Hero's side, and whispered, perhaps it's not yet time for the academy to break up. Jiang Hero sniffed and got even angrier. When he breaks up, school has nothing to do with me. Didn't I teach him how to skip class? What a ing disgrace to me. With that, he looked across the table to a couple of burly men and arched his hand toward them. A few strong man, forgive me. My son has always been disobedient to discipline. This may go to witch house to rob the people's daughter. Please wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man at the head of the opposite side's eyes lit up and praised. Good. Robbing a woman in front of the eyes of the Delezy. It's really worthy of being the son of Master Jiang. Even if he comes to our evil man valley, he will be a famous man. Hero Jiang laughed out loud at his words, after laughing and said, since that brat has not returned, then we also do not wait. All of you strong warriors boat travel. Come, must taste my Jiangzhou, this broken jade burning. With that, Jiang Hero poured wine for several people in turn, regardless of their status. In normal times, Hero Jiang would never have poured wine for someone, but these guys are different. A visitor from the Wicked Valley. Even he had to sell a few points of face. The Evil Valley is located in a dense forest 30 miles south of Jiangzhou, a place of miasma and poisonous snakes and rats. Throughout history, it has been the so-called emperor's regardless zone, thus breeding countless ferocious people and bandits. With the destruction of the former dynasty, the world was returned to wholeness, and those who had committed evil deeds in the midst of the chaos, fearing that they would be liquidated by the imperial court in the fall, fled into it. Even Jiang Chen's great-grandfather's generation had had an affinity with that Wicked Valley. But none of the above was the reason why Jiang Hero was so courteous to his opponent. The deepest reason was that Jiang Hero had recently heard a rumor that the current master of that Wicked Valley was actually of the orthodox bloodline of the former dynasty. And today, the Wicked Valley suddenly sent someone to visit, saying that they were inviting the Jiang family to conspire. What is it? Rebellion. Hearing these two words, Jiang Hero did not hesitate and immediately invited the other party into his residence. Grandma S. The Jiang family has been biding his light for so many years. Isn't it to wait for such a time? The scar-faced man at the head smelled the wine. His face was intoxicated, and he lifted the bowl of wine and couldn't wait to say towards Hero Jiang, Master Jiang, when I was in the Valley of Evil, I had heard the rumors about the Jiang family, and nowadays, Jiangzhou is nominally under the court's control, but privately, who would dare not call you the Night Heavenly Prince? This first bowl, I honor you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he tilted his head back and downed the bowl of wine. Then he laughed out loud. Good wine, good wine. Jiang Hero also let out a bright laugh once again at his words. Ha 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 ha, brother is really a pain in the ass. At that moment, the sound of an underling's announcement suddenly came from outside the door. Master, the Duke is back. Jiang Hero's face was delighted. That brat still knows the time? Quickly tell him to hurry up and get his ass in here. The few burly men on the opposite side of the room also had curious looks on their faces when they heard this. I've heard that Master Jiang has a son who has been evil since he was a child, and is deeply rooted in the Jiang family's legacy, so I'm going to open my eyes this time. Ha 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 ha, do you still need to see it to know? Master Jiang's son will be a 1 in a million natural-born bandit, destined to carry the load for our rebellion. Yes, extremely. Master Jiang's son must be a natural devil, a natural bogeyman, someone destined to set off chaos. When Jiang Hero heard his son being praised, he laughed so hard that he waved his hands. Fallacious praise, ha 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 ha, that brat isn't even close. At this time, outside the Jiangfu's main gate, Jiang Chen looked at Lawrence Liu helplessly. Dean, things have come to this point, I will not persuade you. In a moment you regulate my father's way, but also please be more euphemistic. Lawrence Liu waved his hand. No need to persuade each other. I'm a reader of all righteousness. The line of the end of the sitting right, I will convince my father. Let him agree to you to change classes. But you, Jiang Chen puffed out his chest and said, don't worry, Dean, I'm going out on a limb this time. Even if my father is no longer opposed to me studying, I will firmly tell him that the only way out for our Jiang family is to study to gain merit and serve the court. Chapter 32, It's all because of the books. Lawrence Liu was overjoyed at his words. Good, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Jiang Chen, you're already completely different from before. From Jiang Chen's words, Lawrence Liu felt Jiang Chen's firm determination to study, which was something an uneducated person couldn't fake in any way, and remembering the absolute he had written out, he could not help but pat his shoulder and laugh. The children are teachable. Ha 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 ha, talking about this son of my old son, sometimes it's a real headache, even though my old son was also like this back then, but he was too disobedient. Where? Jiang Master, you do not know. This son is young and vigorous, is to disobedience to discipline is good, which is like my family that, let him go east will never go west. Look at the obedience, but do not dare to rebel. Which in cowards and what is the difference? Jiang Hero, that's true, although my brat looks wimpy, he's not wimpy at all when it comes to doing things. He's bold and goes for whatever comes to mind. It just so happened that the topic came up as well, and a few of the burly men chatted about their sons and daughters. The words were mostly complimentary. Listening to Hero Jiang was very helpful. Can't help but feel self-congratulatory. Our family is a generation stronger than a generation. When I will be the future of the Jiang family's power fully delivered to the hands of that brat. He hadn't finished his sentence. A familiar voice came from behind him. Dad, I'm home. When Jiang Hero turned his head, he saw Jiang Chen striding into the middle of the hall with his chest out. His eyes lit up and he hastened to greet. Brat, you finally came back. Quickly come to meet you a few. Before the words were finished, Jiang Hero froze. This one beside you is? Lawrence Liu gazed around the hall and said without humility. Old man Lawrence Liu, Jiang family master, we've met before. Jiang Hero is on the rise, and did not feel that there is something wrong, sniffing a pat on the head. Ow, think of it, you are the dean of that what the academy, right? Ha 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 ha, look at this memory of mine. When he finished speaking, he then froze and asked, what is the reason for your visit today? Lawrence Liu, uninvited. Please bear with me, Jiang family master, I came today for. Wait, don't say anything first. Hero Jiang suddenly interrupted, then stared at Liu Yong with interest for a while. Let me guess, it must be that my brat has made some big trouble in the academy again, ha 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 ha, said. He also toward the table across a few strong man show off. See, this is the old son of the sun. This morning just told him to be convergence, the result of the muffled and did a big thing. Even the dean of the academy are alarmed, ha 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 ha. The few people from the Wicked Valley also revealed satisfied smiles and nodded their heads repeatedly. One of them gave a thumbs up. Good boy, got guts, didn't disgrace your father. It's really better to hear than to see. Uncle Toda called you Jiang kid. Quickly tell us what great things have been done, so that uncle a few happy. Uncle admires you. People with skills are different wherever they go. Even a place like the academy can get into big trouble. Lawrence Liu stood next to Jiang Chen and frowned as he listened. Is getting into trouble something to brag about? This family, it's not normal yet. Jiang family master, you're being overly concerned. Your son is not in trouble at the academy today. Jung Hiro was puzzled and waved his hand to silence the voices of a few people on the side. This brat didn't get into trouble? Then what are you old men doing here? There is no woe. Lawrence Liu mused. On the contrary, there is something heavenly good. Good thing? Jiang family master, please see, said Liu Yong, pulling out the piece of rice paper from his pocket and unfolding it in front of Jung Hiro. Jung Hiro only glanced at it and waved his hand. What kind of crappy writing is this? Don't read it. Jiang Chen on the side. Well. The real father can't even recognize his son's writing. Lawrence Liu said nonchalantly. You don't know, Jiang family master. This is a pair of pears. A pair of thousands of rare absolute. Is made by your son. Jung Hiro's face changed. A pair? My son wrote it? Exactly. Liu Yong stood tall and proud. This pair of couplets shows that your son has unparalleled talent in reading. In time, he will become a great man. Speechless what? Jung Hiro's brain hurt a little when he heard several idioms one after another. The few people from the Wicked Valley behind him were even more cloudy and didn't understand what Lawrence Liu was talking about. Lawrence Liu was not in a hurry and patiently explained. I am saying that your son is a material for reading. The river hero understood this one. He burst into a rage, his eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. What? Reading? You brat is secretly reading behind my back again? With just one look, Jiang Chen shivered in fear. The fear of being whipped this morning still fresh in his mind, instinctively trying to deny it. Dad, I didn't. But only halfway through his words, Jiang Chen's mind immediately recalled the promise he made to Lawrence Liu in front of the mansion. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen changed his words. Not bad, father, how about I just read? Not only do I want to study, but I also want to participate in the imperial examinations and become a scholar, so that I can serve the imperial court, clearing the bad name of our Jiang family for so many years, and making our family great. What? A few burly men from the Wicked Valley revealed incredulous gazes when they heard Jiang Chen's grounded speech. Serve the court? Take the test? Master Jiang, what on earth is going on here? Could it be that you have betrayed us? Old me betrayed my ass. Jiang Hiro was trembling with anger, stretching out his finger and looking at Jiang Chen tremblingly. You brat, have the guts to repeat what you just said. Jiang Chen was really a bit terrified in his heart, didn't dare squeak again. Lawrence Liu, who was on the side, saw the scene and directly took over the conversation. Don't threaten the child, Jiang family master. Knowing that the family scandal should not be spread, Jiang Hiro blared fiercely at Jiang Chen, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and turned to look at Lawrence Liu. Oh, tell me what's going on here. My son was fine when he left the house this morning. He went to the academy for a day, and came back in this state. Chapter 33, Father, I was wrong. Lawrence Liu said, I can explain this matter, but please ask the Jiang family master to remain calm first. Okay, today. With that, Lawrence Liu then stated what happened today. From beginning to end, from the appearance of the pair of saints, to his disciple winning over the crowd at the academy, to Jiang Chen's writing of an epigram that came out of nowhere and shocked the crowd, causing even the pair of saints to be full of praise. After saying that, he looked at Hiro Jian with a smile on his face. He believed that with this explanation from himself, the other party would be able to recognize Jiang Chen's talent in reading. After teaching for more than 10 years and having dealt with countless parents of students, Lawrence Liu deeply understands one truth: there is no parent in the world who doesn't want his son to become a dragon. If so, it must have been this father, who had been deeply disappointed in his child. All he had to do was to revive the father's trust and hope in his child. Let him realize anew that his child is saved. However, Jiang Hiro first froze after listening to him, then was startled, narrowing his eyes to oddly gauge Jiang Chen. At the end of the day, but with an expression as if he had heard a heavenly joke, he let out a loud laugh. Laughter shook the roof of the house and dust fell from the roof. Ha 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 ha, pair saint? This little pair of pears can win against the pair of saints? Old thing, your bull asterisk ting me. Pointing at Jiang Chen again, he laughed. Old man's son, I don't know how much he weighs. If he's a study material, I'll eat thee out of the whole city today. Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak out. Father, is this true? You shut thee up. I'll clean you up later. Jiang Chen. When Lawrence Liu saw this scene, the smile on his face froze. He also hurriedly said, I think, the Jiang family master is still on the old man's words have doubts. Coincides with the pair of saint now stays in my academy. The Jiang family master, if you want to ask for evidence. I don't care if you're true or not. I don't care. I'm asking you, what's the advantage of studying? Reading can open up wisdom and understanding. Before he could finish, he was again interrupted by Hiro John's impatience. Don't make this up. This is also fine. Liu Yong saw that the other party could not listen to the axiom, only to temporarily put down the reserve of these readers. Said, as your son said, this study, you can get a merit into the dynasty as an official. In the future, naturally food and clothing without worry, and can even reverse the reputation outside. Oh, Hero Jiang revealed an interested expression. Stroking his chin, he squinted at him. So old thing you've been reading for so many years, and you've become a big official too. Lawrence Liu immediately looked embarrassed. The old man is but a pedagogue, and with mediocre qualifications, far inferior to your son. Then you are able to guarantee that my son will become a great official if he listens to your reading? Jiang Chen interjected. Father, I think I can. You shut up, Jiang Chen. Lawrence Liu gave Jiang Chen another look. The fall exam is already close at hand. To be honest, even if Jiang Chen starts reading seriously from now on, it is estimated that he will be a running mate. Therefore, he really couldn't easily respond to Hero Jiang's words. Ken only hardened his head and said, 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. Reading is also never a day's work. Jiang family master, but also please give the old man some time. The old man will certainly prove that your son's achievement in reading will never let you down. Hero Jiang impatiently waved his hand at him. Then I'm really sorry. My son doesn't have time to waste on reading with you. Come on, see off the guests. Master Jiang. Lawrence Liu was anxious to hear the old man today door request, but also is only one thing, as long as the head of the family will agree to Jiang Chen, from the lower house to the inner house. Hero Jiang interrupted. What's the difference between the two? Better husbandry, more outstanding fellowship, and, as well as being more conveniently under the watchful eye of your academy? This. Jiang Hero looked at Jiang Chen and let out a ho-ho indifferent laugh. I don't want my old son's son to one day turn into a coward who only knows how to say something submissive and doesn't dare to resist. Come on people, see off the guests. The surrounding several Jiangfu subordinates have long been watching intently for a long time, heard the words and rushed forward. Framed Lu Yong. Slow down, slow down. Lawrence Liu exclaimed anxiously, but the Jiang family subordinates were young and strong. How could they be broken away by his old bones? Eyes are about to be carried away. In the nick of time, Lawrence Liu finally decided to come up with the biggest killer of the trip. Jiang family master, my academy has a quota for pushing students to enter the Sage Academy, as long as you agree to my request. Old man. Hero Jiang sniffed and still just waved his hand indifferently. Cut the crap and send them away. I don't care if you're a saint or a madman. Lawrence Liu was now completely out of tricks. He could never have imagined that he would take out one of the most important places in the academy and the other party would still have that indifferent attitude. The entrance to the Jiang mansion. Jiang Chen looked at Lawrence Liu. No, as you can see, my father has this attitude. Lawrence Liu looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of sympathy. Now, I finally know why you were like that in the first place. Coming from such a home that is completely devoid of worldly propriety, even a bright pearl must be dusty. Jiang Chen gripped the gate with one hand. Raw and unattractive. It's good that you know. Dean, take your time. Lawrence Liu looked at him like this and wanted to say something. Eventually it just turned its back. Bang! He hadn't gotten very far when he heard the door slam heavily shut and couldn't help but look back again. The doors were closed and the young figure had disappeared. Keep moving forward. Behind them, a series of faint ringing sounds were vaguely heard from the Jiang mansion, like a table hitting the wall and a cup falling to the ground. One of the clearest. When it came to Jiang Chen's mid-air scream, Dad! Kissing Dad! I'm wrong, okay? Lousy is wrong. I'll never read again. Asterisk. Didn't you hear me, you old thing? I was wrong. Lawrence Liu suddenly felt that every step he took forward was so difficult. He suddenly had an aching feeling. Such a good seedling, and he couldn't save him from himself. Do you deserve to be a teacher yourself? The more Lawrence Liu thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Suddenly, a young figure appeared in front of him. You are. Zhao Qingjun watched as Lu Yong walked out of Jiangfu unharmed with a very regretful expression, but looking at Lu Yong's lost look, he felt that there were a few strange things. Didn't hold back on coming up and asking, Dean Lu, did something happen inside? Lawrence Liu shook his head and stepped around her. Passing by, Zhao Qingjun vaguely heard the sound the old thing made. Jiang Chen, you're a good seedling. The old man will never give up on you. Zhao Qingjun. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Chen ran out of the house in a hurry, ground, and got on the carriage. Quickly, go to the academy. The carriage was just about to leave when Jiang Chen saw a beautiful figure standing at a corner not far away, just in time to look towards him. Chapter 34, Surrendering Yourself to the World. Good morning, Scholar Jiang. Jiang Chen's face stiffened as he looked left and right. Husbandman, such a coincidence. You also live in this neighborhood. Yes, what a coincidence. So this is your home. Zhao Qingjun smiled and said, I was looking for such a big house whose family wants to buy such a big mansion. It has to sell a lot of conscience. Jiang Chen, can you not chat without it? Jiang Chen, husbandman, you're joking. This house was here when I was born. It wouldn't be too much to say that it came with me right from my birth. What a good life. Unlike me, who had to walk to the academy. What ancient version of green tea? Jiang Chen went along with the words down the polite. If you don't mind, I can give you a ride. The words were not finished. Zhao Qingjun was as good as snatched. Not too much. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qingjun. Zhao Qingjun looked at him, wide-eyed. Jiang Chen's face became awkward to the naked eye. Husband, if you teach, you should also know the saying that a man and a woman are not related. Zhao Qingjun pulled out his ears. What kind of ordination? A man and a woman are not related. Men and women what not? Granted. Granted what? Come on, teacher, take a seat. Zhao Qingjun happily boarded the carriage. Between master and disciple, there was a peaceful look of honoring the teacher. Jiang Chen was smiling on the surface, but in his heart, he was selling it. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She's got him, doesn't she? Wagon. There was an awkwardness in the air. Zhao Qingjun sat sashaying in the middle of the carriage, while Jiang Chen was far away from her, as if he was a common, sitting gentleman. When Zhao Qingjun saw this scene, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, just how on earth did this guy in front of me get a reputation for being a flirt? Zhao Qingjun knew exactly how attractive this appearance of hers after her disguise was to men. Now the two are in the same confined space. The other side was unmoved. Pure as that. It was nothing like what she had gathered. In fact, after a day of contact yesterday, Zhao Qingjun had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But that was still understandable because the academy was crowded, and Jiang Chen had been warned by his family not to cause trouble. But now what? Could it be that he had really wronged Jiang Chen? Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's not impossible. After all, one's contact with Jiang Chen, the earliest incident, was the report of an official that he heard early yesterday morning. Therefore, he had a preconceived idea that this Jiang Chen must be a person whose sins are unforgivable. But what if he isn't? Right at this moment, Jiang Chen made a single move, but it made Zhao Qingjun instantly alert. Only Jiang Chen's face became extremely tangled. The whole group seemed fidgety. Immediately afterward, he moved his ass to the door position of the car and furtively lifted the curtains to take a few glances outside. Zhao Qingjun's pupils shrunk slightly, and warning signs sounded loudly in his heart. These preemptive actions, does that mean that he is going to? The next moment, Jiang Chen made a move that instantly made Zhao Qingjun's suspicions about himself a few points firmer. Only Jiang Chen reached out and slowly slid into the middle of the lapel, feeling around. That doesn't seem like a move any good guy would make. Zhao Qingjun. Sure enough, I knew it. Dogs can't change their ways. The nature that has been hidden for so long is finally going to be exposed. Just in time. Jiang Chen, today is when you will be ambushed. Zhao Qingjun's mind was racing. She didn't move, pretending to scratch her head, but she held on to a silver hairpin. Zhao Qingjun's eyes narrowed slightly. The next step was just to wait for Jiang Chen to make a move, and she would be able to take control of Jiang Chen in an instant afterward. Zhao Qingjun was quite confident in her own martial arts, not to mention the fact that she was facing Jiang Chen, who looked like a frail and sickly son. After doing a series of movements, Zhao Qingjun then looked intently at Jiang Chen in the afterglow. With her full attention, Jiang Chen's movements seemed to slow down in her eyes, only to see Jiang Chen's hand groping in his arms for a while. His expression moved slightly, revealing a few happy colors. Immediately afterward, his hand inches out from his lapel. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Jiang Chen lowered his head, looked at the lapel, and slowly displayed a smile. It's now. Zhao Qingjun's calves instantly tensed up, and the force rose from the ground, pushing her entire body towards Jiang Chen to pounce on him fiercely. The distance between the two sides was less than half a zhang, and Zhao Qingjun's quick movements and openings were as clean as an eagle pouncing on a rabbit. Jiang Chen didn't have time to react at all. Even on his face, there was only time for a few moments of panic to show. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Qingjun's mouth. In the meantime, the object in Jiang Chen's arms was just being pulled out. Zhao Qingjun also pulled the silver hairpin from her hair, and that kind of thing in Jiang Chen's arms, reflected in Zhao Qingjun's eyes, is a book. Zhao Qingjun also has an additional murder weapon in his hand. Wait, what? Book? Zhao Qingjun, who was halfway through his flying pounce maneuver, only then saw what Jiang Chen had pulled out of his arms. Her pupils snapped, and the long hair at the back of her head instantly exploded as it lost its hold. But at this time, the whole person had already left the ground with both feet, so it was like a stringed arrow that could not change its direction. How can it be a book? Zhao Qingjun didn't have time to think about it in detail at this point. In her haste, she only had time to move her right hand away from grasping the silver hairpin. As a result, her original offensive posture of a flying lunge turned into that of a milky swallow returning to the nest and throwing herself into a general embrace. A third of a second later, Zhao Qingjun slammed solidly into Jiang Chen's arms. Bang! Bubble. A muffled sound. The carriage shook. Zhao Qingjun was stunned. Jiang Chen was stunned. The two men stood still as if they were statues. Only Zhao Qingjun's head of hair, spilling downwards, covered half of the two men's bodies. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Jiang Chen woke up as if from a dream, and lowered his head to look at the dainty beauty in his arms. Fuzzy, you are? I. Zhao Qingjun was also completely confused at this point and stumbled over his explanation. Just then, the coachman's voice came from outside the door. Duke, what's going on in there? Can I come in? Zhao Qingjun opened his mouth and was about to make a sound. Jiang Chen was quick to cover her mouth, and then said outside, nothing, just drive your car. That's good. Phew. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he let go of the hand covering Zhao Qingjun's mouth. Husband, what are you doing? Although this gentleman knows that he is jade-like, but you do not need to be so. Jiang Chen was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with Zhao Qingjun's gaze. Zhao Qingjun was currently staring blankly at the side of Jiang Chen's face. There were two reddish marks there, that was accidentally branded on when the two of them had just collided. Zhao Qingjun pursed her lips. Suddenly it felt like he was numb with loss in this encounter. Chapter 35, Fitting the Main Man's Face? What are you staring at my face for? Jiang Chen was puzzled. I. Zhao Qingjun looked at Jiang Chen's handsome side face, and on his originally weak and pale face, there was a mouthful of bright red lip prints that were as piercing as red plums in the snow. Her brain was kind of down and she didn't know how to respond. I have dirt on my face? Jiang Chen followed the direction of her gaze and subconsciously felt toward his face. However, Zhao Qingjun quickly reached out and grabbed it. Slow down. I'll do it. With that, Zhao Qingjun didn't give Jiang Chen a chance to resist. Moving quickly, he reached out and caressed Jiang Chen's face. Her eyes locked on the lip print. She rubbed it with her finger, scattered it, and hastily switched to her palm to wipe it again. Only when the brilliant red color disappeared completely did she then withdraw her hand. Then a long breath of relief. Yet the next moment, Zhao Qingjun suddenly realized that something was wrong. It's not the right atmosphere. Only Jiang Chen's face was looking at her rear, where a piece of the carriage made of copper was placed. Taking in all of the action she had just taken to wipe away the powder from her own face, Zhao Qingjun's body stiffened. Jiang Chen's expression was subtle. Sure enough, that wasn't an illusion just now. You pounced, and stole a kiss from me. I didn't. Jiang Chen, don't you dare spit blood. Zhao Qingjun was shocked and denied it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, looking at the two's posture at this moment. But the way you look now is unconvincing. Zhao Qingjun froze and also lowered her head following Jiang Chen's gaze. Next, Zhao Qingjun can't even speak well. Only his face looks like a boiling kettle, boiling at a very fast speed. It turned out that when Zhao Qingjun went to wipe Jiang Chen's face, in order to use the force, in passing, his left hand climbed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Now, their bodies were extremely close, and she was almost half leaning on Jiang Chen, and it was initiated by her. On the contrary, it was Jiang Chen who appeared like a true gentleman who was sitting still. Through her clothes, she could feel Jiang Chen's stiff torso. I think there's a bit of ambiguity between us. Jiang Chen's eyes wandered, his expression slowly regaining its calm. Yes. Zhao Qingjun responded dully, taking the opportunity to get off Jiang Chen and pull away. I can explain. You don't need to explain. Jiang Chen patted the hem of his clothes with a calm expression. I understand, husband, that yesterday you were deeply attracted to me from the first moment you saw me, including the targeting in class yesterday. But, with that, he sighed, his expression showing a few more moments of pain. Yet I can't promise you now. Who called there is a layer of insurmountable taboo between us? You are the husband and I am your disciple. It is impossible between us? Yes. Jiang Chen finally figured out what was going on with that sense of dissonance when this husband appeared by his side yesterday. Obviously, the other guy fell in love with himself at first sight. It was a pity that for this crush, the Jiang Chen of today was unable to give a response. The time he had left in his life was not rich enough to take to flirting with women. Him, Jiang Chen, academic big male leader, never fall into a woman's trap easily. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qingjun with a slightly regretful expression, but still made a promise. I will be a high school scholar in the future, and if you still fall in love with me, I will marry you. Zhao Qingjun said in exasperation. If you can pass the scholarship examination, unless Great Zhou dies. Oh, Jiang Chen was surprised. Woman, are you even so impatient? Zhao Qingjun, stop the car. Zhao Qingjun stood on the street with an expressionless face. A carriage in front of him drove off without looking back. She felt like it was a bad day. Damn Jiang Chen, you'd better not have any handles in this official's hands, otherwise this official will personally send you to the prison. To avenge today's shame, Zhao Qingjun secretly made up his mind in his heart, and not paying attention. Not far behind her, a plainly dressed girl witnessed the entire process of her coming down from Jiang Chen's carriage. Her eyes flashed with disbelief and gloom. Ever since Cui Yunxiu spoke for Jiang Chen early yesterday morning, the fellow students in the same schoolhouse then began to have a layer of distance from her if nothing else. Even a few female classmates who had been friends with him looked at her in the eyes, but also had a few indescribable flavor. At first, Chui Yunxiu had attributed this feeling to her overthinking, but when passing around a certain corner, I overheard the sneers of those female classmates who had befriended her, talking about her, and a few people mentioned Tai. Inconsistent, shameless, how can they still have the face to come to the academy? Blah blah blah. Chui Yunxiu's already somewhat fragile psychological defense was destroyed to the dregs. In the afternoon to the holy to come to the academy to set up a ring against the pair, Chui Yunxiu stood in the middle of a group of fellow students, feeling that he was isolated out of the whole. That was the entire reason why Zhao Qingjun had suddenly gone forward to the lower shelter to look for Jiang Chen yesterday. The calmness between the three gave Chui Yunxiu great encouragement. She felt more and more that Jiang Chen was very different from what she had heard among the rumors. She even guessed whether Jiang Chen had offended someone to be slandered like this. When it was later learned that Jiang Chen had written a couplet that even the pair of saints couldn't match, Chui Yunxiu was shocked in her heart, while at the same time, she further identified the conjecture in her heart. Jiang Chen has always been misunderstood. One is not wrong. Sooner or later, one day, when the others truly understand this matter, they will surely apologize for all the bad words they once spoke behind their backs. Today, Chui Yunxiu also planned to continue going to Jiang Chen, learning medical skills from him while continuing to observe this evil young man in the eyes of others. But just now, she was walking down the road, saw Jiang Chen's carriage parked on the side of the road, and wanted to say hello as she passed by, but ended up seeing a disheveled woman coming down from the car. During this time, Jiang Chen even poked his head out of the carriage and said something to the woman, giving a bit more of a flirting flavor between the two. Chui Yunxiu just froze in place, instantly feeling that so many thoughts in her mind to excuse Jiang Chen seemed so childish and ridiculous. Jiang Chen got down from the carriage. I saw the familiar words Xinjiang Academy again, but not seeing a dude waiting for a chance to skip class in the corner today gave Jiang Chen a few more points of relief in his heart. He ignored the strange looks cast by the students around him. Lifting his leg, he headed inside. However, without going far, a beautiful figure appeared across the sky and intercepted in front of him. Jiang Chen, it's Ryu Qing, see who's coming. Jiang Chen didn't talk about sex, and with a slight mistake in his footsteps, he skirted past Lu Cheng. Not a single superfluous word. This performance caused Lu Qing to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterward she shook violently. She, Lu Qing, comes from a famous family, and her own father is the great Governor Lu, used to being surrounded by the crowd on a regular basis. How had he ever been subjected to such disregard? Not to mention, the man who ignored her was the same man who had once stalked her like a fly on the wall. Jiang Chen, stop right there. She turned around and glared angrily towards the figure. Something's wrong? Jiang Chen turned around, his tone impatient. Something's up. Say it quickly. I don't have time to play these boring emotional games with you. Lu Qing closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Who is as sick as you are? After reciting a paragraph in her heart, she then opened her eyes, lifted the corner of her lips, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Jiang Chen, that top line you wrote yesterday has already been matched. When Jiang Chen heard this, a few surprises finally appeared on his face. You got it right? No. Lu Qing shook her head. Jiang Chen, he thought the guy was right out, but thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. The other party wasn't a genius, much less one with a system like his. In Lu Qing's eyes, Jiang Chen's silence was like a silent mockery, but she wasn't angry, and even felt a bit of pleasure at the thought of what she was going to say next. Smoke locks the pond willows. Peaches burned the Xinjiang embankment. After she finished speaking, she crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Chen triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen, how about this next couplet? You must not have thought of it. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Had he just heard it wrong? Chapter 36, Love of Talent. The reason for this was that on yesterday's written test for pairs of couplets, although Jiang Chen didn't show up in person, a pair of couplets was brought out. As soon as the words smoke locks the pond willows came out, the entire academy was silent. Yi Ting, the first genius in the academy, turned white. The dean of the academy, in a state of shock. Even St. Wang Dian, who came to kick off the tournament, called out open door. Pai Lu Qing stood in the pile of people, shaped like a minion. She couldn't figure it out even if she tried. This subtle and tricky top line was thought up by Jiang Chen? Can this be his idea? Just him? Lu Cheng went back and thought about it for a night, without thinking about it, and the day dawned. Today she came to the academy early in the morning staring at dark circles under her eyes. Suddenly I realized that today's weekly column was surrounded by people. She squeezed in for a look. Ooh. It turned out that the top couplet Jiang Chen had come up with yesterday had been matched. Peach burning Xinjiang embankment. Good good good. Good pair. What a great pair. Lu Qing got the answer and ran to Jiang Chen without saying a word. This academy is full of talented people, but you were lucky enough to get a great couplet. So what? So what? It's still being answered? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Qing for a long time. Only her description was a bit haggard, giving the impression of menstrual disorders. Jiang Chen's expression was serious. And then what? You. This attitude of Jiang Chen caused Lu Qing's breath to stutter. Immediately afterwards she rebuked bitterly. Don't you understand yet? I mean, you've been an uneducated, defeated person all your life. It's just a fool's errand to think that you can turn people's impressions of you around with a pair of couplets. Jiang Chen's expression became more serious. Then you drink more hot water. You. Lu Qing was infuriated by Jiang Chen's attitude. Are you even seriously listening to me? She opened her mouth and was about to lash out. However, he saw Yi Ting, the first genius of the academy, walking over from the side. Her eyes lit up. Fellow student Yi, did you also read that next couplet on the weekly column? Yi Ting was walking towards Jiang Chen. I didn't want to waste my time with this, but seeing that it was Lu Qing, it was not good to ignore it, so he nodded his head and praised. I've read it. That next couplet is not only partial to the use of the 5 elements, but also forms an excellent reconciliation with the first couplet. When Lu Qing heard Yi Ting's words, he nodded his head repeatedly with some excitement. Not bad, not bad. Fellow student Yi, you feel the same way, right? The one who can make that couplet must be more talented than the one who made it. Saying that, his gaze also glanced at Jiang Chen as if showing off, as if to say, see, I didn't lie to you. Yi Ting didn't notice Lu Qing's subtle expression and just continued to comment. Of course, and what's even more rare is that next line, even the meaning, corresponds extremely well with the first line. Lu Qing concurred. Fellow student Yi has a high opinion. Do you know who wrote that next couplet? Of course. After Yi Ting finished speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Chen and arched his hand rather admiringly. Brother Jiang is a great talent. It's true that you need to tie the bell to unring it. Jiang Chen hadn't said anything yet. Ryu Qing first didn't hold back. She looked at Yi Ting with wide-eyed amazement. Slowly, Yi fellow student, your attitude toward Jiang Chen. When did you become so respectful? Yi Ting looked at Lu Qing, then at Jiang Chen, and righteously opened his mouth to explain. After my contact with Brother Jiang yesterday, I realized that this understanding of a person should not be judged from among the rumors, but should be personally contacted in order to see the other side's true face, said Jiang Chen in a slightly apologetic tone. Around the fact that I've been reading hard for so many years, but I'm still guilty of taking things out of context and listening to rumors. And after some conversations yesterday, I realized that Brother Jiang's realm has far surpassed mine. I'm here to accompany Brother Jiang. After saying that, he even bowed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said blandly, those who don't know are not to blame. Yi Ting's eyes lit up again when he heard this, his expression once again respectful. A good one is the one who doesn't know. Brother Jiang has great talent. You're so talented. You've got sentences with deep meaning embedded in your mouth. Lu Qing, who was on the side, was directly in the wind when she saw the scene. Of course she didn't know that Yi Ting personally went to find Jiang Chen yesterday and talked to him for a few moments. It just feels like everything is so unbelievable. Even the gaze that looked at Yi Ting took on the contempt of looking at people who were in the same boat. She spoke again. I don't care about you guys hanging out with each other. I just want to know about that next couplet and who actually made it. Yi Ting was surprised. Don't you know that, Ms. Willow? What do I know? Yi Ting said oddly. That next couplet is also written by Brother Jiang. Ah, only the dean raised his pen to copy and codify it, and the signature written at the bottom is Brother Jiang's name. What? When Lu Qing heard this, her eyes rolled up in disbelief. She looked at Jiang Chen and then at Yi Ting, confirmed that there was no collusion in the eyes of the two men. It was only then that it seemed like a sudden realization. In a hurry, he turned around and ran in a certain direction towards the academy. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of my lady's way! All of you! Finally, when Lu Qing once again squeezed in front of the weekly bar, this time read the 2 lines thoroughly, and the unassuming name at the bottom right. Jiang Chen. Lu Qing instantly made a big red face. Only then did she realize what a big mess she had just made by running in front of Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang. Miss Lu Shi. Yi Ting was a little surprised as he looked at Lu Qing's back as he flew away from the scene. He remembered some of the things he had heard, rumors about the two. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Don't bother with her. It's inexplicable all day. Yi Ting nodded in thought, then immediately remembered something. Right, Brother Jiang. I have something important to find you. Jiang Chen frowned, inexplicably smelling a hint of trouble. Before the other man could say anything, he simply rebuffed. I'm not available. Yi Ting. To be precise, it was Dean Lu who had something for the two of us. That old man Jiang Chen hadn't wanted to ignore it, but then he remembered the old man's stubbornness and felt a headache. It was only then that I reluctantly said, okay, where to? Go and find out. The autumn exam is already imminent. I'm looking for you too. Precisely for this matter. Lawrence Liu looked at the two people in front of him. One was a prized student of the academy and never had to worry about his coursework. The other is someone who was discovered only yesterday and has some great talent in reading. The old man pondered all night, and finally realized a truth. Perhaps the classroom husband's lectures are not too beneficial to the two of you. After all, one of you doesn't have to listen, and the other can no longer keep up. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his hand when he heard this. I understand the reasoning. Why is this old man here as well? He pointed aside to Wang Bian and added, and with a child. Seeing how impolite Jiang Chen was, Lawrence Liu couldn't help but plan to open his mouth to reprimand him. Wang Bian, however, waved his hand at him indifferently and glanced at Lawrence Liu. Good question. Because the old man has decided that he will stay in the academy for the time being next and teach the two of you alone. Jiang Chen figured it out. So it's an after-school tutoring class. But I don't need it. Jiang Chen himself had a system to add to any subject, and he could improve by reading books. There is no need for so-called specialized teaching. With that, he turned around and intended to leave, saying as he walked, such a good opportunity, let it go to someone who needs it. Get back here. Lawrence Liu was so angry by Jiang Chen's lazy attitude that his blood pressure shot up. I have no intention of discussing with you. After seeing the educational environment of Jiang Chen's family yesterday, he completely understood why Jiang Chen, empty of such good talent, had only been rumored to be an evil young man for so many years. Let the kid learn on his own, and it's a wonder he's not wasted. Lawrence Liu loved talent and could never sit back and watch Jiang Chen waste such an outstanding talent in front of his eyes. Chapter 37, Forced to Study. Demonstrating superior learning talent. Jiang Chen bowed his head and admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude. Dean, you taught me the right thing. I am deeply aware of my own cognitive shallowness and ignorance, and I apologize most sincerely to you for the ridiculous statements I made in the past. Lawrence Liu's face was joyless and sad. It's not that you know you're wrong. You just know that your good days are over. A trace of bitterness flowed from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Must it come to this? Count me as begging you to give me another chance. Okay. Lawrence Liu still shook his head, his tone calm. Lao Fu has already given you a chance. It's you who didn't grasp it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but break out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old thing. Old man. I'll give you another chance. Let go of old man. Lawrence Liu smiled, looking at Jiang Chen, who was confined to a bamboo chair at the moment. You break free of this bamboo chair first. Good. This is what you guys forced me to do. Do you really think this crap can trap me? I have all the strength and means in the world. Jiang Chen said and finally stopped hiding it. He sank his chi into the dantian, and the muscles of his whole body instantly fired, and his face was fierce. This process lasted for a full second. In the next second, Jiang Chen panted and subsided. Jiang Chen looked at the few people around him. Yen turned into a frosty eggplant. What do I have to do for you guys to let me go? He's so stupid. Really? He singularly knew that these readers had many ghostly names, but he never thought that they would have so many ghostly names. Just now, the dean of the academy and the two old denizens of the pair of saints, seeing that he insisted on leaving, even the two of them joined hands, not speaking of martial virtues, came to cheat, came to sneak up on him, an 18-year-old young man. Then out of nowhere, he took out a bamboo one, styled somewhat like a latter-day interrogation chair, and forcibly secured him to it. Sitting in that bamboo chair felt like an adult being forced into a stroller. Couldn't move a single part of his body except his head and hands. It's hard as hell. Jiang Chen's intestines were green with remorse. If he had known that he could run into so much trouble even reading a book, he should have read more books related to basic martial arts beforehand. You can also use your righteousness value to add points to your martial arts level at critical moments. How could it not be a successful sneak attack by two old dens? However, one of these two old denizens, Lawrence Liu, was not satisfied with confining him, and to keep chanting in his ear, Jiang Chen, do you know how many geniuses have been ruined by the fault of bullying? Jiang Chen, I know. Jiang Chen, do you know that for thousands of years through the ages, literary heroes and heroines are like the carp that crosses the river, but among these, how many of them can really leave their names? Jiang Chen, I know. No, you don't know. Jiang Chen, line, then I don't know. The old man tells you, people don't learn, they don't know. A talent that can't be realized into a talent isn't a talent at all. Yes, you're very good at pairs. Even the pair of saints is no match for you. You probably didn't even spend any time on that, relying entirely on your perception of words. On the side, Wang Dian squinted over. Educating students is educating students. What's the point of bringing old man into it? Lawrence Liu ignored Wang Dian's dissatisfaction. Continuing, he said, I was unwilling to use such tactics on you, but Jiang Chen, I'm even more unwilling to see your talent wasted. Yesterday went with you to your house. Saw your father to your reading and learning. Is that kind of attitude? The old man deeply felt a kind of powerlessness. As the head of an academy, can I only stand by and watch my own disciples and students fall step by step towards the path of sin, and ultimately become a villain for all to see? No, this is never what the old man wants. Lawrence Liu spoke up. His eyes looked straight at Jiang Chen, attempting to see a hint of movement in his eyes. Jiang Chen struggled to keep his eyes open, desperately squeezing out tears in an attempt to make this old man understand that he had been moved to tears by him. The two stared at each other for a moment. Lawrence Liu withdrew his gaze. I know that you hate me now and detest me, but if one day you are golden and your horse is in Shannon, you will surely be grateful to me now. Jiang Chen, I'm grateful to you right now. Really, I'll be even more grateful when you release me. Lawrence Liu ignored Jiang Chen's words. Let's cut the small talk short. Next, let's start today's subject. Jiang Chen, do you know the autumn exam? Which subjects are the main exam? Jiang Chen, He just opened his mouth. Yi Ting, who was beside him, then swished to his feet and snatched the answer. The main exams of the autumn exam are the scriptures, arithmetic, and literature, while the main exam of the spring exam is the ceremony. Not bad. Lawrence Liu nodded and looked at Jiang Chen again. Look, even if it's something that has been known for a long time, Yi Ting still manages to not be arrogant, honor his teacher, and knows to stand up and answer questions. With a look of disbelief on his face, Jiang Chen looked down at the wooden interrogation chair that confined him, and then twisted his head to look at the ordinary cushion under Yi Ting's butt. Why don't you just let me be able to stand up? Lawrence Liu automatically ignored the profanity coming out of Jiang Chen's mouth. Continued. Indeed, the main test of the autumn exam is literary talent, the scriptures and arithmetic, but in addition to this, the autumn exam also examines calligraphy. The judges will be based on the candidate's words written on the paper, to make a judgment, even if the correct answer, if you can't write a handful of good words. When Lawrence Liu said this, he thought he should give an example to illustrate. Jiang Chen and Yi Ting were asked to write down the words respect the teacher on the paper at the same time. The two did as they were told, and in no time at all they had finished writing. Lawrence Liu picked up Jiang Chen's words and took a look at them, shaking his head with a hard expression. Taking another look at Yi Ting's words, he revealed a satisfied smile. If I were the adjudicating examiner, Yi Ting's characters, without looking at their contents, would be judged as grade B, and I'm afraid that even if Jiang Chen's characters, even if the content is well written, will accidentally be categorized as C grade, or even unimpressive. Jiang Chen. Lawrence Liu looked at Jiang Chen and said in a serious tone, if I speak like this, Jiang Chen, do you have any enlightenment? Jiang Chen, I see. If you want to do well in exams, you have to practice your characters first. Lawrence Liu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. So today, Jiang Chen snatched the answer. That's why my top priority right now is to practice my character first. Not bad. Lu Yong was extremely pleased. Jiang Chen, this is the first time I've seen you so active in class. However, you should not underestimate the difficulty of practicing calligraphy. It is not like you write pairs of pairs, relying on talent, while practicing calligraphy, relying on hard work day in and day out. Now from the fall exam, only more than a month. In this short period of time, want to improve your calligraphy, difficult. Well, the old man is not talented, although a long time have not been selling pen and ink, but back then, is also famous for calligraphy, has sold some calligraphy and painting to support their families. There is a lot of insight in calligraphy. As long as you're willing to put in the hard work, a month's time is enough to raise your calligraphy level to. Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Chen raised his head, put down the brush, and wondered, practicing writing? What's wrong? Lawrence Liu spoke half a day. The mouth is almost dry. Look at him, a look of not on the look, suddenly a little angry. Stepping forward, he pulled the paper from Jiang Chen's hand. Don't practice on your own while I'm lecturing, and practice when I tell you to, so that the old man's teaching can be maximized. The old man has not even taught you the method. Even if you are more diligent, it is just a closed door, and will not have any effect. Look at what you've written, and what's with what you've just done. Did you just write this? Lu Yong looked at the paper. Far more than just to be neat and sophisticated calligraphy, more than a grade. Full of doubts. Chapter 38, The Unexplainable Improvement of Calligraphy. Right. Jiang Chen nodded and graciously admitted, the King of Heaven is here, and he wrote this word. Only he himself knew that in order to put an end to the chirping of this old denizen in front of him, he had spent a whole 10 points of righteousness value to raise his calligraphy level to LV1. This was made possible by the fact that he had borrowed a couple of books from Huang He before he went home yesterday, and one of them happened to be Appreciation of Famous Calligraphy. Jiang Chen didn't have much interest, but he still looked at it twice to expand his system mall. Of course, level 1 wasn't much of a high level, but it was still much better than Jiang Chen's original handwriting that showed no signs of practice. With the same font, it was only slightly worse than Yi Ting's words, When Lawrence Liu heard Jiang Chen's affirmative reply, he once again lowered his head and looked at the paper he had just confiscated from Jiang Chen's hand. I saw that next to the twisted words honor the teacher, there were neatly written words honor the teacher. The handwriting is clear and the sinews are adherent. Where is this a novice who is learning to write for the first time? It's almost like you've been practicing your handwriting for 2 or 3 years. Lu Yong originally full of calculations. Jiang Chen in the autumn exam before the arrival of this last month or so. Spend more time on practicing words. At least it would allow him not to be criticized too much for his ugly characters during the autumn exams. But as soon as those few words came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, totally acting like he didn't need to worry about it. Thanks to him, he made a detailed study plan overnight yesterday. Gotta. All for nothing. Lawrence Liu was shocked for several seconds. Suddenly, hey, good boy. It was as if he finally realized what was wrong. Are you teasing the old man? You almost fooled me. He walked over to Yi Ting and picked up the few words Yi Ting had written down. Put it in front of you and compare. The similarity is 90%. Even the writing habits on the folded hooks are similar. It must have been you who just took advantage of the old man's distraction to have Yi Ting write it for you. Yes or no? Lawrence Liu looked at the two men with a smirk. Dean, Yi Ting, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out at this time. I would never do this. Is it? Lawrence Liu stared at Yi Ting suspiciously for a couple of moments, seeing that his expression couldn't be seen to be broken. After thinking about it, he looked at Jiang Chen again and said bluntly, I don't believe you wrote this, so write a few more words and see. Oh, Jiang Chen answered. There was no hesitation. Relift the pen. This time, Lawrence Liu was not distracted for a moment. From the moment Jiang Chen held his pen, he watched Jiang Chen's movements without blinking. Ha! Lawrence Liu soon found out the end of the story. Wait, you weren't in this pencil grip yesterday. Oh, Dean, you said this Jiang Chen paused his pen and looked at Yi Ting who was on the side. Just now I observed that the surname Yi is this posture. So the second time I tried to imitate it. You really don't say that a different posture is different. The writing has become beautiful. Jim Liu. Theoretically, he, who had been deeply involved in the field of reading and education for many years, should have directly treated it as bull when he heard Jiang Chen say it. But for a moment he could find no better explanation. Pushing down this doubt for the time being, he just jutted his temples. Okay, you stop talking and write the words first. Okay, you take it easy. Jiang Chen straightened his posture and, without hurrying, wrote 4 words on the paper. Or honor the teacher. Lawrence Liu took a look at his head and was completely confused. Just seeing those 4 characters, they were really exceptionally proper. And the level of calligraphy when Jiang Chen wrote those 2 lines of the pair yesterday was completely incomparable. How in the world does this work? Lawrence Liu's eyes widened. Take a look at Jiang Chen. Another look at his writing. The incident hit him as hard as a modern man stumbling upon a scientific unsolved mystery. He raised his head and exchanged a glance with Wang Bian, who was on the side. All saw that fear in each other's eyes. Lawrence Liu turned toward the 3. You 3 wait here for a moment. We'll come back later. After saying that, he couldn't wait to pull Wang Bian and the 2 of them walked out of the 3 Talents Pavilion. Outside the court, Lu Yang's brows were furrowed to death as he asked Wang Bian, Brother Wang, what do you think about this matter? Wang Bian shook his head, indicating that he hadn't read it either. Lawrence Liu added, when he wrote yesterday, you also watched. I would like to ask you, do you think there is a few % chance that he deliberately wrote the word ugly at that time? Wang Bian thought back to yesterday. A moment of silence. A bitter laugh. Yesterday did not deliberately to observe. So I do not dare to confirm. Calligraphy has always been inferior to you. In this matter should be more than me. Lawrence Liu, however, sighed. It is precisely because I know more about this than you do that I can't believe what I'm seeing. He said this and paused before continuing. His calligraphy level, I suspect, improved instantly. But, hearing this, Wang Bian took over the conversation. But you know very well that a skill like calligraphy can never be improved without years and years of hard practice, right? Yes. Wang Bian smiled faintly and said, Brother Liu, I think you've overlooked one thing. Jiang Chen, he's a genius, but that's just pairs of pairs, which can be extended to poetry at best. But this, a genius, then you can't use common sense to measure it. You and I are both mediocre people. How can we understand what's going on in a genius's head? I won't hide it from you. Even though Wang Yun is my disciple, when I teach him, I often feel like I can't understand what he's thinking. Lu Yong heard here, also sighed, extinguished the idea of continuing to pursue. I will assume that he was previously deliberately hiding. Just right, but also saved me some effort. So very good. Jiang Chen was making the 2 of them, Wang Yun and Yi Ting, help him dismantle the bamboo chair. The 2 men, Lawrence Liu and Wang Bian, came back through the door. The 2 men saw a comical scene in the house. His face darkened on the spot. Jiang Chen, What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked up to see that it was Lawrence Liu. Hastened to the evil one. He looked at the two men viciously. What are you doing? Once the dean is gone, you're bullying me like this, aren't you? Yi Ting, brother Jiang Yu. Wang Yun, wasn't it you who asked me to help you see how to open such a lock? Wang Bian heard Wang Yun speaking profanity and walked over to Wang Yun with a sullen face. A slap clipped the back of his head. Don't learn dirty words, little kid. Wang Yun covered his head, wanting to cry. In his tiny mind, he still didn't understand why Zhang Chenfang was able to speak dirty words so naturally, while he himself was being playfully rear-ended by Master for speaking dirty words. Jiang Chen looked at the kid brother's aggrieved expression from the sidelines and was straight up happy in his heart, but he hadn't been happy for 2 seconds. Lawrence Liu then spoke to him. Jiang Chen, I just discussed with the pair of saints and decided to remove the subject of calligraphy from the next practice. Your current word, I think it should be enough to cope with the autumn exams. So, for the rest of our study, we'll skip the practicing of words and go straight to the arts, said, as if to completely leave behind the unexplainable things that happened not so long ago. He quickly opened his mouth and lectured. As we all know, this art and mathematics together, vast and profound, as big as the sea, as small as the dust, can be applied. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand. Dean, what is it again? Lawrence Liu frowned. Jiang Chen's face was a bit coy. This, Dean, although my next words are so slightly unpleasant, but I still want to say it. There's no need to hide it, just tell it straight, then I can say ow. You told me to say. Jiang Chen inhaled a breath. Then in the eyes of several people surprised, the expression suddenly became arrogant. It's not that I'm bragging. The level of all of you here in the art of the arts is not enough for me to fight alone. Lawrence Liu, Wang Bian, Yi Ting, Wang Yun. Chapter 39, A Downward Spiral Strike from Modern Man. Jiang Chen was a traveler. If you discuss and curate the scriptures, he was indeed no match for this group of ancients. But when it comes to the arts, which is also known as math, he had endured 9 full years of compulsory education, plus 3 years of college study, and 4 years of college whacking. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen's math level, dumping the group of natives in front of him, a street with 18 hutones, was not a problem at all. Some may wonder, Jiang Chen, you just put here hard to disparage the ancients, the wisdom of the old ancestors. Which have you said so bad? Are modern people necessarily better at math than ancient people? Jiang Chen would only smile faintly at this. Ancient times did have exceptionally good math, but a large part of that group of good math is in the Taoist temple, and the other small part is in the palace. Like those dowsers, warlocks, know something about yin and yang feng shui, geomancy, measuring heavenly signs, and counting trigrams and deducing. The math level of this group of people is really not necessarily weak. After all, what they do most often on a regular basis is deal with odd characters. It's also the equivalent of a specialty training. It's like in ancient times when those who were good at chemistry ran off to alchemy. But the weekdays of these unusual scholar, the level of math on the level of even counting books, not to the level of miscalculation. That was why Jiang Chen dared to speak up, towards the few people in front of him, directly firing map cannons. After he finished, just stare fixedly at a few people, just waiting for a few people to sound off either questioning, disgruntled, or deploring. That dean of the academy, however, took 3 seconds to pick up his jaw that had dropped in shock. His expression, at first, was filled with consternation, but soon the consternation turned to skepticism. Skepticism turned to contemplation. Thoughts turned to worries, only to see the two men, Lawrence Liu and Wang Bian, suddenly discussing with a nervous expression. Lawrence Liu, brother Wang, could this be an attack of hysteria? Wang Bian, I think it is very likely. Earlier when I traveled, I have seen a male, also his age, talking more wild than him, claiming to be the reincarnation of the late emperor. Lawrence Liu was concerned. And then what? That eunuch, gathering a few shrews from the village, ran to the nearest county to claim the title of emperor, and said that he wanted to change the country's name, and was finally arrested by the officials in a litter. Liu Yong's face suddenly bitter. This how to be good? The old man does not know how to cure this hysteria. Wang Bian pondered for a while, said, I have a few doctor friends in the Yulin courtyard. Wait for me to write a letter. Ask them about the related. Jiang Chen, that's enough of you two old denizens. Jiang Chen heavily tapped the table, drawing several people's attention back to himself. He cleared his throat. The expression was solemn. I'm not joking with you guys, regardless of the extras. As far as comparing jutsu is concerned, not that I'm targeting anyone, everyone here is a hot chick. If you hear me, hurry up and release the old man. Maybe I'll be able to save some face for you few later. The two old men froze and listened to Jiang Chen finish. The next moment it came together again to whisper, should we go to the Jiang mansion first and ask how long he's been suffering from this condition? I think it's a bit abrupt to ask out of the blue. I'm afraid, the Zhang family is not that easy to deal with. In your opinion? I think we should. The two whispered so loudly that Jiang Chen could hear every word. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He raged. I'm not sick. The two of them sniffed and looked at him, their expressions suddenly more tense. I've heard that after an attack of hysteria, it's often accompanied by a tendency to emotional outbursts. Jiang Chen. After half a day of deliberation, the two, Lawrence Liu and Wang Bian, finally finalized the plan. They decided to stabilize Jiang Chen first. Then, by way of guidance, Jiang Chen was persuaded to reveal his condition, as well as its origin, so that they could determine a further treatment plan. Lawrence Liu suddenly walked up to Jiang Chen and said in a sincere tone, "Oh Jiang Chen, old me believes your nonsense." Jiang Chen, lousy didn't talk nonsense. Yes, it's the old man who's wrong, but calm down first. The old man is very calm right now. Well. Lawrence Liu spoke again to appease Jiang Chen for a while, only then did he say, "This way, next I will come up with a few arts and mathematics questions for you, and Yi Ting, both of you answer at the same time. Whoever answers the correct answer the fastest will be counted as the winner. How about it?" Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Ting, who had been stoic and silent on the side. Compared to him, "Are you sure?" "Of course sure." Lawrence Liu nodded his head repeatedly. Yi Ting's performance in arts and mathematics is second to none amongst the academies. Lawrence Liu waved his hand towards Yi Ting, who wanted to make a comment, signaling to be at ease. Then, as if coaxing a child, he said towards Jiang Chen, "If he compares himself to you, it wouldn't be an insult to you. There's nothing insulting about it, it's just that you're really ready for this?" Jiang Chen thought about it and decided that it was better to give a heads up beforehand. He looked to Yi Ting. "In advance, if you lose later." Yi Ting didn't wait for Jiang Chen to finish, so he arched his hand towards him with a few hints of teasing. "If I lose, my name is the No. 1 in the academy will be removed by brother Jiang himself." Obviously, Jiang Chen's earlier outburst had not been taken to heart. "Jiang Chen, what I mean is, if you lose in a while, just don't go the whole Dao heart shattering that dead out with me." "Broken Dao heart?" Yi Ting was surprised. "It's fine if you don't understand now." Jiang Chen flashed a smile at him before he looked at the dean. "Dean, just go ahead and ask the question." Yi Ting smiled faintly, not taking Jiang Chen's words to heart. Yesterday, though, he realized that he couldn't match Jiang Chen in pairs, also lost for a while, but it was soon put behind them. Pairing pairs, after all, is nothing more than a game among the literati. The arts and mathematics are different, but this is a mandatory subject in the autumn exam. He spent many years of hard work pouncing on it, therefore he had a high level of confidence in his level of jutsu. How could he lose to Jiang Chen? "Dean, I have no objection." Seeing that both of them had no objections to this temporary decision of theirs, Liu Yong directly said, "Good, then the old man will start to come up with questions next. The first question is an arithmetic question, testing your two's ability to do quick math. Ask how much is 149 times 191? As soon as his words fell, Yi Ting quickly lifted his pen and wrote down these two numbers on the rice paper. Immediately afterward, 9 grids were drawn on the rice paper. That was what Yi Ting had been accustomed to for more than a decade, a calculation method known as pavement brocade. Lawrence Liu came close to take a look and realized that Yi Ting's basic skills were very solid. The pen is also very dry and quick. This speed could have been even faster if he had been given an abacus. Lawrence Liu nodded in satisfaction, so he walked over to Jiang Chen's table again. Slow down. Jiang Chen, don't you need to lay down floor brocade? Jiang Chen casually wrote down on the rice paper the calculation formula that modern people, everyone, knew, looking up with a puzzled look. What's a pavement brocade? How do you calculate that without using floor brocade? Just count on it. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he wrote out a few more random numbers on the paper. Lawrence Liu saw this scene and shook his head. Actually, even laying the ground brocade, this kind of quick calculation skills do not know how he can compare with. Has long been skilled in mastering the skills of Yi Ting? He turned away and found a chair to sit in, picked up his teacup and was about to take a sip. Yi Ting, even if his calculations were faster, his marigold's effort to steal a moment of leisure was still there. Unexpectedly, he had just taken a sip of tea on his side. Jiang Chen over there then raised his hand quickly. "Dean, I'm done counting." "No way." Lawrence Liu had not yet spoken. Yi Ting, who was on the side, then jumped straight up. He looked at Jiang Chen with wide-eyed amazement. "Don't you dare shout. This arithmetic, it's never that fast." Chapter 40, The Mendacious Dean. I believe in this evil today. Yi Ting's shock was within Jiang Chen's expectations, but it was Lawrence Liu's reaction that made him TSK. The old man was actually quite calm. No panic, no arrogance or impatience. Sipping tea to himself, as if deaf. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind again. "Old man, I'm done counting. Lawrence Liu unhurriedly swallowed the tea in his mouth. Well, old man knows. I said I'm done counting, Lawrence Liu intoned. You can kind of know you're done, Jiang Chen. I said me, after doing the math on this question you came up with. Oh, Lawrence Liu's demeanor was bland as he took another sip of tea. The next second, a mouthful of tea spewed out of his mouth. He finally reacted, and the same shocked expression of Yi Ting appeared on his face. What? You're done counting? So soon? This can't be. He rushed to Jiang Chen with an arrow step. It's so fast it's almost not like an old person. Where? Let Lao Fu see your answer. While urging, he also reminded, I can tell you that for a scholar, credulity is also a fault that must be corrected. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just flashed the answer he had calculated. 28,459. Lawrence Liu looked at the string of numbers. Another look to Yi Ting, who was on the side. Yi Ting, count faster. I want to test this answer of his. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless at his words. You're really just quoting numbers off the top of your head, aren't you? Yi Ting, on the other side, had just been fully focused in the middle of his calculations. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Chen say that he was done counting so quickly. It was only then that I was taken by surprise, but with Lawrence Liu's reminder, he quickly calmed down. He had never seen anyone so fast in arithmetic in this academy. For the written test in arithmetic, it has to be a competition for speed when both sides can get the math right. So what if Jiang Chen's calculations are fast, but if the result is wrong, it's all for nothing? Yi Ting thought as he did. Resuming his composure, he continued to work up his calculations on the rice paper, in the manner of laying down the brocade, even to make sure you must count right. He counted extra carefully this time. Fully half a quarter of an hour had passed. Snap! Yi Ting paused to write. Dean, the student is done counting. Good. It's a bit slower than usual, but in the middle of the fall exams, this kind of speed, on the contrary, is more conducive to maintaining the correctness of the answers. Lawrence Liu gave a casual praise. Immediately afterward, he came to Yi Ting's body and picked up the piece of paper that he had been calculating on. Bottom. Lawrence Liu then saw a familiar string of numbers. 28,459. This can't be right. Lawrence Liu didn't believe it. The rice paper on which both men had written their answers was laid out in front of them at the same time. Wide-eyed, unblinking stare. Yi Ting saw the scene, heart thumping. Sure enough, he soon saw Lawrence Liu with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, then let out a lost soul mumble. Exactly the same. Answers exactly the same. I can't believe. Did the math right? But that was not the point at which Lawrence Liu felt alarmed. He was horrified at the disparity in the way the two men calculated. Look at Yi Ting's side. One side of the paper was full of numbers he had written down as he made his calculations, as well as some checkerboard patterns. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's side, yet it is unusually succinct. There are only a few vague numbers, but the answer is correct. Lawrence Liu first sends out the possibility that Jiang Chen is right, because arithmetic is a very rigorous subject, the likelihood of him montaging it, minuscule. How exactly did you figure this out? Lawrence Liu slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. This kind of arithmetic is unheard of for an old man to see and hear. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Coo of a dove. Lawrence Liu gulped. He was actually a little unsure of how to take Jiang Chen's words. He is the dean of this academy. How can he ask a student for education? If this gets out, it'll make people laugh. On the contrary, it was Yi Ting on the side who came over to look at the two very different ways of arithmetic and heard Jiang Chen's words. I almost didn't hold back from opening my mouth and stating that I wanted to learn. Jiang Chen took in the reactions of the two. He was smiling inside, too, but it wasn't a sneer. He is really some sigh of relief. This he knows, for him from elementary school has been used since the calculation formula, which contains the crystallization of the times, whether it's the 9 to 9 multiplication table, which elementary school students know by heart, or splitting the different digits of a multi-digit multiplication. Lawrence Liu gritted his teeth, and ultimately got in the way of the face of the literati. Didn't get to say the words to ask for advice, just grunted after, said, whatever way, only to count is. The autumn exam, the candidates have enough time to calculate. Moreover, you calculate this way. No one has ever printed, when the exam really counted the wrong number. That is 10 years of hard work, ruined. Jiang Chen knew that he was still talking tough, so he didn't bother poking at him. So he said, Dean, this question, I should be counted as the winner. Naturally, Lawrence Liu said. He looked at Jiang Chen, knowing that he had just himself probably really wronged the other party. But if he wants him to believe that the wild words in Jiang Chen's mouth are not an attack of hysteria, but that he really has this kind of ability, he still prefers to believe that it is hysteria. Lawrence Liu looked at Yi Ting again. At some point, the other party's expression, too, became extremely solemn. Obviously, It had already taken this impromptu artistry competition as a competition worthy of his full efforts to deal with. Lawrence Liu immediately stopped wasting time. This next question is a problem-solving question. The old man only read once. You two pay attention to listen to the conditions of the question. There is a pool of water, 1 cubit square, and in the center of the pool there is a first-growth reed, showing a foot of water, which, if he were led to the shore, would be exactly flush with the shore, and it is asked how deep the water is, and how long that reed is. When he finished, he resumed his chair, picking up the rice paper he had just asked for from Jiang Chen's hand in his hand. He stared and frowned, looking at it carefully. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden among Jiang Chen's math just now. Lawrence Liu wasn't worried about who among the two would be able to quickly answer the second question he had asked. The question had come to him a few days before. It requires the use of the Pythagorean theorem and extremely complex arithmetic derivations. Even for him, it took a full half-day's work before he finally came up with the result. Even if it was Yi Ting, Lawrence Liu estimated that if he wanted to figure out the sorrows of this question, he would have to spend a significant portion of his time. As for Jiang Chen, the 2 days had given him more than enough shock, and at every turn, he was forced to take a fresh look at the student who carried the reputation of being an evil young man. Lawrence Liu was a bit of tenacity in the body of the ingredients. In the deepest part of his heart, he really didn't believe in this. Jiang Chen, could he really be as he said? Jutsu level crushes them all? Lawrence Liu didn't want to believe it anyway. He had seen what Jiang Chen had done in the past. A dude, even if he's redoing it, is willing to take the time to read, plus a bit of genius. There is no way that you can suddenly become an existence that crushes others in all aspects of talent and learning. However, something that threw Lawrence Liu for a loop happened very quickly. That restless Jiang Chen. It wasn't long after he'd only just sat down that another ing hand was raised. Dean, I'm done writing. Chapter 41, the student becomes the teacher. This question should use the collinear theorem. Yi Ting drew a sketch on the paper in no time according to the topic given by Liu Yong. This is followed by the known conditions in the middle of the topic, all of which are labeled. After that again, he stopped the pen and looked at the pattern he drew, in his mind, and kept trying up various solution ideas. Yi Ting was not supposed to be in a hurry, because, following the usual pattern of the fall exam, he will have a great deal of time to think and ask questions in this type of problem solving. Even if he used the trial number method, which was the most computationally intensive, he was confident that he would be able to work out the final answer. But, because of this match, he has already lost one chip. Yi Ting was aroused by the competitive spirit. Since he didn't bother to use such an apparently stupid method of trying to count, he would have to rely on his real talent to work the question from start to finish with clear thinking. This, the paranoia that belonged to him, the crown of genius, it was also the way he had, in his mind, secretly competed with Jiang Chen. No matter what, he would never, ever lose to Jiang Chen again. Yi Ting had never been so eager for victory. But what happened next? Yet again, his perception was turned upside down. He hadn't even scratched the surface yet on his end, so he could only sit and stare at the pattern on the table for a while. But the afterglow. Jiang Chen, on the other side, buried his head, but never raised it at all. Only his quill, flying and wobbling. The subtle brushing sound of that brush across the rice paper rang out unceasingly. Yi Ting couldn't help but be partially attracted to it even if he was more focused. In turn, the more he felt a pang of panic. Did he, as expected, this time, Jiang Chen, still lived up to his concerns? It didn't take long to snap his pen across the table and raise his hand quickly. Dean, I'm done writing. Yi Ting heard Jiang Chen's side move and looked down again at the topic he hadn't even found his thoughts on yet. The heart is indescribably hard, so it's not just pairs of pears, but I'm also so far off from him in terms of arts. The praise he had received over the years, at this time was but without reason, turned into countless arrows in the bottom of his heart, constantly stabbing him. All at once he fell into a mood of self-loathing, completely broken defense. Yi Ting, who could no longer stand it, violently raised his pen and scratched the paper, then rose in indignation, lost his voice and cursed. Damn it, I'm not going to write this question. He finished his loud catharsis. A few hard gasps. Lift your head. Noticing that everyone in the pavilion of 3 talents had their gazes on themselves, 2 of them, the dean and the pair of Saint King Bien. Yi Ting's pupils shrunk, knowing that his actions just now had exposed the ugliness. His face, red and green for a while. Eventually, he lowered his head. I'm sorry, Dean. I failed you. It's my lack of fire that embarrasses you. The student knows his mistake. When I go back today, I will copy the rules of the academy 100 more times. My culmination kung fu is not on point either, and I still need to practice. Yi Ting looked at Lawrence Liu and became increasingly incoherent. Even his voice, there was a slight choking. Lawrence Liu could see at a glance that Yi Ting, at this moment, had already gone to the edge of collapse. That's not good. Yi Ting in the end is the face of the academy. Yesterday's loss and win have survived. Today and how can let him? Because of this not many spectators of the competition and fall? Lawrence Liu walked forward and patted Yi Ting's shoulder. Yi Ting, you don't have to blame yourself so much. You haven't disgraced the old man. After thinking about it, another rare mental remark was made at this point. Because not to mention you, even old me, I can't see through him at all at this point. Really? Yi Ting raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Even you, Dean, can't see through him? Lawrence Liu laughed bitterly. If I can see through him, why do I need to realize today that he is hiding so deeply? He turned his head, looking at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Just how much more skill have you hidden? Jiang Chen shrugged. Want to match the answer? Of course. Lawrence Liu patted Yi Ting's shoulder twice more as a sign of comfort. Only then did he slowly walk towards Jiang Chen. Before I see your answer, the winner of this written test is not yet decided. To be honest, Lawrence Liu's own psyche at this time was also very strange. He actually vaguely expected Jiang Chen to write the wrong answer this time, because in these 2 days, Jiang Chen's performance was just too right, so much so, that he actually had a slight feeling of unfathomability towards this young man who was less than a weak crown. He was sure the others who had seen it all felt the same way, but then he hoped that Jiang Chen would write it correctly. Because of this, he was able to more firmly determine that this Jiang Chen was truly a one-in-a-million supreme genius. Perhaps in the future, one could really be famous for his presence. Holding on to this mixed feeling, Lawrence Liu finally picked up the paper on which Jiang Chen had written down his answers and process. Then, Lawrence Liu was confused. Let's start with the conclusion. Lawrence Liu ruled that Jiang Chen was only half right on this question. As for why half? For while his answer was right, the process, however, was simply unreadable to him. Jiang Chen was shocked at his words. Old man, you can't read it yourself, don't talk nonsense. My process is clear as day. What the autumn examination is like, I'll leave it aside for now, but if I were the adjudicating examiner, I would never be able to judge a question on arts and mathematics, which I can't understand the process of. To be alright, then it's your own problem if you can't read it. Okay. Jiang Chen was a bit angry. The other party was simply insulting him. He can't get full marks for this kind of junior high school question? See an old man and a young man get into an argument and quarrel. Wang Bian and Yi Ting, who were on the side, rushed forward to stop the two. The two of you please calm down first. Let the old man take a look as well, Wang Bian said, while picking up the piece of paper with the calculation process written on it and frowned at it. The more he looked, the deeper his frown grew. For a long time, what does this character mean? Lawrence Liu pointed at the X on the paper and made a puzzled sound towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, unknowns. Unknowns? Wang Bian revealed a surprised look. Jiang Chen saw the scene, and then he suddenly remembered. This solution of his own, though, has been applied to himself in a familiar way, but for these ancient natives, there is much that they cannot yet understand, relying on their current knowledge of the arts. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and finally patiently explained. By unknown, I mean that we are asking for a proof of this number that we don't know, so I chose to use X to represent this number. After replacing it with X, we will be able to do the problem based on the collinearity theorem, which by the way you guys should always know. If you don't even know that, I really don't know what you're going to do with this problem. Bringing the unknown into the equation, we then do this variation. Positive spirit value plus 4, positive spirit value plus 4, positive spirit value plus 4, Chapter 42, the most the Big Dipper chapter. Jiang Chen, wait, this formula of yours, how did it turn into the following formula? You explain it again. Jiang Chen, why are you guys so stupid nah? Didn't I say that the left side of the equation changes to the right side to change the sign? Oh, so that's it. I can't believe there's such a convenient way to calculate this, just by setting up an unknown. Wang Bian, Jiang Chen, I have another question. Jiang Chen, Agu, this shoulder of mine, it's a bit sour ah. Wang Bian's eyes signaled. Apprentice. Wang Yan sniffed and immediately ran his ass to Jiang Chen's back and massaged his shoulders. Comfortable? Any other questions? Just ask. It's the way you calculated that 3-digit number earlier. How you say this ah? This is the easiest. You see first this, and then this. Wonderful. Wonderful. Brother Jiang, I also have a question. My legs seem a little sore too. Brother Jiang, do you see this force? Is it appropriate? Not bad. Not bad. You a reader can have this kind of tactics, rare and valuable. Not to hide from Brother Jiang, I am at home, then from time to time for my old mother. Yo, you're still a son with filial piety. In the court of 3 talents. I don't know when, the picture suddenly changed. It seems that everything started when Wang Bian asked Jiang Chen his first question. When they heard those advanced knowledge points from Jiang Chen's mouth, it was like they finally realized something. It didn't take long before a second question was asked like Jiang Chen, followed by a third. That's the thing about math. Even a simple question has many points of knowledge hidden in it, big and small. These points of knowledge, in turn, can lasso a steady stream of queries, and after a few explanations from Jiang Chen, each of them was enlightened. There is a feeling that listening to you is better than reading a book, and so it was soon. Yi Ting put down his desire to win against Jiang Chen. Lawrence Liu dropped his reserve as a dean. Wang Bian, needless to say, as a berserker student, he is also a person who is thirsty for knowledge, and there is nothing in himself that he can't pull off the face and frame, without realizing it. This one was originally planned by the two men, Lawrence Liu and Wang Bian, who were supposed to come to give Jiang Chen a private lesson in preparation. Instead, it had turned into a lesson where Jiang Chen unilaterally instilled knowledge points into several people. Jiang Chen turned into a husband, and everyone else has turned into a thirsty, problematic student. What's even more surprising is that not one of these people thought anything was wrong. Everything is so natural. The transition is silky smooth. Water to water. Zhao Qingjun attended class the next day. Then he felt distracted. There was no other reason, because that crime seedling she focused on, Jiang Chen, actually missed her class, and it's been most of the day. In the morning, obviously, one had taken a ride in his carriage and traveled parallel to him for a while. The way forward is also exactly this bookstore. But why? Again, have we not seen him? Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but think. Could it be that his behavior in the carriage had vaguely made him notice something? That's not good. If he found out, then he would have to approach him with another identity. But Zhao Qingjun could not think for a moment that he could contact Jiang Chen's identity so squarely. The more she thought about it, the more torn she became. It ended up being between classes, and I overheard someone among the students talking about it. Mentioned that this morning Jiang Chen and Yi Chen went together to the dean of the academy's Three Talents Pavilion. Zhao Qingjun sniffed. Immediately, he walked in the direction of the Pavilion of Three Talents. On the way, her thoughts didn't stop. She linked it to the sensation Jiang Chen caused yesterday when he displayed his talent for reading, and the strange behavior of Lu Yong at the entrance of the Jiang mansion yesterday, as well as that Yi Ting who was known as the first genius of the academy. It was not long before he guessed the reason why Lawrence Liu had summoned the two over at the same time. This Lawrence Liu, this girl clearly mentioned to him that this Jiang Chen is the key object of observation for this mission of the Delezy. He actually pays so little attention to cooperating with this girl. This is clearly an obstruction of justice. Moreover, that autumn exam is only a short month away from today. Even if he teaches it privately, how much can Jiang Chen learn? The fall exam doesn't test pairs. And that character he wrote, how do you think he has no chance? The more Zhao Qingjun thought about it, the more irritated he became. Without realizing it, he had already walked to the front of the Pavilion of Three Talents. She walked up quickly and was about to open her mouth to call Jiang Chen back to class. Unexpectedly, he was stiffly controlled by the sound of a conversation coming from inside. Alas, to test your mastery of this knowledge, I will give you another question. I'm fine with it. It's just that Jiang Chen, can you not always mention Xiaoming when you come up with questions? I'm annoyed now when I hear that name. How uneducated does one have to be to pump water into a pond while draining it at the same time? That's it. It's so unreasonable to act so foolishly. That's fine. Let's change it to Xiaojun, or Xiao Hong will do. That said, this Xiao Hong the more Zhao Qingjun listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This dialogue in there does seem like something that would happen when a teacher gives a lesson underneath. Masters and disciples sit and talk to each other without much bravado. But, the most wrong thing is here how did it sound like Jiang Chen was giving another lesson to someone else? And the voices of those who asked him questions were somewhat familiar. It seems to be the dean, Lawrence Liu, to Saint Wang Bian, the genius of the academy, Yi Ting, and that person with the childish voice who asked Jiang Chen every now and then, is this force appropriate? Wasn't it little Wang Yun? Zhao Qingjun seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. How could such an outrageous conversation happen in reality? A fop, who had once been uneducated, and had only recently shown a talent for pairing pairs, gave a lecture to a couple of learned readers. The degree of shock brought to her was no less than a roadside beggar teaching the emperor the art of empire. Simply inverted the Big Dipper. The more Zhao Qingjun thought about it, the more wrong he felt. She seriously doubted that several people had been coerced by Jiang Chen. This conjecture surfaced in the mind. She instantly stopped hesitating. A kick in the door. Jiang Chen, after experiencing a series of headaches, shoulder pain, foot pain, and egg pain, finally figure out the dagger. Gee, this chair is squeezing me a little uncomfortably in person, and I kind of can't think of the question. Lawrence Liu sniffed. That's more like it. He's just learned a new point. Just waiting to test his learning through this next question from Jiang Chen. He immediately said, Jiang Chen, you bear with me. I'll let you out. This time. With that, he pulled out a key. The intention was to release Jiang Chen from the bamboo chair. Just then, bang, the front door was kicked in from the outside. a deft figure darted through the door. At the same time there was a loud cry. Jiang Chen, how dare you imprison the dean of the academy and the others? Zhao Qingjun barged through the door. Jiang Chen was still stuck in the bamboo chair and couldn't get out. He looked at Zhao Qingjun, who had suddenly barged in. Husband, why don't you take a look before you talk? Chapter 43, What? We're learning poetry today. Are you sure? The scene in the room was worlds apart from what Zhao Qingjun had expected. It was thought to be Jiang Chen finally revealing his true colors and coercing a few people to be obedient to him, but I didn't expect to see Jiang Chen sitting on some kind of torture device with his body immobilized as soon as he came in. Zhao Qingjun was dumbfounded. Dean Lu? What the hell is this? Wang Bian and the others didn't recognize Zhao Qingjun, and when they saw someone barging in like this without any manners, their faces were all a bit unsightly. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lawrence Lu's heart thumped, and he hurriedly stood out to round up the situation. While explaining to a few people, he released Jiang Chen from the middle of the bamboo chair. It's also a blame on the old man for forgetting to remind that Jiang Chen doesn't have to go to the bookstore for these few days, but rather, he's here in my pavilion. Wang Bian heard Lu Yong's explanation and understood that this turned out to be the husband of Jiang Chen's bookstore. Then he also resisted the urge to have a seizure. Turning to Jiang Chen, he continued to show a thirst for knowledge, asking for the title. Cough cough. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, that said, this Xiao Jun. One day, Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Everyone in the Three Talents Pavilion other than Zhao Qingjun had a solemn expression on their faces. Hurriedly, they grabbed their pens and wrote down the key conditions of the topic on their respective pieces of paper. It's like being a good student who listens. Even Lawrence Lu, who was just talking to Zhao Qingjun, hurriedly said, Jiang Chen, you read slower. My old man's memory is not very good. Zhao Qingjun stood in the doorway, saw this scene, how to see how to feel weird. Does this Jiang Chen know any demonic arts? She stepped forward and forcefully dragged Lawrence Lu to the door. Dean Lu, do you remember who I am? Lawrence Lu froze for a moment. Aren't you the new husband of the academy? Zhao Qingjun, your old man think again? When Lawrence Lu heard this, a few moments of dullness surfaced on his expression. After thinking for half a day, he finally remembered and slapped the back of his head. Egu, look at old man's memory. You are the lord of the Delizy. Zhao Qingjun. She was genuinely confused as to whether the old guy in front of her was faking it or was just forgetful, but she couldn't care less at the moment, because she kind of saw it. The other party had obviously discovered Jiang Chen's talent in reading yesterday, and didn't want such a good seedling to be destroyed. Zhao Qingjun thought it was necessary for him to make some warnings. Dean Lu, you have to know that by teaching an evil person, if he does something in the future that harms the heavens and the earth, will you think of regretting teaching him today? Lawrence Lu was surprised. Teach him? I did not teach him. He's the one teaching the few of us. This kid's establishment in the way of arts and numbers doesn't need an old man like me to teach him. Zhao Qingjun, President Lu Yu. Seeing that Zhao Qingjun's face was clearly getting upset, Lawrence Lu finally put away his jokes. He straightened up. My lord, you acted on behalf of the heavens and wanted to deal with the Jiang family. That's your business. You asked me to make things easy for you, and I did, but I am just a teacher, not a temple. Jiang Chen, as long as there is a day in the academy, I will teach him a day. Away from the academy, he again for the wrongdoing. Evil, that is also not the old man's business. Old man, this academy, never taught him those. Yes. Faced with a flurry of words from Lawrence Lu that were clearly hiding something, Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but gnash her teeth. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of the phrase, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away. Dean Lu, if in time, Jiang Chen makes a big mistake and wreaks havoc on the academy, don't you regret what happened today? How can I care about the future? Lu Yong laughed, said, but adults also please rest assured. These 2 days of contact, the old man but found a thing. This Jiang Chen, inside seems to be a changed person. Maybe it's a guilty conscience, or maybe this is what he was supposed to look like. In any case, it's quite a change from the old him. Zhao Qingjun froze. Really? And she thought she was the only one who felt that way. After all, she had only come here yesterday, and her image of Jiang Chen's past was only from hearsay. At first contact, he realized that Jiang Chen was very different from the one he had heard. She had thought it was her illusion, but she hadn't realized that there were others who had developed this feeling. She nodded her head. Good, I'll make a note of that matter. When she said that, she glanced towards the pavilion of 3 talents again, leaving behind the sentence, if anything goes wrong, inform me immediately. With that, she turned to leave. I see it's getting late. A few if. You, Brother Jiang, I still have a question here that I don't understand. Hold on, tell the old man more about that quadratic equation. Alas, since you all are so gracious, I will not be polite. This quadratic equation. Let me tell you, there are a few variations here. Time flies when one is immersed in learning. Jiang Chen looked at the late day and wanted to leave there, but a few people are not willing to let him go, but cannot bear the end of the course, and insisted that he explain a few more questions. Ugh, you guys, ugh. Unable to resist the hospitality, Jiang Chen could only helplessly agree to this unreasonable request from a few people, until it started to get a little darker. It was only then that a few people were finally willing to let Jiang Chen go. He left when he did. The 4 people, Lu Yong, Wang Dian, Yi Ting, and Wang Yun, stood in a line at the entrance of the academy. Their eyes followed the wagon. Brother Jiang, remember to come to the academy early tomorrow. Jiang Chen, tomorrow you'll tell the old man more about that topic. Okay, I get it. And don't you guys forget about the homework I assigned today. If I find anyone tomorrow who hasn't finished their homework, I'll fix them. Jiang Chen poked his head out of the carriage and looked at the several people. His eyes also filled with feelings of reluctance. Don't worry, Brother Jiang, the old man will definitely remember that too. Several people watched the carriage disappear completely into realization, still holding the wave. Suddenly, the 4 men's movements froze at the same time. Wang Bian, hiss, something's not right. Lao Lu ah, are we forgetting something? Lawrence Liu also sensed that something was wrong and couldn't help but frown, lapsed into contemplation. Indeed, he raised his head, revealing a look of dawning realization. Which one of you remembers what Jiang Chen said as homework? Wang Bian was so angry that he almost jumped up. Old thing, are you stupid? We're the ones who are that guy's teachers and elders, yet we listened to that brat lecture for a day. When Lawrence Liu heard this, his eyes suddenly rounded as he clapped his palms together. Oops, I can't believe I forgot such an important thing. What should this be? Wang Bian narrowed his eyes at his words. Originally, I thought that kid was an uneducated one, and I pondered all night on how to teach him, but now it seems that his level of artistry is especially above all of us. This is a good thing. Wang Bian looked at Lu Yong. Originally, you were supposed to instruct the 2 of them in the arts, and the old man taught the 2 of them poetry, but now it seems that there is no need to teach him the arts, and tomorrow, it will be the old man who will teach him poetry. Lawrence Liu also nodded at his words. This is very good, said the man, looking up again. By the way, what's today's homework? Wang Bian, his temples jutted. Get out. Jiang Chen sat on the carriage going home. It feels like the air is sweet to be home, because he found that when he explained math topics to 4 people at the same time, the growth rate of the righteousness value actually quadrupled directly. What does that mean? Meaning that he had found a way, in the short term, to quickly accumulate positive chi values. It's far more profitable to be a teacher than a student. Right now this is only 4 people. If there was a day in the future when Jiang Chen was famous all over the world, there would be countless disciples. Wouldn't he just be able to use it to live forever? Jiang Chen felt like he had found another good path to survival, but that's only as an alternative, because according to the system, as his image continues to change, it will itself gradually be exposed to a larger congregation. At that time, he didn't need to spend any words at all, and with a casual word or action, he would be able to harvest a huge amount of righteousness value. By the way, system, what image am I in now? So much had happened in the past 2 days that Jiang Chen was curious if his image had changed. A vicious young man who robs people's women without regard for the law. No son, it hasn't changed at all? Because the image of the host forcibly robbing the people is not yet changed in the eyes of those in the know. In any way, Jiang Chen was in deep thought. Early the next morning, go to the academy. Jiang Chen hurriedly ran out of the house, howled at the coachman. He suddenly remembered something. Probing the street near the river house, he looked around warily. Luckily, that woman didn't show up today. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the outrageous events of yesterday, he felt more and more that he had to stay away from that woman. Otherwise God knows how much trouble you could get yourself into. Jiang Chen leaped onto the carriage and lifted the curtain. In the next second, he stiffened. Inside the carriage's compartment, a woman was lazily nestled in her seat, looking towards Jiang Chen with a sleepy look, rubbed his eyes. Good morning, Jiang Chen. Holy, who the hell put her in the car? Jiang Chen glared fiercely at the cart driver. Aren't you? Your Excellency. I saw this girl get on the carriage yesterday as well, and I saw her waiting for you here this morning. So, that's just it. No need to explain. Jiang Chen waved his hand lifelessly, stopped the carney from saying anything next. He got into the wagon. Looking at Zhao Qingjun, she said, Auntie, even if you like me, you can't be so whole. It's like that. What a bastard. A private student? What do you mean? Zhao Qingjun automatically ignored the first half of Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen shook his head without any explanation or words. Avoid any opportunity to give the other side a snake on a stick. As the carriage advanced, he didn't bother with Zhao Qingjun, but instead fished out a medical book from his arms and read it. Zhao Qingjun's reaction wasn't as drastic as it was yesterday. Perhaps she was really a bit sleepy, and without realizing it, she fell asleep in the middle of the carriage. Jiang Chen realized this when he heard her light snoring. He looked at Zhao Qingjuan's defenseless sleeping face. A slight frown. What do you mean? Can you sleep through this? Am I any character to be so reassuring? Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and look down at the book again. The carriage was about to arrive at Qingjiang Academy. Jiang Chen got out of the carriage and glanced back at Zhao Qingjun, who was sleeping and snoring inside. He instructed the coachman, "I'll get off here, and you go over that way some more, and wake up the people inside then." "Yes, my lord." Jiang Chen got out of the carriage, and the driver continued to drive the carriage forward. Finally, they arrived at the location Jiang Chen had pointed out. The coachman remembered Jiang Chen's orders and didn't dare to exceed them in the slightest. Just a knock on the outside of the wagon. "Girl, wake up! Girl, wake up! We've arrived at the place." To the puzzlement of the coachman, no half-hearted response came from inside. "Sleeping so much?" The coachman, a little puzzled, knocked harder on the boards outside the wagon. But in the face of this movement that seemed like a thunderbolt, the people inside were as good as dead. The driver finally couldn't help but lift the curtain and look inside. His face tightened. Inside the carriage, it was empty, an alleyway that the carriage had driven through earlier. Zhao Qingjun walked out inside with a complicated face. Not far away is the bookstore. She mumbled something as she walked. "Even when I pretended to sleep next to her, he didn't make any untoward gestures. It was never my problem. The problem was him. Is it true that he did all that evil he heard about? That's the Jiang family, the powerful family that has poisoned Jiangzhou for hundreds of years. And how did they produce such a person? And he deliberately avoided getting out of the carriage with me. To avoid suspicion? No." Zhao Qingjun suddenly remembered something. He knows to avoid suspicion now? Then why didn't he think of this later when he brought Cui Yunxiu home earlier? To the detriment of both sides. Today, both have bad reputations. There must be a deal in this that I don't know about. The more Zhao Qingjun thought about it, the more he felt that his understanding of Jiang Chen was filled with all kinds of confusion, and the back and forth could not even be unfathomable. The water in this river state is far deeper than I thought. Jiang Chen walked into the pavilion of 3 talents. Just realized I was actually the latest to arrive. He wasn't worried about his tardiness drawing the ire of a few people, though, because he saw 2 old men actually copying their homework. It's the homework he assigned to a few people yesterday. "Old Lu, don't take it all over. I can't even see it over there. I've finished copying on my end. Why are you so slow? Quickly, quickly, there's a question missing here." "What? Jiang Chen, what a pair of old men. Do you really think there's no discipline in this classroom?" "Jiang Chen, small mouth," a few people reflexively said. "No talking." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the classroom discipline he had specifically emphasized yesterday had worked. He looked to the other side, where Yi Ting was sitting with his eyes closed. There was no homework in front of his bookcase. Jiang Chen walked up to Yi Ting. "Where's your homework?" Yi Ting pointed to the side. It was taken by the dean for inspection. "Jiang Chen, that's a copy." Yi Ting for the defense of Lu Yong, readers of the things, how can be called copy? That at most is considered borrowing. "Jiang Chen, that's copying. It's borrowing." Well, give me this early in the morning, huh? Jiang Chen was just about to have a fit, but a man had already yelled before him. "What kind of bull asterisk arithmetic rules are these? Old me can't even copy them wrong 3 or 4 times. I won't learn it." Jiang Chen frowned. "Small mouth. Wang Bian, I'll small your mouth." "Jiang Chen?" Wang Bian saw that Jiang Chen's face was full of doubts and was no longer going to pretend. "Jiang kid, the old man admits that you have a few eccentricities along with your arts and mathematics, but this is just one of the subjects of the autumn examination. You have a lot to learn. Time is running out, so let's skip the academic count today. Let's learn poetry." "Poetry?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Seriously? Chapter 44, I've got a new word. Want to compete?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Seriously?" Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Wang Bian thought he had come to be interested. With a happy heart, he hastened to say, "Naturally, pairs of pairs are supposed to have a lot in common with poetry. In many ways, with this talent you have in pairing pairs, I think that once you master its essence, you will quickly surpass most people. There are not many people in this world who are qualified to teach you." When Wang Bian said this, his heart couldn't help but well up with a few memories. In fact, his goal when he was a young student was never some laborious pair of saints. Rather, it is the sage of poetry among the 8 sages of that literary lineage. When the Sage Academy took the lead in organizing the Kirin Literary Meeting, it invited all the literati and scholars in the world to participate in it. It is to compete for the title of the long-vacant sage of poetry in the world. But since ancient times, there is no first in the text. That literary meeting, so many literary talents, but not any of them at all, could write a poem that would gaudily overwhelm all the others. The corner has come to the end. Even the Academy of Saints has fallen into a helpless situation. Although a number of astonishingly talented people had appeared at this time, they were almost indistinguishable from each other. To place the name of the sage of poetry on the head of any one of them is to be feared as unconvincing. So the organizers of the literary meeting had a plan in mind, which led to the fabrication of several names with saints on the spot under the poetry saint. For example, the stream of the sage of pairing, the sage of fugue, and the sage of words. That's how Wang Bian got his name against essay. Although he was not a poet saint, there were only a few people among that group of literati at that time who were similar to him in poetic attainments. Wang Bian retrieved his thoughts, stroking the beard on his chin. He looked at Jiang Chen. The old man, perhaps, is just one of the few qualified to teach you. When he said that, he looked at Jiang Chen fixedly. Kid, interested in learning from the old man? This time, he didn't mention the matter of master and disciple again. Instead, he offered to teach Jiang Chen. He thought to himself, now this kid should agree. But what responded to him was another rejection from Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen scratched his head with a somewhat coy expression. Sorry, I actually know a little bit of poetry. A little bit of understanding. Wang Bian only thought he was young people good face, shook his head and lost his smile. Your kid is evil. Also, that old man will not be too big to say that it is teaching. We are right to be explored how. When Wang Yun heard this, he was anxious on the spot. Master, this is too much. It's too much of a self-absorption, isn't it? You're at least right about the Holy Spirit. Wang Bian smiled and waved his hand at him. From the time when Jiang Kid's line about smoke locking the pond willow came out, this pair of saints' name on my head has already failed to live up to its name. When he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen. What do you think of the old man's party's proposal? Jiang Chen this time but finally didn't refuse anymore. Just exploring the words. For a while is not too much to let this old guy. 2 down. Wang Bian also smiled slightly when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't refuse. Then he opened his mouth and said, regarding this poetry, if I want to speak, I don't know where to start for a while. If you are interested in listening to the old man tell some old stories, that would be perfect. Jiang Chen froze. Listening to a story? The wrinkles at the corners of Wang Bian's eyes lifted slightly. Not bad. All of you just treat it as if you are listening to a story. With that, he narrated in his old woodpale wave-like voice. That was decades ago. A maniacal student with outstanding literary talent is confidently invited to the Kirin Literary Society. The story of his bending countless young talents and encountering indistinguishable rivals, and eventually being crowned a pair of saints. He spoke of the past with a raised eyebrow. It's as if we're back to that time of glory. But in the end, he sighed. When I was young, I was also a genius. And those who know me say that the name of that poet saint will surely fall on my head one day. But that Kirin literary meeting made old man realize something. What is it? Yi Ting on the side listened extremely attentively. The once in Wang Bian's mouth was an image he had enjoyed countless times in his mind. With the world's literati and heroes, then the competition of literary talent, in the attention of all the people, all the way through the pass. This scene he just think about it, feel a few points of hot blood. This world is too big, Wang Bian said slowly. The place where the old man was young to study was a private school, which had only 24 fellow students, and the old man was among the most gifted. But there were more than 50 private schools like that in the whole city, and there are 17 towns like that in the river state, and Great Zhou, in turn, has a whole 26 states. Beyond the Great Zhou, there are even more vast worlds that cannot be explored. The world is too big. Even if it is 1 in 10,000 geniuses, there are thousands of more. The old man in that literary meeting all the way up, but in the end, or ran into a number of, with me equal to the person. Yi Ting froze at his words, his face thoughtful. The story of Wang Bian also gave him something to think about. It's not true that he's the genius of the academy, but how many academies are there in the world? Plus all those private school scholars. Even if he has great talent, is he the only Yi Ting in the world? This must not be possible. The Jiang Chen on the side alone had already made him unable to see the depths. The deeper Yi Ting thought about it, the more ghastly he felt. Is he nothing more than a frog trapped at the bottom of a well? His face couldn't help but show a few moments of dishevelment. Wang Bian nodded slightly in his heart as he saw the scene. He actually said that on purpose. The purpose is to make the other person realize how small they are. Human growth, a process of breaking down before building up. Even geniuses need to realize how small they are in order to go far on the road to success. He thinks he is a genius, but in reality, he is just a king at the bottom of a well. But one day, when you meet someone whose talent is superior to your own, that's when your confidence collapses and you're devastated. As Lawrence Liu on the side saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Although this old man Wang was very picky about accepting disciples, his teaching style was really more suitable for teaching geniuses than him. This Qingjiang Academy, all the students, although also divided into upper, middle and lower class students. However, when dealing with a student like Yi Ting, who was far ahead of his peers, He was a bit clueless. He had been worried about breaking this sharp breath in Yi Ting's heart, but had never thought to take the initiative to break him. Wang Bian's method is worth following. He looked at Jiang Chen again. It was expected that Jiang Chen would also be able to gain some insight from the story Wang Bian told. However, Jiang Chen's reaction made him dumbfounded. It was like he didn't understand the knockout punch in the story Wang Bian was telling. Only care about the surface of that story. Why don't you stop talking? Is this the end of the lecture? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Wang Bian was asked. Finished speaking. When he finished, he fell into a deep meditation. There was an interval of time before he said in an undying voice, "Didn't you learn anything from this story?" "Harm. I understand the reasoning." Jiang Chen waved his hand to show that it didn't matter. "I'm just curious about what kind of process you guys have when you're fighting poems. Is it scored by the judges sitting on stage? Or is it voted on by the audience off stage?" Wang Bian? The old man hammers you with his own experience as a story. And you're going to focus on these irrelevant details? But after thinking about it, he still patiently explained. We were competing for the poetry sage among the 8 veins of the literary sage, so naturally we had to be able to overwhelm everyone with our poems in order to be considered the winner. So it is. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Fortunately this was ancient times. If he put it in modern times this was simply impossible. Because modern times are full of barbs all over the place and it's harder than hell to convince everyone. Wang Bian suddenly remembered something and added, that literary meeting was held for 3 days in a row, of which, on the last day, it was to select the poet saint from among several people, but that day's contest lasted well into the night, and several people were still indistinguishable from each other. The poem question of the last competition, the old man seems to still remember vividly. That generation of painting saint, from outside the house painted a wheel of bright moon into a lightly clothed painting saint, clad in moonlight, walked in from outside the hall. He carried a picture of a freshly painted bright moon and laughed aloud. It is a pity that there is no moon today, so I invite you all to savor the bright moon in this painting. The zither saint on the stage suddenly stopped playing. Look at that picture of the bright moon. The glasses lit up. This bright moon comes at the right time. Insects, fish, mountains and water, all have been written. The last question. You several people will use this bright moon as the title of the poem. How? Wait. The last of your literary meeting. The poem topic of the competition was the bright moon? Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted with a voice. Wang Bian smiled faintly. Not bad, except that at the end of that competition, the bright moon poem made by several people still didn't separate the winners from the losers. When he finished speaking, he realized that Jiang Chen's expression was a bit complicated. As if he was about to say something, he couldn't help but say, Jiang kid, are you interested in the bright moon poem made by the old man? Ha 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 ha, might as well. If you're interested, the old man still remembers the poem he made back then. Perhaps the atmosphere at the site that day was just too good. Wang Bian was so inspired that he wrote a song called Moon Fugue, which is still being talked about today. After that Kirin literary meeting, Wang Bian got the name of the Sage of Pairing and had already published few poems. That Moon Fugue, therefore, is good enough to be called his pinnacle work. This time, he looked at Jiang Chen, intending to put pen to paper and reproduce this Moon Fugue, so as to let the other party know the vastness of the poetic discipline. However, Jiang Chen was suddenly shaking his head and losing his smile. To talk about the bright moon. I was enjoying the moon a while ago and happened to get a word about it. Words? Wang Bian's eyes lit up. You wrote the words? How was it? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. A wonderful hand is naturally not bad. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you and I, at the same time, resort to our written poems to the paper? How about it? Wang Bian looked at Jiang Chen. The Jiang Chen in front of him was spirited, and it was as if he had returned to that year. But that year, that contest failed to distinguish a winner from a loser. Today is not then either, but there are young talents standing in front of them as they were back then. A sense of grandeur rose in Wang Bian's heart. I want to show off my courage again. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yeah. Chapter 45. When will the moon come around? Yeah. Listen to the speech as the two men hit it off to start another bout. The expressions on the faces of several people on the sidelines were wonderful. Wang Yun's face was filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, although Lawrence Liu had taught him for a long time, he usually played pairs of pairs with him at most, had never yet shown his skill in poetry before his eyes. Yi Ting's eyes widened at the words, and his heart was vaguely eager to try. This was a chance to compete with the pair of saints. Where do regular people get that chance? Lawrence Liu, on the other hand, took a closer look at both parties after hearing their conversation. His heart suddenly stuttered, inexplicably having a bad feeling. He was also present at that Kirin literary meeting back then, only to be brushed off early and fall into the mortal stream because he was too middle of the road. Amidst the crowd raising their glasses in celebration, he witnessed how Wang Bian stood out from the crowd of geniuses. The final song, Moon Fugue, was the pinnacle of his life, inspired by the atmosphere of the scene. But he had an ominous feeling at this point for some reason. It was because of the faint smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, which he had seen several times in the past 2 days. Every smile is often followed by a flat thunderstorm, but at this time, the two are in high spirits. Lawrence Liu is not good to do this spoiler. All that could be done was to watch as both men fetched pen and paper at the same time. Bend over in front of the sitting case. It's about to start writing. And just then, Yi Ting suddenly spoke out. Wait. Jiang Chen and Wang Bian looked up at him at the same time with puzzled faces. Yi Ting quietly clenched his fists. Said, Senior Wang, Brother Jiang, can I participate in this as well? Just now I suddenly remembered that I once composed a poem about the bright moon as well. He finished, looking nervously at the two men, still mostly watching King Bian. Here, his name is the loudest. Wang Bian smiled. He could see that Yi Ting also had an unwilling obsession in his heart. This was someone who had suffered blow after blow not so long ago, yet still had the courage to face the challenge so head-on. It is really rare. Naturally, he would not refuse. Naturally there's no problem. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen again. What do you kid think? Jiang Chen shrugged. I'm fine with that. Yi Ting was delighted at his words. Immediately take out a pen and paper as well. All three leaned over at the same time and began to write poems about the bright moon. Among them, Yi Ting wrote the fastest. He couldn't wait to finish writing, then looked up to see how the other two had done. Wang Bian's pen was not in a hurry, as if he was not in the middle of a competition, but with some kind of enjoyment. He was enjoying the inauguration of that piece of poetry. Enjoy that process of getting every word, every line of the poem out of your chest and onto the page. When Yi Ting saw this scene, he immediately felt that the hasty manner in which he had just finished writing quickly had fallen short. This comparison alone makes the difference between the two sides. He silently said in his mind that he had been taught. Wang Bian also, at this point, finally finished writing 4 verses without panic. Raising his head, he happened to meet Yi Ting's complicated gaze. He smiled slightly. Finished writing? Yi Ting nodded respectfully. Finished writing. Not bad, Wang Bian casually praised. He then looked over to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen wasn't slow in writing, but he was trapped by the length of the words, so his speed was conversely the slowest of the three. Wang Bian got up and slowly walked forward. Suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong with Lawrence Liu's expression. He couldn't help but snicker. Look at your expression of having seen a ghost. Such an old man. How can you still look like a brat? You're so old. Why are you still acting like a brat? Lawrence Liu heard Wang Bian's voice. The head turned slowly and mechanically. Her lips opened and closed. Her expression still dreamy. Old Wang Na. What? That year? The last match? If Jiang Chen was present, Liu Yong wanted to say. Wang Bian laughed out loud at his words. If he was present, I'm afraid that he would really be a formidable enemy, so I don't think that the name of the pair of saints would have to be ceded to him. Ha 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 ha, it's a pity that he wasn't even born back then. Ha 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 ha. Lawrence Liu shook his head and slowly said, I mean, if he was present back then, I'm afraid all of you don't have to fight anymore. Wang Bian froze at his words, his expression unbelieving. He looked at this old friend who had been friends for many years and didn't hold back a hefty laugh. Old thing, that's not what you said back then. Lawrence Liu shook his head. When I complimented you on that poem back then, it was really the old man's eyes. Wang Bian, good. I'd like to see what kind of words this kid has written that could make you make such a comment. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Jiang Chen. Another look at the paper in front of the case. Song of Water. When is the bright moon? After seeing the name of the lyric, Wang Bian's expression was calm. I thought to myself that it was pretty moderate. When is the bright moon? Put wine and ask the blue sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. Having only seen the first sentence of the upper piece, Wang Bian's expression suddenly became a bit more grave. The bright moon, wine, and the heavenly palace. These few images floated in his mind, instantly sketching out a cool scene in the Jade Palace, where the lyricist raised a glass to the moon. There is not a single word of sadness, but it seems to come with it. With this sentence alone, Wang Bian could conclude that the words would not be bad, because he knows that poor words cannot bring about a change of mood in the viewer. Not to mention that it was still an old man of letters like him who had seen too many words in the world a long time ago, and the threshold of that emotional change was much higher than that of an ordinary person. He couldn't wait to read the second sentence again. I want to return on the wind, but I'm afraid that the jeweled buildings are too high to be cold. This time, he unconsciously pronounced the words. The expression was a little more grave. This sentence, from which he saw the lyricist's hesitation and contradiction. Both want to return by the wind, but also afraid of the agora. These two, it was hard not to let Wang Bian associate them with two words, that is, out of the world, and into the world. This is a question that many literati have wrestled with all their lives. Wang Bian looked at this word written by Jiang Chen. Instead, His mind couldn't help but look back at the first half of his life. He had been in such confusion in the beginning, whether to take the test or to return to the mountains. In fact, until now, he hadn't been able to face the problem head-on. He failed to make a complete exit from the world, but just traveled around with his disciples, drifting with the wind, and sometimes worrying about a couple of silver dollars. He also failed to enter the world completely, and even though he saw many injustices in the earthly world, he always maintained a coldite stance. The phrase not being able to get high enough to get cold is a way of elevating the original picture of the cold moon in the Qing palace once again. The lyricist is no longer standing in a palace on earth, but in that 9 heavens above, alone in the cold. Dance and make clear shadows, how it seems to be on earth. Seeing this sentence, Wang Bian's expression became much more complicated, and yet it was not because it was badly written, but it was the line where he finally lost sight of the lyricist's confusion. The lyricist danced in the moonlight, looking at his own shadow, mirroring his own, and in the end, he chose this cold earth. Wang Bian looked at Jiang Chen. Is this the choice he made? I heard that once upon a time he was a fop, lawless and uneducated. Looking back now, how is that kind of game of life not a way to get out of the world? Unconstrained by worldly propriety, all actions are directed to the satisfaction of one's own interests. Wang Bian gazed further down, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door. There is no sleep. There should be no hate. Why should I ever look back to the time of parting? People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. This next piece gave him more of a shock than the first piece of the word. People have their sorrows and joys, the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. Then it speaks the truth of this world. Ha 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 ha. Wang Bian finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lawrence Liu asked, why is brother Wang laughing? I laugh at that word. Laugh at the word? I'm laughing at this word, but I can't believe that I didn't write it. If I could have made such a song, what would have happened to those few losers? Yi Ting, who was on the side, voiced out at this time, Senior Wang, I would also like to take a look at the poems you wrote. Wang Bian walked over, ripped up the poem he had written from the bookcase, and tore it to shreds. With a puzzled expression, he looked around. Where is there any poetry? Chapter 46, Jiang Chen, will read for the rise of Great Zhou. This frenzied scene surprised Yi Ting. What exactly did Wang Bian see? Yi Ting suspiciously walked up to Jiang Chen. Peekaboo. The next moment, his expression subtly changed. Doubt, surprise, gaze, shocked. Yi Ting took a step back and looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. This word, why can you write such a word? Jiang Chen looked up. He looked at Wang Bian, but saw that he had a calm expression. Only restless feet were secretly gathering the pile of papers he had torn. Jiang Chen, he looked at Yi Ting again. Brother Yi, you've already read this word of mine, and you haven't read what you've written. Yi Ting's face changed when he heard this. Without saying a word, he scurried back to his bookcase. Pick up the pile of scrap paper you just wrote on. Torn to shreds in one breath, followed by a desperate attempt to get it into his mouth. While swallowing, he grunted. Brother Jiang, I'm not comparing myself to you. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Chen, he opened his mouth. Look around the week. Realizing that everyone was looking at themselves like they were monsters. Everyone was silent, yet it was as if they all had a load of questions to ask. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. Still competing? The others were even more silent. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Since there's no more competition, let's start the official class. After he finished speaking, his gaze went to Wang Bian. Old Wang, did you finish your homework yesterday? Wang Bian sniffed. Fly, quickly, and impatiently. Hand over the homework that Yi Ting finished yesterday to Jiang Chen. Of course old me is done. After saying that, he pointed to the two of them, Lawrence Liu and Yi Ting. The two of them haven't written yet. Lawrence Liu, Yi Ting, 5 days in a row. Jiang Chen never heard any more words from Wang Bian or Lawrence Liu that wanted to teach him. Even always in the academy, claimed to be in the autumn exams above. A Win Yi Ting, also increasingly silent. It is sometimes customary for those who know him well to blow off a few words when they see him. Brother Yi, are you 10% sure about this fall exam? Brother Yi, I, of the cold sect, am counting on you to fight for us. You must take the top spot in the golden ranking. Every time he heard this voice again, Yi Ting would stare straight at the other party. Please don't mention such words again. In the future, I, Yi Ting, will not fight for first place, but only for second place. No one knew what Yi Ting had gone through. All they knew was that every day Yi Ting would walk out of the pavilion of 3 talents. The expression faded, and sometimes holding a roll of paper full of drafts and muttering, why is this? Which step did I take wrong? Those who are interested will also find. It wasn't just Yi Ting. Sometimes the same expression could be seen on the faces of Lawrence Liu and the pair of Saint Wang Bian when they walked out from the middle of the Pavilion of Three Talents. Of course, the fact that Jiang Chen went straight to the Pavilion of Three Talents first thing every day after arriving at the academy was also seen by those who were interested. Only, no one had ever seen him show a similar expression. Just know that he came out of it every day with a spring in his step, as if he were a bird out of a cage. Various speculations have been made about this. It was thought that Jiang Chen had shown his talent in pairing pairs at first, causing both the dean and the pair saint to be astonished, believing him to be some kind of genius of the way of literature, and deciding to train him and Yi Ting in secret. And every time Yi Ting came out, his face was full of thought, so he must have been reaping the rewards. And with Jiang Chen's giddy look every time he came out, one look showed that Dean and the others had spent their efforts in vain. And the other conjecture is a bit more outlandish. Someone actually said, inside, it was Jiang Chen giving lessons to Yi Ting as well as the Dean to the Saint duo. It's a no-brainer. A lot of people didn't fail to make it an after-dinner joke because of this. Hey, I heard that amongst the Three Talents Pavilion, Jiang Chen displayed a great skill, causing several literary talents to admire him and seek his education. Your rumors are all outdated. I've heard that Jiang Chen is a heaven-sent saint, born to know without a teacher. It can be described as a supreme wizard. Ha 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 ha. Whoever made all this up is quite a talent, to treat all of us like little cuties. Muddle. The rumors behind these. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear. He just lived this simple, unassuming life day in and day out, 7 days in a row. Every day, Jiang Chen would stumble upon Zhao Qingjun at the door when he went out early in the morning, and then the other side is as unashamed as it was at the beginning. The grandeur of it all was riding in his carriage. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had gradually gotten used to it. There's no way around it. Travelers are all chimera bodies. There are some things you can't avoid. So in the end, the one who suffered in this protracted battle became Zhao Qingjun. She now wondered a little to herself if she had the wrong person to investigate. The feeling Jiang Chen's entire person gave her was completely different from what she had heard amongst the rumors. The closer we get, the more we feel that way. If this is a disguise, then this man is simply horrible. Zhao Qingjun had made up her mind that if today, Jiang Chen didn't reveal a breakthrough, she would have no choice but to set her sights on Jiang Hero, but it would be a very daunting task for her. Zhao Qingjun's eyes flickered. Middle-aged people were always much more composed than a young man like Jiang Chen. Since he knew she was in Jiangzhou, he would definitely make things watertight. Even her disguise, it was easier to expose. Just as Zhao Qingjun was hesitating in her mind, she suddenly realized that there was an additional face in front of her. Habits are a terrible thing. Just now, Jiang Chen had come close to her, and she had actually failed to raise her guard at all. If Jiang Chen had just recognized her disguise and wanted to kill her. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingjun's back became wet with sweat for a moment. It can't go on like this. Next I must take a more proactive approach, to get closer to that darkness beneath the surface calm of the Jiang family. Just then, Jiang Chen spoke. Husbandman, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Ah, nothing. Jiang Chen, is there something you want to tell me? Fuzzy, I want to take a vacation from you. A vacation? Oh, okay, wait. Zhao Qingjun's eyes suddenly widened. What's Jiang Chen doing on leave for good reason? She quickly asked. Why the sudden vacation? It's a family business. And my dad asked me to watch the grounds for him for a few days. Watching the field? Zhao Qingjun was shocked when he heard this. This was the first time she had heard similar black words from Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen's performance these days, where does it look like the heir to a mob family? It was practically no different from the ordinary students of the academy. Chance. It's an opportunity. Zhao Qingjun immediately realized that things were finally going to change. Why do you have such a strange expression on your face? Husband? Nothing. Your vacation. I approved it. It's just a vacation. Husbandman, you don't need to be so excited. Jiang Chen scratched his head. If you really want to see me every day, I can tell my father that I won't go. Go. Must go. Zhao Qingjun hurriedly said, then immediately realized that he had acted too impulsively. Changing the subject said, this reading not everyone can be accomplished. I see your family, but also do not rely on you to read and flourish, or to the family's affairs as a priority. Jiang Chen couldn't hold back a bit this time. Teacher, how dare you still think I'm not fit to study? Zhao Qingjun instantly remembered Jiang Chen's performance over the past few days. It also felt like I had just blurted that out a bit hastily, where Jiang Chen wasn't suited for reading. In terms of talent, Zhao Qingjun hadn't seen one stronger than him. But, if you want to blame, you can only blame you, coming from such a family. Right, even if you have a talent for reading, so what? It can't cover up the crimes your Jiang family has committed. Zhao Qingjun forced a smile and said, where? This teacher is saying, you have a big family, reading or not, there is no impact, is not it? Of course it's different. Jiang Chen threw his voice, if I don't study, where will the future of this great Zhou the future of all the people in the world. Go, I'm studying for the rise of Great Joe. How would I interfere with my heart because of these external things? These words were deafening to Zhao Qingjun. People are frozen. No, Jiang Chenyu. She was about to speak. However, he saw Jiang Chen's expression, which suddenly became very helpless. In fact, he was home for dinner yesterday. His father suddenly asked, "Son, haven't you been a little too peaceful lately?" Jiang Chen realized that things were not good, so he quickly put down his chopsticks and vouched with his conscience. "Father, who did you hear that from? I'm not honest at school." With that, he began to break it up. "Father, you know me. I've done all the evil these days. You see, not only did I force my classmates to do my after-school homework for me, but I also pressured my teachers not to allow me to leave early. And not only that, I even forced those dudes to memorize poems as a way of destroying their spirit." Jiang Chen's voice trailed off as he spoke. Jiang father and mother looked at each other. "Wasted? Scrapped. I'm afraid I've really contracted learning," Jiang mother said seriously. Jiang father twisted his head and stared at Jiang Chen, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. "Starting tomorrow, you won't have to go to the academy." Jiang Chen was anxious. "Father, I haven't chased after Lu Qing yet. How am I going to chase her without going to the academy?" Jiang father narrowed his eyes. "The matter of the Lu family, let's put it to rest for now. I won't allow my son to be a softie who is addicted to reading." "Mother Jiang, your father has a point. In our family, there are no cowards who study." Jiang Chen, "Jiang father, from the day after tomorrow, you'll go to the Luyun building to watch the venue. There, your uncle Tiger will teach you how to become a qualified Jiang family heir." Jiang Chen thought of a way. "Then wouldn't it be fine to let Uncle Tiger become our Jiang family heir? I'll you up." Jiang father thrust his chopsticks into the wall behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Chapter 47, Starting a class in a greenhouse. School just broke up this afternoon. Jiang Chen then looked at Yi Ting's few people with a heavy tone. "Everyone, after today, I won't be able to teach you and others here." Yi Ting was shocked. "Brother Jiang, without you, how can we study?" Lawrence Liu frowned. "Jiang Chen, what is the explanation for this?" Jiang Chen sighed and explained. "Starting tomorrow, I will start taking over the affairs of my family." "What matters?" Lawrence Liu asked hurriedly. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked towards the sky, shaking his head and sighing again. "Dean, it's better if you don't know." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and left, leaving only a lonely back to a few people. The several people of Lawrence Liu stood still and looked at each other. The look of fear was complex and difficult to understand. What a good scholar! How come he was born in such a family? It was a sentiment shared by several of them, but it was so far gone that no one spoke first. But coincidentally, everyone's mind, at this time, floated a thought. "Jiang Chen, brother, I will never allow you to fall like this. I will definitely find a way to save you from your misery." Out of the bookstore, Jiang Chen then urged the carriage driver and headed straight to Luyun building. Just walked in. The sharp-eyed bod then recognized him at once. Her eyes lit up, not caring about the drunkard who was still entangled beside him. He arrived in front of Jiang Chen in a few steps, a smile piled on his face. "I said that the magpies in the house were screaming happily this morning, and I thought that there was something joyful going on, but it turns out to be that Mr. Jiang is coming today, so I've missed my slave." Jiang Chen felt a twinge of revulsion as he looked at the wallpowder-like putty on the pimp's face and the dainty, pretentious look. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he asked toward the pimp, "Sister Feng, is Tiger here?" Yes, I'll lead you there, my lord." Soon, under Phoenix's leadership, Jiang Chen met Tiger. Tiger felt a few moments of surprise when he saw Jiang Chen. "Young master, why are you here today?" "It's really flattering to my subordinates na. I'm looking for you to come over tomorrow. I'm planning how to prepare a big gift for you." "No need for any big gifts." Jiang Chen waved his hand and went straight to the point. "Brother Tiger, I remember we've taken in quite a few children in our building, right?" When these words came out, Phoenix, who was on the side, changed her face. The child in Jiang Chen's mouth. Some of them were picked up by the building, some were bought from the dental shop, and there were even some, which the women in the building were pregnant with the guest seed and forced to give birth. The oldest children were no more than 12 years old. There are men and women. The women help with odd jobs in the building on weekdays and learn some of the building skills. In the future, when they reach a certain age, they will follow the orders of the building and gradually take over the business in the greenhouse. The men, on the other hand, are taught some martial arts from a young age so that they can become the building's fighters in the future. The pimp didn't know what the significance of Jiang Chen suddenly saying these words was, but she heard, many men who are addicted to lust, after reaching a certain level, will not be satisfied with the normal male-female intercourse, and begin to contract some other fetishes. Arms like young children, young girls. The pimp suspected that Jiang Chen had such an idea. She has always known that a greenhouse is a quagmire. and the women inside will one day, without exception, be swallowed up by this quagmire. But at less than 12 years old, it was still too young. She was a little on the edge of her seat, so he tried to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, the flower girl in the building are all here. If you want, I'll call a few of her here. Tiger, who was on the sidelines, was not happy. You old ugly woman, how dare you refute the orders of the Gongzi, said the violent temper came up. A big hand is going to slap to the old pimp face. Slow down. When Jiang Chen beckoned, Tiger's movement stopped. He looked at Jiang Chen, his face accompanied by a smile. Gongzi, this old ugly woman doesn't know the rules. Jiang Chen waved his hand, thinking about it and not bothering to explain. He just said, don't worry, I, Jiang Chen, am not such a person. I summoned them for another important matter. I'll be waiting in box number 1 in the sky, and later on, you wait and summon all the children in the building. After saying that, Jiang Chen went straight up the stairs. He's certainly not some sick pedophile. Rather, he intends, while he has the opportunity, to lap up a vicious wave of positive values. That's right, Jiang Chen used the greenhouse as a cover to open a private school. Jiang Chen waited for a while in the Tianzino 1 box. It didn't take long for Phoenix to lead a group of children up. Those children acted a bit jittery when they saw Jiang Chen sitting on the bed reading a book. They are young and short-sighted. A phoenix and a tiger are their heaven. And to see their heaven, groveling to a young man, this person had summoned them again without saying why. And the level of trepidation in everyone's hearts could be imagined. Everyone, don't even dare to take a breath. Every movement of Jiang Chen turning the pages of the book caused their hearts to tighten. Finally, with all of them watching nervously, Jiang Chen closed the book. Stand up. He looked to Phoenix. Are these the only ones? Phoenix wiped her sweat and counted the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back to my lord. There is still one missing. Look at this. Jiang Chen waved his hand. No harm done. You guys look for more. I'll go to the outhouse. Jiang Chen said, turning around and going downstairs. Follow the route from memory. Soon they came to the door of an outhouse. At this point, in the middle of the hut, a kid with long hair and a clean-cut look was undressing broadly and looking down at his chest with hatred. Damn, it's growing again. If this goes on, my identity as a daughter will be discovered sooner or later. I don't want this life. I promised my mother that I would escape from here. As the little girl mumbled to herself, a puzzled voice suddenly came from behind her. Are you a kid here too? The girl was startled, hastily wrapping his chest tightly. Only then did he turn back and look at the man in the doorway, nodding his head and his voice shrill. I'm really sorry. This gentleman, I'll go out and make room for you. She was really a little freaked out. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, he stifled his head and staggered past Jiang Chen, just about to flee. Jiang Chen's reminder directly caused her to stiffen. It's better for a girl not to come to an outhouse like this where all the men come. Be safe. She turned around in horror, raising his head to reveal a face with a few stubbornness. He stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. This gentleman, you must have read it wrong. I'm a male. Jiang Chen was puzzled. But you clearly, I'm a guy. Okay. See this little girl in a bit of a hurry. Jiang Chen thought that she might not be too happy about her woman's body being seen, so she lied about being a man to avoid misunderstandings. Couldn't help but shake his head. Fine. You're a guy, okay? Go. Do you still want to see me take a? Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, sending the little girl away. However, by the time he finished Ting and walked out of the hut, only to find the little girl actually standing in the doorway waiting for him, Jiang Chen was puzzled. What are you doing here? Waiting for me? The girl's expression looked torn. This gentleman, can you, please, not tell the truth about my identity as a female? She had planned to walk away, but she remembered that tone of voice when Jiang Chen spoke. It was clear that he had already seen through her womanhood. Oh, why? Jiang Chen rose with a few moments of curiosity. The girl kept her head down and didn't say anything. After a moment's interval, however, she gritted her teeth, glanced nervously from side to side, and suddenly knelt in place. Please, master, I will tell you why, if you promise not to tell anyone about it. Jiang Chen's scalp tingled when he saw this scene. He too hastily looked around and was relieved to see no one. Even if he had such a malodorous reputation, Jiang Chen was unwilling to carry the name of bullying a little girl. He quickly said, okay, I promise. You get up first. Really? The girl looked up, and at some point there had been more than a few hijacked tears in her eyes. Really? Why don't you get up and tell us why you're hiding your identity? Master, you're really a good person, the girl said, immediately explaining to Jiang Chen. The children of Lu Yun house, when they reach the age of 14 they have to. The girl explained. Jiang Chen quietly listened. His heart suddenly realized, oh, it's like this. You decided to crossdress for the sake of your pact with your mom. The girl wiped her tears. I see, master, you are a good man. These things, I only told you. There's a big man coming to the pavilion today, said to be even more fearsome than both Phoenix Mother and Tiger Master, with a face of horizontal meat and a waist as thick as a bucket, and he'll eat 3 children in one meal. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Who the hell is rumor mongering about him? And a meal of 3 children? Do you really think he's a monster? Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he still had quite a long way to go to reverse his reputation. He waved his hand helplessly with the girl. Go ahead and go up. I won't tell anyone else about you. The girl was halfway there when Jiang Chen called out to her again. By the way, do you have a name? Back to you. My name is Lu Ji. The girl turned back and smiled at Jiang Chen. Boy-like dress, but in this smile, showing a few points of girlish delicacy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart as well, touching his nose. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Then he waited for the girl to walk away before skimming. Just like that, how could it go unnoticed? After saying that, Jiang Chen was in no hurry and went up the stairs along the place where the girl had left. Chapter 48. Luigi's Worry. Luigi stopped in front of a door. Tiny little man, tilting his head slightly. In front of him, it was the Sky character No. 1 box of the Lu Yun building. It was a place she normally never had the chance to set foot in. Luigi was in a trance. It was rumored that in Tianzi No. 1, all the guests entertained were the VIPs of the building. How expensive exactly? She's not sure. I just heard the pretty girl in the building mention it once. If a girl comes out of the cabinet and is lucky enough to enter the store, after that, even if you can't compete for the top spot, you can definitely keep your own acreage in the highly competitive Lu Yun building. Even Phoenix's mom could no longer make calls on her at will. Lu Ji, dressed as a man, had thought she would never have the chance, in her life, to enter the store. But I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. It's fine, Lu Ji, no one will be able to see your disguise. Similar encouragement. Say it twice enough in your mind. Lu Ji finally raised her hand and pushed open that door. The scene inside wasn't quite what she expected. Thought the objects inside would be glittering gold everywhere. The result is not much different from the usual room. The objects were exquisite, and the material of the bed drapery was expensive to the naked eye. Still, Luigi had no reason to feel a small pang of disappointment. Inside, Phoenix is walking around in front of the bed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he immediately looked over, and then reprimanded, "Good you brat, where to go wild? Looking for half a day also do not see you people." Lu Ji bowed her head and admitted her mistake. "I'm sorry, Feng Ma, I just had a bit of an internal emergency. You, why don't you hurry to death? If you upset that big shot, old mom will be dragged down by you," Phoenix said to the angry, raised her hands to hit. Lu Ji was startled but didn't dare to hide. She just closed her eyes and turned her face sideways. The slap didn't land on the face after all. Lu Ji opened her eyes again, only to see Feng Ma's face full of hatred. "Remember this time for now. You stand inside first." Phoenix pointed to the boys and girls who had already stood in a group on the side. "When the eunuch leaves, let's see how my lady will clean you up." "Yes, Phoenix mom." Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had escaped. Hurriedly, he stepped up to the line. In the procession, men and women stand on either side. Luigi naturally stepped into the boys' line. Soon he was caught up in the atmosphere of the room. Depressing, low, even the usually bossy Feng Ma and Master Tiger both looked nervous. Luigi wiped her head to keep from showing the slightest sign of dissent. At this point, Lu Guer, cough, cough. There was a faint sound in Lu Ji's ear. A girl's voice. She gave a slight sideways glance. Then he saw a girl with a pale complexion, a slender body, and flesh as thin as paper attached to bone. Little Pill Pot. Lu Ji was shocked. "Why are you here too?" They even, coughing. "It's okay, Lu Guer." The girl known as Little Pill Pot squeezed out a smile towards Lu Ji. "Phoenix's mom told everyone to come. So I, cough, 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 can't not come." A violent cough caused the little girl's paper-thin body to quiver a few times, and an unnatural scarlet blush appeared on her face from the anxiety of not being able to speak. Lu Ji was anxious. "But your body." "No, ahem, it doesn't bother me," the little potion pot soothed in turn. "No guest would be interested in me in my condition." Luigi was silent. The little medicine pot's mother, a flower girl from previous generations, but by mistake, she falls in love with a guest. By the end of the day, it was even pregnant with that guest's child. But while the flower girl waits with great joy for her good man to come and take her away, that so-called good man was never seen again. The flower leader was so depressed that she couldn't think straight, and not long after giving birth to the little medicine pot, she died. The little medicine pot inherited her mother's beauty, but unfortunately, she grew up weak and sickly. Phoenix looked at the face of the little medicine pot and had thought of spending money to cure her disease at its root so that she could train another flower girl for the future. But congenital disease is a bottomless, gold-swallowing pit. The medicines are getting more expensive and the little pot of medicine is not getting better. Phoenix's mom finally decided to give up. The little medicine pot's body, which had just stopped taking the medicine a while ago, was rapidly wasting away. Not long after, will be thin even the human form is about to see. All day can only lie in bed, dying. But Fengma had already decided to give her up, and even the maids who had been taking care of her were removed. Lu Ji looked on, anxious. The little medicine pot, her only friend and the only one who knew her girl's identity. Lu Guer, seeing the worry on Lu Ji's face, the little medicine pot playfully winked at her. Don't worry about me. I'm the one who has to worry about you. Lu brother's so pretty. I heard the big girls in the building say that they all want to wait for you to grow up a bit. Secretly eat you. Lu Ji blushed at the snicker and sniff, but the tension in his heart subsided quite a bit at the other man's jibe. As long as she didn't say anything, no one would know the identity of her girl. As long as she continued to disguise herself, she would, sooner or later, find a way to escape from here. The premise is that this secret of his should not be known to a third person. Luigi shook his head. It was her biggest secret, and there was no way a third person would ever know about it. But suddenly, her expression froze. Just moments ago, a handsome male who wandered into the outhouse by mistake discovered her biggest secret. If the other side makes this public, no it won't. No it won't. The man looks good-natured, and he has promised me that if he were to expose me, he could do so at the outset. Luigi thought so, but it seemed that God had played a huge joke on her specifically. Tap, tap, with the sound of a smooth, calm footstep, the two of them, Master Tiger and Phoenix's mom, suddenly shook. In unison, they looked toward the door. Gonzi, you're finally here. On the faces of Feng Ma and Master Tiger, what appeared at this time was a look of deference that Lu Ji had never seen before. A tattooed cloud boot stepped into the box. What was then revealed was a face that Lu Ji had, not long ago, seen. That face, still wearing the smile from the parting. Lu Ji's face, however, was instantly ugly and complicated. How could it be him? The big shot that Phoenix Mom and Tiger Master want everyone to gather to meet is him? Don't see me. Don't look at me. Luigi instinctively buried her head down. However, the sense of panic on his face was impossible to hide. The small medicine pot on the side suspiciously came to her ear. Lu Guer, what's wrong? Do you recognize that man? Lu Ji lowered her head, her body trembling from panic. She didn't hear what the little pill pot said. It just felt like a breathlessness. The mind begged over and over that the other person never noticed them. But often, the more you fear something, the more it happens. Is everyone here? All here. Phoenix turned her head, pointed at Lu Ji in the crowd, and said, just now it was this brat who wasn't there, giving us a good search. Jiang Chen inclined his head along with Feng Ma's finger and looked at her. He smiled slightly. It's you. Lu Ji instantly turned ashen. Chapter 49, Evil Man? Good Man? It's you. The derisive voice came. Lu Ji's pupils shrunk violently, and reflected inside, was Jiang Chen's smiling face. It's weird. Earlier there had been some smiles from kindred spirits. At the moment it was so morose and repulsive. Lu Ji's biggest secret was discovered by the man in front of her. No, instead of being discovered, rather than that, it was she herself, who delivered her handle to the other side. When Lu Ji thought of this, she hated that she couldn't slap herself hard. Why so careless? Luigi didn't realize that it wasn't really her fault. The reason was on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had spent most of the first few days with a few readers, so he had gotten a little bit of a bookish aura. This bookishness, paired with Jiang Chen's already handsome face, it's very easy to get the heart going. Plus, at this time, Jiang Chen didn't have any evil thoughts in his head, so his gaze was pure. All of these elements stack up. Therefore, just a face-to-face, Lu Ji cannot help but think that this person, not a bad person. But when the intuition was not allowed, Lu Ji instantly realized that she had become the most stupid fool. The man in front of her turned out to be a more terrifying person than Feng Ma and Tiger Master. Above the wicked. Such a man who knows his biggest secret. What would he do to himself? Is it to expose herself in public? Or was it to use it as blackmail to force her to do those disgraceful things? So in the end, one still can't escape such a fate? Lu Ji remembered all the sacrifices she had made along the way. All the care she had taken. All the sitting on pins and needles in order to disguise herself as a boy. Then the more despair was felt. Bitterness. Lu Guer. What the hell is going on here? The small pot of medicine behind her nudged Lu Ji and realized that she was shaking badly. Cluck cluck cluck. It's the sound of the upper and lower rows of teeth constantly knocking together. Lu Ji was trembling all over. This strangeness quickly drew the attention of everyone around them. What's wrong, Luigi? Phoenix Mom, Lu Ji seems a little off. Look at him. The sudden commotion added a touch of annoyance to Phoenix's heart, and she couldn't help but curse in her mind. This kid has seen a ghost today. He's making a mess for me. She stepped forward and suddenly reached out, pushing Luigi back. Vertical eyebrows rebuked. Bastard. Are your bones itching? Why are you shaking? Seeing the anger on Feng Ma's face and the finger that kept pointing hard at her chest, Luigi felt more and more a sense that she was in a trance of here and now. Everyone's looking at me. It was as if a mouse, carefully hidden in a corner, was suddenly pulled out, and in a flash had to accept all the stares from all sides. It's over. All those years of pretense. It's all over. Mother, I'm sorry. I was not able, after all, to escape from this quagmire. Lu Ji was filled with despair. The greenhouse is like a huge quagmire. She has walked on the edge of this quagmire for years, and has seen many women struggle in it, only to end up resigned, sunk, and complicit. Her mother didn't want her to be like this and secretly taught her from a young age that she must find a way to escape this quagmire, but it was not up to her. You talk to the old lady. Mute, dumb, where are you looking? Phoenix's mom's curses were unrelenting. Luigi felt himself wrapped in a great darkness and then engulfed. And then she blacked out and didn't know anything else. Luigi had a dream. It's a scene from when my mother was still alive. He was only 4 or 5 years old. Her mother was at her bedside, telling her all those stories about the family's once glorious history. Suddenly there was a summons outside. Mrs. Lu, a guest is looking for you. Mrs. Lu's face stiffened. Resistance, bitterness, despair. Several emotions changed on her face, but in the end, it turned into a long-time calm. It's coming. It's coming. Mrs. Lu calmly took care of her clothes, calmly combed her makeup, calmly looked into the bronze mirror and adjusted the angle of her smile, calmly looking at Lu Ji again. Lu Ji, sooner or later, one day, you're going to escape from this quagmire. You're going to escape to the outside world. You're going to live the life that an ordinary woman should live. You're going to continue. You're going to. Mrs. Lu's figure is becoming more and more illusory, and her voice is becoming more and more distant. Lu Ji finally shouted towards the dissipating figure of Mrs. Lu as if she remembered something. Mother! The cry was hoarse. Even Jiang Chen, who was taking Lu Ji's pulse by the bedside, was startled. Luckily, Jiang Chen's expression management was spot on, and in an instant, he was back to looking like he was in control. He looked to the two of them, Tiger and Phoenix, who were off to the side. The kid should have a bit of low blood sugar, plus I don't know what happened just now, resulting in too many emotional ups and downs, and that's why he passed out all of a sudden. Tiger wondered, nephew, when did you learn the art of medicine? I actually didn't hear a single whisper. Just now, this child called Lu Ji, for some unknown reason, suddenly fainted after being scolded twice by Phoenix. It was a good thing that the small potion jar closest to him had quick eyes, which prevented her from falling. But when this situation suddenly occurred, everyone at the scene was confused. The two of them, Phoenix and Tiger, didn't look too good at the time. Somewhat nervously, he looked towards Jiang Chen, fearing that this matter would cause Jiang Chen's displeasure. After all, any of them knew what Jiang Chen's temperament was. That's a little bit of the Lord that blows up. A quick look revealed that Jiang Chen's face was blue. The two men screamed in their hearts. Think fast about remedies. However, what Jiang Chen did next confused both of them. Get out of the way. All of you. Don't move. Let me see. As he spoke, Jiang Chen quickly walked next to Lu Ji. Carefully, lay the other man flat on the ground. Listen to the heartbeat. Turn the eyelids. Pulse diagnosis. A set of skillful as if the operation of the old physician. It made both Tiger and Phoenix freeze on the spot. Is this still the wasteful young master who can't do anything in their eyes? The two men looked at each other. Both saw the shocked look in the other's eyes. And, soon, the two of them were then surprised to find that Jiang Chen really wasn't pretending. He's really good at it. Before half an hour had passed, the fainted Lu Ji, as expected by Jiang Chen, woke up. Tiger therefore had this question. In response, Jiang Chen was unwilling to do too much explaining and just waved his hand. It's just a little bit of skin in the area. Not enough to worry about. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Lu Ji who was lying on the bed and had just woken up. Jiang Chen felt a little strange. This child, obviously open eyes. How a little dumb look. Lu Ji was completely confused. She suspected she was dreaming. Hasn't woken up yet. Not so long ago, in a dream, he himself was lying in bed like this, with his mother, whose face he could not soon remember, beside him, but the details are different from the dream, because the one accompanying her bedside at this moment was the great villain who, in her mind, was even more terrifying than both Master Tiger and Phoenix's mother, was holding her wrist and flashing her a concerned look. Chapter 50. Do you, want to read? Is there anything else that's uncomfortable? Hello? Can you hear me? Jiang Chen reached out and waved his hand in front of the other's eyes. We just met. Downstairs in the backyard. Remember? Hiss. Seeing that the boy's eyes were blank and hesitant to speak, Jiang Chen took a breath, feeling a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be. Jiang Chen frowned and thought, with his medical attainments today, when the other party woke up, there was no way that they would leave any after effects behind. Could it be that there was something else in the other party's body that even his current full-level medical skills couldn't discern? Jiang Chen's brows tightened a few more points as he thought of this. Phoenix, who was on the side, looked at Jiang Chen's gradually ugly face at this moment. The heart felt bad. Based on past experience, this is a precursor to Jiang Chen's impending rage. So she preempted her words and immediately cursed at Lu Ji on the bed. Son of a, are you deaf or not? You dare to pretend you can't hear even when the eunuch is talking to you. When Lu Ji first woke up, her mind hadn't fully returned to the scene when she saw Jiang Chen smiling at her. It's even a little hard to tell dreaming from reality. But when Feng Ma's familiar cursing voice sounded, her instincts, enslaved by the voice since she was a child, took the lead. It woke her up like a dream. Her eyes suddenly widened, panic surfacing in the depths of her pupils. Shoes do not even care about wearing, actually directly lifted the covers and jumped out of bed. Turning to Jiang Chen, he bowed his head. The spine arched and shivered constantly, and her frightened, disoriented voice. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. How dare a slave not hear the prince speak? He really deserves to die. Please punish me, Your Excellency. She finished, but it was a long time before she heard a response from the man in front of her. The air was a little frighteningly quiet at this point. Luigi buried his head, and all he could hear was his own rapid breathing, but she didn't dare to look up and could only bury her head lower, almost to the ground. Having come to this point, she no longer dared to hope that she could still escape today. One can only hope that one's respectful and humble attitude will make one's punishment a little lighter. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. It happened too fast. He was also a little confused, and when he reacted, there was a roar in his brain. He lowered his head and looked at the tiny body that was trembling. Mixed emotions welled up in his heart. So one has the right to easily decide the life and death of others. The existence of this kind of power caused Jiang Chen's heart to feel a few moments of trepidation. This is ancient. The girl in front of me. Growing up in a greenhouse, she disguised herself as a man for the purpose of saving her own skin. Again, for fear of offending himself, he knelt down towards himself without saying a word and confessed his fault. It can be placed in the same world he was in. Girls that age should be carrying backpacks to and from school and shopping for snacks with their buddies on the weekends. In Jiang Chen's heart, he was inexplicably blocked. Lu Ji saw that Jiang Chen didn't speak for a long time. The heart added to the fear. She couldn't really find any way to show her humility. Eyes fixed on the ground near and far. A heartbeat later, then he planned to kowtow a few times. However, as her head rose slightly, intending to fight her way to the ground with her forehead, a warm palm appeared between her forehead and the ground. Luigi was confused. This location, this hand is owned by, without waiting for her to think about it much. The hand, then, slowly, but forcefully, lifted her head upward. Lu Ji didn't dare to move during this period, until that face appeared in her eyes again. Get up, Jiang Chen said. The voice was calm and steady, and again gave a certain sense of reassurance. Lu Ji's body was uncontrollable, but she obediently stood up again. Tiger and Phoenix, who were on the side, were shocked when they saw this scene. Have you changed your mind today? Sister Feng's eyes turned, thought of something, immediately said, Gongzi, disciplining the minion this kind of thing. Naturally, it is not necessary for you to do it. Our building has its own building rules to serve. Lu Ji's body stiffened once again when she heard Phoenix's words. Regarding the building rules of this Lujun building, it could be said that it was where her nightmares had been since she was a child. When she was a little younger, she had seen it with her own eyes. An underling who had broken the rules of the building was stripped naked, hung upside down from a beam, and whipped with a salt-stained braid on a dripping night. That wailing went on for half the night, and in the end, even the wailing could not be heard. When I came to see him the next day, the man was dying. This was one of the most important reasons why Lu Ji had had countless chances to escape from the building. But in the end, she had endured. Because if you're caught running away, you'll be greeted by the cruel rules of the building. Lu Ji couldn't help but shiver. However, the next thing that she didn't expect happened again. Only Jiang Chen twisted his head and glared at Phoenix. Oh, what mistake did she make to punish her? When Lu Ji heard this, she immediately raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. This man who is above evil is excusing her. Phoenix sniffed. What mistake was made? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Wasn't it because I upset you? But she didn't dare to say this in front of Jiang Chen. Not being able to find a good excuse for a moment, he could only stammer. This certainly is. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Since you didn't make a mistake, What's there to punish? After saying that, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Ji. Let me ask you a question. Gongzi, please ask. Lu Ji answered Jiang Chen after Phoenix's address. No need to be nervous. It's just a very simple question. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ji. Let me ask you, do you want to study? Read. These two words suddenly popped out of Jiang Chen's mouth, causing everyone present to be stunned. What the hell did he mean by saying that all of a sudden? Sister Phoenix on the side saw that Jiang Chen had already uncovered that just now, so she responded hurriedly as if she was a joke. Gongzi, our building, will let the girl from a young age to learn zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, but there is no such practice. Of course, if you want to. Jiang Chen shook his head and directly interrupted. The reading I'm talking about is not the kind of skill training you guys do to raise a girl's stature, but it refers to truly, as a true scholar, that is, reading, becoming literate, and delving into learning. Phoenix's expression grew odd. She couldn't figure out, even after thinking through her head, what was wrong with the always uneducated Jiang Chen that he would say such a thing today. Could it be some new type of torture? Indeed. I have heard that for some people reading is indeed no less than a form of torture. But Jiang Chen Phoenix had already seen all of Jiang Chen's weirdness today, and didn't dare to speculate on Jiang Chen's intentions. Can only go along with the words down. Gongzi want them to read. Subordinates naturally do not have any opinion, but just do not know. This teaching should be. Jiang Chen interrupted her again. I'll teach. Chapter 51, Her Disease. I can cure. You to teach? Phoenix was taken aback. I'll teach. What did you teach them? Phoenix subconsciously asked, then immediately covered her mouth, carefully observing Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't show an unhappy expression because of this, only then did he add, I mean, Gongzi, you are 1,000 gold body. They are only district underlings. If Gongzi wants them to read and write, just need. I'll teach. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sister Feng. His tone was undeniable. Starting tomorrow, I will come here every day and teach them to read and write. Phoenix opened her mouth and tried to speak, but a look from Tiger on the side stopped her. His eyes flickered in thought. Jiang Chen saw that both of them had no opinions. Turning to look down at Lu Ji again, he asked again, well, do you want to read? Lu Ji looked up, and Jiang Chen's eyes were sincere and calm. In the midst of it, not a hint of malice could be discerned. Ghostly, she actually nodded. Jiang Chen smiled. Good, then from tomorrow on, I will take time here every day and devote myself to teaching you to read and write. When he finished speaking, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ji's expression, which seemed to be somewhat defensive, so suddenly he laughed again. That very thin girl, she's a friend of yours, isn't she? She was worried when you fainted, but she didn't dare to show it on the spot. Lu Ji was creeped out in her heart, not knowing what Jiang Chen was doing by suddenly mentioning the small medicine pot. Could he be up to something else? Lu Ji didn't know what to reply for a moment. However, he heard Jiang Chen add, as a reward for letting you all, next, be able to concentrate on my lecture, I will cure the disease in her body. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's just now had a slightly worried expression and instantly became excited. Really? The little medicine pot was the only person in the building who knew her girl's identity, and the only friend she's had since she was a little girl. The two men are similar in their lives and encounters, making the two, like two poor stray kittens. Report for warmth. Unfortunately, the little pot of medicine was born seriously ill. It's only by hanging on to various medications every day that he looks like a normal person. But ever since the building gave up on her treatment, the little medicine pot's health has declined rapidly, flesh wasting. It became the skin and bones it is today. Lu Ji, every night, the thought of a small pot of medicine life, tears will wet the pillow. She hated her inability to do anything about it, to save herself, let alone go and do something for the little potion. He hated fate for being unfair. Why such a thing had to happen to the little medicine pot? But now, Jiang Chen said that he could heal the little pill pot. These words entered Lu Ji's ears. It was like a drowning man who saw the only straw that saved his life. She didn't even bother to think about whether Jiang Chen had the ability to heal. She heard only the most crucial words. The man in front of him said he could cure it. Really? She repeated again. Of course. Jiang Chen gave it an affirmative reply. He has his confidence and backbone. With his full medical skills, if even he couldn't cure the disease, then no one in the world could. What's more, at the first sight of the dry and thin girl, Jiang Chen had a few judgments in his mind about the other party's illness. On the side, Phoenix and Tiger both looked at each other. The club saw the doubt in the other's eyes. Lu Ji was too young to be aware of the little medicine pot's physical condition. Those of them who had dealt with a number of physicians in the city for this purpose, could they not know better? The disease of the small medicine pot, the disease in the innate, is not changed by the manpower of the latter day. In other words, pressure cannot be cured at all. This was the judgment of every physician who had seen the physical condition of the little pot of medicine, personally. Among them was even an old physician who was known as the #1 doctor in Jiangzhou. The only way was to forcefully renew the life of the little medicine pot with some drugs. Also, each time a physician prescribes a medication, it only lasts for a month at most. Once a dose has lost its effect, it is replaced with a new one. In time, all the medicines, for the little pots of medicine, also lost their medicinal properties. It was for this reason that they had to give up the plan to make the little pot of medicine a new money tree, and chose to leave it to its own devices. But their young master, who had no skills whatsoever, said he could cure the little medicine pot. Should I call him a big talker, or should I call him unaware of what's going on? Gonzi, Sister Phone couldn't help but say, that little girl's illness. It's not that we're sitting back and doing nothing. We've had the best physicians in the city, and there's no way to cure them. Phoenix stopped in mid-sentence and didn't go any further, because her subtext, it's done. She was subtly reminding Jiang Chen not to casually make such promises that couldn't be done. To do otherwise would do no good except to damage his reputation. Tiger on the other side sniffed and cursed in his heart that women were just nosy. Feigned anger said, stinking, Gonzi act, why need you to remind? That medicine pot body originally cannot. No one can cure. Gonzi means dead horse as a living horse medicine. Jiang Chen, he swept his gaze over the two men. He wasn't stupid. Of course he understood the meaning of the two men's words, but it's just a fear that he won't be able to cure the disease and damage his reputation for nothing. So one said hello ahead of time, and one was getting him a replacement. To this, he really wanted to say, speak as if I have some good reputation outside. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, not bothering to care what the two thought. Said, let the girl in, and I'll take a closer look at her. Earlier, when Lu Ji fainted, Jiang Chen thought that there were too many people in the room and was afraid that there wouldn't be enough oxygen, so he had them all stand outside the door. This time, when he spoke, it didn't take long for the dry, skinny little pot of medicine to re-enter the room. Greeted by Phoenix, she entered. As soon as she saw a sober Luigi, there was then a flash of delight in his eyes. However, she didn't wait a few seconds for her to be happy. The man who had scared Lu Ji half to death earlier then suddenly walked up to her and issued an irresistible command towards her. Put your hand out. Left hand. A flicker of panic flashed across the little medicine pot's expression. What does this mean? Did they come for her? Don't look at the little medicine pot that had the effort to comfort Lu Ji before, but that was because she was sure that the way she looked nowadays, no guest would ever look at her. But Jiang Chen suddenly summoned her in alone, with an air of clearly rushing her. Immediately, it unsettled her mind. But this one, after all, was a terrifyingly big man in her eyes, and she didn't dare to disobey. Still obediently, he held out a hand. Just the movements, with a few nervous stiffness. Relax, won't do anything to you. Jiang Chen gave a warm and comforting word, then put his hand on the wrist of the small medicine pot. A few breaths later, Jiang Chen let go of her hand. Okay. Immediately afterward, in the small pot of medicine's uncertain gaze, Jiang Chen inclined his head towards Lu Ji and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it can be cured. A look of ecstasy instantly appeared on Lu Ji's tense and worried face. The next thing she knew, she was rushing over to the little pot of medicine with lightning speed, taking her hands and shaking them up and down desperately. Little medicine pot, did you hear that? The Duke says it can be cured. You're saved. The little pot of medicine let Luigi's grip on his hand swing, listening to the other party's inexplicably agitated words. Her expression was still blank. What's going on here? What did the other guy say? What? Can and cannot be cured? Halfway through the morning, the little pot of medicine was an afterthought. The other party just said that it can be cured. Could he be referring to the disease in her body? Chapter 52 Zhao Qingjun, Jiang Chen has finally revealed his true colors. The little pillpot's bewildered gaze slowly moved from Lu Ji's face to Jiang Chen's face that followed. The other man smiled back. The little medicine pot's head buzzed. This person. Go get the medicine as it is on here. 2 pills a day. Jiang Chen handed the paper with the prescription to Phoenix. Unsure. Reminded again. Dosage and drug names look carefully. Do not make mistakes and omissions. Some of these drugs are not easy to find. You pay more attention. Yes. Phoenix responded with a complicated look. Grasping the prescription, he folded his hands in his sleeves. Until now, she still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had actually given a real prescription for the cure. The tone of his voice and movements are decent. It's hard to believe that he's really sure of himself. But the most famous doctors in the city said that there is no way to recover. With Jiang Chen's handwritten prescription, it can be cured? A side of the Tiger brothers saw Phoenix's thoughts, afraid that she will again want to make a mess to cause Jiang Chen unhappy, and quickly reached out to tug her a hand. Immediately afterward, he took his leave of Jiang Chen. My lord, since it's already okay, Who says it's okay? Tiger looked up in surprise. Ha, Jiang Chen's expression was grave as he said, "I'll be next, and there are a few more things I want you guys to do. First thing, prepare a batch of books for children to read, preferably with pictures, and have a set for each one, for my teaching tomorrow." Gongzi. Tiger froze for a moment before answering quickly. Second, and the most important thing, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and increased his tone. "Any arrangements I make today must never reach my father's ears. Understand?" Still unsure, he reiterated, "But whenever my father finds out what I'm doing here, no matter who leaked it, I'll take it as if you did. When that happens, don't blame me for turning the other cheek." The two children on the side were stunned for a moment by the morose threatening intent in Jiang Chen's tone. For this, Jiang Chen apologized profusely in his heart. No way. Who let his father's whip people is really ing pain. He didn't want another meal. Tiger held his chest out solemnly and responded heavily. "Yes, okay, you two go down and get all the kids outside." Yes. Tiger and Phoenix, both of whom walked out of the room, heard all the children at the door into the room. The moment the door to the room closed, the two men looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Phoenix finally couldn't help but say at this time, "Gongzi today, is it a bit too abnormal?" Tiger glared at her and said righteously, "When a male acts, are you, a woman, qualified to interrupt?" He finished, forgetting a somewhat unnatural glance toward the back of the door. Sister Feng face suddenly appeared huffing, "Dead ghost, you've come out. Why are you still pretending? You still don't know about the soundproofing in the heavenly character box? Even if it's noisy outside, you can't hear a thing inside." Tiger slapped his head and realized, "I almost forgot about this." "Humph." Phoenix snorted coldly, and then a few moments of doubt and distress appeared on her face. "Gongzi used to come to our building, which time is not to call a few girls, direct business, but today he is uncharacteristic, but also said that he wants to teach and cure the disease." Tiger sniffed and also straightened up. "If what I expect is not wrong, I am afraid that Gongzi is going to start cultivating his own cronies." "Cronies?" Phoenix's eyes showed surprise. "Not bad." Tiger nodded solemnly. His expression was unprecedentedly calm and wise as he analyzed with reason. Counting the time, the male son has also reached the age where he will soon inherit the family business. So in order to be able to better wield the power in the future, he decided to start cultivating his close friends. But, harm, there's nothing but, don't you see all those emperor's sons doing the same thing? They take over their father's trusted friends. How can they be as reliable as the ones they trained themselves? Master is the emperor, then our son is the crown prince. To inherit the throne, we need to have our own team, our own inner circle. But, Sister Feng said anxiously, our master, only the son of the sun, also want to do so? Don't worry about that. The Duke must have his reasons for doing so. We just follow orders. You don't want to be so stupid as to go and tell the Lord. Not to mention offending the Duke, but also making the Lord unhappy for nothing. This, I certainly know. Phoenix listened to those power calculations in Tiger's mouth, then a little head. She remembered something, and then suddenly took out the prescription she had up her sleeve, seeming a little unassertive. This medicine, do you really have to go and grab it? I don't know if it works or not. What do you care? A dead horse is a dead horse. Tiger waved his hand, full of concern. But, in this prescription, a flavor of body-burning grass has been added. Phoenix unfolded the prescription. The expression seems to be intolerant, that burning grass, but the poisonous grass strictly prohibited by the Great Joe. Even my half-baked no, that is not something good, have not heard of can be used in medicine. Tiger froze. Really? 1,000 times over. Hearing Phoenix's words, even Tiger's expression had a moment of intolerance, but immediately the coldness returned. A sickly child who was not meant to live for a few days. Let it be a toy for the Gongzi to try out the medicine, and die without any heartache. Phoenix couldn't help but clutch the prescription with a chirpy look at her words. But that kid I watched grow up. Don't you come any closer. Cats cry in fake mercy. Tiger's voice rose in anger. Which girl in the building didn't you watch grow up? Didn't they all end up becoming tools for making money? Phoenix lowered her head and fell silent. For a long time. Only then did he let out a sigh. Also, Tiger waved his hand at her. I'll leave the matter of grabbing the medicine to you. This poisonous herb is forbidden to be grown in Dezhou, so I guess it's not very easy to find. So call some more hands to ask around. Phoenix nodded absent-mindedly. Tiger added, then I'll go get ready. He was halfway through his sentence when he remembered what Jiang Chen had instructed him to keep secret, so he temporarily changed his tune. I'll take care of that shipment. Phoenix looked at him carefully and said, his own territory, where so many walls have ears? But the mood was really a bit depressing, so I didn't bother to say anything else. Turned around and left. Tiger looked at Phoenix's departing figure and shook his head without saying anything. Turning, he left from the other side of the aisle. Neither of the two men noticed the overhanging beam above their heads at that moment. There was a slender figure melting into the darkness. The shipment? The burning herb? Trying the drug on young children? Sure enough, this Jiang Chen, not as innocent as he seems on the surface. Zhao Qingjun spoke indignantly, but a relieved expression appeared on his face. She had been in contact with Jiang Chen for several days, but he never managed to catch any evidence of Jiang Chen's guilt. Just when she was almost on the verge of giving up on taking this clue of Jiang Chen, things, at last, had come to her most delightful part. Jiang Chen, he, finally revealed his cloven foot. Chapter 53, The Jiang family is destroyed. This very day, early the next morning, the county office of Qinjiang County, after this official's tireless efforts, night and day, and the waste of sleep and food, investigate carefully. Just yesterday, this official discovered the key incriminating evidence to bring down the Jiang family. In front of Zhao Qingjun, 2 rows of officials lined up. She looked cold and stern, and her words came out loud and clear. Lu Yun House. It's a greenhouse under the name of the Jiang family. Ostensibly, it's a legally run, regular greenhouse. But, privately, it's a place where the Jiang family conducts human drug testing on children, smuggling of illegal goods, and a host of other offenses. I know that some people will wonder what kind of medicine the Jiang family is trying. How could it make me so sure of convicting him? Zhao Qingjun looked around the room and saw that everyone had a look of curiosity on their faces, then spat out 3 words with an icy expression. Burning herb. As soon as the words fell, the faces of several old officials below who had seen a lot of things changed violently. It was as if he had heard some shocking secret. What? Surprisingly, it's the burning body grass. Hasn't that poisonous herb been eradicated long ago? Surprisingly, it's still there? Although my dynasty is strict on this law, but under the desire for profit, there are always people desperate to take risks, attempting to use this for profiteering. Eradication, I am afraid it is difficult to, but I would never have thought that the Jiang family dared to be so lawless, defying the laws of my court. There are young officials in the crowd who have never heard of the grass, and hearing the old officials talk about this grass, they asked in doubt, "What's a burning bush?" Immediately, someone beside him spoke up with a grave expression to explain. I have read the history books of the previous dynasty, and this poisonous herb was recorded in them. It is rumored that its shape is like one and its taste is like cotton. Eating it makes people excited, dancing and happy day after day, as if they are immersed in a fantasy world. The most terrible comes, once consumed. If you don't resume eating after a few days, you will feel the pain of burning fire. The pain of burning fire. The young official's pupils shrank, and then he asked, "Will you die?" "It won't die. That's why it's scary." Fear surfaced in that old official's eyes. As long as a person is contaminated with this grass, he or she will be repeated between extreme happiness and extreme suffering. It can be said that one can't live and can't die. Even if a general's heart is as strong as iron, he'll be tortured by this grass and become an invalid. It is rumored that the downfall of the previous dynasty is also inseparable from this grass. Surprisingly, it's so terrifying. The young official's eyes were filled with fear after hearing the old official's introduction. Zhao Qingjun didn't interrupt when he heard that there were people with this insight among the officials. After all, it saved her some explaining. After everyone is clear, only then did she continue. Soul-burning grass, holding one plant, is already a capital offense, and since the Jiang family dared to conspire on this matter, it is absolutely impossible to reason that there is only one plant. Later, I'll personally select a few people, disguise them, and blend into Lu Yun House with me, waiting for the right moment to capture Jiang Chen with all the evidence. And the rest of you, change into cloths and dress outside the building at my command. After the burning of an incense stick, Zhao Qingjun made all the deployments for the operation and took one last look at the officials again. She suddenly threw up her arms. The Jiang family, it has poisoned Jiangzhou for more than 100 years. Their crimes are notorious. The following official immediately responded. The Jiang family, they have poisoned Jiangzhou for more than 100 years. Their crimes are notorious. The day of its destruction. This very day. The day of its destruction. This very day. Long live Great Zhou. Long live Great Zhou. Ah, the voice shook the sky. The momentum is like a rainbow. Now, set out with me. After saying that, Zhao Qingjun took a step ahead and crossed over the crowd. Go out and go straight to the House of Flowing Clouds. Xinjiang CO1. On the small pool, a veranda. Lu Cheng stood on it, looking at the fish frolicking under the veranda, swinging their tails lightly, so happy. But she was sad. It's been exactly 8 days. It had been 8 whole days since Jiang Chen had come to her to offer his services. It was as if they had forgotten her as a person. Or perhaps Jiang Chen was now, like a different person. Once upon a time, even though she had repeatedly rejected Jiang Chen's intentions, the other party would still happily stick up to her before she kicked him away without mercy. Although he didn't want to admit it, every time this kind of time came, Lu Qing would feel a secret pleasure in his heart. So what if you're the infamous Jiang family? In front of my lady, don't you still have to put away your broken frame? But from that early morning after she asked Jiang Chen for forgiveness, the other guy shunned her from then on. Even not too long ago, she found an opportunity to take the initiative to approach Jiang Chen, and ended up making a big mess. And then after that, something else happened, big or small, resulting in Jiang Chen in this academy. In addition to a few people who also fooled around with him, there are even some clusters of people who speak for him. Of course, they were few in number and the noise they could make was small. It's still at the point where if you say more than a couple of words, you'll get spit on by other people, but that's never a good sign. This meant that the pile of evil that Jiang Chen had once committed might one day be forgotten by everyone. It can even become as if it never happened. On what grounds? An evil person is an evil person. The evil that was once committed cannot be washed away in a lifetime. And among them, the change in Yiting's attitude towards Jiang Chen was something that Lu Qing had never dreamed of. She had appreciated Yiting's character for a few moments, but she never imagined that he was also a commoner who was willing to go along with the crowd. When Lu Qing thought of this, a few points of displeasure surfaced on her pretty face. She couldn't help but bite her back teeth trough. No matter what, I can never identify with that asshole, for all the evil he has ever done, and I will never allow that one day he should actually spread a beautiful name. Clenching his teeth until his face was taut with a few scowls, Lu Qing, however, suddenly deflated again. If she had a way to stop this from happening, she would have done that a long time ago. But the problem was, this pile of things that had prompted Jiang Chen's image to shift in the eyes of the others were things that she had no way of changing. For example, that Jiang Chen wrote out couplets that she couldn't even read. Another example was the dean and the pair of saints, who held Jiang Chen in high regard, and she was even more unable to intervene. Just as Lu Qing's heart grew helpless, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a lone figure, coming from the direction of the lower house. Shui Yinxiu, she was born in the upper house. Why did she come back from the lower house? She still looks like she's not in her right mind. A name surfaced in Lu Qing's mind. Jiang Chen. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly thought of a way to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a leave of absence, and so did the new lady husband? How could there be such a coincidence? This was the news that he had just gotten, and Shui Yinxiu frowned. In her mind, she suddenly remembered that day, when the lady's wife stepped down from Jiang Chen's carriage. She was disheveled, and then the boredom was added to his heart. She was slow, but not stupid. She had heard a little about that business between men and women, but, clearly Jiang Chen, giving her the feeling, is not such a frivolous person. Why, alas, Shui Yinxiu sighed, counting the days. She hadn't met Jiang Chen for 6 days in a row. The other party seemed to be very busy, entering the court of 3 talents in a hurry after admission, and then leaving in a hurry after the dismissal of the class. Perhaps, he's just running around because of something, too busy to take care of me, and I shouldn't doubt him on that. After all, if he's really like the rumors say he is, I'm afraid that night, just as she was looking for a remedy for Jiang Chen in her mind, a figure suddenly blocked her way. Shui Yinxiu raised her head and froze slightly. Miss Willow, it's me. Lu Qing clasped her hands to her chest and slightly raised her chin as she looked at Shui Yinxiu with a condescending expression. May I ask Miss Lu, what is it that stops my daughter? Shui Yinxiu was a little nervous. The last time Lu Qing tried to stand up for her, she brushed the other party off. I think that through that incident, the other party would not have a good impression of her. I'm afraid, however, you're looking for Jiang Chen, aren't you? Ah, Shui Yinxiu exclaimed, subconsciously shaking her head in an attempt to deny it. However, Lu Qing seemed to not care at all about what she did in response. As if determined about something, he just said faintly, I know where he is. I can take you to him. You know. Shui Yinxiu froze again. Of course I know. The guy's whereabouts are no more than a few places, and I can take you to him. But what? Lu Qing mouth corner, suddenly hooked up a smile. But can you accept his true face? True colors? Not bad. When I take you to see him, I am taking you to see his true colors. As Lu Qing spoke, his expression was finally somewhat indignant and seemed to be mixed with anger. I don't know what kind of ecstasy he gave you earlier, but I guarantee that the true face of that man will never make your mind again. Have any idea about him? Because it's disgusting enough. Chapter 54. A dressed-up man goes to a young house. The house of flowing clouds. There is a side theater in the middle. Above the theater, the zither, the shao, the pipa, various colors of musical instruments chorus, the extravagant sound, around the beam unceasingly. Performers on stage are all women. Delicate hands, picking, plucking, stroking, pressing, all kinds of skills perfect, wearing a veil half covered, a move, a smile, charming attitude, lamps made of metal hung under the overhanging beams, illuminating the theater. Again, the corners on all sides, downstairs and upstairs, were set off in obscurity. At this moment, in the remote corner, there were 2 silhouettes sitting. Both were dressed as men. Lu Gongzi, I think we'd better go back. Here, it's really too that. Once again, Chui Yunxiu stammered and opened her mouth. She regretted it from the moment she first entered. My God, are the women in here? Could it be that they don't know what shame is? Something that light and thin, draped over your body and worn as a dress? Not to mention those actions that appear from time to time. Just how much guts do you need to be able to do it in front of everyone in such a dignified manner? Chui Yunxiu felt like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. The notions in his head were shocked to pieces by what he saw. Her face flushed and her toes kept clawing. Just want to go back quickly. Back to the academy. However, go back? What's the point of going back when you're already here? In response to her, there was a voice that was vaguely excited. Lu Qing came with her, and although they were both coming to this kind of place for the first time, their reactions were very different from Chui Yunxiu's. She looked curious, as if she was visiting a famous place for the first time, and she unashamedly swept her eyes from upstairs and downstairs, from the face of each person. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he didn't hear another sound from Chui Yunxiu after a long interval. Looking back, I saw that the other party was sitting in her seat, with her shoulders against the wall, her eyes slightly drooping, her legs together, and her two hands unnaturally resting on her knees, and it was obvious that she, extremely disturbing. Lu Qing skimmed her mouth and laughed coldly. You've spent the night in the Zheng family's mansion, and you're also afraid of this kind of place? Didn't I tell you when I came here that this greenhouse, too, is the Zheng family's property? You shut up. Zhang Chen didn't touch me. How could Lu Qing not expect that Chui Yunxiu, who had just been small and petty, would instantly blow up after hearing her words? Made such a big noise. Scared out of her wits, she quickly and nervously looked around and was relieved to see that no one had noticed this way. Turning back, he saw Chui Yunxiu's red face, full of anger, not realizing what a bold thing he had just done, and her mouth was slightly open, as if she were about to say something else in spite of herself. Lu Qing was terrified, and around her, she didn't want to make herself a target here, so with a flash, he rushed to Chui Yunxiu and covered her mouth before she could open her mouth. Chui Yunxiu's eyes widened. Well, shoo, not so loud, they'll all know we're here later. Lu Qing had a family history of learning, and had practiced martial arts for a while in the past when he was in the mood for it. Although it didn't last in the end, relying on strength, it was still not a problem to overwhelm a tender and skinny poor girl's son. In no time, Chui Yunxiu was so covered that she couldn't breathe. Chui Yunxiu desperately shook her head. As soon as Lu Qing took a look at Chui Yunxiu's face turning even redder, he thought that she was still in a temper. She then gritted her teeth, her expression tangled, and after a long time, she finally said, Wrong, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? I shouldn't have intentionally spoken so harshly just now. Chui Yunxiu, I'm going to loosen your mouth now, so you can't be so loud anymore. Chui Yunxiu's tears were almost muffled, and she could only nod her head desperately. Only then did Lu Qing let go of his hand. Chui Yunxiu immediately gasped as if she had regained her life. Phew, ha, cough. It was a long time before I could get my breath back. When Lu Qing saw this scene, he suddenly realized that he had just made another mistake. All that could be done was to smile all awkwardly and apologize again. Sorry. Chui Yunxiu did not intend to pursue on this matter. Just hummed, not as loud, but the tone was not good. It's not that you shouldn't have said it just now. It's that the kind of thing you imagined would happen didn't happen at all. Not only my reputation, but also Zhang Chen's, will be damaged as a result. Lu Qing froze for a moment. I thought, that guy's got a reputation? But looking at Chui Yunxiu's incomparably serious face, her heart tightened and she didn't dare to retort. One could only say, I admit that I was a bit arbitrary in my judgment in this matter. However, that was also based on my understanding of this person Zhang Chen for several years, since we've come all the way here. In a moment, just wait for Zhang Chen to show up, and I'll let you see his true colors. Good. If your judgment is wrong, then you must apologize to Zhang Chen as well before you can do so. It was a matter of name and honor, and Chui Yunxiu did not give in at all when facing Lu Qing. Lu Qing shook his head and lost his smile. You don't understand at all. It's impossible for me to lose. What kind of person Zhang Chen was? She had the knowledge of several years more than Chui Yunxiu. In her opinion, even if Zhang Chen had changed a lot these days, the stench in his bones was absolutely unchangeable. Of course, there was another thing that made her truly certain of victory. She had heard about Zhang Chen's his father asking him to come to the Luyun building to watch the spectacle. This kind of place, the style of the Zhang family, coupled with Zhang Chen's urine, she thought with the tip of her hair and knew that Zhang Chen would never do anything good. However, Chui Yunxiu didn't care about this and just said, Good, a gentleman's word. Lu Qing smiled faintly, his smile full of confidence. A team of horses can't catch up. Between the two women, there was such a rivalry over the matter of Zhang Chen. This time, Chui Yunxiu finally stopped yelling about going back as well. Instead, like Lu Qing, he looked around the building. She just wanted to prove that Jiang Chen nowadays was by no means as bad as what he said. Suddenly, she realized something and couldn't help but tap Lu Qing's shoulder. What's wrong? You saw him? No, I was just going to ask. Are you sure people won't be able to tell who we really are when we're dressed like this? That's for sure. Lu Qing brought this up and instantly became energized, dancing down her sleeves. You don't even look at who prepared this outfit for you, and this makeup of yours. I just don't believe it. Such a comparable makeover can still be recognized. But, Cui Yunxiu gulped and pointed not far away. Why does that person keep staring at us? Ryo Kiyoshi? Zhao Qingjun looked at two familiar faces not far away, the expression of surprise. Hey, isn't this the daughter of Cui Yunxiu and Governor Lu's family? What the hell are these two doing? Why are they here and dressed so weirdly? Zhao Qingjun, who was proficient in the art of disguise, observed the two for half a day. An odd thought popped into his mind. These two people should not be in female disguise to visit the greenhouse. The more she thought about it, the closer to the truth this conjecture became. But the problem is, which one of us is so blind that we can't see that these are two women? Zhao Qingjun was filled with speechlessness, shaking his head. He wasn't going to bother with the two. But suddenly, her afterglow noticed that there were a few men who were talking and laughing while secretly sizing up the two of them, Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing. A lewd smile hung at the corner of his mouth, and in his eyes, he revealed undisguised covetousness. Zhao Qingjun's heart thumped. She had a feeling that if she didn't go ahead and warn them, the two women were likely to be devoured without even a crumb left. Cui Yunxiu aside, that Lu Qing is the only daughter of Governor Lu. In case something happened to his daughter here, and afterward Governor Lu traced it down and found out that she happened to be here on this day, I'm afraid it will also cause her unnecessary trouble. Zhao Qingjun thought about it for a while and eventually decided to step in and remind the two of them. But it was at this time, in the afterglow, the most important mission target of her trip. Jiang Chen, he appeared. Damn, what a bad time to come at this time. Zhao Qingjun was instantly caught in a dilemma. Chapter 55, Crisis. Jiang Chen took a step into the Luyun building, immediately attracted by the sight of singing and dancing inside. In the center of the theater, the dancers and singers are performing vigorously. A smile, a move, to the surrounding young and old, to release their own seductive charm. Jiang Chen stood still and watched with interest, nodding from time to time in appreciation. There seemed to be a sharp-eyed person on the stage who recognized his identity and whispered something to the side. It didn't take long for the people on stage to look at him in unison. And so, the dancer's waist twisted even harder. The women who played the instruments also began to show off their skills. A wonderful woman with a blowjob, with a flirtatious expression, blew 18 poses without repetition into the pipe on the spot. Yet it doesn't affect the quality of the blowjob at all. Looking at Jiang Chen, he'd scat and the system in his head appeared to prompt. Warning, the host is being invaded by evil thoughts. Warning, the host is being invaded by evil thoughts. Warning, the host is being invaded by evil thoughts. Jiang Chen, that's a pretty wide pipe for a pussy system. Jiang Chen could only readily withdraw his gaze. At this time, a small leader not far away who was in charge of watching the venue today also noticed Jiang Chen. His eyes showed surprise. Gongzi. Jiang Chen shushed with his index finger up, signaling that there was no need to make a sound. That leader instantly understood. Pulling the bell next to him drew everyone's attention to it. His eyes were excited and full of red. The entire consumption today, paid for by Mr. Jiang. After saying that, he even showed a big toothy grin towards Jiang Chen. In a flash, everyone looked toward Jiang Chen, their faces full of excitement. Mr. Jiang is generous. Mr. Jiang is awesome. Mr. Jiang's atmosphere. Some poor scholar who couldn't afford to drink good wine here and could only sit in a dark corner to secretly appreciate it, sniffed and asked for a glass of wine on the spot from the waiter next to him, raised his glass towards Jiang Chen and then drank it all in one go. Good. The entire Flowing Clouds building. Because of the little leader's words, the atmosphere boiled up all of a sudden. Jiang Chen, what the hell is this? That's what he meant. Jiang Chen shook his head. Forget it. Lazy, it's just chump change. He hadn't forgotten the business of the day. Just today, his little class is going to start. Those righteousness values, to him, could be actual longevity. Money, after all, outside the body, as much as possible. Jiang Chen took a few steps towards the upper floors. Tiger then sniffs around, and come up with a load of ass. Your Excellency, this row when you appeared, it's really something. I heard it from a long distance away. Sure enough, it's a different reaction. Really? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look at the small leader slightly farther away. The person who just shouted, yes, that's him. Today's consumption will be deducted from his monthly salary. Tiger was stunned. That little leader saw Jiang Chen looking toward him again. He didn't know what was happening yet, and only smiled happily at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled back. That little foreman was even more excited. still bloating over the tacit understanding between the two parties just now, and gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen gave him an okay sign. The little foreman looked solemn, and once again he would understand. Pull the bell next to it. Once again, he shouted. For the next 3 days, the entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Jiang. Instantly, the entire flowing cloud building boiled even more. On everyone's face, there were smiles. There was a rapture in the air. Only Tiger's face darkened. If Jiang Chen hadn't been around, he nearly had a seizure on the spot. Jiang Chen stretched out his palm towards him and pressed it down, signaling for a moment of peace. It's okay, all of it will be deducted from his monthly salary. And if it's not enough this month, it'll be next month. The little foreman saw that Jiang Chen had extended 5 fingers this time, and stared with wide eyes and a smile on his brow. At that moment, he once again pulled the bell. For the next 5 days, the entire venue will be consumed and paid for by Mr. Jiang. Ah ha ah, eh ah ha ha. When these words came out, all the guests went crazy. Mr. Jiang is rich and generous. Father, Mr. Jiang, you're my father. Brother, what are you doing on your knees? Long live Mr. Jiang. Throughout the entire flowing cloud building, the atmosphere reached its highest climax ever. Only Tiger's face was horribly dark. He pulled a man from the side and whispered, "Did you see that leader? Yes, that's him. After today, he won't have to do this. The contract is torn up. Ask for his monthly salary for the previous 5 months, stuff some money into it, and send him to the right house." Yes. Jiang Chen laughed on the sidelines without saying a word. When Tiger had finished making arrangements, he then said, "Are the kids all free today?" Tiger immediately nodded his head. Yes, my lord. Originally they were just doing odd jobs. I let the others do it, and left all the time to you. Jiang Chen nodded and added, "The things I asked you to prepare." Tiger sniffed. Immediately nervous left and right looked twice. Gongzi, rest assured, that batch of goods, I have sent people to prepare. Absolutely will not let the master find out. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Nice. This way, my lord. Soon, Jiang Chen was guided by Tiger towards the location of the upper-class compartment upstairs. Mr. Jiang is awesome. From now on, Jiang Chen is my father, more than my own father. Long live Mr. Jiang. This scene of emotions so high that it was uncharacteristic was naturally seen by Cui Yinxiu and Lu Qing, who were both in the corner. Lu Qing spat. Such a defeatist scourge. If any woman follows him, she can only say that she is blind. He was just as lucky to be born into a family of great wealth. With that, he twisted his head to look at Cui Yinxiu. Now you should see what a piece of work he really is. Cui Yinxiu was unmoved. Only her expression was a bit worried. She had just noticed someone staring at her and alerted Lu Qing to it, but the other party didn't take it seriously. Immediately afterward, the atmosphere of the scene was suddenly agitated by Jiang Chen's appearance. Even she was attracted to it for a few moments. By the time she looked back again, the man who had just watched her had disappeared into the crowd. Cui Yinxiu once again felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. Ms. Willow, why don't we just go? Go what away? Lu Qing said without thinking. I see that you don't dare to face the truth. Stop fooling yourself here. You saw that scene just now. I wasn't wrong at all when I said he was a loser. Saying that, she took Cui Yinxiu's hand without saying a word and turned her head away. Come upstairs with me. I must show you today the nature of that thief. Saves you from being fooled by him and not. Lu Qing hadn't finished his words. Then he suddenly lost his voice. At some point, the two were beside each other. Several men have appeared. At the head was a fat man, bloated and full of pus. The corner of his mouth revealed an impish smile. I never thought that this Luyun building actually has such superior goods that no one knows about. I noticed the two of you earlier. Both new faces I hadn't seen before. I guess you're the new girls in the building. The fat man said. A dry and thin person on the side, revealing eyes full of lustful light. The corner of the mouth also smiled lewdly. With my many years of experience, these two little pussy at a glance on the untouched brother if you may still be the first guest. That's a real pick-me-up for the brothers. Lu Qing spent most of his weekdays in the academy and at home, and had seen the most undisguised desires, but only the Jiang Chen of the past. But because of her family history, even the Jiang Chen of old didn't quite dare to show it perhaps directly. How have you ever seen this before? Several people's eyes, like oil brushes, brushed over her. It caused her to feel a wave of physical discomfort. Somebody. After Lu Qing's wicked chill, the first thing he felt was not fear like Cui Yinxiu's, but a burst of anger. Opening his mouth, he was going to call for someone to clean up these slaughtered scum, but just after shouting out 2 words, she suddenly realized she had sneaked out of the academy today. So the guards who would have been on standby outside the academy in previous days did not follow her today. Lu Qing's heart sank to the bottom. Upstairs, Jiang Chen was about to enter. Suddenly his mind moved as if he sensed something. Stopped, turned back. and looked across the street downstairs. Tiger on the side was puzzled. "What's wrong, my lord?" Jiang Chen stroked his chin. "I seem to have seen someone familiar." Chapter 56, Cornered. Acquaintance? Tiger wondered. "Gongzi, your acquaintance in our building is still less?" Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Halftime seems to do the same thing. Looking across the room at the 5 men with obvious ill intentions, Lu Qing finally began to realize that things were out of control and had become tricky. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and the hand she was holding, Cui Yunxiu's hand, was even already trembling a little. She glanced at Cui Yunxiu and pulled it behind her, put away that slightly disturbed expression, strongly holding back the discomfort in his heart. He clasped his fists towards the opposite several people and said in an urn, "Several brothers and sisters, I think you must have misunderstood something. You should know that I am a man, not a woman. When you look at my dress," said, spreading his hands and spinning them in place in a circle to show his opponent how he was dressed. "Fatty at the head, you think my brothers are blind?" Cui Yunxiu, a few of the thin men on the side, looked at each other and laughed. "When did a woman wearing a man's clothes become a man? Ha 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 ha, doesn't that make me a woman in women's clothing? The little lady has such a handsome appearance and fine skin. Even if she's a man, that's still excellent. Excellent. He. A wicked chill ran through Lu Qing, and he shivered all over. This group of people, they actually don't even spare the men. I can't imagine that I have missed this step after 1,000 calculations. She had an ugly expression and muttered to herself. Cui Yunxiu behind her couldn't bear it once she heard it. "Why are you still pretending to be deep when it's all this time? It's obvious that you're doing this camouflage technique so badly that you're being seen at a glance." "Nonsense," Lu Qing retorted. "My disguise is seamless. Then why would they notice us? It must be your girly moves." Cui Yunxiu, instinctively choking Cui Yunxiu twice, Lu Qing managed to gain the upper hand by relying on a handful of dead ducks. The mind is slightly less tense. Only then did he look at the fat man again. "You guys, do you know who I am?" "Yo, who are you?" The fat man's eyes showed curiosity. "A woman who appears in the middle of this Luyun building is not a prostitute of this Luyun building? What other status could she have?" When Lu Qing heard a few people regard her as a greenhouse girl, she couldn't help but feel angry and instantly disregarded everything. "You scoundrels, listen up. This girl is the daughter of Governor Lu of Jiangzhou, so if you have the guts to touch a finger of this girl, try it." Luyun building, the place of smoke and willow, men and women, looking for pleasure, in which a woman finally stopped hiding, claiming to be the daughter of the governor of this state. Fatty, skinny, the remaining 3 men. Cui Yunxiu glanced oddly at Lu Qing, then wisely withdrew her gaze and remained silent. Lu Qing took advantage of his anger, but realized that several men across the table were silent. Thinking that the other party was deterred by his own identity, he could not help but feel smug. "This time you know who you have messed with. This girl is magnanimous. As long as a few of you quickly leave and no longer pester us, you can be spared from prison." As Lu Qing spoke, he realized that there was something wrong with the expressions of the few people on the opposite side of the room. Not waiting for her to finish, several people actually suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Ryo Kiyoshi? Are you all deaf or stupid? Can't you understand this girl's words? I said I'm Governor Lu's daughter." At that, several people laughed even louder. The skinny guy in the middle of it covered his stomach and pounded the ground with laughter. There were even people rolling on the floor laughing. "Lu Qing, I am the daughter of Governor Lu. Ha 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 ha. Governor Lu. Ha 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 ha. Willow. Ha 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 ha." Lu Qing finally fell silent. The fat man at the head of the group shouted "Ayo," climbed up from the ground, and while wiping his tears, he teased the people beside him. "This day a few brothers are simply too lucky. Right, Stroll a kiln can also meet such a big shot. Really 3 lives lucky." This was followed by loud jeers from a few of the men around him. Lu Qing looked at Cui Yunxiu. Her eyes were already tearful. "You said that my father is Governor Lu, right?" Cui Yunxiu. Fatty looked at Lu Qing, only to see that although the beauty was dressed in men's clothing, the daintiness of a daughter could not be concealed. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. "Little beauty, this greenhouse of yours really has its own specialties, knowing that ordinary women can't get into the eyes of the guests, but also knowing to pretend to be the daughter of a big shot as a way to please the guests. That's right, with this, it deserves the Jiang family to make money, ha ha ha. I don't know if that Mr. Jiang has enjoyed it yet. What do you care? And do not marry home. Besides the whole consumption, people pay the bill. We look at the women in their building, is not to give people building to add wing? Yes extremely. This is called the guest of honor. Ha 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 ha." Fatty at this time is already impatient. Immediately reached out to catch Lu Qing. "Little beauty, your trick should also end it. Time is not early. We now go to the room. Line that extreme pleasure thing. Brothers, custodial call you." He was halfway through his sentence when Lu Qing suddenly snapped. Or perhaps, He had never even thought that the little beauty in front of him actually said that she would do it. Suddenly, he was kicked in the lower crotch by Lu Qing's sudden hand of any leg, only to hear a sound, just now also full of thieves' smile fat, suddenly turned into a bowed shrimp, full of pain. Bull! The four people around them, their expressions instantly changed, bursting into a rage. Good for you! How dare you hurt my brother Nyo? Is this the way you treat your guests at Lu Yun House? Bah! Seeing that she got her way, Lu Qing was immediately delighted and spat. How many times have I said that this girl is not from this building? Don't you guys understand? You bunch of shrewd scoundrels should all be put in the jail to set the record straight. Good. Very good. That fat man finally stood up with the help of a few juniors. One hand was still covering his crotch while the other was already clenching his fist. Full of scorn. Bitch, that's what you said. It's not someone from the building. Humph. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless when things go wrong. Together, get her. I'd like to see how much longer you will resist. Fatty gave an order, but the next few people didn't do anything directly. The thin man was a little worried and said, Brother Nyo, this is the Lu Yun building we make trouble here. She started it. You're scared less. Didn't you hear what she just said herself? She's not a member of Lu Yun Mansion. Even if someone else pursues her afterward, we're the ones who have the upper hand. Hearing Nyo say so, several people finally stopped hesitating, leaving the fat man behind and moving forward at the same time. The four men walked side by side, unsuspecting, with a self-imposed sense of oppression. Even though Lu Qing was proud of having two hands, he was flustered at the moment. Behind her, Cui Yunxiu was soft and weak, a drag at first glance, and she had to tie her own hands. The euphoria that Lu Qing had just succeeded with a sneak attack quickly disappeared and was replaced by a sadness. She realized sadly that she seemed to have come to a worrisome situation without realizing it. Seeing that the fat man looked like he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. Once the other party caught him, he would be treated in all sorts of ways, and after that, how much face will this cost the family? She pulled Cui Yunxiu as she stepped back and warned, Don't come over here, you guys, while quickly thinking of countermeasures in his head. Run? It doesn't work. Cui Yunxiu was designated as not being able to run fast. Fight? She still had this self-awareness. Her three-legged kung fu. This certainly cannot fight. Mayday? Cui Yunxiu looked around. With the commotion just now, it wasn't that no one had noticed their side, but basically they all had an expression of looking at the situation. There were even men who jumped at the chance to join in. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Qing once again despaired and realized that the two of them had actually been cornered. The four men, too, had reached out their hands, unconcerned about male-female defenses, intending to catch her. When it comes down to it, there's only one thing to do. Lu Qing inhaled and his heart sank, suddenly letting out a shout. Jiang Chen. As soon as the words fell, a leg violently sprang out from the side of the line of sight, sending a row of four people, directly kicking them off. Chapter 57, Capture Jiang Chen. The operation has begun. Zhao Qingjun couldn't use his mind for two purposes, and when he saw that Lu Qing and Cui Yunxiu had already been pestered by a gang of rascals and forced into a corner, his heart was secretly anxious. As soon as he turned his head, on the other side, Jiang Chen had already gone up the stairs and entered the room, so he knew that the king was already in the jar, and it was useless to rush any further. She gritted her teeth and finally made her decision, only to see that she no longer had the slightest hesitation. Directly an assisted run forward, is a powerful blow flying kick, directly will be four shrews all kicked away. Only a few screams rang out, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground hard. Zhao Qingjun, however, didn't incline her head. As soon as he grabbed Lu Qing, who was still in a daze, he sharply roared, Don't be dumbfounded, come with me. Lu Qing was being pulled by Zhao Qingjun, and with her other hand, she was pulling Cui Yunxiu. Before anyone could react, they were dragged by the other party directly into a room beside the corridor. The door to the room slammed shut. In the middle of the room, Lu Qing stood at the bedside. There is a kind of unreal feeling. He was saved by someone, but in front of her eyes to save her this person, although the inside is dressed tightly, but the outermost piece of light veil, but with this greenhouse in the geisha not the same, especially a few points of vermilion on the face, but also exposed its identity. He himself was actually saved by a greenhouse girl. For a moment, a trace of eccentricity actually flooded her heart. On the side, Cui Yunxiu froze for a moment as she did, but her reaction was faster than hers, immediately bowing towards Zhao Qingjun. Thank you for this girl's righteousness in saving me. If it wasn't for you, the two of us would have been in danger. Lu Qing also finally came back to his senses at this time, staring at Zhao Qingjun's face, stumbling and saying, Many thanks to the lady warrior for coming to the rescue. Zhao Qingjun waved his hand and spoke quickly. There's no need to be polite. This is a place of smoke and willows, so I will not ask the two of you why you are here, and I believe that you have your own set of words to say. Lu Cheng and Chui Yunxiu both blinked at the same time. No questions? Both of them had this doubt in their minds at once. Zhao Qingjun was seen roaring in the direction of the room door. Lu Qing remembered something and hurriedly said, "Lady warrior." Zhao Qingjun brushed her hand against the door of the room and turned back, her expression anxious. "I have business to attend to. I'll trouble you two not to move around here. This is my room. There will be no outsiders to disturb me, and when I'm done later, I'll bring the two of you to leave through the back door." With that, and regardless of how the two reacted, he turned and left from the room, closing the door behind him. Bang! The gate slammed heavily. Only Lu Qing and Chui Yunxiu were left behind within the room, looking at each other. Why is this guy in such a hurry? Saving them is like doing a side mission. Once the mission is completed, they will leave immediately. Chui Yunxiu was dumbfounded for a moment, suddenly remember something. "Miss Lu, earlier at the last moment, why were you shouting Jiang Chen's name?" What's so strange about that? Lu Qing said rightfully, "If it's his territory, can't we just ask him for help?" Of course she wouldn't admit that she had a square in her mind, and actually a hint of illusion rose in her mind, as if Jiang Chen would appear at any time to save herself. She shook the shameful thought out of her head. He didn't end up coming anyway. It was a woman who arrived. Thinking of this, Lu Qing suddenly slapped his thigh. "I forgot to ask her name," Chui Yunxiu said helplessly. "The way people were in that hurry to go and get busy, they didn't have the time to answer you, right? How can this be?" Lu Qing didn't care so much. It's not a gentleman's behavior to know and not repay. That heroine saved us. We must repay her. With that, he was about to push the door open. It was a good thing that Chui Yunxiu pulled her to a halt. "You wait until they come back. Don't you want us to stay here and wait?" Lu Qing, however, said, "No, in a place like a greenhouse, what serious business can there be? Seeing the way she looked just now, I'm sure she's not happy staying here either. She saved me from the fire. I should also save her from the fire only. I want to ransom for her." That's right. Ryo Kiyoshi found himself thinking of an excellent idea for repaying the favor. "I will ransom her." Now, Lu Qing yelled to go out, and Chui Yunxiu couldn't even pull, only to frown and remind, "Miss Lu, do you remember what we're here for? Jiang Chen? Who cares?" Lu Qing waved her hand, her expression full of concern. But, just as the two were pulling and tugging, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Qing was delighted. The warrior woman is back? Zhao Qingjun closed the door to the two women's rooms behind him, took a deep breath. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to disregard two women she knew, wouldn't she? If His Majesty knew, he would reprimand me again for not prioritizing, right? She shook her head, twisted it, and scanned the area, quickly seeing several officials disguised as Johns. The men also looked in her direction, intentionally or not. Zhao Qingjun gestured, and several people nodded their heads imperceptibly. Before long, several people met in a corner of the building. "Now, report back on your respective findings." Zhao Qingjun's words just fell. An official dressed as a merchant immediately jumped ahead. "Reporting to Your Excellency, my subordinate has discovered Jiang Chen's whereabouts." Zhao Qingjun, "I'm not deaf." Earlier, Jiang Chen's appearance was so lively that everyone knew he had come. The first official scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhao Qingjun then looked to the next person. The next person immediately said, "Back to Your Excellency. I know which room Jiang Chen went into." Zhao Qingjun nodded slightly, his face expressionless. "Well, I'm not blind either." Another looked to the third man. The third person said, "I've made an inventory, and all the children who were originally working as handymen in the building have disappeared." Zhao Qingjun's expression finally jumped up a few shades of joy when he heard this. "Really?" When she finished, without waiting for that third person to speak, she muttered somewhat excitedly to herself. Sure enough, those children, now being gathered in one place by Jiang Chen. What is Jiang Chen utilizing them for? The result is already calling out. But, that's not enough. Certain most important information is missing. With her last failure, this time, she was determined to be prepared for anything. Definitely want to catch Jiang Chen in the act. There must not be a single slip-up. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Finally, she looked over at the last official. The official's face was solemn as he murmured, "My lord, I've poked around and found out that Jiang Chen and the others are discussing the idea of sending one of the leaders of their building to a rival business, as a way of dragging down the rival family's business." Zhao Qingjun waved his hand. "It's nothing more than some merchants or you and me swindling. This matter is not our concern." The last official nodded and added, "My lord, I also overheard the conversation between Jiang Chen and that greenhouse steward." "What conversation?" Zhao Qingjun asked busily. "I heard that steward say to Jiang Chen, 'Don't worry, Your Excellency, that batch of goods, I have already sent someone to prepare it. Definitely won't let his lordship find out.'" When these words came out, Zhao Qingjun's eyes lit up on the spot. That's true. 1,000 times over. Great! Zhao Qingjun simply wanted to cheer. Originally, she was only 99% sure that Jiang Chen was in the middle of the room to kill his head, but after getting the information gathered by this last official, that 99% certainty instantly turned into 10%. On Zhao Qingjun's face, a relieved expression finally appeared. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Jiang Chen. These days, I almost gave up looking for incriminating evidence from you, but on the contrary, you are so careless as to reveal your cloven foot at such a time. Ugh, what do you expect me to do? Hero Jian doesn't even know? She smiled slightly. No, how could he not know? My target was never you, but the entire Jiang family. My lord? The few officials beside him expressed their disbelief at Zhao Qingjun's reaction. Zhao Qingjun smiled slightly. No harm done. Of course they didn't understand just how hard it had been every day as she waited for this day, changing her face and lurking in the middle of the academy. During the day, to teach. At night, there are various analyses to keep doing. Then early in the morning, it was time to go stalk Jiang Chen again. The face, day by day, is emaciated. Even her favorite red dress, she didn't get to wear it, but it's okay now. This time, the mission has finally arrived at the final stage. After this time, I must apply to the king for a few months' leave to rest properly. Zhao Qingjun immediately ripped off the disguise on his body, revealing the piercing red official uniform on the inside. Give the order at the same time. You, go and call in all the men outside at once. Action. Now. Chapter 58, To Take or Not to Take Medicine. Jiang Chen walked into the Tianzino, one compartment, only to see the original pink-colored and moody Tianjino, one compartment. After one night, there has been a dramatic change. Among the biggest changes, it was the bed, which was big enough to sleep 10 people. That was removed. In their place were rows of bookcases and cushions from who knows where. Next to each bookcase sits a child. No more, no less. Just fine. In the eyes of everyone, the thirst for knowledge Xianzhuang Mimang. Just this moment made Jiang Chen feel as if he was in the middle of a bookstore. Have a heart. No, you did a great job. Jiang Chen looked over at Tiger and didn't spare any praise. He had not deliberately arranged it, but the other side had done it anyway, not at all perfunctory to the requests of the supervisor. Like this, it would have already beaten 99% of the latter-day cow war speeders. Your Excellency is flattered. Tiger scratched his head and laughed nervously. This performance immediately moved Jiang Chen's heart again. What a great guy. Humble and not taking credit. Jiang Chen immediately said, I'm going to reward you heavily. Tiger's eyes widened. The Duke's reward. This, he hastened to politely say. I don't dare. I'm just doing my part. No, it's really hard for my heart to be at peace if I don't reward you. Jiang Chen covered his chest like he was in pain. Dare not. Tiger was once again polite. To be. Where, if you don't accept, you're not giving me face. Jiang Chen let out his final harsh words. Tiger saw the situation. Want to refuse to meet, this, alas. Well, if the gentleman you insist on this, only to see Jiang Chen, who just now had a look of heartache on his face, instantly beaming with joy, saying, very well, this eunuch now rewards you with a special opportunity to become a spectator during my lectures. Tiger, huh? He pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Be confident. That's right, it's you. Jiang Chen took his hand and pointed at him. I can't read, my lord. That's why I let you learn. But you know, Your Excellency, I'm just a roughneck, and reading and doing schoolwork is something only old men are qualified to do. Spoken like my dad is so knowledgeable. Tiger didn't dare squeak. Jiang Chen waved his hand jadedly. That's just it. In that case, it's also because you don't have this blessing. Tiger sniffed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly found a compliment for himself. Gongzi, I suddenly rang. The old master still has a few noble guests to stay in this building. Is about to I go to entertain. Okay, go ahead. Witness Tiger's departure. Jiang Chen shook his head. Read a book. What a great opportunity. How many people rushed to not have this opportunity? I can't believe I don't know how to cherish. He turned his head, only to find another adult in the middle of the room. Phoenix? Gongzi, those medicines. You asked me to catch. Phoenix took out an oil paper sealed package. Another jar was removed immediately afterward. In here is that burning herb. Phoenix's expression was hesitant, as if she had something on her mind. After Jiang Chen left yesterday, she went to the nearest pharmacy. Boss, grab the medicine. Coming. Yo, Phoenix, regular customer. Another girl sick in the building? Well, scratch the top of this recipe. Get Lou. Just ready to go to grab the medicine of the old bonesetter looked down at the prescription. His eyes widened in vain. Slow down. This prescription is who opened. What's wrong? Nonsense. Who dares to take such strong medicine except someone who is dying? Which quack doctor in the end prescribed it? It's simply harmful. This you don't care. Phoenix was anxious at first, but as soon as she remembered that it was the Duke who gave the order, her expression immediately became ferocious. The prescription is here. You just grab it according to the above. The old bonesetter knew the other party's background and didn't bother to get into this mess. Just muttered, let's say it first. I'm only responsible for grabbing the medicine. It's none of my business if you eat a person's life, and I've already warned you beforehand. That's natural. Go. Don't rush, don't rush. The old longjong is a veritable slow longjong, grabbing something like medicine, grabbing 1 point more, grabbing 1 point less. How to grab, how to separate, are all things that can't be cared for. It was like he was deliberately using this slow way to retaliate against Phoenix's earlier irrationality. Sister Phoenix was watching from the sidelines, but did not dare to urge the other party to accidentally grab the wrong medicine. The old Chinese doctor grabbed the medicine while reciting the names of the herbs. Over the hill dragon, $3. Yukimi, a penny. Burning herb, $2. Burning herb? Hey, there's still someone who dares to use this poisonous herb in medicine. The corners of the old bonesetter's mouth tugged and he didn't hold back a laugh. Once there thought that the medicinal properties of the burning body grass was worth studying. As long as it was developed, it was bound to shake the entire apricot forest, but as a result, that pondered for decades. But in the end, not a single bird hair was pondered. Conclusion reached, a bunch of poisonous weeds and a lot of mischief. Why does the old bonesetter know so much? Because that is him. What's wrong? Phoenix watched as the old groom froze. Nothing. The old bonesetter waved his hand, put away the self-deprecation in his heart, and said, count yourself lucky. I still have a few leaves of the burning body grass here, which are well preserved, or else I'm afraid you'll find it hard to find it again if you run all over the city. But I still say that, this pile of drugs together, only afraid of. In short, eat out of life, don't come to the old man trouble. The old man mentioned, don't dawdle, what I promised you, naturally I won't go back on it. Ugh. The old Chinese doctor shook his head inside, grabbed the medicine, and wrapped it up in Xian oil paper. It's this little bag that Phoenix is holding today. Through her hands, it is now about to be handed over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reached out while praising. The burning grass was found as well? I thought it would take a while. Well done. Before the words were finished, Jiang Chen froze. He realized that Phoenix's medicine bag, which was still sticking out just a moment ago, suddenly shook unnoticeably and retracted back a few inches, causing Jiang Chen to grab an empty hand. Jiang Chen froze and raised his head. What does that mean? Gong! Gongzi! Phoenix shivered with a shiver, followed by a sudden emotional outburst and fell to her knees. My subordinate begs you, this medicine is still. Better not to let the little medicine pot eat it. Jiang Chen frowned, not understanding what kind of drama she was pulling at this point. How can you get well without medicine available? Phoenix had a difficult expression. He thought to himself, the question is this your cure? Although Phoenix didn't know where Jiang Chen got the confidence to say that a single dose of medicine could cure the little medicine pot. But yesterday I heard with my own ears what that old bonesetter had to say about the medicine. She compared the two. One is an old bonesetter who has been practicing medicine for most of his life. One was a foppish young lord who had been uneducated not long ago, but had learned medicine for 2 days on a whim this while. Sweetie, both know which word is more believable. Originally, yesterday she had already held in her heart the idea of dead horse as a living horse. The young master is happy. Let Jiang Chen go just fine. But it's one thing to think about it. It's another to actually do it. A woman's mind is inherently fickle, and this shift often occurs between before and after the fact. Yesterday, she was still holding the idea of let Jiang Chen dead horse as a living horse. He had fun. But yesterday, I heard the old Chinese doctor tone of certainty of judgment. Plus this morning to see the small pot of medicine a look full of joy. Everyone said, I'm going to be cured. To this group of lovely children, have brought a lot of vitality and laughter. Phoenix's stiff heart, which has seen the cold and warmth of the world for a long time, also beat a few times vividly and vigorously for this reason. Finally, facing Jiang Chen's somewhat displeased face, Phoenix put her heart on the line. Somehow, it came out as a blunt statement that would never be uttered on a normal day. Gongzi, this medicine cannot be eaten. The old bonesetter said, this is eaten to find death medicine. The child would have been able to live for a few more days. Once this medicine is eaten, my subordinates are worried that Gongzi will commit the crime of murder. When she finished, her expression was dark, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. She naturally knew that saying these words today would definitely attract Jiang Chen's displeasure. Even her job may not be saved because of what happened today. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was only when her eyes touched the little medicine pot's clueless and innocent eyes that she suddenly saw herself back then. Think of it as making up for being yourself back then. Phoenix looked at Jiang Chen, whose expression changed up, pressing his head heavily towards the ground. Your Excellency, my subordinate implores you to take back this medicine. Before her head could hit the ground, she was stopped by a small hand. She looked up in shock to see that it was the small potion jar. His face changed vigorously. "Little, I'm talking to Gongzi. What are you doing here to get involved?" Still not quick to die back to me. The little medicine pot, however, shook her head and followed Phoenix's example, also kneeling on the ground, said, "Mom Phoenix, this medicine, I'm willing to take it." Phoenix froze. You. The little medicine pot squeezed out a small smile, like it had warned others countless times before, his voice weak but well behaved. "I understand, Phoenix Mom, when people are sick, if they don't take medicine, they won't get better. I understand all that. Don't worry, I've already taken too much medicine." With that, she looked towards Jiang Chen with a firm expression as if she was a soldier going out to war, while holding her hands in front of her body with respect. "Please also give me medicine, Your Excellency." Jiang Chen. Good. What a touching play. Hard control of him for a full minute. "What is it? What the is going on here? The whole thing is as if you are poisoning people by prescribing a drug." His grandma, 2 living daddies. In a few words, hardening his image. In front of all the children, he portrayed himself as the arch-villain. Jiang Chen noticed that all the children in front of the bookcase had extremely moved expressions at this time. Looking at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was looking at an evil thief who forced a good man into prostitution. A child's world is still so simple that there is only a difference between good guys and bad guys. Jiang Chen arranged for them to study. Jiang Chen is good. Jiang Chen caused the 2 men to kneel down. Their expressions were miserable. And Jiang Chen was bad. "Both of you, get the up." Jiang Chen directly couldn't bear it anymore. "And you, Lu Ji over there, don't give me that stupid look over there. Asterisk. Today I will put my words here. If this medicine can make her eat it good or bad, I don't need you to report to the officials. I will take the carriage to the government office myself, put on a prison uniform, and cuffed with chains. I'll put my own head on the gate knife myself. I'm going to torture myself." Chapter 59, The First Effects of the Medicine. Hearing Jiang Chen threaten like this, Phoenix was directly confused. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say something like this. What kind of master pays for his servant's life? God knows what was going through his mind when he said that. Was this a confidence, or just a deliberate pretext to get the little pot to take the medicine? Phoenix was in a state of hesitation. For a moment, it was not clear whether to get up or not. Jiang Chen saw that the 2 were still hesitating and said unhappily, "What are you still standing there for? Get up, Phoenix, Gongzi, this, can't you understand what I'm saying? Laozi told you all to stand up. Laozi Shudao Mountain." The words just fell. Phoenix rose instantly. By the way, it also lifted the small pot of medicine, which was not moving so swiftly on the side, in a smooth manner, including all the children who were still sitting in front of the bookcase at that moment. They also physically stood up uncontrollably. "Brush it off." Everyone in the entire room stood up. "Jiang Chen, you guys sit down." Flop. The children took their seats again. Jiang Chen, ugh. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. Seeing this, Phoenix was about to speak again and take a step forward, but Jiang Chen stopped her with a direct sentence. "Just keep your mouth shut and save me another mother-daughter drama." Phoenix stopped talking at once. Jiang Chen felt a great sense of bad luck in his heart. If it was anything else, people wouldn't believe him and he would have loved whoever he was. Why bother picking up that skepticism? However, Jiang Chen looked at the little medicine pot and saw her thinning face, as well as the hidden attachment to the world in her eyes, like a stray kitten that has suffered so much. It's heartbreaking and pitiful. The fire in her heart subsided for the most part. Who's to blame? Who would have known that he, a man who kept quiet, already possessed a full level of medical skills? It's not a crime to not know. Jiang Chen was pondering in his mind how he was going to make a pretext to get this kid to listen and take his medicine obediently, be coaxed and cajoled like a gentle doctor with a child. Unexpectedly, the little medicine pot suddenly spoke. "My lord, I'm willing to take my medicine." The voice was weak and somehow firm. Jiang Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy who harmed you with poison?" The little medicine pot shook his head. "I feel that the male is a good person," he said, and turned back to smile knowingly with Lu Ji. Last night, the other party had told her that Jiang Chen knew about her disguise as a man without any intention of revealing it. Moreover, Jiang Chen was willing to give those of them who had fallen through the mud a chance to read. That's not a good guy. What's a good guy? Good people? Jiang Chen shook his head. The world of children is really simple. Are there only 2 kinds of people in the world, good people and bad people? But suddenly he laughed again. Don't worry, the medicine dispensed by this Gongzi will ensure that you will get rid of your illness after taking it. Sister Feng, go, cook this medicine. The precautions for cooking the medicine. I have already written them on the prescription yesterday, and by the way, remember to use a new medicine jar. Right, prepare some meals. Phoenix wanted to say something else, but glanced at the smiling Jiang Chen, and then at the small medicine pot that was flashing with a hopeful gaze. It was as if a silent understanding had formed between the two, leaving her no room to interrupt anymore. One could only answer, "Yes, my lord." It didn't take long for the medicine to be cooked and the meal to be set aside. Jiang Chen looked at the pot of medicine that was steaming and reminded, "It's a bit bitter, so you can drink it in several times." The little medicine pot smelled the medicine and smiled faintly. "It's alright Gongzi, I'm used to it." With that, he took the bowl of medicinal soup that Jiang Chen had poured out and simply finished it in one gulp. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lose his smile when he saw this scene. "No wonder you're called Little Pill Pot." Phoenix looked at the little medicine pot and finished the medicine in one gulp, and asked busily, "Medicine pot, how is it? Do you feel anything?" The little medicine pot inclined his head toward her. His expression didn't change much. He burped, thought for a moment, and said, "It's hot in the stomach." Phoenix's heart tightened and she looked at Jiang Chen. "Sir, how did this happen?" "Nonsense, you drink such a big bowl of hot water in one gulp, and you also have a hot stomach." Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to say. After a while, Phoenix asked again, "Gongzi, how does the medicine jar look like nothing has changed? Could it be?" "Alright, it's not like it's a panacea that you can eat and get better right away." Jiang Chen glared at her fiercely. "Phoenix," the little medicine pot comforted. "Feng Mom, don't worry, I can feel it. Gongzi, this medicine, and the ones I ate before, are not the same. I am afraid that this time it really works." Phoenix sniffed. "Yeah, I was obviously worried about whether it was poison or not, and whether it would make people sick. Now the medicine popped the whole person, but look well, at least, show that this medicine, not poison. Since it's not poison, it means that the old bone setter's judgment of this medicine was wrong. Doesn't that mean that?" Phoenix looked at Jiang Chen. A thought bubbled up in the back of his mind that he had never had before. Could it be that Jiang Chen, is really sure of himself before prescribing such a medicine? Then does this not mean that his medical skills are superior to all the bone setters in this entire city of Zhangzhou? Phoenix was shaken by this conclusion in her mind. How old is he? Didn't you say that the level of a bone setter would be linked to age? Time passes slowly. Unconsciously, Jiang Chen had changed in Phoenix's mind from the original uneducated, foppish young master who was accustomed to doing wrong by virtue of his family background, to an inscrutable person. Finally, another good half day had passed. In full view of everyone in the room, the little potion jar let out a soft cry of pain. Immediately after that, her expression became a bit ugly, covering her stomach and slowly squatting down. This scene instantly caused Phoenix, along with Lu Ji, and a group of children to panic. Gongzi, she's hungry. What else? I don't see the child is so skinny." Chapter 60, A little woman cannot be repaid, so I have to give my body to you. Jiang Chen looked at Phoenix rather breathlessly. "Why else do you think I asked you to prepare a meal?" Phoenix, subordinate, thought it was Gongzi who was hungry and wanted to eat something. After all, this girl. Phoenix was halfway through her sentence and lost it. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking towards the meal prepared by Phoenix. It was a food box made of yellow pear wood. Jiang Chen had seen it before when he watched TV dramas, but the scenes were usually at the entrance of the prison, carried by the families of the prisoners. Of course, that kind of food box is very rough, and the exquisite as if crafts food box brought up by Phoenix, naturally not the same. Open it up, and there's a hearty meal inside, 8 dishes and even some snacks in the corner. Very sweet. Apparently it was specially prepared by Phoenix specifically for him, the Jiang family's youngest. Jiang Chen turned his head and greeted the small medicine pot. "Hungry? Come and eat some." The little medicine pot gulped. "For the first time in my life, I had the urge to eat a big meal right away." She has suffered from this unnamed disease since birth. One of the symptoms of this disease is loss of appetite. For others, eating to satiate their stomachs was naturally a beautiful thing. But for her, it was quite a painful thing, because every time you eat something in your stomach, it causes physiological regurgitation. She had heard it said that the last part of her mother's life had been the same. He did not think about tea or food, and he grew thin and depressed. When you eat anything, it's as if an invisible hand is churning in your stomach, making you dizzy and vomiting. The effect of taking the medicine earlier as well was, at best, to keep her from throwing up when she ate. The food was all clear soup and white porridge. As a result, she's still on the level of looking good for something delicious. She didn't understand why the other kids had to look so happy and have their mouths full when they stole those leftovers left by the guests. But now, after taking the medicine prescribed by Jiang Chen, something changed in her body, as if she suddenly understood something. The aroma of the meal, a burst to the nose. Those who had once originally smelled and were not interested, now seemed to have been turned upside down. A voice kept welling up inside her. "So hungry for food, so hungry for food, so hungry for food." Facing Jiang Chen's smiling greeting, she was about to nod when her afterglow caught something. As soon as he turned around, 30 or 40 pairs of eyes in the room, all looking straight at the food box. Envy was written on every child's face. They are still too young to add value to the building, so the meals they eat every day are not great. It's filling, but there's not much flavor to enjoy. Suddenly there was a box of exquisite delicacies in front of them. No one could resist looking at it more. The little medicine pot was jittery. The heart grows a sense of being out of the line and favored alone. It disturbed her. She finally restrained herself and carefully said to Jiang Chen, "Gongzi, these are better for you to eat." Jiang Chen sighed, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to say that this girl was resistant to hunger, or whether to say that she cared too much about other people's gazes. "Thanks for putting up with it." Shaking his head, Jiang Chen suddenly grimaced. "There's no need to call me prince. Little pill pot, huh? What? Now I'm the physician and you're my patient. Do you know what it means to listen to the doctor's advice? Is that you have to eat what's here so I can judge your current physical condition?" The little medicine pot froze. The little expression was still a little tangled. But, just then, Phoenix, who was on the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. "That's right, medicine pots. You take them when the gong tells you to, otherwise how do you know you're cured?" The other children in the room, at this point, put away their salivating expressions. Instead, they all looked at her with concerned eyes. "Little medicine pot, you'd better eat something and see what happens." "That's right, when I told you before that the meat was delicious, you still didn't believe me. So taste it and try it, and see if you still say that I lied to you. What are you looking at us for? You eat, little medicine pot, eat up." Lu Ji's voice stood out in the crowd, full of excitement. I. Everyone suddenly opened their mouths, and the little medicine pot's heart warmed, and it was even more difficult to know what to say. She looked toward Jiang Chen. "My lord, no, physician, looks like you're well liked here." Jiang Chen rested his chin and smiled faintly before getting up to bring out the rice in the food box, plate by plate. "Come and try it while it's still hot." I got it. As soon as the little medicine pot took a look at Jiang Chen's meticulousness in doing things for her to this extent, she hurriedly came to Jiang Chen's side, her hands busy trying to help. A few moments later, with one hand on the bowl, the little medicine pot took the first bite of his meal, sandwiching the sliced meat as the crowd looked on expectantly. She moves bored, stiff limbs, a little nervous, cheeks move and chew in small bites. It took a long time to swallow the food. Well, not far away, Lu Ji sat on a cushion with her hands propped up on a bookcase, and couldn't wait to probe and ask. The little pot of medicine answered with only 2 words, "Yummy." The air went quiet and everyone looked at her nervously. It was a long time between them, and I didn't see her show any more discomfort. Lu Ji thought they didn't hear him clearly and repeated it again. "Yummy." The next moment, the room instantly erupted in cheers. "Aha! The little medicine pot can eat. She's better. Great. The little medicine pot is ready." "Medicine pot you." Phoenix looked at the small medicine pot, her eyes full of incredulity. If earlier it was all speculation, then at this moment, the speculation finally came true. The girl who had grown up taking medication, now was directly better after a dose of Jiang Chen's medicine. "I'm better, Phoenix mom." The little potion pot itself froze for a moment before letting out a yell of delight as an afterthought, followed by a mouthful of rice into his mouth. "Yummy." On the one hand, he was excitedly shouting, "I'm better. I'm good." I even choked on my rice and coughed violently when I wasn't paying attention. "Eat slowly. No one will grab it from you." Jiang Chen handed out the soup bowl with one hand and patted her back with the other. The little medicine pot suddenly burst into tears, ignoring the grains of rice sticking to my face. One moment I think about wiping my tears with my sleeve. The next I'm afraid of getting oil on my mouth from my sleeve. I don't know if I'm dancing around or if I'm just fumbling. Only the voice from his mouth was once choked, but it was truly joyful. "I'm better. I'm better. Great. I'm finally better." Finally, she hadn't forgotten Jiang Chen. Suddenly he stood up, making a move to kneel again. This time, however, Jiang Chen finally held her up. In passing, he wiped another grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. "There's no need to care about the red tape when you're very sick." Gongzi, the little medicine pot froze for a moment, blessed to the heart, and suddenly remembered that he had peeked at the word folders before. One of the lines suddenly came out of his mouth. "The little woman has nothing to offer but to give her body in return, and I hope that the gentleman will not abandon her." Jiang Chen froze. Chapter 61, Remember Jiang Chen? Let's persuade him to rebel. Jiang Chen also didn't expect such a classic scene to happen to him. Frozen for a moment, he laughed out loud. Reaching out, he stroked the head of the little potion jar. "What the hell? How long has that line been out of date? Man-child." After the little pot of medicine finished that sentence, his ears instantly burned. But listening to the implication in Jiang Chen's words that he clearly didn't take this seriously, she immediately emphasized, "Gongzi, I'm not young anymore. I'm 11 years old." Jiang Chen tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Non-committal. Well, 11 years old. I know I don't look good right now, but my mother used to be the flower girl of the building, and I'm just too skinny. So, that's why. Well, that's why it's important to eat well in the future. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he noticed that the expression on the little pill pot seemed a bit unhappy. The little medicine pot lowered its head as Jiang Chen's words rambled on. She thought to herself that the other party was a big person high up in the world. Surely they wouldn't care what she, a small child, said. Yes, the status of the two sides is vastly different. She has nothing, and who is she to say such overstepping words? A pang of gloom went through her at the thought. But suddenly, she heard Jiang Chen's words again. The voice still held a smile. If you really want to repay me, then when I give you lessons in the future, how about if you listen attentively as repayment? The little pot of medicine looked up, color slowly emerging from his bleak pupils. Finally, as if she had made some sort of determination, she nodded her head vigorously. I'll definitely listen to the lessons carefully and return the favor to Gengzi. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the others. In the crowd, he saw Lu Ji. The other party's expression was excited and tearful. If there weren't other people here, they would have come up excitedly and hugged the little pot of medicine. Jiang Chen nodded slightly at her. His promise, already fulfilled. Lu Ji's heart was greatly shaken at this time. Is the little medicine pot really better? That disease that all the doctors who have been to the door have asserted that she won't live long is so easily cured by the prince? Even though she originally had a vague premonition of this, she still couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart when it just happened right under her nose. Phoenix, who was on the sidelines, didn't say a word after witnessing the little pot of medicine eat. On her face, shock, joy, and various emotions are intertwined and complicated. She was the only one who did not shed a tear. Decades of trying to figure out people's hearts and observing their words had long since allowed her to develop the habit of not being pleased with her appearance. Even if others saw it, it was a deliberate show of her putting her head down. But the shock that Jiang Chen had given her today was still too great. Once, because of treating the little medicine pot as the future flower girl, the future cash cow, she searched for all the famous doctors in the city, but none of them sighed and shook their heads. Now, the disease that couldn't be cured by all the famous doctors was so alive in front of her. Cured by Jiang Chen with a pair of medicines. It made her curse. Those damn quacks. This was what that old bonesetter had said about Jiang Chen yesterday, but now it had turned into a bitter scolding from her. But that's just at the level of being upset. Naturally, she wouldn't be foolish enough to seriously think that it was the group of doctors who were too incompetent. This can only say that Jiang Chen's medical skills are too unfathomable. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over everyone. Know that you have gained the trust of all the children with this hand today. Immediately, with a sinister smile, he struck the iron while it was hot. Since the little pill pot's illness has been cured, now, let us begin today's lesson. He pointed to the other side. A closed wooden box. See this box in front of you? Does anyone know what's in it? Pop. In the Lu Yun building. In the compartment number 1 of the Earth character. A heavy tap on the table sounded. What exactly does this hero Jiang mean? My brothers and I, on behalf of the Wicked Valley, intervened with him and invited him to rise up together. But he hung us out to dry for several days in a row. I'm still calling him Master Jiang. 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 Master Jiang and so on. He's just a fearful person. That's right. If it wasn't for the Valley Master specifically instructing us not to fool around before we left the valley, Grandpa would have already tied him up and gone back, and still be here to suffer from his grandma's bird anger. If Jiang Chen was here at this moment, he would immediately recognize that the few people in this compartment were the few strong men who had eaten at his house not long ago. The scar-faced man at the head of the group slapped the table and said a few angry words. Whirling around, however, he noticed that in the corner, a lean, shadowy man with bulging cheekbones and left and right legs, sat a woman. It was as if he was immersed in the blessings of the people, and had completely forgotten the orders given by the Valley Master before leaving the valley. The scar-faced man's anger instantly rushed to his head. Mountain Ghost, are you listening to me or not? What? You're a smart man who's also mesmerized by these vulgar women. Believe it or not, I'll chop them both up right now. When these words came out, the two beauties in the Mountain Ghost's arms, their faces instantly stiffened and their bodies trembled. The Mountain Ghost, however, hemmed and hawed, not panicking. Take it easy, Mountain Gun. It's not nice to scare a beauty. Take it easy? How can you ask me to take it easy? There are still a few days I and others will have to go back to resume our orders. Once the Valley Master knows that we have not accomplished things, but we have to lose our heads. Mountain Cannon viciously threatened. But it's useless to rush, isn't it? The Mountain Ghost stretched his back, still with the same unconcerned demeanor. You! Mountain Cannon was furious and directly copied the machete from one side. You think I don't dare? With that, he was about to make his move. The two women were scared out of their wits, and immediately wanted to get down from the mountain ghost, but they were deadlocked by the other party's two palms that were like iron pincers. Mountain Ghost raised his head and locked eyes with Mountain Cannon. If you kill both of them now, do you believe we won't be able to leave this building today? Mountain Cannon sniffed, his face alternating between red and white, but in the end, he put away his sword. Calm down eventually. Well, come up with an idea then. You asshole. There is no hurry. There is no hurry. You two go out first. The Mountain Ghost let go of the two women on his lap, shaking his head. He picked up a soup ladle from the table, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and popped it into his mouth to savor it. Then he picked up the wine bowl again and poured a bowl of fine wine without haste. There was an intoxicated look on his face. What a scene! Greenhouse, beauty, delicacies, such treatment. In the valley, there is no chance to enjoy. Mountain Cannon sniffed and opened his mouth to reprimand again. Instead, he saw the Mountain Ghost slowly walk up behind him and press it back into its seat. At the same time, his sinister voice rang out. You say, why would the hero of the river, who enjoys such wonderful things day and night, want to accompany reckless people like us and perform that treacherous deed? Mountain Cannon sniffed, and a hard look appeared on his face. Are you saying that Hero John's family is so big that he no longer thinks about big things? You are wrong. Mountain Ghost shook his head. Master Zhang's mind cannot be so simple as you. He wants to be really unwilling. In the first place, would not be so happy. Will be we invited into the house, the past few days and this kind of intimate hospitality. And what does he mean by that? Mountain Cannon griped. If my expectation is not wrong, Master Jiang at this moment, himself should also still hesitate. Therefore, we need to take the initiative, to force Master Jiang a hand. Force him to show up and force him to make a decision. How do I force it? Mountain Gun was busy asking. The Mountain Ghost smiled slightly. Do you remember that Master Jiang has an only son? And look at Master Jiang. He loves that only son. When we were in the Jiang family earlier, as long as we complimented that Duke Jiang, Master Jiang would instantly smile and laugh. The Mountain Ghost will understand, does not move, and makes a neck-wiping gesture. You mean, the Mountain Ghost covered his face. Is killing the only thing on your mind? Old me is saying, as long as we can bring the Duke Jiang on board and persuade him to agree to work together with us, are there any worries that great things will not be accomplished? Chapter 62 Officials block the door. Swear to catch Jiang Chen. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go and get that kid right now. Mountain Cannon couldn't wait a bit and moved to go. As it happens, the boy is in the building now. The soundproofing of the ground-sized compartments was generally effective, so they certainly knew about Jiang Chen's appearance not long ago. However, the Mountain Ghost once again presses down on the Mountain Gun's shoulders. What's stopping me again? Mountain Gunner said as he twisted his shoulder unpleasantly and swung the other man's hand away, but saw the Mountain Ghost narrowed his eyes. That Jiang Chen brat one. We take the initiative to go to him. Afraid of being belittled by him. Have to let him take the initiative to come to us. Coming to us voluntarily? Mountain Cannon had a blank expression. Not bad. This negotiation thing, there is a host and guest. Now I'm the guest. He is the main. Once the decision is handed over to his hand, he will be arrogant. Sit on the ground to raise prices. Want to let him agree? We have to be anti-guests and hosts to do. When Mountain Cannon heard Mountain Ghost's explanation, he had two big heads and wondered, then what are we going to do? Mountain Ghost smiled sinisterly at his words. It's not difficult. We just need to break some rules in this building, and we won't be afraid that he won't show up. Breaking the rules? Yes. Do you know that among this greenhouse, not all are women who sell their bodies. There is a kind of selling art without selling their bodies, called the clear herdsman. Mountain Ghost licked his lips. Later on, we'll call a few purveyors in, and this matter will surely reach that kid's ears. After all, it's a greenhouse run by his Jiang family, so he'll definitely come to explore what's going on. The moment these words came out, the eyes of several people from the Wicked Valley lit up. They all praised. Wonderful plan. What a brilliant idea. After days of hanging out in the greenhouse, everyone was a little tasteless, but they didn't dare to express it in front of the Mountain Guns. And the pursers in that building, I've heard, are all still unpicked chicks. If you have a chance to taste one or two, it's something else. Several men's hearts were hot, and they rubbed their hands together to show their anticipation and looked at Mountain Cannon. Mountain Cannon is also a man. These days, there is no less pleasure-seeking. Naturally will not raise objections at this moment. Instantly, he slapped the table. Okay, that's it. With that, he got up, walked to the door, and said toward the several attendants at the door, Go, call your steward here. In no time, the waiter brought Tiger into the room. As soon as Tiger entered the room and saw a few people, his face was suddenly solemn. These people were personally led here by the master a few days ago, and he personally ordered him to be well entertained. Tiger naturally didn't dare to be slow, and immediately bowed. I wonder what the several honored guests, what is their request? As soon as he spoke, Mountain Gun's broken voice yelled, "Your name is Tiger, isn't it? Go get some of your pursers here." Tiger sniffed, his face suddenly changed. "A few people do not know. The building has rules. That clear herdsmen only sell art, not sell body. If a few people let them play music is still good. Less nagging. If I tell you to go, you go." Tiger's face was a little hard to see. He knew full well that these people were by no means in the mood to hear a tune or anything. Men. Don't you understand, men? If it were anyone else, Tiger would have long been furious on the spot at this point, ready to let the other party go out of this door sideways, but not the ones in front of me. They are the honored guests brought by the Lord himself. For that matter, he would never be able to do anything to turn his back on the other side. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go? If you don't have that right, go and call the one who can make the decisions here. Tiger sniffed in silence. Nowadays, the only person left in this building who could make decisions was Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was now in the compartment, and had instructed no one to go in and disturb him. Naturally, he would not do such things that invite annoyance. It's just a few cleaners. The big deal is that afterward, I'll allow them a sum of money, as long as none of them say, I won't have to worry about it. After a long silence, Tiger finally nodded. Tiger left the ground zero compartment, walk up to the row of doors and knock on each one. It didn't take long for one tired-looking woman to come out from inside, yawning like he'd only just woken up. What's wrong? What's disturbing? However, when they saw Tiger, they all instantly changed their faces. Master Tiger, what brings you here? Not enough manpower. Looking for you guys to hold up the fort, Tiger casually explained. Suddenly, he noticed that among the women, there seemed to be two men. Tiger? He rubbed his eyes furiously and immediately looked toward the two men. It was only then that I realized that they were two women who were dressed as men. Tiger frowned and scolded. What's with this outfit you two are wearing? Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing both looked at each other. They thought the knock on the door would be the warrior woman who had just saved them. Who knew that once the door was opened, what appeared was a swarthy man with an angry face, not to be messed with at first glance. There were several other women beside them, and at the sight of each other, they too had the look of rats meeting cats. The two men were a little too scared to make a sound. Forget it. Tiger saw that the two were not talking, and although he was a little offended, he didn't bother to say anything more. All of you come here with me. There are honored guests for you to entertain. If things go wrong, you'll be in for it. Tiger threatened viciously. Lu Qing was instantly a little nervous, but also a little curious about what the lady warrior who had saved them before was actually doing. With this kind of martial arts and a kind nature, Lu Qing believed that the other party was by no means the kind of person who relied on skin and flesh to gain a foothold. So whispering to one side, a kindly-looking woman asked, "Do you know what we're going to do?" The woman was a little confused when she saw that Lu Qing was a new face. New here, right? Yes, I see. I said why I haven't seen it before. When that woman heard Lu Qing's admission, a trace of being a senior's sense of smugness rose in her heart. She smiled faintly and said in relief, "Don't worry. Although the building is a place of wind and dust, the rules are incredibly strict. We Qing heralds only sell our art and not our bodies, and there will definitely not be any forcing of good people into prostitution." Lu Qing slightly lowered his heart. Sure enough, I knew that even if the lady warrior is in a place of wind and dust, she will never degrade herself. However, when she, as well as Cui Yinxiu, followed the large group and walked into a room under Tiger's guidance, only to quickly realize that things are far worse than she thought. Inside the room, a few burly men, the leader, scar-faced and grim, and the scar-faced man's first words caused all the women present to change their faces drastically. Only his gaze, unkindly, swept the heavy women one by one from left to right. Immediately afterward, a word came out of his mouth. Strip. What? Master Tiger, this? A woman realized something was wrong and immediately turned around, but all she heard was a creaking sound. The door to the room is closing. In the doorway, Tiger face expressionless, until bang sound, will all the women, completely shut in the room. Compartment 1 of the heavenly word. Outside the door, two waiters, one on the left and one on the right, were daily traveling, admiring the beautiful dancers downstairs dancing to the songs. Suddenly, one of them slapped the other violently. The man awoke then with an unhappy expression. What's up? In the middle of his sentence, his voice came to a screeching halt as if his throat had been pinched. Only a group of men, led by a woman in red, approaching towards where they were at the moment. Looking at their expressions, each one of them looked incredibly cold and determined. This is by no means unusual. The man awoke with a start and immediately stepped forward to reach out and block the way. Stop ahead. This is no place for you. Oh, Zhao Qingjun laughed coldly. Under the heavens, there is no place that is not the king's land. In this Jianzhou, is there any place we can't go? Her words had just fallen. All the men behind them, suddenly removed their jackets, revealing clear navy blue uniforms inside. The waiter's pupils snapped. Officials. Chapter 63 Zhao Qingjuan's calculations. Hero Zhang's anger. It's the official. Damn. Why would an official come here all of a sudden? And by the looks of it, the other party had a clear goal and had obviously come prepared. The two attendants in front of the door had lived so long, but it was the first time that they had seen the image of so many officials, appearing with great fanfare. Couldn't help but feel a tingle in my head. The two men looked at each other. Uncharacteristically, his mind recalled a rumor he had heard not long ago. It is said that a few days ago, this group of officials was like this, led by a red-clothed woman who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. An army of people ran to the Zhang residence, threatening to arrest Zhang Chen and bring him to justice. That incident ended up being squared away somehow. I only heard that the Zhang master had unintentionally revealed at the dinner table. Family scandal should not be disclosed will be gently unveiled at this time. But the attendant guessed that it must have been the Zhang family's family initiative that used some dishonorable means to set things right. The following few days were calm and quiet, but I didn't expect that just today, this group of officials would actually come out en masse again. The target was obviously Zhang Chen in the compartment. Zhao Qingjun looked at the two attendants, and with one hand, he didn't move and pressed it on top of the hilt of his sword. She narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. You guys, you want to stop us from doing our job? One of the attendants had an ugly face. To be honest, he didn't know what Zhang Chen was doing in the middle of the room. All I know is that late yesterday night, Tiger and Phoenix, the two of them sneakily transported something into the middle of the room. This includes a large mysterious wooden box that looks heavy. I guess this was the reason why the group of officials in front of me had come out en masse. A pang of sadness ran through the hearts of the two attendants. Much of the sadness of little people like them. Oftentimes, they don't really know much at all about the movements of the people above them. But once something happens, they are the first to be caught in the middle. Block it. The two of them, to stop so many officials with swords in front of them. Joking, let it go. Afterwards, when they are held accountable, they will be the first to take the blame. Just when the two were at a loss for words, Zhao Qingjuan's cold and stern voice sounded once again. Get out of the way. Under this pressure, finally, one of the attendants violently bit the tip of his tongue. Force yourself to wake up. He hardened his head and said to Zhao Qingjun, this adult, even if the official work, but also pay attention to a reason for the incident. I do not know what exactly is the matter. To attract a few officials. So Xingjuan. At those words, Zhao Qingjuan's hand, finally released from the hilt of his sword. I've come for one thing only. That is to thoroughly investigate Zhang Chen's smuggling of illegal goods and child abuse at Lu Yun House. The waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered. I'm afraid this is out of order. Rules? Are the rules of your Lu Yun Lu going to be pressed above my Great Zhou laws? A big hat was directly snapped down, straight to the waiter's head. He also stammered more in his speech. This, of course. Before he finished his sentence, not far away, another voice came. The Great Zhou law, of course, is the highest rule. After all, my Lu Yun Lu is not a place outside the law. Everyone looked around at the sound. The two waiters saw the visitor. There was a sigh of relief. Master Tiger is here. Tiger took a few steps forward, calm, and said toward Zhao Qingjun, but, talk should be evidence. I don't know. If this lord said that my son has violated the law, do you have any evidence? Tiger's attitude caused Zhao Qingjun to have a few doubts in his heart. Why is he so calm? Could it be that he has something up his sleeve? Zhao Qingjun looked around. The imagined mob of people did not happen. She then ruled that first guess out. Could it be that there's some kind of mechanism inside the door that allows him to ventilate Zhang Chen inside in the first place so that the other party can cover up the incriminating evidence in time? Zhao Qingjun pondered for a while, and then ruled out this second guess. She had secretly understood the building structure of the Lu Yun building well beforehand, knowing that there was no room for the existence of a secret door. And outside the room, a few officials had been placed to keep an eye on it, never letting Zhang Chen have a chance to escape by climbing over the window in the room. It could be said that Zhang Chen in the middle of the room now was already in a dragnet without realizing it, and it was difficult to fly. And she, as long as she kicked the door open, Zhang Chen inside, would have no place to turn around. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingjun looked at Tiger. The evidence, it's in the middle of this room. Zhang Chen's guilt or innocence could be revealed by opening the door. If you stop us at this time, isn't it the best evidence that you have something in your heart, Tiger? He stopped Zhao Qingjun purely because he was worried about what was going on here and poking his nose into his lordship. After all, Zhang Chen had personally told him that he mustn't tell his lordship about him teaching the children to read in his room. Once it was known, Zhang Chen wouldn't let him off easily. Luckily, Zhang Chen had told him the code word in advance to prevent this. As long as he secretly, quietly, and without moving, reminds Zhang Chen inside, the pair will immediately put those books away. So, Tiger, as planned in advance, secretly, quietly, unmovingly, moved to the position of the entrance of the room. What are you doing on the sly? Are you planning to give a secret signal to the people inside? Zhao Qingjuan's sudden voice caused Tiger's body to stiffen. The other side can guess that? He hurriedly piled on the smiles and said, how could that be? I just thought that this position would be a better way to block your lord's path to the door. Zhao Qingjun? Mouth mistake. Tiger hastily apologized, scratching his head and smiling nervously, awkwardly explaining, I just feel that this place, feng shui is just a little better. Ha ha, ha ha. Tiger laughed awkwardly to himself for a moment, finding everyone looking at him as if he were a little cutie. Looked at him as if he were a little cutie. I felt all dried up at once. The heart couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Gonzi ah, you've victimized me. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingjun spoke before him. You think you're the only one stalling? What do you mean? Tiger's face changed. Ha 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 ha. Because, I'm also dragging my feet. Zhao Qingjun gazed downstairs and suddenly let out a loud laugh that he couldn't hide in any way. Ha 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 ha. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Now, that east wind, it's finally here. Tiger followed the other man's gaze downward. Only a majestic figure was seen walking in through the downstairs door. That figure, Tiger could never forget it for the rest of his life. For that man, was none other than his lordship, Jiang Chen's father, River Hero. Tiger looked at Zhao Qingjun incredulously. What's this? What's this all about? Why do you want to involve his lordship in his excellency's affairs? When Zhao Qingjun saw the other party's expression of obvious panic, he naturally assumed that the other party, seeing that things had fallen apart and that Jiang Hero had been involved, finally knew that he was afraid. Of course Tiger was scared. Grandma, this group of officials are sick. He didn't get it at first. When did teaching have to be arrested? Surprisingly, it comes with telling the parents. That's too bad. Where on earth did you get such a... Knock 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 knock. Tiger finally couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly knocked on the door of the room according to the secret code in advance. Remind Jiang Chen inside. Zhao Qingjun saw this scene and didn't stop it. Instead, he laughed even more. The more abnormal the other party was, the more it meant that there was something in her heart, and the more accurate her guesses became. Ha 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 ha. It's useless. It's futile to struggle even after what happened. Hero Jiang angrily went upstairs, his footsteps on the wooden stairs sending out vibration after vibration. He was literally going to blow a gasket. Just now, an official suddenly found him, informed him of Jiang Chen's mistreatment of the children at Lu Yun House, as well as the smuggling of illegal materials strictly prohibited by the Great Zhou, such as body-burning grass. Now it was being blocked in the middle of the room by dozens of officials. Grandma, I knew this kid wouldn't let go of anything he did. How many times have I reminded him to tone it down lately? Did he do it once? And the burning body grass, that kind of thing. Old me doesn't even want to touch it. He also dares to touch it. I don't need his money. Chapter 64. After breaking off the door, Zhao Qingjun's face changed. You again. Jiang Hero went up the stairs and soon, he saw a group of officials standing in neat and orderly columns. Right in the middle of it, a woman in red, seemingly smiling, looked toward him. Family Master Jiang, after a few days of separation, we meet again. Humph. Hero Jiang snorted coldly, sweeping his gaze over everyone present one by one. At last, the gaze rested, however, before the door of the one closed room. The door hasn't been opened. In his heart, Jiang Hero breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to his tight schedule, he was finally able to catch up. This is a blessing in disguise. After all, as long as the door hadn't been opened, it meant that the two sides hadn't completely torn each other apart. It also means that there is still room to bargain over things. Jiang Hero has been in the shopping mall for many years, and he has not done a lot of collusion between the government and business. Ordinary people would only have their hands tied by this point. He, on the other hand, knew the flow of the situation beyond all recognition. The thing that Jiang Hero was most worried about was that when he arrived, Jiang Chen had already been apprehended by the officials. It doesn't give him any hint of backroom maneuvering at all. But this situation, right now, isn't too bad. Jiang Hero looked downstairs again. There was still a song and dance. Apparently, the people who noticed what was happening here were not too many. His mind was greatly tranquilized, and he immediately looked at Zhao Cheng. Good. What a girl doll. I had thought that after the last time, you should have restrained yourself, but to my surprise, you haven't given up yet. Tell me, just who told you to do this? Just whose orders were it that made you target my son like this? Name your price. I want to know exactly who was behind you, who ordered you to do this. Zhao Qingjun smiled without saying anything. Jiang Hero's eyes narrowed slightly as he issued a warning. You've had one chance to make a lion's share of my Jiang family's money. Isn't that enough? Female doll, I advise you not to have too big an appetite. At this moment, Zhao Qingjun finally said, Jiang family master, what you just said, can this official interpret it as? Is it a blatant bribe, and a threat to the court officials? When these words came out, Jung Hero's face sank, breathing, too, became rapid. Don't you dare spit blood. I spit blood? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qingjun laughed out loud. Jiang family master, Jiang family master. In vain you are wise for a lifetime. How can you also be this confused? Have you forgotten the identity of this official? My target has never been as simple as just Jiang Chen alone. Now that the Jiang family master is speaking like this, does it mean that you have confessed to the crimes committed by your son Jiang Chen, and still have the heart to harbor him? You, Jiang Hero didn't expect the other party to be so single-minded, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. And Zhao Qingjun was certain at this point that Jiang Hero had already fallen into the trap that he had laid down in advance. Finally, no more reservations. Waving his hand directly behind him, he said, everyone listen. Jiang Chen abused children, abused lynchings, and smuggled illegal goods. His crimes are punishable by death. His father Jiang Hero, but also connived at harboring, involved in it, and the court officials to implement bribery. Bribery is not a threat, but also a number of crimes and punishments. Pass on my order to break down the door. Arrest the thief Jiang Chen. Jiang Hero was jealous. A murderous aura erupted from his body, causing everyone present to feel a chill all over their body. Even the officials behind Zhao Qingjun were taken in by this, their paws nailed to the ground, not daring to move a muscle. I only heard Jiang Hero gritting his teeth and saying word for word, you guys, this is forcing me to leave you here. The officials heard the words and their livers cracked. They were all locals, and with some of Hero John's earlier deeds still fresh in their minds, they were all a bit distraught. My lord, even a figure on Zhao Qingjun's side couldn't help but speak out and remind him. However, Zhao Qingjun ignored this. With a brush, he unsheathed his sword. The tip of the knife was pointed straight at Tiger, who was blocking the doorway. Get out of the way. I'm only going to say this once. This is not so much official. Tiger always felt that something was wrong and wanted to speak out. Zhao Qingjun didn't give him a chance at all. The sharp blade, from top to bottom, forced Tiger away and cut into the doorway. The bolt on the inside snapped with a loud crack. She then did not hesitate. Rising to his feet, he kicked the door open with a clean motion. Bang! The door slammed heavily against the interior wall, revealing a panicked Jiang Chen inside, and a crowd of overwhelmed children. So here's the question. Does any student know how to pronounce this word? Please raise your hand and answer. Me. Mr. Jiang, I'll do it. Well, since you're so positive, I'll let you have this opportunity. Jiang Chen is taking a vocabulary lesson. Suddenly, two long and one short consecutive knocks sounded on the door of the room. Knock 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 knock. Jiang Chen was suddenly in a state of awe. This was the code word he had set with Tiger beforehand. That means his dad is here. The wind is tight and tugging and whirring. Only a loud cry was heard from him. All the kids acted instantly. Swarming around, all the books were collected inside a large wooden box next to Jiang Chen. Come on. Just as Jiang Chen was in a hurry to put the lid on the wooden box, the door kicked in. Bang! Jiang Chen immediately turned his head to look, afraid to see his dad's face the next moment. However, the first thing he saw was a red dress. Immediately afterward, a knife was seen in the other's hand. Jiang Chen? Zhao Qingjun took a step into the room. She had her eyes in a fury, and she was holding a knife. Her nose twitched. Smells like medicine. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw another group of panicked children. Among them, there was another child who was so thin that his face, all of it, was skinny. One can only imagine the kind of abuse she has suffered. Finally, there was a wooden box that looked very suspicious. I think that inside is where the evidence of guilt lies. Everything, as she had expected. Finally, she looked at Jiang Chen. She smiled coldly. Mr. Jiang, you're very flustered. Nonsense, Jiang Chen said angrily. I inexplicably and marvelously rushed into your house with a knife. Are you damned panicked? Zhao Qingjun choked. It doesn't matter. Zhao Qingjun shook with anger, pointing his knife at Jiang Chen. Get out of the way. What exactly is in this suspicious-looking box? Jiang Chen glanced back at the wooden box that had been painstakingly blocked by a few children with their bodies. No, you can find it even if it's covered so tightly? Looking at Jiang Chen's well-behaved demeanor, Zhao Qingjun almost wanted to say, do you think I'm blind? Who wouldn't be able to see such a big box? But fortunately, she was quick to suppress the thought. Almost. Then, I have to speak in that tone of voice of the usual lady's husband. Although things had come to a head and the two sides had met in arms, it was pointless to hide one's identity. But instinctively, Zhao Qingjun still didn't want Jiang Chen to know. Herself was the same womanfolk who would cheekily squeeze into his family's carriage every morning. As for why, she wasn't sure herself. It's just that instinct feels like it's the right thing to do. I'll only give you 3 seconds to get out of the way or die, Zhao Qingjun coldly said. No way, absolutely not. Jiang Chen noticed that outside the door, there stood his own father-in-law. If he finds out about this, his bag won't survive. Seeing the situation, Zhao Qingjun sighed quietly in her heart. Jiang Chen, you're a very good student, but it's a pity that all of this is nothing more than your disguise. Behind your back, whichever of these things you've done is enough to provoke the wrath of heaven, so I won't have the slightest bit of compassion for you. 3. The first sound rang out. Zhao Qingjun's expression was icy cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped wildly. What kind of deep hatred did this woman have with herself? 2. As the second sound fell, Zhao Qingjun's butcher knife was raised, its blade downward. Jiang Chen quickly, urgently avoided the danger, and did not hesitate to get out of the way, and bending down to apologize. Wrong, Tai Jun please. Zhao Qingjun returned his sword to its sheath without looking away. You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. Dignity. Zhao Qingjun, however, no longer cared about him. Straightening up, he removed the lid from the wooden box as soon as he could. In the next second, her expression froze. Chapter 65, The Shipment. All books? Book? How can it be a book? Zhao Qingjun was dumbfounded. She couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. The very suspicious box that Jiang Chen had placed in the middle of the room was actually filled with books. What's the point of covering up a couple of books like that? No way. She clearly heard Tiger mention 3 words when she eavesdropped yesterday. The shipment. How could something that could make the other party mention it so solemnly be a book? That. You see finished See finished then hurry to give me cover up. This is trespassing you know. Breaking the law. Ignoring Jiang Chen's yelling from the side, Zhao Qingjun's eyes flickered. Something's not right. Something must be wrong. There must be something left out. Immediately afterward, she began to do something. Zhao Qingjun took out the books in the wooden box, one by one and casually threw them on the ground. This scene directly caused Jiang Chen's heart to jump up and down. Originally, she was the only one who could see the contents of the box because it was opaque, but when she flipped it like that, all of a sudden everyone could see it, including Jiang Chen's father. Auntie, didn't you say you'd just take a look? Why are you rummaging around? Why is this woman as untrustworthy as she is not going in? Will you stop flipping? Zhao Qingjun stopped moving and inclined her head to look at him. He panicked. The goods must be under this chest. The book is but a cover. It must be. Turning her head, Zhao Qingjun then rummaged through the box even more vigorously. Jiang Chen, holy, why is it speeding up? Book, or the book? What's with the book again? The more Zhao Qingjun flipped, the grumpier he became. The whole person exudes an uninviting aura. She was going crazy. All books. Finally, the box, half a man high, was nearing the bottom. Zhao Qingjun clenched his teeth. Straight away, he grabbed both sides of the crate with his bare hands and flipped the wooden box upside down. Instantly, the rest of the books inside clattered and rained and shook off. All books. Zhao Qingjun didn't believe it and held the large wooden box and even shook it twice to make sure it was empty before he threw the box in one hand. Fixed his eyes on the ground again. Nothing but a mess of books. Zhao Qingjun. She slowly raised her head, her gaze deadpan on Jiang Chen. You come and explain it to me. I damn well want you to come and explain it to me. Jiang Chen also grumpily said. It's finished. Isn't this all over? My father saw me hiding so many books with his own eyes, and when he goes back, he'll eat me alive. Brush. Zhao Qingjun once again drew his sword. No. She shook her head, unwilling to believe it. No. Jiang Chen saw the knife and instantly calmed down. Crybaby, which is not right. Live daddy. Zhao Qingjun yelled at him. What the hell are you panicking about? Jiang Chen also roared back. Bull asterisk. Who the hell doesn't panic when you're holding someone with a knife? I urge you to tell the truth. I advise you. Jiang Chen was about to yell back, noticing that Zhao Qingjun's eyes were already almost on the verge of going berserk. He hastily changed his tone. I advise you to calm down. I'm cool. Zhao Qingjun stormed out. Jiang Chen, do you see that saying this you believe it yourself? Alright. After holding the knife in a stalemate for a while, Zhao Qingjun looked at the crowd surrounding his ugly appearance again and took the knife back. Zhao Qingjun took a deep breath. Now, I am calm. Jiang Chen, I don't believe it. Zhao Qingjun's temples protruded. Brush. The blade light reappeared. Believe it or not. Jiang Chen, 6, took another deep breath to calm down. Zhao Qingjun, now, I ask, you answer. Don't worry. I'm calm now. Calm and scary. Okay, you ask. In principle, Jiang Chen wouldn't concede with Jiang father watching from the sidelines, but now that the principle was in the hands of the other party, he had to back down for the time being. He believed that Jiang father, too, would never blame him for this. Zhao Qingjun fell into a brief silence after hearing Jiang Chen's reply. In the very short time she reviewed the purpose of the operation. she was acting to convict Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen's offense this time wasn't just this one. That's right. I did lose my temper just now because I didn't get the evidence I wanted amongst that wooden box, but I neglected to mention that this time, Jiang Chen's crime is much more than that, even if that shipment was really books. So what? Burning body grass and committing abuse on children would already be enough as a way for me to return to the court. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingyuan's gaze returned to icy coldness. She stared at Jiang Chen. Let me ask you, what exactly are you doing by letting so many children follow you in the same room? Jiang Chen nervously looked toward the door. Father John's face could not be seen as good or bad. Jiang Chen gulped. Is it okay not to say anything? Not saying? Zhao Qingjun sneered. Yeah, even if you're an official, you can't torture me to make me confess. Ha, do you really think that if you keep your mouth shut, this official will have no way to punish you? Cure me of what crime? Jiang Chen was helpless. You shut up, Zhao Qingjun interrupted in a cold voice. The witnesses are here. Even if you don't say anything, it's useless. After saying that, Zhao Qingjun turned his head and looked at a group of blinking children whose eyes were filled with confused kwang about the future Zhisher. Zhao Qingjun was somewhat moved. Look, this damned Jiang Chen, just what has he tortured a group of children into? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, their expressions are so dull. She looked over at the child in the crowd, the one who had been tortured the most. What's your name, little girl? The little medicine pot was a little wary, looking at the hateful woman in front of her who had pulled a knife on Jiang Chen several times. But Jiang Chen didn't even dare to disobey this person. She naturally dared to be angry, and could only reply back to the Lord, I don't have a name. The people here, they all call me Little Pill Pot. Zhao Qingjuan's heart was as fine as a hair. The little girl's worry look naturally could not be hidden from him. Poor child. It's true that she's been abused for a long time. Even if Jiang Chen is now under my control, her nervous and scared look can't be faked. A small medicine jar? Could it be that Jiang Chen specifically used her as a jar to test the medicine? Chapter 66, Incomprehensible. Jiang Chen, good man? Thinking of this, Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Even on his face, the icy expression that he was trying to strain out was somewhat untenable. Little pot of medicine, you have nothing to fear. Facing this tortured child, Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but soften her tone, but she still couldn't control the trembling of her voice. The evil man who imprisoned you has been restrained by the eldest sister, and now he can no longer harm you. The little medicine pot glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Then looking at the knife on Jiang Chen's neck, the little medicine pot had a jolt. I am not afraid. Good, that's it, Zhao Qingjun encouraged. Besides, you're not afraid. I'm not afraid. Yes, that's right, don't you be afraid. I won't be afraid. Great. Zhao Qingjun didn't mince words in his praise. The little medicine pot's body was still shaking a little visibly, and Zhao Qingjun knew that his gentle voice had given this child enough security. Next, it was time for the trial of Jiang Chen's sins. Zhao Qingjun took a deep breath. Good boy. Now, let you tell your sister how this wicked man, in the midst of this room, has treated you all. At those words, the little medicine pot didn't hold back another glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Zhao Qingjun directly came out with his palm, stopping the little medicinal pot's line of sight, reassuring again, this time with a much stronger voice. Fear not, you don't have to look at his face anymore, and from now on, he'll never have a chance to appear in front of you again. Her words fell. The little medicine pot shivered for a moment, followed by tears in his eyes, which rapidly built up. Her voice was tinged with sobs. Well, really? Zhao Qingjun saw the scene and instantly became enraged. Look at that. The boy was so excited that he was on the verge of crying after hearing that he would never have to see Jiang Chen's face again. You can imagine how frightened you were just now. This damn Jiang Chen. Zhao Qingjun had a premonition. Next, she would hear about the cruelest, most brutal, worst deeds in the world, so she hurriedly said, of course it's true, that's something you can put your heart at ease about. The little pill pot sniffed, still wanting to go see Jiang Chen. The line of sight, however, had been blocked by Zhao Qingjuan's abominable bushy hand. She moved her head to look, and Zhao Qingjuan's large hands hurriedly followed suit, blocking the view of the small medicine pot. Airtight. In the future, will never be seen again. Realizing this, the little pot of medicine couldn't help but be saddened. The sadness that she felt when her mother left her, once again caught up with her, and the pain carried through to the spirits of heaven. She couldn't hold back a single tear and bawled her eyes out. Wow. When Zhao Qingjun saw this, his expression grew 3 times colder. Nice guy. Really nice guy. Just because you don't have to see that face anymore, it brings the kid to tears of joy. Speak, and tell his crimes, everything about them, and after that, the face of this man will never appear before you. Aha! The little medicine pot swallowed its bitterness and nodded vigorously. wiping the tears from his eyes. He then clenched his small fists again, as if he had made a great determination. Zhao Qingjun saw in her eyes a palpitation of the past, a vague expectation of the future, and even a certain determination to burn with sin. She is like a grass that breaks out from under the wall, carrying the courage of righteousness and tenacity, and is about to make a sound that will make the world listen with a still ear, fighting to the death with sin, with sinners, to the death. Zhao Qingjun was vaguely excited and expectant. Then, she heard the little girl yell, "You take me away. Don't hurt the Duke." Zhao Qingjun nodded his head vigorously. "That's right. We'll take your male son right away and never hurt you." The words were not finished. Zhao Qingjun's eyes went black. Wait. What did you just say?" Zhao Qingjun looked blankly at the small medicinal pot, not knowing if the other party had said it wrong or if he had heard it wrong. But the little girl had made up her mind and already didn't care at all about what Zhao Qingjun said, opened his mouth and blah 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 started talking. "I've been sick since I was a kid and everyone had given up on me. It was Gongzi who cured me and made me realize for the first time that the original good-looking meal was also so delicious." The little medicine pot wiped a tear from his eye, and continued, "If it wasn't for the prince, I wouldn't have survived long, but because of him, I got better, and now even though I look skinny, the prince said that as long as I ate well in the future, I could become as healthy as the rest of the world, and he said that he wanted to teach us how to read and write, and that we could become smart world threads. The male is a good man, even though he seemed scary when we first met. He's a good man, the best out of everyone I've ever met. So, I absolutely cannot let you capture such a good male. If you guys must arrest people away, just arrest me. Don't bully our male son." Listen to her in one breath. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky and was silent. "Tell the truth. Do not be so lyrical." To him whole embarrassed all, having only known them for a day. Many of them he didn't even know by name. Really, it's just little insignificant things to him. However, things don't end here. In the middle of the room, there was more than just one child in the little pill pot who saw Jiang Chen's appearance as a kind of salvation. "Don't make things difficult for our male son. If you want to arrest, just arrest us. Although we've only known each other for less than 2 days. Such a male, we probably won't have to meet again in the future. Are you going to take away this only chance we have as well? Big sister, please, let the male son go. I can kowtow to you, please. The power of mass appeal is immense, even if this is just a bunch of little kids." Zhao Qingjun felt that the sword in his hand was a little unsteady in front of this sudden outburst of sound. What's going on? She was all ready for Jiang Chen's sins, which were about to be revealed. As a result, the little girl said that she should not take Jiang Chen away and that Jiang Chen was a good person. Jiang Chen? A good man? Zhao Qingjun's heart suddenly surged with a feeling of fear. To be more precise, she wasn't afraid, she just didn't understand, didn't comprehend. This feeling of not understanding, like the day she first broke into the Jiang mansion and saw Jiang Chen and Cui Yinxiu studying at their desks. Why is that? Was it a wrong move in any way? Zhao Qingjun was dizzy for a moment, and his logic was a bit confused. She felt that she was about to pinch the heartfelt roasted fish on the dining table, and then the moment her chopsticks touched it, the roasted fish suddenly stood up with a carp, spat the old spit at her, and then flapped its wings and flew away. It's just so incomprehensible. So you didn't imprison them or abuse them, you just gave them an environment to read and learn? Jiang Chen, pretty much. But, why? Zhao Qingjun revealed an incomprehensible expression. There's no reason. Jiang Chen calmly used 2 fingers to pluck away the blade that was resting on his neck, shaking because of Zhao Qingjun's unsteady breath. If you want to do it, do it. Then the burning body grass is. Again, Zhao Qingjun was in a panic, but he still didn't forget this last clue. You should have smelled the medicinal odor. Jiang Chen replied, I only used 2 leaves of the burning body grass. In terms of dosage, it doesn't constitute an offense, right? Zhao Qingjun was silent for a moment. So you were always holding a medical book to read before, but also to learn medicine for yourself to save people? How do you know? Jiang Chen's expression quirked up. He narrowed his eyes slightly and moved closer to Zhao Qingjun. You, chapter 67, pick it up. Let you pick up the book. You. Jiang Chen came closer to Zhao Qingjun. Zhao Qingjun instinctively shrank back. She's a little nervous. Finished. In a moment of carelessness, the words he had just spoken revealed his disguise. I don't think this guy is going to find out anything. After all, I'm afraid that not many people knew about the matter of Jiang Chen reading medical books. However, can you keep your voice down? Jiang Chen came closer to Zhao Qingjun, his face flushed with panic. Shoo, don't let my father hear. When he finished, he looked nervously toward the door. Hero Jiang witnessed the whole process from Zhao Qingjun kicking open the door, froze in the middle and didn't say a word. The only thing that's changed is the face. From the moment he saw Zhao Qingjun pour out a bucket load of books from the wooden box, his face, then, was extremely bad. Originally, he had to worry about Jiang Chen being caught on the spot by Zhao Qingjun, but now, he hated that Jiang Chen couldn't be caught on the spot by Zhao Qingjun. Grandma, this brat, he had told him to come to the greenhouse to watch, and he actually couldn't forget to read. That's a lot of book addiction, an inappropriate example of this feeling. Not unlike the parents who were called to school because of their son's early love affair. After checking the facts over here and realizing that it was a lie, they just breathed a sigh of relief. And over there they immediately sent in even more explosive evidence that their son likes men. The sky is falling on Hero Jiang. But at this point, there were so many people over here that he didn't express any dissatisfaction. Even if his face was dark, it was a flash. He was surrounded by people with darker faces than his. That is the many officials on the side. Shock was written all over everyone's face. Grandma, who here doesn't know your usual style? If it weren't for the fact that your Jiang family is really energetic, you should have been arrested and put in a torture chamber a long time ago. And now it's so hard for the court to notice the side and send the next lord to arrest you. It turns out that the evidence is so overwhelmingly in your eyes that you're actually not doing something bad. Instead, they're teaching little kids to read? Then we were so aggressive earlier. So many people surrounded us. Is not a joke? But it's too late to get any evidence. Every official, inexplicably, held a breath in his heart, like he's been played for a fool. I'm much disturbed by today's events. Farewell. Zhao Qingjun clasped his fists and addressed Jiang Chen. While saying that, it felt like the scene at this moment was, once again, so familiar. Seems like it was the same last time. He came to the door in an aggressive manner to ask for forgiveness, only to leave in disgrace. Zhao Qingjun quietly clenched his fists. Next time for sure. However, just as she was about to turn around and greet all the officials behind her to leave together, a stern voice, however, suddenly rang out. What? You want to leave here? What kind of place do you think my Jiang family is? You come when you want and leave when you want? Zhao Qingjun turned back. The person who spoke was Jiang Chen, and beside him, his old man, Hero Jiang, was looking at him with a surprised expression. What do you mean? Zhao Qingjun frowned. Jiang Chen maintained his surface coldness. Viciously, he said, even if they are from the government, there is no reason to rush into someone's home, and after disturbing it into a mess, wave your hand and leave as if nothing has happened. At the side, Hero Jiang's eyes lit up at the words. Good boy, not bad for the old man's seed, talking so tough to the officials. For a moment, the bit of unhappiness that he had just felt because he had discovered Jiang Chen reading behind his back had dissipated. Let's just say that letting him come to see the scene was a correct decision. My son is indeed much more manly than before. In the academy. In his heart, Jiang Hero nodded in satisfaction at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze glanced at Jiang Father, whose expression had changed on the side, and his heart was slightly relieved. That way, it's one less beating. Zhao Qingjun pursed her lips. It was only after a long time that he stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face and said, What are you going to do? Jiang Chen maintained his arrogant and domineering persona in his old man's eyes and smiled coldly. You're asking me? Don't you want to put the books you got all over the place back in the box? Do you know that these books are the children, the most cherished, the most valuable treasure? Originally, Zhao Qingjun had planned to turn around and leave when she heard the first half of Jiang Chen's sentence. However, upon hearing the second half of his sentence, but hesitated. She glanced sideways at the group of bleary-eyed children, gritted his teeth. Yes, he said, walking confidently into the room. Start picking up the books on the floor. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, yelling next to her, raucous as hell. Pick it up. I'll make you pick up the book. Zhao Qingjun, finally, picked up all the books. Zhao Qingjun got up and looked coldly at Jiang Chen. Enough. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Okay, you go, Jiang Chen. Zhao Qingjun had a belly full of fire and nowhere to vent it, so she fiercely called out his name. Anything else? Let's. See you later. All right, see you later. Jiang Chen waved his hand and bid Zhao Qingjun farewell. Jiang Chen had an odd expression as he looked at the red-clothed woman in front of him. Although we say here that we will meet again, but this ing just said goodbye for how long? You're here again? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? No, I'm looking for you on another urgent matter. Zhao Qingjun looked anxious. It's about Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing. Jiang Chen's expression became even more odd. You met Cui Yunxiu last time, and you know all about Lu Qing? It seems like you've investigated me thoroughly, but first things first, that Lu Qing and I don't deal with each other very well, and as soon as you talk about her, I have a bad feeling. So, Jiang Chen thought about it, so you might as well not say anything. Jiang Chen turned around and waved his hand at the waiter on the side. Men, see off the guests. Yes, Jiang Chen, Zhao Qingjun said angrily. You don't care if something happens to the two of them? Jiang Chen was puzzled. The two of them fought? They're both missing. Jiang Chen's face changed. Missing? Yes, Just now Zhao Qingjun held his breath and walked out of the Luyun building. The mind wondered how to start investigating the Zhang family next time. She suddenly remembered. Two of the girls were still left by themselves in one of the rooms in the greenhouse. She returned at once, intent to find two people. As a result of finding the ground, only to find that the two had disappeared. Lu Qing is the daughter of Governor Lu. What if something happened to her? Moreover, this matter had already involved himself, so Zhao Qingjun's long-standing sense of responsibility would not allow him to sit back and watch. Therefore, despite all her reluctance, she had reapproached Jiang Chen, the groundbreaker. Jiang Chen's expression finally became serious. Disappeared where? Right here. Nonsense. Jiang Chen directly stood up from his seat. The two of them are women. This is a greenhouse. What are they doing here? I don't know. Zhao Qingjun shook his head and told the story of what happened before he ran into the two and placed them. Okay, I'll mobilize someone to find someone right now. Jiang Chen also realized the seriousness of the matter, disregarding Lu Qing's family background. Just by virtue of the fact that Cui Yinxiu was the first person he had met when he crossed over, he would never be able to sit back and watch. Strip, if I tell you to take it off, you take it off. What are you pretending with me here? Aren't you all sellers? What's the point of pretending to be reserved? My lord, we sell our art but not our bodies. A purveyor looked at the five swarthy men in front of her, and although she was afraid, she still summoned up enough courage to say in order to save herself. However, the words just fell. The scar-faced man at the head of the group, it was a direct slap in the face, whipped her to the ground, and scolded. It's all. Pretend you're a mom. This scene fell into the eyes of Lu Qing and Cui Yinxiu, bone-chilling and despair. Chapter 68. So many people. Are they all Jiang Chen's concubines? Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Lu Qing and Cui Yinxiu are the true portrayal of what they are experiencing today. Lu Qing looked at the scar-faced man in front of him, who was 2 whole heads taller than himself, and then looked at the woman who had just been slapped to the ground. Her delicate body trembled and her face instantly paled. If the molestation of the few hoodlums that he had encountered outside earlier was still only as disgusting as a fly, after all, it's outside, and it's crowded and lively. Although he was also in danger for a while, there was always the mentality that the other party wouldn't dare to mess around in public. But now in the situation of being in the middle of a confined room, even that pathetic little mental hint could no longer be found. Her legs and stomach began to tremble uncontrollably and her breathing began to become difficult. All the flukes were destroyed by senseless violence. All that's left is cold and depressing. The scar-faced man didn't hold back. The slap was a solid one on the woman's face. The opponent instantly fell to the ground. A bloody mark swelled up on his otherwise flawless face, visible to the naked eye, cloaked and indescribably miserable. Mountain Cannon, you're too unsympathetic. The mountain ghost couldn't help but see this scene. The scar-faced man was not amused by this. Since we're breaking the rules, how can we not fight? Around is just a few prostitutes. I think even if that kid from the Jiang family knows about it, he wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, Mountain Gun grinned, the scars on his face twisting up like a centipede. In the photo shoot a while back, he even called a few of us uncle. At those words, the other Hanyu laughed out loud. Yes, extremely. We are still considered that brat's elders. It's only right for him to honor us. The mountain ghost was helpless. Looking at the ladies, he only saw that the few who had just been resisting with their expressions were now only filled with fear and dread. It was as if they would obediently obey if the mountain gun gave the order. Even he had to admit it. Violence, always, is the most convenient means of bringing people to their knees. Suddenly, the mountain ghost noticed something. There were 2 women in the crowd, out of place from the others. On both of them, they were actually dressed in men's clothing. The expression, while also scared, seemed somehow unyielding. Look at the posture, but also in the other women above. His eyes lit up. A woman dressed as a man? Interesting, really interesting. Hands pointing. You too. Seeing the other man pointing at the 2 of them, Lu Qing and Cui Yinxiu both stiffened at the same time, their spines straightening a little. What is it? What are the names of the 2 of you? The mountain ghost said with interest. On the sidelines, Mountain Cannon was displeased. What do you mean, Mountain Ghost? Mountain Ghost immediately stated. These 2, I have my eyes on them. Can't let you spoil them so casually. After saying that, he looked at the 2 girls again and found that they had tangled expressions, seemingly unwilling to say anything. What? You guys still don't want to? After all, the 2 have been reading for many years. Even in the face of such a situation, the body also has its own literati bones in. It was clear in the minds of both men that even the smallest thing, once exercised under the other's compulsion, what follows then is never-ending oppression and coercion. Especially Lu Qing, her name, once spoken, in a matter of days, even if the matter was over, her reputation would be completely stigmatized. Mountain Gun saw the scene, and then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, old ghost, You have your eye on the human girl, but they don't seem to be able to see you yet. Mountain Ghost's face instantly grimaced. You too, do you not realize where you are today? His words had just fallen. Then he heard Lu Qing suddenly clench his teeth, as if he was making a last-ditch struggle like that. Do you know Jiang Chen? This statement was made. The Mountain Ghost's expression changed. Could it be that you are that kid's concubine? He let out an eek and took another look at Lu Qing's looks, easily associating something with it. That's right, on the surface, she is a purser, but behind her back, she is fornicating with the young master of the building. This matter is reasonable. When these words came out, all the women around them looked surprised. The young master's concubine? Why haven't you heard of it? Lu Qing instinctively tried to deny it. Who's in a relationship with that guy? But right now, certain subtle changes in the other party's attitude due to this association might be their only chance for survival. Even though she had more opinions about Jiang Chen in her heart, at this time, she could only be a fox. Not bad. If you're sensible, you'll let us go, or else Jiang Chen will never let you go if he knows about it. The Mountain Ghost stroked his chin and looked at Cui Yunxiu again. She's a concubine. What about you? Without the slightest hesitation, Cui Yunxiu immediately chose to speak in a clear-cut manner. I and Jiang Chen he, too, are good friends. Any more? The Mountain Ghost nodded and looked at the others again. In an instant, all the women present instantly snapped out of it. The words have come out. I'm also the concubine of Mr. Jiang, so you can't touch me. Me. And me too. Only a short while ago, Mr. Jiang blessed me once. His pants are still left in my room. If you don't believe me, I can go back and turn them over for you now. Even the woman who had fallen to the ground, her cheeks swollen, made a dying sound. Ahem. Me too. Lu Qing, Cui Yunxiu. What was supposed to be a lifesaver has become as ridiculous as a joke because so many people have grabbed onto it. The hearts of both Lu Qing and Cui Yunxiu sank once again. Sure enough, only the scar-faced man at the head suddenly revealed a cruel smile. You're Lord Zhang's concubines. They're really many but given the number of concubines, do you think he'd care about any of you? The words fell. All the women in the room. The mood once again fell back to the bottom. Mountain Ghost also stood aside and laughed. Originally, I saw that the two of you were not bad-looking and wanted to give you a chance, but I can't imagine that none of the cleaners in the Flowing Cloud House are virgins, so I won't be burdened by what's going to happen next. I'm only going to count to 5. If anyone is still wearing any of her clothes, I will strip her naked on the spot and throw her out the door to hang for all the guests to enjoy. In that case, it's also considered to give you Lu Yun House a lot of color. Ha 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 ha. Having said that, no one was given time to take it in. He then held out a hand with 5 fingers and began counting down. 5. A drop. Everyone's face brushed white. Lu Qing and Cui Yunxiu's legs went soft, and a few households were about to be unable to stand. Such threats, whichever of them one chooses, would be a first-class punishment for any woman who loves her reputation. 4. There were women on the scene with tangled expressions, clenching their teeth and struggling to hold on. The Mountain Ghost scanned the circle, and when he saw that no one was making a move, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. He jumped straight to a count from 4 to 2. 2. Finally, a woman couldn't stand the repression any longer. Letting out a sharp shriek, possessed, he quickly peeled off one of his outer garments, pulled by her. Many of the women in the arena have also made their move. One piece of clothing off. Again, he was held in his arms, in front of his body. Everyone was afraid that they would be one step too slow and be the one stripped naked and thrown out. Cui Yunxiu didn't move, neither did Lu Qing, and both of their eyes, coincidentally, looked towards a dagger on the dining table. A death wish has surfaced in the mind. I would rather die, 2 people than suffer such treatment, for a long time. 1. As the last voice fell heavily, the Mountain Ghost looked towards both Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing. It seems that you two are the only ones who made a different choice than the others. He shook his head. It's a shame about the face, but I'm always true to my word, and since it's your choice, well, I'll. He didn't finish his sentence. Then he saw Cui Yunxiu go crazy, suddenly storming up and lunging towards the dining table. Her target, the knife on the dining room table. But she was a weak woman in the end. Even though he burst out the fastest speed in his life, in the eyes of those who had practiced martial arts, it was as ridiculous as a child. Cui Yunxiu's figure flipped and flew directly backwards. She didn't even see the other woman's leg lift. Then it had been kicked away. She covered her stomach and collapsed to the floor in agony. Lu Qing hurriedly ran and rushed over to help her up. Looking anxious. You're okay. Cui Yunxiu didn't say anything, but only had her eyes dead set on the person who had just struck out. The dagger was being held by the other side. Want to seek death? With my permission? Cui Yunxiu's eyes were gray. Physical pain, as hard as it is nothing compared to the despair of the mind. It turns out, can't even die if you want to. Lu Qing, who was at the side, saw that her expression was no longer alive. His nose was sore, his eyes bursting into tears, and he desperately tried to apologize. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have brought you here. Compared to the difficult situation at hand, she realized that her motives for acting in the first place were so childish and ridiculous. Jiang Chen, what kind of person is he? Does it matter? Good guys, bad guys? What's the big deal compared to what happened to you? Cui Yunxiu listened to Lu Qing's desperate apology, but suddenly said, Mr. Jiang is really a good person, as far as those things I saw. Lu Qing froze. Okay, I know, don't talk for a while, your ribs seem to be broken. No, I'm going to say. Cui Yunxiu insisted. You guys have a deep misunderstanding of him. I don't know the origin, but the him I know, and the one among the rumors, are different. Saying that, Cui Yunxiu's tone slowly weakened. In a life-and-death situation, the other party still cared about this one thing. Lu Qing was furious. You're like this and you're still speaking for him. Does it matter? It's important. Cui Yunxiu smiled miserably. At the corner of her mouth, a trace of blood slid down. Mr. Jiang is one of my few friends. Humph. Since you consider Laozi as a friend, then you sneak into Laozi's territory to play without even saying hello to Laozi. Is this looking down on me? Bang! With a heavy thud, the door to the closed room was violently kicked open. A figure with an icy face barged in through the door. Chapter 69, Plotting Out Loud. Jiang Chen kicked the door open. The figure appeared. To his left was Zhao Qingjun, who had a cold face. To his right was Tiger. At this moment, Tiger had a clear slap mark on his face. This is what Jiang Chen hit. From the moment he knew that Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing had both disappeared from Luyun building, he had convened everyone on the hoof to search for them. However, at this time, Tiger, who was on the side, heard Zhao Qingjun claim that the other party was two women dressed as men. Raise your hand on the spot that you know where the other person is, and got a slap on the wrist for it. Asterisk. You can't even do this kind of. Tiger stammered and couldn't speak in the face of Jiang Chen's rebuke. Jiang Chen didn't want to delay either. Immediately, he rushed with Zhao Qingjun and the two of them, but not thinking about it, it's still a step too late. Zhao Qingjun saw the scene of Cui Yunxiu's bloodshed, and saw the several women hugging together in the corner, all of them disheveled. Unable to help the anger from his heart, press your hand directly on top of the hilt, just plan to do it. However, Jiang Chen held her down. Zhao Qingjun said angrily, this is your territory, and the people are also your people. After this mess, are you going to hold back? Jiang Chen's expression was frighteningly calm at this moment. I'll take care of it, don't bother. After saying that, Jiang Chen looked towards the group of women not far away. You guys get dressed first. When the women heard Jiang Chen's words, it was as if they had seen their backbone. Then he saw Tiger beside Jiang Chen. The movement froze. Seeing this, Jiang Chen backhanded another slap, smacking Tiger on the other half of his face. Snap! Tiger's expression remained unchanged and he didn't say a word. The women were then as if they had been pardoned, and flocked into the small room off to the side of the compartment to put on their clothes. A short while later, come out of it, consciously walk out the door. Jiang Chen looked towards Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing. Blood dripped from the corner of Cui Yunxiu's mouth, looking incomparably miserable. Lu Qing was not much injured, only her face was pale. A look of shock surfaced that she herself could hardly notice, and she had not yet slowed down. Jiang Chen stepped forward. Lu Qing said anxiously, Jiang Chen, Cui Yunxiu has been seriously injured. You should quickly go and ask a doctor to come. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and in Cui Yunxiu's blank stare, he took his hand and pressed it on her chest. Lu Qing immediately became furious. Jiang Chen, what time is this? And you're still taking advantage of people. Jiang Chen simply ignored her. With a touch of his palm, he looked at Cui Yunxiu and said, suffered some internal injuries, nothing serious, I will heal you later. When did you know about medicine? Lu Qing on the side was greatly puzzled, her gaze looking at Jiang Chen, eagerly seeking an explanation. Cui Yunxiu said softly, Miss Lu, you help me out first, here, then leave it to Mr. Jiang. Lu Qing looked at Jiang Chen and then at Cui Yunxiu. I thought to myself that between the two of them, when did they have this tacit understanding? For a moment, a few moments of loss actually welled up in his heart. There's really no reason for this sense of loss. Perhaps it had something to do with the earlier shock. Lu Qing guessed. After all, at this point, her head was spinning. Wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything more. Only the color of the god was relieved, as if he had frozen. Jiang Chen saw her freeze, so he looked at Cui Yunxiu, who was supported by her, and said, a result that will satisfy you will be given. Don't worry. Cui Yunxiu nodded obediently. Seeing this, Lu Qing could only nod his head without a word and left with a complicated expression. Tiger, close the door. Close it from the outside. Yes. When Jiang Chen gave the order, Tiger immediately took action. Close the door behind you. At this moment, only Jiangchen, Zhao Qingjun, and a group of people from the Wicked Valley on the opposite side of the field remained. The air was quiet for a moment. The mountain ghost suddenly stroked his palm and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Jiangchen calmly asked, "What are you laughing at?" The mountain ghost was still laughing. A good half day, only to stop laughing. Said, "Don't be offended. I slightly understand some of the art of watching people. I laugh at the old man last time. Actually look away. Step calmly. There is the posture of swallowing the dragon. The look of the god. There is the phoenix chick of the phase of Jiangchen. Staring at you. The old man. This step of the chess. It is considered to be the right step. In the face of this sudden ass-kicking, Jiangchen's eyes were unusually calm. Just the word. So that was a big detour just to draw me out. The mountain ghost smiled slightly. Not bad, Jiangchen said indifferently. In that case, let's start talking about things. The mountain ghost was again amazed. A single cut. Not bad, not bad. I like it too. In that case, I'll be blunt. Jiangchen, future lord of the Jiang family, on behalf of the Wicked Valley, I invite you, Jiang family, to become a helping hand on the way to establishing a new imperial dynasty for my valley lord. In the future, there will be a place for you when you are crowned as a vassal. When he finished speaking, he looked at Jiangchen fixedly. Wait for the other person to consider it. According to the conventional negotiation logic, at this time Jiangchen should frown and consider for half a day, and then tentatively put forward some lion's share of conditions. Then both sides bargained for half a day and finally shook hands and smiled at each other, reaching a negotiation, all in good time. But things were completely unexpected by the mountain ghost. This Jiangchen in front of him had only considered it for less than 2 breaths. Then he said with a calm face, "I refuse." On the side, Mountain Cannon stood up with a direct slap on the table. "Why? What reason do you have to refuse?" The mountain ghost waved his hand. He was also surprised but composed himself. "I really didn't think. The original earlier those 2 women. Actually really, and you have something involved. You have gas in your heart at this time. It's also very normal." Jiangchen was silent, not seeing the slightest change in his expression. Mountain ghost then pretended to sigh again and said, "Nephew Jiang, why would a great man suffer from not having a wife? It's just 2 prostitutes, so it would be a pity if you lose the chance to rise to the top because of this." Jiangchen remained unmoved. Let the atmosphere stagnate. The mountain ghost hesitated for a long moment. That's when he said, "Then I'll put it another way. As long as you're willing to become our aide, I can promise you countless wives and beautiful families." Jiangchen shook his head, not in the least bit moved. Mountain ghost took a look at his appearance, and immediately accompanied with a smile, "The delicate wife and beautiful family. I think, there is no shortage. You do not heart, is also very normal." Jiangchen, in that case, then if this position of one person under 10,000 people, I wonder if nephew Jiang is interested. Jiangchen, finished? After that, it's my turn to talk, isn't it? Mountain ghost, I don't know what nephew Jiang has requested. You can say it. However, Jiangchen next made a move that was unexpected to everyone present, only to see him suddenly incline his head and look at the red-clothed woman at his side. "I report that someone is plotting a rebellion." Mountain ghost? Mountain gun? Wicked Valley crowd? Zhao Qingjun? Chapter 70, Drag Me to Rebel? A backhanded report. Jiangchen said this. The mountain ghost froze on the spot. The mind went straight blank. Wait. What happened? I thought we were negotiating. How far along are we? Let me run through it. It should have proceeded as far as the other side reporting themselves. Yeah, it's whistleblowing. The mountain ghost reacted, almost slapping the table on the spot. Negotiations were the report this step up. The heads of the 5 people from the Wicked Valley went down on the spot. Even Zhao Qingjun, who was silently listening to all this information from the side, had his head produce a momentary blankness. She had originally heard the content of the other party's conversation with Jiangchen when she heard it. Although the surface maintained its calmness, the inside was already in turmoil. I can't imagine that all the effort I've put in for so long is not as useful as one misadventure. The Wicked Valley and the Jiang family, 2 black forces, plotting a rebellion, are in negotiations. Zhao Qingjun, who heard all of this, couldn't be happier in his heart. Conspiracy to rebel is a capital offense. That single charge was enough to accomplish her goal. Yet just at this juncture, Jiangchen turned his head and reported the opposite side to her. What is this? How can this man still do this? Is Jiangchen still on her side? That's obviously not possible. The Jiang family is a great danger in the eyes of the court. How could his heir make such an unthinkable move? Slow down. You just said. Zhao Qingjun and Mountain Ghost both spoke out at the same time. Jiangchen spread his hands. Why? Any questions? Crap. Of course there is. The Mountain Ghost gritted his teeth. What the hell did you just mean by that? Jiangchen scratched his head. Puzzled. What? Is it hard to understand? I reported you guys Mountain Ghost's face turned iron blue. Still unbelievable. You, Jiang Chen, Jiang Hero's son, reported us for plotting a rebellion? Yeah. Jiang Chen looked at him. Haven't I made it obvious enough? Obvious. Simply too obvious. Mountain Ghost's face was horribly gloomy. I've been in the Jianghu for more than 30 years, but I've never seen such unethical behavior. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. You'll see it today. The Mountain Ghost fell silent, even though Jiang Chen had made it clear, but his tone always gave the impression that he seemed to be joking. Half a day of silence. The Mountain Ghost heckled out a laugh. Naughty. Nephew Jiang is swindling us. I have to say. Nephew, this hand really bluffed a few of us old guys. Truly a hero out of the youth. The few people beside him, when they heard the words, their faces were all much soothed. Indeed, Jiang Chen's words, at first glance, could indeed give people a big scare. But when you think about it, it's impossible. It makes absolutely no sense. So, a few people voiced their flirtations. Good you Jiang Chen, this is your reply to us earlier. Right, not ashamed to be the son of Jiang Hero, really is the old son of a hero son. Your father did not have you this hand. Now the world is your young people's world. We this old generation are a little unable to keep up with your young people's ideas. I told you, this little girl in red dress is so beautiful, with my nephew as a companion. How can she be an official? He. In the air, the atmosphere was like ice water melting, becoming warm again. No, it was quite a bit more lively than earlier, all because of Jiang Chen's timely joke. Jiang Chen, after a moment of silence, he looked at Zhao Qingjun. Don't you have anything to say? At those words, the Evil Man Valley crowd all looked towards Zhao Qingjun, couldn't stop praising. To be able to bluff us a few old geezers. Not only is my nephew's play good, this little girl's acting skills are not bad either. Look, this also has a knife. Ha 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 ha. How can such a belting beauty be an official dog? My nephew is truly blessed with lust. That's right, how can a woman be an official? Zhao Qingjun. She looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at her. The more she felt like she couldn't see past this dude. Let me ask you, what was your motive for reporting them? Still need a motive? Jiang Chen said strangely. They're plotting to rebel, and you happen to be an official, and I'm a citizen. So is it strange to meet this kind of scary thing and report it? Not surprisingly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Qingjun couldn't even figure out how Jiang Chen's mouth was able to say those words in a dignified manner even though his head was bald from thinking about it. Are you a citizen? Are you the Jiang family? If you guys were really honest people, you wouldn't be in this mess at all, okay? She also didn't have to travel all the way to Zhengzhou to carry out this mission. Zhao Qingjun couldn't figure it out anymore, but it had already happened. Right now, there's nothing to do but go with the flow. The conversation between Jiang Chen and Zhao Qingjun hadn't been deliberately hidden from the evil people's valley few. However, a few people heard it and were more than happy. Ha 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 ha. Nephew Jiang, you are also enough. All have been seen through. This acting still have to act to what matter. Stop there. Let's get down to business. Where were we? Ha 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 ha. No, I'll laugh for a while. Nephew, you're a wonderful person. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen looked at a few people and smiled. Just smiling without saying anything. The one who opened his mouth was Zhao Qingjun. She smiled slightly. Just now we talked about Jiang Chen reporting a few people to this official, plotting to rebel. This official is planning to take up this matter. This statement was made. A few people from the evil valley froze. The mountain ghost waved his hand with some impatience. Enough with the jokes. It's time to get down to business. He regained his negotiating demeanor and waved his hand towards Jiang Chen, speaking in a serious tone. Nephew, for uncle can tell you that there is nothing wrong with a man favoring a woman, but it is never allowed to be wanton. I'll wait for the conversation. Don't let a woman spoil the fun. You send her down. Jiang Chen. At this time, Zhao Qingjun spoke in a cold voice. The current emperor is also a woman. Mountain Ghost said irritably. Hasn't the play finished yet? A woman who likes to add drama to herself is not a man's favorite. Zhao Qingjun. In the next second, she directly took out a token and snapped it, slapping it on the table. Immediately after that, with another brush, he drew his saber and put it on the Mountain Ghost's neck. The Mountain Ghost stiffened. What a fast knife. Immediately, he heard Zhao Qingjun say, Delizy, Zhao Qingjun, received a report from Jiang Chen. You several people conspire to rebel. After examination, this matter is true. I advise you and other several people to tie their hands. Otherwise, this official will have to enforce the law on the spot today. Such a sharp hand, coupled with Zhao Qingjun's cold and stern words, these words came out. What? Really, officer? Everyone in the Wicked Valley. Their expressions instantly became suspicious as they finally realized. It turned out that Jiang Chen, just now, hadn't even joked with them. He literally, just reported them in front of all of them. This. Is there any justice in this? Seeing the several people across the street, they all had an incredulous look on their faces. Jiang Chen grinned. Why do you guys just think that I'm kidding you? Chapter 71, Blade Technique Level Up. The mountain ghost was held at his neck by a knife. His face was grim as he looked at Jiang Chen. He gritted his teeth. What a Jiang Chen! What a Jiang family! Is it your father's will that you act this way? Or is it your own? Jiang Chen met his eyes with them, not letting go of the slightest bit. This is the meaning of the people of Great Zhou. Throwback. The moment these words came out, several people from the evil man's valley froze in their expressions. Even Zhao Qingjun was dumbfounded. Turning his head, he looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Only Jiang Chen stood behind him with his back straight and a righteous face. Not a child. You Jiang family, for the scourge of a state's land, causing the public grievances, suffering, is the court's heart of the big trouble? What kind of mentality do you have in order to make such a statement in a dignified manner? If I didn't know, when I saw you standing behind me with your ho-hum look, I would have thought you were my top boss. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, her posture of holding a knife on someone's neck instantly became unattractive. Directly from the original official lord, he had become one of Jiang Chen's guards with a sword. Good, very good. The mountain ghost looked back, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. I said that the Jiang family has stood here in Jiangzhou for many years without falling, and I thought that your Jiang family must have some extraordinary means to fight against the imperial court. I can't imagine that behind the scenes, your Jiang family has long since become traitors to the imperial court. No wonder. We were wrong about the Jiang family. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in the air, his expression arrogant, making a full gesture. Well, looks like you're out of things to say too. The mountain ghost suddenly laughed coldly. Do you really think that we don't have the slightest solution when it comes down to it? Jiang Chen looked at him strangely. Only a hint of determination to die flashed in his eyes. Viciously. Since your Jiang family is unwilling to help us, then today, I will help your Jiang family make a decision. As the words fell, a look of doubt just surfaced on Zhao Qingjuan's face. It was not yet known what the other party meant by this, only to see the mountain cannon on the side. Suddenly tensing his teeth, he directly stormed up and swung his greatsword towards Zhao Qingjun to slash down on his head. Zhao Qingjun had practiced martial arts for many years, and as a result of the habits of a martial artist, he had a count of the weapons used in the other party's hands as early as the first moment when he was initiated, and also through certain features on the other side. Roughly judged, several people's force level, but still, I didn't expect the other party to be so dry. Prompted to rise unexpectedly, he could only let go of the mountain ghost and set up his sword to block. Mountain cannons slash, though, shed 40% to 50% of its buildup in order to explode with speed. However, Zhao Qingjun, who had raised his sword to block horizontally, also responded in haste. Choke. The moment the weapons clashed, Zhao Qingjuan's shoulders sank violently. The heavy force immediately afterward did not give way, and she had to free another hand to hold it against the back of the blade. Prevent being counter-injured by the back of your own blade. Knock. Knees touched the ground with a muffled thud. Zhao Qingjun was directly slashed by this blade and kneeled on one knee before barely defusing the opponent's blade. Although Zhao Qingjun is young, but with a hand of master from the sword kuei knife, has long been among the first-class experts in the Jianghu. Just check the mountain ghosts. Not the first time to unload a few people weapons, but also because the heart has its own share of self-respect in. But I didn't want to suffer a big loss one day because of this carelessness of mine. At that moment, in his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the saying that a lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Good timing. She was furious from the bottom of her heart. Her legs fired and her shoulders vibrated violently. So she intended to shock away this knife of the other party and take out her usual folding immortal blade technique to give the other party a set. But the other party had struck first, so how could they give her that chance? With all her strength, she had just shocked away this blade of the other party, when the mountain ghost closest to him suddenly flipped his sleeve. Ka-ching! Instead, all that could be heard was the sound of a subtle machine rattle. Mountain ghost quickly raised his hand. It was the instantaneous arrival of two short arrows from among the sleeves. One up, one down. Taking only the essentials. Zhao Qingjun was in a rage. In a short moment, it was such a close call. It took her all her strength to avoid the short arrow that was shot at her face. The arrow below, however, was pierced deep into the abdomen. Zhao Qingjun felt a wave of weakness spread throughout his body. I only heard the mountain ghost laugh. Don't struggle. The arrow is poisoned. Zhao Qingjun heard a dang sound, and it turned out to be his own hand, which could no longer hold the knife, and the knife fell to the ground as a result. The mountain ghost saw this scene and knew that his opponent had completely lost the battle. On his face, a few scornful looks appeared. I really don't know whether to say that you are confident, or stupid. Your knife is indeed fast, so fast that I couldn't react in time before your knife was on my neck. But, little girl, If you think you can underestimate the heroes of this world with this hand of fast swords, you are a bit too ignorant. Zhao Qingjun collapsed to the ground, his face ugly. In his mind, he blamed himself for being careless. Everything changed in an instant. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen, who was on the side, seemed to have just reacted. You're going to kill her? Kill the officer? The mountain ghost laughed loudly. Why wouldn't I dare? Anyway, this head will be on your Jiang family's head. Originally so. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Originally you said to make a decision for me. Is this meaning you are forcing my Jiang family against? Nice. Zhao Qingjun was removed from the fight, and in the middle of the room, offense and defense changed shape. Mountain Ghost regains the power of speech. As long as an official dies, no matter how big or small the official is, no matter who actually killed him, this incident will be counted as something your Jiang family did. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed. So it seems that the court will definitely seize this point and put pressure on my Jiang family, and we, too, will be forced to rebel, and with this rebel, your purpose will be accomplished. The mountain ghost smiled. However, despite this, I am still very willing to give your Jiang family a chance, as long as you, the Jiang family, are willing to become my evil man Valley's helpers. I will be able to refrain from killing her. After all, no one is willing to do this hot hand destroying thing. Jiang Chen asked, what's the difference between joining you and rebelling? Of course there is. The time to rise up is different. You don't have to be the number one target of the court. You can preserve more. And what you were promised earlier is just as unchanged. Jiang Chen nodded. It sounds like I have no choice? Mountain Ghost also smiled. Where? Starting from entering this room, the choice has been in your hands, nephew Jiang, but it's just the difference between you choosing on your own initiative, and being forced to choose by us. Zhao Qingjuan's injuries were compounded by the poison, and within a moment, he was already on the verge of delirium. She forced herself to think, to analyze the situation at hand. At this moment, the group gave Jiang Chen two options. 1. They killed her and framed the Jiang family, forcing them to turn against each other. 2nd, not to kill her, the Jiang family with which the conspiracy to rebel. Unexpectedly, by mistake, my life has become a key bargaining chip in determining the fate of the Jiang family. In response, Zhao Qingjun could only smile bitterly. Also strike. Either choice, the Jiang family is going to be anti. If she dies, the Jiang family is forced to rebel. If she lives, she is also considered to have gotten evidence of the Jiang family's guilt in plotting a rebellion. Instinctively, Zhao Qingjun favored the second option, so she can survive. Emotionally, however, she favored the first option, because if she survived, she was considered to have been saved by Jiang Chen. But to turn around and expose the other party, in terms of reasoning, there was a suspicion of enmity. However, just as Zhao Qingjun was meditating on what answer Jiang Chen would give, on Jiang Chen's side, he had nodded. That's the idea. Zhao Qingjun sighed and closed his eyes. It seems to be the second option. Just as he was just thinking that, Jiang Chen spoke again. But I've decided to pick neither. Brush. Zhao Qingjuan's eyes snapped open. The mountain ghosts, a few people, also slowly pulled their faces down and became gloomy. Nephew Jiang, I originally thought that you are a smart person, but now it seems as if this is not the case. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't know if I'm smart or not, but I'm a good person. Good people? The mountain ghost smacked his lips, unable to savor any deeper meaning from it. Jiang Chen laughed. No need to think about it. It's just a literal meaning. As he laughed, Mountain Cannon carried his sword and looked at Zhao Qingjun with killing intent in his eyes. You still haven't understood our meaning. It seems that in the end, it's still necessary for us to force your Jiang family's hand. However, Jiang Chen slowly shook his head. No, it's you guys who don't get me. He was in front of several people. Faithfully, he walked over to Zhao Qingjun, looked down at her. Softly, he said, I'll lend you my knife. When he finished speaking, his toes flicked on the hilt of the blade. The knife then leapt into his hand like a flexible white strip. 10 points of righteousness have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for raising the level of his sword skills to level 1. 20 points of righteousness have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for raising the level of his sword skills to level 2. 30 points of righteousness have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for raising the level of his sword skills to level 3. 100 points of righteousness have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for raising the level of his sword skills to level 10. Jiang Chen casually waved his sword a few times, to the several people on the opposite side of the room. It looked like a novice who was learning the art of swordplay for the first time. This novice, however, looked at them and smiled brightly. This man, today, will not die in the hands of any of you, because it just so happens that I know a little bit of swordplay as well. Chapter 72. A single blow seals the throat. This statement was made. Several people from the opposite side of the Wicked Valley were stunned. They couldn't believe it and stared at Jiang Chen with wide, amazed eyes. It was hard to imagine that this was coming from Jiang Chen's mouth. After all, any of them knew that Jiang Chen was not capable of a bit of martial arts at all, especially mountain gun, who was himself a good swordsman. A hand of running thunder blade technique made it overbearing and unrivaled. Thus at a glance, one could tell from the few swords that Jiang Chen had casually danced with. Jiang Chen really didn't know a thing about swordplay, and he didn't even have a decent stance. Rather, there exists a possibility that this kid's sword technique has reached the supreme saintly realm where no move is better than a move. Bringing together thousands of sword techniques in one mind, he had long since stepped out of the framework of conventional martial artists. That was a realm that even today's blade leader could not reach. That thought was just a flash in the mind of the mountain gun. It's purely an association. Naturally, he didn't think that Jiang Chen would be able to reach such a realm. How old is he? Even if he started practicing swords in his mother's womb, it was simply impossible to reach that level without that talent of making swords. The mountain ghosts were laughing in anger. This is your bottom line? You think that you can take on the 5 of us by yourself? Jiang Chen tilted his head, the tip of his blade pointing at the mountain ghost, but his stance was lazy. Won't you guys know if you try? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen stood like this. In the eyes of a few people, it simply looked like it was full of holes. Any one of them would be sure to kill him several times in 2 breaths of effort. It was Zhao Qingjun who was lying on the ground. They all felt their eyes darken, only to feel the poison in their bellies, all spreading faster. Luckily, she had just produced a hint of surprise when she heard Jiang Chen confidently say that she would choose neither of her 2 options. Thought Jiang Chen still had a backhand. I didn't realize that the backhand was running to borrow her knife and firefight with the 5 men across the street. This really isn't meant to be funny? It's better for you to just howl at the door than to go on by yourself. Of course, the option of Jiang Chen howling to get the people outside to come was never there to begin with. The reason is very simple. When the negotiations between the 2 sides have reached the point of no return, openly calling out people is tantamount to unilaterally declaring the breakdown of this negotiation. The other person, in turn, will default to the fact that you intend to solve the problem by force, and choose to do it directly. But no matter what, it was still better than now, when Jiang Chen took the initiative to propose a match with the other party. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of self-consciousness about being a rookie. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth and said something that caused Zhao Qingjuan's eyes to go black. Just listening to him posing with those few unstructured fake handles, he looked at the opposite few people very seriously. You guys seem to enjoy giving people 2 choices, so I will, now, give you 2 choices as well. 1. All of you will be cut down by me, and 2. I will be cut down by all of you. There is no third possibility. Therefore, you mustn't be careless in any way, or who knows, the next moment you won't be at the end of your head. This is like actively blocking the retreat of both sides once the words came out. The air is quiet. The mountain ghost looked at Jiang Chen's serious face. It's as if you're looking at a ridiculous childish child who flaunts his arms at an adult. Are you serious? What do you think? The mountain ghost sighed in despair. Jiang nephew, I still call you nephew. You have not yet been out of the Jianghu. Do not understand the rules of the Jianghu. I think your father has not said this to you. That is why you can recklessly say just that words. Such words is what the Jianghu people call the life and death certificate. Once said, it will mean that there will be no end to death, and there is no more room for maneuver. I miss that you're still young, so I can give you a chance. Mountain Ghost's voice carried a pressure that could not be refused as he stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. Take back those words you just said. In response, Jiang Chen just lazily pulled out his ears, with a look that he didn't care at all. I can still give you guys a chance if you guys get down on your knees and beg me. These words completely enraged the Mountain Ghost. He looked furious. Good. Since you are unrepentant, then I will do as you wish. Someone come and kill him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a burly man stepped out from behind him. He had a full face, prominent cheekbones and high temples. The center of the face is but a little dented. Nowadays, it's also the kind of look that young people are afraid of violence in schools. He flipped his hands and lit up a double fork, bright and cold. You don't have to remember my person. You just have to remember that this weapon that killed you is called. Before the words were finished, there was a cold flash and the voice was cut off. Jiang Chen was still standing in the distance, and this burly man 2 meters away from him suddenly stopped squeaking. The whole man fell straight down on his back. At his throat, a line of blood, which slowly emerged. Jiang Chen said indifferently, a dragon set. So many lines. Who is next? Or, are you all going together? What kind of kung fu is this? Everyone present suddenly felt a chill running through their bodies. Chapter 73, Kill them all. Chicken. Chicken. Mountain Cannon's expression changed violently, and he called out twice towards the fallen strong man. But the other party was only out of breath at this point. Not in. The trachea was severed and the blood flowed back in, making only a series of bubbling gurgles as he exhaled what was left of his breath. His eyes, still fighting to stay open, were filled with fear. Fear of death. No one expected that the burly man who had been blowing himself up 1 second would be struggling on the brink of death the next. The mountain ghost looked down at the wound on Chicken's neck with a grave expression. He asked a few people around him, "Did you see his blade?" "Too fast to see," Mountain Gun replied. His expression, too, was incomparably grave. This rugged man looked across at the young male. For the first time, a touch of fear arose in his heart from the man who had never known what fear was, and as his breathing gradually lost its rhythm, this fear spread rapidly. Absurd, bizarre, even bizarre. This is so weird. Mountain Cannon thought to himself that although he was not the top-of-the-line swordsman, he was still considered a marvelous expert in this Jianghu. Over the years, he had seen countless knives. There are fast knives and heavy knives among them, but never seen a knife like this, never seen a swordsman like that either. Everyone's eyes changed. They then looked at Jiang Chen. It was clear that he was still standing as casually as he had been earlier, and he was also still full of holes, but it fell on their eyes. Those brakes, however, have all been tightened up and turned into a trap to lure people in. Meanwhile, Mountain Guns noticed something else. You should know that the more top-notch a swordsman is, the more he keeps his sword close to his body. All because the sword practiced to the end. The competition has long ceased to be the high and low of the moves. Rather, it is the knowledge of one's own weapon. The knife is 1 point long, 1 point short, 1 point heavy, 1 point light, will have different results because of the size of the force applied and the smoothness of the articulation of the stance in the actual battle. However, the knife in Jiang Chen's hand was borrowed from Zhao Qingjun. Where's his own knife? If he still had a knife of his own hidden away, how terrifying would that knife be when it was sheathed? Zhao Qingjun on the ground stared wide-eyed. She studied under the contemporary blade master and had seen the strongest swordsman in the world. Eyes can be high to the sky, but when she saw the cut, she subconsciously compared the two, but was horrified. Even if that blade leader had practiced swinging swords for his entire life, he wouldn't be able to swing such a perfect blade. Because of the perspective, she was able to capture more clearly some of the subtle movements that Jiang Chen had made when he had made his move earlier, when he had instantly exploded, only to see that Jiang Chen, who had just been filled with casualness, had his entire body instantly united the moment he made his move. Legs, waist, hands, eyes, and the knife in your hand. The moment it strikes, the antelope hangs out, all natural and untraceable. It's as natural and watery as breathing. The simple movement of swinging the sword was like a brand, but it was imprinted in Zhao Qingjuan's heart. Couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't. She was the one who knew Jiang Chen the best out of everyone here, but he didn't even know that Jiang Chen had hidden such a terrifying sword technique. Isn't he uneducated? Isn't he a rich fop? What exactly is he? If you guys keep fidgeting like that, this dude on the floor is going to have a hard time. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Everyone woke up like a dream. Mountain Cannon looked down, only to see his brother on the ground still alive, his face purple from suffocation. The look was agonizing, reaching out to grab at the air, but no longer able to grab anything. Mountain Cannon's heart sank. The other party's appearance couldn't help but cause a few moments of fear to grow in his heart. Will you be this ugly when you die? He was just about to step forward to make up for it and end his opponent's suffering, but the thought just popped up and he was instantly creeped out again. Snapping his head up, he switched to holding his sword in both hands, staring at Jiang Chen. Don't dare make any moves. Just greeting the others aside. Don't let your own brother go too painfully. Someone, go mend the knife for Chicken. But the voice fell. The others, however, made no move. All of them looked at Jiang Chen as if they were on guard, fearful that the bizarre slash would land on his neck the next second. Can you show some ing blood? I'm watching him for you. In response, Mountain Cannon cracked up. Displeasure surfaced on the faces of the remaining few. Why don't you go yourself? Still afraid of dying. Jiang Chen felt quite helpless when he saw this. It seemed that the shock he had just given his opponent with that slash was still too great. There was no choice but for him to be the good guy. He walked up like nobody's business and came to Chicken, not caring in the slightest if his position was already in the middle of the opponent's encirclement. A decisive swing of the knife kills the mountain chicken for good. During this period, the opposite several people, instead of taking advantage of the opportunity to make a mistake, they retreated one after another. In the Jianghu, this kind of real and virtual maneuver is not rare. Everyone was afraid that Jiang Chen was taking the opportunity to bully his way forward and give them a stab. It wasn't until Jiang Chen raised his head again and looked at them with a few teasing words in his eyes. So afraid of me? They then realized that it had all just been a false alarm on their part. Mountain Cannon, the Han Yu, could not help but feel a secret anger in his heart when he saw such a contemptuous attitude from the other party. He held the knife in both hands, his hands bruised, issuing a ferocious threat towards Jiang Chen. Kid, I don't know what kind of demonic magic you've used. I don't believe that you can kill all these people today. His own people, who were on the sidelines, couldn't help but look at him in surprise when they heard this outburst of anger. They knew in their hearts that when this one could make a move, he would never be ambiguous. Just as the party had dealt with Zhao Qingjun, they didn't give the other party any chance to react at all. Right now, he was trying to use words to make the other party back down, only that he had already been scared out of his wits by the knife Jiang Chen had displayed earlier. But even so, they don't blame him, for how could they not be so themselves? Mountain Ghosts also, after a long time of contemplation, at this time opened his mouth. Jiang nephew, our people, you have already killed one. This matter we will not be held accountable, as long as you are willing to let us leave. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. Don't you blush yourself when you say that? Have you forgotten how you forced me to make a choice earlier? The mountain ghost was speechless. Half a day before he grimaced. You really intend to stay alive? I said you only have two choices. Pust, pust, pust. Tiger was outside the door of the room and vaguely heard a few angry roars coming from inside. His heart tightened and he was about to get closer to hear what was going on inside. Suddenly, a cold arrow pierced right through the door of the room, revealing half of the arrowhead. The prince is in trouble. Seeing this, he immediately roared out, and then intended to greet a few people to follow him to break into it. Next, the door to the room opened. Jiang Chen walked out from inside with the unconscious Zhao Qingjun in his arms. Tiger immediately tensed up. The group inside the room, they were no slouches. He'd had his share of blood on the tip of a knife in his early years, knowing that it was a real gang of outlaws, rushing forward with concern. Your Excellency, I heard some arguing coming from inside. Could it be that they are giving you a hard time? I'll call some people to calm the scene. No need. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. Listen up. I'm only going to say two things. First thing, prepare silver needles and spirits. Second thing, let my father know that a few of his valued guests are dead. Dead? Tiger looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief, and then at Zhao Qingjun in his arms. Finally, with some restraint, he turned his gaze inside the room. This look, Tiger's cold hairs instantly exploded all over his body. Chapter 74, Zhao Qingjun's resumption of functions. Zhao Qingjun woke up leisurely. It was a blur to the eye. She was not fully conscious and could not help but ask subconsciously, where am I? You're finally awake. A familiar voice came from the sidelines. Aha! Zhao Qingjun nodded gently, hearing his own weak voice. I had a nightmare. What dream? I dreamed of that Jiang Chen. I dreamed that he lifted my knife and killed those who injured me as if they were chopping vegetables. I heard their wailing, begging for mercy, body, unwilling to go to death, hissing, and his inhumanly smooth breathing. Handsome? A voice hesitated for a moment, then came back. Handsome? It's inhumane. That's why it's a nightmare. To have such inhumane people wielding the most terrifying force. There's nothing more terrifying in the world. Thanks to the fact that he even saved your life. Talking about him like that seems to be in vain. A side voice was full of helplessness. Zhao Qingjun suddenly felt a headache and all consciousness returned. She finally turned her head to see the person beside her. Jiang Chen. Well, it was me. Jiang Chen nodded calmly before adding, also, it wasn't a dream. As the words fell, Zhao Qingjun suddenly sat up from the bed, just about to open my mouth. Jiang Chen, where am I? Jiang Chen, what did you do to me? Jiang Chen, how long did I sleep? Zhao Qingjun, asshole, why is this guy saying all of her lines? She lifted the covers, looked down, and was about to speak. Jiang Chen, did you change my clothes? Zhao Qingjun, in a fit of anger, she raged a bit. Ryoko. Jiang Chen watched as her expression finally regained its composure. It was a slow explanation. First, right now we're still in the house of flowing clouds. Second, you were poisoned and I saved you. And third, you've only been asleep for half an hour. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Qingjun with a fixed gaze. Zhao Qingjun looked at him as well. And the fourth? What fourth? Jiang Chen was surprised. Zhao Qingjun was anxious. I asked who changed my clothes? This Jiang Chen tapped his head as if it had just dawned on him. This is it. Zhao Qingjun was in a hurry. However, Jiang Chen was not slow. You know that I have never been a decent person. When these words came out, Zhao Qingjun's face stiffened. Another glance down at the clothes that had been changed. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes. That means, Jiang Chen nodded. Yeah, so, also right, originally should not have any expectations for you this person. Zhao Qingjun for a second to return to the color of indifference, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was forcing her composure, only to hear her continue. This kind of thing, it doesn't matter. You don't think that this will make me submit with you. The children of the Jianghu, don't bother with this kind of petty things. At those words, a few moments of pity appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. He would have thought that the other man's attitude would have been a little more interesting. Zhao Qingjun, however, thought that the other party was ridiculing himself and was about to say something, but at that moment, a woman's voice came from not far away. Jiang Chen, don't tease Miss Zhao. Zhao Qingjun twisted his head to see that not far away was Cui Yinxiu. Teasing? At that moment, Zhao Qingjun just happened to finish the work on his hands, leaned over, and bit down with his teeth, ripped the threads, put away the knitting, looking over towards Zhao Qingjun, smiling faintly, because I'm the one who changed your clothes for Miss Xiao. The words fell. Zhao Qingjun's face flushed red for a while, looked at Jiang Chen and glared. Really? Yeah. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. If I had known I would have changed it for you myself. After all, they are children of the Jianghu. They don't stick to the small things. The previous words, coming from Jiang Chen's mouth, immediately caused a look of embarrassment to appear on Zhao Qingjun's face. She was aggrieved, and in her eyes, the tears were spinning. This is not forced by you to say so. Otherwise, what do you want me to say? Let you be responsible? That's fine. I'm not at a disadvantage anyway. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he flirted. At those words, Zhao Qingjun was choked up again. Seeing this, Cui Yinxiu hurriedly stood up to round off the situation. She unfolded the red dress she held in her hands in front of the two men. How is it, Miss Xiao? Your torn clothes have been sewn up for you by me. Zhao Qingjun froze. Two words, rarely pronounced, came out of his mouth with difficulty. Thank you. No need to thank you. Cui Yinxiu smiled and said, you should be thanking Mr. Jiang. If it wasn't for his really superior medical skills, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have been able to hold out long ago. Miss Xiao. Zhao Qingjun sniffed and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand. No need to thank me. You just need to stop bringing a group of people to rush towards my house in the future without even knocking on the door. Zhao Qingjun. I haven't said anything yet. Jiang Chen, you said it in your heart. Zhao Qingjun. After a long time, Zhao Qingjun struggled to sit up from the bed. I'm going back. Back where? Not here anyway. Jiang Chen frowned. Although your poison is cleared, your injuries are still not completely healed. No need. The poison is cleared. The wound is just a minor one. It's not a problem. Jiang Chen was speechless, just silently watching Zhao Qingjun leave as she passed by Zhao Qiyangxiu and took the red clothes the other party handed to her, but then suddenly turned back. The look was complex, as if there were many questions to be asked. She wanted to ask Jiang Chen, what's going on with your martial arts? What about all the bad press you used to get? She also wanted to ask, Jiang Chen, what kind of a person are you? But after thinking about it, whatever Jiang Chen said might not be the truth. This man, so mysterious. Therefore, Zhao Qingjun ultimately just said, I will return to the capital and truthfully state what happened during this time, which will not contain any hearsay, as well as my personal notes. Please rest assured. Zhao Qingjun finished. A joyful color appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Seriously, this matter had always been a piece of Jiang Chen's mind. Because the court specifically sent Zhao Qingjun to collect evidence of the Jiang family's crimes, it is clear that the court is treating him, the Jiang family, as a big problem. Jiang Chen was even worried that even if he passed the examination, the court would not recognize this. If Zhao Qingjun's resumption of the order can make the court stop, that would definitely be a great thing for him. Zhao Qingjun nodded. As for whether or not the court will believe me after I make my statement, and how exactly they will deal with your Jiang family, it is the meaning of the people above. Zhao Qingjun pointed above his head. The will of God is never too high to ask. When she finished, she turned around, pushed the door and left. Capital. Delizy. A flying pigeon enters it. The secretary of the Delizy looked pleased. Remove a letter from the leg of a flying pigeon. Great. Qingjun has finally come with a letter. It must contain incriminating evidence about the Jiang family. On the side of the Shaoqing also side, I have to say, this Jiang family is really fast, difficult to gnaw bones. The usual those families do not know to restrain. Casually check. Is full of evil. Evidence of crime as a mountain. This Jiang family is also considered to be a can see the situation, but also know to change the bandit for the business. The secretary of the Delizy shook his head and lost his smile. It's just a pity that even if this Jiang family is more cautious, they won't be able to escape their own demise after all. Exactly. Shaoqing heatedly smiled. Sir, you quickly open it and take a look, so that I can dispatch my troops. As long as the scourge of the Jiang family is defeated again, His Majesty will certainly be pleased with his face. The secretary of the Delizy nodded, remembering that he hadn't been able to wait for Zhao Qingjun's letter the other day, and hadn't been able to get to the bottom of it, fearing that things wouldn't work out. It's finally a lot more grounded now. This thing into my Delizy in the heart of His Majesty's position will certainly have to pull up a chip. At that time, the court again, someone wants to impeach this official. He also have to weigh it. The secretary of the Delizy said, his mind already picturing his red-faced appearance in the near future. He wasted no more time for a moment and opened the secret letter at once. The next moment, his eyes turned blank. This, my lord, what's wrong? The young secretary next to him had a solemn expression. Is this thing sure it's incriminating, and not words of defense against the Jung family? Chapter 75 Zhao Qingjun has been turned? Is this thing determined to be incriminating evidence and not words of defense against the Jung family? With the fall of the Judas voice of the secretary of the Grand Lodge, the front hall, where only the two were, was immediately quiet. Take sides? The young secretary's expression was slightly odd. The secretary of the Delizy nodded his head with a heavy face. Hand out the letter in your hand. Look at this. Xiao Qing realized something was wrong. Hastily, with a slight frown, he took it respectfully. Then he slowly read the words on it. The Jiang family is infamous, and the people are full of complaints, but after the subordinates' investigation, for the time being, I have not found that it has any crimes that can lead to the plunge. Hiss, this some words. Xiao Qing backed up a breath of cool air. His expression became more serious. Jiang family head Jiang Hero, a merchant and businessman, fierce and cautious, experienced in the Jianghu, not good with each other, so my subordinates did not set the first target on him. Rather, it was placed on that Jiang family, Jiang Chen, who was first heard of as a woman in Qinjiang County, who was taken into her home on the street on the grounds that she had been studying all night. As he read this, the young secretary looked up at once and stated, "What all-night reading? That kind of dude's words is clearly a pretext. Robbing a woman in the street is punishable by death according to the law. If I had been there, I would have immediately summoned the soldiers to break into Zhang's house and arrest him on the spot." The secretary of the Delizy nodded, his face unchanged. You proceed to read down. The reaction of the secretary of the Delizy caused the young secretary to feel slightly surprised, and he immediately looked to the next paragraph. At this look, his expression immediately became odd. Upon hearing of this matter, my subordinate immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity that could not be let go. Therefore, my subordinate immediately summoned the officials of the Qinjiang County office and went straight to the Jiang family with me. However, I kicked open the door to that Jiang Chen's room in front of everyone in the Jiang family, only to see a scene that made my subordinates incredulous. That Jiang Chen, actually really in with the captive woman, together with the study, and the two looked serious, quite focused. After reading this paragraph, Xiao Qing jumped in shock on the spot. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A man and a woman alone in the same room. Even if I use my toes to think about it, I know that there must be something fishy going on. And study? You're kidding. Secretary of the Delizy, but on this, that's what it says. Zhao Qingjun came with a great number of people, but did not capture the slightest evidence of the Jiang family, but instead startled the snakes and caused the people of the Jiang family to be wary. How is this possible? Xiao Qing was very puzzled. Could it be that this was a setup by the Jiang family in advance for Zhao Qingjun's arrival? But I only heard the secretary of the Delizy slowly say, "At first, I thought the same thing, but it wasn't until I saw the back." The young secretary sniffed and once again turned her gaze to the letter. The water of this Jiang family is too deep. I knew that I had already alerted the snakes, so I could only disguise myself, change my name, and disguise myself as a scholar of the Qinjiang Academy. This is to better start with that Jiang Chen and find evidence that can dismantle the Jiang family. After reading, he couldn't help but comment. Up to this point, many of Zhao Qingjun's ideas coincide with mine. The secretary of the Delizy shook his head. You read the back first, and when you're done, then you can say what you think. With such urging from his superiors, Xiao Qing couldn't help but speed up his reading of the letter. However, the content of the next letter, it made his eyebrows, frowning more and more tightly, and from time to time, a trace of disbelief flowed out of his eyes. On this letter of restoration from Zhao Qingjun, it was as if he had witnessed a man who was supposed to be a rich fop and uneducated, suddenly change his normal state and begin to show his terrible talent in reading and learning. Among them, smoke locks the pond willow, peach burning Xinjiang embankment. This Vice Zhao Qingjun wrote in the letter, mentioning the absolute made by Jiang Chen, is even more hard to control the Xiao Qing for several breaths of time. He subconsciously pondered other couplets in his mind, but only felt that he was not as skilled as he was. It was only when the secretary of the Delizy urged him again that he averted his eyes and forced himself not to look at the couplet. Only the heart remained in dark wonder. Soon after, the young secretary read again. Every day, my subordinate waits early in the morning, not far from the Jiang family's main gate, and shares a ride with Jiang Chen to the academy. This, he snapped his head up. Zhao Qingjun is trying to get into the game with his body to get closer to that Jiang Chen's hidden side. Not bad, the secretary of the Delizy also said. For a woman, this is a risky move. However, Zhao Qingjun is highly skilled in martial arts, so she doesn't need to worry as much as an ordinary woman would need to. Xiao Qing thought about it and nodded. Also, Zhao Qingjun's initiative to create an opportunity to share a room with that dude Jiang Chen. It's indeed not a bad plan. As long as the other party dares to show a hint of mischief, Zhao Qingjun will subdue him at the first opportunity. It's hard for her to personally endure the many harassments of such a dude. The secretary of the Delizy sniffed and snorted coldly. This trick, if it really works, on this letter, it shouldn't be written like this. The young secretary scrunched his neck and looked down again. One day, I was faking sleep on the carriage in an attempt to use it to observe Jiang Chen's reaction. Yet he was like a decent gentleman who did not make any moves towards me, instead deliberately staggering the time he got off the carriage with me in order to avoid suspicion. I am certain that my subordinate's true identity has not been recognized, but what that Jiang Chen has done has made it completely impossible for me to see through this person anymore. Is this also ineffective? Read Xiaoqing, unable to help but murmur. At this moment, in his heart, he also had some thoughts of not being able to see through the person of this unseen Zhang family's great young man. My subordinate heard that Jiang Chen asked for leave from the academy to go to his own family-owned greenhouse to watch the scene, so secretly followed closely behind. Heard some remarks, that Jiang Chen secretly smuggling illegal goods, as well as abuse of children in the greenhouse, as well as burning body grass, this flavor of poisonous grass. This. Xiaoqing immediately got excited when he saw this. He looked to the secretary of the Delizy. My lord, it's incriminating evidence. The evidence of Jiang Chen's guilt is mentioned here, and it's a capital offense. In response, the secretary of the chancery was calm. Just say, look at the next paragraph. The young secretary was puzzled, so look to the next paragraph. This matter, however, was a oops. I led people to break into it, and found a large number of books inside. A large group of children, all of whom were exonerating Jiang Chen, threatening to let me arrest them, but also not to arrest Jiang Chen. And as for that burning grass, there were only 2 leaves, which did not yet constitute a crime. I then realized that Jiang Chen was not abusing those children, but giving those children the opportunity to read and recognize words. Lesser secretary, secretary of chancery. Xiaoqing was shocked. No, this can be washed? After a long period of silence, the secretary of the Delizy then sighed longingly. This is not the last record in the letter, there is another account thereafter. It was mentioned that Jiang Chen and Zhao Qingjun, both of them, had met with a group of rebels from the Evil People's Valley together. Zhao Qingjun suffered a backstabbing, and then Jiang Chen showed his amazing martial arts skills, 1 person and 1 sword, and subdued the other 5. Then, Jiang Chen also saved the poisoned Zhao Qingjun, and during that time, he didn't take advantage of people's danger, but scrupulously observed the etiquette of a gentleman. And it was this account that allowed me to finally be sure of one thing. Zhao Qingjun is no longer the Zhao Qingjun who works for my Delizy. What do you mean? Xiaoqing asked busily. The secretary of the Delizy slowly narrowed his eyes and spoke his judgment. I mean, it's extremely likely Zhao Qingjun has been turned by that Jiang Chen. Chapter 76, 3 guesses. Hear this. Xiaoqing instantly felt the hairs of sweat counting down all over his body, as if he was foreseeing some extremely unpleasant development. His legs weakened and he fell to the ground in obeisance. He looked anxious. My lord, please also quickly retract these words. If His Highness King Luo hears about this, it'll be a big deal. Fear not, it's just the 2 of us here. The secretary of the Delizy slanted him a glance. And the matter, too, is not a matter of my babbling, but a conclusion I have come to after thinking it over again. My lord, no matter what, Zhao Qingjun is also His Highness Luo Wang's person. Your words, Xiaoqing madly squeezed his eyes to imply. King Luo? However, the secretary of the Delizy, but turned a deaf ear, just shook his head and touched his beard. Humph, in this official's eyes, the so-called Luo Wang, that is only a fledgling little girl, just the art of recognizing people, the art of using people, to learn. There are still a lot of it. When the secretary of the Delizy finished speaking, he suddenly felt the air go quiet for a moment. Cocking his head, he found Xiaoqing looking behind him with a pale face and a dazed look on his face. The secretary of the Delizy's brow slowly furrowed. Why do you look like that? Did you see a ghost in the daytime? He was about to speak. A cold and majestic voice came from behind him, causing his whole body to instantly freeze. Oh, it seems that Lord Lu is planning to teach this king. What is the art of recognizing people and what is the art of using people? The chancellor slowly turned his head, only to see that at the gate behind them, a woman in a python robe with a majestic appearance was standing with her hands in the air, with an icy smile at the corner of her mouth. Your Highness, the old minister. Old minister does not dare. Fawn just, stammering for half a day, but nothing came out. Only the clenching of his pupils spoke of the fear in his heart. Then, without the slightest hesitation, secretary of the Delizy, Lord Lu, directly went forward as a slippery kneeling, bent down to worship the ground, head did not dare to lift up. I didn't know that His Highness, King Luo, had come in person, so I'm sorry to have missed out on welcoming you, but I've met His Highness, King Luo, 1,000 years old. King Luo didn't speak or move. Let the other man kneel. The air was quiet and the atmosphere fell below freezing. In the meantime, Lord Lu heard his heart beating faster and faster, his breathing gradually losing its urgency. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a full dozen breaths passed. Only then did he hear King Luo snort coldly. Get up! Yes, Lord Lu was busy getting up, still wanting to give an explanation for his slip of the tongue just now. However, King Luo didn't give him that chance, skipped right over the topic. This king just heard you say that Zhao Qingjun may have been turned? When Lord Lu saw that the other party did not pursue the matter further, his heart was relieved. Immediately afterward, the explanation was given. Your Highness, about this matter, the next official is only guessing, has not yet been confirmed, but this guess, by no means slander. You please see, this letter. Faith? It's a letter sent back by Zhao Qingjun. Saying that, Lord Lu held Zhao Qingjun's resumed order and presented it to King Luo with both hands. King Luo absently scanned over it a few times, then a slight pause of the head. On his face, there was no change to be seen. It just said, tell me your reasons for judging it that way. Yes. Seeing this, Lord Lu immediately began to analyze it. First of all, the contents of this letter are too perverse. If it were just one thing it would be fine, but almost everything is full of anomalies. You see, that Jiang Chen shared a room with a woman alone, drilling learning all night long, and not only that, but he, a man who has never been fond of reading, suddenly displayed a knowledge and ability that was completely inconsistent with the rumors of a man who originally seemed to be weak, and then later revealed a high level of martial arts. King Luo mused. Not bad, it's a bit of an anomaly. Lord Lu danced with his hands and exaggerated. More than just some. This is simply too abnormal. There must be a demon when things go wrong. But these anomalies can only show that there are oddities in that Jiang Chen. And what does it have to do with that Zhao Qingjun? As far as the contents of the letter are concerned, Zhao Qingjun, she, did not fail in her duties in any way. No. Lord Lu slowly shook his head. When things are filled with anomalies, what I have to consider first is no longer the contents of this letter, but this letter his itself. You suspect. King Luo's eyes flickered. I doubt this letter doesn't hold any truth. Lord Lu threw down the gauntlet. And the person who wrote this letter, Zhao Qingjun, she has the greatest suspicion on her. Therefore, it is only then that I dare to boldly suspect that in Zhao Qingjun, there exists the possibility of being turned into a thief. But, said King Luo, wanting to speak. But, Lord Lu took over King Luo's words and went on to say, but this is only one possibility. There is also a second possibility, and that is, Zhao Qingjun is already in a deep confinement, and was coerced into writing this letter. Both of these possibilities are just speculations of my humble servant, but please be clear with King Luo. King Luo, Imperial Sister. That's what that old thing said. Imperial City. In the middle of the bedchamber, His Highness, the King of Luo, was relating what he had previously seen and heard in the Delizy, told word for word to a woman in front of her. This woman and her, between the looks, there are 89% similarity. The two is parallel twin Red Lotus and White Lotus. She is none other than the current Empress. Now, however, he was lying on his side on top of the bed, one hand supporting his head and yawning lazily. Luo Wang was originally sitting upright, and when he saw that she was in this state, he thought that the other party was not taking his words seriously. He said anxiously, you should say something, Qingjun, that bitter girl. You have also seen it. How could she do such a thing as throwing herself into the hands of thieves? Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. You've been in a hurry since you were a child. Can't you change it? The Empress had a bit of a headache, and begged off. You let me think about it, okay? It was originally a headache after a day of criticizing the folding of the paper. Then you think fast, Luo Wang urged, followed by his own anxiety. In case it's really as that old man Lu said, Qingjun was captured by that Zhang family and tortured to force a confession, so he had no choice but to write this letter. Empress, if this is really the case, then the Zhang family is simply incapable of punishment. You now go and receive the tiger talisman and go and destroy the Zhang family. King Luo's eyes lit up. Really? The Empress rubbed her temples. If it can really be like this, then it will save a lot of trouble. You read that letter and made sure that it was written by that girl, right? Yes. Do you think that girl has the character to do something like throwing herself into the hands of a thief? Naturally not. That would make sense. The Empress thought for a moment, then slowly said, in fact, you all left out one possibility, and that is, you come over here. King Luo sniffed and hurriedly brought his ears closer. Only a warm wetness reached her ears, causing her to blush scarlet instantly. How is this possible? Qingjun, she is never like this. How could she have her heart set on a dude? Why not? The Empress smiled faintly. Don't you think that the number of times the name Jiang Chen was mentioned in that letter was a bit too much? Perhaps she herself doesn't even realize that her original target should be the entire Jiang family, but she has unconsciously gathered all her eyes on a certain person. No, 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 it must be that you're thinking too much, Imperial sister. Yes, how can you think in that direction? It must be that your harem is too empty. That must be it. King Luo immediately said, Sister, don't worry, I'll go to the capital to find a few beautiful men for you, so that you can sit in this position of the harem's head. That way, you definitely won't think about all this nonsense either. Looking for a fight. The Empress even laughed in anger, casually copying a pillow beside her pillow and smashing it over. However, the pillow was just thrown for a moment. Ah! An exclamation of surprise, but it was not sent by King Luo. The voice came from the Empress, only to see that just now she had a feigned look on her face, but now she had a pained expression on her face, with cold sweat beading up from her forehead. She clenched her teeth and tried to hold on, which lasted only a few seconds before she was crushed. Turning to a muffled grunt of pain, he rolled over and over on the bed. If someone were to remove her clothes at this moment, they would realize that all over her body, almost all of her muscles, were spasming, as if there was a small invisible snake that was constantly slithering under her skin. King Luo saw this scene. Her face changed violently. Imperial sister, don't scare me. Didn't you just take medicine this month? Chapter 77, The Widow is Sick. The Great Zhou Dynasty. The imperial city with its golden splendor and clouds of temples. The most honorable woman in the world today. At this moment, but without the usual half of the majestic manner. Instead, he looked pained and incomparably miserable as he struggled on the dragon bed. During this time, she wailed uncontrollably because she couldn't stand that pain. The only bravado is that she intentionally keeps her voice down to the lowest volume, for fear that this appearance of his, spreading out of the door, would affect the dragon's authority. After all, a woman's son as the emperor is already a great source of criticism, and the slightest movement of the wind will cause panic in the court. The secret, therefore, is known to no more than a handful of people. King Luo, who was the same mother as the empress, was one of these. The reason is also simple. It's a disease she also suffers from. The disease is like a poisonous snake that stays dormant on weekdays and doesn't show the slightest sign of it. Yet it always bites hard and painfully just when one has just lost their guard against it. As it is at this moment, Luo Wang looked at the empress who kept struggling on the bed, and his eyes instantly turned red. Didn't you just take your medication this month? The empress was in pain, almost losing consciousness. Hearing the voice, it was only then that he remembered to the fact that there was someone else beside him, and twisted his body, turning his back to Luo Wang, so that she wouldn't see the ugliness he was in at the moment. It was followed by her low growling voice. The medicine is finished. What? Finished eating? King Luo rose up with a start, a few moments of horror in his eyes. She froze, but at the beginning of the month, you clearly gave me a share of the medicine. The empress was silent, only her gasps remained heavy. Luo Wang finally thought of something, and his face gradually became complicated. The medicine you gave me at that time was already the last one. Why? Li Hongwei. King Luo came to be angry. You are now the noble of the 9 to 5. Who are you to give me the medicine? What are you going to do to me? What are you going to do to the world? If I were you, I would never share the last of the medicine with anyone else. You will. After all, I have been your only family member on this earth. The sudden words silenced King Luo. In the middle of the room, only the sound of the empress's hard panting remained. We can't go on like this. I'll get the royal physician. After a long time, King Luo said, no need. The empress stopped it. If they could cure it, they would have done so long ago. King Luo added, then I will make it known to the world. As big as the sky is, there are always capable people. Do you want everyone in the world to know that I am sick? This doesn't work. That doesn't work. King Luo walked around anxiously. What on earth should we do? The empress was silent in response. A long time passed again, and her gasps faded. King Luo's heart panicked. In a hurry, he shouted, Li Hongying, I'm fine. That delicate figure, at this moment, stood back up like a mountain. The unpleasantness of the party did not leave a trace on her face. To say there was, it was only a few moments of fatigue. She just looked down, frowning slightly as she glanced at the robes that had long since been drenched in sweat. Hong Dai, help me to bathe and crown myself. King Luo looked at her for a long time, but finally just sighed, said, yes, sir. The water mist rises. The two sisters each leaned against the sides of the bath. Neither could see the other's face. Naturally, neither knew what was going on in the other's mind. Ryoko, the empress spoke languidly. The fall exam is coming up. Yes, Luo Wang had a complicated expression, obviously still thinking about the cure. According to the fold from the north, this year, I'm afraid, will be another year of great drought. This way, the thieving god really doesn't give a living. The treasury is already in deficit, and the matter of the Jiang family should not be delayed any further. At the latest, not until after the fall exam. In this matter, I will once again pressurize the Delizi to send additional men to Qingjun, who is far away in Jiangzhou. Well, the Empress nodded slightly. Besides that, you should also make a trip down to Jiangnan. I will send an army to escort you. Why? King Luo froze. Could it be to facilitate the fact that I can take down the Jiang family at the first opportunity after I get their guilty plea? This is one. In the Empress's eyes, a hint of bewilderment flashed, and then she said, the second is that once the autumn exams are over, the Academy of Saints will also open. You mean? A trace of delight flashed in Luo Wang's eyes. It's possible that the Saint of Healers will appear there as well? The medicine that the two of them were taking was made by the medical saint of the previous generation. At first, for some reasons, the prescription was not left behind. Only some medicines were left, used up, and gone. It is said that the current generation of medical saints are disciples of the previous generation of medical saints, and that if they find each other, it may be possible to formulate medicine to suppress the disease again. The Empress slowly shook her head. Not only the medical saint, I counted, at the latest, but next year, the saint, it should also come out. Saints, King Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Imperial sister, are you not dim-witted? Do you believe in that kind of empty rumor? Empress, go for a walk for me, and consider, as you will, that the widow is stupefied. Father, I think you are old and confused. How could I have killed that group of people? The Jiang family. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the ancestral shrine. Straighten your back and argue with your old man with a straight face. Look, I'm a thin arm and a thin leg. I can't carry on my shoulder. I can't lift with my hands. If people stand there and let me cut them, I have to be able to cut them to death, right? After hearing this, Jiang Hero glanced at Jiang Chen's body. Thoughtfully, he dropped the whip in his hand. That's true, Jiang Chen. Hero Jiang was silent for a moment and suddenly sighed. Well, if you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, and you've been kind enough to entertain them, but only because of our family's connection with their evil people's valley. Now that so much time has passed, yet they still want to use this friendship to make my Jiang family drive for them. Where in the world is this kind of cheapness? It's simply ridiculous. That's right, Jiang Chen immediately said. Time has changed, and that little friendship has long since vanished, but they still want us to accompany them to continue to make waves. So it's clear that they're getting ahead of themselves and treating our family as their subordinates. Indeed, the time has changed, and the smoke has gone away, sighed Jiang Hero again, and suddenly froze. Nope, why are there so many idioms inside one sentence, you kid? You really did secretly read behind my back again. After saying that, Jiang Father once again raised the whip in his hand. It was about to whip towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a look at this also to be beaten, immediately anxious, cursing, old thing, this terrier cannot pass. Right, he grabbed the whip that Jiang's father had drawn. Father Jiang, Jiang Chen. Jiang Father was shocked. Sure enough, not only are you secretly reading books, you're also secretly practicing martial arts. Jiang Chen blinked twice, let go of the whip, and silently took a step back. If I say this is a blindfold, Father, do you believe me? Jiang Father shook his whip, making a sound that lashed the air. What do you boys think? Jiang Chen, that matter aside. Jiang Father's eyes narrowed. Son, Father realized that lately, Father has become more and more unable to see through you. Jiang Chen. Jiang Father pressed a step closer. Just how many other things are you hiding from my father? Looking at Jiang Father's gaze that gradually lost its trust, Jiang Chen's heart sank violently. At the corners of his mouth, a hint of bitterness escaped. The most feared thing still happened. I knew, the big one was coming. Jiang Father, since you know, then, but he saw Jiang Chen suddenly covering his ass. The big one is coming. Father, I'll go to the outhouse first. Father Jiang? Chapter 78, I have a prescription for your father. Hold it for now. Jiang Hero put away his whip, but what came out of his eyes was a seriousness and earnestness that Jiang Chen had never seen before. My son, lately I don't know where from, Father found that you have transformed a lot. So, there are also many doubts accumulated in my heart. Jiang Chen's heart thumped, knowing that today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to muddle through. Indeed, being a traveler he is, even after inheriting the original owner's memories. But essentially, the two are worlds apart. He didn't really want to spend much time at home on weekdays, and ran out first thing in the morning for that very reason. How can someone who raised you as a child not see the changes in him? Jiang Chen was silent for a long time. Finally, a sigh. Father, you ask. Jiang Father closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about where to ask. For a long time, he slowly spoke. My son, once you, all-day indulgence to stay in the greenhouse. Let your mother worry about it. But lately, you've never volunteered to go there again. Why is that? Jiang Chen explained. I just watched the scene at Lu Yun house for a while yesterday. Have you forgotten? Don't be poor. Jiang father said angrily. Watching the scene? Do you call that watching the scene? In that kind of place surrounded by female colors. You actually. He pointed at Jiang Chen, his fingers shaking with rage. Old me doesn't even want to talk about you. Is that watching the field for you? That's just a different place for you to read. The old son wants that son, although no talent, but it is I watched grow up. For these bad habits, never stained. I ask you, where did he go? Jiang Chen's heart trembled after Jiang Hero finished saying this. So, you've already found out? It's so obvious. How could I not notice it? I also heard Hero Jiang say, you take a woman home on the street, but you just study medical books with her all night long? Do you really love reading so much? Father doesn't believe it. Unless someone is coercing you with their life. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart, snapping his head up. A hint of disbelief passed through his eyes. His cheap old dad, based on his knowledge of his own son, could actually project this far already? How's that for being told by the old man? Jiang Chen nodded his head without saying a word. After a long silence, he simply said, and, that girl from the Lu family, Laozi clearly emphasized many times that you must marry her into the family. Jiang Hero said, but when I talked to that girl yesterday, she told Laozi that during this period of time, your temperament has changed greatly, making you strange to her. Jiang Chen, Hero Jiang, do you want me to say more? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. No need. These are enough. Looking at the cheap old man in front of him, Jiang Chen thought helplessly that he would probably be the first traveler in history to be discovered. So, everything is so well documented. Hero Jiang looked at him with cold eyes. Using idioms again? Now that it has come to this, and all my secrets have been revealed to you, what is there that I cannot say? Jiang father nodded. That's fine. Things have come to this point. I'm too lazy to waste my words with you on these irrelevant aspects. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen. Are you going to say it yourself? Or do you want me to expose you personally? I'll speak for myself. Jiang Chen sighed, knowing that the other party had already guessed 8 or 9 times. Don't want to keep playing dumb. Hero Jiang nodded, looking around. Everyone, out. Yes, master. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's heart was shocked again. It was unthinkable that Hero Jiang, who looked so rough and rugged, was this meticulous. It is also known that such shocking secrets cannot be made known to outsiders. It's just the two of us now. Go ahead, Jiang Chen. Old man's patience is limited. Jiang Chen. Also, alas, I am actually. Jiang Chen looked at the ground, his mouth, one word at a time, popping out with difficulty. I know, isn't it just not lifting? Hero Jiang waved his hand. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at Hero Jiang with wide eyes, shocked. At this moment, Jiang Chen's head directly went down. What the hell? No? What does this have to do with not lifting? The air was quiet for a third of a second before Jiang Chen directly gave a thumbs up, full of excitement. He said, that's right, Laozi is the one who doesn't lift a finger. I can't imagine that I hit it so deeply, but you still found it out. Pops, Dad, I realized you're a genius. I only saw Jiang Hero smiled smugly. That's right, your father I fed you with a handful of. How could I not understand you? You have always been good with women, but suddenly you were unmoved by them, and on that day, I realized that something was wrong, but I didn't poke you, just to see when you boys would come clean with me. I didn't realize you kid. Jiang Hero was angry at the mention of this. Your kid actually reads when he's sick. This is not bad. Do not talk to my old son, but delusion through the reading of those few books of broken medical skills to cure the disease. What's the point of reading those damn books? Might as well throw real money at the medical center. Saying that, he furtively glanced to the left and right twice. I won't hide it from you kid. When your father I was over 30. I also had a period of incontinence, but then it got better. Jiang Chen. Awesome. Get from the son's recognition. Jiang Hero obviously more complacent. This world, there is no smash money cannot cure the disease. With that, he fished out a yellowed, but tightly kept piece of paper from his pocket, wrapped in cloth 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At first glance, it's extremely precious. This formula Laozi used for more than 10 years. The effect is no excuse. Now we'll pass this prescription to you. You go to grab a few pairs too. Remember to sneak. Do not let your mother found out, or laugh at Laozi. Jiang Chen. Yes. Alright, go. Jiang Hero waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen to go out. Yes. Jiang Chen had just walked out of the room with his front foot. Jiang Hero, however, suddenly remembered something and called out to him. Right, there's one more thing. What is it? Jiang Chen turned back. Chapter 79, Touching Porcelain. What is it? A letter was left for you early this morning. For me? Jiang Chen was suspicious. You'll see. Jiang Chen came to the concierge, and sure enough, he saw a letter on the table. Picked up. On the inscription Jiang Chen personally opened 4 big words. Open up. It says inside. 3 days later, by the Willow Wind Lake, at 3 minutes past 6. Enjoy the lake together. Cui Yunxiu pays his respects. Ooh. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Cui Yunxiu? Asking me out? 3 days later, Jiang Chen dressed lightly and appeared at the Willow Wind Lake. It didn't take long to see Cui Yunxiu's figure, as well as another gorgeously dressed woman beside her. Cui Yunxiu's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Chen, rushing forward to say hello. Jiang Chen, you're here. Jiang Chen frowned and looked to her side. Why is she there? Lu Qing, who was on the side, immediately yelled in dissatisfaction. What do you mean? This young lady is also here? This Willow Wind Lake is not your territory. Jiang Chen. He looked at Cui Yunxiu, who looked a little embarrassed, and then at Lu Qing, who had a disgruntled look on her face. Understand what's happening. Without the slightest stop, Jiang Chen turned around and left. The hand waved back. I have things I need to take care of, so you guys have fun. I'll go first. Seeing this scene, Cui Yunxiu became a bit anxious and stepped forward to pull Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry for lying to you, but this matter isn't what you think it is. Jiang Chen was unmoved. Cui Yunxiu then hastily pulled Lu Qing's sleeve again, and came to the other party's ear. Not knowing what to say, a few rare shyness surfaced on Lu Qing's face, and her mouth kept saying I know. Immediately afterward, he stopped directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tactically leaned back and looked down from top to bottom at this woman who was always looking for trouble. He didn't speak, waiting for the other man to speak first. Lu Qing looked at him as well. The two were wide-eyed. Male silence, female silence. During this time, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. On the contrary, Lu Qing's expression was very complicated. A few flustered moments surfaced, then turned into a few mortified moments. Cui Yunxiu, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch. Again, Miss Willow. Okay, I know. Lu Qing's body stiffened and he spoke back. Then he looked at Jiang Chen again. With a clench of his teeth and a stamp of his foot, he finally said, Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, it was me who misunderstood you a while ago. You're also not the kind of incorrigible person that I imagined you to be. Jiang Chen, oh, what do you mean oh? This is the attitude you have when this young lady apologizes to you so sincerely? Jiang Chen, so what? Why don't I give you one back? Ryo Kiyoshi? That's Jiang Chen? Not bad, exactly. Far away, an unassuming peasant woman. Her side, there stood an old man with a shadowy expression, narrowing his eyes and sizing Jiang Chen up for a moment. Finding that there was nothing else special about the other party other than his handsome appearance and slender body, not to be despised. That's the kind of person that delayed your progress on the mission for so many days. Zhao Qingjun, dressed as a peasant woman, said with a complicated expression. This person, by no means is an ordinary dude. How different can it be? The old man snorted coldly and said, sure enough, after reading Lord Lu's expedited secret letter, I knew that it would be difficult for you, a woman, to achieve great things. Zhao Qingjun, the old man slowly said, that Qin family of Qingzhou is also a reactionary family no less than the Jiang family. But Lao Fu, after only 3 days, completely disintegrated it. Are you clear on where the gap between you and the old man lies? Zhao Qingjun. Seeing that Zhao Qingjun didn't talk back, the old man directly rebuked angrily. You act too conservatively, forever waiting for opportunities without knowing to take the initiative to seek them out. With that, he looked toward Jiang Chen in the distance. 100-year-old family is like old wood, untouchable. Its weakness, in its new roots. You're heading in the right direction by targeting a dude heir, but you knew that the other party was already on guard against you, but you still chose the practice of waiting conservatively, which is the most crucial reason why you failed in your mission. Zhao Qingjun. The old man shook his head and suddenly said, you're still too young. Today, I'll show you that when dealing with this kind of second-generation ancestor, you only need to use a small trick to make it impossible to recover. That said, Jiang Chen, the three of them walked together on the lakeshore. No one spoke first. The atmosphere was a little awkward. So Cui Yunxiu, who had explicitly invited Jiang Chen out, took the initiative to assume the occupation of this atmosphere regulator. Nah, she really didn't have the talent. One will ask what Lu Qing ate this morning, and one will ask Jiang Chen how well he grasps the autumn exam. Looking at the expressions of the two men, there was a lack of interest in this. Among them, it wasn't that Lu Qing was really uninterested in the other party. He just didn't want to take the initiative to ask. She would occasionally glance over to Jiang Chen's side, and a few marvelous feelings arose in her heart. It was unthinkable that one day she would fellowship with this evil man. This was something she had asked Cui Yunxiu to initiate, but no matter what, she'd never admit that is all. What's wrong? Jiang Chen slightly side-eyed Cui Yunxiu when he heard that she was once again about to speak. Cui Yunxiu, Mr. Jiang, you're dressed today. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and looked down at his attire as well. I was in a hurry to get out of the house and only had time to wear this. Lu Qing couldn't help but glance over there again. Only then did she notice that Jiang Chen's dress today was very plain, coarse cloth and short beatings, half unlike a rich family magnate. It was really like Cui Yunxiu, a young man from a poor family. Could it be that she was dressed this way because she was considering Cui Yunxiu's feelings? Lu Qing was a bit incredulous. When did the unbeatable playboy young master of the past become such a considerate man? She then looked down at herself in all her finery, but she looked a little less. As Jiang Chen walked, he suddenly realized that in front of him, there appeared an old dang who was holding a walking stick and acting trembling. He smiled, politely stepping aside toward his right. Who knows? The other side, seemingly in agreement with him, also let go this way. It's not uncommon for people on the road to synchronize with oncoming people. Jiang Chen didn't do much thinking, smiling at each other again. He moved aside to the left. Who knows? This old dang, also at the same time, took a step across and blocked the left side. Jiang Chen? What a coincidence! Jiang Chen didn't believe this and stepped aside to the left again. The opponent also blocks to the left. Jiang Chen to the right. The other side is also to the right. To the left. Block to the left. To the right. Block to the right. Left. Plug. Right. Plug. Finally, after a number of synchronizations with each other, Jiang Chen pretended to extend his left foot, and quickly retracted again. Olden fakes an overhand right and moves to his left. The two figures finally staggered apart. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Lao dang. I knew you did it on purpose. Who knows? His words just fell. The old man gave him a grim look. Immediately afterward, he suddenly covered his chest, a look of disbelief in his eyes, and collapsed on the spot. The action is all in one go. While Jiang Chen was still a bit confused, he shouted again in an old voice. Someone call the police. Murder. Chapter 80, Jiang Chen, I have a plan. After saying that, the old man's head tilted, his eyes closed, and he fell into a coma. Jiang Chen's head was once again confused. Not a child. Is he meeting a bumper car? And in the short time he froze, countless passers-by around who had nothing to do with the matter had already flocked up. What happened? I saw what looked like the old man accidentally blocking the young man's path, and the young man moved directly against the old man. What? It's broad daylight and a clear sky. How dare this happen? You, young man, why are you hitting people? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and report it to the police now. Get the old man to medical attention. Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the surrounding passers-by. That's not a ing lie. When did he do it? Unbeknownst to him, the old man lying on the ground is secretly sneering in his heart. Deeply versed in human nature, he knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that people don't care what happens, they only care about what they see. An old man who had fallen unconscious. A young man who was at his wit's end. And the cry for help he had just shouted. It's enough for these passers-by, who have nothing to do with it, to automatically fill in what happened in their minds. Then it's time to be grandiose and jump in and reach out and point fingers. How could the average person pass up the opportunity? Under the sun, to be able to stand under the moral high ground? Everything was in his reckoning. Right now, Jiang Chen only had two options. One, is to refuse to admit that this matter is their own doing. Fight back. Then he deployed in advance of the officials. Will be at the critical moment. All out. Arrest Jiang Chen. And never give him the opportunity to explain. It would be better if he even resisted the officials. It's straight up insubordination. And it's an added offense. Secondly, it is because he thinks that he has not done anything, and he is not afraid to come to the officials. Instead, they justifiably allowed the officials to take them away. Once this matter went to the public court, he would let Jiang Chen know what it meant to want to commit a crime. That's right, even if the Jiang family is not guilty, as long as they are pushed to the point of no return, to the point of rebellion, the charge, naturally, does not come. Zhao Qingjuan's tactics, too smooth and conservative, always thinking of waiting for the opportunity to personally seize the evidence of Jiang Chen's crimes. I don't realize that the best opportunities are the ones that you create yourself. Cui Yunxiu and Lu Qing, the two of them, had already taken 30 to 40 steps forward. It dawned on him that Jiang Chen had disappeared. Looking back, they saw that at some point an encirclement had appeared on the road they had come from. Countless pedestrians, blocking the middle of the road. Jiang Chen was tall and stood out from the crowd, so the two quickly spotted him. What happened? It seems like Jiang Chen has stumbled into something. Humph. I knew this guy was restless. I didn't realize that even after just a little while, he could get into trouble. We'd better hurry over. I'm worried. Cui Yunxiu is a little worried about Jiang Chen. Lu Qing, however, nodded. Not bad. I'm also worried about someone messing with him and thus getting into trouble. Cui Yunxiu, the two women walked into the crowd. Due to Lu Qing's conspicuous dress, the bystanders all took the initiative to step aside, not daring to get close. The two quickly pieced together what was going on from the you-know-what conversations of passers-by. Learning everything, both of their faces changed. Cui Yinxiu said, Mr. Zhang is by no means this kind of person. How could he hurt an old man for no reason? Lu Qing hummed, he was originally such a person. I have long said with you, you still do not believe it, but, Lu Qing said, I had thought that he had changed during this period of time, but now it seems that after all, rivers and mountains are easy to change, and the nature is hard to change. Her words hadn't even left her mouth. Cui Yinxiu, however, was resolute and walked away from her. You, dumbfounded. Lu Qing tried to stay her but was a step too late. Soon, Cui Yinxiu came to Jiang Chen's side and stood alongside him. Even Jiang Chen looked at her with some surprise, but then she puffed out her chest and raised her voice. Gentlemen, this old man is in no way touched down by Jiang Chen. Please be clear about it. It was a pity that such words were so panicked and pale to the ears of passers-by. Before he could say two words, he was drowned out by a sea of skepticism around him. Do you take us to be blind? Just now, this old man was only accidentally blocking this brat's path before he was injured by your malice, and we saw everything clearly. Yes, extremely. Otherwise the old man would never have cried out to report to the police for no reason. You're still speaking for him. Could it be that you're in league with this brat as well? Then arrest them both. Go see the officials. When Cui Yinxiu heard this, she was in a hurry. What's with these people? There was no room for half an explanation, and he was about to grab her along with him. It was at a time when she didn't know what to do. A man who saw how pretty she looked had a few evil intentions and was about to reach for her without saying a word. At the same time, the mouth still said with a straight face, I'm going to arrest you and report you to the police. Looking at it, a pair of thieving hands were about to make an offensive move against Cui Yinxiu. At that moment, a pair of hands, like iron pincers, grabbed him by the collar. He struggled twice and realized he couldn't break free. Looking toward Jiang Chen, he was shocked. You actually want to resist? Jiang Chen's face was expressionless as he directly reached out and pushed flat, and with a few moments of dark energy unleashed, he pushed the man backwards. He knocked over the two men and fell hard to the ground. This scene instantly startled the surrounding passers-by. This kid, he's got some discipline. For a moment, many people calmed down. No one dares to jump out on the spot anymore. Seeing this, Cui Yinxiu knocked her clenched fists, intending to take this opportunity to say something. Jiang Chen, however, gently grabbed her hand, shaking his head at her. Don't worry about me. A struggle surfaced on Cui Yinxiu's face, but Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, small matter, leave it to me. Cui Yinxiu froze, remembering Jiang Chen's ability, so gritted his teeth. Finally stopped saying anything. Releasing Cui Yinxiu's hand, Jiang Chen first looked around, then only said, I know that you do not believe me. I am also too lazy to explain to you. I know a little bit of medicine. When I look at this old man, we'll wake up, listen to what he said. You then send me to see the official is not too late. When he finished, the passers-by around him clamored. Jiang Chen, however, didn't care about their change in attitude at all, but instead squatted down directly, grabbed the old man's right hand and took his pulse. In less than a breath, Jiang Chen came to a conclusion. This old den, there's nothing physically wrong with him. He really is pretending to be dizzy. Jiang Chen, who knew this fact, did not feel surprised. He had seen too much of this sort of thing in later life. He just shook the old man's shoulder, helplessly. Old man, if you have nothing to do, wake up. This doesn't allow sleep. The old man, however, did not react. Still with his eyes closed tight, he pretended to be unconscious. In his mind he was smiling. You kid, even if you know I'm not dizzy, so what? The reason why a yang plot is called a yang plot, it's in the fact that there is absolutely nothing you can do, even if you know the truth of the matter, to make a difference. The old man, at this point, however, is far from realizing that the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Chen was also very speechless when he saw that the old man was determined to frame him, so he lifted his head and looked around the room and opened his mouth. Folks, you can still rest assured that the old man's body is not in any serious trouble. I know an acupoint. As long as I press the pressure for a while, I will soon be able to wake him up. After saying that, Jiang Chen lowered his head, where no one could see, the corners of his mouth, slowly grinned. Actually, I know an acupuncture point that can cause pain. It also does not have any effect on the body. Old thing, if you can hold your tongue, you're the thumbs up. Chapter 81, I'm holding on. Don't tell. Foot Sanli point. Location, front lateral side of the calf, 3 inches below the eye of the external knee. Effects, regulating the stomach and intestines, regulating menstruation and relieving pain, supporting uprightness and cultivating vitality, conducive to the development of fertilized egg implantation. discomfort, soreness, pain. If the pain is unbearable, please stop pressing. In his mind, information about human acupuncture points emerged. Jiang Chen smiled sinisterly, stretched out his fingers, and slowly pressed on the other party's foot. Sonly acupoint. Old thing, touching porcelain to my head. Your career is considered to be at an end. The old man with his eyes closed, lying on the ground, hearing Jiang Chen claim that he knew medical skills and wanted to heal and wake himself up, he almost laughed out loud. You can't wake up a man pretending to be asleep, and by the same token, you definitely can't cure a man pretending to be sick, as long as he stayed unconscious, even if the other party had exceptional medical skills. So what? Thinking about this, the old man lay with that incomparable peace of mind. What happened next, however, made him unable to sit still any longer. A sharp pain that drilled into the heart arose from the calf leg bone and went straight to the depths of the soul. It was as if years of old cold legs had suddenly kicked in. His calm face instantly twisted, and on his forehead, cold sweat broke out furiously. Ah. In just a moment, the old man opened his eyes and sat up in place. The expression was horrified, as if he had been awakened from a nightmare. The surrounding passers-by let out gasps of surprise when they saw this scene. Ha! That's awake! My goodness! A medical miracle! Is the lad so good at medicine? Still accepting disciples? The old man looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and looked at him as well. Yo! Awake? The old man's face flushed red as he looked at the flirtatious look on Jiang Chen's face. I felt that I had lost my face. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly said with a soothing expression, "It's been years since I was this comfortable." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and listened to him again. "Young man, did you save me? Thank you so much. And even though you just bumped into me, I've decided to forgive you." Jiang Chen. The old man thanked Jiang Chen one by one, saying that he was about to stand up. Jiang Chen made a move to help him. However, the next moment, this old man's knees went weak and he once again collapsed to the ground, twitching twice and no longer moving. "Jiang Chen? I'm awake. What's this all about?" Soon, Jiang Chen realized what the old man was planning, because the passers-by around, I don't know who, suddenly shouted that, I knew it, where is such a brilliant medical skill? So it's just stimulating the old man's acupoints to bring him back to life. What? Returning to the light? Then wouldn't this old man be? That's right, that's what happened to my second granduncle when he left. Suddenly the whole person became incredibly energetic, as if all the illnesses had disappeared, and then it didn't last long, and then he passed away straight away. Jiang Chen, looking at the old man who was once again unconscious. Well, since you like to act more. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly pressed his fingers, once again, on the old man's acupoints. This time, he didn't use his vigor right off the bat. Instead, it's gradual, slow, pressure. One breath, the old man lay unconscious on the ground. The surrounding passers-by, on the other hand, were clamoring for Jiang Chen to be arrested on the spot to meet the officials, but none of them made a move. Jiang Chen didn't raise his head and just kept pressing with his fingers. 2 breaths, 5 breaths. Jiang Chen suddenly felt the old man's body shake. Again, look at his brow furrowed. And yet, he still stubbornly refused to get up. Jiang Chen shook his head and lost his smile. Keep up the momentum. 20 breaths of time passed in an instant. During this time, the neighboring passers-by, however, gradually stopped making noise, because even they, the amateurs, saw something. Jiang Chen's fingers, maintaining a single movement, pressed on the old man's leg. The old man's face was sometimes pained, sometimes he clenched his teeth, and sometimes he seemed to be relieved, vivid and unusual. Anyone with eyes could see that he had actually woken up, but for some reason he didn't want to wake up with his eyes open. The old man's heart was bitter. God damn it, he was now truly aware of what it meant to be in a dilemma. If he had known, he should have just stopped pretending and showed his cards. As a result, the situation is now in a rather awkward position. If he woke up, would he not be the victim of his own sins? If it continues to remain comatose, seems to be present, not many people believe him, and one had to continue to endure the pain caused by Jiang Chen's pressing and rubbing of the acupoints. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly sighed to himself. Ugh, actually not waking up like this, could it be that he really can't make it? In the old man's heart, a glimmer of light finally appeared. This kid, is he finally giving up? However, there were not 2 seconds of joy. His body just froze. Only Jiang Chen's tone seemed to be somewhat intolerant. Ugh, still can't wake up? Since this is the case, then I can only use the watchman's skill. This is a dead horse as a living horse, not to rescue method. The pain is unbearable. Is 10 times more drastic than the party. That's just it. Sighing again, Jiang Chen said, It's also much better than me carrying around this injustice, so use it. 10 times the drama. That's more like it. The old man was horrified when he heard this. It was all so painful just now. 10 times the drama. I am afraid that he will not be killed directly on the spot. The timing of the mission can be found again. The life is one. Even if the old man was confused, he understood this, so there was no longer the slightest hesitation. The old man, who had just been lying unconscious on the ground, was directly sitting up from the ground, ignoring the astonished looks of those around me. With a calm face, he said, "Young man, the old man has gotten better. Ooh, it's alive again." Someone marveled. "What a wonderful doctor." Someone praised. "Young man, you are this." Someone gave a thumbs up. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at them one by one and said humbly, "I'm flattered." Elderly. There was a moment of silence. He spoke. "Young man, what is this point you just pressed for?" "What?" Jiang Chen didn't seem to be paying attention to his words. The old man's temples jutted out, and he was about to ask again. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was quick on his feet and quickly reached out, shining another heavy point at the acupoint he had just made. "Is it this acupoint?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hiss. Where did the old man think that he would have to be hit so hard again by Jiang Chen after his own people had woken up, prompted to rise unintentionally and nearly jumped up in pain? "Young man, you are so unmartialized. It hurts?" Jiang Chen looked at the old man compassionately. "This point is the main kidney. The pain is an indication of..." Jiang Chen hadn't even finished speaking. The old man, who just now had a pained look on his face, instantly tensed his face and snapped up from the ground. With his hands behind his back in a high-profile manner, he said righteously, "I see. How can I say that I didn't feel anything at all just now? That makes sense." Jiang Chen, unbelief? What do you mean? Young man, with that look in your eyes? If you don't believe me, try. With that, the old man took the initiative to extend his leg out and set it in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, and reached out, quickly making a point on the acupoint he had just made. The old man's body trembled and his expression tightened, but the corners of his mouth slowly squeezed out a smile. "It's kinda comfy." Jiang Chen, he changed his palm into a fist, using his knuckles as fingers, and hammered hard against the acupoint. The old man's body trembled violently, clenching his teeth, tears streaming out of his eyes, his mouth still hard. "It doesn't hurt that much." Jiang Chen looked around and borrowed a wooden stick from the side. "Slowly strike a golfing pose." Bang! The wooden stick broke and splinters flew. The air returned to quiet after the blast. The old man's hair was unruffled and he patted his knee as if he were patting ash. The expression was twisted, but the tone was calm. "That's it?" Jiang Chen looked at the old man's tight expression, and then looked down at the half-broken wooden stick in his hand. So back and forth 2 or 3 times. Couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Awesome. Chapter 82, To Save or Not to Save. Jiang Chen was shocked. Nice guy. This old thing is real tough. Faces were twisted in pain and they acted as if nothing had happened. But you're an old man who's half in the ground. So what do you care about that? To this, the old man was silent, just trying to be brave. This scene, falling in the eyes of the onlookers, naturally made them understand the truth of the matter. What the hell? This old man turned out to be pretending. It's a good thing this young man knows something about medicine, or else he'd really be wrongly accused of going to the courthouse. I told you, the old thing doesn't look like a good person. Does the lad take disciples? People are talking, not caring in the slightest how they had spoken out against Jiang Chen a few seconds before. Jiang Chen didn't care either. On the contrary, among the crowd, Lu Qing's expression was slightly complicated. She looked at Cui Yinxiu, who was standing beside Jiang Chen with a proud face at this moment, and remembered that not too long ago, the other party had stood out righteously. Could it be that she really knows more than I do about the Jiang Chen of today? Or maybe just plain blind trust? Lu Qing didn't understand. There was another person who didn't understand as much as she did. That was the old man standing in front of Jiang Chen. Although this action was only his temporary idea, he did not do too much layout beforehand. But all the missions he has accomplished in this life have come from this very improvisation. It's only that you failed this time. There are still plenty of chances behind you. Young man, count yourself lucky. With this in mind, the old man intended to draw away, just about to turn around. Jiang Chen, however, sighed. Alas, old man, I see that it is not easy for you. After saying that, he pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket. Shove it into the old man's hand. Take this money, go and eat something nice, with your hands and feet, and don't ever do anything like this again. The old man froze. The steps that he had intended to take came to a raw halt. Stand still for a moment. For a long time, the bystanders around them had dispersed, and the light was brighter. At some point, Zhao Qingjun, dressed as an old woman, appeared at his side. See? Aha! The old man nodded stiffly, the anchor of silver in his hand coming into view. He was silent, and with a flip of his hand, He put the silver among his sleeves. It was only then that he said thoughtfully, "This time, the old man is somewhat convinced of your previous words. This kid really is some evil in the body." But the old man's slightly narrowed eyes flickered. "That's all. This time I was too careless. I didn't think he would choose to do this." "Well," Zhao Qingjun nodded non-committal, then asked, "How's your leg? I see that he hit pretty hard." "No harm done." The old man clouded over, turned around, his legs gave out and he fell on his ass, as if nothing had happened. He stood up and continued on his way. "No harm done, Zhao Qingjun. So the person really wasn't hit by you. It seems that I misunderstood you in the party." Lu Qing followed Cui Yunxiu's side, and after walking out for a while, she suddenly took the initiative to open her mouth. The words came out of her mouth and she realized with great difficulty. No one responded to her. Yes, the three men walked side by side, but the other two kept quite silent. It was as if they hadn't even heard her. Missy, who had strong self-esteem since she was a child, where could she stand this? Immediately, he said, "You guys are angry that I didn't stand up for Zhengchen just now?" When he finished, he stopped walking and stared at the two men with displeasure. Eyes watched the two take 7 or 8 steps out, as if they hadn't realized she wasn't following. Lu Qing felt a few aggravations in her heart. However, at that moment, Cui Yunxiu turned around and looked at him in surprise. "Miss Lu, why aren't you leaving? Didn't we agree to swim in the lake today?" Jiang Chen also turned his head, puzzled. Did something happen? Lu Qing's pupils shrunk slightly. The most heartbreaking thing in the world isn't really straight-up nastiness. It's when you're drilling your heart out over something, finding out that in fact other people couldn't care less. Everything is self-serving. The Jiang Chen of today didn't even set his eyes on her. Yeah, that's for the best. He's a lousy person anyway, and he's always been so annoyingly attentive to nothing in the past. How nice it is now, not having to put up with his never-ending annoyance. Once today is over, we will know no one. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, stubbornly thinking, ding, detected a person in the neighborhood who is seriously ill and seeking medical attention. Detected that the host's medical skill level is full. Hosts who take the initiative to save their lives will receive 100 righteousness values. Jiang Chen walked on the road and suddenly froze. I can't imagine that the system, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly responded today, and this time it was such a generous offer. He instantly looked around in all directions. Soon, it was noted, not far away, in front of a medical center, there seemed to be a lot of people gathered around. "Doctor, do me a favor and save my mother." In front of the door of the medical center, a shabbily dressed young man was kneeling on the ground, facing the medical center. He kept kowtowing. The words were earnest and hoarse. Behind him, an old woman with gray hair, lying on a simple stretcher made of 2 bamboos, covered with a tattered quilt stained with oil, kept coughing. It sounded like it was coming from a broken bellows. Tattered, short, and feeble, her eyes looked to the sky, her pupils almost about to lose focus. "Doctor, my mother had a sudden attack of malady last night, and I ran to more than 30 medical centers all night long, but not a single person was willing to come to my mother's rescue. I've heard that you, Dr. Meng, are a highly skilled and benevolent healer. Only you can save my mother. Yes, I can't afford to pay for the medicine and I'm at the end of my rope. As long as you are willing to step in and save my mother, I swear to heaven that even if I were an ox or a horse, I would definitely repay your favor." In the face of the earnest words and high expectations of young people, the doctor in the medical center, however, sat inside the door without even the slightest thought of getting up, just with a pair of cold eyes. He looked around at the onlookers outside the door for a week. Suddenly, he sneered, "Kid, are you racking me? Doctor, you are mistaken." The young man heard the meaning and violently smashed his head against the ground again, then stood up and looked around at the bystanders, driven up like mad. "Go away, all of you go away. Don't delay my mother's visit to the doctor." Describes a maniac, like a madman. "Master, is this person not suffering from madness?" In the middle of the medical center, a medical child asked the healer. The healer shook his head slightly, looking at the maddened young man in the doorway. "Child, remember, our medical center has a cross motto, save the urgent, not the poor, save the wicked, not the mad." "What do you mean, master?" "An acute illness can be saved, but a poor one is hard to cure. An evil one can be saved, but a mad one is hard to cure." The healer turned to him and said, "This young man has lied. His mother was not sick on the first day, only that she has been tossed around a lot and has not been able to be cured, and now she is terminally ill. And this young man has a family of 4, no children at his knees, and only one old mother in the hall. The practice of medicine to cure the disease is accompanied by risk. Even if I go out, may not be able to cure. In case of a mistake, smash their own signboard not to mention. This young man will also be therefore evil on me. 100 harms but no benefit." "But master," the medical boy said in disbelief, In the eyes of the public, we are saving lives. Won't we also jeopardize the reputation of our medical center? The doctor smiled. No harm done. Do you know how many years our medical center has been open? 74 years. Not bad. More than 70 years and a reputation built up. How can it be shaken by a mere young man? The medicine boy nodded thoughtfully. Again, I heard the dervish order. Close the door. It is closed for the day and will open again at a later date. Yes, master. The medicine boy told the pavilion's fellows the order. And the fellows, though puzzled, did as they were told. In no time at all, the pavilion was cleaned up and ready to close. And just at this time, a clear voice suddenly rang out. And wait, I have something to say to the healer. Everyone looked around at the sound. Then he saw a young man with outstanding appearance and elegant temperament come out from the crowd. Chapter 83, Curing the Sick in the Way of the World. Who are you to meddle in our business as well? The healer master looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared and frowned slightly. The young man clasped his fists. Unassuming. My name is Yi Ting, a student of the Qingjiang Academy. So it's a scholar. The medical center owner was slightly surprised. The status of a reader, placed in the Great Zhou dynasty, still had some status, although it was still a white body at the moment. But ghosts knew how far the other party's status would climb after an autumn exam and a spring exam. As the saying goes, I am a field house boy in the morning, but I will be in the hall of heaven in the evening. Who also does not know whether a seemingly ordinary scholar, after an autumn exam, will become a big man that ordinary people can hardly reach. At least in the days leading up to the start of the fall exams, readers were treated with considerable courtesy wherever they went, especially the name Yi Ting. He seems to have heard slightly. At that moment, a passerby, off to the side, suddenly came to a realization. Yi Ting, I said, why is that name so familiar? Isn't this that genius from some academy? I've heard of him. He's been unforgettable and knowledgeable since he was a child. And it's rumored that he's a strong contender for the top spot in this year's autumn examination. The gambling house opened a plate not long ago, betting on this year's autumn exam. Our Jiangzhou this autumn exam's leader, of which the people who bought him were the most. What? It's him! Yo! See the living! A voice came from the crowd. Or surprised, or excited. Yi Ting listened to the various types of boasting coming from the surrounding area, in exchange for the previous. His heart, since he could not afford half a ripple. After all, a similar voice has long been accustomed to, but now, such a voice sounded a little raucous to him, because in his heart, at this time, there is already a person of the same age who makes it difficult for him to look up to him. With such a pearl in front of him, how could he dare to call himself a scholar again? Yi Ting shook his head and didn't explain, because what he got in exchange for an explanation was just a humble comment from his mouth. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. He always believed that people like Zhang Chen, who had talent but didn't show it outwardly, would be amazing and soar into the sky in the future. But that was no longer something he could easily see through. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing right. Yi Ting looked at the filial son kneeling on the ground and his dying mother behind him. Another look across the room at the healer sitting leisurely just inside the door of the healer's office. Yi Ting spoke in a deep voice. Master of the medical center, I've often heard that it's the duty of a doctor to save people, so why are you turning patients away? The healer master smiled slightly. The reason is simple. He doesn't have any money. If you are willing to pay this money for him, I would be willing to take a shot for once. Yi Ting was silent. He doesn't have any money either. At this time that young man suddenly exclaimed, as long as the pavilion master is willing to save my mother, I can work for you as an ox. Do whatever it takes and have no regrets. Yi Ting looked at the healer. How about this? The medical center owner's smiling face withdrew and immediately became cold. His life. It's not worth anything. The young man was struck by lightning at his words. When Yi Ting heard this, he also suddenly realized that the healer master was incomprehensible. For a moment, he couldn't speak. At this point the bystanders were pointing fingers. The owner of the medical center was criticized for falling into the eye of money. Without the benevolence of the healer, such a medical center one day have to close down the business. In response, the medical center owner's face didn't change a bit. In that case, wouldn't it be enough to go looking for that healer with a kind heart? I'm not the only medical center in Jiangzhou. The bystanders don't care so much. They just point fingers. The healer shook his head and didn't argue with them. In fact, his medical center, because of the rigid rules, only recognized the money and not people's sake, year after year by the people pointing at the spine spit. But so what? More than 70 years of floundering, but still survived. On the contrary, those medical centers that once claimed to be benevolent healers, saving lives and not taking a single penny, often open less than 3 or 2 years, and then no longer exist. The healer didn't find it ironic, only regrettable. I regret that those people's medical skills are not able to heal the world's people. The master of the medical center pondered for a moment, looked at Yi Ting. You are both readers. Think also understand the reason. no right and wrong. I ask you, if today I will be cured, tomorrow the name of the people who come to seek medical treatment to break through the door of my medical center. How do you want me to refuse it? Yi Ting said without thinking. Since you have medical skills, why reject patients? The master of the medical center smiled coldly. If I don't refuse it, how am I going to eat with several mouths up and down the medical center? Then, Yi Ting was about to argue with it. Suddenly it froze. He realized that he was running out of words. Yeah, well, people have to eat. If today's matter, the medical center owner has set a precedent. Once the word gets out, the people who come to the door to seek medical treatment will be inundated. When there are a lot of people, it creates a big momentum. No one can stop it. In the long run, the medical center will only be unable to make ends meet until it closes down. Although the young man said he was willing to be a cowboy, but what role can an ordinary person who doesn't know the art of healing bring to the medical center? Instead, they flat out eat a mouthful. Yi Ting's heart gave birth to a few moments of sadness. He didn't understand medical skills, but he understood this world. He knew what the healer said was true. That's why it adds to the sadness. When did practicing medicine and saving lives become such a troublesome thing? Yi Ting looked around the room. Kneeling filial son, sick mother, face sad passerby. This is a fact. But tomorrow the patients are scrambling for the patients. And the villain, who occupies the moral high ground to oppress the medical center, is also a predictable fact. At this time, Yi Ting also heard that medical center owner said, I know that you are such a scholar, are mindful of the world, but you see the people sick and suffering. And how do you know? I am not one of the people? Yi Ting was silent. The healer waved his hand. This is the disease of the world. You can't change it. I can't change it. Then what kind of person can actually change? Yi Ting subconsciously asked. The master of the medical center thought for a moment and said, if there is a person with a family of $10,000, rich enough to rival the country, and also has the heart to help the world and save people, and the magical powers, not afraid of any threat to the forces, can be used as a capital, standing in the world for 100 years immortal, this disease can be cured. Yi Ting froze again. How in the world could there be such a person? Yeah, how in the world could such a person exist? Throughout history, people with such a heavenly background must have been detached from the people, so how could they realize the depths of the people's suffering at the bottom? Even though some people experience it and are willing to selflessly give to the people, but how can there be any guarantee that the family will stay that way? So, such a person simply doesn't exist. The healer shook his head. Unless that person is a saint. Therefore, the healer looked to the young man. I am sorry that I cannot cure your mother's illness. The young man was dumbfounded. Yi Ting's conversation with the medical center owner was too advanced for him, who hadn't read any books. So he doesn't understand how his own mother, how she can't be cured. Obviously one is willing to pay for everything. Why don't you give the cure? He looked pleadingly at Yi Ting again. This scholar who was willing to stand up for him just now. But at this moment, he twisted his head away, unwilling to look at him. It made him question. Why are they all afraid to look at me? My mother is dying. Yi Ting's face as he twisted his head away added a few more points of helplessness. He was supposed to see the road and fight for justice. It was unthinkable that the medical center owner would throw him such an insoluble dilemma. The most frightening thing was that he actually felt that what the other party said was not unreasonable. It turns out that after reading for so many years, one is only enabling oneself to understand the problem and, ultimately, is unable to solve it. So what is the use of reading for so many years? In Yi Ting's heart, for the first time, he was shaken by the long road of reading that he had been on for more than 10 years. How in the world can there be such a saint as the other party said? Even if it's yourself, who will become prominent in the future? Will you still be willing to stand out like you are today? The deeper Yi Ting thought about it, the more he felt the horror of the world. Is it not true that all the afflictions of this world are woven together by these insoluble puzzles? At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. What's all this huddle for? Letting the patients lie on the floor? Is this the kind of service you provide? Do you still want to make money? The healer looked around at the sound. Seeing a young man who was even more handsome than Yi Ting's appearance, dressed in plain clothes, walked and stood out from the crowd. He frowned again. Yi Ting also hurriedly looked over and was surprised. Brother Jiang, why are you here too? The medical center owner saw that the two were familiar with each other. I can't help but mutter. Another reader? You're here to persuade me to save people too? I say you bunch of readers are really not finished. One by two. You can't recognize reality. And you always think of inciting others to do things by virtue of your mouth. Jiang Chen, I incited your grandfather. You're still a doctor saving people's lives with this attitude. The medical center owner sneered. I have the ability to practice medicine and cure the sick. Of course I'm a doctor. If you have the ability, you should try opening a medical center as well. When he finished speaking, he thought Jiang Chen would be frozen by his sharp words. Who knew that Jiang Chen actually did consider it seriously for 2 seconds before nodding his head. You have a point. So how much is this medical center of yours? Name your price. I'll buy it. When these words came out, Yi Ting's eyes widened. Brother Jiang Yu. Halfway through his sentence, he froze again. The image of the saint described by the party's medical center owner suddenly took on an outline. Isn't that the one in front of you? Chapter 84, for this medical center. Name your price. How much do you charge for this medical center? Name your price. Lousy bought it. Jiang Chen's light words fell. Everyone in the room was shocked. Many people thought they had heard wrong. There was a flurry of measured looks. This scion has a big mouth. What's his origin? Looking at the dress, it doesn't look like a rich man either. But it's the clothes worn by the woman beside him that look expensive. Yi Ting was also shocked. He knew Jiang Chen's identity, but he didn't expect the other party to be capricious to this extent when it came to spending money. Brother Jiang, you. Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop what Yi Ting was about to say. With just an expression as if nothing had happened, he looked at the healer. Make an offer. It'll be the most profitable deal of your life. Before I change my mind. The medical center owner looked at Jiang Chen in a simple dress, but said such bottomless words. A moment of hesitation. The family medical center has been passed down for 3 generations, but haven't really estimated an exact price. And in the moment, it was clear that the other side was not going to give themselves any more time to make a detailed inventory. In other words, the other party was really giving him a chance to make a lion's share of the money. The medical center owner looked Jiang Chen up and down, and a few moments of contempt couldn't help but show in his eyes. This man must not know anything about medicine. If he is clear about those, he will never dare to open such a mouth. Although the store of his own medical center was small, the most expensive thing was not this store, but the medicines inside. There are some treasured medicines that cost quite a bit more than even the same weight of gold. 100 taels. As long as you can come up with 100 taels. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. Alright, deal. No, you didn't hear me out. Seeing how quickly Jiang Chen agreed, the medical center owner couldn't help but curl up a few smiles at the corners of his mouth. What I said, but it's gold. Okay, deal. Still the same voice without the slightest hesitation. It was as if there was no difference between 100 taels of gold and 100 taels of dung. To the owner of this voice, the face of a pavilion owner finally changed. He had casually quoted a shocking number, trying to make the other party know what to do. But I didn't want the other side to say yes. Wait. I just said it wrong. 200 taels. 200 taels of gold. Jiang Chen didn't even blink an eyelid. Alright, deal. Agreed again? The medical center owner's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He felt like a rustic, conversing with a rich man, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed the barrenness of his cognition. He gritted his teeth and held out 3 fingers. 300 taels. Alright, deal. Jiang Chen cocked his head and looked at the other party with interest. The medical center owner was completely confused. He couldn't help but look aside to the healer's boy. How much do I have to drive to get it right? The medical boy was also confused. Master, are you really planning to sell it? Jiang Chen said indifferently. 300 taels of gold. Sure. No change? Seeing that the medical center owner was silent, Jiang Chen reached out and touched a bunch of silver bills from his pocket, counting up the number. The medical center owner who saw the scene had his eyes straightened. No, I thought you were kidding me. You're really rich. The medical hall owner finally realized at this moment that this young man on the opposite side of the room was really not joking with himself. He's really considering buying himself out of this family heirloom. And one's own offer is but a drop in the bucket for the other side. When did Jiang Zhou produce such a loser? All the passers-by on the sidelines, their mouths grew wide. They watched Jiang Chen's skillful posture of counting money. The concepts in his head were shocked to the core. They knew that rich people were rich, but when they vaguely saw the silver bills with several digits written on them in Jiang Chen's hands, it still felt like a pang of unreality. Any one of these is a number that they would not necessarily be able to earn if they spent their entire lives. Now in the hands of this young man, it was as if it was a waste of paper. Grabbing a handful at random from his body, even Lu Qing, who was a man of great wealth and grew up in a 5-entry mansion, was confused by the handful of silver bills that Jiang Chen suddenly pulled out. You dude, do you usually spend money like this all the time? Jiang Chen glanced back at her and said strangely, right now, human lives are at stake. Is that what you guys care about? Jiang Chen finished. Everyone then realized something with a jolt. Jiang Chen really didn't seem to be here to deliberately show off how rich he was with them. Their eyes went to the open space in the center. There a young man froze on his knees, and behind him, his mother was dying. It seemed like Jiang Chen was determined to come forward for this matter, right? In an instant, a complex emotion could not help but arise in everyone's hearts. The natural hostility toward the rich and powerful and the inherent impression that they are unkind to the rich have faded a lot. Good job, young man. In the crowd. I don't know who shouted this first. The rest of the group responded. Support. First time I've seen such a kind-hearted rich boy. Serves you right for being rich. We should really show those playboys who spend their days hanging out in greenhouses and committing crimes. That's right. The other day I heard that there was an evil young man who robbed the people's girls. If he could be like you, the world would not be at peace. Villain. Forcibly robbed civilian daughter. Not far away. In the crowd, an old man and a peasant woman saw this scene. The old man was suspicious in his heart. Are you sure? He is that Zhang family. Zhao Qingjun slanted a glance at him. There can't be a mistake. I've been here for almost half a month. I'm not so bad that I would even get the mission objective wrong. The old man lapsed into silence. Zhao Qingjun couldn't help but say, even so, are you still planning to make a move? The two of them followed Jiang Chen all the way. The old man did not give up on using Jiang Chen as a breakthrough in his mission. He had planned to find an opportunity to throw dirt on Jiang Chen, slandering that it was Jiang Chen who had poisoned the young man's mother that caused the other to fall ill. But right now, the old man is in hesitation. Whether the original plan is still to be implemented. For a long time, he slowly said, people can never suddenly, such a big change. He was originally a dude. Do not think of the good, now suddenly do good deeds. If not acting to hide people's ears, must have a greater scheme. Zhao Qingjun pondered for a moment and asked, by performing good deeds, what can he gain? The old man spoke slowly, uttering two words, fame. For the court, a beautiful and infamous Jiang family is far trickier than an infamous one. Zhao Qingjun froze and fell into deep thought. The old man at this time added, but you can rest assured, even if he Jiang family from this point onwards to repair the reputation, but also will not change its end. At most, to slow down the time of its destruction is just, unless what? Zhao Qingjun subconsciously asked. The old man coldly said, unless there is someone in this Jiang family who really possesses the talent of warping the heavens and the earth, and can bring his majesty greater gains than opening this Jiangzhou treasury. Zhao Qingjun was silent for a moment and said, what if this Jiang Chen really has such talent? Chapter 85, A Little Poison. The old man laughed and shook his head. Thinking of something, he looked at Zhao Qingjun again, meaning to say, the world's talented people, like the crucian carp in the river, countless. Zhao Ji, you have the king of Luo's appreciation and fortunate to get the official body, or do not put too narrow vision, otherwise it will only be in vain to miss the future. When Zhao Qingjun heard this, he immediately glared. Old man Yang, what do you mean? Do you think I'm looking at Jiang Chen and have my own selfishness to speak for him? Having said that, he didn't wait for the other party to reply. Zhao Qingjun suddenly became annoyed and took 2 steps back and forth, desperately scratching his head twice, and then immediately began to mumble in rapid speech. Indeed, my reorder, about Jiang Chen's content, is mentioned more, but those things, are really real, does not contain half a fabrication. Those old guys from the Delizy actually slandered me just like that. No, I have to send a letter to His Majesty. Pissed off auntie. In response, old man Yang just laughed. Those few old guys in your mouth. The slanders against you can be even more exaggerated than this. What? Zhao Qingjun said. What did they say about me? Su Laoer's lips opened and closed, uttering 2 words. Mutiny. Zhao Qingjun froze. Then this rumor is. Again, Elder Su's eyes shifted away. The king said so. Outrageous. Zhao Qingjun's eyes instantly turned red. No, I have to return to the capital immediately. If you go back now, you won't be able to see Prince Luo. What do you mean? Because the king has already departed, personally down to Jiangnan. In a few days, will arrive in Jiangzhou. Old man Yang leisurely said, if you don't want the king to be disappointed in you, the fall exam, or will also be your mission this time, the final deadline. Prince Luo, he's coming to Jiangzhou in person? Zhao Qingjun was stunned for a long time. Also falling into silence was the medical center owner who was sitting in the middle of the medical center a little farther away. He heard the sound of the people crowding around him, all because, the young man in front of him, threw down 300 taels of gold to buy his family's medical center as well. And not so long ago, it was happening that he refused to have money for patients like this. The young man who was kneeling on the ground, after freezing for a long time, finally realizing that the plainly dressed, suspiciously wealthy gentleman in front of him, who looked like he had some kind of weird fetish, was really planning to save his mother. He should know what he should do in this matter even if he is stupid. Both knees were still kneeling on the ground, only to turn around and make a gesture to kowtow to Jiang Chen, head banging down while tears of excitement came to his eyes. Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you, Your Grace. Jiang Chen's heart was not in the right place. He hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, saying, the kneeling of a filial son and the tears of the closest relative are all things that are received with shame. You must not kneel me, Get up first. The young man didn't dare to slack off and scrambled to get up. Jiang Chen pointed at the medical center again and said, "Put your mother on your back and go in first." "Yes." The healer master was silent for a long time before he finally looked at Jiang Chen. Disbelief flowed from his eyes. "Even if you buy the medical center, what use can it be? There is no corresponding medical skills, and there is no way to." Jiang Chen helped the woman on the ground onto the young man's back while faintly saying, "That's not for you to worry about." The healer sighed, his expression suddenly showing a bit of fatigue. Finally it was, "Come in, all of you." Jiang Chen listened to his tone and looked at his expression. A few suspicions arose, sensing that something seemed a little off. However, he didn't do much thinking about it, and all the troubles that hindered him from completing the system mission. It was just a matter of dealing with them. Taking a direct step ahead, he entered the medical center. As the medical boy guided him, he soon came to a room inside. Now, the passers-by outside would no longer know what was going on inside. The owner of the medical center brought tea to Jiang Chen. Several people and moved their seats, and immediately afterward, directly opened his mouth. "To be honest with you guys, this medical center, I won't sell it, and I can't cure the old man's this disease." When the young man heard this, he became anxious on the spot. It was so hard for him to see hope, only to have it snuffed out so mercilessly by the healer. Anger instantly rushed to his head, loudly taunting the medical center owner in question. "On what grounds? Didn't you say you could cure it with money? Now you're changing your mind." "I see." He gritted his teeth. "You just want to see my mother die. You just want to kill my mother." The owner of the medical center sighed. Then his expression remained unchanged, saying, "Young man, I haven't finished my words. This disease of your mother, in fact, it's not that I don't want to cure, but I really can't cure it. But in this Jiangzhou, there are people who are willing to cure it, and won't ask for your money either." "What?" The young man was confused. "What do you mean?" Lu Qing and Cui Yunxiu both looked at each other. Yi Ting's eyes flickered twice. "Does it mean?" Jiang Chen was calm, but a few moments of curiosity showed in his eyes. Immediately after that, the medical center dweller then told the hidden secrets of this place in one breath. A while ago, a healer came to Jiangzhou, claiming to be the heir to the Sage of Healing, wanting to open a medical clinic in Jiangzhou, which would have been nothing to be ashamed of. But that man's tone was too wild, claiming that all but him in this Jiangzhou are quacks, and wanting the head of the Myriad Hands Hall to step aside and give way. Myriad Hands Hall? Jiang Chen caught the keyword. Lu Qing, who was at the side, explained, that Myriad Hands Hall is a hall that all the medical halls in Jiangzhou have joined together to form a hall, and its hallmaster is recognized as the first in medical skills amongst the apricot groves of Jiangzhou, and is known as the medical man. Hearing the explanation, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and looked at the healer master. "Go on." The master of the medical center sighed and continued. "Although the medical man is old and has not been in charge for many years, he has been so disparaged by a scion that his face naturally could not bear it, and he vetoed the matter in one breath. Not only that, but it also prohibits the other party from opening a medical center in Jiangzhou." The medical center owner said, and then sighed, "This is the beginning of this farce. An outsider, even though he claims to have excellent medical skills, but after offending all the local medical centers, it can be difficult to establish himself in this Jiangzhou again. But on the contrary, that outsider, not only is he highly skilled in medicine, he has also mastered the exquisite art of poison making." "How?" Yi Ting asked busily. The healer sneered twice. The man then went among the people, picking people at random to poison. "But on the contrary, those several kinds of poisons are still unheard of by us, so naturally there is no way to begin to cure them." The young man blushed and looked aside to his mother. "Are you saying that my mother is not sick, but poisoned? Not bad." The healer master sighed again. "I can only say that that man is indeed worthy of being a madman, and he does have the capital to be mad. This poison, which we've never seen or heard of before, there is no way to cure it. Surprisingly, there is still this matter. This kind of person is worthy of being a doctor?" Lu Qing on the side seemed to have heard a heavenly fantasy. There was actually such a heartless person in the world? She immediately filled with righteous indignation. "That guy is simply lawless. Don't any of you want to go to the police? As long as you report to the police." The words were not finished, but were interrupted by a frown from Cui Yunxiu. "I'm afraid it's not that I don't want to, but I can't report it to the police." "Why?" Lu Qing twisted her head to look at Cui Yunxiu. "To do something so harmful to heaven and earth. Do you still want to condone him to continue to get away with it?" Cui Yunxiu looked at the young man's mother to the side and said while pondering, "Because once the police are reported to the authorities and that person is arrested, these people who have already been poisoned will only be left to die." Lu Qing froze. Just then I heard the medical center owner say, "This girl is right. That's what that guy had in mind. And these poisons that he put down, only he himself has the antidote. And the families of these patients, in the end, will also still beg for his head to go. At that time, he will step in to detoxify the patients. Before that, all the medical centers in Jiangzhou will lose their reputation because they can't cure the disease. Instead, it's his family's medical center that will become famous because of it. When the medical center master finished speaking, Yi Ting directly couldn't help but lose his voice and said, "What an outlawed scheme." He looked at the healer master. "So what you told me earlier was all nonsense. This is the truth, isn't it?" The healer master's brows were lowered, and a hint of self-deprecation spread across the corners of his mouth. "I'm just saving the last bit of face that I have as a healer. It's laughable, isn't it?" Saying that, he remembered something else, looked at Jiang Chen, and smiled bitterly. "Of course, this last bit of face has been completely lost under this one's money, Jiang Chen, but there's nothing more to it." The medical center owner put away his self-deprecation and bitterness, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. "It is indeed that my skills are inferior to those of others, and not only me, but all of the bone setters in this Jiangzhou have long since lost their face. The causes and consequences of this matter, I have finished with you. This time, you should always let me go. I won't sell the medical center, what the ancestors left behind, no more broken or small, not so much as to use it for money. However, I see this gentleman's righteousness in my eyes, so if you have any minor illnesses in the future, feel free to patronize this medical center." Jiang Chen, that's what a doctor would say. A few people around all heard the meaning of sending off from the words of the medical center owner, but none of them moved a single step. The atmosphere seemed a little dull. It was a feeling of helplessness as you watched evil things being done and you could do nothing about it. Several people were students of Qingjiang Academy, and since childhood, they were taught that readers should be upright and righteous. It was too much of a mess to just leave. The medical center owner was also very helpless when he saw that a few people were still not far from leaving. "What can you do even if you stay here?" He had no choice but to revert to that indifferent expression and said, "Several people, if there's nothing else, it's better to please return." As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a kind laugh from the side. Meh. When the medical center owner looked over, he saw Jiang Chen picking up the tea in front of the table and blowing on it while saying, "Don't be in a hurry. If you don't drink the tea, it won't be a waste. What more do you want?" The healer lifted his head, breathless. Jiang Chen drank the tea in one go and put down the teacup. Getting up, he began to survey the interior of the medical center as if it were nothing. Walk over to the wall and pick up the wall of medicine cabinets. Repeat the action of opening and putting back. Look at the healer's eyelids fluttering. "I didn't sell the medical center to you. Don't treat it like your own home. If you do that again, I'll take back what I said before." However, he saw that Jiang Chen was unmoved, and even turned his back to lazily look at him. Only his lilting voice reached the healer's ears. "A medical center that can't even cure this little poison. That really doesn't make people interested in coming back to patronize it." Chapter 86. Do you admit that you gave me this poison? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the healer's hall owner was first stunned. Gradual response. It only felt like Jiang Chen was mocking himself and was standing as an outsider. This feeling of being dismissed by an outsider in one's area of specialization is something intolerable for anyone. Thus, he exploded on the spot. "Do you think that being able to practice medicine means that you are omnipotent? If so, wouldn't there be so many sick people in the world? Not to mention that this person is not sick, but poisoned. There are countless strange poisons in the world, and there are even more schools of medicine, and almost every time you change places, a completely different school evolves." The man was an outsider, and brought with him poisons that we had never seen before. The more he said, the more indignant the healer became. And why hasn't he made an effort to do so? That didn't work either. Why else would you turn away patients? Jiang Chen's light words, in his opinion, were typical of standing on his feet. Yes, 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 you're rich, you're well-intentioned, pretentious, you're marvelous. Come and cure it if you can. The healer master's chest rose and fell violently, and his appearance was furious. But in the end, still considering Jiang Chen's status that he obviously couldn't afford to offend, he forcibly suppressed his anger and said, even if a medical doctor were to come in person, he would still be powerless in the face of this poison. So why are you being sarcastic? After listening to the healer master's catharsis, Jiang Chen finally turned around and looked at the other party in surprise. I just casually said that. What are you so excited about? I'm not excited. The healer shouted in excitement as he blew up again. Still saying no. Jiang Chen pointed at him and looked at the others. The medical librarian. He could sort of see that Jiang Chen was deliberately opening his mouth to talk about himself, so he resolutely kept his mouth shut and stopped talking. Only his eyes looked at Jiang Chen, revealing a few points of dissatisfaction. Rather, it was Cui Yunxiu on the side who suddenly remembered something. Jiang Chen, could it be that you have a way to cure the poison she's suffering from? Of course I have a way. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and looked at Cui Yunxiu, winking. You should have believed me a long time ago. Seeing this, Cui Yinxiu's pretty face slightly reddened. Indeed, she had seen Jiang Chen's medical skills before. After all, it was only a while ago that she had witnessed the incident where Jiang Chen had detoxified Zhao Qingjun, which, of course, included writing her ribs for her. In her opinion, Jiang Chen's medical skills were naturally excellent, but no concepts have been developed better than a beginner like her. No doubt. However, it hadn't occurred to him to compare Jiang Chen to a person like the medical hall master who relied on his medical skills for a living. Now looking at Jiang Chen's confident appearance, Zhao Qingjun's heart could not help but be shocked. Could it be that Jiang Chen's level of medical skills is still above this medical hall master? No, that's still not very rigorous. If Jiang Chen really did get me out of the poison that this man was in, then there is no one in Jiangzhou who can match that level of medical skill. What a big talker. While Cui Yinxiu was thus shocked in her heart, the medical center owner on the side directly snorted out coldly. He looked at Jiang Chen and rebuked nonchalantly. Do you think practicing medicine and healing is some kind of nonsense? How dare you boast about it? Lu Qing also spoke out at this moment. She was very puzzled. In front of this poison, all the people of Jiangzhou Myriad Hands Hall are helpless. Could it be that your medical skills can be even more brilliant than theirs? Yi Ting, who was not far away, thought about it, but did not say anything. He had seen all of Jiang Chen's wonders as early as when he was at the Qingjiang Academy, knowing that he was far above himself, a true genius, a wizard, or even an all-rounder. It made him unable to even entertain the slightest thought of comparing himself. At that level of the field, it wasn't strange for Jiang Chen to say that he knew anything. It is the standard of his medical skills. In the end, how? This is not good to say. Yi Ting had doubts in his heart, and looked at the dying mother on the young man's back for a few moments. Let's hope Jiang Chen can really cure her poison. The medical center owner heard that the women who came with Jiang Chen were questioning him, and in his heart, he further decided that Jiang Chen was just an amateur who didn't know anything. With a cold smile, he then asked towards Jiang Chen again. Since you said that you also know medical skills, you might as well tell us who you learned from? Mastership? Jiang Chen froze slightly. I don't have a mentor. So you're self-taught? The medical center owner asked again. So how many years have you been practicing medicine? A few years? Hearing this question, Jiang Chen seriously broke his hands and counted. 10 fingers were quickly exhausted, and it didn't seem to be enough. The healer was slightly surprised. 10 years? Jiang Chen shook his head. 10 days. The medical librarian. Come on, busted. Total amateurs. What's 10 days enough for? You can't read half a medical book, right? And without the guidance of a famous doctor, I guess I can't even recognize what level I'm really at. The medical hall master sighed, and was no longer so tit for tat, but instead showed a few moments of understanding as he looked at Jiang Chen. Young man, I know that you are eager to save people and are willing to pay, but the matter of medicine is vast and profound, and is far from being as simple as you think. It is no longer for you or I to interfere in this matter. The medical director's words fell. A flailing voice then sounded outside the door. Well said. To come out and learn others to cure and save people without learning the art of medicine. Not to mention harming people's lives, but also smashing the master's signboard. Such a person, to say quackery, is a light word. The healer's hall master sniffed and looked away, his face suddenly changing. He swished to his feet and pointed at the other man, his fingers trembling uncontrollably with rage. Who let you in? Again, he shouted angrily toward the door. Ko-Ike. The medical child called Shao Qi poked his head out, looking a bit aggrieved. Master, is not that I intentionally wanted to let him in, just now came 2 old people. When I went to greet them, this person took the opportunity to unreasonably barge in. The medical center owner gritted his teeth and said, Cunning, I've told 1,000 times. I've told 1,000 times. This man and the dog. Okay, pavilion master bye. What's the point of being angry with a small child? I'm such a big man. I'm going to walk in. How can a small child stop me? The visitor laughed and added, What's more, you can still have patients here, waiting for me to save them. With that, he looked down at the woman carried on the young man's back, his expression smiling, and that young man, at this moment, also guessed what was going on through the healer master's demeanor and the saber-rattling atmosphere between the two. This man was more than likely the alien healer mentioned by several people before. It was you, who poisoned my mother. Oh, the visitor looked around and realized that everyone was looking at him with hostility on their faces, so he looked at Pavilion Master Bai again and smiled slightly. It seems that all of you have heard certain slanderous words against me. Ah, as a healer, how could I do such a disgraceful thing? Chao Xingji, you fart, Pavilion Master Bai agitatedly said. This poison has never appeared before in Jiangzhou, and as soon as it appeared you claimed to have found the antidote to it, so it is obvious that this poison was brought by you, a foreigner. Hey, Chao Xingji looked at him with contempt. What kind of reasoning is this? You can't cure the diseases and poisons that you can't cure yourselves. So you think that I'm just as incompetent as you are? It's a bit too arrogant, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, Pavilion Master Bai's face instantly became difficult to see. You are shameless. Seeing this scene, Chao Xingji laughed out loud. The more wretched the opponent was, the happier he was. When I first came to Jiangzhou and you and other quacks worked together to ostracize me, did you ever think of today? Chao Xingji froze just as he finished his words, for at that moment, an old man and a peasant woman suddenly burst through the door. The dress is plain and very unassuming, but as soon as the two rushed in, they went straight for the poisoned old woman. Hey, what are you guys going to do to my mom? The young man was startled. The old man smiled faintly and said in relief, Don't worry, we're all healers. We heard about your mother's matter and that's why we came over to take a look. So it is, the young man hurriedly said. Then you guys quickly take a look at my mother. He was carrying his mother on his back and naturally knew that his mother's health was deteriorating and her breathing was getting weaker. And all these people who know how to heal, each one of them is there to shoot their mouths off and not even look at his mother. There was also something in his mind that was disconcerting. Two healers suddenly appeared here, so of course he didn't dare to slack off. Hurriedly, he asked the two of them to see his mother for him. The old man and the farmer's wife exchanged glances, then began to pretend to start checking up on the young man's mother. A few breaths later, the old man looked to the peasant woman. It's poisoning. Yes, poisoned indeed. Who the hell poisoned them? So unconscionable. After completing this conversation, the two men barely hesitated and looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. Slurring, we suspect that you poisoned this old man, and we also ask you to speak to us. Now, as they spoke, the two put down the young man's mother on the spot and headed in Jiang Chen's direction, their movements not hesitating in the slightest. Young man? Jiang Chen? Both of them were a bit confused, especially Jiang Chen. This is not exactly the same old dang not long ago to touch his own. This is what the drama? That said, this is a naked slander, right? It's obviously running at you. Jiang Chen felt that things seemed a bit bad and was about to say a few words in defense. Who knew that Chao Xingji had spoken before him? I wondered who it was, but it turns out to be two more quacks. Two unseen fresh faces. I think they are also the same kind of people who rely on the old as that so-called medical man. With that, he laughed out loud. That's right, even if that poison was given by me. So what? The fact that you can't cure it doesn't mean that your medical skills are below mine? If that's the case, then what qualifications do you have to rank seniority and discuss seniority in front of me? Jiang Chen, the old man and the farmer's wife. These two were none other than Zhao Qingjun and Old Man Su. The two were originally running to defame Jiang Chen, regardless of anything else. However, halfway there, he stopped alive because of Chao Xingji's words. Uncharacteristically, he looked at him. The peasant woman asked, Did you just say that this poison was given by you? Chao Xingji crossed his arms and laughed. If you guys are happy to think so what if you just pretend it was me? What can you do about it? Can you cure it? At those words, both the old man and Zhao Qingjun's faces were a bit ugly. Chao Xingji thought that they were exasperated by his words. The heart added to the complacency. He was looking down from the bottom of his heart on this group of old bonesetters with mediocre medical skills but arrogant as hell. Immediately, he said, If you can't save the people, get out of my way, and I'll show you my hand, so you'll know what's the real thing. He didn't finish his sentence. The old man and peasant woman in front of them suddenly shook themselves to one side and removed their outer garments, revealing the official clothes inside. Since you've already admitted that you gave this poison, then come with us to the yamen. As the words fell, more than a dozen officials drilled out in all directions, each with a cold expression, and surrounded him. This is not right. Chao Xingji was dumbfounded, confused by this sudden burst of activity. Chapter 87. I told you I know a little something about medicine. It's not right. It's not right at all. The people of Chao Xing were dumbfounded. He looked at Old Man Su and Zhao Qingjun in front of him and let out a furious roar. Who are you to arrest me? Su Lauer also said angrily. Just because you poisoned the people, isn't it all your stupid pig's own doing? Chao Xingji was furious. The old man was more angry than he was. Grandmas, it's a shame he deliberately made such a big show this time. For what? Isn't it just to find a reason to arrest Jiang Chen? Even if that was outright framing, as long as Jiang Chen was gotten to the court, he would have to be ambushed even if he had the greatest skills in the world. Old Man Su had this confidence that if something happened to Jiang Chen, the Jiang family would rebel. The series of events that followed naturally followed. Seeing as how things are on the verge of working out, at the critical moment, but out of nowhere, a stupid pig came and claimed that he had given the poison. That's a lot of catching. There's not even a reason for it. We'll just have to take this stupid pig back first and find another reason afterward. Arrest them and take them back. Su Lauer greeted. More than a dozen officials immediately took action. Running at Chao Xingji is bullying up. Chao Xingji still wanted to resist, but in the confusion, he was kicked in the back of his knee socket by someone, and snapped and fell to his knees in a sorry state. Cold sweat beaded up and was honest. In a few breaths of effort, he was bound tightly, unable to move. This was so fast that it caused Jiang Chen to smack his lips. Elder Su looked back at Jiang Chen and calmed down a little, but a few moments of gravity flashed in his eyes. What a Jiang family! What a Jiang Chen! It had been impossible for him not to stare, not for him not to square up to the heir of this rebel family. All of his plans were improvised, but he was defused twice in a row, saying that these were all coincidences. Su Lauer would not believe it. He preferred to believe that from the very beginning, Jiang Chen had, in his heart, the backbone to cope with all of this. No wonder Zhao Qingjun has been so long. The task has not been completed. Su Lauer at this time, he was also finally able to understand one or two. He guessed that this Chao Xingji was the dead servant that Jiang Chen had set up by his side to expose himself to take the blame for him at any time. There was no telling how many such dead guards were around Jiang Chen. Su Lauer's mind finalized, deciding that a more detailed plan was set to be formulated afterwards. But right now there is still some anger. Another hard kick to Chao Xingji. Bing honest. Chao Xingji. I didn't move around either. Snap. Another kick from Su Lauer. How dare you talk back when you're going to be a prisoner. Chao Xingji. Snap. Another kick from Su Lauer. Chao Xingji. I didn't say anything. Su Lauer grunted. You must be unconvinced in your heart. Chao Xingji. Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear at the sight of this scene. He wasn't stupid, and from the moment Su Lauer shook off his official identity, he guessed what was going on. The other party was supposed to be running towards him. It was only by mistake that this Chao Xingji stepped forward and took the fall for him. Jiang Chen cast a grateful gaze toward Chao Xingji. In response, Chao Xingji only felt puzzled and even wanted to laugh a little. His gaze went to the young man and then to Elder Su, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Okay, you guys just take me. You're still posing as a kid? Su Lauer blew his beard and glared, and was planning to clean up Chao Xingji's feet again. Who knows? Suddenly an anxious voice came from the side. You can't take him. All look away. The voice was from the young man. With his mother still on his back and his face pale as a sheet, he reiterated. You can't take him. If you take him, there will be no one to cure my mother. This. Su Lauer then realized why Chao Xingji had suddenly become so emboldened. He immediately looked at Chao Xingji. You poisoned him. Quickly give the antidote. Detoxification? Chao Xingji let out a sardonic laugh. They're all about to arrest me, and they're still asking me to cure the poison for them. Where in the world is such a good thing? Ha 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 ha. Arrest me. Several officials. As long as you arrest me, this old man will live another half day at most. Ha 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 ha. Chao Xingji, seeing that things were happening as he had expected, let out a loud laugh like a madman. Two adults. This. An official saw that things were a bit off, and hurriedly ran to Zhao Qingjun and Su Lauer and said. Old man Su and Zhao Qingjun exchanged glances. Both realized how tricky things were. If they take Chao Xingji on the spot, the old man will be hopeless. If they let Chao Xingji go, what will happen to the majesty of the government if word gets out? Damn! Su Lauer couldn't imagine that instead of accomplishing the purpose of the operation, he had incurred such a thorny problem. It feels like the head is bigger. And listen to the way of Chao Xing. It's okay, there's no need to be embarrassed. Officer, I'm the one who poisoned. My crime is punishable by death. Please be impartial in your investigation, Chao Xingji said, and couldn't help but laugh himself. Ha 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 ha. There are several people besides this old man. Ha 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 ha. No one will be able to cure them when I go into the prison. Chao Xingji, Pavilion Master Bai couldn't help but shout. If you still have some medical ethics, you should hurry up and remove the poison for the patient. The interested officials will still be able to deal with him lightly. Chao Xingji just laughed and looked at him, suddenly spitting a mouthful of saliva on by Pavilion Master's face. What kind of righteousness are you pretending with me at this time? Wasn't I forced to come to this point by you all? A bunch of quacks who only misuse people and don't think about change. Even after a few more decades, your medical skills won't be able to catch up with the hair on my head. Master, the medical boy, Shao Qi, fetched the paper and handed it to the white Pavilion Master. The white librarian took it and wiped the drool off his face. The face was hard to see. How did it come to this? He doesn't understand. But he knew, at this moment, he had to do something. Otherwise, several innocent patients will lose their lives. He had practiced medicine and saved people for half his life, and was used to seeing life and death, and the ugliness of the world when confronted with it. But as a result, the weight of life is felt more and more. It's true that practicing medicine can't save the world from this bad world, but those who can be saved by themselves, if they don't go to save them, they will have a bad conscience. He took a deep breath and looked at Chao Xingji, finally slowing down his tone, even bringing a few hints of pleading with him. What exactly would it take for you to be willing to detoxify these people? Humph! Chao Xingji let out a cold snort, and also finally put away that hideous smile, and looked seriously at Pavilion Master Bai. I want you to kneel down towards me. I want the medical man to abdicate and give way to the virtuous. I want this Jiangzhou medical department, all of them to serve me first. Can you promise me? The white librarian lowered his head. I can't promise, Chao Xingji despised. Then let them wait for death. While the white pavilion master was hesitating, the young man beside her suddenly flopped to the ground with a soft thud, along with her mother on her back, and let out a muffled grunt of pain as a result. The white pavilion master mechanically turned his head and saw the young man holding one of his legs, tilting his head, sniveling. Promise him, please promise him, this is all I have left of my mother. The white pavilion master's head buzzed. In an instant, countless memories came flooding back. Please, save my father. Doctor, how long do I have to live? Doctor, do me a favor. Doctor, please save my daughter-in-law. Doc, please. Doc. The white pavilion master's body swayed, almost on the verge of becoming unsteady. It was as if there were countless dead souls, pressing down on his shoulders. It left him without a shred of strength to stand again. I answer. Just as the white pavilion master's entire body was about to be crushed, a strong hand, suddenly reaching out from the side, held him up. It made him unable to get to his knees in any way. He craned his head. Then a gentle but strong voice was heard. There's no need to kneel. This kind of person isn't worth having someone kneel. But, like I said, I know a little bit about medicine. Chapter 88, to the face. The words that sounded only ridiculous earlier were now heard in the ears of the white pavilion master. And yet there was an inexplicable urge to believe it. But he resisted the urge, because he knew that it was just an illusion he had created under pressure. It's like a drowning person who sees a life-saving straw and instinctively wants to grab it. Nonetheless, he was grateful to Jiang Chen, because the other guy had given himself this ride and a reprieve. He was able to take a break from the oppressive feeling he felt just now, and calmly scrutinize his gains and losses. Pavilion Master Bai looked deeply at Jiang Chen. Lowering his head, he said, "Many thanks, but this matter is a matter of the apricot grove of Jiangzhou, and has nothing to do with you, so it is better to leave it to me to resolve." Jiang Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something. Across the room, however, there was a sudden snort of laughter. Ha 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 ha, a little bit of medicine? Chao Xingji's eyes narrowed slightly, looking toward Jiang Chen. It was the first time since he had entered the room that he had set his eyes on the postulant. The model was handsome, and he looked magnificent. But, accordingly, he was young. Chao Xingji laughed. Could it be that you are a healer as well? Interesting, but I wasn't even out of school when I was your age. Just so you know. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Chen looked at him calmly. Night suddenly. These two ordinary words came out of Jiang Chen's mouth and traveled to Chao Xingji's ears. It was as if a bolt of lightning had instantly crossed Chao Xingji's mind. It made him say half of what he was saying and never say it again. Chao Xingji's eyes snapped open. It was as if he had heard the unthinkable. What? He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously and asked after him. Say that again. What did you just say? Jiang Chen, however, shook his head and stopped paying attention to him, just letting go of the equally dumbfounded white pavilion master. He turned around, walking towards the medicine shelf behind him. Chao Xingji, who saw this scene, suddenly struggled frantically, trying to break free from the ropes on his body. He defiantly yelled at Jiang Chen's back. What did you just say? Say those two words you just said again. It can't be. It can't be. How did you know? How the hell did you know that? However, at this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to treat him as if he was air. No matter how vocal he was, he did not give any semblance of a response. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but look at each other, puzzled. What's wrong? What did Jiang Chen say just now? It made him react so much. Lu Qing was puzzled. I didn't hear it either. Yi Ting shook his head. It seems like, two words, industry something. Cui Yunxiu tried to recall. Among the crowd, Zhao Qingjun was the only one who had just heard those two words because his attention was on Jiang Chen. Combine that with Chao Xingji's reaction, she vaguely guessed the truth. Taking a deep breath, his expression relaxed, said to himself, it seems that he already has a way to deal with it. With a twist of his head, he ordered in a cold voice, men, take this evil doctor who poisoned the people into custody. As Zhao Qingjun's words fell, Chao Xingji, who had previously been emboldened by this, was now frantically resisting. No, you can't arrest me. I am the disciple of the Sage of Healing. I'm here to help the world. You have captured me. No one will be able to cure the poison of these people. You guys are killing people. You can't arrest me. This kid just knows the name of the poison. So what? Could he still know the antidote to the poison? It's still up to me to cure this poison. That's right. I'm the only one who knows how to cure the poison. Chao Xingji shouted defiantly. He was genuinely panicking. This young scion was actually able to name the poison. He used a name that not many people should have known. You guys let me go. I'll cure the poison for them. He attempted to use this last card of his for a way out. However, The next sound that came out of Jiang Chen once again dealt him a heavy blow. Only Jiang Chen's back was turned to him. A few words were spat out smoothly and briefly as he fumbled around on that medicine shelf. Cistanch, 2 cents. Yellow Dock, 1 penny. Forsythia, 3 cents. One after another, the names of the medicines, as well as the dosages, spat out from Jiang Chen's mouth. Chao Xingji stiffened. Not a single movement. It wasn't until Jiang Chen finished speaking that a deep puzzlement surfaced in his eyes. This person's mouth reads out. Surprisingly, it's the formula for the antidote. Though there were a few of the medicines that were different from what he knew was on the prescription. However, Chao Xingji's level of medical skill was not weak, and he could easily tell that the few herbs that deviated did not affect the composition of the antidote. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Chao Xingji was about to go crazy. There was actually someone in this Jiangzhou who was able to recognize this poison that he had brought. Not only that, the other party actually knew the antidote formula for this poison. In this way, he had lost his last card in front of this group of officials. What will greet him will be a prison sentence. But, that's just not possible. Even though Chao Xingji had scratched his head, he had never even thought about the possibility of things developing this way. This poison, called Night Sudden, was something that he had followed his master and unearthed from amongst an ancient relic. This poison has been lost for a long time, and several of the medicines have long been extinct. Fortunately, the master's medical skills, on the basis of that original prescription, combined with the common herbs nowadays, improved and restored it. After that, the antidote was reversed through the recipe for the poison. It could be said that the only two people who knew about this poison and its antidote today were, theoretically, him and his master. That's why he dared to be so sure that none of the Jiangzhou Myriad Hands Hall could cure this poison. However, Jiang Chen's appearance had directly forced him onto a dead end. Who the hell are you? Chao Xingji stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face, and in his eyes, there was a raging fury. At this moment, everything was behind him. He only wanted to know where Jiang Chen came from. However, Jiang Chen was not half as interested in talking to him. Self-consciously, he took medicines from the medicine shelf and pounded some more herbs into powder with extremely skillful movements. Until Chao Xingji was taken away by Elder Su and Zhao Qingjun, Jiang Chen hadn't even glanced in his direction. The air quieted in the middle of the room at the medical center. Everyone held their breath. At this point, even the slowest reactors had already realized what had just happened. Jiang Chen recognized the poison that Chao Xingji had given him, and also gave the recipe for the antidote accurately. Yi Ting's gaze flickered. He had long guessed that the slight knowledge of medical skills that Jiang Chen spoke of was a humble statement. However, he still underestimated Jiang Chen's ability. That poison that had left all the healers in Jiangzhou at a loss was easily solved by Jiang Chen. This made Yi Ting's evaluation of him and his heart go up another level. It is ridiculous that he was once held up as the first genius of the academy, and he was even smug about it. Yi Ting shook his head and smiled to himself without making any comments. Cui Yunxiu was mesmerized as she watched Jiang Chen's serious pharmaceutical movements and didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. On the contrary, Lu Qing and Pavilion Master Bai, the two men were overwhelmed by the shock. All the mind reacts to the face, a face full of desire to speak. Finally, he waited until Jiang Chen poured the pounded medicine into the pot. The White Pavilion Master jumped the gun and couldn't wait to get out. Gentlemen, I have a question. I don't know how you can tell which kind of poison she has been hit by. Chapter 89, The Counterparts. Jiang Chen gave Pavilion Master Bai a strange look. At this time, the other party's attitude changed from the previous arrogance and became slightly respectful. Jiang Chen smiled gently and didn't give a detailed explanation, just casually said, "From the very beginning, I have said that I have a way to cure her. It's just that you don't believe me." The White Pavilion Master's face was a bit embarrassed when he heard this. Indeed, from the very beginning, Jiang Chen had meant to buy his medical center. He was still puzzled at the time that Jiang Chen didn't know anything about medicine, so even if he bought the medical center, it would be useless. Now it seemed that it turned out that at that time, Jiang Chen had full confidence in his medical skills. His medical skills are far above his own. Thinking about this, Pavilion Master Bai's expression became more and more respectful, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "I still have a question. Want to break the disease, cannot escape the 4 steps of looking, sniffing, asking and cutting, but in my impression, you did not contact with the patient, but also have not asked about the patient's condition, not to mention the cut, just based on the word of a looking at. How do you judge what poison she has been hit by? Where is it not?" Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. "Think again." The White Pavilion Master sniffed and immediately began to recall the entire picture from Jiang Chen's appearance until now. In the end, his memory was fixed on a certain moment before Jiang Chen and the young man entered the door. At that time, Jiang Chen helped the young man's mother onto his back, during which Jiang Chen and the woman had a brief contact. The White Pavilion Master's pupils shrunk slightly. Surprisingly, it was at that time You mean to tell me that for that brief moment of contact, you were already weaned off the disease? Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything, shaped like a default. Immediately, a fear arose in the White Pavilion Master's heart. What's the difference between this man and a demon? He asked himself if he had a good level of medical skills and had seen a lot. But wouldn't it be a pipe dream to try to break someone's illness in this short moment of contact? Rather, I once heard a jungle legend. There was once an emperor who had a concubine who was seriously ill and in critical condition. But that concubine was regarded as forbidden by the emperor, and it was strictly forbidden for other men to touch her, and violators would be killed. Many imperial doctors in the palace were unable to do anything about it. They wouldn't dare risk this killing of their heads by going to the doctor's office for someone. However, this is oddly demanding. An outside healer, however, calmly stated that he had a solution. Immediately afterward, he calmly pulled out a silk thread from his pocket and asked the emperor to tie one end of the thread onto the concubine's wrist. Another screen was set up in the center. Put 3 feet of distance between the two. The healers don't even get to see the concubines. Just by the dangling silk thread, the disease suffered by the concubine was precisely and accurately determined. After finding the cause of the disease, the concubine's illness soon healed. His Majesty's dragon face was so pleased that he named that healer the Sage of Healing. The White Pavilion Master was a healer himself, so of course he knew that the matter was mostly exaggerated. It's also for the layman to enjoy, the more you cross the line. However, Jiang Chen's ability, which he had unintentionally displayed, was not much worse than that legendary story. And that's scary, and he's so young. The White Pavilion Master couldn't help but think. He already had such a high level of medical skills at this age when many healers were just starting out, and his age would have been a few years further back. Wouldn't even the saint of medicine have to give way? Thinking of this, only one thought remained in the White Pavilion Master's mind. Befriending. This man must be befriended. The 5 words of the future saint of medicine. It is enough to make everyone in the world rush for it. He looked at Jiang Chen, made a salute, and asked, "My name is Bai Puan. The incident earlier was sudden, so I haven't yet asked for young brother's name." Jiang Chen was puzzled and looked around. Did no one call my name earlier? The White Pavilion Master smiled awkwardly. Rather, I didn't pay much attention to. All right. Jiang Chen hesitated just a little before saying, "My name is Jiang Chen." What? The White Pavilion Master was shocked. Jiang Chen then repeated, "Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen?" This, Pavilion Master Bai's eyes instantly became odd. What's wrong? No how. Just little brother this name. At first glance. Hey. Bai Pavilion Master awkwardly compensated for the sound of laughter. Hastily made an explanation. Actually also with our Jiangzhou a certain famous dude some similarity. So it is. Jiang Chen shrugged. Non-committal. White Pavilion Master thought Jiang Chen heard himself say his name and feel unhappy. Immediately added, but that dude all day for the wrongdoing. Corrupt Jiangzhou morale. Do not think of progress? With the little brother you certainly cannot be compared to. He. The world of the heavy name of the people more than this person's ability and that has nothing to do with that. Although his reputation is great, as much as the bad name, in the future, you, little brother, but the world is known as the. Jiang Chen interrupted expressionlessly. I'm the dude you're talking about. Ha? The White Pavilion Master's head was confused. Ha? You are him? That. White Pavilion Master took his hand and pointed at Jiang Chen, and then pointed at the air aside. His tongue knotted on the spot, and he couldn't even speak properly. How could you be him? Coco. Jiang Chen just looked at him, staring, a good half day. The White Pavilion Master only let out a bitter laugh. Your Excellency, or do not tease me. This kind of joke. I'm not joking with you. Jiang Chen got up with a calm expression, melting the mashed up medicine in boiling water and stirring it patiently. I'm the dude you're talking about without changing my name, said the White Pavilion Master, who didn't care where he froze in place. Taking the brewed medicine, he brought it to that young man and said, "Feed your mother to take it." Good. Thanks to the benefactor. That young man did not do much thinking. All the changes in attitude has been revealed. This look younger than their own male is the real big brother. He took the medicine in a heartbeat. Mother, you wake up and drink the medicine. The medicine prescribed by the doctor. You will definitely be good after eating. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Righteousness value plus 100. When the tone in his head sounded, Jiang Chen confirmed that his medicine had taken effect. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the young man to make a noise of surprise. Awake! My mother's awake. Did you see that? My mom's awake. Just as he was overjoyed in calling out this event around him like a child. On the side of Lu Qing, her expression was not that happy. She frowned slightly. Can't really figure it out. If she had seen Jiang Chen begin to display his talent for learning in the academy earlier, she would have suspected that it was an element of showmanship. She always firmly believed that behind Jiang Chen going to such lengths to change his original image, there must be some kind of heavenly conspiracy hidden. But the scene she witnessed right now could be said to have overturned everything she knew about Jiang Chen. Where did he learn this medical skill? Recently learned? That's obviously unlikely. The only possibility. It was that Jiang Chen had originally been studying hard in secret. Available at. Why did he ever show that annoying side of himself again? On purpose? Lu Cheng clenched her teeth and suddenly let out a delicate cry. Jiang Chen, you, what again? Miss Lu. Jiang Chen replied, his tone rather helpless. Lu Qing had never made a good impression on him when he was here, so whenever the other party called out his name, he had an old sense of foreboding. However, this time, Jiang Chen realized that Lu Qing's expression was a little different from anything he had seen in the past. Could that puzzled, complicated look of tentativeness and curiosity, yet wanting to speak, really be on her face? Nothing. In the end, Lu Qing just shook his head. In the back of her mind, where no one could see, she was still fighting with herself. Even if the current Jiang Chen showed off even more powerful skills, so what? Make it sound like I'm looking at his skills by reaching out to talk to him. Don't like him yourself, never liked it before, and naturally the odds are that you won't in the future. That's enough. One would never marry someone they didn't like. Even his own father, and Jiang Chen's father, were encouraging this behind his back, but she has always held a strong resistance to it and will always keep that going. Jiang Chen saw that Lu Qing's expression was a bit complicated, and didn't know that she had already experienced a series of associations in her mind at this time. Subconsciously, he inquired, what's wrong with you? Lu Qing reflexively said, I'm not going to marry you. When it was all said and done, the air was quiet. Everyone looked sideways. Even Lu Qing himself froze. What did I just say? Jiang Chen, divine gold. After the young man's mother woke up, she thanked Jiang Chen profusely after learning that it was Jiang Chen who had saved her. After learning that Jiang Chen didn't charge any fees, she was even on the verge of shedding tears, grabbing Jiang Chen's sleeve and about to kowtow to him. A great favor, never to be forgotten. Jiang Chen didn't dare to accept this salute and hurriedly helped her up, and righteously stated, to help the world and save others, the doctor's duty, no need to be polite. Pavilion Master Bai was still obsessing over the fact that Jiang Chen was that dude, but after hearing these words from Jiang Chen, instantly put it down. How bad can anyone be who can say those words? Taking a step back, even if he is. So what? At this moment, in the eyes of the White Pavilion Master, he only saw a great healer with excellent medical skills who cured the people's illnesses without asking for anything in return. Take your time. Come back often if you need anything, haha. When Jiang Chen was at the door, he sent the mother and son away. Yi Ting quickly followed close behind. Standing at Jiang Chen's side, he accompanied him as he watched the mother and son silhouettes disappear around the corner. Turning his head to look deeply at Jiang Chen, he said, Brother Jiang, you saved another person. Jiang Chen was surprised. What is the word again? Yi Ting let out a bitter smile. At that time, I was unable to do anything in the face of this situation, so I blamed myself deeply. Jiang Chen froze. He also heard Yi Ting say, if it weren't for Brother John's righteousness, I'm afraid, would also have a hard time sleeping at night because of this. In other words, Brother Jiang, you have also saved me. Thank you. In front of him, was a man of equally outstanding appearance, with hands clasped and eyes that were sincere in their thanks. Looking at Jiang Chen made him uncomfortable and goosebumps rose all over his body. Is this ing still a male genre? He waved his hand. That won't be necessary. Yi Ting laughed. Since the matter has come to an end, then there is no reason for me to stay here. It's Brother Jiang. This time he didn't come to the academy. The dean and the pair of saints have many complaints about this. According to my view, there is a chance. You should still show your face to the academy. Those two old men. Jiang Chen patted his head, quite a bit helpless. Indeed, there are also some days have not seen, but the home affairs are busy. I'm only afraid that, no harm, just mentioning it casually. Yi Ting saw Jiang Chen's difficulty, and hurriedly said, the autumn exams are approaching, and the system of the academy is not so rigid. Brother Jiang really can't find the time. It's fine. That's good. But for the Lujiang literary meeting before the autumn examination, Brother Jiang must not be absent. That's natural. In that case, then I will take my leave. Slow down. Farewell to that mother and son, and farewell to Yi Ting. The next giveaway is. Jiang Chen gazed at Pavilion Master Bai. As soon as Pavilion Master Bai saw that it was finally his turn, he took a deep breath and hurriedly stepped forward and stood where Yi Ting had stood earlier. He was very polite and courteous to Jiang Chen. They say that rumors can't be trusted, but once I saw little brother Jiang today, this is how I know that this saying is correct. Jiang Chen laughed. You're welcome, Pavilion Master Bai. There's no difference between the two of us when it comes to the piece of saving people's lives. Pavilion Master Bai's eyes lit up as Jiang Chen's words spoke to his heart. He couldn't have agreed more. Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. In the face of patience, you and I, we are just healers, Jiang Chen added at this time. But this matter isn't over yet. The people who have been poisoned are not just this one. No harm done, Pavilion Master Bai hurriedly said. I am clear about the location of the remaining few poisoned people. I can let the little boy bring the antidote and go forward to save them. Of course, the crown must be your name. That couldn't be better. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Who doesn't like the positive value of white plus? Soon, the medical boy took 2 servants from the medical center and ran out from the middle of the medical center according to Master Bai's command. Jiang Chen chatted with Pavilion Master Bai for a while longer before making a show of bidding farewell. This day, it looks like it's getting late. Does Bai Quanmin want to stay for dinner? No, no, no. Pavilion Master Bai skillfully declined Jiang Chen's invitation. In that case, I don't have much to entertain here. You see. Ha ha ha. It's fine. It's fine. I'm leaving too. I'll come back to bother you some other time. Then I'll take my leave. Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Pavilion Master Bai. Farewell. Pavilion Master Bai also laughed. After saying that, he turned around and left in the direction that Yi Ting and the mother and son pair had left earlier. Under the plaque of White's Medical Center, the White Pavilion Master walked out from inside with a smile on his face. He walks toward the street where the traffic is heavy. While walking, he still couldn't get enough of it. It's really better to hear than to see. This Jiang Chen actually has such a big gap with the rumors. Look at how enthusiastic he is. He even invited me to stay for dinner. Next I'm going to. The White Pavilion Master, who was happily walking out dozens of meters, suddenly had his footsteps stumbled. He shivered as the cold wind blew. Looking back at the plaque of the White's Medical Center, the White Pavilion Master suddenly tapped his head in response. Tay Grandma, when did this become his medical center? Pavilion Master Bai has gone and returned. Is there something he hasn't finished dealing with yet? Jiang Chen stood in front of the counter, piling on the smiles. The Antipodean, Turtle Dove, and Business Savvy sent an inquiry to the White Librarian. Chapter 90, Volunteer Clinic. You. The White Pavilion Master's jaw dropped. He's only been out for a short while and this clinic has changed its name to Jiang? Outrageous. When did this become your medical center? No? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Of course not. The White Librarian raised his voice. So it is. Jiang Chen nodded slightly in thought. Immediately afterward, he then poked out a handful of silver bills from his arms, dabbed some spit onto his fingers, and skillfully began to count. Then Pavilion Master Bai, let's continue to talk about the relevant acquisitions. Stop. As soon as Pavilion Master Bai took a look at Jiang Chen's movements, he hurriedly shouted to stop. Only after Jiang Chen stopped counting his money did he take a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen fixedly. Are you serious? You really want to buy this medical center of mine? Of course it's serious. Jiang Chen also finally straightened up. Why? The White Pavilion Master wondered. At the very beginning, Jiang Chen did say that he wanted to buy this medical center of his, but that should have been over a long time ago. The reason why? Jiang Chen thought about it and smiled slightly. As you know, I know a little bit about medicine, but I rarely have the time to see people. So I want to buy this medical center of yours to see a few more patients and do some good deeds for myself. The White Pavilion Master's eyes widened. Jiang Chen's words echoed in his head over and over again, thinking left and right, but he only heard the word ho 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 from them. This guy is really rich. If Jiang Chen had revealed his identity before, the White Pavilion Master had always held a half-belief in his heart. Now then, he really didn't have half a doubt. That's a mouthful. It's a total dude. Planning to buy out his medical center just for this spur-of-the-moment reason? What a guy this is. The White Pavilion Master sighed and said, though I don't know exactly what reason you have for wanting to do this, but if you just want to see a few more patients, I do have a good recommendation for you. What? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked busily. For him, it was actually secondary to whether or not he bought the medical center. The main thing was that he wanted to save a few more people. Every person saved was 100 points of righteousness value. What kind of accumulation speed was this? Teaching, although the growth is also fast, but after all, except the knowledge also need time. Can't let the group of children a day 12 hours non-stop listening to him blah 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 endless it. Even if they were happy, Jiang Chen himself was not. That would be too boring. So today, after discovering a new way to accumulate positive energy, Jiang Chen felt his heart blossom. Pavilion Master Bai looked at Jiang Chen's expression for a moment, confirming that the other party was serious in this matter. That's the way to go. Volunteer clinics. I recommend them if you want more patient contact. Of course, there's no reward for doing this kind of thing. And there's. Before Pavilion Master Bai could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen immediately snatched an answer. No problem. Take me there now. Pavilion Master Bai looked at Jiang Chen with a look of impatience. Sigh. It's true that the young master's temperament is such that he doesn't even listen to people finish their sentences. Let's hope he can still maintain this level of excitement when he gets to the place. Jiang Chen had discussed this with the White Pavilion master. It was only then that he remembered that he had not come out alone today, and that deciding where to go next on his own would be a bit arbitrary. He looked at Cui Yinxiu and apologized. When I came out today, I was supposed to take a nice stroll around this Jiangzhou with you guys, but now I've decided to go along with Pavilion Master Bai to conduct a charity clinic, so if you guys aren't interested, let's split up. Cui Yinxiu shook her head and laughed. How can you not be interested? What you all said, I heard it all. Jiang Chen, you are going to practice medicine and save people. There is nothing more meaningful than this. After saying that, he inclined his head to look at Lu Cheng and said, what do you think, Miss Willow? That's natural. Lu Cheng saw Cui Yinxiu looking at herself and immediately said with a righteous air. At this time is still naive Lu Cheng, completely will not know. She good face and make this follow decision. We'll let her next. See what kind of a, never seen the world, city west, ghetto, a long, thin, narrow street running across the north and south. A group of 4 people walked forward in a bored manner. At first, a few people were talking and laughing on the way, but at some point, everyone fell silent, dirty, crowded, messy and dead. This was a scene that Jiang Chen found very surprising. It was hard to imagine that this was a place that was located in the same city as such elegant places as the Flowing Clouds building. The first thing Jiang Chen saw was the broken brick and mortar house. Inside some of the houses, the sounds of couples arguing were still faintly heard. There are homeless people everywhere, unclothed and yellow. Jiang Chen had originally thought that this great Zhou dynasty was well governed. Now it seems that it's just because all those bums have been driven into the area. Beyond that, there was also a foul odor in the air. It's like the scum of stinky meat embedded in the crevices of the fingernails, not getting cleaned in time, and the flavor developed over time. Right here, stay on a slightly wider T-shaped corner. The White Pavilion master made the crowd stop. He couldn't wait to turn around and see the expressions on the faces of the men behind him, because as far as he knew, this kind of slum area was a place where young masters and sons like Jiang Chen would almost never come. It was definitely a rare experience for a few people. He first looked at Cui Yinxiu. This little girl had the most usual reaction. This made him feel a bit surprised. Little girl, could it be that you've been to this place before? Cui Yinxiu barely managed to squeeze out a smile. When I was very young, my parents brought me to live in a similar place, and only after the conditions improved a bit did they change their residence. The White Pavilion master was visibly more surprised at his words, but nothing more was said. Looking at Lu Cheng again, Lu Cheng's reaction and Cui Yinxiu's were two extremes. In her eyes was a look of instinctive disgust. It's like I never knew that there were such unimaginable places in the world. Lu Cheng spoke up at this time. These people are just lying on the ground. Won't the ground get cold? Could they all be sick? But I don't see some of them looking sick, so why are they lying around doing nothing too? Jiang Chen was silent for a while and suddenly said, sometimes, being poor is also a disease. The remaining few people were shocked when they heard this. It was unthinkable that Jiang Chen would actually say such an intriguing sentence. Even Lu Cheng, a flash of amazement flashed across his eyes. One had to admit that Jiang Chen, who had just uttered these words, inexplicably and wonderfully exuded a charm that made her heart flutter. Pavilion Master Bai also looked at Jiang Chen, only to see that this rich son of a wealthy family with excellent medical skills did not have a face as accustomed as Cui Yinxiu's, nor did it exude the instinctive dislike of Lu Cheng. Instead, he frowned as if he was thinking about something. Remembering something, Jiang Chen was indeed reminiscing. What is recalled, though, is not the memory of being in this world. Rather, it was his past life. Jiang Chen was an orphan in his previous life. There have been hard times, too, though riding the wave of the times was not as grueling as the people of this ancient slum. But that kind of poverty is also enough to etch a mark on both the mind and body. Cake through the glass, leftovers on the dining room table, tummies that will never be filled, tomorrows that will never know if there are any left. Even after Jiang Chen later broke away from the orphanage and joined the workforce, he retaliated by working hard and spending money on himself, but it didn't change the fact that he had experienced poverty. Jiang Chen settled down. For the first time, it wasn't to fulfill a system mission, but out of a desire to save the person he once was. He said, start. How long is it until Jiangzhou? Back to your highness. After crossing this mountain range, we will be able to see Jiang Cheng. Pick up the pace. Prince Luo sat in the bumpy carriage, sighing helplessly. She roughly calculated the day of her next attack. However, the result of the calculation was very unsatisfactory, and her mood became worse as a result. The Academy of Saints opens after the fall exam. Ideally, she would meet the healer's saint and get pain-relieving medicine from there. But even so, in the middle of this, she had to suffer that inhuman pain once. Chapter 91, Mystic Hall's Palace. Changes in the world. The Hall of Myriad Hands. The medic has been so distracted lately that he can't even sleep. The reason was that a foreigner had come to Jiangzhou, claiming to be a disciple of the Sage of Healing, and opening his mouth to take his place as the head of the Myriad Hands Hall. Of course he disagrees. Over the years, there were 80, if not 100, who claimed to be disciples of the Saint of Healers to recruit and deceive. Stick it in your face. In essence, it's no different from those who use the banner of medicine family. 100 years of inheritance. It's just that the name of medical saint is much more prestigious. Yet how could the medic not expect it? The other side would actually do something as treasonous as poisoning the people. Hasn't the person who taught him medical skills taught him what medical ethics are? But the most infuriating thing happened. This poison, his entire Myriad Hands Hall. No one really knows how to solve it. You can only watch the poisoned patients, constantly moaning in pain. There is nothing which breaks a healer more than this. Healer, this is not the way to go. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a gray lab coat suddenly spoke out. This matter concerns the face of my Jiangzhou apricot grove. If it can't be properly resolved, it will surely become a piece of shame that will forever be engraved on each and every one of us. A shame that can't be washed away. The medic looked to the man who had spoken and was just about to speak. However, the next moment, another person next to the joke jumped out, pointing at the middle-aged man who opened his mouth. That said, is there anything you can do about it? Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I really don't know whether you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. The solution has always been readily available, only that we have been unwilling to face it. Is that what you're saying? The other man pretended to be puzzled. Don't you understand? The middle-aged man's voice was suddenly agitated. As long as the medical man is willing to step aside and give up his position as head of the Myriad Hands Hall, then the one surnamed Chow will naturally represent my Jiangzhou apricot grove. And after he has cured the people of their poisons, this matter will naturally be resolved. When the middle-aged man's words fell, the entire hall was shocked. Many of the healers revealed disbelieving gazes. Old Zhao, how can you say such treacherous words? We've all seen what the medical man has done over the years. What virtue or ability does the Chao Xingji have that makes him worthy of being the head of this Myriad Hands Hall? Yes, I Myriad Hands Hall grass created so far 50 years, during which the doctor led us. How much contribution for the people of Jiangzhou, in exchange for today's reputation among the people. Anyone on the street, mention my wonderful Hands Hall. Who shall not give a thumbs up and say good word? Is the Jianghu strife, life and death grudges of two people, in my wonderful Hands Hall meet, also have to endure temperament, until the door, up to the temple, down to the rivers and lakes, my Myriad Hands Hall, in this Jiangzhou's reputation, even that evil deeds of the Jiang family, have to retreat. You think all of this? Who brought this about? I didn't mean to deny the healer's achievements over the years. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I just don't want to let the reputation that all of us have accumulated over the years go down the drain. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, another person jumped out and accused towards him. You're being crooked. Even if we can't cure the poison he gave us this time, the people won't spit on my Myriad Hands Hall because of it, and we can even just report it to the officials and have them arrest him. Nothing more, nothing less. The middle-aged man looked at him, smiled coldly, and added the unfinished words for him. Nothing more than that. It's just the death of a few little old people with no power, no influence, and no wealth, right? You. The man had a violent temperament, and when he heard the middle-aged man vilify himself in such a way, he instantly became angry. Don't slander people with empty words. You know that's not what I meant. TSK. The middle-aged man looked at the other party's angry face and kindly laughed. After so many years, when will you be able to regulate this liver fire problem on your own? The man's neck was red with anger. The middle-aged man laughed and stopped looking at him. Instead, he swept his gaze, one by one, over everyone present. Gentlemen, I know that this is indeed inappropriate to say, but I would like to ask you, does anyone have a better idea than to waste our time here? After saying that, everyone who had just strongly opposed it fell into silence. Indeed, every one of them, since this happened, has been in a state of daily anxiety. For 3 days in a row, they gathered here every day to discuss it, but they never managed to discuss anything. Instead, in his mind, he became more and more irritated. The middle-aged man took in the change in their expressions and let out a light laugh. No more. Turning his head to look at the medical man, respectfully bowed. Medical man, I am clear that the Hall of Wonderful Hands is where your heart and soul are for so many years, but this does not mean that you have the right, because of their own selfishness, and occupy this position, not to act. You're saying I don't act? At this moment, the healer finally spoke. He looked at the middle-aged man, and for a moment, his gaze condensed into a sharp silver needle. The middle-aged man was calm in the face of this forced look from the healer. Wrong word, sorry. The next second, but suddenly, the tone of his voice intensified. You are not inactive, but faced with this situation, there is no longer any room for action. Doctor, you have grown old. Your medical skills have also stopped progressing for many years. You are beginning to forget things. Some of the most basic knowledge of pharmacology can also be confused. Not long ago you contracted a wind chill, or your disciples for you to heal, because you have. The middle-aged man was about to say something else. The medic suddenly flexed his fingers and lightly tapped the table twice. There is no need to say more. He looked at the middle-aged man. Speak blandly. I said why your reaction today is a bit off. It's that surnamed Chow, who has already searched for you, right? The middle-aged man froze, then smiled. Not bad, he did come to me. The words of acknowledgement exploded around them once again. What? So old Zhao has been bribed by that Chow? It must be so, or why else would it strike today? How dare he? In the face of many criticisms, the middle-aged man always wore a smile. There was a bottom line in his mind. Although his medical skills were not refined, he was able to mix to today's position. But in terms of reading people, there is a different way of uniqueness. He can't be wrong. The so-called medic is actually a good guy. From his founding of the Hall of Wonderful Hands, a pile of deeds done in the middle, all from the point of view of the people to consider. This is completely abandoned the worldly desires, only for the ideal and action. Downright good people, but he is not a smart man. The reputation of the Myriad Hands Hall is getting bigger and bigger, coupled with the fact that medicine is originally a profiteering industry. He should have been like that Zhang family, amassing countless riches. His family's wealth is $10,000, and his power is overwhelming. Yet for decades, he kept his dilapidated thatched hut, and herbs that only went down, not up. Not only that, he also strictly forbade other people in the Hall of Wonderful Hands from amassing wealth. There was once a patriarchal figure who was the one who received a few dimes of silver from a patient as a token of appreciation, only to be expelled unceremoniously from the Hall of Wonderful Hands when he learned of it. It was forced to go far away and find another way out. The incident was deeply ingrained in the middle-aged man's mind. It had never made a good impression on him as an old man in his old age. He hadn't done anything bad, but he'd gotten in the way of almost everyone in the Hall of Wonderful Hands. Now, though, an outsider will revolutionize such a situation. Chao Xingji taught him a phrase. Against good men, repel them with great righteousness. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over everyone. Gentlemen, I won't hide anything from you. Chao Xingji did indeed look for me, and he told me one thing, which is precisely the main reason why I really couldn't help but come forward today. He said he wasn't going to save those poisoned people. What? When these words came out, the faces of everyone around them changed. They had thought that poisoning and then curing them would have been the limit of Chao Xingji's methods. I didn't realize that he actually, bastard, report to the police. It must be reported. Lawless, simply lawless. What is going on in this man's head? The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to the angry rants of everyone around him. He only kept his eyes firmly on the healer, only to see the healer who had originally been acting calmly and blandly. It was a moment to finally sit up and take notice. The middle-aged man lowered his head, but the corners of his lips slowly lifted. Also, for you, your choice is about the lives of those people. These burdens weighing on you will be too much for you to bear, right? Come, make your choice. After all, you're a lifelong flawless healer. Almost at the same time as the urgent voice inside the middle-aged man rang out, the medic slowly got out of his seat and stood up. His expression deepened as he finally spoke. Gentlemen, I have considered this matter for a long time, and finally, it's just as I expected. The middle-aged man was ecstatic inside. The eyes were filled with undisguised eagerness and anticipation at this moment. He almost saw the radically transformed Myriad Hands Hall after Chao Xingji's entry, and countless riches were beckoning to him, just waiting for the medical man to say those words. However, changes are happening all over the place. The medic wasn't finished. An agitated and excited voice from outside pierced right through the front door into the front hall. Good news! Great news! That Chao has been arrested by the government. Chapter 92 Good news. Chao Xingji was arrested by the government? Hear this. Everyone in the hall, their complexions stiffened. Even the middle-aged man, and the medical man, both of their faces turned ugly in an instant. It was never good news for either man. Instead, it's arguably the worst-case scenario. Chao Xingji's arrest also meant that the middle-aged man and Chao Xingji's joint conspiracy had completely collapsed. At the same time, it also means that those poisoned people, the poison on their bodies, will no longer be able to be solved by anyone. Tap tap tap. A light footstep stretched from the door, all the way into the middle of the Hall of Wonderful Hands. A dry, thin man with a cheerful look appeared in the doorway. He was planning to share the good news he had learned with all of them so that they could be happy too. But he was directly startled by the unbelievably heavy atmosphere in the hall. What's going on here? He scratched his head in disbelief. I've just said it's good news. Why are they all looking like that? Shouldn't everyone be looking at him with amazement, and then he'd bring joy to them like a savior? You said, Chao Xingji was arrested? The middle-aged man looked at the dry and thin man with an iron face. The man was taken aback. He scowled. Right. The middle-aged man's face became even more ugly. His eyes were like two volcanoes about to erupt, suppressing the last trace of calm. He questioned, "Where did you get this information?" The dry and thin man replied, "I saw it on the street, and that guy was sent to the government by the official parade of officials, tied up and sent to the government." Volcanoes erupt and comets strike the ground. The atmosphere suddenly exploded. Who did it? Who the hell did it? The middle-aged man's angry gaze swept over everyone in the hall. Who reported this to the authorities? Don't you know that once Chao Xingji is arrested, all those people will die? No one responded to him. A tense low pressure filled the hall of wonderful hands. It can't be reported to the authorities. That's the conclusion of all those who know about it, who have discussed it beforehand. But now, it is clear that someone is not adhering to that consensus. When the doctor thought of the patients who would never be cured again, a rare look of anger finally appeared on his face. Whoever did this, admit it to yourself. When he finished, there was silence in the hall. Not one person stepped forward. 2 breaths later, he spoke again in a deep voice. Neither wants to admit it, do they? Everyone in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. They knew they didn't do it. Yet when they looked at each other, they both felt that the other one looked like the one who disregarded the lives of the people and secretly reported them behind their backs. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze to the freezing point, an unintelligible voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Chao Xingji and other poisonous doctors being caught should be a great joyous event. Are you guys mistaken somewhere? This voice, which came from the dry and thin man who had intended to run into the Myriad Hands Hall but had to stop at the door because of the tense atmosphere, came out. The healer looked over at him and finally lamented when he saw the blank look on his face. Don't you see? How can this be considered good news? Once he enters the government office, in order to save his life, he will definitely not hand over the antidote easily, and this matter will definitely be delayed again and again. But if he can afford to delay, where are the people who have been poisoned? His shoulders slumped down as if they were being weighed down by 2 invisible stretchers, the weight of countless dead souls. And today, on that shoulder, a few more dead souls, patients who lost their lives because of his poor judgment. This is also the blame of the old man. If I had made a decision earlier, this matter, the medic's voice almost choked. The other healers on the sidelines, all lowered their heads, not a good taste in their mouths. However, at this time, the dry and thin man was even more puzzled. Doctor, what are you sad about? Those people clearly didn't die. Not dead now? The middle-aged man spoke out with a cold laugh at this time. Without Chao Xingji's antidote, where would they be able to live? Strange. The dry, thin man always felt that something was wrong. After scratching his head for half a day, finally, it dawned on him. It's broken. Bad. This is how you know it's broken? The middle-aged man said angrily, but the dry and thin man ignored his anger and instead said with some embarrassment, "Just now, didn't I tell you that someone had already dispensed the antidote?" This statement was made. Everyone's expression was stunned. Wait, what did you say? The medical man was the oldest, but he was the first to react to what the dry and thin man had just said and asked in a hurry. The dry, thin man sniffed. It finally dawned on him that he, himself, had never told them the most important information. No wonder they all looked so sad. Sorry. His face was so embarrassed that he apologized. I thought I had just told you guys the most important thing. It was an oversight on my part. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not important. The medic flew off the handle. You say what you just said. Again. The dry, thin man, several meters away, felt the urgency within the healer. So he took a deep breath and said everything he knew. In one breath. I just said that someone has already dispensed the antidote, and those antidotes, Ibai's medical center Shaoqi, were distributed to the various patients, and now all the patients who have been poisoned are no longer in any serious trouble. The medic's breath caught, and he reached forward until he grabbed the dry, thin man's shirt, then jerked his head up. In his eyes, a brilliant light shone. Is this true? When the dry and thin man saw the healer like this, his heart was touched, and he immediately swore, I saw it all with my own eyes, and I dare to vouch for it with my life. Having said that, look at everyone again. It was only on each of their faces that they had been too surprised to speak. You look at me, I look at you. Finally, I don't know who opened his mouth first, letting out a laugh with a ha, like opening everyone's mouth. Everyone laughed out loud in spite of themselves. Great. I knew the sky was the limit. My great Jiangzhou, I do have talents after all. Ha ha ha, that son of a Chao Xingji. How could he not have expected that there would be someone who could actually cure the poison that he laid down? This was the moment when the dreariness of several days in succession was brought to a complete end. All the healers were so happy they were going crazy. The medic also looked at the feeling man with immense emotion. Well, you really have brought a heavenly good news. It can't be. just as everyone was energized by it. That middle-aged man yelled like a madman. Fake. It must be fake. You're lying to us. That Bai's medical center's medical master is not as good as me. How could he possibly make the antidote? Hearing this, the rest of the people were stunned. Yes, the apricot grove of Jiangzhou. Because of the existence of the Hall of Wonderful Hands, all healers are registered. The Bai Pavilion master of the Bai Clan Medical Center. They had all heard of him slightly even if they were not familiar with him. Although that person was also a member of the Myriad Hands Hall. Those present were the heads of the branches of the Myriad Hands Hall open all over Jiangzhou. The medical skills are better than his. And how did he know? Can it be that the dry, thin man lied? But the seriousness with which he had just sworn didn't seem like such a thing. The healers were a bit confused. Do you think that we are so easy to fool? The middle-aged man coldly looked at the dry and thin man. Shut up, you old man. The medical man suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. At this point in time, is there any place for you to speak here? The middle-aged man shuddered at his words. The healer, who had always been calm, was angry. Even he didn't dare to make another move. After all, the wrath of the good is far worse than that of the wicked. After the medic had reprimanded him, he turned his head back to the dry, thin man. Don't worry, son, we all believe you. Now, come talk to us about the whole thing. What's really going on? The dry and thin man had been disliked by the middle-aged man several times, and had long since built up some fire in his heart. Hearing the healer's relief, a few more touches were born. Decide to tell all you know. So he looked at the middle-aged man. When did I tell you that it was Pavilion Master Bai who made the antidote? Chapter 93, This Jiang Chen, that Jiang Chen. You clearly said earlier that the antidote came from Master Bai Pavilion's medical center. And now you're changing your story. Who would believe you in such a poor fabrication? The middle-aged man disliked angrily. The dry, thin man twisted his head and looked at him steadily for a moment. He then sighed deeply. There's a sense of being with a little cutie. A feeling of powerlessness with no way to communicate. Even if he was a latecomer, he vaguely guessed at this moment that something must have happened in the hall before he came. Presumably, it had something to do with the news he had brought. This middle-aged man, in particular, had by now gone into a state of hysteria and was biting people as he caught them. He shook his head and said, I only said that the antidote came from the Bai's medical center, and I didn't say that it was dispensed by the Bai Pavilion master inside, and this matter is a long story. With that, the dry and thin man repeated what he had heard. As it were, all listened intently to the whole thing. All of them showed a dawning realization. So it is. I can't believe there's this kind of misadventure. Relief. What a ing relief. That surname Chow is also out of his mind, and actually threatened the official messenger. Ha 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 ha, really don't know how to die. And he definitely wouldn't have thought that someone could actually reveal the formula of the antidote in front of him. Ha 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 ha, it's simply a great joy. At this point a question was asked. The healer, does he have a name? Yes. I heard it from someone. The dry and thin man nodded repeatedly. It seems to be called Jiang Chen. Everyone heard the name and froze. Jiang Chen? Nonsense. Jiangzhou healers, we all know each other. We've never heard of one by that name. The middle-aged man stiff-lipped. You think we'll believe your bull **** if you just make up a name? The dry, thin man glanced at him. Don't even bother with it. Middle-aged. The medic mumbled the words Jiang Chen, his brows furrowing slightly. I don't know why. Always had a feeling I'd heard that name somewhere, but on second thought, Jiangzhou Apricot Grove, and indeed no such figure. He then looked at the dry, thin man with some confusion. With such medical skills, it should not be precarious and nameless. Are you sure this person is my Jiangzhou people? The dry and thin man thought carefully, then shook his head again. That's not certain. Just then, another healer off to the side suddenly let out a puzzled sound. The name Jiang Chen, it always feels like I've heard it somewhere. As soon as he spoke, the healer next to him marveled. Strange, you don't say. I have that feeling too. You all feel that way. I thought I was the only one who had it. The medic looked at them for a moment and was also a bit surprised. Hiss, if he hadn't had that familiar feeling himself, he would have almost thought the group was ganging up on some kind of riddle. There were only a dozen people in the hall. Surprisingly, nearly half of them said the name was very familiar. It was as if the name often appeared in the midst of tea-time conversations. They, however, froze and could not recall where they had heard the name before. This made everyone unable to help but TSK. Weird. Silently reciting the name, everyone meditated on it in their minds. Jiangchen. Suddenly, a voice took the lead. I finally remembered. Where on earth have I heard that name before? Oh, tell me about it. The rest of them looked at him in a hurry, only to find that his expression was very odd. The man hesitated. The name I do remember where I've heard it before. but I now seriously doubt that maybe the two just bumped into each other. The others didn't care about that. The feeling of scratching their ears and dying to think of something was too much to bear. There was a lot of urging. Who the hell is it? Come on, you tell me. The man sighed and finally said, do you all remember that there is a thief's son in that Jiang family, also named Jiang Chen? It is this mention. Ha, yes, it's that thief. That thief is also called Jiang Chen, so that's how it is, and I finally remembered. No wonder. I said the name sounded so familiar, so that the son of the thief was also called by this name. This seems to be true. Everyone had a look of dawning realization. Immediately, a new doubt surfaced in their minds. Could it be that Jiang family's traitorous son actually has such a skill? One saw what the others were thinking. Immediately, he laughed. What are you all thinking? Could this be the same person? The others slapped their heads and laughed at his reminder. Confused. Yes, this is definitely not the same person. That little thief from the Jiang family. I've seen him from afar before. He's a troublemaker on the street. How could he still have medical skills? And the age doesn't match either. It's not bull *******. I think this one called Jiang Chen must not be young. Don't you think so? The dry and thin man thought for a moment. No, when I heard people talk about it, they mentioned a mouthful, saying that the healer called Jiang Chen didn't seem to be very old, but even as he said that, no one else would associate it with that. This kind of thing is still ridiculous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even though the names are the same. This one, how can he be compared to that Jiang family thief? It's better not to compare the two to each other, lest we offend this skilled healer. That's true. The middle-aged man questioned. Impossible. You've made it up a bit. Less than a week crown? Is he a born saint who started learning the art of healing in his mother's womb? Everyone glanced at him. None of them picked up his words again. Instantly, it made that middle-aged man feel that he was not standing among a group of peers, but had been reduced to a jumping clown with little programmatic effect. Middle-aged. Doctor, no matter what, as long as it's confirmed that those patients are no longer in any serious condition, send out 2 people and go to the patients' homes to check them out. Okay, I'm on it. One volunteered to take things up and walk out the door. The rest of the group followed suit. I have a patient there too. I'll go back and check it out too. It was because, however, the successive days of discussion had long since consumed all of their energies. Now that things have finally come to an end, everyone can't wait to get out of here. Within a short time, only a few people were left in the large hall of wonderful hands. The medic hasn't left yet. He looked at the dry and thin man again, hesitated for a moment, and said, if I want to meet this healer called Jiang Chen, I don't know. Yes. The dry and thin man nodded. I know where he is. The medical boy in Master Bai's house told me that he followed Master Bai and went to the slums in the west of the city for a charity clinic. The medic's eyes lit up. Seriously, such a high-ranking person with excellent medical skills. Even he would want to pay a visit in person. If the other person is also a compassionate person at heart, that's just great. If he could pull the other party into the Myriad Hands Hall, it would be an excellent thing for the development of the apricot grove in the entire Jiangzhou. Harbor such expectations. The medic was led by the dry, thin man, met Jiang Chen who was sitting hard behind a long line. Then the medic was confused. Not later. Why does this Jiang Chen look so familiar? Chapter 94, My Vegetative Master. The medicine man has been in Gangtok all his life. He has practiced medicine and done good deeds all his life. It's not that he hasn't seen evil. On the contrary, it was precisely because he had long been accustomed to the evil of this world that he wanted to do his best to change something. Go and do something for the people of Gangtok. For the people of Gangtok. And naturally, he was no stranger to this Jiang family, the evil leader of Jiangzhou. However, how could he not expect that one day he would actually be able to meet Jiang Chen in such a place, on such an occasion? This evil young man who carries the scorn of thousands of people is now actually conducting a charity clinic here? This. Does this make sense? That one. Could it be that Jiang Chen you're talking about? The medic put away his expression and, with a last glimmer of hope, pointed a direction with the dry, thin man leading the way beside him. The dry and thin man twisted his head and looked at the 4 people who were busy at the medical stall, excluding the white pavilion owners who know each other. 2 more pretty-looking women were ruled out. Finally looking at the young man sitting behind the charity stand, the dry and thin man nodded vigorously. Can't be wrong. Rumor has it that Jiang Chen is a man. It should be him. After saying that, he sighed. It's just as young as the rumors. I can't imagine that he's actually a beautiful man. The medic was silent. The dry and thin man looked back and realized that although the medical man's expression was pretending to be calm, his speech and attitude were very different from when he was on the road. Like it was some kind of shock. He couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong, medic? It's okay. Aren't you going to meet him? The medic shook his head. There's no rush. Allow me to take another look. Can you tell anything by looking at this? The dry, thin man was puzzled. He probed and leaned his head a bit toward the medic, once again glancing in Jiang Chen's direction. And yet nothing is visible. Or is it that what the healer sees in his eyes is different from what he sees in his own eyes? The dry and thin man pondered for a long time and realized, I see, after all, the medical man is a senior in the apricot grove, taking the initiative to visit a postgraduate. How can it not be good to spread the word? That's why there was some concern, like he didn't come forward as if he was self-respecting. However, what he didn't know was that the healer's mind at the moment was completely different. Honestly speaking, the moment the medical man confirmed that this Jiang Chen and his Jiang Chen were the same person, there was a thought in his heart how could not be contained. He suspected that Jiang Chen had some kind of plotting and scheming behind his back to do such a completely abnormal thing. The only heir of a family of thieves actually ran away to the slums to do the job of practicing medicine and curing the sick. How he got his medical skills aside. For that matter, essentially, what's the difference between having a traitor in the family? Do his parents know about this? The medical man had indeed come here on a pleasure to visit, but at the moment, he was in a state of hesitation. Although in many cases, in the hearts of the common people, he played the role of a great benefactor who was in complete opposition to the Jiang family, but in reality, he wanted nothing more to do with this family. This Jiang family, for generations of bandits and thieves, a thief's heart, full of sin. For him to believe that the heir to this family would practice medicine and heal the sick and hold charity clinics, unless the sky was falling. But, the facts are in front of you after all. There was nothing he could do to pretend he couldn't see it. One can only wonder in the back of one's mind, can it be that the antidote was really dispensed by him by mistake? The medic hesitated for a while, thinking that this guess was also quite unsupportable. In medicine, the dosage and use of drugs are all incredibly delicate. How could an antidote dispensed at this juncture be a mistake? Conspiracy. There must be some conspiracy. The medic intends to remain on the sidelines. He turned his head and was about to speak to the dry, thin man about it. Let's not startle the snakes. Old man, tell you something. I just found out. The medic was in mid-sentence when he realized that his side was empty. Where is everyone? He froze. Such a big living person, who was just beside himself. How can he say he is gone? He looked around a few times, and then giggled. At some point, the dry, thin man had run to the charity stand not far away, was gesturing and talking to Jiang Chen about something. The other man had a puzzled look on his face. Then the dry and thin man turned his head and pointed at him again, and the other man followed suit. Medics, not serious, just an ordinary eye disease. I'll prescribe you a pair of medicines. You follow the above method to cook the medicine. After drinking, the dregs of the medicine can be used to apply to the eyes, to ensure that the medicine will get rid of the disease. The next one. Doctor, the medicine. On this is not expensive, is it? It's okay, the medicine doesn't cost anything. You go to the White's Medical Center on the east side of the city. Don't go the wrong way. White Matter Medical Center? Next. Doctor. Me. It's finally my turn. Oh, master, where are you uncomfortable? Jiang Chen looked at the grandpa in front of him and conventionally inquired. However, Moncler Outlet Store. He looked aghast and suddenly lowered his voice and said, Posterior. I'm actually not sick. Not sick? Not sick. Take 2 steps. Jiang Chen subconsciously picked up the stock. What? Jiang Chen looked up and realized that the older man was confused. It just occurred to me that I was in a different world, with my own terse, crushingly unintelligible. He shook his head. It's fine, go on, Grand Master. Only to hear the Moncler Outlet Store incomparably serious. In fact, I have always suspected that this is not a disease for me, but some kind of immortal god's power. Yo, I'd like to hear about it then. I've recently realized that whenever my knee hurts in the morning, it's guaranteed to rain that day. Jiang Chen's expression changed from curious to not curious. Moncler Outlet Store, you say? What is this if not the power of the immortals and gods? I see, the young man, you have a good face, but I'll talk to you alone, so don't tell anyone else. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, maintaining the calmness on his face. Rheumatism? I'll write you a prescription. You go get the medicine yourself. So it's rheumatism? I thought it. Moncler Outlet Store took the prescription. The tone of voice is obviously still a little reluctant. But soon, he asked, why does it say 2 prescriptions? Jiang Chen, the other one is a brain tonic. Moncler Outlet Online. Next, Moncler Outlet Store. While sulking, he walked away. Another patient walked up to the table at the clinic. Jiang Chen followed his usual practice and asked, hello, where are you uncomfortable? Dry, thin man, sorry, I'm not sick. Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the other party. Jiang Chen, so, have you considered having an illness? Dry skinny man. The dry, thin man wipes his sweat. No, not for now. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the dry and thin man said, why don't I take a couple of steps and you take a look? Jiang Chen looked down and rummaged around. No, I have a formula here for the head. I'll find it for you. Exempt, exempt. As soon as the dry and thin man took a look at Jiang Chen's stance, he quickly waved his hand and said, I'm not here to see you. Not looking for me to see a doctor? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the red flag with the word free clinic written on it, and then turned his head to look at him again. So, you came here to on me? No no no. The dry and thin man shook his head frantically. Immediately afterward, he reached out and gestured with Jiang Chen. It's like this, my old man. Your grandpa is sick, you let your grandpa come. What are you doing here? It's not this granddad, it's the Lord. The Lord. He reached out and pointed to the healer in the distance. Look, that's our Lord. Jiang Chen followed the direction he was pointing and looked for a moment. Only the old man was dumbfounded and motionless, as if he was petrified. And after Jiang Chen realized this scene, his expression finally became serious like never before. Your old man, did he become a vegetable? Chapter 95, Meet the new generation of medical saints. What man? Well, that's a wood stiff. Jiang Chen switched to the ancient term. The dry and skinny man was startled at his words. That's not a good thing to say. My lord is in good health. Yeah, so your grandpa really isn't a vegetable. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in front of him and scared. Medics, he glared at the dry, thin man. Look what you've done. The dry, thin man sensed the healer's displeasure and scratched his head with an awkward smile. The medic looked at Jiang Chen again. Sigh. Originally, he had planned to wait and see again, but now, he was forced to make contact with Jiang Chen. But in his mind, he hadn't thought of the wording yet. One can only say stiffly, young man, I've heard. Shoo. He didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Chen suddenly made a shushing gesture towards him. Don't say anything for a moment. Moncler, grandpa? The medic froze. Over the years, as his reputation grew, no one he could meet would call him that anymore. Even if those dignitaries see him, he must also be called doctor with respect. It's almost tiresome to hear. It was unimaginable that the long-lost affectionate name exclusive to the locals of Jiangzhou had actually been spoken so casually from Jiang Chen's mouth. A good feeling came over him. Happily, he said, yes. However, Jiang Chen frowned and said, what's so good about it? What's so good about it? Medic, huh? Jiang Chen, you're dying, don't you know? Posthumous. You are so unreasonable. The dry and thin man was originally still smiling because of what happened just now, but at the words, his face immediately turned cold. My old master's body is fine. Although he is old, he can eat and sleep, and he has been in conditioning all year round. You even open your mouth to curse my old master to death. What is your intention? Yes, Jiang Chen, you can't say that nonsense. But it was the white pavilion master on the side who, after seeing the medical man appear, hurriedly ran his ass over, only to hear Jiang Chen suddenly come up with such a sentence. The person was straight up dumbfounded on the spot. Jiang Chen's medical skill was very high. This point he admitted. After watching beside Jiang Chen for a long time, many difficult cases were solved in the other party's hands, which also proved this point. But doesn't he know that the one standing in front of him was once the #1 person in the apricot forest sector in Jiangzhou? Even if Jiang Chen's medical skills were higher than a medical doctor's, he was still too weak in terms of experience. Besides, being the same healer, could the other party's understanding of his own body not be as high as Jiang Chen's? That said, the 4 steps of looking and sniffing, he has only looked at 2 eyes at most, right? How dare you make such a decision? Even Pavilion Master Bai, who had long been convinced by Jiang Chen's medical skills, felt at the moment that Jiang Chen was guilty of presumptuous judgment. The most important thing to avoid in practicing medicine is to jump to conclusions. He politely reminded Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, do you want to take a look again? However, Jiang Chen stared at the medical man, his gaze unbiased, and said with great certainty, no need. My judgment, it can't be wrong. Moncler, your body, indeed, has a big problem. Just shut up. Hearing Jiang Chen still talking like this, the dry and thin man was afraid of attracting the healer's displeasure, and hurriedly said, you scion, how can you be so uninformed? I'll be honest with you, this old master of mine is none other than the famous. Jiang Chen raised his hand and directly interrupted him. How famous was he in life? If he dies, he'll be known behind him. With that, he looked back to the medic. Moncler, am I right? In fact, Jiang Chen's medical skills at this time after the system had been enhanced. For many foci, all it took was a glance if he wanted to judge. However, this kind of skill was too shocking for people like the White Pavilion Master. Jiang Chen was afraid of spoiling their hearts towards medicine. That's how you treat every patient, routinely performing the steps of looking, sniffing, and examining. And just a moment after seeing the medic up close, though the other party didn't seem to be in any serious trouble on the surface, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, on the opposite side, there was already black gas floating. It is already a sign of impending death. Jiang Chen, I originally thought you were a man of great medical skill, which is why I made a special trip to bring my old man to visit you. But listen to what you're saying now?" After the dry and thin man said that, he intended to take the healer away. However, when he turned around, he realized that the expression on the medic's face, something was wrong. Gordon let out a cry in his mind. It was the stunned feeling of a secret that had been hidden for a long time and had been suddenly poked and prodded. "Healer!" The dry, thin man called to the other, hesitantly, and it was at this moment that the healer finally came back to his senses. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen, and both his expression and the words he said revealed a sense of disbelief. "How the hell did you do that? You're the one who just looked at me," he said, as if snapping to some unbelievable possibility, and muttered with eyes full of shock. "Could it be that you have already reached the supreme realm of Qi? Look out! But this is also just a legend. Thousands of years ago, only that person recorded such supreme realm in the book." "What realm?" Pavilion Master Bai looked at the expression on the healer's face and sensed that things might be beyond his imagination, so he hurriedly asked. The doctor explained, "Legend has it that there was a medical sage in ancient times, who practiced medicine and saved countless people in his life, and had many disciples, but none of them could satisfy him, so in his old age when he was about to die, he decided to make a book to leave his medical skills to his descendants. That book has been passed down to this day, and its name, now, is called the Pharmacopoeia." "What?" Pavilion Master Bai was incomparably shocked. This was clearly contrary to common sense. Rumor had it that the Pharmacopoeia was not made by one person, but rather the medical sages over the millennia, constantly refining the contents inside, which had become the thick book that almost everyone from the medical profession would read at the very beginning of the medical canon today. The medical man shook his head. "This is a rumor, but it's just a later healer, based on his own knowledge, repairing the contents. There are countless people who seek fame, who all want to give their names a chance to be famous for ages. Some people just changed some of the misspelled words in it, and then ostentatiously reprinted the edition, changing its name to a certain family name Pharmacopoeia, such as Chen's Pharmacopoeia, Huang's Pharmacopoeia, but it's just a generation of people who deceive the world and steal the name, so that's how it is." Hearing such a hidden secret, Pavilion Master Bai couldn't help but feel enlightened. The medical man added at this point, "Of course, even the very first version of the Pharmacopoeia contained many elements that have been criticized for posterity, such as..." The medical man paused before continuing. "It is recorded in there that in his later years, that medical sage was able to see various colors of qi surfacing on a person's body, and that he could determine what kind of disease a person was suffering from based on the display of the colors of these qi. Isn't this a pie in the sky?" Pavilion Master Bai was overwhelmed with absurdity. "Never heard of it." The healer laughed. "It is just so heavenly. So much so that when the healers who came to discuss its contents, they all agreed that the other party should be old, and therefore suffering from some kind of eye disease, which manifested this strange appearance. That's what should be the truth." The dry, thin man exclaimed. "Indeed, even the medical saints of the previous 2 generations have not been able to show this kind of skill. Yet, the medical man's words changed, this kind of thing that even the medical saints can't do." He looked toward Jiang Chen and bowed slightly. A few people on the side were alarmed and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. "I only heard the medical man say respectfully, as if on a pilgrimage, and yet you did it, young man." On this usual afternoon, in the slums of the western part of Jiangzhou City, an old voice reached the ears of the few people who were there. "To reintroduce myself, although I am known as the Jiangzhou healer, that is nothing more than a quack's exaggerated appellation. Foolish Zhang Yuan, meet the new generation of medical saints." Chapter 96, You Still Owe Me Too. Whether it was the white pavilion master or the dry and thin man, or maybe it was Cui Yinxiu and Lu Cheng who were eavesdropping not far away, everyone listened to the words as if they were in a dream. It's a picture that anyone who sees it would find incredible. An old man, bowing to a young man less than the age of a weak crown, with heartfelt expressions of deference. He even honored the other party as the new generation of medical saints. This image is so impactful, so much so that everyone reacted half a beat slower, and only then was the old man able to help Jiang Chen up before he nearly gave him a big kneeling salute. "Healer, what are you doing?" As soon as he picked up healer, the dry and thin man said with a bitter look on his face. Even he, at the moment, very much did not understand this behavior of the healer. Although Jiang Chen's medical skills were high, it wasn't as if he was like this. The contemporary healer is still around. Does he know about this? But he saw the healer's eyes full of fervor. Pushing him away with one hand, he cursed under his breath. "I don't want you to care. District mediocrity. How could you know what this represents?" When he said that, he directly flung himself on his knees in front of Jiang Chen with a lightning-fast momentum. The nagging head was about to bow down. "Still coming?" The crowd that saw this scene was in a hurry. This old man to the postgraduate kneeling salute. Set out of the medical man's reputation in this life have to be ruined. He was oblivious to himself, but he didn't know that everyone else was going crazy with anxiety in their hearts. However, at this critical moment, another fluttering sound came. Only Jiang Chen was so fast that he flew up, kneeling in front of the healer without hesitation. Worship with it. It was the healer's turn to be dumbfounded. Lord Healer, what are you doing? I'm still asking you what you're doing. Jiang Chen didn't have the good sense to say, inexplicably giving Laozi the name of a medical saint, and then acting like this. Laozi wants to save you, but you really want to harm me. For others, accepting a large gift from an elderly person and folding their life is just an exaggeration. And for Jiang Chen, who had the system in place, this thing was a real lifesaver. The moment just now, the system went crazy with pop-up alerts. Jiang Chen's eyes were flashing red. Where did that come from? The medic asked. At this moment, the matter about Jiang Chen's origins in the den of thieves had all been put behind him, because he was incredibly clear that a person who did not have a great desire to help the world in his heart would never be able to hone his medical skills to such a peak level. Jiang Chen couldn't be denied. Don't you care? In any case, Grand Master, you stand up for me right now. This won't do. The medical man flatly refused. The old man already has a short life ahead of him, and today, no matter what, the old man will definitely make a pilgrimage to worship you. The new saint. Damn you. Jiang Chen said angrily, you're sick. Not bad. Old me is suffering from a terminal illness, and I don't have long to live. The doctor's face was calm and said, but today, the name of the new saint was spread in my mouth, and when you become famous in the future, the world will mention today's event and quote it as a beautiful story. They'll definitely call you a ing psychopath. Jiang Chen cracked, I guarantee it. I don't care. The medical man doesn't care. No matter what. Today, this great gift, old man must perform it. No one should stop me. Good. Jiang Chen was all laughed out loud by this old man. Today, no one should stop this old thing. Let him worship me. The medical man was overjoyed at his words, and without saying a word, he kowtowed to Jiang Chen. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of joy, but suddenly he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. A stump whacked the ground. 2 thuds. Jiang Chen raised his head, and red marks emerged on his forehead. Looking at the dumbfounded medical man, Jiang Chen laughed hideously. Lao dang. Dumbfounded. Today you give me a kowtow. I'll give you 2 kowtows. Play with your life right. Who's afraid of who? I'll follow you today. Jesus can't pull my old man even if he comes. Still? The medic was dumbfounded, looking up at several people and pointing his hand at Jiang Chen. Isn't this a rascal? Crowd. Who is Jesus? The white pavilion master on the side watched this farce, and suddenly entering the ear of a word he had never heard before, he couldn't help but ask the dry and thin man on the side. The dry and thin man was clearly distracted at the moment. The face of their myriad hands hall was now rubbing itself against the ground. What kind of asshole says old people are traditional anyway? It was a scene that he could no longer understand at all. Dang, the medic doesn't believe it. Another kowtow to Jiang Chen, and cried out, then the old man will worship once more. And today, it is necessary for you to receive this worship. Jiang Chen sneered. 2 more thuds. He looked at the healer as if provoked. Come, with, although the medical man is old, but does not obey the familiar. Without saying anything again, thud forehead on the ground. Dang. 3rd time. Knock knock. I knock 6. Dang. 4. Knock knock. 8. Time passes by. The crowd looked at the 2 men on the shelving floor who kept giving each other big salutes. At first they all called out straight away that the rites were falling apart. But now, they're numb. 2 live daddies. Let's do it. Who can beat you 2? 1 old and undead. 1 young and undead. Even the patients who were originally lined up at the back waiting for Jiang Chen to save them realized that the line wasn't moving to the front and rushed to the front to see what was going on. After seeing this scene, some people's faces were so happy that they intended to join on the spot. Do you pay for doing that? Then I'll add 1 too. 97. The medic was seriously out of strength after kowtowing 97 times. This time, he staggered to his feet. However, what baffled him was that Jiang Chen on the opposite side was still fast out of a stump. 2 thuds and a series of shocks. 198. When Jiang Chen shouted out this number without turning red in the face or jumping in the heart, the medic then knew that he had lost today. Lost completely and utterly. He sighed and said, sure enough, fighting for physical strength is still no match for you youngsters after all. Old dang. You're not bad either. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. It's a character. I rarely meet tough opponents like you. And again, is it still going on? The medic's strength to shake his head was almost gone. Only his lips turned over twice as he stated, not coming, not coming. Heroes come out of the youth. This saying is really not false. That goes without saying. Jiang Chen hummed, fearless. The doctor took another long breath before saying, it's getting late. Today, let's call it a day. Then let's stop here. Jiang Chen said, suddenly calculating his sum. Wait, no, 198 divided by 2 is 99. Old thing, you've only kowtowed 97. You still owe me 2. Chapter 97, Sick in the Head. Okay. The healer gave a no problem gesture and didn't renege, but just gasped. But you have to allow the old man to slow down. Alright, then you slow down. Jiang Chen nodded. Very tolerant. Crowd next door. Numb. They were completely numb. Now it feels like even if something happens to reverse the Big Dipper again, they can accept it. The dry and thin man and the white pavilion master, both of them glanced at each other, and both of them silently retreated behind the crowd. Fearing that the doctor would have another attack later, he had to drag them both to give Jiang Chen a kowtow as well. That would be a shame to follow. Knock knock. 2 more voices. Jiang Chen nodded and got up, looking around the room like it was nothing. Found that the surrounding area was already jammed. He glared. What are you all gathered around for? Why don't you get in line for me? Oh, when a bunch of patients were threatened by Jiang Chen, their necks shrank and they honestly ran to the back to line up. Jiang Chen rejoined the charity stand. Just after sitting down, Cui Yunxiu on the side handed over a handkerchief and softly said, Jiang Chen, wipe it off. It's all dusty. Oh, Jiang Chen answered in a jar, and without being polite to her, he took it in his hand and wiped his forehead and then his knees. Only then did he return the handkerchief. Where Jiang Chen hadn't noticed, Lu Qing looked startled, looking at Jiang Chen, then at Cui Yunxiu. How these two are as good as an old married couple. Surprisingly, it caused a hint of envy to arise in her heart that should have been filled with disdain. Now Jiang Chen seems to have really changed. On the other side, Jiang Chen packed up afterward. Fixing his eyes, he realized that the medical man was still kneeling on the ground, and he exclaimed, No, old thing, what do you mean? You're still kneeling. You want to make a sneak attack, don't you? The medic looked embarrassed. My legs are numb. I can't get up. Jiang Chen, there's no one else either. Seeing this, the two of them, the white pavilion master and the dry and thin man, rushed forward, one on each side, to help him up. During this process, Pavilion Master Bai said with a complicated expression, Doctor, what are you doing? Such behavior will only make a mockery of the world when it is spread out, and you will lose face for nothing. What do you know? What do you know? The medic scolded as he pounded his tingling thighs. You guys think it's him I'm kneeling on? Otherwise it would be. The dry, thin man was about to speak, but was interrupted by the healer without mercy. I kneel. A great good. The white pavilion master and the dry, thin man froze. The doctor's gaze was seen slowly skimming over the long line of patients that was forming behind him. Among them, there is a limp. There are covering the forehead looks painful. There are also holding the stomach squatting on the ground straight up. They were all in rough, short shirts, with rough skin and mud spots all over. Each of them had their own suffering. Each of them had their own difficulties. And now that they had gathered because of Jiang Chen, each of them began to have hope for life in their deathly gray eyes. The medical man retracted his gaze and said in an indulgent voice, Old man, it is for the future of the people of my great Jiangzhou, who do not have to suffer from the pain of illness, and kneel. The moment these words came out, several people around them all looked solemn. I can't imagine that there is such a deep metaphor behind this behavior of the healer. Not bad for a medic. I was wrong. Snap. The dry and thin man raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. The voice choked back near tears. Fong, I shouldn't have stood by and secretly felt ashamed. Healer, please also chastise me. I was wrong too. Snap. Jiang Chen raised his hand and also ruthlessly gave the dry and thin man a big mouth. I should not have acted so childishly just now, and failed you for nothing. Dry skinny man. Slap marks on dry, thin man's face. No, you're smoking yourself. Why are you smoking me? The dry, thin man nearly seated on the spot, but looked at the medical man and held his tongue. I took the slap for the people of Jiangzhou. Ha! The healer laughed and shook his head. I don't blame you guys. It's nobody's fault. It's my own fault for wanting to do this. And the loss of this matter when it gets out is nothing more than a loss of my meager face. And in the near future, the medical man once again bowed toward Jiang Chen and said with a smile, Your name as a medical saint will then be spread into thousands of households. Jiang Chen? Wait. What did you just say? Say it again. It was Jiang Chen's turn to be shocked. The medic didn't say anything, just looked at him with a smile. A ball of fire rose out of nowhere in Jiang Chen's heart. You old thing. You're racking me. Yes. Jiang Chen realized only after the fact this old thing is really human essence. Actually dug such a big hole for himself. Earlier the medic's words and actions, though seemingly childish, but this is something that actually happened in public. A simple thought will tell you that the matter is bound to be widely publicized, given the popularity of the status of the two parties involved. Whether people talk about it as an anecdote or as a real thing that happened, none of this matters. The important thing was that Jiang Chen's name as a medical saint was bound to reach the ears of many people, 1,000 people, with just one person within them trying to test the waters on this. would bring great trouble to Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb just thinking about it. The level of hassle is completely two-dimensional when you are actively engaged in the act of volunteering, and when you are approached by someone else. Especially, Jiang Chen, his old man, would also know about this. I guess he'll be called out for not doing his job again. One bad move and he'd get a beating for it. Asterisk. Jiang Chen was furious. Then what was that 198 times he just kowtowed back? Count him stupid asterisk. I'm having fun with you, and you're playing mind games with me. Old thing, do you really take me for some kind of Mr. Nice guy? Don't you know that my Jiang family has a fierce reputation in this Jiangzhou? The doctor is still smiling. I have seen countless people in my life. A person who can practice medical skills to such a level, and then bad. And how bad can it go? Jiang Chen looked complicated. Aren't you afraid that in case I'm just as foppish as the rumors, just as evil as I am, wouldn't your face be wasted for nothing? Rumors? How much is true and how much is false? The medical man pointed to his own eyes and said, I only believe in what I see with my own eyes. And earlier when I watched from afar, I still had my doubts about you, but when I came into contact with you, I realized that all the rumors about you were not believable. As he spoke, he'd scared. It's strange to say that the feeling that you, this person, gives to Lao Fu was so different from the rumors that it almost amounts to two completely different people. I really don't know how those rumors about you were circulated. When he heard this, Jiang Chen was already creeped out. Is this the terrible insight that comes from experience? The last words of the old man in front of him almost dug out his essence. Thanks to the fact that this was ancient times, this old thing would never have thought to cross this level, but even that was scary enough. I also heard him continue. Even if what I said just now is not true, then the worst result is just the loss of a bit of insignificant face. And why should a person who is going to die care about this kind of thing? The man who will die. Hear those 4 words. The two of them, the white pavilion master and the medical man, changed their faces violently. Damn, how could they have overlooked something so important? How inappropriate. Just now, the doctor decided that Jiang Chen's level of medical skills exceeded that of the contemporary medical saints, because Jiang Chen could tell that he was not going to die soon with just one glance. In other words, the medic is now, literally, dying. Medic, the dry and thin man exclaimed anxiously. Did you already know about your deadline? Are you purposely hiding it from all of me in the myriad hands hall? The medic smiled slightly, but said nothing. Looking at the two men's hearts, they both felt bitter for him. The doctor had practiced medicine all his life to save people, but in his old age, he himself suffered from a disease that would kill him. There is no greater irony than when those who practice medicine and save lives die of disease. At this time, Cui Yunqiu suddenly reminded, elderly man, since you are sick, why don't you treat it? Words, the white pavilion master and the dry, thin man duo hurriedly said, that's right, doctor, didn't you say that Jiang Chen's medical skills are still above the contemporary medical sage? Maybe he can cure it. However, the medic shook his head this time. It's not that I don't believe in it, but with this disease of mine, even if the medical saint comes, it's useless. How? A disease that even the medical sage can't cure? The two were shocked. The healer sage is also a human being, and being a human being is unable to do something. It's nothing to be surprised about. But didn't he say that it was all evident that you were sick? The two of them looked at Jiang Chen and then at the healer, greatly puzzled. The medical man, however, did not answer directly, but only suddenly asked, the medical sage who wrote the pharmacopoeia, the level of medical skill is unprecedented, but in his later years, he is no longer willing to go out. Do you know why this is? What's this about? It is because, although he could easily see the illnesses in people, he had no way to cure. The doctor paused for a moment and then smiled bitterly. So he preferred to trap himself in his room, living alone and die of depression. I can't believe this is still happening. The white pavilion master was a bit touched, his expression mournful. It was a hidden secret that he had never heard before, and thought that only a man of the healer's age would be able to speak of it as if it were his own. At this time, the dry and thin man insisted, why don't you give it a try? Perhaps he will be able to cure you. No need, that's impossible. The healer forced a smile and looked at Jiang Chen. I think you should have already seen where my illness lies. Well, I know. Jiang Chen squared his shoulders as he nodded, then pointed to his head and said, it's the head. Jiang Chen, you're still talking smack here. The dry and thin man almost stormed off again when he heard Jiang Chen say that, but he was pulled back by the medic. He's right, it's exactly the head. What? The dry and thin man was confused. Immediately, he also heard the medical man say, although you have not yet left the school, but for the time being, you are also considered a healer. Do you know that in our medical world, there is a disease of the organ that cannot be cured no matter what? It's in the head. The dry, thin man's brain went blank and his face was ashen. Yes, the medical man said nonchalantly. So far in the medical world, No one has been able to penetrate the mysteries of the human brain. That's why I'm saying that neither the contemporary medical sage, nor Jiang Chen, have any way to cure it. The medical man finished and smiled at Jiang Chen. Don't blame me. I don't mean to underestimate you. It's really, no, you have underestimated. The medic made a puzzled noise. I didn't say I couldn't cure it, Jiang Chen said with incomparable calmness. Again the medic made a puzzled noise. Jiang Chen also finally switched to one last statement. I can heal. You can cure. The medic made a loud noise. Not at all like an old man, but like a child who had seen the unthinkable. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Don't tell me you're serious. Jiang Chen, I'm serious. Outrageous. The medic is really a bit pissed off. He knew that Jiang Chen had reached the peak of his medical skills at a young age, so he naturally had his own self-confidence. However, one must still be humble when it is time to be humble. You're the one who can cure a disease in the head that no healer in the past has been able to figure out? He turned negatively and took 2 disgruntled steps with his hands behind his back, and jerked back around. He pointed to his head and said indignantly, Are you not listening clearly? Old man, is this sick? It's the head that's sick. Jiang Chen, that is indeed quite a serious illness. Nonsense, the medical man said again. Come on, tell me, how are you going to cure the disease inside this head? You tell me how to cure it. Take your medicine. Jiang Chen lowered his head, picked up a pen, and brushed it a few times. A prescription flies into shape. He handed it to the medic with a pout on his face. When the medic took it, he would have been still heaving violently in his chest and coughing from time to time. At first, he was frowning at it. After analyzing the pharmacology on it for a while, his expression grew more and more grave. By the end of the day, he even had his eyes glowing. The same healer, an insider's view. Jiang Chen prescribed this medicine. He actually did see a glimmer of a cure in it. For a long time, he raised his head, feeling his face burning, and held his tongue. Really cure? It's on me if I die. Jiang Chen patted his chest and packed his bags. Medics, that's human. What do you mean? Dead on you. This kid is definitely not going to make any money when he opens a medical clinic in the future. If every patient comes to your door and asks you if the medicine is good, and you say this, see who will be happy to see you. But again, it has to be said, these words were indeed very powerful. Especially since Jiang Chen said them with an air of conviction. If this medicine really works, the medical man cannot help but think, then he can still live a few more years? He certainly didn't want to die just like that if he could stay alive. After all, the large Myriad Hands Hall managed the medical centers in the entire Jiangzhou. If he died, there was no guarantee what the Myriad Hands Hall would become afterward in someone else's hands. Moreover, in this world, there are so many sick people. If he lives one more day, he can save a few more people. That was what he was most relieved about. The medic shook his head violently at the thought. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. It's just a prescription, and you haven't even gotten the medicine to start taking it yet. I can't believe I'm thinking so far back myself. Even if it's extravagant, it's a bit too much. Medic, the dry, thin man beside him, pulled him carefully. What is it? I'll get your medicine for you. Good. The old man's legs are weak, so I'll trouble you to run for me. Why? It's all I should do. The dry, thin man left quickly. Instead, the medic fumed reductively for a moment before silently moving out of the way so as not to block the path of the patient behind him. He found a seat in the corner, looking at Jiang Chen, who was constantly receiving patients, and Cui Yinxiu, who was wiping his sweat from time to time at the side. A big stone seemed to fall quietly to the ground in the healer's heart. Still, something seems to be missing. The healer turned his head and realized that the girl from Governor Lu's family was standing not far away, staring intently in the direction of the two of them. There was disbelief, confusion, and a hint of vague envy in her eyes. Chapter 98, Lu Qing's throbbing. The medic looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a few emotions in his heart. It's really the years that count. There was a time when he was as young as this. It took a lifetime of hard work to get to this point. When Jiang Chen came to his own point, looking back, what would he see? The medic subconsciously thought this and suddenly froze. His grandmother. This kid has long since surpassed himself. In just a few short years as a teenager, he has already traveled to the end of the road that others would take decades or even a lifetime to reach. The thought popped into the medic's head. It's outrageous, but so true. When Jiang Chen reached the end of his medical career, he looked back and gazed at his 20s, then realized that he was only 18. It's a real people pleaser. What's even more depressing for the medics is this. Right now it seemed like it was just the beginning for Jiang Chen. Where is his future? How far will his future take him? No one knows. Is this kid a monster? But it is not to be wondered that the world will be better off because of him. The medic expects so. But the medic looked at Lu Qing again, and on her face was an expression of obvious preoccupation. One couldn't help but think, It seems that even a demon like him seems to have things he can't handle. The medic smiled, greeting the other. Miss Willow, eh? Lu Qing was originally looking out in the direction of Jiang Chen and Cui Yinxiu. Hearing the healer's greeting, he turned around. Hastily, he stepped forward respectfully and bowed to the healer. Doctor, I wonder what you have summoned me for. No need to be polite. The healer waved his hand. The Lu family, as the largest family in the official circles of Jiangzhou nowadays, had also invited him to visit their home. Therefore, for this Lu family now in the third generation, the only one daughter, he naturally also recognized, although I can't say I know them well. However, for this etiquette that should be there, Lu Qing was not missing at all. And this, in fact, was quite the appearance of a lady of the world. The healer smiled. It's nothing much, except that it seems to me that you have something on your mind. Matters of the heart. Lu Qing looked at the old man with gray hair and beard in front of him and pretended to be puzzled. I don't know what the doctor is referring to. No harm done. In the face of Lu Qing's somewhat wary attitude, the doctor smiled. I have saved your father's life, so every year, your father will bring gifts to see the old man on the doorstep, one after the other. They are also known as uncle and nephew, so you do not need to be polite. If you are willing to call the old man a Hua Lao on the line. Hua, old man. Lu Qing was still a bit formal. Although it was now obvious that the other party was pulling strings with himself, a discerning person could see at a glance that he was trying to get a word in edgewise with himself. For this old man who had once saved his father's life, Lu Qing still had great respect. Always maintain an attitude that appears neither humble nor aloof. The doctor knew that the woman was suspicious, and did not resent it, suddenly meaning to say, Miss Lu, you now, also to this age, have a marriage? Hua Lao, why are you suddenly asking this? Lu Qing thought that the other party had suddenly approached him to say something. Smell made a big red face on the spot. Stammering, this is still early. Where is the marriage? When she finished, she froze. Subconsciously, he glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. Immediately, again, he withdrew his gaze before the other man realized what he was doing. No, absolutely not. Lu Qing desperately shook his head. Really? The medic smirked. In this vicissitude and wisdom-filled eyes of his, Lu Qing instantly felt that all the thoughts in his mind had nothing to hide. Again, he hesitated for a long time. She finally clenched her teeth and said, hardly, actually, if there is one. After saying that, she immediately added, but it's impossible for me and that guy. So it is. The healer smiled. It seems that the rumors that old man heard are true. What? Ah! Lu Qing stared in surprise. What rumors? Why are you still interested in those rumors at your age? Ha 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 ha. The medical man laughed freely. He squeezed his eyes towards Lu Qing. Not bad. Even the old man, at this point, can't be exempted from this? Who asked you? A bunch of good talents. To always give this Jiangzhou? From time to time I want to hear it, but it's hard for me not to. It's hard for old me to hear it even if I want to. Lu Qing. She now really had a feeling of disillusionment, and had thought that with the doctor's high esteem, he must be a person who did not ask about external affairs and was dedicated to medicine. I can't imagine that I would actually inquire about these rumors out there. No, he should have seen it when he was just resting there and knocking against Jiang Chen. This is by no means a proper old man, and now it's coming up to her in a fuss to ask about her marriage. Now, Lu Qing couldn't even deny it if he wanted to. Just then, however, the healer's lilting voice drifted over. Miss Lu, people, this life seems to be very long. In fact, 100 years is only a flick of the finger. No matter who, in the end, cannot escape the destiny of the Yellow Earth Ag. In this short life, some people, just to meet, it is already an extremely remarkable thing. To end up losing because of a momentary obsession is more than worth it in terms of a span of decades. Lu Qing froze for a moment as he listened to the healer's sudden sentiment. Medical, Elder Hua. With these words, are you implying something to me? The medical man shook his head. There is no hint of anything in this statement. You can take it as the sentiments of an old man who is old and his will is not fulfilled. Or you can see it as an old man's exhortation to those who come after him in life. Or, even, you can see it as the dim-witted words of my old man who was meddling in the affairs of his own and leaning on his old age. It's all in how you interpret it. All, in how I interpret. Lu Qing lowered his head and silently savored the words. Is this a caveat? What did he, the medic, see? Rio Qing didn't know, but she did, indeed, feel a certain stirring in her heart at these words, or impulse. At that moment a hurried footstep came from the distance. The medic narrowed his eyes in that direction. Under the thin sunset, a dry and thin silhouette was darting in this direction. The doctor twisted his head and rushed at Lu Qing, who was still thinking. Miss Lu, the old man's life-saving medicine is here, so I'll excuse myself for now. After saying that, he glanced in Jiang Chen's direction again. Jiang Chen was snickering in Cui Yinxiu's ear at that moment. I'm telling you, This old man must have been thinking just now that if he had died on the spot when he was worshipping me at that time, this might have become a good story to be passed down through the ages. Too bad it ran into me. Ha 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 ha. Your medical skills, Jiang Chen, have been excellent since. The medic couldn't hear what they were saying, but politely smiled at the other man as well. It was dark and the long line disappeared. Cui Yunxiu was packing up the charity booth. Before Jiang Chen Clinic did not help, can only look on the sidelines. This will think of their own can finally help a bit of help. Even busy before and after the packing up, Jiang Chen was thus free. He stretched. It's been an exhausting day and it's time to end it. At this time, Cui Yunxiu's hesitant voice came. Then, Jiang Chen, will you still come tomorrow? Of course, Jiang Chen said without thinking. Today is the most profitable day I've ever had. The earning that Jiang Chen said in his mouth, of course, referred to the righteousness value. Just today, in one day, his righteousness value had increased by more than 10,000. It's almost close to matching the total of the previous period. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned that in the next few days before the autumn examination, he would go to the Luyun building to teach every morning and come here in the afternoon for a clinic. That's life, Jiang Chen lamented. At this time, Cui Yunxiu's somewhat nervous voice was heard coming out. Then tomorrow, can I come here as well? Jiang Chen looked at her and smiled. Of course you can, with so many patients. I can't be busy alone. That's good. Just what? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. What was with this relieved tone? No, nothing. Cui Yunxiu shook her head in panic. Of course she wouldn't tell Jiang Chen. She had been worried that this time, she had invited Jiang Chen to travel in response to Lu Qing's words, and only had the opportunity to stand here. There will be no excuse to follow me here again tomorrow. Now it was a relief to get the promise that he would still be able to come along tomorrow. It's really nothing? Jiang Chen asked again, and he scratched his head. Some don't understand. It's really nothing. Cui Yunxiu denied it. Okay then. Seeing that Cui Yunxiu wasn't going to explain, Jiang Chen didn't ask any more questions. He thought for a moment and then added, by the way, I remember that your father has also been bedridden, right? Cui Yunxiu froze and looked up incredulously. Jiang Chen, you, tomorrow? No, just later, if you don't mind. I'll go with you to your house later to see if I should be able to cure uncle's illness. Thank you Jiang Chen. Cui Yunxiu was thrilled beyond words. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, Harm, what kind of relationship do we have? What's the point of saying thank you? It's out of the ordinary. Cui Yunxiu was, after all, the first person Jiang Chen had met when he first came to this world. So for her, there has always been a special emotion in her heart. It was just that Cui Yunxiu herself didn't know. However, in Cui Yunxiu's ears at this time, it was a completely different meaning. Jiang Chen, he said that there is a relationship between us. Does it say? He also treated me. He's the heir of that Jiang family, while I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why would? Moreover, he also has a marriage contract with Lu Qing. Thinking of this, Cui Yunxiu's heart was already gloomy. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, this kind of thing. Cui Yunxiu took a deep breath and summoned up enough courage to say, I can only wish you and Miss Lu 100 years of happiness. Jiang Chen, who had already walked out 3 meters away, turned back and revealed a confused expression. No, I'm going to save your father, and this is how you curse me? Ah, looking at Jiang Chen's expression, it was only then that Cui Yunxiu suddenly realized what unimaginable words she had just said. The cheeks were instantly scarlet. Just now the words, you pretend not to hear, okay, TSK. Jiang Chen skimmed his lips. I know even if you don't say it. That missy who was always looking for trouble. Let's forget about it. So what if you're good looking? You're not blessed. He shook his head and was about to go to the healers to ask the other man if his body had changed. Unexpectedly a sudden gust of fragrant air wafted into his nose, only to see Lu Qing standing in front of him with a twisted expression that would never have appeared in the past, and an unnatural posture. Jiang Chen, I have something to say to you. Chapter 99, Confusing Matters of the Heart. Jiang Chen, he looked up at the sky. Is today some kind of evil day? Why are all these women so strange? Do you hear me? I want to talk to you. Ringing in his ears once again was that missy tone that could only be cultivated by years of bossing people around. Here. Jiang Chen was helpless and retracted his gaze from the sky. In the process, he inadvertently saw the 3 men of the Hall of Myriad Hands under the corner of the decadent billet wall not far away. The look on the face of its herbalist concerned him greatly. This old deng held the pot of medicine with both hands, slowly as if he was drinking tea, while squinting his eyes to reveal an expression of enjoyment, while looking at him again, revealing a smile as if he was eating melons and urging the masses. Jiang Chen slapped his thighs and came to a realization. Next time you prescribe medicine, you should prescribe arsenic for this old thing. I've been getting myself into trouble. Ugh, what are you going to say? Sighing, Jiang Chen redirected his gaze towards Lu Qing. Slightly complicated. Jiang Chen had nothing good to say about this woman who had launched verbal sneers at him from time to time since the first day he crossed over, always putting on an expression that looked down on him, and who had appeared in his life in a haunted manner. It's annoying. Of course, if you want to think deeper, Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't blame the other party for all of this. After all, one was originally a total dude in the eyes of others. The forcible robbing of women in the streets, and other more heavenly things, were commonplace for the original owner. Who would have believed that such a person would one day suddenly go against the grain and clean up his act? Therefore, Jiang Chen could understand her previous several times of finding Jiang Chen's mouth unpleasant. But understanding is understanding. If the other party suddenly showed an attitude of I realized that Jiang Chen, you seem to be different from before, and I don't seem to be so resistant to the family marriage thing. What do you think? What do you think? Jiang Chen would still deliberately pretend to think for a moment, give the other person a few seconds to be happy, and then reject each other ruthlessly and viciously without mercy. Don't ask. Ask is a Sigma man. Never fall into a woman's trap. Jiang Chen, actually After some agonizing, Lu Qing finally clenched her teeth, as if she had made some sort of determination, and opened her mouth. The conversation the healer had just had with her had given her a lot to think about. Yes, one's life is so short, and some people, in this life, one may only meet that once. If you let things go in a direction that you will regret for the rest of your life because of a moment of weakness, wouldn't a person's life be meaningless then? And today, wasn't that the purpose of her asking Cui Yunxiu to write a letter to ask Jiang Chen out? Jiang Chen, actually Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. Things were, more and more, going in that direction he had speculated. The corners of his mouth had been restrained from rising. Actually, you what? I didn't hear you. There's nothing like someone who once looked at you with displeasure, showing you their heart, and then having it rejected with a vengeance. At this moment, even Cui Yunxiu, who was in the process of packing up the charity stand, did not move and sidestepped her face. Her ears slightly perked up. The healer under the far corner was even burning his tongue while sipping the medicinal soup because he was overly concerned about the movement over here. The 5 features on the old face twisted into a ball for a split second, and then stared at this side with wide, unblinking eyes like nothing was wrong. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath. Just listen to Lu Qing's voice with a little bit of nervousness and a little bit of temptation. From among the sandalwood mouth, it was finally spoken out. Actually, the person who invited you on a trip today is not Cui Yunxiu. Oh, although Jiang Chen knew the truth as soon as he caught a glimpse of her this morning, the atmosphere at this moment obviously didn't allow him to show it, so he pretended to be surprised. If it's not her, then who is it? Lu Qing pushed out her chest without any trace. Who do you think it is? Could it be you? Jiang Chen's eyes widened, his expression astonished as if he had discovered a new continent. Lu Qing. After a moment of silence, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and Jiang Chen sucked in a breath along with her at the sight of her stance, knowing that the other side is going to zoom in. Even the two people, Cui Yunxiu and Healer, who were eavesdropping from afar, maintained absolute concentration at this moment. Phew. When Lu Qing exhaled that breath out, her eyes, in turn, opened. Jiang Chen, do you still remember what happened the last time I was with Miss Cui at your home? Lu Yun house? Jiang Chen froze. That was how many chapters ago? And you still remember it? Of course I remember. At this moment, Lu Qing's expression was very serious. It was on that day that one person, when Miss Cui and I were being pestered by the landlubbers, stepped in to save the two of us from danger. How could I forget? Ha! Jiang Chen scratched his head, rather embarrassed. You said that thing harm. I can't imagine that you can actually remember it for so long. I've almost forgotten. So long? Lu Qing took a step closer and looked at Jiang Chen very seriously. That thing? I can remember it for the rest of my life. That's not necessary. Jiang Chen waved his hand. As far as I'm concerned, that's nothing more than a matter of passing. You? Lu Qing looked at Jiang Chen, her expression suddenly becoming odd. When did I say that person was you? Ha! It was Jiang Chen's turn to be surprised. Not only him, even the few people from the healer not far away detected a hint of something wrong. Only Cui Yunxiu revealed a thoughtful look. That day, before Jiang Chen rushed into the room to rescue the two of them, they also had a crisis. At that time, it was a woman in the middle of the Lu Yun building who saved them. They were also placed in a room. That's what led to what happened later. However, Jiang Chen was completely unclear about this matter. Therefore he looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. The eyes looked skeptical. Your memories. Did something go wrong? How could I possibly misremember something that important? Lu Qing looked at Jiang Chen and laughed coldly. You wouldn't, by any chance, think that the person I was referring to in my mouth just now was you? Seeing Jiang Chen freeze, Lu Qing gave an exaggerated jolt and took a step back with her hands clasped over her chest. It's still true? You're disgusting, she yelled. Jiang Chen, you don't think that just with the changes you've made over this period of time, you'll be able to make me move towards you, even if you are completely changed now. So what? As long as you are still the person you are, not a single one of the evil deeds you have committed will be left behind, and will always be remembered in my heart. Humph. So what if you and I have a marriage contract? As long as I don't agree, you'll never think of it. Jiang Chen, who? It wasn't at all what he expected, but it was a relief all the same. The other side, it turns out, didn't mean it. That's just fantastic. So, you've been going around in circles today, and you just want to ask me about the guy who saved your ass back then, right? Of course. Fine. I'll help in this matter, but in exchange, you have to promise that you'll never appear in front of me in the future. Lu Qing's body trembled, but her tone was cold and hard. You think I want to see you? That's good. Jiang Chen turned around, so he inquired with Cui Yinxiu about what had happened that day. After listening to the entire event, he nodded slightly and said, all right, I'll have someone look into it after this matter, and after I get the news, I'll have someone notify you first. After saying that, he greeted Cui Yinxiu. If it's all right, I'll take my leave for the day. After saying that, with a step as if he was relieved, he brushed past Lu Qing, the distant healer side, and whispered, what's the point? After saying that, he made a salute towards Jiang Chen. Since that's the case, then old me, today, will also take my leave. Lu Qing lowered his head, the upper half of his face hidden in the shadows. Half the time there was no movement, only Cui Yinxiu gently tapped her shoulder as she passed by. Ms. Willow, are you okay? Just now you said those words. I'm fine. As if Lu Qing had just come back to her senses, she raised her head and revealed a bright smile. It's also a matter of closure, and in the future, I finally won't have to be pestered by that guy. You? Seriously? As a woman herself, Cui Yinxiu could not fully appreciate Lu Qing's thoughts though, but more or less, you can tell a little bit. The conversation that had just taken place should never have ended this way, but halfway through, the other side suddenly played a trick and evaded what should have been straight from the heart. Chapter 100, in fact, my family is actually the Jiang family. Of course it's serious, don't you remember? When that lady warrior saved us that day, I said that such a lady warrior must be befriended before we can do anything about it, and now that two wishes can be fulfilled at once, I can't tell you how happy I am right now. With that, Lu Qing laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Only, Cui Yinxiu didn't concur this time. Therefore, a person's laughter is more or less awkward. So after a while, the laughter stopped as well, except for the unchanged smile that he maintained on his face, which looked a little stiff, and Cui Yinxiu, after the other party's laughter stopped, added, I don't remember, relatively speechless. Then you're quite ungrateful. Lu Qing finally smiled and patted Cui Yinxiu's shoulder. Gone. Saying that, he glanced in the direction Jiang Chen had left. I wish you two lovers a happy ending. Cui Yinxiu. She fell silent for a gap. Lu Qing had already left with a big, sprightly stride, the direction, which was diametrically opposed to Jiang Chen. Cui Yinxiu hesitated in place for a while and sighed as well. Finally, he managed to follow the direction Jiang Chen had left. This big miss of the Lu family, whom she originally did not know well, had made some contact during this period of time, because of chance and coincidence. Let her, the daughter of a pauper, who would have shunned those high officials and noble women. The impression of her, too, had quietly changed a little, though the other man had acted a bit dictatorial when he took himself to a greenhouse dressed as a man, ignoring his own desire to leave. But when it came to evil, she would be the first to shield the more frail and powerless one behind her. And on this afternoon, she was the only one of the few who was dressed in a way that was out of place from the others because it was too ornate and fine. But while helping to set up the booth, she didn't mind the dirty surroundings. Instead, he showed a worried look, because he was worried that his clothes were too gorgeous and would cause others to criticize him. In the end, it even showed a few moments of self-doubt. Overall, Cui Yinxiu still felt more good than bad towards Lu Qing nowadays. Thus she was, after catching up with Jiang Chen's footsteps, didn't hold back or speak for her. Jiang Chen, it's so dark and this is a slum. I'm a bit uneasy about her being a big lady and walking on the road. Jiang Chen head did not return, laughed. This cannot need you to worry about. As far as I know, their Lu family on this generation on her so a daughter. Every time she traveled, she seems to be a person. In fact, the side of a number of good people are hidden, only are disguised to not let you find out just. I see. Cui Yinxiu came to a realization. No wonder you're not worried in the slightest. I wasn't worried about her. Jiang Chen shrugged and joked. Rather, it's you who should be worried about yourself when you follow me. The number one scourge of Jiangzhou, together, shouldn't you? Jiang Chen, I'm angry with you for saying that. Cui Yinxiu suddenly stopped in her tracks. This made Jiang Chen, who had heard no more movement behind him, have no choice but to follow and stop. Turning back, he saw Cui Yinxiu with a watering look on her face. Hey, I was just kidding. Not so much. As for, Cui Yinxiu increased the volume of her voice. Jiang Chen, you obviously have a talent that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in reading or writing, or even in the art of healing, but why? Would you rather make a mess of your reputation, and always acting like you don't care? This is not good at all. Do you like the feeling that everyone misunderstands you? Maybe, MS. Lu is also because she once misunderstood you. That's why. Cui Yinxiu's barrage of words finally stopped at the mention of Lu Qing. Jiang Chen's jaw dropped. Pouring. Isn't as scary as you make it out to be. There it is, Cui Yinxiu said as if she was angry and cathartic. Jiang Chen is the best in the world. But, when she finished, she hung her head again and wept. Only I know. Hissed Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. To be honest, he didn't even understand what the point of the other's anger was. What's there to be angry about? Suddenly, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations on the host's image change. The image of a vicious young man who robbed people's women without regard for the law is finally far away. Congratulations to the host on his new title, a repentant villain. Jiang Chen, what the hell? Is there a difference between these two things? Besides, I'm not doing anything right now, am I? The system had once told him that the image he had in the eyes of others determined the speed at which he accumulated righteousness values. For example, when he was still the previous title, healing a person would only earn him 100 points of righteousness. Nowadays, then, healing one person will earn you 200 points. In other words, if Jiang Chen saved one person now, he would be able to increase his lifespan by more than 8 more days. It's a qualitative leap. It could save Jiang Chen more effort in accumulating. The system mall has been updated. Please unlock the new products by yourself. Jiang Chen, what are you gawking at? Cui Yinxiu's voice once again pulled Jiang Chen's attention back. This put paid to his intention of tapping on the system mall. He sighed helplessly. Talking to Cui Yinxiu, he said, since you want to know the reason so much, then I'll tell you. Really? Cui Yinxiu's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen nodded. Everyone knows that my Jiang family has committed a lot of crimes and caused a lot of grievances among the people. But actually, Jiang Chen said, carefully glancing to the side as if he was afraid of being overheard. Cui Yinxiu instantly followed suit and tensed up when she saw this. It felt like I was about to hear a shocking secret. The voices all became very, very soft. How's it going? Actually? In fact, Jiang Chen lowered his voice even more. In fact, my Jiang family is, Chapter 101, Lu Qing's worries. Actually, my Jiang family. Cui Yinxiu's expression was a bit tense. At this moment, Jiang Chen's rare gaze and movements all revealed a message. What he said next was bound to be a shocking secret that no one knew. My Jiang family is. Stop. Cui Yinxiu suddenly called a halt and quickly covered her ears with both hands. I'm not listening. Jiang Chen looked at her suspiciously. No more listening? No more listening, no more listening. Cui Yinxiu quickly waved her hand and changed the topic. It's almost dark. Jiang Chen, let's go. After saying that, his two legs inverted and flew fast, crossing over Jiang Chen in one go and walking in front of him. Jiang Chen's eyes pursued her and took advantage of the situation to turn around, pursuing the question again. Really not listening? Really don't listen. Looking at her back with a hasty look, Jiang Chen felt a bit amused. Obviously they were all just now in a pushy attitude. I didn't realize that I had swindled him twice and actually didn't even dare to listen. And what a wimp. But that was the purpose of Fang Chen deliberately pretending to have such a grave expression. Cui Yinxiu was just an ordinary little commoner. While he was the heir to the biggest black family in Jiangzhou, even he showed great gravity before he could say the secret news. The other party, even if they were curious again, would definitely not dare to listen indiscriminately. Jiang Chen shook his head and slowly followed Cui Yinxiu, who was walking ahead. Meanwhile, take advantage of falling behind. Jiang Chen smoothly tapped on the system mall that he hadn't been able to open earlier. The original system mall was empty, but then he realized that the things that appeared in it were related to the books he had read, like the medical book he had been reading. The system then appeared with the words healing, and next to it the red word purchase, meaning that the healing level could be purchased, and knife skills. Of course, these two had long since been upgraded to full level by Jiang Chen with the purchase of righteousness values. In addition to this, there are many other items. For example, farming skills, boxing proficiency, and women's red skills are all pending upgrades. Obviously, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in this sort of thing. Jiang Chen had thought that the function of the system mall would continue like this. Sooner or later, he will learn all the knowledge and skills of the world. However, this time, the system suddenly prompted him. The system mall is updated. Jiang Chen naturally looked forward with immense curiosity to what goodies the system would bring him again. And when he tapped on the system mall and took a glance at the items that appeared at the top, his pupils, however, shrunk violently. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen muttered, This dog dash asterisk 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 ing system. Does it really want the world to erect a longevity monument for me? Snap. Ryokiyoshi kicked away the curbstone. The stone flew 7 or 8 feet away and hit the door of an unknown house with a muffled thud. Lu Qing's gaze was still tracing the stone when suddenly a rough roar came from the door. Which did it? Scared out of her wits, she took off at a jog and ran to the nearest alleyway entrance. Her back was against the wall, and she looked tense, panting slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Son of a. Have a son without an asshole. For a long time, until the man could be heard cursing and recussing and shutting the door. Only then did she carefully make her way out of the alley. Lu Qing looked down at the hem of her skirt. The night was already deep at this point, but through the color of the moon, she could vaguely make out a few faint stains. Slums, squalor, clutter. As the eldest lady of a high-ranking official's family, it was the first time for Lu Qing to come to this place. There was no way he could manage to fit in as naturally as Jiang Chen did. There was also no way to take it for granted like Cui Yinsho did, but she didn't want to show it between the two for fear of being laughed at for her messy temperament. So carefully hide your discomfort. But the disguise was more or less deliberate, and even she felt a little ridiculous. Those two people probably saw it in their hearts a long time ago, but they just held it back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Chen. Lu Qing suddenly cursed. When she was finally about to part ways, she heard Jiang Chen invite Cui Yinsho to come here together tomorrow to continue the clinic booth. But she wasn't invited. Think it should be because of disdain. That's right. It's that kind of disdain. Getting people fired up. It was clear that Jiang Chen, in the past, would constantly show his goodwill in front of her, lowering his posture and speaking in a humble tone. Even if she told the other person to get lost in the coldest tone of voice, the other person will still continue to do similar ingratiating behavior the next day as if nothing happened yesterday. Yet now it's changed. I don't know when it started, but Jiang Chen shifted. I can't believe I've become a very different person than I was before. The current Jiang Chen's medical skills were so extraordinary that the healers of the Myriad Hands Hall couldn't help but call him a medical saint. The literary talent was outstanding, and even the original first genius of the academy held him in high esteem. The achievements brought about by these changes were too noticeable, and Lu Qing couldn't even see it if he wanted to. He had to admit that the current Jiang Chen couldn't pick out a single fault even if she looked at it with the most critical eyes. To be used as a husband and son-in-law has been a no-brainer, but even so, for her to suddenly turn her head and tell Jiang Chen that she was willing to agree to the marriage, she was cheeky, yet not quite cheeky enough to do such a thing. But at that time, the biased healer spoke to her again in a heartfelt way, gave her a little courage. However, this bit of courage disappeared in an instant when she realized that Jiang Chen's eyes were vaguely revealing a kind of impatience. It's as if she's an annoyance. It's best if you can get rid of it in a hurry. That's why she suddenly changed her mind at the last crunch. What's even more annoying is that the other party not only agreed, but also proposed a quid pro quo. Ask her never to appear in front of him again. Oomph. If you don't see it, you don't see it. Who wants to see that guy? Dogs and boys. A few angry words were muttered under his breath. Without realizing it, Lu Qing had already seen the outline of the Lu mansion. At the door, a carriage was driven away by a coachman, revealing Willow's father, who was waiting eagerly at the door. He looked anxious, and when he saw her his brows immediately relaxed, and he came up and pulled him in to ask questions. Daughter, why are you so late? Why are your clothes so dirty? Where did you get them? By the way, I heard from the attendant that you were with that Zhang family kid today. This bastard kid didn't do anything to you, did he? Lu Qing pursed her lips. Not wanting to explain, she just shook her head at her father. Usually, at this time, Lu father will knowingly no longer ask questions, will only silently let the kitchen to open a table of good food. Today, however, there was no telling what was going on. Willow's father had a great tendency to get to the bottom of things. Quickly answer for your father. Did that bastard do anything to wrong you? Lu Qing finally became a bit impatient. What can there be? What can happen? You arranged for 3 great experts to secretly protect me. What could happen to me? Governor Lu, who had always doted on his daughter, sniffed with a somewhat embarrassed face. He wondered, why is my daughter in such a bad mood after a trip? On second thought, he thought, this matter was designated to be inseparable from Jiang Chen. Who's happy about wasting a day with someone you don't like? Willow's father sighed. Also, he himself had once made such a pact with that bandit surnamed Zhang at the drinking table without his daughter's permission. A lot of distress for my daughter. However, he is a powerful man in Jiangzhou, and his words are unanimous. Plus the Zhang bandit is a local emperor, so it's not good to turn the tables on him, and that's why the marriage contract has been kept. Such unhappiness, however, will never again be seen on the face of one's daughter. It's alright, daughter-in-law. Next, my father will tell you a heavenly good news. You will definitely become happy immediately when you know it. What good news? Lu Qing looked at Lu's father in confusion. I only heard Father Lu laugh loudly. Haven't you always disliked that Jiang Chen? You even blamed me for my father's self-interest while blaming me. But today, I've already drawn the line with him. The Jiang bandit. Your marriage contract with that little bandit Jiang is naturally dissolved without an appointment. Lu Qing was stunned at his words. Ha 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 ha. For that bastard boy to want to marry this official's daughter is simply a fool's dream. I was busy with official business a while ago, and it was only recently that I realized that the imperial court had set its sights on the Jiang family. Humph. I've secretly been making false pretenses with that Jiang bandit, waiting for just such a day. For the sake of righteousness, for the sake of my daughter, it is naturally incumbent upon this official to make a cut with that Jiang bandit. The carriage that just left. It's the Jiang family's. That bandit Jiang still wants to ask me for help. There's no door. Ha 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 ha. How about that? Daughter, happy. Daughter, why are you still crying? As Father Lu spoke to himself, he suddenly realized that at some point, the Lu Qing in front of him was already in tears. Chapter 102, Deep Nights and Deep Feelings. Could it be? Tears of joy. Lu Jifu couldn't help but burst into old tears. Daughter son I know that because of this you suffered, but I didn't think that you have suffered to this extent. That Jiang bandit family really deserves to die. They're thinking of you, but from now on, don't worry, Father will definitely protect you, and make sure that that bastard and his father can't even see you. If they still dare to come to the door, Father will ask someone to send them out. You won't have to be so careful about avoiding him from now on, either. When the time comes, tell Father whoever you have your eye on is a male, and he will never be ambiguous. Surely you'll be allowed to make up your own mind and marry your own sweetheart. At those words, Lu Qing directly cried out, and Willow's father was completely unaware that he'd poked his daughter where it hurts. Just hand-wringing in counseling. Mr. Jiang, this is my home. Why are you calling Mr. Jiang again? Didn't you say, just call me by my first name from now on? Good. Jiang Chen. Cui Yunxiu was a bit nervous. It was the first time she had brought a fellow scholar to her home. The other party, in particular, was the heir to the Jiang family, which was the most infamous in Jiangzhou today. If his parents recognized him, Cui Yunxiu wouldn't even dare to think. Unconsciously, she whispered Jiang Chen's name again. Jiang Chen. No harm done. Jiang Chen could see her uneasiness and said in relief, no matter what happens, I won't take it to heart. Go in first. Uncle's body is important. Aha! Receiving Jiang Chen's promise, Cui Yunxiu heavily nodded her head, then walked over to the door whose fortune characters had lost their color, and raised her hand to knock on the door. Father, Mother, I'm back. At home? Father and Mother, I'm home. It's embroidery coming back. Wait, it's coming. With a tiny footstep, and a toothy squeak as the doorway opened, Jiang Chen met Cui Yunxiu's mother. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. She had the city air of someone who hadn't enjoyed life, and her face was all wrinkled, and in each wrinkle it seemed as if the audible sighs of life were interspersed. However, the first thing Jiang Chen noticed was her clothing. There are patches on top, and patches on top of patches, like ugly scars all over the body, giving the stereotype of excessive thrift. Although Cui Yunxiu's clothes were also plain, they were not like this. When you think about it, this family loved this daughter. I would rather sew and mend my own clothes than have my daughter wear similar garments and become an anomaly in the eyes of her classmates. And as Jiang Chen saw the other party, this poor mother, too, noticed Jiang Chen, the daughter, who usually came back alone, brought back a man today. It's hard not to notice. Embroidery. Who is this? The woman inquired with a somewhat defensive look. This defense was not motivated by any opinion of Jiang Chen. Rather, it's very simple. Being accustomed to the poverty of her family, the slightest thing that might cause a change in the monotony of day-to-day life to occur would cause this woman to become similarly defensive. A life of poverty cannot withstand any unexpected turn of events, especially after what happened a while ago, when she heard Lu Qing introduce that this was her fellow student in the academy. The woman's face, the color of defensiveness was removed. Instead, he took the initiative and asked, "What's your name, young man?" As soon as the words fell, as if it had triggered some kind of mechanism, the doors of the next few homes all opened instantly. A head poked out of it, each with a surprised expression. Boys? Where are the boys? Ooh, little Yunxiu brought a man home. Where is it? Make way. I want to see it too. Little Yunxiu, what are you doing? Didn't you agree to be a daughter-in-law for our family's Nyo? Why did you bring back a man from outside? Nyo, don't sleep. Get up. There's a handsome gentleman here who wants to steal your unmarried daughter-in-law. Looking at this scene, Cui Yunxiu instantly felt as if fire was burning on both sides of her cheeks. Mother, what are you doing? It is not what you think. This gentleman came to our house. There are serious things to do, he said, hastily shoving his mother toward the house. What are you so nervous about? Mother just asked. You don't have to ask. Let's go inside. Jiang Chen. Even he felt a little uncomfortable being met with the kind of scrutinizing gaze of the surrounding neighborhood. Seeing that Cui Yunxiu in the door was waving at him again, he hurriedly followed him in and thoughtfully brought the door closed. In vain, a few neighbors outside sked. It's really a groundbreaking first. This Cui family's little cabbage. She's actually bringing a man home. Thanks to the fact that I used to go to so much trouble to talk to her about marriage, and she kept saying reluctantly that she still had to study. I always had a feeling that this was connected to that incident that happened a while ago. You mean? Heck, it's not out of the question. Most likely so. This woman, once there is a desert, will not begin to think about some male and female affairs? Wouldn't it be better for me to, bring a gift or something over? Jiang Chen secretly asked Cui Yunxiu. He was sitting in the living room of the family's Trey home, afraid that any emotion that came out of his eyes would accidentally poke at the sensitive heart of this family he knew extraordinarily well, having experienced poverty in his previous life. So he acted a little formal, always keeping his eyes open. Even though the Trey family's house was pitch black at this point, the family, it seemed, didn't even have the financial resources to light a lamp at night. No one could see the expression on his face. No need. You're willing to come. I don't even know how to repay you anymore. Some wet and hot, and some ethereal scent wrapped around Jiang Chen's ears. It was Cui Yunxiu who felt the darkness and carefully came up to whisper in his ear. The ear was a more sensitive part of the body, and coupled with Jiang Chen's overly excellent imagination, it allowed him to visualize the ambiguous distance between the two at this point in time. He subconsciously had to make a move to avoid suspicion. Then she remembered that when Mother Choi entered the house, she said, "Wait a moment," and went off to do something. So now the hall is just pitch black with a man and a woman. Gulp. Jiang Chen gulped. The body that wanted to move away remained in place without stopping. He couldn't resist peeking at the other man's expression, so he gave a slight sideways glance. Then, his heart began to beat faster, only to see that in the darkness, there was a pair of extraordinarily vivid eyes, which seemed to be filled with autumn water, and were sparklingly diffracting something. Cui Yunxiu, what are you looking at me like that for? Good looking. Ringing in his ears was a soft whisper that he never heard on a normal day, and with a touch of youthful charm, gurgling, straight to the heart. Chapter 103. Mother Cui, what are you doing? Jiang Chen was silent. He remained seated and unmoving. Breathing, however, slowly became rapid. Cui Yunxiu, who was feeling this scene, had a trace of dissimilarity flashing in her eyes. Now, it was in his own home, and under the wrapping of this night, plus the favor that he had originally held for Jiang Chen. In her heart, an inexplicable courage suddenly sprang up. It prompted her to say what she did. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face felt hot. Yet Jiang Chen's silent and somewhat patient and restrained response gave her a sense of accomplishment that was enough to feel elated. At this moment, the gap between the two men's worldly families didn't come into play. There's just a primal attraction to the opposite sex. Cui Yunxiu was bold. Jiang Chen, what do you think about me? You. What? Am I beautiful? When the words were spoken, Cui Yunxiu couldn't immediately find a pillow to cover her face. Because of this behavior of hers, it made her quickly associate the word seduction. That's the kind of thing that only those foxy vixens do in mother's mouth. Jiang Chen, looking at the green and ignorant Cui Yunxiu in front of him, it dawned on him that the distance between the two men had long exceeded the margins between normal men and women in this day and age. The seductive charm in the other's eyes and the ethereal spit that brushed against his face. It all gave Jiang Chen some sort of illusion. The originally pitch-black night seemed to be colored with a hint of pink. Is it a signal? Is it an acquiescence? Jiang Chen no longer had time to care. All he knows is, the only thing he had to do now was reach out and take possession. The party can be used as a return gift for this licentiousness. So Jiang Chen really did it. There was no more hesitation. Jiang Chen's right hand caressed the extremely beautiful face that was close by. In an instant, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of Cui Yunxiu, who had just had a charming look in her eyes. The body couldn't help but flinch back a bit. She called softly, Jiang Chen. Aha! Jiang Chen responded, but his movements had no intention of stopping. After all, this night is tantalizing. All the beauty will eventually flash away, if you do not take the opportunity to hold in the heart of the hand, and how to rest assured. Thus, Jiang Chen smoothly brushed one hand over the other's cheek, the hair on the side of the ear, until he completely bent his arm and rested it behind the other's head. One more gentle rap. With a whisper, there was already an extra person in Jiang Chen's arms, until Cui Yunxiu's entire body was sitting on Jiang Chen's lap. Her person was still confused. But then, the concept of chastity in the mind, which had been emphasized 10,000 times since childhood, came into play. She panicked and tried to get up. Jiang Chen, we can't do this. However, she was answered by an even greater force. Under this force, Cui Yunxiu felt as if she was a bird trapped in the water, desperately vibrating her wings to try to wrestle herself out of the water. when she was well out of the water. Unexpectedly, she was greeted by a huge wave that effortlessly disintegrated her entire force. It was as if there was nothing else to do but sink. Chui Yunxiu panicked. She completely panicked. This powerlessness has happened before. That was the day she was forcibly snatched by Jiang Chen and returned to the Jiang mansion. Yet this time it wasn't quite the same, because this time, it was her initiative to provoke each other. Jiang Chen, don't, not here. Chui Yunxiu, who had read this, once again confessed, but after all, she was in her own home, and her parents were in the house next door, so it wasn't like she could shout too loudly, so he could only very subtly attach himself to Jiang Chen's ear and say. In this way, he begged Jiang Chen to calm down, but Chui Yunxiu was still too ignorant after all. She won't know. This scene makes its own delicate sound. There's far more of a refusal in there than a stopping of it. When the warm breath wrapped around Jiang Chen's ears again, what little sanity he had left was washed away, soft and delicate. This was the first sensation Jiang Chen felt when he touched the woman's body, but even more mesmerizing than that was the reaction of the other side. Jiang Chen could feel a violent stiffening of her body. A whirlwind of electricity ran through both of their bodies. Chui Yunxiu's breathing, too, began to become rapid. Jiang Chen's panting became heavier. At this moment, the sense of alienation in both of their hearts reached its peak. Bias at this time. Jiang Chen was at Chui Yunxiu's earlobe and gently bit it. Well, beautiful, beautiful. But it was in response to her, the original question asked. In fact, it's not just men who get physical urges for women, but women as well. When Jiang Chen's low and magnetic voice rang in his ears, Chui Yunxiu suddenly felt like she had lost all her resistance. The desire in his heart, like heaven's thunder hooking the earth's fire, burned rapidly. Her sanity, her mind and body, and the stereotypical dogma that had been planted in her heart by years of hard work and study, were all lost in this fire. Jiang Chen, kiss me. Chui Yunxiu lay on Jiang Chen's chest, slightly tilting her head and charming her eyes. She murmured, without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Chen bowed his head, like a child with candy. They take each other's lips. Well, it's a little sweet and a little astringent. The boundless night became a light veil for both of them at this moment. However, there is an end to the good. Tap tap tap. It was accompanied by a slow footstep. A dim light appeared from around the corner. The infinite night quickly melted away. I'm sorry to see you laugh. The humble house is mean and dark. Good thing I remembered that I left an unused candle behind years ago. Mother Choi came out of a door at the back of the hall with a candle flame. However, the moment she turned the corner, Mother Choi's expression suddenly froze. What are you doing? Chapter 104, Choi's father's hatred. Jiang Chen had upgraded his blade technique since he had gone through the system and upgraded it. It was discovered that not only the blade technique, but even his 5 senses, seemed to have been strengthened. He then realized that what the system had given him was not an empty shelf, but truly allowed him to reach the top level of martial arts in the world when using the sword. His eyes, though not to the extent of being able to see at night, were able to see more than an ordinary person in the dark. That was why Fong was able to accurately find the location of Chui Yunxiu's lips in the darkness, and with his ears, he could now hear sounds coming from farther away. Just now, he was the one who first heard the footsteps of the catalyst mother. That was what alerted Chui Yunxiu in time before the other party appeared with the candle. Jiang Chen's gaze glanced at Chui Yunxiu. If he hadn't been so strong that he had pulled the other person right off his body, this ninny wouldn't have been happy about it. Forgetfulness is great. Jiang Chen didn't even dare to imagine how an ancient, traditional mother would react when she suddenly saw her daughter, with a man of unknown origin, doing something so unseemly in the living room of her house. But even so, the long-experienced Mother Chui still caught something unusual in the moment she entered the door, from the afterglow that had not yet faded from the two men's faces. But she couldn't believe that her normally compliant and obedient daughter would do something so disrespectful. Hence the question, what are you doing? Nothing, mother. Deception seems to be the gift of beautiful women in general. Jiang Chen's side was still pondering how to explain, but Chui Yunxiu's side had already acted. He was seen brushing the hair on his forehead behind his ear as if it were nothing, a few steps to the side of the catalyst mother. Taking the candle in the other party's hand, as well as the bowl of tea, he came to Jiang Chen to offer it. The humble house is humble, only crude tea and water. If you are slow, please be more patient. Jiang Chen also reacted quickly, hastily accepting the tea. He said, no harm, no foul, your hall has a heart, Mother Choi. This usual attitude of the two of them as if nothing had happened, respecting each other like guests, instantly made Chui's mother not know where to start counting. She shook her head, wondering if she was being paranoid. What could have happened when I had just gone to the candles myself, just for a few moments? His own daughter, who he watched grow up, is by no means a frivolous person. Besides, something like that happened a while ago. The wounds in her daughter's heart, even she, as a mother, did not know where to soothe them, and it would be unattractive to pursue the matter. so after a few moments of silence, Trey's mother sat down as well. The Choi family, in the hall. The candle's flame flickered like a giant heart. It tugged at the chests of both Cui Yinxiu and Jiang Chen, which were hot and throbbing inside. It was Trey's mother who finally spoke first. Embroidery. This fellow student of yours from the academy, who suddenly paid a visit this evening. I wonder what is his business. The daughter brought a man home in the night for no apparent reason. This whole thing is no longer as unusual as it sounds. It could be said to be stepping right on that node where the Cui family is now at its most stormy. After all, after what happened a while ago, the neighborhood is now buzzing with rumors. It is said that when a woman loses her virginity, it is a matter of right and wrong. Even the matchmakers who used to be eager to come to Cui Yinxiu's door to introduce him to their husbands changed their gazes as they surveyed Cui Yinxiu. It was like looking at a flawed piece of merchandise. The 3 members of the Cui family have been going out lately, and their heads are 3 times lower than others without realizing it. Now my daughter has suddenly brought home a man. She, as a mother, was going to ask about it anyway. However, after Mother Cui had brainstormed many possibilities, she was still surprised by Cui Yinxiu's next words. I only heard Cui Yinxiu say, "Mother, this fellow student, with excellent medical skills, was specially invited by my daughter to see father." Trey's mother froze for a moment. Through the candlelight, she looked at Jiang Chen. This male was born so handsome that it could be said to be the only one she had ever seen in her life. She subconsciously thought of the other as her daughter's lover. Therefore the gaze towards the other party always had a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law like coloring. And now you hear your daughter say that the other party is here to heal her father? This, Mother Choi was still hesitant to believe it. Jiang Chen, however, got up and gave a salute. Auntie, the truth is just as Miss Choi said. I came here precisely to heal uncle. Trey's mother nodded thoughtfully. So it is. Since he was his daughter's classmate, he thought he was also a scholar. Just don't know how well you did in the academy. For this year's fall exam, there is no certainty. You actually know how to heal? But looking at this age, it doesn't look like the medical skills are very advanced. Trey's mother shook her head, tossing the contemptuous thought out of her head. Whether or not the other party came specifically for this matter, whether things work out or not, one should be courteous to all. So Mother Chui got up and also owed her body towards Jiang Chen. The lowly servant is here to thank you first on behalf of my family's mouth. No harm, no harm. There's no need to be so. Jiang Chen waved his hands repeatedly. If it's already late tonight, it's inconvenient for me to stay for a long time. If there's no other questions, take me to see uncle now. Jiang Chen finished, froze, and then said with an odd expression, there doesn't seem to be any need for me to come over there either. When Mother Chui heard Jiang Chen say this, she still froze for a moment, and then immediately heard a cough that sounded like a worn-out bellows. Her face changed, and she said excuse me toward Jiang Chen before turning around in a panic and walking into a door. Soon he saw his husband. God damn it, why did you get out of bed by yourself? Trey's mother ranted as she reached out to assist. Trey's father shook his head, and then he coughed heavily uncontrollably for 2 seconds before saying, I heard someone else's voice, and came to take a look. Is there a guest in the house? Mother Chui nodded her head, her expression a bit complicated. It's that girl Xiao Xiao, who just brought back a man. Men? Trey's father frowned. Hear me out. Mother Chui blankly glanced at him and added, I heard from Xiao Xiao that person is her fellow student who knows a little bit about medicine and has come here to take a look at your illness. This child has a heart. But, Trey father is again 2 coughs, have said don't you worry about this matter. The autumn exam is right in front of us. This child has studied hard for so many years, and finally came to see the real chapter of the time. Should not be distracted by this matter. You, Trey's mother was dissatisfied. That's what's wrong with you. Your daughter is concerned about your health, but you always have all sorts of reasons in your mouth. As if you are dissatisfied with something. Do you have to have your daughter come back with the title of scholar before you're satisfied? I don't know how much pressure this will cause to the child. Women can be emperors now. What's wrong with my daughter taking the scholarship? Trey's father topped it off and watched as Trey's mother's face darkened, and then immediately found a remedy for himself. Of course I know that my daughter is filial, so didn't I just come out here on my own? With that, he made to head outside, but Trey's mother pulled him back. What else? Mother Chui glanced in the direction of the door, her voice lowered, and she said, the man that Xiao Xiao brought home is a man, and he looks quite handsome, and Xiao Xiao looks at him in the wrong way. His Chui's father burst out at his words and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. You mean, I guess it's not true that people come to your house to see you, but it's true that they hook up with our daughter. Chui mother rubbed his forehead, between the look of quite distressed. Originally our family embroidery is also to this age. If the groom has love and concubines are interested in, also should have given her to say a marriage for the future planning. But after all, a while ago that thing. Well, you don't have to say anything. Trey's father interrupted in a heavy tone. The incident that happened a while ago, although none of the Chui family took it up and mentioned it afterward. but this has undoubtedly become an indelible wound for the Chui family. In the middle of that incident, Chui's father's dignity was almost trampled on the ground and crushed repeatedly. As a man, he failed to protect the women around him. As a father, he again failed to get justice for his daughter. The officials failed to give the family an explanation in the end. The murderer of that bully is still at large. I know. Father Chui hung his head with a sad expression and said, I know. Sooner or later, one day, I will find a chance to kill that beast, to avenge my daughter's death. I remember that face and will never forget it. Net nonsense. Chui's mother's eyes reddened as she scolded. You fought with others and put your life on the line. Do you want to leave us mother and daughter behind to suffer a lifetime of retaliation from them? Chui's father bowed his head, silent, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Suddenly, he made a move that made Chui's mother react. He slapped himself. Pop! Mother Chui's head was spinning. By the time she reacted to stop it, Father Chui's face had snapped with several more slap marks. It's all my incompetence. It's all my incompetence. Dang it! What are you doing again? Mother Chui grabbed Father Chui's hand tightly and could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and couldn't help but weep. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. While speaking, she gently placed her hand on her husband's back and pressed her face against the other's trembling chest. If you want to blame this damned thieving god. Blame this lousy world. Blame those evil thieves. They are the ones who gave our daughter such a fate. Husband and wife, embracing each other tightly, as a way to soothe the hurt in their hearts, but each other and understand each other. Know that this hurt has become the misfortune of the whole family. That's where the pain comes from. No matter what is said or done again, what is past can no longer be undone, only acceptable. For a long time, Chui mother patted Chui father's back and said in a warm voice, well, don't let the human child wait anxiously. That child I looked at, and it doesn't look like there are any bad thoughts. Chui's father gritted his teeth and whispered in a hoarse voice, aha, if he also really has a true heart for Xiao Xiao, I don't think he would be too concerned about what happened to his daughter. Aha, if it really counts, if he really dares to dislike my daughter, I'll kick him out, and in a big deal, my daughter won't marry in this life. I will also never allow her to go and suffer from other people's families. You. This is like a father to say words, which has a daughter with her parents all her life to live. Chui mother dumbfounded, and added, tears and other things also clean up a little bit. Do not let the children see the joke. The couple ended the conversation. Again, each cleaned up the traces of crying on their faces. Only then did they hold each other up and walk towards the hall. However, turn the corner for a moment. It was as if Father Chui had a premonition. It was as if time had slowed down in his perception. His vision, following his footsteps, bobbed up and down, eyes, skimming over the shadows on the walls, over the joyful-faced daughter, over the candles and tea bowls on the table, saw the man sitting at the table, the smiling face. Then, on Chui's father's face, a smile that he had just barely managed to gather. It just hardened, froze on his face, like seeing an evil spirit. Chapter 105, Father Chui, Xian nephew. There's no need to be like this. Father Chui just never dreamed of it. One day, the villainous young man who had defiled his daughter and ruined her innocence would just show up, in a dignified manner, in his own home. It's not just provocation anymore. It's almost like saying, I'm just bullying you guys because of my big family. Put my head in front of you, hand you the knife. Do you dare to do it? Oops, long time waiting. This is my family's mouth. Mother Catalyst hadn't seen anything wrong at this point and smiled at Zhang Chen. When he was finished, he pulled down on his catalytic father, was planning to introduce him, to this fellow student whom his own daughter had brought home. But strangely enough, it won't pull. He felt his husband, at the moment, as a brute standing on the ground. His muscles tensed. This was by no means a friendly gesture. She noticed again that the expressions of both the daughter before her and the fellow student of his had become somewhat subtle. Mother Hypnotic's heart thumped. Finally, she didn't resist twisting her head and looking at her husband. What happened to that mouth? Father Catalyst's face was blue. His teeth were clenched, and the muscles in his cheeks were striped. The light from the candle's flame shone on his face in an indescribably hideous way. Dad, let me explain. Chui Yunqiu rose up with an open mind and called out to him. Yet Father Chui acted as if he hadn't heard it. His eyes were still dead set on Zhang Chen. Hatred, trepidation. Two emotions alternated in the eyes, tumbling. Finally, he spoke, almost one word at a time, squeezed out through his teeth. What's your name? Alas. Seeing this, Zhang Chen sighed deeply. The situation at hand was one he had anticipated before he arrived. That's why he made that kind of assurance to Chui Yunqiu when he was at the door. Though Trey's mother didn't recognize him, making him feel a few moments of gratitude. But that celebration was finally shattered when Trey's father showed up, and he simply didn't hide it. Straight to his feet, looking straight at Father Hypnosis. As you can see, I am Zhang Chen, Instead of saying my name is Jiang Chen or I am Jiang Chen, he said I am Jiang Chen. The words fell on Mother Choi's ears. It was as if a thunderbolt had flashed. As slow as she was, she reacted. The person in front of me is the young master of the Jiang family, who ruined his daughter's innocence and caused his family to be in such a bad situation in Jiangzhou. One moment. Mother Choi's face paled. So it's you. What are you doing in our house? She pointed at Jiang Chen and hissed harshly. Haven't you done enough harm to our family? Jiang Chen's eyebrows slightly drooped. Not doing anything. The purpose of my coming, I told you at the beginning. Trey's mother froze. Immediately, there was a cold laugh. Ha, a weasel paying homage to a chicken? Jiang Chen was silent. You now, get the hell out of here right now. Father Catalyst also spoke at this moment. Do you hear me? You are not welcome in our home. Don't think that our family is something to be bullied. I'm not afraid of you. The big deal is to fight to the death. Seeing that his parents had a look of hatred and aggressiveness, while Jiang Chen had a look of obviously not knowing how to fight, Cui Yinxiu's heart was anxious and she hurriedly said, Father, Mother, I think that it would be better if I explained. Explain? What is there to explain now? Cui's father grunted coldly and looked at his daughter, only to suddenly realize that her daughter was actually still standing next to that dangerous figure. It was a big shock on the spot. He quickly said, Daughter, quickly come over to father's side. Father will protect you this time. Father, you calm down first, Cui Yinxiu said with a headache. Calm down. How can you tell me to calm down here? Father Cui said angrily. The evil man who harmed you is right in front of father's eyes, and father hates to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Jiang Chen, Cui Yinxiu explained. Actually, that day, Jiang Chen didn't do anything to me at all. There's that argument again. Cui's father sneered. Do you think father is stupid? A man who brings a woman home for the night and does nothing? I'm putting my word out here today. Unless this thing doesn't work. Otherwise, my thing really doesn't work. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand and interrupted. What? As soon as the words fell, the three people in the field were all stunned. What did he say? Mother Cui looked dumbfounded at Jiang Chen, who slowly lowered his hand. Even Cui's father's emotions, which had just been incomparably furious, had been thrown into a brief state of downtime because of Jiang Chen's unforeseen words. This villain, he can't do it there? The first reaction of couples is disbelief. It must have been the other side's excuse to justify it. But on second thought, nope, he is the heir to the Jiang family, facing his own ordinary people. There is that explanation necessary? Besides, this aspect of a man's life is no more than a woman's innocence. Even if he is the heir to the Jiang family, it's not possible to use this aspect of the matter to joke. If rumors are spread, I'm afraid I'll be laughed out of the room as well. Therefore, although this is more or less outrageous, but Cui's father and mother, somehow, even ghostly feeling, this thing, really have some credibility. This is as ridiculous as it gets. Even Cui Yunxiu looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable surprise. Jiang Chen didn't tell her about this. The air fell into a deathly silence. The three members of the Cui family all fell into a deep silence. Ryoko, Trey's father, spoke again. What proof do you have? This time, his face finally regained a little bit of calmness, but his tone, however, was still a little cold and hard. Of course. Jiang Chen dug out of his pocket and pulled out the prescription he had gotten from his own father not long ago. Spread out. It is inscribed in 4 large letters. Aphrodisiac recipe. Cui's father and mother didn't read a book though, but it's still not a problem to recognize words normally. Seeing that line at the moment, they were dumbfounded in unison. Why would a man carry such a recipe around if he didn't have a real problem there? Cui's father believed most of it at the moment, yet he was a bit frantic. He looked at Cui Yinxiu and then Jiang Chen. What the hell is going on here? I'll explain. As soon as Cui Yinxiu saw that her father had finally lost his initial outburst of anger, she hurriedly said. However, Jiang Chen snatched the words and said in a somber tone, No, it's better if I explain. Everyone looked at him at once. Only a moment of slight contemplation was seen, and he said in a sad tone, Truth be told, as a man, I am deficient. When I was very young, I lost my S***T forever due to an illness. Ever since I was little, my father told me that this matter must not be known to anyone. It's about the face of the Jiang family, but paper can't hold fire after all. So my dad came up with another idea. He let me go to a greenhouse every now and then, night after night, and for this reason, I also spread the reputation of being a flirt. I didn't take these rumors to heart, just day in and day out, studying the art of medicine, searching for doctors and visiting the ancient world, being positive and improving myself. What happened that night was also a cover for this thing with me. In fact, I didn't touch her one bit that night. However, it did not occur to me beforehand that when this got out, it would cause a woman to suffer so much, and I repent deeply for that. Of course, I know you won't believe anything I say when it comes down to it, and for that, I'll drop my pants to prove my innocence. With that, Jiang Chen made a gesture intending to take off his pants. Chui's father's eyelids fluttered. How could he really let this indecent scene happen in his own home? Rushing forward to stop it. I believe, my nephew, there's no need for that. Chapter 106, The Portal is Impregnable. Jiang Chen had little skill in telling things. The tone of his voice was calm and his expression was serene, as if he were telling a story that was not his own. But it's a tearjerker on the side. In his narration, he becomes a man with a crippled body, but for the sake of the family's face in his father's mouth, he has no choice but to take on the image of a playboy. Even after losing the greatest pleasure of manhood, he did not give up on self-redemption and kept growing like a weed. In the process, Chui mother originally looked at Jiang Chen's expression. From doubt, to disbelief, to sympathy. By the end, she was even weeping, holding one of Chui's father's arms. Deadbeat. You're to say something, dead ghost. I've been sick for a long time and thought of coming to cure you, but you yelled at me like this earlier. Ooh-hoo. Chui Yinxiu. Jiang Chen. Father Chui. Chui father patted Chui mother's back, comforting her while saying suspiciously, so, that thing that happened earlier was nothing more than you and my daughter making a deal. Her sacrificing her reputation in exchange for your chance to cure me? Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up and appreciated. Uncle understands people. Chui's father wanted to say, the ghost is your uncle, but when he looked at his wife, who was in tears beside him, he couldn't say it in the end. Stifling his breath, he looked at Chui Yinxiu again. So, my daughter, your daughter is still intact. Jiang Chen finished. Chui Yinxiu blushed and didn't say anything, just nodded her head silently. Chui's father held his forehead up to the sky and was silent for a long time. Why did you wait until now to tell me something so important? When did I not tell you guys? But you guys just don't believe me. Chui Yinxiu was also a bit angry when she said this. She's explained this many times when she's at home, yet neither father nor mother reacted to this. Chui's father froze, remembering that his daughter did mention it a few times during this time. Nothing happened that night, but the two old men looked at their daughter at that time. The whole day is a sad situation, so did not dare in this issue in detail, for fear that she could not think about it. From their daughter's perspective, they naturally don't believe her, and that has led to today's situation. So, Chui father sighed a long sigh. This matter is father was wrong. Father should believe you. Now, he's finally sorting out the causes and consequences. Turns out, everything hasn't turned out for the worst yet. Should I say it was a blessing in disguise? Chui's father was in a complicated mood, and even his gaze toward Jiang Chen became complicated, although he now has no reason to hate the other side. But, so many years of rumors bring stereotypes that can't really be changed overnight with a few words. Chui's mother is a sentimental woman. He's not. Even now, there are still a few moments of vigilance. You, really don't mean to harm our family? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. How fresh, nah. What am I bothering with that for? Chui's father shattered. Also, after all, we have no grudges in the past and no hatred today. Although his mouth was saying so, at the bottom of his heart, there was still a feeling of unease. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Even if Jiang Chen wasn't as evil as rumored, but in the end, he was a member of the Jiang family. So good. How good could he be? When the anger subsided from Chui's father's head, when he looked at Jiang Chen again, there was more of a respect in his eyes. Regardless, getting involved with such a person is ultimately a source of stress for the ever so small and humble family. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen spoke again. Since the misunderstandings are all cleared up, let me fulfill my promise as well. Uncle's illness, I have. He knew that the other party didn't fully believe him, and didn't intend to continue to modify himself with words, but was ready to directly use actual actions to do right by himself. Chui Yinxiu secretly glanced at Jiang Chen and saw the corners of the other party's upturned mouth, and for some reason, there was an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Jiang Chen coming to their house was considered condescending, yet his own parents badmouthed him because they didn't know the truth. But even so, in the face of these evil words, Jiang Chen he always maintained a calm demeanor. Chui Yinxiu remembered a book she had read somewhere before. There is a paragraph in there about the custom of marriage in some places. When a man goes to a woman's house to ask for marriage, he must accept all kinds of difficulties from the woman's parents, and if he can bear it without getting angry, the other party will be satisfied with entrusting his daughter to the man. In today's situation, the starting point is different, but in form, does it not allude to that custom? I think next, it should also be the time for the story to fall round. Chui Yinxiu thought wishfully. Why is it wishful thinking? Because what happened next was completely different from what Chui Yinxiu had imagined. In the face of Jiang Chen's words, Chui's father shook his head with incomparable determination. He looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, I don't need you to cure my illness. If you really have the heart, don't get involved with my family's embroidery in the future. This is the best explanation for this matter up to this point. Dad, what are you doing? Chui Yinxiu was a bit annoyed when she heard Chui's father's words. Even Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, what a stubborn little old man. There's nothing to discuss about this. I'll hire another doctor for my illness. Father Chui ignored Chui Yinxiu's dissatisfaction and looked at Jiang Chen with a fixed gaze. Mr. Jiang, please also return. Chui Yinxiu spoke quickly. Father, do you not believe in Jiang Chen's medical skills? My daughter has seen with her own eyes that in the entire Jiangzhou, no one's medical skills are better than Jiang Chen's. Father Chui still shook his head as if he had made up his mind. It's not about whether or not the medical skills are superior. Mother, look at father. Chui Yinxiu was in a hurry and quickly turned her gaze for help to Mother Chui. However, Mother Chui, who had just been weeping because of Jiang Chen's narration, wiped her tears at this moment, changed her face, and looked at Chui Yinxiu. Daughter, listen to your father, said looking at Jiang Chen, with a few apologies. My Chui family temple is small. I can't climb such a high branch as the Jiang family. If there is nothing else for Mr. Jiang, please go back. The night, it's already deep. The road is not easy to walk. Be careful all the way. Jiang Chen. Chui Yinxiu wanted to fight for something else. Mother Chui snapped again. Daughter Na, the academy side has not much schoolwork. Right, the autumn exam is also near. This period of time, if there is no need, it is better not to go out of the house. At home to read more books than anything else is important. In an instant, Chui Yinxiu felt like she had been doused with a basin of cool water and her body was cold. At this moment, she finally reacted. Daddy's thoughts. Whether Jiang Chen was a good guy or a bad guy, whether he could heal or not, it didn't matter to his parents. The identity of the other party's Jiang family members was as high as a high wall across there. Parents will only look at them with fear and respect. The candle flame shook, and the candle, which hadn't had much length left, was now even closer to running out of gas. The light dimmed, as if it would go out at any moment. Chui Yinxiu, this time, finally fell into a deep silence. Jiang Chen looked around the week and quickly understood what the Chui family's parents were thinking. Sighing, he finally stopped fighting for anything further as well. Just took out a silver ingot from his pocket and gently knocked it on the table. Your illness is not serious. It's just that you've been dragging it out for too long. A minor illness has dragged itself into a serious illness. The Bai Pavilion Master in the Bai's medical center is a good healer, and there shouldn't be much of a problem in curing you at the root. Father Chui wanted to reject it outright, but after looking at his wife and daughter, he was unable to say anything after all. Just nodded. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded back. Farewell. After saying that, without the slightest stop, he turned around and pushed the door out into the deep night. Hudong Alley. Outrageous. Are you really right, brother Fat Tiger? I'm really not wrong. It's a man who went into Chui Yinxiu's her house and hasn't come out until now. Ugh. A man with a fat body type and crowded features took 2 steps in place, looked anxious, and cursed angrily. I've been staring at the cabbage for more than 10 years, and it's okay to be arched by the one surnamed Jiang. We can't afford to mess with him, so we'll bear with him and pretend that it didn't happen. But I can't imagine that this woman, once she's opened up her buds, and moved to the heart of the spring, she'll also learn how to seduce a man. Brother Fat Tiger, does, oomph, propping up the bold, starving the timid. I've been holding back for too long. This Chui family, more and more do not take me seriously. Let's go to the Chui family now. I still don't believe it. Just any man can do it. But I can't do it. Fat Tiger? Why? Fat Tiger sneered. Just in time. That account that the Chui family owes me. It's time to pay it back. Chapter 107, The Trouble with the Chui Family. The Chui family. Chui Yinxiu looked at Jiang Chen's resolute back as he left, and her heart seemed to be empty. The words "I'll give you a ride" were on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't get them out. Contacts over several days, getting closer, constantly recurring thoughts. It's so hard to muster up the courage. In this moment, they all blended together into an emotional whole that could not be bridged. She loathed her parents' obstinacy and her own cowardice, but she knew that they came with her from the first day she was born into this family. It's inescapable. It's chopped up. It's destiny. Mother Chui looked at Chui Yinxiu, who was stifling her voice and looking at the doorway, where she did not know her daughter's feelings, so she sighed. Slowly, he walked to her side. Chui Yinxiu felt a hand on her shoulder. Daughter, look no further. It is gone. Well, I know. Don't blame my mother for being cruel. My mother doesn't hate him. My mother can't help it. We're not a phoenix. We're a grass chicken. The Jiang family's high courtyard wall. It's not something a grass chicken like us can climb over. Not to mention, nowadays the Jiang family's notoriety in the outside world. Well, I understand. In fact, you don't understand now. It doesn't matter. Chui mother again gently patted Chui Yinxiu's shoulder twice. Sighed, in the future, if there is a day, you married and had a child, to the age of the mother, and then look back to today, we'll know, all the young think can't get through the hurdles. Mist people are just a floating dream. All the young think can't pass the hurdles, miss the person, are just a floating dream. Chui Yinxiu lowered her head deeply, then raised it again a moment later and said quietly, Mother, do you still have people you can't forget even in your youth? Mother Chui was stunned. You child, what are you talking nonsense? Cough, cough. Chui's father, who was on the sidelines, felt a few moments of embarrassment, and coughed repeatedly to ease the situation. Chui Yunxiu looked at him, and he hurriedly averted his eyes and looked at the candle on the table that was about to burn out. That time is also not early. This candle has been lit is also a bit of a waste. In my opinion, we had better put out the light early to rest. Chui Yunxiu withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and apologized. Mother, I'm sorry, it's my daughter who slipped up. It's okay. Mother Chui barely managed to squeeze out a few smiles and said, as long as you can figure it out. Well, I'll let myself figure it out. Chui's father saw that the mother and daughter did not have any barriers between them, which was naturally a happy situation in his opinion. Then he was going to walk over and palm out the candles. Chui's mother also moved with the intention of closing the door. However, he had just reached the door when a harsh voice like that of a castrated pig suddenly came in through the door. Yo, when did your Chui family learn to be expansive? You didn't go to bed early in the middle of the night, and actually lit the lamp. Could it be that there is something happy happening? Then I, Fat Tiger, can't wait to come and flush. Smell. Not caring to turn out the lights, Chui's father rushed to the door and pulled his wife behind him. Vigilantly, he stared out the door into the night. Not long, the night will come out of a few dangling figures, the leader of the waist-wide body fat, full of flesh, as the vegetable market slaughter pig butcher. Chui's father's face changed drastically. Fat Tiger, what are you doing here? Fat Tiger didn't answer, just snorted coldly, turned his head, then ordered aside of the little brother. Go two people, block the back door. Don't let that grandson escape. Brother Fat Tiger. The two junior brothers led the order and rushed into the deep alley next to Chui's house, but they went to block the back door. Chui's father saw the situation. How can one not know that the other party is not coming from a good place today? His face, all of a sudden, became extremely ugly. A few moments of sadness couldn't help but rise in his heart. Only after Jiang Chen left, another Fat Tiger came. Does this god have to put their Chui family to death to be satisfied? Suddenly, the sound of doors and windows opening next to each other rang out one after another. But a lot of good neighbors heard the commotion, and could not help but come out to see the fun. One head, one face, popped up again. What happened again? So noisy? Hiss, Fat Tiger, why is this guy here and looking like he's coming? Someone was alarmed. Fat Tiger, someone gloated. I think I also heard that Chui Yinxiu brought back a man. Now I finally can't sit still. Two tigers fighting, destined to die or be injured. Now there will be a good show to watch. This Fat Tiger's father was also a kind and charitable person. Everywhere. How do I know actually gave birth to such a scoundrel? Someone sighed. Interesting, Fat Tiger can't do anything with that Duke Zhang. But how can I say that he is also a famous bully in these streets? The Chui family is afraid that it will be difficult this time. Someone worried. And who can blame them? Who let their family produce a redhead? Others were sourly sarcastic. Chui's father had thought that after so many years of neighboring this gang of neighbors to see Fat Tiger this battle, How will also come forward to help a sentence or two. And yet there was much talk. And yet, always, no one came forward. Chui's father's heart went cold, knowing that today was more than likely going to be trouble. Also, poor people, each family's nasty I cannot take care of. How can there be any leisure to care about his family's business? Chivalry, no matter what, will not appear in this mud bottle ugly alley. Over there, Fat Tiger heard a bunch of miscellaneous gossip around him and couldn't help but pull out his ears, then coldly roared. Nobody wants to mind their own business, so just get the back home. In the next second, the surroundings, which had just been gated, were instantly quiet. Everyone looked aghast and hastily retracted their heads. A few sharp slamming doors came and the scene finally regained its quiet. Father Catalyst's heart was bitter, and this roar also directly roared off all his retreats. And Fat Tiger, too, finally looked at him, grinning, showing his teeth in a hideous grin. Uncle Catalyst, you're out of line. What am I doing here? Of course I'm here to be your Chui family's son-in-law. Wasn't this agreed upon from the beginning? Catalyst father sank a breath. Fat Tiger, uncle and your father is also considered to be many years of friendship, although your father passed away early, but between us, how to not be? Before the words were finished, they were cut off by Fat Tiger's stern roar. Don't you mention that old thing to me. That old thing has done stupid things all his life, a huge family business, and at the time of his death he didn't leave a single penny for his old son. He deserves to die. Father Hypnosis is silent, but even so, in the end that old thing is still considered to have done something to stand up to the old man. Fat Tiger said, grinning, you Chui family owes me something. In the end, When do you intend to return? Father Chui's mind moved, remembering the silver money Jiang Chen had left behind not long ago. If you want money, uncle still has it here. You know that's not what old me wants. Fat Tiger interrupted again, sneering. Could it be that you've gotten so old that you've forgotten everything, Uncle Chui? Then I'll remind you again. Saying that, Fat Tiger gave Chui's father time to think and went straight forward, slamming into the door as he did so. The reason for Fat Tiger's nickname was Fat Tiger had nothing to do with his lumpy head. Chui's father was sick for a long time, and where could he stop this? He was directly knocked to the ground and fell to the ground, his eyes bleary. Before he could climb up, he anxiously rushed to his wife and daughter behind him and shouted, "You guys run, I'll hold him off." When he finished speaking, he gave up his life to hold one of Fat Tiger's legs. "Fat Tiger, don't you dare touch my daughter." Fat Tiger bowed his head, his gaze cold. "Uncle Chui, you're really making things difficult for me." "Fat Tiger," he laughed coldly, "when I marry Yun Xiu, I'll still have to call you father. Is that so reluctant?" "Fat Tiger, uncle has only one daughter. Please spare our family. Come on, Uncle Chui. You're forcing me to get rough." Fat Tiger yelled strangely and kicked Chui's father out of the way. Chui's father rolled over twice on the ground and was out of breath. Seeing this scene, both Chui Yunxiu and Mother Chui were in a rage. "Dad, that mouth." Even Fat Tiger was startled, and hurriedly greeted his sidekick to come forward to see the situation. The junior nervously stepped forward and reached out and sighed at Chui's father's nostrils. "It's okay, brother Fat Tiger, just passed out. That was a close one, almost carrying a lawsuit." Fat Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. As much as he fought for power, he never wanted to get anyone killed. Immediately, he looked at the mother-daughter duo on the side again and laughed strangely. Since the old father-in-law fainted, then the next one to take the lead should be the mother-in-law's turn, right? Catalyst Mother had long been scared out of her wits by the battle of the Fat Tiger rushing in, even after hearing Chui father's reminder. But how could she care about escaping? She could only transform into an old hen and protect Chui Yunxiu tightly in her arms, cowering in the corner, shivering. However, when Fat Tiger saw the scene, he in turn became even more pleased with himself. Turning his gaze towards Chui Yunxiu, the greed in his eyes was not disguised. Straight up and fast, a hand clasped Chui's mother's wrist and yanked it to the floor. Chui's mother cried out, "Fat Tiger, do you have to destroy our Chui family today?" The Fat Tiger smiled morosely. "Is it the old man who wants to destroy your Chui family? Hey, I just don't understand. That surname Jiang slept with your daughters. You guys don't even dare to let out a single fart. I don't care about this mess. I've come to your door several times, but you guys are pushing it. What? Everyone else can, but not me? Looking down on me, Fat Tiger? I'm going to be your family's son-in-law today. It's useless for anyone to come." "Right." Fat Tiger suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask the little brother beside him. "Didn't you say there was another man who returned home with Chui Yunxiu? Where is the man?" Chapter 108, The Chui Family's Desperate Situation. The little brother tapped his head. "I almost didn't think of that. Waste." Fat Tiger slashed at his little brother's head and scolded. "Weekdays treat you guys to good food and hot drinks, and this is how you do things for your old man at critical moments?" That little brother smiled awkwardly. "This house is just this big. I don't think there's much place to hide. I'll go look for it." "No need." Fat Tiger waved his hand and turned to Mother Chui. "Old mother-in-law, I heard that your daughter brought back a man tonight. Where is it hidden?" "Don't call me that." Mother Chui was now being held by Fat Tiger's wrist, struggled desperately, but found that the other party's strength is terrible. How can not break free? But in turn, he made himself a cloak of hair, like a bad ghost. On his face, tears slipped. Trey's mother tore her heart out. "Today, even if I die, I will never marry Xiao to a landlubber like you. Die while you can. TSK. Fat Tiger looked at Mother Chui contemptuously. "Mother-in-law, your words are strange. Your daughter is now the body of a broken flower. Someone does not mind. Happy to marry your daughter. You do not sneer is good, but also come with me would rather die than from this out? Why? Is it hard to wait for the price to find a good family for your daughter?" Catalyst Mother froze, then lifted her head and cursed. "You fart. My daughter's innocence is not something you, a fat pig, can slander." Pop. A crisp slap sounded. The next moment, a slap mark slowly surfaced on Mother Chui's face. Fat Tiger is still in the same position he was in after the slap was swung. Mother Chui has yet to have a seizure. Fat Tiger had then shaken his entire body, from his head to the tips of his fingers. "I hate it when people call me fat." "You." Mother Chui wanted to say something, but Fat Tiger never gave him another chance. Pop. Another slap, straight to the floor, whipped Trey's mother to the ground. Each and every one of them is toast. Fat Tiger was completely enraged. Over 200 pounds. Straight away, he stepped forward and punched and kicked Trey's mother. Pop. Then Jiang Chen slept with your daughter, and you didn't even dare to fart. Pop. I've been to the door several times, and I've been sent away by you for all sorts of reasons. Said something about waiting until after my daughter's fall exam. Said something about a daughter who was hurt by that incident and had no desire to consider marriage. And the result? No sooner had I left this side of the house than your daughter brought a man home. Then what's all that you guys told me before? Is it all bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Fat Tiger kept roaring in anger to vent his anger. Raining fists greeted Chui's mother's body frantically. The little brothers on the side all grimaced when they saw the scene, fearing for their lives, but not daring to go forward. Anyone can see that the fat tiger at this time has been stimulated by the word fat pig to lose his mind. In the eyes of a person in this state, there can be little difference between the enemy's own people. They get close enough to get punched. Chui Yunxiu, who was not far away, froze and watched the scene. Her legs went limp, and she leaned against the wall, paper thin, and slowly slid down. Don't. Deep within her pupils, a flash of fear, like a brand, flickered and trembled. The weaknesses in a person's character are often inseparable from the circumstances of their existence. Chui Yunxiu was born into a poor family, and since she was a child, her parents have told her that when she is studying outside, she should never offend anyone, because when you offend someone, what you get in return is always a lowly apology from your parents to the person. Over time, it became a stigma, a weakness for her. Weak. Chui Yunxiu's bones were afraid of things. When you have a grievance, you will hold it in your heart. No one said anything, digesting in silence. It certainly cuts down on a lot of unnecessary strife. Even a great lady like Lu Qing felt extremely comfortable getting along with her after coming into contact with her. But this comes with a very serious drawback. That is, the comfort she has with people is always the result of compromises she has made in exchange for certain unassuming things. Even if it was something more important, she never tried to initiate something, like her silence when Jiang Chen left. Another example is her bewilderment at this very moment. The father fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Mother is being beaten by Fat Tiger, screaming and dying. The scene continued to irritate her eyes. Chui Yunxiu tried to stop it, but her legs are weak. It's not that you don't want to move, but you can't move at all. Fear, suffocation, helplessness, all the negativity that was running left and right in his head. Irritation made his head go up and down and his eyes bulge. Move it. Why can you just stand there and watch? Your own mother is about to be killed. The mother who worked so hard to bring you up. The mother who preferred to patch her own clothes rather than buy you new ones to wear. It's going to be killed. In vain. The constant verbal stimulation from within did nothing to change the self-imposed confinement that had developed over a decade of this weakness. Finally, accompanied by the sound of an unknown bone-breaking, hypnotic mother's miserable screams came to an abrupt end. And as if realizing something, Fat Tiger stopped swinging. He staggered to his feet and looked down at the barely human mother of Tremaine beneath him. Dead? Not good. Fat Tiger shook his head and regained a few moments of clarity. He looked to Chui Yunxiu, who was not far away, and the woman was trembling and cowering, looking at him, with a puddle of water under her. It looks as woeful as it needs to be. Where's the attraction in that? Fat Tiger sked and looked at a few more minions. The eyes of several junior brothers were also filled with fear, their lips trembling. Fat Tiger brother. What's there to be afraid of? It's just passing out. Fat Tiger cursed. The minions winced and reacted in a hurry. Yes. Fainted after touching it. What a sickly family. Fat Tiger grunted. And at this moment, he couldn't even care about Chui Yunxiu. Stifling his head and heading out of the house. While walking, he also made noises that could be heard in the neighborhood. This is just a warning today. It's just to tell you that Lao Zi is not a good fighter either. Mother-in-law. Tomorrow I will come back and be a son-in-law with you. Go away. After finishing these words of desire, Fat Tiger immediately planned to leave. Just 2 steps away. However, he tripped over something with a loud thud. Fat Tiger crawled up in fear to take a look. It turned out to be Father Hypnosis, who had woken up at some point. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw this unbelievable scene. Mother Chui was bleeding from all 7 orifices and was motionless. Mother asterisk. In desperation, Father Hypnosis was seething with rage. Asterisk. Ah, you killed my mother. I'll kill you all. Ah, a sad roar that resounded through the night. Fat Tiger's face changed drastically. Old thing, you're crazy. Kill you all. I'll kill you all. Father Hypno repeated the phrase, crawling on his hands and knees toward the Fat Tiger. Holding one of his legs, he opened his mouth and bit it. Fat Tiger was stunned by the look of Father Hypnosis, and by the time he reacted, he had already been bitten. Ah! A miserable scream that was not much worse than the angry roar that Father Hypnosis just roared just now resounded once again. Crazy! It's crazy! Under the severe pain, Fat Tiger exerted 12% of his strength and kicked Chui's father off, knocking over the table and slamming into the wall. The fire in the house jumped a little. This time, Father Choi didn't pass out. Instead, as if he could not feel the pain, he rolled over and climbed to his feet. The face was twisted and the eyeballs protruded, just like a severe ghost on Earth. I'm going to kill you all. Ah, damn. I'm afraid of you. Okay. Fat Tiger spat and turned to run. The two minions moved faster than he did. The three men scrambled through the door, hardening the frame. Fat Tiger out of the door the first time will look into the door. That old thing just like a don't want to die posture. Chased out. In his hand, he also led a kitchen knife that he had fished out of nowhere. The Fat Tiger's soul was scattered, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment, running as fast as he could. Don't run. Come back to me. I'm going to kill you guys. Father Hypnotizer went out with a knife in his hand. It looks menacing, but it's already at the end of its rope. Didn't run 2 steps, then he felt soft all over, stumbled and planted on the ground, and didn't get up for half a day. He could only watch those people, traveling farther and farther away, until a distance where he could no longer catch up. Why? Trey's father's fingernails were on the ground, scratching out a few grooves. Can't figure out how. He had been diligent all his life and had done nothing bad, so why did he meet such a doom today? Someone please, tell me, why this is happening. Also uttering this sentence was Cui Yunxiu, who was curled up in the corner at this moment. The candle had been knocked over in the struggle earlier, igniting a pile of weeds to the side. Bears of fire rose up to the sky and kept burning in her eyes. Other than that, she was unresponsive. Like stupid, she's waiting for all this tragedy to go up in flames. Alas, a distant sigh, mixed with a few moments of helplessness. Lousy has only been gone for a while. Why is your family so? Ugh, I really owe your family. Chapter 109, The Man of Salvation is named Zhang Chen. Ah, Father Chui suddenly heard 2 screams from the distance. The voice that followed froze him in his tracks. Lousy has only been gone for a while. Why is your family so? Ugh, I really owe your family. It sounds familiar. Is it someone you know? Trey's father barely braced himself and peered out into the night. Tap, tap. Only a footstep was heard from far away. A figure emerged from the night with slightly strained steps. Why is it a slight strain? Because he is not alone. In his right hand, he also carried something bigger than the others. As the figure became clearer, Father Chui's mouth, too, slowly opened wide. That person is Jiang Chen. It's not just him. Fat Tiger was there. Only, at this moment, he was being held by Jiang Chen with his hand on the waist of his pants, just like a fat pig from years ago. A thin figure, but carrying a child as if he was twice his size, walked towards Trey's father. The scene was too impactful. Trey's father thought he was seeing things. A couple quick rubs of the eyes. Fix your eyes again. This was a great sight to behold, and he realized that the scene was literally happening right in front of his eyes. Jiang Chen, who he had previously given an expulsion order to, had gone and returned at this moment, and had even subdued the escaping Fat Tiger and brought him back. An uncontrollable excitement ran through Chui's father's body. Revenge! I want revenge! He roared and used his last ounce of strength to stand up, while not forgetting to grab the kitchen knife and charge towards Jiang Chen. Give him to me! I'll kill him! As he watched Father Chui charge towards him with his sword, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, Chui's father had absolutely no presence of Jiang Chen in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. That's to kill Fat Tiger and avenge his wife's death. Give it to me! Give him to me! Father Chui shouted at Jiang Chen as he ran. He saw Jiang Chen stop in his tracks and thought that the other party had heard his order. Even more a burst of joy, aiming at the Fat Tiger, raising the kitchen knife high, about to swing down. However, the next thing that Chui's father didn't expect happened, only to see Jiang Chen suddenly thrust his hand across the room, and 2 fingers then pinched his kitchen knife. Chui's father froze. His arm struggled hard and found that it didn't break free. Then he yelled at Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Responding to him was a burst of strange power. Only when Jiang Chen waved his hand, the knife he was holding flung out. Chui's father's eyes followed the light of the knife until the chopper disappeared into a patch of darkness with 2 biting strikes on the ground. Clunk! Clunk! Trey's father twisted his head back mechanically. Jiang Chen actually stopped him from killing Fat Tiger? At this moment, Chui's father didn't understand Jiang Chen's reason for doing this, and thought that his opponent was his enemy. Clubs flashed in his eyes. What are you going to do? What's the old man doing? Jiang Chen directly tugged on Chui's father's collar and pulled him in front of his eyes. I'm asking you where Cui Yinxiu is. Where is she? Trey's father froze and replied. At home. Still at home. Jiang Chen stared at him incredulously. What a look. Father Chui was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly realized that Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with fire. That certainly didn't come from anger. When Chui's father snapped his head back, he realized that his home was in flames. He came to his senses and lost all color. Daughter, and my mother, all still inside. With that, he tried to break away from Jiang Chen's hand in a deadly manner. Jiang Chen disliked him for being annoying and directly threw him to the ground. Chui's father rolled on the ground, thinking that Jiang Chen was going to stop him, and immediately glared at him angrily. However, Jiang Chen's next move took him by surprise, only to see Jiang Chen backhanding Fat Tiger and throwing him to the ground again. Dropping a line, "This fat pig is knocked out by the old man, so watch him, I'll be right back." Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed in the direction of the fire, leaving only a defiant back to Chui's father. Father Chui had wanted to rush in after him, but when he turned his head, he saw Fat Tiger, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. He gritted his teeth, hard enough to stop the urge. In his current body, it would be nice not to add to the chaos, not to mention helping. The only hope lay in Jiang Chen. The fire is burning. It was crimson as far as the eye could see. Chui Yunxiu sat on the ground and looked at Mother Chui, who was not far away, crying. The tears had dried up. "Ah, Mother is dead. It's for protection. And yourself? Any resistance? If I had resisted at the time, would my mother not have had to die?" Chui Yunxiu thought. Suddenly I felt a burning sensation on my body. Turns out the clothes were set on fire. She smiled miserably. "Don't look and don't care. Having witnessed a scene like that, one didn't even resist. So what's the point of resisting now? The door wasn't far away. She only had to get up a few steps to escape. But what's the point of escaping? A lingering illness? Or is it just to prove to yourself that you are, in fact, a glutton for punishment?" Chui Yunxiu was caught in a dead end. With this fire in front of her, if she could rely on her own strength to escape, it would prove that she was capable of rebelling against her fate. But this just proves that her inaction when her mother was beaten earlier was out of greed and fear of death, not inability to do anything about it. But she would rather the reason be the latter. Otherwise, the guilt she felt inside would swallow her whole. Why, at the time, did he not go and do something about it? So, she would rather die. If she died like that, no one could blame her for not doing anything because she couldn't do anything about it. And since I don't have to face my father's reproachful gaze, and don't have to face it again, Chui Yunxiu was slyly convincing herself when a face suddenly flashed in her mind, and then it just settled. Jiang Gongzi, Chui Yunxiu murmured. She realized that in this dying moment, in her own head, what she was thinking about the most was actually a person she had only known for half a month or so. And how do I deserve him? Chui Yunxiu shook her head and laughed to herself. Then she made a gesture that would have seemed strange to anyone. She raised her arm and waved it into the air twice, as if dispersing something. It was a face that was fixed in Chui Yunxiu's mind. "Mr. Jiang, at a time like this, don't show up, or else," Chui Yunxiu said. Her tears suddenly broke the bank as she cried out, "Or I'll want to live." "Ah ha ha." Even she was taken aback after shouting. Chui Yunxiu was startled. It turned out that my own self, who had always been used to a small voice, was also capable of making so much noise. Just crying. Chui Yunxiu thought to herself mockingly. What's the use of being able to cry? Can crying alleviate one's guilt and pull oneself out of this prison? She's hopeless. The crime is unforgivable. The only thing to do is to die. The cries rang out and were quickly engulfed by the roaring fire. Yet at that moment an answer came from outside. "Sound familiar? If you want to live, live well. Don't blame me for everything." Chui Yunxiu's head was confused. This sound, this familiar sound. The next moment, the face fixed in his mind suddenly burst into view. With an angry face, he opened his mouth and cursed. "Are you stupid? You don't know how to run outside when there's a fire?" Chapter 110. Who said your wife is dead? Do I agree? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He rushed toward the burning house, choking on the smoke. As soon as he came in, he saw Chui Yunxiu cowering in the corner, resting there feeling sorry for herself. A look of rawness. "Are you stupid? There's a fire and you don't know to run outside." Chui Yunxiu looked up when she heard the curses, and in the firelight, she saw Jiang Chen's face. Chui Yunxiu suspected that this was a hallucination, but soon she realized that it didn't seem to be, because at this time Jiang Chen is approaching her and is full of anxiety. It's him, the living Jiang Chen. At the most helpless time in her 19 years of life, Jiang Chen, in the form of a redeemer, appeared. For a moment, Chui Yunxiu's heart touched, and something was lit up in her eyes, but then, it went dark. "Mr. Jiang, why are you back again?" Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk for a moment, startled by Chui Yunxiu's tone, because at this moment, Chui Yunxiu's voice sounded not like she was in the midst of a dangerous fire, but rather like she was simply pulling a family affair. It was a tone that was clearly devoid of life. Mother *********. What had happened during his own absence? It was only then that Chui Yunxiu, who was still following her around in the daytime and full of joy, turned into this miserable appearance today. Jiang Chen raised a strong breath and scolded angrily. "What are you talking about foolishly? Laozi specifically rushed back to save you. Don't froze, quickly follow me." Saying that, in 2 steps, he walked to Chui Yunxiu and extended his hand towards him. Chui Yunxiu was slightly lost in thought as she looked at the hand near her. As long as one holds this hand, one can live. But what happens after you live? And how can I face my dad? Forcefully, Chui Yunxiu refused. Her face was gloomy. Jiang Gongzi, you shouldn't have come back. But I'm already here. Chui Yunxiu shook her head. You should not have come to save me. I am a person whose sins are unforgivable, and I no longer have the face to live in this world. No words. Waves of flame rolled around them, flames leaping up and crackling. For some reason, hearing Chui Yunxiu's tone at this moment, Jiang Chen's entire body was annoyed to no end. Jiang Gongzi, go away. Don't be dragged down by me. More annoying. I'm actually satisfied to see you at the end of the day. Mr. Jiang, if there is an afterlife. Dogs. What? Chui Yunxiu didn't hear the words that suddenly popped out of Jiang Chen's mouth and was puzzled. Jiang Chen, however, didn't answer. Just took a deep breath. Then a decision was made. What do I care? After saying that, Jiang Chen directly stepped forward and picked up Chui Yunxiu from the corner with one hand. Mr. Jiang, Chui Yunxiu exclaimed and resisted. But it was all useless. Jiang Chen's strength was terrifyingly strong, and there was no room for her to resist. In 3 or 2 steps, he hugged her and ran to the door. One more step and you can escape the fire. Jiang Chen didn't understand where Chui Yunxiu was getting all this bull asterisk. His idea was simple. Really, it's not like we're making a movie. Aliens have invaded the earth. Fall in love first. The world is ending. Fall in love first. The patient is lying in the operating room in critical condition. Don't worry, I'll deal with my emotional issues with her first. Where is the time to convince the other person to go with them again? And where is the mind to spend so much time on messy expressions of emotion? She wanted to die, and she didn't want her to die. It's that simple. It's enough. Chui Yunxiu's face finally changed as she anxiously said, no way. Jiang Chen, I can't leave. My mother is still here. I can't just leave. When Jiang Chen heard this, his stifled escape steps finally gave way. Your mother? After saying that, he looked back and quickly saw Chui's mother, who was crouching on the ground, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. The appearance is miserable, not like human form. Jiang Chen, just now in his mind thinking about Chui Yunxiu, did not notice. One moment, all the clues in Jiang Chen's head strung together. He finally realized what was happening. At this time, I also heard Chui Yunxiu say in a miserable tone, my mother, in order to protect me, was killed, and I was beside her, but I didn't stop it. As a child, I no longer deserve to live in this world. Mr. Jiang, put me down. Let me stay here. Accompany my mother. Chui Yunxiu looked at Jiang Chen's hesitation and thought that she finally understood her current situation. So he added, Mr. Jiang, put me down. Who knows? Jiang Chen only hesitated slightly for a moment before he immediately made a crazy move. He first put Chui Yunxiu outside the door and then broke into the fire again. A few moments later, another man was brought out. And now what? I got your mother out too. Chui Yunxiu was confused. That's when Trey's father came running anxiously from behind, not paying attention, and bumped her shoulder. Chui Yunxiu's feet brewed a few steps. Panic rose in his heart when he saw it was Father Choi. Done. Here's Dad. Chui Yunxiu had absolutely no idea what to do with her father at this point, and only weakly shouted, Father. However, out of her expectation, Chui's father didn't blame him at all, and didn't even give her a second glance. His heart was all tied up in his own mother-in-law. It was only then that Jiang Chen placed Mother Chui on the ground. Chui's father then immediately jumped forward, crouching beside Chui's mother, constantly pushing and shouting, Mother! Mother! Wake up! The voice was sad. Chui Yunxiu froze and watched the scene. Like an outsider, her soul rose and finally fell heavily. She then realized that the only one who hadn't spared her was herself. The neighbors on the sidelines had long been alarmed by the earlier commotion, and the roaring fire outside. Who cared about Fat Tiger's earlier warning? One by one, they all ran out of the water. The water's gone. Put out the fire. A group of people, at this moment, finally played the role of strength in numbers. Families ran out of their homes carrying buckets and tubs. In a short time, the fire was controlled to the extent that only the Chui family was damaged, and the walls of the next-door neighbors were burned black. Father Chui and Chui Yunxiu watched the scene dumbfounded after they moved Mother Chui further away. They all understood that these people were not actually helping their family. They're just worried that the fire might endanger them. Sure enough, the fire wasn't out for long. Some miscellaneous broken-mouthed voices then reached the ears of the two men. It's bad luck to be neighbors with this family, and it doesn't stop at night. I can't believe there are still 2 alive. Why don't you let this fire burn them to death? Alas, this Chui family also do not know what sins have been created. First a while ago the small cloud embroidery of that file, and now, alas, can only say that the family is unfortunate. Humph, what's so unfortunate about it? Misfortunes come only to those who bring them on themselves. Well said. In the crowd, It was the Chui family's neighbor who had the loudest voice. How come this didn't happen to anyone else but his Chui family? Must have done something heavenly behind his back. The sound reached their ears, and the Chui family's father and daughter all lowered their heads. Chui's father no longer had even the slightest intention of retorting. After experiencing so many things in a short period of time, his mind was now in a mess. Mother-in-law dies, house burns down, and the neighborhoods that the poor do their best to keep together disintegrate as easily as if they were made of papier-mâché. I don't know which one of the sharp-eyed ones in the crowd suddenly burst out. Stay away. He's got a knife in his hand. Yes, Father Chui still had the knife in his hand. It was the one that Jiang Chen had sent flying not long ago, but now it was in his hands again. He shuddered and raised the kitchen knife. The action looked gut-wrenching to onlookers. A stranger's man, carrying a knife. Just these few words strung together instantly gave many people a bad feeling. And so, those who were more courageous still stayed in place, while those who were less courageous had already silently retreated several steps, intending to flee when they saw that the situation was not right. Ah! Father Chui suddenly let out a roar and finally raised his sword above his head. It was a soul-crushing move. No good. He's going to kill to vent his anger. Run! In an instant, the neighbors who had just been pointing at Chui's father all scattered into a ball, scrambling for fear of getting knifed. However, they do not know, humble begging survival of a lifetime of Chui father. This moment, and where the courage to move to the anger of others? Only Chui Yinxiu could see the death wish in Chui's father's eyes at this moment. Don't! She reached out with a trembling hand, trying to stop it, but it was far too late. Could only watch as the tip of the knife in Chui's father's hand dropped, ahead, top down, straight to his heart. Don't! Chui Yinxiu, who had foreseen this scene, had indescribable fear in her heart, the guilt of having her mother killed earlier, while she could only watch with her eyes open, patronized her once again. Do we have to go through the pain of our mother's death all over again? Brush! The light of the knife was quick, but something is faster than the light of a knife. Jiang Chen struck out. With a single kick, he sent Father Chui's knife flying. Chui's father froze, raised his head, and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You want to stop me too? I say to my old man that you people in your family, when you run into things, don't you have anything else to do but want to die? Jiang Chen turned to Chui's father with a bellowing curse. Chui father smiled miserably. My mother-in-law is dead. Right and wrong have no meaning to me. Jiang Chen looked at him and took a deep breath. Chui's father looked at him, thinking he was going to say, you still have a daughter alive. What are you going to do to her if you just die? However, what Jiang Chen said was, who the hell said your wife was dead? Father Chui froze when he heard this, and so did Chui Yinxiu. Both of them looked at Jiang Chen with blank eyes. Slowly, he looked over to the floor again. The almost unrecognizable Mother Chui. Chui Yinxiu trembled violently. She reacted a bit faster, remembering Jiang Chen's unpredictable medical techniques. Could it be that? Chapter 111, Old Man. Borrow a pair of needles. Does it mean that? Chui Yinxiu looked at Jiang Chen incredulously, her voice trembling. Aha! There's only a one-word answer. However, Chui Yinxiu could no longer contain her inner excitement. Mother! She went madly to Chui's mother, ignoring the dust on the floor, and flung herself to the ground. She had at least learned medical skills from Jiang Chen for a while, though not to the level of being able to diagnose people. Still, it's not much of a challenge to tell if someone is dead or not. She reached out with two trembling fingers and carefully placed them on the artery in Chui's mother's neck. Sure enough, after a few moments, she felt a faint throbbing from Chui's mother's neck. Chui Yinxiu was overjoyed and violently turned her head toward Chui's father and shouted, not dead. Father, my mother really isn't dead. Not dead. Chui's father stared wide-eyed, as if listening to immortal sounds, as if in a dream. Really? Alive? He couldn't help but look at Chui's mother on the floor. This miserable state of the other party today really makes it hard to have the desire to believe. He could not help but be suspicious in his mind. Are you really sure? There can be no mistake. My mother still has a pulse. If she has a pulse, she won't die. Chui Yinxiu cried out in joy. My mother, she, is really still alive. At this moment, Chui's father could no longer hold back his tears. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Not dead? Neighbors were shocked when they saw the image of Chui's father slashing at himself with a knife. After seeing Jiang Chen's feat of kicking the kitchen knife away, again, they have been stunned. Whose son is this? What a handsome body. Perhaps sensing that Father Chui had lost his knife. No one will feel any danger this time. So this group of good people, at the moment, re-surrounded like flies. They saw the joyful appearance of the Chui family's father and daughter, and for a moment they were guilty of muttering, it's all like this. Still alive? Someone probed. After carefully scrutinizing Chui's mother's miserable condition, was shocked by the blood all over her body, felt nervous and irritated, and hurriedly retracted her head back, asking in a low voice with the people on the sidelines, I think they are crazy. This can still live a fart. My second uncle used to be beaten up and was like this, hanging on to his breath for the time being, but what happened was that the family ran to get a doctor, and by the time the doctor arrived, my second uncle had long since died. That's true, it's already so late in the day, the road is not easy to travel, and the nearest medical center is 4 or 5 miles away. I'm afraid that the Chui family's mother-in-law won't be able to hold out until then at all, and, even if it lasts until that time, an old man shook his head and said something more realistic, even if it rushes to the medical center, I'm afraid that the bone setter won't dare to accept such an injured person. Why? Those who can't be saved will instead cause trouble with their relatives. Neighbors talk, at first, each very quietly, but found everyone around them to express their own opinions. On the basis of the number of people, the voice gradually also louder, no longer avoid anything. Thus their words quickly reached Father Chui's ears. It certainly poured cold water over his head. Yes, the nearest doctor. And it's so far away. Can you get there? Chui Yinsho could see Chui father's thoughts and hurriedly reminded. Father, have you forgotten that there aren't people here who know how to heal? Chui's father shuddered in thought. Yeah, isn't there someone here who knows how to heal? Instantly, Chui's father turned his expectant gaze toward Jiang Chen. This heavy gaze caused Jiang Chen to feel some pressure. He didn't dare to say too much. He just said, Don't worry, uncle. I'm naturally obliged in this matter, but I don't dare to pack my bags. I can only say, do my best. Yes, even with Jiang Chen's current medical skills, it was inevitable that he would fall into the situation of a skillful woman can't cook without rice. He didn't know beforehand that this would happen. Therefore on the body, there is no props prepared to practice medicine and save lives. Can you do it on your own if you're just empty-handed? Jiang Chen looked at Chui's mother on the ground and pondered the treatment plan in his head. But soon he was disappointed. Even with the most optimistic means, I'm afraid that the probability of preserving Chui's mother's life is only about 50%, and that's just to make sure people don't die. If one also wants to restore a person to his or her original physical condition, the probability is even smaller. Just then, an old man walked out from the crowd. Someone got a good look at him and immediately said in surprise, It's Old Wu. Old Wu is even here. The bystanders were surprised. What's wrong with Old Wu? Isn't this old man an old bachelor? He's never had a wife in his life. No, I only just remembered that Old Wu used to be a patriarchal figure in the Myriad Hands Hall when he was young, but then he got old and out of his depth, so he didn't continue to open a medical center and came to our place to live in seclusion. There's such a thing? Really? Don't you remember such a thing when you were a child? The adults used to say, when the family is sick don't go to the medical center, go to Old Wu. Hiss, it seems to be true. Although Old Wu had abandoned medicine for many years, when neighbors had minor illnesses, they were cured by hand and sometimes earned a meal. Then let's see what Old Wu has to say. The people in the neighborhood. One sentence from you and one sentence from me. Then told the identity of this Old Wu. Father Chui also couldn't help but look towards the old man. The Chui family had moved in from a slum even more dilapidated than this land, and hadn't lived here for many years. Having only met the old man a few times, they didn't know each other well. Although he wasn't young, in his 40s, Old Wu was estimated to be twice his age. In this day and age over 80 is a long life. This Old Wu looks like he's almost 100 years old. It can be described as the longest of long lives. Father Chui couldn't help but feel respect. I also heard from a bystander that this one would also be a healer. More than that, he almost wrote the word happy on his face. If Jiang Chen knew how to heal, it still only gave him hope. Then Old Wu's appearance is what makes this hope more likely. After all, for people who didn't know anything about the medical profession, older always occupied a more authoritative position. Not that Chui's father didn't believe in Jiang Chen. He hurriedly walked forward and made a deep bow towards Old Wu. Old Wu, you must save my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law, he is no longer able to do so. Father, Chui Yinsho looked at the scene and was a bit disgruntled. This practice of his father's was, in a sense, another instance of Jiang Chen's inability to trust him. However, Jiang Chen pulled her back and shook his head slightly. No harm done. When it came to medical skills, the things that met with contempt because of his youth had been something that Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to over a period of time. Chui's father was seriously injured because of his hairdresser's wife, so he was in a state of turmoil, and he could understand making this kind of move that did not care about his face to be sick and desperate. But that old man Wu, after seeing Chui's father's gesture of paying homage towards himself, did not say anything, just sighed and walked around him to where Chui's mother was lying. Looking down, Old Wu's brows quickly furrowed. Chui's father's heart thumped. Elder Wu, how is my mother-in-law? Do you have a solution? Elder Wu shook his head. There is nothing more that the old man can do in this case of your wife. Chui's father's pupils shrank, and heard Wu Lao said, although your wife looks, there is a slight gasping power, but the injury is too serious. A foot has long stepped into the ghost gate. The gods cannot save. If I were you, The best thing for me to do now would be to be ruthless and send your ladyship on her way earlier, and also save her from some flesh and blood pain. Of course, it's just a suggestion, it's up to you what you do." When he finished speaking, Lao Wu sighed again and spoke to Chui's father in a telltale voice. Then he stopped talking and turned to walk back. He came with Chui's father's hope, and when he left, he decided to take away all the hope, even the original trace of it. "No, hopeless?" Trey's father looked down at Trey's mother. "Or can you not believe that your hopes, which had been so hard to ignite, were just shattered again?" Even Chui Yinxiu's heart sank with her when she heard this judgment. The body swayed, barely able to stand. Old Wu's heart was also heavy. He knew that what he was saying was the last thing the families of the injured would want to hear, but there's no way around it. This situation, as far as he knew, was no longer humanly possible to save. He dared to say that even if the one with the highest medical skills in the world, the one who was crowned with the word saint, came and faced this situation, the only thing that can be done is just to let the injured person pass away in as decent a way as possible. But that's too cruel for a middle-aged man who's about to lose his hairy wife, especially since he also put the power to make that decision in the hands of Choi's father. Alas, Old Wu sighed again as he thought about it. The most painful thing in the world was nothing more than the separation of life and death, something he could not be numb to even after a lifetime of watching it. So he decided not to look, not to care, not to ask, just leave as if nothing happened. Suddenly, Old Wu heard a voice from behind him, turned around, and saw a handsome young man. He was a little taken aback. "This gentleman, I don't know what else is going on when you suddenly call out to the old man. You know medicine?" Jiang Chen asked. Old Wu froze for a moment and asked rhetorically. "From the sound of it, you would too?" "A little bit. So it is." Old Wu nodded. Years of experience made him subconsciously speculate on the young man's intentions in calling out to him suddenly. Is he blaming himself for not saving? I don't think so. This person is not a member of the Chui family. This family's grief, at this time, should not be by him to come forward. Is it because you heard that you know how to heal, so you got up the idea of worshipping a teacher? It doesn't seem to be. His tone of voice was completely devoid of respect for his teacher. While Old Wu's thoughts were repeating themselves, Jiang Chen opened his mouth. "Since you know medicine, you should have silver needles for acupuncture at home, right?" Old Wu was puzzled, but still nodded his head and replied, "There is a set of things. The old man is old, his legs and feet are inconvenient, and he often uses acupuncture to stimulate the acupoints. I don't know what is the use of you asking this." "Nonsense, of course it's saving lives." Old Wu froze. Chapter 112, The Possibility of a Cure. A golden needle to renew your life? Old Wu's cloudy eyes opened slightly as he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. It wasn't that Jiang Chen's idea of saying he wanted to save people surprised him. Rather, it's what comes out of the other side's mouth. Ask him to borrow a pair of gold needles? Saving lives? Naturally, he remembered that golden needle life renewal method that only existed in legends, but even he, in all his years of life, had never seen it with his own eyes. Nowadays, it is even more difficult to tell whether it is a fabrication of the old literati, or whether it was once true, but then lost. "Could you?" Lao Wu asked again. "It happens to know a little." Old Wu didn't say anything. Fixedly, he looked at Jiang Chen for a moment. Too young. This was the first angle from which everyone viewed Jiang Chen from the level of his medical skills. He was naturally no exception. But when people live a long time, their insights are always a bit broader than ordinary people. "I'm also a little more mellow and transparent in my view of things." He didn't express his belief or disbelief at first. Instead, he slowly turned around and leisurely said, "Since nowadays, then old me will go back to fetch this golden needle." Old Wu turned around just before taking 2 steps. Jiang Chen, however, simply couldn't wait. Rushing straight to him, he bent down and twisted his head. "Lives are at stake. There's no time for you old thing to dilly-dally. Just tell me where your house is and I'll hump you there." Old Wu was filled with dismay. This gentleman, this is not good. Jiang Chen quickly pulled out option 2. "So, you'll carry me instead?" "Lao Wu, the world is going to hell in a handbasket." Old Wu let out a long cry. Unwillingly and reluctantly, gave up an old face. Was Jiang Chen Pak grandson-like? Hurriedly roared in the direction he pointed to run. The onlookers in the neighborhood were dumbfounded. Not so much because it's a bit of a hunting move. Rather, it was what Jiang Chen had just said. Look at the tone of this Jun's voice. Could it be that he has something up his sleeve? "I think hanging." Old Wu a handful of years old. What things have not seen? He said there is no way. This is also, think to come to the end, but also just empty busy work. Say, do any of you recognize this gentleman? Living in this neighborhood? What's his name? Has he spoken of marriage yet? Not recognizable. Never seen it. Well, it seems to be called Jiang Chen. As the last words fell, everyone in the crowd fell into dead silence. The name was not unfamiliar to them. because the scourge that happened to the Chui family not long ago was related to this name. In this day and age there is no internet, and many people rely on that hearsay blurb for their drinks. So even though more than half a month had passed, the heat of the Chui family's woes did not subside in the neighborhood, but instead became more and more outrageous as the versions changed. Someone said that Jiang Chen was broad-waisted and fat, ugly in appearance, and reeked of fox odor, making people feel bad at first sight. Another person said, this matter is actually not the drama of the villainous young man forcibly robbing the people's daughter, but the Chui family couple, in order to flatter the Jiang family, personally sent their daughter to the Jiang house. There are others who say, in fact, Chui Yunxiu on the surface of the quiet, behind the scenes is a Tai wannabe hoof. Take the initiative to seduce that Jiang Chen. Otherwise how Jiang Chen just robbed her? Unfortunately, the last Jiang Chen lifted his pants do not recognize people. Chui family has no way. This is reported to the official grievance, in order to save the name. Not many people had really seen Jiang Chen anyway, and they don't care. All that mattered was the surprised and shocked expressions of others when such whispers came out of their own mouths. At this moment, of course they would not expect this young man with extraordinary hands, outstanding temperament and handsome appearance. It was the evil young man from Jiangzhou that they had been talking about. So when someone mentioned that they seemed to have just heard Chui Yunxiu call Jiang Chen's name, everyone else thought that it was mostly because he was hallucinating. After all, which version of the story, the Chui family and Jiang Chen, were not on the same page? How could the real Jiang Chen, at this moment, appear here alone, running around for the trouble of the Chui family? Back to Cui's father's side. Cui's father had been completely hexed after hearing old Wu's judgment. Like a fool, he froze and looked down at his mother-in-law with no life in his eyes. Seeing this, Chui Yunxiu was a little worried, fearing that her father would not be able to think straight again. She hurriedly said, "Father, please also trust him. With his medical skills, he will definitely be able to save mother back." Father Chui raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a raspy voice. Well, that's what the words say. But the despair in his eyes didn't change much. Chui Yunxiu wanted to say something else. Chui father, however, once again opened his mouth with a complex expression. "Daughter, don't worry about Dad. Just now is a moment to be blinded by the mind. Dad won't seek his own death again. Regardless of whether or not your mother can be saved, he is a great benefactor to our family. Even if he asks father to work as an ox for the rest of his life, father will never have half a complaint." Chui Yunxiu opened her mouth, but realized that she couldn't actually say anything. So too, he could only bury his head again, carefully wiping the blood from his mother's face. But how can the blood be wiped away? The more you rub it, the more floury and thick it gets in turn. Chui Yunxiu's tears fell like rain. Mother Chui's condition was so bad that anyone who looked at it at first glance would have thought it was a dead man. Father Chui and Chui Yunxiu had subconsciously made this judgment earlier. Jiang Qinfang had concluded that Mother Chui was still alive, which in itself was already no small miracle. But wanting to bring Chui's mother back to life felt a bit of a pipe dream to even Chui Yunxiu, who had already seen Jiang Chen's brilliant medical skills. Wait, long wait. There's nothing to do but wait. Just as the Chui family's father and daughter gradually became anxious within themselves, Jiang Chen had finally returned. On his back was the grandson like old Wu. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Jiang Chen crossed the crowd and stuck the somewhat dazed Lao Wu on the ground to right himself. Chui Yunxiu couldn't wait to go forward and nervously asked, "Jiang Chen, how is it?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and raised the needle bag in his hand. If earlier there was still only a 50 or 60% certainty, now, I have 99% certainty that I can save your mother back. Chapter 113, The Neighbor Who Fell into the Well. Angry Jiang Chen. Having said that, the person who froze was Jiang Chen. He realized that his confident words didn't seem to dispel the sorrow on the brows of the Chui family's father and daughter. After thinking about it, he was relieved. Saving a life is something that, as long as the person doesn't come back to life on the spot, you just can't change their feelings of worry if you say you're more confident. He placed his hand on Chui Yunxiu's shoulder and said in relief, "Don't worry, trust me." Chui Yunxiu subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Chen, her head resting against Jiang Chen's chest as she whispered, "Well, I believe in you." Jiang Chen's heart was touched, and when he pulled Chui Yunxiu away, he saw that her face was full of haggardness. "Did you just cry again?" "It's fine." Chui Yunxiu averted her face and quickly wiped it with her sleeve, then turned back to me with a "don't worry about me" expression. "Do you need me to help you with anything?" "Rather, there's no need for me to do it myself." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and added, "I need a room, house. Yeah, I can't be allowed to save people here. At least it has to be quiet enough." Both father and daughter were in a bit of a quandary as their only house, by now, had been reduced to rubble by the fire. "Don't worry about it," said Chui's father, gritting his teeth. "I'll go find someone to borrow it." Having said that, the Walking Dead took 2 steps in the direction of the onlookers. Knock. What rang out first was the sound of a knee hitting the ground. Only then did the pleading voice of Trey's father ring out. He looked at the group in front of him, the neighbors who usually get along. Dear relatives, as you can see, my mother-in-law is now in critical condition and needs to vacate a room for life-saving purposes. The words fell. Heads were turned and ears were exchanged among the crowd. Added after a while, and not a single person spoke up. Trey's father was silent for only a moment. Then he made the next move. There was a dull thud. Trey's father looked up again, blood marks appearing on his forehead. The neighbors were taken aback. This person is really crazy. What kind of person kowtows with the intention of cracking his head? And heard Trey's father face miserable said, folks father and mother, I am really desperate. Home is also gone. Mother-in-law is also now this way. Please you do a good. Help me this time. However, still no one in the crowd made a sound. So soon they heard another heavy kowtow. Trey's father lifted his head again, and 2 trails of blood slid down the sides of his nose, starting at his forehead, but he didn't even wipe them, pleading again, please, guys, do me a favor. This time, among the crowd, someone finally moved. Someone lowered his head and asked in a low voice, he won't intend to knock himself to death here, but what's missing is the cold-eyed man. It's really bad luck. Your own family is dying and you want to drag us down with you. Anyone who can't stand to look at it, just lend him his house. Chui Yunxiu couldn't look away. Dad, don't come over. Father Chui raised his hand, stopping Chui Yunxiu who wanted to come closer. It's the only thing I can do. Dad, dang. Someone in the crowd finally couldn't look away. An older woman stepped forward and made a gesture intending to help Chui's father up. Old Chui in fact, it is not that we are not willing to vacate the house to you. Just, you have to know, once the house has died in someone else's family, no one dares to live If you ask me, just listen to old Wu and forget about it. People are like this. There's nothing anyone can do about it. So why hold on to the straw any longer? If you say your family doesn't have the money to buy a coffin, we'll make it up for you as neighbors. You're really making it difficult for the guys to borrow the house. Trey's father looked up. He recognized the man, Auntie Lu. Although her mouth is a little broken, often with their own men in the house to quarrel with each other, but to the outside but very convergence, did not do any great acts of kindness, but also did not do anything harmful to the sky, is a real ordinary people. Standing on the footbridge and looking down, there are Auntie Lus everywhere. It's such a flat-to-flat old man. When she stepped forward, it means that what she said represents the opinion in the hearts of the greatest number of people. But he, too, refused the bitter pleas of Choi's father. It's too realistic. No one would want to have their home, with the added obscurity of having had a death in it. So the greatest expression of goodwill would be nothing more than a willingness to come up with the money for a coffin for his family? However, even such small kindnesses, it is also incomprehensible in the eyes of some. Immediately, someone jumped out, pointing at Auntie Lu. He cursed, surname Lu. Yuck, do you really think you're some kind of white lotus flower? Who's going to pay for his family's coffin? I don't mind the bad luck. Pay for this yourself, not on our behalf. Aunt Lu sniffed, face a white, she then these mouth powerful. Immediately the tone will be weak 3 points. I do not mean this. I just think of everyone neighborhood TSK, what a neighborhood. I think it's just that you're making everyone pay for this good name and soliciting it yourself. Aunt Lu was dumbfounded and retreated back into the crowd in a grayish manner. Seeing this, the man was like a rooster that had won a battle, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. Only then did he turn slowly, revealing a look at Trey's father. Your Chui family's fire burned down my house. How are you going to compensate me for this? Trey's father's jaw dropped, and this man was even less of a stranger to him, for this man was the neighbor whose half of the wall had been blackened by the fire in his house. Auntie Fatty. Although they were both middle-aged women, this fat aunt was not as thick as Auntie Lu. He is mean, snobbish, and is known around the area as someone not to be messed with. Earlier too, it had been her, in the crowd, clamoring for the Jiang family to compensate her family for their losses. Unable to see a bit of the Chui family's present-day woes, old Wu saw the scene inside. Unfortunately, his own home was a bit of a distance away, or he would have been willing to lend the house. People like Mother Chui who are injured like this can't take the bumps. In his heart, he was calculating. He lived in this neighborhood over the years, but also saved a lot of fame. If he came forward, looking for someone to make it easier, I do not know if there will be people to sell him this face. Whatever, it's in the eye of the beholder. Old Wu thought for a moment and was about to step forward to help Chui's father for a moment. Unexpectedly a young voice overshadowed him in no time. Bitch, shut the up. I'm not tired of you. I'm not in trouble with you fatheads tonight. I just got rid of one, and now there's another one. Chapter 114, This kid is a god. Who said that? Who said that? The sudden voice, in which the word fat head and ears accurately poked the fat ant's pain. Like fat tiger, The thing she hated most in her life was people who mocked her for looking fat. She immediately stormed out, her whole body resembling a bouncing ball. Eyes looked around menacingly, vowed to out the person who just spoke. Soon, her gaze locked onto Jiang Chen's face that was written with displeasure. What I said. Look at your father, look. Jiang Chen nonchalantly disliked. You. The fat neighbor's aunt was furious, anger spewing from her eyes. Her cursing kung fu was well known in this area. No one has been able to take advantage of her in this regard. How can she let a brat from nowhere climb on top of her? Immediately, his eyes darted around in a circle, hitting his idea on Cui Yunxiu, who was on Jiang Chen's side. The anger that filled his face instantly turned into a cold smile. I say, where's the scallion from that dares to talk to my mother like that? The fat aunt opened her mouth to strike back, at a snarky angle. So it is you this up rushed to the money-losing goods. Ha! Also do not know to see on the Cui family what? So helpful. It will not be on the Cui family's daughter, right? This I have to talk to you properly said. This Cui family's Tai Wavy Hufa, but by do not know how many men. Instantly, Cui Yunxiu's face turned pale. Even though she was well aware that this was a baseless scolding, she still felt a huge wave of humiliation hit her entire body when she was spoken to like this in public. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had already looked at this fat with displeasure, and now he heard these words from the other party's mouth. That still holds back. Noisy. Jiang Chen stepped forward and slapped his opponent across the face. The fat lady did not even see how the other party did it, but already fell to the ground with a ew. She raised her head and covered her face, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How could she not have expected that this person, who was so young, was actually a ruthless character who actually said that he would make a move? Good thing, she's no slouch either. Against the tingling half of his face, rolled on the ground and spilled his guts. No tears, all murderous cries. Ouch! Murder! Murder! My face! Ouch! My arms, my legs! Help! This man is going to kill me! While shouting, he also rolled towards the crowded area, like he couldn't wait for everyone to see how miserable he was. However, because she was usually this kind of shrewish style, it had long since planted the seed of displeasure in many people's hearts to look at her. At this moment, surprisingly, not a single person stood up to speak for her. Instead, they were afraid to avoid her, and they all stepped aside to prevent her from touching a single inch. The fat ant rolled toward the pile of people and realized that she hadn't even grabbed a single person's pant leg, and also sat on the ground and froze for a while. Immediately, she cursed in her heart a bunch of goons. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chen again. This time it was pretending not to pretend, pointing to the slap marks on his face and threatening viciously. Pay up! You broke my face. If you don't pay up today, I'll go to the police and ask the officials to arrest you. At those words, the hearts of the surrounding neighbors thumped. Just now, when Jiang Chen's slap hit the fat ant's face, why hadn't there been a flash of dark pleasure in their hearts? After all, Auntie Fatty, this person, almost every household on this street has been scourged by her mouth, but no one has ever killed her. Now that Jiang Chen had slapped them, he had really taken out a mouthful of bad anger for them. But after all, it is the hands of people. If the fat ant really bite this point, take the face of the slap marks to the police. The young man, if there is no background, but also afraid of getting into trouble with the lawsuit. Many of the people around him had a few favorable feelings towards Jiang Chen because of what he had just done. Couldn't help but feel a little worried for him. However, arresting old me? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth grinned. He really couldn't help but laugh. Himself, because of the system in place, was already used to doing good deeds on a regular basis, almost forgetting who I was meant to be in this world. But this Jiangzhou is truly the biggest villain. Now, he's actually letting a woman from the city bump into him? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Fine, tell me, how much do you want? The fat woman didn't expect the other party to open her mouth so readily. The face was instantly surprised. She thought Jiang Chen was afraid of herself. At that moment, he opened his mouth wide and said, 10 taels of silver. Without 10 taels of silver, this is not over. Good. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement, and when he finished, he pulled money out of his arms. When the fat woman saw how easily Jiang Chen agreed, she didn't know that she had met a rich master. Greedily, he licked his lips. I thought to myself that today is a really big day for Miles. Immediately, he changed his words. 10 taels? That's just the money you hit me with. My house burned down because of the Cui family's fire. 10 taels of silver is not enough. You have to take another 10 taels of silver. When the people next to him saw the fat woman eating so ugly, their hearts were all in a state of discomfort. You are all neighbors. The house has just caught fire. The mother-in-law is in critical condition. You do not help, no one said you, but you cannot take advantage of the fire, right? That Thai house of yours, it didn't burn up. Only the outside walls were blackened by the fire. A few dozen pennies can solve the matter. Hard to ask for 10 taels? The crowd had expected Jiang Chen to flatly refuse. However, once again, out of their expectations, Jiang Chen still nodded. Fine, just do as you say, said, took out a handful of silver bills from his arms, 100 taels of them, 1,000 taels of them all. However, he didn't even count it and directly threw out the handful of silver tickets. In an instant, a sky full of silver bills, snowflakes, fell in an ocean. Jiang Chen sneered. These, are they enough? What I want is silver. You're fooling around with these scraps of paper. The fat woman picked up a silver ticket and was about to tear it to Jiang Chen. But soon, she stopped moving. Even though she was a poor family, it was impossible for something like a silver ticket to trickle down to her. But if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. Once by mistake, the fat woman had seen a big-bellied merchant pull out a ticket with 100 taels written on it, like this, when he was trading with someone else. At that moment, the voices of other people shivering in shock also came from the side. Silver tickets. It's a real silver ticket, not a fake. 100 taels. Holy, am I dreaming? What? It's a silver check. I've never seen so much money in my life. Buzz. It was as if a flood of bells were ringing in the fat lady's head. She was just as foolish as she was at the moment, but she had come to her senses. Oneself this time, only, I'm afraid, has messed with someone who absolutely shouldn't be messed with. She immediately blushed in panic. This master, have you misheard me? I said 20 taels? 20 taels? Jiang Chen smiled. Sorry, I don't have 20 taels on me. Are you saying that this isn't enough? Enough is enough, the fat ant said hastily, and in a flash, she changed her words in a hurry. No, this, oh, Jiang Chen didn't give her a chance to explain, and simply said, since it's enough, then take your house and lend it to me. After saying that, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at her, turned around and took Chui's mother with him, heading straight to the room next door to Chui's house. Father Chui and Chui Yinxiu also said nothing after glancing at Auntie Fatty and followed Jiang Chen. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were far away. Then there was a loud thud. Auntie Fatty shivered when she heard the voice, then paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. To the very end, Jiang Chen hadn't turned his head back even once. It was as if those silver tickets really gave it to her. However, the fat ant at this moment, the heart is no longer half greedy, only full of remorse. Jiang Chen casually threw out this handful of silver tickets. Where would it not be enough? But the question is, would she dare to ask for it? That's enough money to buy her life. Did the other side really just give it to her? Anyone with an ass knows that's absolutely impossible. For someone who could pull out so much money out of her hand, trying to kill her was easier than killing an ant. Jiang Chen was not giving her money. It's buying her life. And so, in the ugly alley at night, there was this bizarre scene. A bunch of poor people, a ground worth of silver certificates, and yet only one person is picking up all this money. The man who picked up the money, however, was filled with trepidation and his hands were shaking, and the others around them had no jealousy on their faces. Instead, it's full of pleasure and gloating. Outside the room, the Chui family's father and daughter waited anxiously, and in the room, Jiang Chen flattened Mother Chui on the bed, pulling out his needle bag. He intended to perform the stitches, but there was a sudden voice of surprise from the sidelines. Don't you have to remove your clothing when you perform the stitches? Jiang Chen was surprised and looked at Old Wu beside him. No, old thing, when did you follow me in? Old Wu was a little embarrassed and rubbed his hands together. The old man listened to your tone as if you really had a way to save people, so he followed to see. Jiang Chen let out a whoop. Alright, then you watch. After saying that, Jiang Chen unhooked the first needle from the needle bag. Old Wu immediately reminded again, you really don't need to remove the injured person's clothes when you apply the needle? This human body acupuncture points. In case of sex difference step wrong. Old rascal. Jiang Chen said angrily, you see you want to see people without clothes. Old Wu sniffed and blushed a little openly. You young man, old man kindly reminded you, why do you still defile people's innocence out of thin air? With that, he was lecturing Jiang Chen. It's not good to avoid this and that when practicing medicine. Even when a highly skilled bone setter administers a needle to an injured person, he can't be blindly confident in his own level of skill. In case any point isn't stabbed correctly, it can be fatal. How did you just zap it? Old Wu suddenly saw a frightening scene and was scared out of his wits. This kid, when the golden needles are stabbed, they are actually thrown directly. Old Wu's sky was falling, and he dared to say that he had never seen any healer in his entire life who administered needles to patients like this. You young man, listen to the old man finish his sentence instead. He rushed up to see where the needle was on Trey's mother. However, he was shocked to find that the location where Jiang Chen had placed the needle was exactly an acupuncture point. Although there are many acupoints on the human body, the corresponding locations have to be found, and the possibility of throwing out a needle casually like this and sticking it in a certain acupoint can be said to be minimal. Old Wu was horrified in his heart. This is the point you were going to stab? How did you do that? Get up! Jiang Chen was a little impatient to brush the startled old man away and flung another needle at Mother Chui. Old Wu was flicked away, and was not annoyed, but immediately came over again, and then let out an even more surprised voice, accurate again. You really ran to the acupuncture point to apply the needle? This, Old Wu's voice ended abruptly. He found himself unable to speak, and his body, for some reason, couldn't move. Only the neck and the area above the head can move. His head slowly lowered and he saw that 2 needles were being stuck in his upper body and arm. Pupils plummeted. Raising his head, he again heard Jiang Chen say in a good-natured manner, "Don't worry, these 2 pairs of pins are not harmful to your body. They just make it so that you can't talk or move around anymore, saving you from chortling all the time next to you and causing people to get upset." Words. Only one thought remained in Old Wu's mind. This kid, he's a god, isn't he? Chapter 115, Father Chui, I agree to this marriage. Jiang Chen was not a god. Naturally, there is no way to immobilize someone out of thin air. He had merely used a special technique to apply needles to seal the old man's ability to move and speak. This was not difficult for him now that he was at full medical level. All the wonders of the human body were visible in his eyes. This old thing has been staggering around like he's never seen the world before. It's not stable at all. Even if Jiang Chen was confident in his medical skills, having someone like this next to him would inevitably distract him. It is not allowed to say that 99% of the probability of salvation is going to drop by 1 percentage point as a result. That's not good. Why isn't it ready? Why isn't it ready? Dad, calm down. You've asked this 79 times. At the door of the room, Chui Yunxiu looked at Chui's father with a helpless expression. At this time, Chui's father was as anxious as a husband waiting outside the labor and delivery room, constantly pacing back and forth in the doorway, head and face, sweating like a pulp. How can I not be anxious? Your mother's life and death are uncertain now, and it's not easy for father to see a glimmer of hope. What if when the door opens again later? Jiang Chen tells us that he tried his best and still couldn't bring your mother back. Chui Yunxiu interrupted. She looked at Chui's father seriously. Father, please also believe Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was the conviction revealed in Chui Yunxiu's eyes at this moment that infected Father Chui. He finally calmed down a little. I'm sorry, I lost my temper in the party. Chui Yunxiu shook her head. I don't blame you, father. It's human nature. After that, both father and daughter fell silent. In fact, why wouldn't Chui Yunxiu be worried? The most important loved ones, right now, are within a wall of each other, undergoing the greatest test of their lives. But there is an eventuality that is heavenly. But after experiencing the desperate situation earlier, at this moment, she could only force herself to calm down, forcing herself to believe in Jiang Chen, to believe in his level of medical skills that even the medical doctor had praised. Otherwise, Chui Yunxiu was afraid that her heart would once again fall into the unstoppable abyss like before. After a while, Chui's father suddenly spoke again. That Jiang Chen's level of medical skill, is it really as brilliant as you say? Chui Yunxiu froze for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, he is the person I've seen, who has the highest level of medical skills. Father Chui was going to say how many people have you met and how many Langshongs have you seen, and how dare you call him the most brilliant, but then, immediately, he remembered the image of Jiang Chen, who was like the savior of the earth, appearing out of the night catching fat tiger, and temporarily changed his words. Maybe, you're the one who's right. This Jiang Chen, really is completely different from the one we've heard. Chui Yunxiu was still frozen for a moment when she sniffed. For some reason, hearing from her father's mouth, saying good things about Jiang Chen was simply more pleasing than if she herself had been praised. She laughed. Yeah, you're right, father, he's just nothing like the rumors you've heard. Chui's father was also lost for a moment when he saw his daughter exuding heartfelt joy. He asked himself, have you, yourself, lived a little too conservatively? Always worrying about this and fearing that, in the end, nothing was protected. Obviously, earlier, Jiang Chen had already shown his Chui family a gesture of releasing former suspicions, but his husband and wife, however, politely kicked Jiang Chen out, citing the disparity in gentry. He also ordered Chui Yunxiu not to interact with him in the future in front of Jiang Chen. It was thought to be in Jiang Chen's opinion at the time, your own husband and wife must be mean as hell. It's funny that in my own mind I still blame my neighbors for being mean and cold-blooded. But in the end, isn't that what happened to you? However, when a crossroads is struck in one's own home, in one's own wretched planting on the ground with no means of struggling. However, Jiang Chen had come forward regardless of previous suspicions, and with his own strength, he was able to save the situation. At that time, the image of Jiang Chen rushing into the fire without hesitation to save Chui Yunxiu, Chui's father felt that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Men know men, and only then did I better understand what that meant. Such a loving and caring man, worthy of any father who would entrust his daughter to the other side. The gentrification gap? Is the family high on the list? And will it lead to verbal abuse? At this time through the life and death of Chui's father, found that these originally cared about these things. It was actually so ridiculous, pointless. Even with her own daughter's background, she could only be a concubine at best when she entered the Jiang mansion. It's also better than marrying the right person and becoming the right wife. He himself is a prime example. What has he done except make his hairy wife suffer and suffer with him for the rest of his life? I think that Jiang Chen's person will never let those rumors and gossips hurt his daughter in the slightest. Chui's father has experienced life and death, and at this moment, he is thinking more and more clearly. Looking at his daughter again, he said, "Oh daughter, can you tell my father about this Duke Jian?" A hint of surprise flashed in Cui Yinxiu's eyes. "Father, what are you suddenly asking this for?" Chui's father awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and explained, "It's nothing, just chatting." To divert attention, Cui Yinxiu thought about it. Now they, father and daughter, with their minds on their mother, who was one wall away, kept their mouths shut, but inwardly one was more anxious than the other. But even though they were anxious, they couldn't change anything with their abilities. It would be better to talk and divert your attention. So Cui Yinxiu finally spoke up after a little bit of contemplation. She tilted her head slightly, looking into the empty space, caught up in her memories. When I met him, it was actually quite scary to say the least. As you all know, that day I was walking down the same road I always walk down after school. Once the chatterbox is open, you can't stop it. Even Cui Yinxiu herself didn't expect that she was so memorable when it came to each and every one of the things about Jiang Chen. From Jiang Chen forced him to read a book for one night, talking about the next day in the academy. Jiang Chen overwhelmed the crowd with his literary talent, and from their own and the Willow familyness because of Jiang Chen and produce intersection. Speak to the two in the Luyun building encountered danger. The critical moment Jiang Chen Gai's hero general debut. And then there's today. Today was supposed to be an incredibly happy day too. When Cui Yinxiu spoke here, her tone sank, but she was a bit unable to continue, and Chui's father, seeing his daughter's mood produce a change, also decisively said, "Well, there's no need to say anymore. Father already knows all about it." Cui Yinxiu nodded slightly and did not make a sound. The air was quiet again. But this time, Chui's father's mood had been completely different from before. He hated that he couldn't slap himself again. He's so not a thing. At the moment, run through the whole thing in its entirety from your daughter's perspective. It dawned on him. Jiang Chen wouldn't know his family anything. It's because of the relationship with his daughter, offering to help him heal. As a result, they came to their own home in high spirits and were greeted with that kind of attitude from their own husband and wife. Like the villain in a talking book tosser who forces the bitter lovebirds apart. Originally, Chui's father thought that the Jiang family was this kind of family, and that they were the big villains in the story. As a result, run through things again from your daughter's perspective. The villain turned out to be himself? Grandma's. Chui's father learned the hard way that he must not fall into the stream of evil villains. Look at that look in her daughter's eyes when she mentioned Jiang Chen. She was just a little cutie. You can tell what she means to Jiang Chen. How can he or she interfere with that? Support. This time, one has to be ruthlessly supportive. When Jiang Chen reclaimed the silver needles on Chui's mother, he mentally calculated the timing of Chui's mother's awakening, knowing that in a short while, her opponent would wake up. Jiang Chen wanted to incline his head to think about it, or decided to let this middle-aged woman, the first moment she woke up to be able to see her family. So he opened the door and was about to say thank you to the Cui family's father and daughter at the door. Unexpectedly, Chui's father burst right into view. With a serious face, he rushed at him. "I agree to this marriage." Jiang Chen? What the hell? Chapter 116, The Cui Family's Gratitude. What the hell? Jiang Chen was baffled. Nope, nothing. Chui's father realized that he had said the wrong thing on impulse, and waved his hand repeatedly, his face full of awkward smiles. It took 2 laughs. The most important thing immediately came to his mind, and his expression became tense for a moment, looking toward the door and then shrinking back, looking like he wanted to look but didn't dare. "Jiang Gongzi, my mother how is it?" "Yeah well." Jiang Chen looked at his expression suspiciously, his head still thinking about what the other party just said that he didn't hear, but looking at his expression, which immediately became nervous and uneasy again, he turned to the 2 men and waved. Laughing, he said, "Come in, all of you," said the man, sidestepping to make way. Without saying a word, Chui's father hurriedly barged into the room. Cui Yinxiu, on the other hand, glanced nervously at Jiang Chen with her eyes as she entered, noticing that although there was some fatigue in the other party's eyes, more than anything else, there was a touch of reassuring composure. Cui Yinxiu was a little moved in her heart. "Mr. Jiang, it's been hard on you." Hearing her words, Jiang Chen sighed. Cui Yinxiu was startled by the sigh. Hurriedly, he asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang?" However, he heard Jiang Chen say very helplessly, "I say this habit of yours of not moving to meet with me. When can you change it?" Cui Yinxiu first froze, then her face turned a haze red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Jiang, Jiang Chen, that's more like it, go and see your mother. It's no longer a big deal. I guess I'll wake up in a few moments. Bitch. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by the excited voice of Choi's father in the room. The two men looked away. Then Father Choi ambled over to the side of the bed and held one of Mother Choi's hands tightly in his. His body was so excited that he was trembling. You finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I don't know what to do. Jiang Chen leaned against the door of the room and retracted his gaze, coincidentally touching Cui Yinxiu's line of sight that also happened to be retracted. He gave her a small smile. Go on. It's time for your family reunion. Aha! Cui Yinxiu nodded her head vigorously, turned around and ran towards her parents' location. He had just taken 2 steps, then settled down again, then suddenly turned around. Jiang Chen. Cui Yinxiu had tears in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were upturned, lips pursed, chin pointed a little bit, seems to have 1,000 words to say, but do not know how to open the mouth. Jiang Chen saw her like this, shook his head and lost his smile. Well, there's nothing to be thankful for, no need to be polite with me, go. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a breeze on his face. On his face, sloppy, there was an extra trace of warmth that didn't belong to him. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Cui Yinxiu would suddenly make such a move, and his reaction was half a beat slower as a result. By the time he reacted, he wanted to retain the warmth. That gust of wind suddenly drifted away again. It was still the same Cui Yinxiu in front of her eyes, but her demeanor was completely different from the original. That's the look of having said everything you wanted to say. Then only then did she turn around and run to Mother Choi, who had just woken up from her coma with her head still a little unclear. Jiang Chen froze for a long time, not knowing what kind of mood he was in. One last deep look at the family in the room. Turning, he gently closed the door to his room. Jiang Chen decided to give the time to talk about his feelings to the family that must have a lot to say. I'm so sweet. Extra old Wu in the room. Mother, you finally woke up. I thought. Ooh. Cui Yinxiu finally opened her eyes when she saw Cui's mother on the bed. And the pent-up emotions finally couldn't hold back any longer and exploded out. For crying out loud, Cui's father's eyes were also filled with tears. Mother-in-law, how are you? Where else on your body is uncomfortable? Mother Choi's expression was a bit blank at first as she listened to the two call out, but it didn't take long for the memories to slowly emerge in his mind. She clearly remembered that the fat tiger broke into their house looking for trouble, and she was knocked to the ground by that fat tiger in order to protect her daughter. Fiercely, Mother Cui shuddered and looked at Cui Yinxiu, her eyes panicked and anxious. Xiao, come hide behind me. I won't let you marry that rascal. Cui Yinxiu's crying stopped. Cui's father froze in his movements. The air was quiet for a little while, and after noticing that the two men's expressions had become odd, Mother Cui immediately realized that things were not quite what she had imagined. She slowly calmed down. Looking around, I realized that it was a completely unfamiliar environment. She couldn't help but ask, that mouth, what happened? Why am I here? Father Choi sighed and explained, this is Auntie Fatty's house. Cui mother has just calmed down the heart, and then mentioned, the fat aunt next door? Bad. How did I come to her house? This is not a good match for the main. Father Cui passed a reassuring look and spoke, don't be in a hurry, mother-in-law. I know you have a lot of doubts. I'll tell you all of them. With that, Father Cui and Cui Yinxiu exchanged glances. Then he told Mother Cui everything that had happened since Fat Tiger had broken into the house. And Mother Choi's heart was in her throat when she heard her husband go out after someone with a knife. Another quiet sigh of relief when she heard that her husband hadn't caught up with the other man. Then when he heard Jiang Chen suddenly appear, he was even more filled with surprise. When he then heard that Jiang Chen had subdued Fat Tiger and brought him back, and then broke into the fire to save both himself and his daughter, he was even more filled with dismay. It didn't take long for things to happen, but the more Cui's mother listened, the more she felt that it was sinister. Whenever any of these things go wrong, the consequences of that, Mother Cui cannot even dare to think. After listening to everything, Cui mother first looked at Cui father with a complicated expression. How can you be so stupid? Even if I die, Xiao is still alive. How can you? Alas, Cui's father smiled awkwardly. Okay, let's not talk about this. I'm still alive and well. Cui Yinxiu placed her mother's hand on her cheek and also said softly, yes, mother, we are all still alive. This is already the best ending. Mother Cui sniffed a little helplessly. She didn't even know that her husband could be so impulsive. If Jiang Chen hadn't stepped in at the critical moment. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Mother Cui finally couldn't help but say, that Mr. Jiang, he's really a valuable person for our family nah. Yeah, Cui's father also thought deeply. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that our family of 3 would have already met in hell at this moment. But earlier, we were still treating him like that. Cui mother lowered her head, her face vaguely ashamed. Seeing this, Cui Yinxiu hurriedly said, Mother, don't worry. Jiang Chen is broad-minded and is never someone who counts on everything. Yes, mother, That Jiang Gongzi is by no means a petty person. If he really wants to count, he will not give us a helping hand. Trey's mother nodded in perfect agreement, spinning his words. But, anyway, we should say thank you to him properly. You hear, he said, bracing himself against the bed and trying to force himself out of it. The father and daughter duo were terrified and hurriedly got up to assist. You've only just woken up. You're not in a hurry to get out of bed yet. Trey's mother, however, insisted, it's not her own bed, so it's not solid to sleep in. Where is Mr. Jiang then? I must thank him. After saying that, he insisted on getting up despite the father and daughter's obstruction. Father and daughter were helpless. One could only assist Mother Cui out of bed while carefully reminding, there's no rush. There's no rush. Jiang Chen is right here. It's not like he's going to run away. Right here? Trey's mother got out of bed, still stumbling a little, with a lightheaded feeling, but she braced herself and looked around the room, quickly spotting the only outsider in the corner, and within 2 steps, she flopped forward onto the ground in an unsteady position. It's a good thing that Trey's mother is also a resourceful person. Taking advantage of the situation is also a worship. Jiang Chen, I have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, our family of 3, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lasted. After saying that, only then did he get up and look up, his expression instantly becoming surprised. Ha, how did you become so old? Jiang Chen? Lao Wu, do I look like that kid to you? Snap. That was the sound made by Cui Yunxiu and Father Cui, both covering their faces in unison. The two of them simply didn't have the eyes to see as they simultaneously reached out and pointed at the door. Jiang Chen is outside the door. Oh. Cui mother understood that she had made a mess, and apologized repeatedly to Lao Wu. I'm really sorry, I made a mistake. With that, he hurried toward the door again. Cui father and Cui Yunxiu were afraid that she would fall again, so they also hurriedly followed her out. Only old Wu was left in the room. Lao Wu, no, you youngsters, what's the use of just apologizing? Why don't you take out the needle for me? I think it's still hanging. This gentleman is rich, and also looks like a capable one, but an old bonesetter like Lao Wu has said it's hopeless. He's only afraid that he can't do anything about it. In the end, I'm afraid it's all for nothing. Shoo, it's better to say such things in a lower voice. Don't let people hear it and get upset. That's not someone we can afford to mess with now. Boy, that's a silver check. I've never seen so much money in my life. This young man, what in the world is he? Cui family this time, can really not say. Evening a remarkable character. Dead a mother-in-law is nothing. The future soaring, can be expected. Egu, if I had known that gentleman was so rich, I should have taken the initiative to lend my house to them. Knowing such a master, how many houses will I want in the future without? Come on you, if you had known, this opportunity would have been given to you? Say, when they come out later, should we report the good news or the bad news? In front of Auntie Fatty's house, the night was late, but the crowd had no intention of dispersing. Instead, over time, miscellaneous remarks and speculations became more and more frequent, but it's still largely 2 topics. One was Jiang Chen's identity. One is whether or not Trey's mother can actually be saved. They formed a circle, curiosity written all over their faces, eagerly discussing and spitting. The most uncomfortable of these was Auntie Fatty. Everyone stood but her on her knees. In his hand, he was also holding a handful of silver tickets, the very handful that Jiang Chen had casually thrown out earlier, which he had coated into a pile without pulling a single sheet. Jiang Chen hadn't asked her to do this before she entered. This was something she had done spontaneously, because she knew that she had offended the unimaginably great. Auntie Fatty's intestines were green with regret this time. As long as her mind thought of the earlier image of herself standing up and scolding Jiang Chen, she hated that she couldn't ruthlessly give herself 2 slaps in the face. Why do you have to be so talkative yourself? It was good that her mind was sort of finally clear for once. Auntie Fatty knew that messing with such a big shot was her only chance to survive at the moment. It wasn't to run away when the other side wasn't looking, then she'd die without even knowing how. Rather, he could only hope that the other party was still in a good mood and therefore magnanimous enough not to bother with a little person like himself. But how is that possible? Cui mother's appearance looks like it cannot be saved, and the other party with the Cui family, that relationship, out of the door, and how can be happy? Most likely, it would still be hard for him to escape death today, Auntie Fatty thought in despair. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted, I see them people, it's coming out. Chapter 117, Back from the Dead? It's really alive. Instantly, everyone's eyes were all focused in the direction where Auntie Fatty's door was. The candlelight that had been translucent in the room went out abruptly. The door turned black. It didn't take long. Jiang Chen's face was calm as usual as he walked out of the house. No one could see anything in his face. Hiss, is it not saved? Otherwise how is this face? Someone lowered their voice and speculated. But soon, 3 silhouettes appeared immediately after Jiang Chen, but it made everyone's breath lag. Miracle. among the crowd. I don't know who it was that looked at one of the silhouettes, his gaze falling into a stupor as he let out a muttered voice. The next moment, the voice was echoed by all. Miracle! A miracle! I can't believe it was actually saved. How the hell did it happen? Obviously. Even old Wu said it's impossible to cure. Seriously, this can be saved? In plain sight, Chui mother, who not long ago was as if she was out of breath, at this moment, was walking out with clear eyes under the support of Chui father and Chui Yinxiu. This scene gave everyone a great shock. Countless pairs of eyes, in unison, looked at Mother Chui. It was as if they were trying to see through a layer of skin from her face. With this distinction, is it a man or a ghost? But soon they were disappointed. Chui's mother's demeanor and actions, as well as the careful supportive movements of Chui's parents next to her, nothing emphasized the authenticity of this one thing Mother Chui had, indeed, been saved by Jiang Chen. The countless eyes looking at her made Mother Chui feel a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but lower her head and ask Chui Yinxiu to the side. Xiao, what's going on? Where did so many people come from? Chui Yinxiu smiled, looking at Jiang Chen's back who was walking in front of her, and then turned to look at her mother. Mother, don't worry, it's fine. The figure walking at the front didn't say anything though, but at the moment, he gave Chui Yinxiu an unrivaled sense of reassurance just by standing there. The not-so-strong figure, straightening his back, was like a steel wall, enough to block all the wind and rain. As expected, it didn't take long before everyone's eyes outside the door coincidentally shifted from Mother Chui to Jiang Chen's face. If anything, Mother Chui's rise from the dead was a miracle in their eyes. It was obvious then that Jiang Chen was the one who created the miracle. That gentleman, what kind of god is he? Some people looked at Jiang Chen with wild eyes, leaving aside the wealth and splendor that had been displayed before. This hand of miraculous medical skill alone, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. There were others whose eyes dripped with regret. Not long ago, there had been an opportunity for the Chui family to deliver charcoal in the snow in front of them, but no one grasped it. There are others who are a bit more sober, knowing that such a high branch of their own family would not have had the opportunity to climb up. Only the eyes that looked at the Chui family's several people vaguely revealed a few points of scorn. In their minds, they kept turning over their past memories, fearing that he had, in some way, offended the Chui family, so as not to settle scores after the Chui family has gained power in the future. It was only when he realized that there was no such thing that he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. If the idea of the average neighbor is still okay to categorize, that fat ant's heart was complicated to the core. What others regretted was still not having helped the Chui family and not having the opportunity to climb up Jiang Chen's ladder. And he was the one who had actually spoken out against Jiang Chen not too long ago, causing the other party to become furious. At this moment the other party surfaced again. Her reaction, of all people, was also the most violent. She was seen kneeling in the doorway, head bowed and shivering. From head to toe, the words fear and worry were revealed. However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at her after he walked out of the door. Auntie Fatty gritted her teeth. Earlier, on the basis of his usual style, he had offended the other side in a confused manner. This will be half a day of fear, but the mind is quite calm. She knew in her heart that the other party had by no means failed to see her, but had deliberately pretended not to see her. What this means goes without saying. She didn't even stand up and took 2 steps toward Jiang Chen with her knees. Then, the thud was a solid thump on the ground. Lifting his head, he held a pile of silver tickets in both hands. Eyes to please. This master, earlier it was my eyes that did not recognize Taishan. Halfway through his words, he heard Jiang Chen's cold and incomparable voice ring out. I almost forgot. It turns out there's one more thing to clear up. The fat ant froze on the spot, scared out of her wits. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, he still wanted to liquidate her? She dropped to her knees again and thumped her head several times in a row. Master, spare your life. Master, spare your life. After shouting for half a day, he found no movement at all in front of him. Only then did she bravely look up, only to be surprised. The figures of Jiang Chen and a few people from the Chui family had already walked away along the street. A few people's vague words were carried into the fat ant's ears with the wind. Where did you throw that fat pig I threw at you earlier? Don't worry, I definitely didn't let that guy go. It was an emergency and I hit him. Very well, take me, since there's no need for you to say. I'm going to find trouble with him too. Pop, a resounding slap in the face. Fat Tiger's expression was agonized, as if he had been grabbed out after being pressed face down into the water, and his eyes opened in horror. His panting was ragged. A hint of hijacking passed through his eyes, and it was hard to look back. Just a moment ago, he had a horrible nightmare. He was on his way to escape in a hurry when he met a young man. The little brother beside him pointed at the other side and said to him, Brother Fat Tiger, that's him. This is the kid who entered the Chui family before. Fat Tiger immediately let out a sardonic laugh. Well, so it's you. After saying that, he led a few minions to swarm towards the other side. Yet this skinny, weak young man seemed flat. However, the moment he approached, his aura changed and turned into a man-eating beast. Fat Tiger could have sworn he had never seen such a horrible monster in his life. In 3 or 2 strokes, all the minions around him were put down on the ground, alive or dead. He was left alone to listen to the sound of the others' approaching footsteps. Fat Tiger usually street fighting is, rely on a body of brute force, in front of the other side, but as if the child fooling around, was easily dissolved. In the end, it was even choked by the other party with one hand and lifted up high. Thankfully, it's just a nightmare. How can there be such a horrible person in reality? Fat Tiger was about to raise his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but suddenly he realized that he couldn't actually move his hand at all. Aha! Fat Tiger was shocked in his heart and looked up brightly. The image that made his heart go cold broke into his eyes. The Choi family stood in front of themselves. There was also a circle of neighbors around him, pointing and talking. Finally, the young man who had tormented him repeatedly in the midst of his nightmares was looking at him with a smile on his face. How'd you sleep, dead pig? Fat Tiger's pupils shrank. That is not a dream. Chapter 118, Doing the People a Favor? Doing the right thing for the people? You. Me. Fat Tiger looked at Zhang Chen in front of him, too nervous to speak. Even Chui's father glanced at Zhang Chen in surprise as a result. He only knew that Zhang Chen had subdued Fat Tiger, but he didn't know the process. Now that he saw that Fat Tiger, who had previously been recklessly committing acts of violence, being scared by Zhang Chen into this kind of, can't help but be curious. What exactly did Zhang Chen do to him? It was what caused him to show such a fearful gaze when he saw Zhang Chen, but of course he wouldn't ask such a question at this point. Instead, he asked, Mr. Zhang, you captured the man. What are you going to do with him? Oh, Zhang Chen's head tilted. This person has done such excessive things to your family. What do you plan to do with him? Father Chui heard that Zhang Chen was planning to leave the other party to his own devices. In an instant, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. It was undisguised murderous intent. However, that killing intent only lasted for a short moment, and yet it dissolves, because of his stature. At this moment, there was not only Fat Tiger in his eyes, but also Chui Yinxiu and Mother Chui who were looking towards him at the same time. The tips of Chui's father's fingers trembled. Looking towards Zhang Chen, he said bitterly, what if I say that the current me doesn't dare to kill him? Would you think I'm incompetent? However, Zhang Chen shook his head. No, I won't look down on anyone because of this. The fact that you chose this shows that you have your own persistence. It's natural that a desperate berserker, and a man with a family, can't think the same way. Zhang Chen could understand this. Fat Tiger had thought that he was now at the end of his rope, but I didn't know that at the last moment, Chui's father actually wimped out. He couldn't help but look pleased. However, the joy only surfaced for a second before Zhang Chen's voice caused him to stiffen. If he says he won't kill you, that's his business. Did I say I'd spare you? Fat Tiger turned his head incredulously. I have no grudges with you in the past and no grudges in the recent past. He doesn't kill me but you want to kill me? Why is this? Ha! Zhang Chen played with the kitchen knife in his hand, the coarse surface of the knife, reflecting his cold face. It's just a matter of ridding the people of evil and doing justice to the heavens. The words just fell. Fat Tiger, who had just been filled with fear, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, doing God's bidding? You're taking the place of heaven with me? Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Fat Tiger's tears were coming out of his eyes, as if he had heard the funniest joke ever. Fine, in that case, come kill me and try to do justice for heaven. I really don't understand. The biggest evil in Zhangzhou, you haven't seen it, right? Those two families, that Zhang Chen, that Zhang Hero, you don't go to them? But grabbed me such a little minion, threatening to do justice for heaven. Fat Tiger shook his head, his face suddenly grimacing. What kind of justice for heaven is this? Go kill them if you're capable. I'm sure all the people in the entire Jiangzhou will admire your righteous act. Instead of killing one of my ruffians in these narrow streets and alleys, it's called doing God's work for him. When Chui Yinxiu, who was on the side, heard the words coming out of Fat Tiger's mouth, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen with some concern. Yet Zhang Chen acted as if he hadn't heard it, unshaken by the slightest movement, only the sword in his hand, raised high above his head. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Chen moved with a start. Fat Tiger thought that Zhang Chen had hesitated, and immediately screamed with reckless abandon. Come on, kill me, kill me. Why are you hesitating? Are you afraid to? Next, can't kill. The kitchen knife in Zhang Chen's hand swung down blatantly. The Fat Tiger's provocative voice came to an abrupt end. These actions happen at the same time, and yet, at the same time, they were stagnant. Zhang Chen was expressionless as he removed the kitchen knife, revealing Fat Tiger's bloodless face under the knife. He glanced at Fat Tiger and then twisted his head to look at Auntie Lu who stood out at this moment not far away. The face is puzzled. Why can't we kill? In response to him, A number of people in the crowd made a sound together. Fat Tiger can't be killed. This gentleman, please also be magnanimous. Leave him alive. Jiang Chen was even more perplexed as he looked at the crowd that was showing signs of intolerance at this point. Question. Earlier, when the Chui family was reduced to such a desperate situation, no one came forward to help. And now that I'm going to kill a villain who is doing wrong, you guys are jumping out one by one to stop it? We do not intend to condone the Fat Tiger murder. Just this. There are too many secrets. As long as the son you promised to let the Fat Tiger a horse. Aunt Lu and Jiang Chen's icy gaze. Hard-headed, I will be in the secrets. I'll tell you. Sir. Jiang Chen inclined his head, looked at Fat Tiger who was showing a provocative expression towards him, and then turned his head again, putting his sword away. You talk, I listen, and I'll decide whether to kill him or not afterward. Saying that, seeing Aunt Lu open her mouth to speak, she immediately added coldly, I'm not prepared to bargain with you. Aunt Lu sniffed, her expression helpless, but she didn't dare to hope for more. Immediately, he opened his mouth and told the whole truth that he knew in one breath. The two Chui father and mother did not feel too surprised when they heard this, obviously knowing the inside story already. Chui Yinxiu, however, had a flickering gaze and was filled with surprise. Even Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with some fluctuations. It turns out that although this Fat Tiger is evil, his actual identity is not trivial. His father, who was once a Kerang in Xinjiang County, the so-called Kerang, also called grain ponds, he is the official in charge of supervising the grain silos in Xinjiang County. Previously, the north of the successive drought, the people have no harvest, but the previous emperor is not allowed to open the warehouse to release grain. As a result, countless famine victims moved from the north to the south, and Zhang Zhou was also implicated. However, Fat Tiger's father is a good official with a heart for the people. He could not bear to see the people suffer so much, so the choice was made to steal food and release it privately. Many of the people were thus saved from starvation, and all the people were celebrated. However, this was soon made known to the court, and the magistrate became furious. It was ordered that Fat Tiger's father be removed from office on the spot and given a heavy beating of 100 strokes of the cane. Fat Tiger's father received a board, did not carry through, not long after, died in the middle of a rising epidemic. Only the young Fat Tiger was left behind. Later, when the female emperor came to the throne, she made drastic reforms, and all the officials and officials everywhere were replaced with new blood. Nowadays, among the government offices in Xinjiang County, many people are those who survived with the relief from Fat Tiger's father at that time. They all remembered the righteousness of Fat Tiger's father who had stolen grain and released it privately. The many nasty things done to this son, the only one he has left. It's all about turning a blind eye. 2. Over time, Fat Tiger developed this rampant personality. So there is such an inside story. The only heir left behind by the great benefactor. And there are people in the government who support him. And there are many people in the neighborhood who have been benefited by his father. Jiang Chen slowly looked at Fat Tiger, pondering, it seems, I can't really kill you today? At those words, Fat Tiger laughed harshly. He glared fiercely at Aunt Lu. Talkative, did I tell you to talk? Auntie Lu shrank her neck. Fat Tiger looked at Jiang Chen again. This time, his expression, visible to the naked eye, became reckless. After all, earlier, he was really afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't listen to his advice and would directly kill himself with a knife. But now, after this plea from the crowd, it was as if he had been given a gold medal to avoid death. He laughed triumphantly. Kid, do you still think you're doing God's work for him now? Jiang Chen was silent. Seeing that Jiang Chen's killing intent had subsided, Fat Tiger immediately stimulated him again. Waste. Kill me now if you're capable. Don't dare? Rubbish. Jiang Chen. The Fat Tiger laughed and looked at Chui Yinxiu as if he had thought of something funny. A warrior? A warrior who wants to do justice to heaven? If you don't kill me today, let me live until tomorrow. I will come to the Chui family every day to look for trouble. They can't afford to take my revenge. Ha 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 ha. I've said that, so what's going to be done with me? Oh, I understand. The Fat Tiger said in a conspiratorial manner. The original warrior is afraid of killing me to get into trouble with the lawsuit. The original warrior. There are also fearful of the end of the time. Fat Tiger said and laughed again. However, he didn't pay attention to Jiang Chen, who lowered his head at this moment. The corners of his mouth were already almost on the verge of grinning behind his ears. It was like watching a prey in front of you, constantly posing in the most tantalizing way. Get rid of the people. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Jiang Chen raised his head. Instead of Fat Tiger's face, what surfaced in his eyes was the system's quest prompt. Quest, to rid the people of evil, is underway. Completion of this mission will earn you 10,000 points of righteousness. Chapter 119, Getting a Room. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the temperature in the air plummeted. A chill struck Fat Tiger's entire body. He raised his head and saw the undisguised icy killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. couldn't stop a cold shiver. Does he still dare to kill me? Fat Tiger's palms were sweating. The neighbors on the other side of the street tensed at the sound, though they were all still thinking of the old Kuru's favor and were willing to stand up and plead for mercy. But in reality, if Jiang Chen really wanted to make a move to kill Fat Tiger, none of them really dared to stand out and stop it with their actions. One can only sigh wanly. Old Kurong today, I'm afraid it's going to be extinct. Only Jiang Chen slowly raised the kitchen knife above his head, split down quickly. Brush. Dark red pips like blood. The air was quiet for a moment. Fat Tiger's eyes opened in horror. The ropes that bound him were cut away with a single slash. He looked at Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen grinned. Throwing the kitchen knife in his hand to the ground next to him, he spread out his hands and acted a bit human. Just kidding, you're after a great benefactor. How dare I kill you? He said, and went up to pull the broken rope from his body for him. Another gesture to turn his collar for him. The contrast between Jiang Chen's back and forth caused Fat Tiger to be confused for a moment, and then he became furious. You just scammed me. You wouldn't even dare to kill me. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. Your father has such a big face. If I really kill you, the officials will not send someone to catch me right away. Goon. Fat Tiger slapped away Jiang Chen's hand and glared angrily. Since you don't dare to kill me, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, pop. Fat Tiger was in the middle of his sentence when a slap hit him in the face. Fat Tiger covered his face in confusion. What are you doing? Jiang Chen still maintained the position of swinging out his slap, and rightfully said, I'll hit you. Fat Tiger's eyes became a little clearer. Didn't you agree to spare me? What I said was not to kill you. Jiang Chen rotated his wrist and broke his neck again, innocently saying, it's not like I said I wouldn't beat you up. Having said that, Jiang Chen directly bullied his way up and landed a bottom-up hook punch on the Fat Tiger's stomach. Fat Tiger hasn't even reacted yet. Then he was bent over by the punch and almost spit out his overnight meal. The Fat Tiger's eyeballs bulged and he stumbled as he looked at the ground in disbelief. But Jiang Chen clearly had no thoughts of just letting him go. A pair of legs with unhurried steps appeared in Fat Tiger's line of sight once again. Drool mixed with gastric juices ran out of Fat Tiger's mouth as he looked up those legs. Just saw Jiang Chen's chin and tried to speak. But immediately afterward, he felt a heavy blow welcomed to the top of his head, slamming him to the ground. Q. Did not even give the opportunity to speak, came up with 2 hits, gave the Fat Tiger fire out. Crazy thoughts flashed through his head. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Only to see Fat Tiger suddenly burst out and rise from the ground, his face twisted with rage. Deception is too much. I'll fight you. Just as he finished speaking, he was punched to the ground again by Jiang Chen. Then, Fat Tiger lay on his back, nearly lost in thought. Those were desperate eyes. The force value of the man in front of him was so high that it gave him chills. It was also intimidating when I was narrowly matched with the other side earlier. But at that time, Jiang Chen was in a hurry and only sought to subdue Fat Tiger and his group of minions as quickly as possible. But the context is completely different now. Jiang Chen was running to torment him and struck out. The movements were not so skillful, and the feelings brought to Fat Tiger were even more painful to cry, because he was well versed in the human body's veins. With each stroke, Jiang Chen struck where he could make people feel pain, and not letting him pass out. It was a one-sided abuse. Cui Yinxiu looked at this scene and covered her mouth as she took a step back. How similar was this scene to the earlier image of his own mother being beaten by Fat Tiger? It's just that nowadays the person taking the beating has become the original aggressor. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, became the new abuser. But she wasn't afraid, covering her mouth just for fear that she would make excited noises that would be heard by Jiang Chen. When Father Cui looked at this scene, he also clenched his hands into fists, secretly excited. I can't wait to take his place and go up and swing a couple of punches myself. The onlookers on the sidelines, looking at this scene, all furiously jumped with their eyebrows. It's atrocious. Auntie Fatty, in particular, almost peed herself when her legs went weak. Isn't this a healer? Why is he still a murderer? She then recalled the situation when she had offended Jiang Chen not long ago, when Jiang Chen had only slapped her. If the other party was a little more ruthless, like the way she treated Fat Tiger today, she would not have 10 lives enough to beat the other party. What is more regrettable is that at that time, I actually did not know how to blackmail him with my words. Looking back, it's a miracle that I'm still in one piece on my knees now. This isn't the realm of fighting anymore. This is sadism, isn't it? Fat Tiger's voice, which gradually began as a provocation, turned into a miserable scream. Midway through, it turned into a plea for mercy, and in the end, it turned into a moan of agony with only air going in but not out. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them. The current picture was too terrifying. Finally, perhaps Jiang Chen was tired of fighting. He stopped moving and let out a long breath. Approaching the Fat Tiger on the ground, He hooked his toes and lifted his opponent's entire body 3.5 times in the air before flattening to the ground like a puddle of mud. Snapped. Jiang Chen coldly said, "Get lost." Oh, Fat Tiger struggled 2 times, lifting the face swollen into a pig's head, grinning all blood foam, voice weak, "Coward." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "What did you say? Coward?" Fat Tiger increased his voice, his eyes staring at Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to deepen Jiang Chen's face into his mind. He was a mixed-up nature, running roughshod over small places and taking pleasure in bullying people. But now, for the first time in his life, the words immortal surfaced. Get him, gotta get him. Sooner or later, he would have to get this person killed. Fat Tiger laughed, raging with hatred, filling his chest. The physical pain seemed to cease to exist. He looked at Jiang Chen, word for word, "This is the first time I've seen someone you can fight so well. I can't beat you, but when you come out to hang around, you have to rely on power and background. What's the use of being able to fight? I have ways to play with you to cripple you." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. "You can try." This indifferent attitude caused Fat Tiger to grit his teeth again. He turned his head to look at the 3 members of the Chui family, his eyes showing madness. "You'd better pray that this guy stays on your doorstep. Otherwise, I will let you know what happens when you offend my Fat Tiger." After saying that, Fat Tiger manipulated his fat body, turned around, and limped towards the darkness of the night. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, didn't chase after him this time. Instead, he witnessed the Fat Tiger figure fading into the darkness of the night, as if, for once, it really just let him off the hook. "Young man, you are too impulsive." Just as Fat Tiger left, a sigh reached Jiang Chen's ears. He turned his head to see that it was Auntie Lu. A few moments of worry rose to her brow. "You offended him to death like this today. You are the art of not worrying about it, but you are leaving a future scourge for the Chui family. How our family is doing is not for you to worry about." Aunt Lu was halfway through her sentence when she was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from the side. She twisted her head in surprise and looked at the person who had spoken, Father Choi. "Auntie Lu, this." She had meant to express her concern, but since even the Chui family themselves didn't think anything of it, she naturally didn't have any need to dogpile. "In that case, then you guys take care of yourselves." Aunt Lu finished this sentence, suddenly remembered what, and tried to say, "Your house burned. This day has been so late. You, if there is no place to go to stay, might as well live in my house." "No," Chui Yinxiu's voice came, "it's better to avoid bringing bad luck to your house." Auntie Lu fell into embarrassment at her words, looking at Chui Yinxiu and then at Chui's father. Found out that Chui's father didn't have much to say about it. Then he knew that both father and daughter were angry at his earlier behavior of not being able to lend a helping hand to the Chui family. It was also finally understood that he had completely lost the opportunity to make friends with the Chui family. So, with a few moments of helplessness and remorse in his heart, he turned and walked away. As soon as Auntie Lu left, the rest of the people gradually dispersed when they saw that there was nothing else going on. Today, this small place was bustling with Jiang Chen's appearance. Now it's back to being cold because of Fat Tiger's departure. As people disperse, instead, the field revealed an orb. Jiang Chen was surprised. "Yo, you Fat is still alive." Auntie Fatty was kneeling on the ground. Her knees had long since gone numb, and she had watched the ferocity with which Jiang Chen had just punched Fat Tiger. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would do the same to himself. The legs gave way to fear. He held a bunch of silver tickets in both hands and offered them. His expression was tearless. "This gentleman, previously offended, but also please you adults do not remember the small man. Spare me a horse." Jiang Chen looked at her like this and couldn't help but touch his chin. "So much money, and you didn't greet it at all?" The fat ant wiped her sweat. "I don't dare to be greedy. The money you gave, it's all here." Oh, Jiang Chen nodded his head and didn't take the pile of money, but slowly said, "With so much money at hand, it's a bit unreasonable that you didn't take advantage of my absence to escape." Auntie Fatty sniffed in horror. Sure enough, the other side of these money cannot be at all for themselves, but deliberately take out to tempt themselves, so as to seize the handle, put themselves to death. It's a good thing he didn't have the guts to save himself from death. The fat ant's heart had just developed a few moments of gratitude for having come back from the dead. Jiang Chen's next words, however, caused her heart to go cold once again. I only saw Jiang Chen say, "I wanted to kill that fat pig, but it turned out that people actually have official backgrounds, but I can't just ignore this killing addiction. How about this? All this money is yours. I'll give you an hour to escape, and if you can survive a day in my hands, you'll have all this money. How about that?" Dang! The fat ant slammed her head into the ground. "Lift your head." Shaking, snot and tears flying. "Again, I don't think that's enough." 2 slaps in the face. "My lord, Grand Master, please spare me this. I promise I won't dare to make snide remarks again." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Killing addiction. I can't do it without killing someone." The fat ant shuddered, despair in his eyes. Right at this moment, Chui's father suddenly spoke up. Mr. Jiang, please spare her. I'm sure she won't dare to do it again. Mr. Jiang. Auntie Fatty's pupils shrunk when she heard Father Chui address Jiang Chen. Could it be? No, this can't be. That's the Jiang family. And it's not like the Chui family can climb high. Besides, isn't it rumored that the Chui family and the Jiang family are on a collision course? This person in front of me, how could he be from that Jiang family? However, when he thought of the other party's appearance that was even more rampant than Fat Tiger's, it seemed that other than that Jiang family, there really weren't many people who dared to act like this. The fat ant was overwhelmed with despair. If it was really that Jiang Chen, how could the other party agree to it just because Chui's father was pleading for him? However, something unexpected happened. However, when Jiang Chen heard Chui's father's plea for leniency, his original ferocious appearance was suddenly restrained. Since you, uncle, the party in question, have said so, then I can only endure this breath. After saying that, as soon as he took the pile of silver tickets from the fat ant's hand, he slapped it twice in disgust, but quickly put it away. The fat ant said, "You really won't kill me? What? You still want me to kill you?" Jiang Chen slanted her a glance. No, 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 no. The fat ant had a jolt and hurriedly kowtowed to Jiang Chen again, her words flying. Thanks for not killing me. Thank you for not killing me. It's not me you should be thanking. Ah. The fat ant reacted and turned around again in a hurry, saying to Chui's father in a hurry, "Thanks for sparing my life. Thanks for sparing my life." TSK. Jiang Chen skimmed his mouth. He wasn't much in the habit of randomly killing people in the first place. Look at this fat ant and scam her. By the way, it's just a way for Father Chui to sing a white face and earn some fame. Although he does not owe the Chui family anything, but in the final analysis, the Chui family suffered some time ago, more or less in his own a bit of karma. It's only now that the karma is completely off the table. Jiang Chen turned his head to Cui Yinxiu and said, "Do you have a place to stay tonight?" Cui's father sniffed and twisted his head to look down at his house. After a moment of silence, he said, "The fire burned just the hall. The rooms inside should still be available." Seeing this, the fat ant immediately looked like she wanted to show something, and spoke out, "Live in my house. Just live in my house." The Chui family's mouth. "There's still room in my house." Cui's father pretended to hesitate. "This is a bit inconvenient, right?" "What's so inconvenient about it? We're all neighbors. We should, but we have a fire in our house that has blackened the walls of your house and no money to pay it back. What's the matter?" The fat ant gave a thumbs up. "I've long been unhappy with the color of the original walls. It's good to blacken them, and they're resistant to dirt. Speaking of which, I still have to pay you guys." Father Chui. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the scene and shook his head. "Now it seems that you should have nothing yourself to worry about." So he looked at Chui's father. "Uncle, do you remember the purpose of my visit to your house in the beginning?" "Remember? Of course I remember." Chui's father was flattered and hurriedly invited Jiang Chen to Auntie Fatty's house. "When you enter, you say, 'Make yourself at home, just like in your own home.'" Auntie Fatty. Jiang Chen took a look at Chui's father's illness and wrote a prescription. Another prescription was left for Chui's mother to quiet her body. Then he got up and prepared to walk out. "It's getting late, so I should get back." At this time, Cui Yinxiu, who had just finished her bath and her hair was still dry, suddenly called out to him, "Jiang Chen, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen's footsteps toward the door suddenly lurched. Cui Yinxiu asked, "Are you going straight home?" Jiang Chen finally turned back and smiled faintly. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Cui Yinxiu forced a smile. "Since you're going straight back, let me walk you a bit." After saying that, the while looked at his parents behind him and gave them a look with an inviting expression. Without even tilting his head that way, Cui's father said, Go on, go early and come back early." Cui Yinxiu's expression was somewhat pressed with surprise as she looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "I understand." Hong Fuk restaurant. The boy was drowsy with his chin propped up. Suddenly a man and woman walked in. He stood up with a jolt. "You too, do you want to make a stop or stay in a hotel?" It was only after the words were spoken that he was suddenly awestruck. The man and woman in front of him, although they were plainly dressed, both of them were extremely well-born. Again, they were holding hands, as if they were a couple of gods and goddesses who had stepped out of a painting. The handsome man flashed him a smile and pressed a weighty piece of silver towards the counter. "Stay." The child's eyes were glowing, and asked, "How many rooms do you want?" "Guest, a room. It has to be the finest. No one must disturb it." "Understood." The waiter smiled, collected the silver money, put it into his pocket, turned his head and shouted upstairs, "2 guests, 1 upper-class room." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Cui Yinxiu both smiled at each other and walked upstairs with their hands. There was a surprising amount of urgency in the action. Chapter 120. Knowing Jiang Chen's identity, Fat Tiger falls into madness. Junior looked at the duo's backs, can't stop admiring it. What a pair of wallflowers. Z-bang. The two of them, Jiang Chen and Cui Yinxiu, stepped into the upper classroom under the watchful eyes of the store's fellows. The door to the room closed softly. In the next moment, the two men's eyes changed at the same time, and as they looked at each other, they both revealed a few smiles. Jiang Chen laughed. How can you tell? Cui Yinxiu blinked, and there was actually a bit of cunning in her eyes. Feelings, and knowledge of you. After saying that, Cui Yinxiu realized that Jiang Chen's expression had a few moments of playfulness. Then he immediately looked up and added, in the case of love, if that man treated me like that, you definitely won't let him go back alive. And in the case of reason, with the way you acted, how could you care whether his father was a good or evil person? It's just that your family is being targeted right now, and with something like murder, even if it's justified, the Yamen will never let go of this opportunity to punish you, so you had to beat him up then, partly out of anger and partly as a hint to the others. After all, who would have thought that you would sneak up after him and kill him when you had already beaten him up to get out of it? But no matter how, Cui Yinxiu square up. Jiang Chen, this way you will be more or less implicated. You'll need a wonderful alibi. Jiang Chen sighed and looked around the room's light decorations, and he could vaguely smell a slight elegant fragrance. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, revealing a few pleasantries. So that's what you came up with? Cui Yinxiu knocked her head. Yes, I'm stupid so I can only come up with this kind of stupid solution. Ugh. Jiang Chen was speechless. What should I say about you? Cui Yinxiu's eyes shifted away. Jiang Chen saw his best friend suffering, and righteously stepped in to punish the villain. Afterward that best friend was in shock, and was unable to come out of the danger at that time for a long time. So Jiang Chen took the initiative to invite his best friend in order to ease his mind. The two had a long talk all night, which restored their best friend's mood. Jiang Chen added helplessly, the whereabouts of the two were seen by the shopkeeper. So everyone in this winehouse can testify for me, right? Cui Yinxiu smiled embarrassedly. I'm stupid. I can only think of so much. You're not stupid. Jiang Chen shook his head, his fingers stroking over Cui Yinxiu's face and finally tapping on her head. This can indeed serve as my alibi. But, Cui Yinxiu cocked her head. Jiang Chen flexed his fingers and tapped hard. Cui Yinxiu covered her head in pain. Then he heard Jiang Chen's voice that was a bit helpless amidst his anger. You're a girl, so you really don't take your reputation seriously? Jiang Chen said angrily. Are you a 3-year-old? A lone man and a woman, late at night and a restaurant. If this gets out, the impact on your reputation will only be greater than last time. Mr. Jiang, don't be mean to me. Cui Yinxiu was startled by Jiang Chen's reaction, and her eyes quickly dimmed. A little reputation in the district. It's ruined. Anyway, I would have. Before the words were finished, Jiang Chen's face suddenly approached. What did you just call me? Cui Yinxiu's neck shrank back. Jiang Gongzi. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to press closer. Say again? Cui Yinxiu was forced to the corner of the bed by Jiang Chen. Her eyes were still a little confused. Jiang Gongzi? Shout again? Cui Yinxiu sat down on the bed with a thud, looking bewildered. Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen was a little fired up. How many times had he been reminded of this? He was about to snap, when he suddenly saw a hint of cunning flashing in Cui Yinxiu's eyes. Mounted. Jiang Chen instantly reacted. A feeling of annoyance at being teased came over me. No more talking, but just pressing his body forward, directly pressing Cui Yinxiu on the bed. Cui Yinxiu had wanted to use this as a way to bypass the previous topic, but unexpectedly the situation seemed to have gotten a bit out of hand. She tried to mend her ways, but it was too late. Lightly calling out Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen? What was ushered in were Jiang Chen's vicious words. I'd say you people just don't eat lessons. Instantly, Cui Yinxiu recalled the scene that happened in the hall not long ago when she had just brought Jiang Chen home. It seems to be a similar situation. The difference was that it wasn't pitch black and each could see the expression on the other's face. Shyness with a touch of novelty. He also heard Jiang Chen say, since you don't care so much about fame and honor, then I'll make you awesome today. When he finished, he held her head, lowering his head. He didn't give her any chance to react and kissed her forcefully. Lips and teeth knocked lightly, and Cui Yinxiu's heart panicked. But then he saw Jiang Chen's eyes, which seemed to have a slight hint of clumsiness in them, as if to say, why aren't you resisting yet? Cui Yinxiu's heart was inexplicably at ease. A kiss is a kiss. When a voice like this rings out in the heart, Cui Yinxiu then no longer wanted to resist. Solace gently closed her eyes. Well, saying that Cui Yinxiu was flustered, how could Jiang Chen not be? The bright lights allowed each other to make light of the subtle mannerisms on each other's faces. For example, the near-arched eyelashes, gently incited, accompanied by a bit of fluorescent light. Beautiful. Another example is the half-open, half-closed eyes, in which the autumn water swayed, more moving than previously seen. Alas, lips score. Jiang Chen sighed softly and licked his lips. Like the aftermath of a cool late summer rain, you can still feel a few moments of residual warmth when you touch the ground. Cui Yinxiu also opened her eyes. Autumn waves surged in his eyes. So much has happened today. Laughter, joy, shyness, fear, despair, lost and found. Cui Yinxiu also did need a more violent stimulus to wash away all these emotions, so she looked at Jiang Chen and said, "If that person is you, Jiang Chen, my reputation, it doesn't matter." Jiang Chen's heart was touched. Bow your head again. Suddenly remembered a problem. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped moving. What? Jiang Chen's expression was hesitant as he looked at the girl in front of him whose face was in the first flush of spring. Are you turning 18 this year? I'm 19 this year. Jiang Chen, why are you asking this question? It's nothing. It involves some complicated vetting issues. Jiang Chen bowed his head once again. Asterisk. I've never suffered such a disgrace in my entire life. This man dared to insult me like this. I'll make sure to let him know what people should be messed with and what people shouldn't be messed with. Fat Tiger slammed the table so heavily that several wine bowls on the table nearly knocked over on the floor. Brother Fat Tiger. This person has extraordinary skills. We are no match. The junior brother on the side felt a pang of fear when he remembered Jiang Chen's skill that had knocked a few of them out at that leisurely pace. Goons. Fat Tiger was furious. Are you guys not afraid? Brother Fat Tiger. We are not afraid. It's just that today's matter is really a little. Fat Tiger sneered. You guys forgot that he didn't dare to kill me. At that time, when I asked him to kill me, he didn't even dare. What's the use of being able to fight? Is he still a rat? But, the little brother still wanted to say something, but after looking at Fat Tiger's big face swollen into a pig head, he swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Nothing but. Fat Tiger slammed through his bowl of wine, feeling the pain in his body subside a bit. Getting up, he headed out the door. The little brother behind him saw this and hurriedly said, Brother Fat Tiger, where are you going? Fat Tiger sneered. Where else can I go? To the Cui family for revenge. Of course. Now, it's so late. It's only good if it's late at night. I still don't believe it. That kid can stay at Cui's house all night? He has to leave sometime. With that, he laughed, full of pleasure. They would never have thought that I, Fat Tiger, would kill this move back. Ugh, then I'd really like to see if your comeback is better, or mine is a bit better. That goes without saying. Of course. Halfway through his sentence, Fat Tiger realized something was wrong. Hastily, he inclined his head to look away. I don't know when. On his side, there was actually an extra person, was sitting neatly at the table next to his, with his back to him and a bamboo hat on his head. When did this guy show up? Fat Tiger was startled, but it was too late to think about it. Instead he just used his anger to suppress his heart's surprise. What are you? Who am I? Jiang Chen turned around, revealing half of his face hidden under the bucket hat, and laughed. Fat pig, you really don't have a memory. You've forgotten who I am after not seeing me for a while? The Fat Tiger was shaken. It's you! What are you doing here? Thinking of something, Fat Tiger's eyes suddenly opened roundly, revealing a gaze of disbelief. You are here to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Right guess, but no prize. Jiang Chen laughed and spread his empty hands. Fat Tiger took 2 steps back, revealing the handle of the knife on his stomach. He stared at Jiang Chen with dead eyes, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, still unable to believe that Jiang Chen had made a move without warning. You actually, really dare to kill me? Jiang Chen skimmed his mouth. This is not nonsense. I killed all of them. Fat Tiger shivered and turned, trying to call for help, but to his horror, he realized that at some point, the entire tavern had fallen to the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were all drunk. Don't worry, they're all fine, they just passed out. In his ear, the demonic whisper fell. Fat Tiger was completely desperate, knowing that he could not escape death today, so he fell back on his bare bones and turned around. With blood-filled eyes, he stared at Jiang Chen in death. What the hell? Are you? Jiang Chen was surprised. It's rare. You still have such leisure at the end of the day. Fat Tiger raised a strong breath and made his most hideous expression, saying ferociously, Kill me. You think you can live? I just want to know what your identity is, so I can know in advance how you will die. Then you might be disappointed. Jiang Chen guffawed and approached Fat Tiger's ear. There's no harm in me telling you. My surname is Jiang. Jiang of Jiangzhou. The Fat Tiger was shaken, his eyes horrified. No way. Chapter 121, Jiang Family's Dilemma. Jiang Father's Worry. No way. Fat Tiger subconsciously said. There was only one that dared to call itself the River of Jiangzhou, as far as he could remember. That's the entire Jiangzhou, the most terrifying family. It was a presence he looked up to but couldn't reach. Besides, when would the Jiang family ever use words such as to do justice to the heavens and to rid the people of evil on their lips? Therefore, the person in front of him could never be from that family. You lied to me. You can't be from the Jiang family. Jiang Chen said indifferently. I don't have to lie to you when I'm about to die. Fat Tiger's eyes were dead set on Jiang Chen. trying to find a hint of lying in him, but he was disappointed. Even Jiang Chen, who had just personally stabbed him, had an unusually calm face at the moment, as if it was just a small, insignificant thing to do. On his face, there was nothing to see at all. The fear of the unknown spread in Fat Tiger's mind. A horrible thought could not help but rise in his mind. In case the other party really comes from that family, wouldn't it mean that he died in vain? No sooner had this thought risen than it quickly spread through the mind. This person in front of him was killing himself for the sake of the Cui family, and he really didn't know where else the Cui family knew a person like this. If I have to say, it is not long ago Cui Yinxiu and Jiang Chen that affair spread rumors. River, Jiang Chen, echo on. If it was then and Jiang Chen produced a crossroads, the Fat Tiger shook all over, as in, figured out all the relevant tricks. He's scared, he's afraid he'll die unattended. The other side can still get away with it. All retaliation, all of it, has become nonsense. Jiang Chen looked at the Fat Tiger, expression constantly changing. Hatred, suspicion, fear, and is complex and incomparable. And I don't know what I'm thinking, but he didn't care. Instead, he shook his head and stopped talking. The other person is already a dead man whether he believes it or not. Fat Tiger looked at Jiang Chen's distant back. Something clicked in his head. Jiang Chen, he shouted with all his might, but found his throat so hoarse and his voice so small. Blood in the windpipe blocked the exit and only meaningful syllables could be uttered. Even so, Jiang Chen still turned back the first time he heard the name. A puzzled look was flashed at him. Fat Tiger instantly turned ashen. Surprisingly, it's true, Jiang Chen's expression was a bit surprised the moment he turned around. After seeing Fat Tiger's desperate expression, instantly figured out the trick, shaking his head in disbelief. TCH, that was pretty clever at the end. Jiang Chen shook his head. No matter what, push the door and get out. Walking into a field of night, from the mouths of the neighbors, Fat Tiger's father, indeed, has done a lot of good things for this Jiang Zhou. Call it a righteous man, but what did that have to do with him? Jiang Chen? The remnants of our forefathers are not a reason for wrongdoing. When a person makes a mistake, he has to be punished. The government doesn't care. He does. That's fair. Jiang Chen took 2 steps, felt something in his heart, and looked up into midair. It's raining. No umbrella, but no harm done. Jiang Chen continued to walk with his head down. At a certain point, the system beep sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, to rid the people of evil. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 points of righteousness. Early the next morning, this gang of goons who see the wind and the rudder, put back in the year when I had one of them. I had to sink them in the river. Above the Jiang family's lobby, Jiang father was furious when he thought about what happened yesterday. Those damned grain merchants in South City really dared to join forces and kick out his Jiang family's share. This would have been a few years earlier. Who dares to do so? Jiang Hero just left in the front foot, and then he dared to carry a knife and put it on the neck of those people. In the end, the world has been peaceful for too long. This group of treacherous merchants have forgotten that the Jiang family's dominance in this Jiangzhou. Jiang father came home yesterday afternoon, so angry that he couldn't even eat, turned his head and got on his own carriage again, heading to the Lu family. This bright side of the first hand of Jiangzhou, Jiang Hero many times, need to borrow to each other authority. However, Governor Lu, who was usually obedient to his requests, had been pushing back on his request to fix the South City Chamber of Commerce last night. Hero Jiang fumed on the spot, thought the other side would be deterred from listening to him. But I do not want to. In the past, honest and tolerant Lu Jifu, today actually changed the usual lowbrow and obedient style, without saying a word. Straighten up. Bandit Jiang, do you still think that this is the age when you can be reckless like you were back then? You'd better think about how to escape the sight of the imperial court placed on your Jiang family nowadays, and how many more years your Jiang family can live. Thus, the ambiguous relationship between the officials and bandits in Jiangzhou in the past ended with a rupture in the hall. Hero Jiang left the table in anger. Governor Lu sent him off with a cold face. This time, back home again. After a night of thinking, Hero Jiang finally calmed down. Carefully recall the situation of the Jiang family today. Only then did I realize the danger. Originally, when the Jiang family was targeted by the court, he didn't care much, but in recent days, the usual swimming fish play water general action in Jiangzhou, but now feel a few stagnation, whether traveling to discuss with others, or from time to time into the ears of the wind about the Jiang family will fall, all pervaded by an air of the mountain before the rain. The wind has changed. Hero Jiang narrowed his eyes, fingers tapping on the table. The Jiang family was able to level the playing field, relying on never a momentary struggle for power. But the view of the current situation that had been passed down from his grandfather's generation of Jiang heroes, that's why he's extraordinarily aware of when to ride the wave, when to forge ahead, and when to retreat. That's what made the Jiang family, from being a small bandit in the beginning, It has grown into a behemoth that even the court cannot easily ignore today. Sitting on countless riches, Jiang Hero had thought that in time, there were at least 2 more generations of opportunity left for the Jiang family to make their way slowly. But nowadays the situation is changing rapidly. Even he is gradually a little overwhelmed. There is really no way to just throw the hot potato like the Jiang family thrown to Jiang Chen. Trey's father narrowed his eyes. Suddenly I remembered someone. If he could get that person's help, the problems in the South City might be solved. Just that person, although his father and his own old, but both sides have long been cut off. And now even more has long become the mainstay of resistance to his Jiang family. He will be willing to help himself this favor? Hero Jiang tapped on the table, judging the likelihood of things coming to fruition. After thinking about it for a long time, I still couldn't come up with a general idea. Couldn't help but sigh. That's just it. It's good to bring up some melons and fruits later to see the old man. After saying that, he stood up long and was about to order some matters down below. There was a sudden noise outside the door. Master, the Duke is back. Jiang Hero's eyes lit up. This brat, he didn't return all night last night. I don't know where he went to do good deeds again. Tell him to come see me. Father, Jiang Chen had just stepped into the house and was planning to go back to his room to catch up on his sleep. Instead, he was immediately summoned by Pops. Having no choice but to rub his tired cheeks, he called out to his father and then turned his head to his mother beside him. Mother, Jiang father got angry when he looked at him like this. Asshole, you went somewhere to play with women again last night, didn't you? Jiang Chen sniffed. His mind instantly recalled last night's fragrant, crazy. It's still a bit unfulfilling until now, but he would never admit to Pop's crooked and wild accusations. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense, Dad. Jiang father coldly snorted, splitting his head and scolding. Playing with women. Every day you know how to play with women. When I was your age, I took a machete and hacked my way from Qingjiang County to the south gate of the city all by myself without blinking an eye. If only you had half of what Lao Zi had back then, Lao Zi wouldn't have to be so old and still go through so much effort to calculate this and that every day. Jiang Chen, Jiang Hero scolded a pass. Last night by the gas is almost finished, which suddenly turned to say, a moment to pack up, with father to see a person. Who? It's one of my elders. Jiang Chen was surprised. Father, our family still has relatives? Not really a relative. A former friend of your grandfather's who lives in that part of the South City. I'll take you to meet him, and also beg him to do something in the meantime. Oh, then I'm going to bed. Jiang Chen was disinterested and turned around, ready to go back to his room. Brat, you come back to me. When Jiang father saw Jiang Chen's lazy face, he was on fire again. If you don't see anyone, how can I trust you with my family in the future? Didn't consult with you, although it's an old man's errand, but it's also to pave the way for your future. Today you have to go, and you have to go even if you don't. Do you know who I'm going to see? He's known as the Jiangzhou medicine man, and he's a great healer. Wait. Jiang father was halfway through his sentence when Jiang Chen suddenly heard a familiar nickname and hastily called a halt. Who? Chapter 122, Hero Jiang. You have a good son. A medic? Jiang Chen looked at his old man in surprise. What? You've heard of it? Jiang father squinted over. Jiang Chen, he's not just heard of it, he's seen it. Yesterday, when he was at the charity clinic, wasn't the old man who came up and called him a contemporary medical saint and wanted to worship him called some kind of medical man? I think his name is Zhang. What's his name? Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. At this time, he heard this name again from Father Zhang's mouth, and felt quite odd in his heart, listening to his old man. That old man had a history with their family? How come I didn't hear that old thing yesterday? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked, Father, what are you looking for that old man for? Could it be that your body is suffering from some kind of disease? Why don't I take your pulse? There's no need to look for him either. You know how to take AF** king pulse. Jiang father looked at Jiang Chen in disgust. Just how many kilograms you have? I'm still not clear about that. A while ago when Lao Zi didn't give you that prescription, you'd have no place to cry this time. And this nocturnal kung fu. Jiang Chen, Jiang father then said, since you have heard of this doctor's name, that's good. I'll take you there later. You see him call out Grandpa Zhang. Sweet mouth, better behave. Don't show off the usual manner. On the way, I'll tell you more about the origins of this healer and our family. Do you understand? Jiang Chen nodded. Understood. Just understand. But I'm not going. Hey, you brat. Jiang father laughed a little in exasperation at Jiang Chen's hobnailed attitude and made a gesture to look for a whip. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him this chance, and scattered his legs. Jiang's father chased after him. However, by the time he copped a whip and chased him to Jiang Chen's room, Jiang Chen was already lying on the bed, huffing and puffing, unconscious. Jiang's father couldn't bear to disturb, and the whip he raised was lowered again. Sighing, he gently covered the door for Jiang Chen. Standing in the doorway, Jiang father didn't leave directly, but mumbled to himself with slightly confused eyes. You this sinful son, Told you to watch the scene you do not watch. Told you to go to meet people also do not go. How can I rest assured in the future to put our family into your hands? Our family now seems to still be as beautiful as before, but behind the scenes, I don't know how many forces have already surged up, just waiting for us to reveal the cracks. Will instantly swarmed, will eat us up. Our family is not afraid, but this court is not easy to send. Your father I am in the prime of life, but can still carry a few years of things. You kid and then do not support the prism up. Alas, after Jiang father finished a flurry of complaints, there was a sudden movement in the room. As soon as he pulled the door open, he saw that inside Jiang Chen was just too uncomfortable to sleep and rolled over. Father Jiang, again, he sighed and shook his head. The sinner's son. The footsteps faded away. Hero Jiang got off the carriage at South City, a fruit basket in his hand, with a couple of his men, as a sign of respect, walked all the way to the healer's place. The deserted mansion had an age, the walls were mottled, and a few bitter bamboos rose above the courtyard wall, their leaves withered. Hero Jiang did not directly knock on the door. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and froze. This lordly figure who has been calling the shots in Jiangzhou for most of his life is now looking at the dilapidated old mansion, with a few inexplicable feelings in his heart. If the Jiang family lost its power one day, would it be reduced to this? Hero Jiang thought about this, then shook his head. I'm just afraid that's not possible. With the situation of their family today, as long as something happens, even if it is something small, it will be pushed by the court and turn into a big crime of executing 9 clans. When he thought of this, a few moments of sternness flashed in Jiang Hero's eyes. If one day the imperial court sends an army to attack, even though his Jiang family can't defeat the Iron Cavalry, they will never be caught with their hands tied. How can we fight him to the death? It is best to make the court's vitality is greatly injured, so as not to dishonor our ancestors. Master? A soft call came from beside him, pulling Hero Jiang out of the illusion of the Jiang family fighting the court. He couldn't help but feel a few chuckles. What's wrong with you? The Jiang family's development over the years had not always been smooth. There was also a risk of a near-building collapse. You made it on your own, didn't you? Now it's just another challenge. So why be so pessimistic? Hero Jiang mentally settled down, thinking about the purpose of his visit. Finally raising his hand, he knocked on the rusty brass ring on the door. Elder Jiang, Hero Jiang of the Jiang family, has come to pay a visit. The door opened, revealing an old face, the expression of surprise. The Jiang family? Which Jiang family? Uncle Chang. Oh, so it's this Jiang family. Why did you suddenly think of visiting my old man? Uncle Jiang, do not worry. I came when there is no one to pay attention. Will never harm your reputation. That said, Uncle Jiang, why are you so red on the door of your head? Ahem. Come in and talk first. So it is this matter, ah. The old man thought you because of what the door. So, Uncle Jiang, you promise? Oh, in principle. The Chamber of Commerce thing old man is not willing to more involved. After all, the old man is just a healer. But you the lord of the Jiang family are personally come. Old man will also give you a face. Now, just see those chambers of commerce far not far to give old man this face. Yeah well, that's great. With Uncle Zhang's reputation of your myriad hands haul, those crooked merchants will definitely sell you face as long as they still have brains. Jiang Hero said excitedly. Before he came, he anticipated a million conversations in advance. There were countless guesses as to the outcome of this visit. In his guess, the chances of the other party granting his request were slim to none, though the other man and his father, for some reason, had crossed paths and called themselves brothers. But then, the two sides parted ways because they had different ways of surviving. It's been many years since the old death, since his father's death. It was even more so that even that little bit of former friendship seemed insignificant. The other party later founded the Myriad Hands Hall, and even let it slip many times that they wanted to go against the Jiang family. Therefore, this time when he came here, the idea of really seeking help from the other party was not that heavy, but rather the idea of catching up with old times. Unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed to this request of his without even thinking about it. He would have thought the other man was swindling himself if he had not spoken in his serious and unnecessary manner. Weird. Jiang Hero's heart went straight to his head. Finally, while talking to the other person, I couldn't help but ask as an aside, Uncle Jiang, haven't you always been dissatisfied with my Jiang family's actions? Why did you agree to my request so easily today? Not even asking a single question. Strange, isn't it? The healer held his bowl of tea and smirked at the evil leader in front of him. Jiang Hero said frankly, yes, I had thought that you would definitely not agree to me, and I didn't even think that you would let me into the courtyard in the first place. Oh, that's because. The medic smiled. You have a good son. Hero Jiang froze. What's that supposed to mean? Why did it suddenly come to his sinful son who only spends all day drinking and sleeping when he gets home, and who only makes himself unhappy? Jiang Hero was unsure and asked tentatively, are you referring to Jiang Chen? Chapter 123, The Jiang Family's Trouble. You mean, Jiang Chen? Hero Jiang had just asked this. The medic gave it a blank stare. What? You don't have another son? That's not true. Hero Jiang smiled awkwardly. Wouldn't that be nice? When Jiang Hero saw the medic's expression, and remembered the look on Jiang Chen's face when he came home this morning, he couldn't help but be a bit impressed. Again, he asked, could it be that you, too, have had contact with Jiang Chen? It seems like that kid did something that even you as a father didn't even know about. The medical man looked at Jiang Hero's bewildered expression and pondered. Hero Jiang was even more puzzled at his words. Listening to the other party's tone, it seemed like he was really quite familiar with Jiang Chen. There seems to be a lot going on in the midst of it that I don't know about. After thinking about it, he was also careful to test. A while ago my son he suddenly began to learn to read the medical arts. Could it be that this matter has something to do with you as well? Never mind. The medic shook his head outright. As an old man, the medical man quickly judged one thing through Jiang Hero's expression. No matter how one looked at it, this contemporary head of the Jiang family seemed to know less about his son than he, an outsider, did. He didn't even know that Jiang Chen could practice medicine. The medic couldn't help but feel a bit of disbelief. How talented should that kid be? While hiding it from his family, he was still able to cultivate his medical skills to such a level. His already sky-high appraisal of Jiang Chen had now been elevated by another level because of this small detail. At this time, Jiang Hero once again tried to ask, what exactly has my son done? I wonder if Uncle Jiang can solve the problem for me. The medic shook his head. Don't ask me that question, since even you, his father, don't know him well. What I know is even the tip of the iceberg. He chose not to tell Hero Jiang. The medic, though he thought himself no wiser, saw through the piece of human kindness. Jiang Chen, the party in question, didn't even say anything, so naturally he had his own reasons or secrets. When the time comes to confess, he himself will naturally come forward. It's not even worth lending him a hand. Jiang Hero looked at the healer for a few moments and quickly understood the other party's concerns. Also soliloquized, in that case, I understand. Sent out the door by the healer from the small shabby mansion. Hearing the door close, Hero Jiang looked back again, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. A sudden smile. This brat, what exactly is he hiding from me? The visit, though, solved the problem, but it also brings up more questions. Listen to the doctor's attitude when he mentioned Jiang Chen. Hero Jiang vaguely realized something. First of all, the other party was definitely in contact with Jiang Chen in a place he didn't know about, and that contact had made the medical man think very highly of Jiang Chen. Let him willingly put aside the decades of enmity between the two families, and even some of his inner fortitude, to facilitate his purpose this time. It's just mind-boggling. Even when his father died many years ago, he himself made a special trip to ask the healer to attend the funeral service, and the other party closed the door and didn't see him. You can imagine how stubborn an old man can be, but Jiang Chen was able to make him let go of this stubbornness. Can't figure it out, really can't. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Master, where are we going now? The henchman at the side couldn't help but inquire when he saw Hero Jiang froze once again. Hero Jiang waved his hand. Hit the road. Yes. At this moment Hero Jiang couldn't wait to go home. He wanted to ask Jiang Chen about it in person. This son of a son actually has secrets that he dares to hide from his old man? It's time to fight. That's what the words say. But anyone can hear it. River Hero's heartfelt delight. Hero Jiang was truly happy. The son who was no good has come out on top. Is there anything under the sun more worthy of making people happy? Even a Yakuza family is still a family, isn't it? However, when Hero Jiang walked into the mansion with a big smile on his face, he pounced. What about the brat? He asked Jiang mother. I woke up and said that I was going to watch the venue at Lu Yun house. Jiang mother was a bit unsure. It's a wonder that kid would be so honest. Jiang father dropped this, turned around and left the door again, leaving Jiang's mother in the door who was full of dismay. Jiang mother blinked. What's wrong with this old bandit today? Is he so happy? Could it be that there's something joyful going on? Usually when Jiang Hero mentioned Jiang Chen he was full of hatred. The two sentences that just barged through the door sound pretty much the same, though, but how could Jiang's mother, who had shared her bed for many years, not tell the difference? The tone of his voice was clearly one of joy. My son is doing well. This is a first. Strange. Jiang mother shook her head instead. When Jiang Hero arrived at the Lu Yun building, he pounced again. What's going on? Where's that brat? Didn't he say he was coming to see the venue? He grabs Tiger and Phoenix and forces them to question them. The two men harmonized their statements early on. When Jiang Hero asked this question, they only said that Jiang Chen was bored and couldn't sit still, so he went outside to have fun. It didn't say anything about Jiang Chen still secretly teaching the children to read behind his back. Ugh. 2 puffs in a row made Hero Jiang sigh. He looked slightly tired and told the horseman again, "Forget it, hit the road and go back home. If you have the ability, that kid will try staying out at night one today as well." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Although his mouth was accusing Jiang Chen, but there was not much anger in the heart of Jiang's father. At most, he was only a little powerless that he actually couldn't even grasp Jiang Chen's whereabouts. This brat, just how many other things is he hiding from me? Hero Jiang always felt that something was not right. Again, I don't know what's wrong. One can only chalk it up to discomfort when there is nothing to do. After all, what had been running around all day yesterday with no results was now easily accomplished. All of the original depressed moods had been eased a little. Originally, he was worried about the future of the Jiang family. In hindsight, it seems as if that fear was a bit unfounded. The court then targets the Jiang family, wanting to plunge their home, but also need to have the opportunity to take advantage of it. As long as he acted carefully in the future, how could he be caught? As for Jiang Chen, this son, whom even he could no longer see through nowadays, should not be out of place. 2 times in a row, under the siege of the government's swordsmen and soldiers, he had turned the danger into a victory, which already illustrated this ability of Jiang Chen. Jiang Hero was sitting on the carriage, thinking about the future of the Jiang family, and was lost in thought for a few moments. Now that the court is growing in power, it wants to dance the sword against them, the mob families. The only way to cope with this is to wash his hands of it and fade out of the court's view. However, the Jiang family had been infamous for a long time, and this kind of change was not something that could be accomplished by his generation, and Jiang Chen's previous appearance of being an outlaw and bullying others also made him see little hope. However, some of Jiang Chen's actions nowadays allowed him to see this opportunity. Maybe if father and son work hard, one day they can accomplish the feat of turning the 2 families from black to white, from the open to the underground. At that time, his Jiang family would no longer be threatened by anything, and might even be able to rise to the next level. Hero Jiang thought so freely, only to be interrupted by the horseman's voice. "Master, it's here." "Good." Hero Jiang nodded and prepared to get out of the car. One foot had just stepped into the doorway. An anxious cry then came from outside the door. "Master, it's not good. Something bad has happened. What's all the panic about?" Hero Jiang looked at the visitor. The whirlwind of the other party's words, however, caused his face to change drastically, only to hear the other side cannot come up for air. Face incomparable panic, Gongzi he was arrested by the officials. What? Chapter 124, Jiang Chen arrested. You really won't resist? The sudden doom was like a huge mountain appearing out of nowhere and pressing down on the chest of Hero Jiang, nearly out of breath. Fear of what will come. Just moments ago, he was happy about his son's success, yet the delight lasted only a short time. Then they were told this. In a trance, Hero Jiang remembered a certain rainy night decades ago. Knives flashed amidst the rain, blood flowed freely on the ground, and men roared and screamed with unwillingness before becoming corpses that gradually built up on the ground. It was definitely one of the darkest and most turbulent times compared to now. Hero Jiang thought these had long passed, yet when the heart met with a shock, that's when he realized. It turns out that bloodlust is something hidden in the deepest part of every Jiang family member's bloodline. Unchangeable. One moment, the vibration in Jiang Hero's heart was forcibly suppressed. The surrounding subordinates of the Jiang family, looking at the aura that Jiang Hero was exuding at the moment, all opened their mouths wide in surprise. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Someone muttered, "Back, his lordship is back. The bloody-handed human butcher from back in the day is back." Hero Jiang looked at the man who had just delivered the urgent report. His expression was cold. "Tell me, how long has it been since this happened?" The man was jolted and rushed to say, Back to the old master. Has passed almost an hour. The male son now, only afraid, is already in the public hall. What a court traitor. Jiang Hero's eyes were wide open, killing intent surging in his eyes. Pass on my order. Gather the men at once and bring along the guy things. Let's go to the government, to ask for someone. Jiang Chen realized that he had still underestimated the Delizi's determination to get himself. People wake up at noon. The greenhouse was an afternoon stroll. The person was caught close to evening. Of course, the reason for arresting him was not prostitution. Instead, it's murder. He was doing a benefit clinic. Cui Yinxiu also helped out. I wonder if word got out about yesterday's clinic. There were an extraordinarily large number of people who came to the clinic today. However, for Jiang Chen, more people were not a problem. Just speed up the clinic a bit. And so it was then that the scene unfolded. A sick man had just appeared in front of Jiang Chen's clinic stand, opened his mouth and was about to give his medical history. Jiang Chen in front of him was directly brushing a few strokes, writing out a prescription and stuffing it into his hand. Vitiligo, catch the medicine. Whites, get it? The patient's jaw dropped. How did you know I had vitiligo? I haven't even told you yet. Jiang Chen directly disliked back. Cut the crap. Prescribe the wrong medicine, you come back. Find me directly. Next, the next patient shows up and it is a repeat of the above scenario. As a result, every patient appeared in front of Jiang Chen with a worried face, and then a few seconds later walked back with a face that was caught off guard. From a distance, it didn't look like a clinic stand, but rather a book signing for a new release. It was a pity that such a spectacle did not last long before it was interrupted, because soon enough, a few uninvited guests appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The leader, a dry, thin official, was about to speak. However, Jiang Chen lowered his head and just brushed off 3 lines of writing and handed it to him. Kidney deficiency, whites, get it? The thin official who was about to open his mouth wouldn't even whole. Subconsciously, he took the note handed by Jiang Chen and froze in place. Go on, what are you waiting for? Don't look sick in front of the people in the back. Don't believe me? Come back to me after you've taken your meds and aren't well. Jiang Chen finally realized that something was wrong and raised his head, looking at the group of officials. Yo, officer, something wrong? Another official behind the head official was directly pulling away the one who froze in front of him. A quack doctor who fools the people. Where can you get such a fast consultation? Jiang Chen hadn't said anything yet. The thin official who had just received the piece of paper was the one who spoke first. He was full of surprise. Gov, he's really not wrong, eh? I really. Halfway through the sentence, it suddenly felt wrong. Slapping the table, he pointed at Jiang Chen. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You quack, my kidneys are fine. Jiang Chen looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking for trouble? The skinny official shrank at once. Apparently, he was still a little freaked out about the object of the mission they were coming to bring back this time. After all, it's the infamous one, the Jiang family. A fat official behind the thin official had some guts and stepped forward directly. Jiang Chen, you're involved in a murder case. Quickly follow us to the court. If you don't comply, according to the law, we are qualified to kill you on sight. TSK, arrest me? Jiang Chen skimmed his lips and stood up directly from his seat. Yet it was such a perfectly normal move. It instantly made a group of officials' eyebrows jump. Brush up. A dozen officials' sabers were sheathed at the same time, aimed at Jiang Chen. The leader was alarmed. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Chen, as far as being scared like this, he was all a bit speechless. Jiang Chen, looking at the tense atmosphere, the face of Cui Yinshou on the side was filled with worry. Tugging on his coat, what now? Jiang Chen turned around and grinned at her. No harm done. Turning his head, he looked at the dozen or so officials again. All the officials took a step back when they saw this. The leader looked at him warily. Jiang Chen, now you are a murder suspect. If you resist arrest, we have the right to grill you to death. Enough. Jiang Chen heavily tapped the table. The commotion again caused the officials to jump. What are you going to do? You don't mess around. We're from the government. The head official was about to say something else, but he was directly interrupted by Jiang Chen once again. I said, are you a ing repeater? How many times do you have to repeat a sentence? Jiang Chen pulled out his earwax with one hand, his tone extremely impatient. Can't I just go with you guys? It's so noisy. Ha! All the officials were stunned. Are you really willing to come with us? Or else? Jiang Chen stretched out his hands in a pose of pending arrest. You really don't resist? A voice of disbelief came from the official. No. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to say, you guys are officials and you're still afraid of so much? Arrest or not? If not, I'm leaving. Catch. Finally, the leader in that official police, who had the guts to give orders, said, come on, someone, go and handcuff him. Yes, chief. The two officers put away their knives. He soon walked carefully to Jiang Chen's side with the wooden shackle. Then they were surprised. Jiang Chen actually did let them put the wooden shackles on just like that. The fit was off the charts. It made the head of the officialdom a little unsure. Conveniently, are you really Jiang Chen? Or what? Jiang Chen tilted his head to look at him. Chapter 125, as he expected. Don't you tell me now that you've got the wrong guy? No. The chief waved his hands back and forth, wiping the sweat that had slipped from the corners of his forehead. It's you we're after. Jiang Chen skimmed his lips. Then why don't you lead the way? Yes. Several officials saw the situation and wanted to join forces to come forward to hold Jiang Chen. However, they all wimped out after being glared at by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at them coldly. I'm a suspect, not a criminal. Don't confuse the two concepts. Letting you guys get on a wooden shackle is cooperative enough, so don't get carried away. Yes. The headman nodded and sweated like a pig, and then hastened to respectfully open one hand in an inviting gesture. This way please. That's more like it. Jiang Chen skimmed his lips and just planned to take a step. Unexpectedly, an extremely shrill voice suddenly entered Jiang Chen's ears from the side. You're a dying man. Just give me an honest look of a goon filled with terror and fear. What are you yanking for? Who? Jiang Chen's face was cold. His eyes were like knives. quickly sweeping over several officials. The old man said it. What's wrong? A burly figure stood out, straightening his back and staring indignantly at Jiang Chen. You still think you have a way to live? Today, whether you are guilty or not, as long as you enter the court today, you are doomed to have a life of death. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this raw face. You have a grudge against me? Vengeance? No revenge. The burly official smiled coldly. I only know that the death of old Kalong's only bloodline has nothing to do with you. The chief's expression was slightly embarrassed at the sight, hurriedly stepped forward to try to push this person back. At the same time lowered his voice anxiously said, Li Hu, you are crazy. He is surnamed Zhang. We are doing our job helplessly. How dare you offend him so? Afraid of what? Li Hu was determined to irritate Jiang Chen and yelled. What's wrong with the surname Zhang? What's wrong with the Zhang family? We have the imperial court standing behind us. Even if his old man Zhang Hero came, even if his old man, Hero Jiang, comes here, he'll have to lie down obediently. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and raised his eyes. What's your relationship with Fat Tiger? He called me a righteous father. Li Hu smiled grimly. Jiang Chen could really see a few shades of Fat Tiger in it. So that's how it is. A cold aura flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, as if he had understood something. At this time Li Hu shouted again, your Jiang family is powerful. By now, Jiangzhou is no longer a time when your Jiang family has the upper hand. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. If you have the ability, use your Jiang family's ability to kill me. Those who know Li Hu, know that he is known for his righteousness and fear of death. When anger gets the best of him, he is even more fearless. The chief would sometimes say half-jokingly, your little constable is really talented. You should go to the sand field. That's where people like you should stay. So when Li Hu said these words to, no one would think he was up to any tricks. He was truly displeased with Jiang Chen's behavior of not taking them seriously just now, and he couldn't hold back any longer, which was why he spoke with hatred. As he said at the beginning, people who are dying, one should just be honest and show a wimpy look of fear of death, instead of posturing here. However, even as he said so much with hatred, Jiang Chen's expression was frowning at best, but there was no hint of the panic look he had when he was ambushed. Li Hu in turn was angry and anxious, and his heart became even more irritated. You, Jiang Chen interrupted in a cold voice. I'm not a murderer, but if you slander me again, I don't mind letting you experience something even more terrible than death. I'm not scared. At those words, Li Hu didn't bring any fear at all. Instead, his neck stretched, and while walking forward, he roared at Jiang Chen, if you're capable, you can come. The chief saw that Li Hu looked like he was about to start a fight with Jiang Chen on the spot, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? Immediately, he took out his usual imperial majesty and roared sternly, Li Hu. Li Hu stiffened and stopped moving, a hint of trembling mixed in his voice. Chief, Xiao Hu is also the one you watched grow up. The person who killed him is right in front of you. You, I said stop. Do you want to disobey? The chief's voice overrode everything. Whether he killed the man or not, the people above will decide. Do you need to talk too much? Li Hu stared at Jiang Chen in death, a struggling look appearing on his face. But in the end, he didn't dare to disobey. Loosened his clenched fists. Just before he turned around, he gritted his teeth and said, when we get to the yamen, I'll use my killing stick to teach you how to behave properly. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his face full of indifference. You can try it. Li Hu returned to the ranks of the officials. It was only then that the headman bumbled his way to Jiang Chen's side again, bending down to make a respectful expression of invitation. Mr. Jiang, this way please. Humph. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and said nothing as he stepped forward with his head held high and walked at the front of the queue. The officials didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly followed him. Stifled. It would be a lie to say that they're not angry in their hearts. As officials, they had to be so humble to a subject they were ordered to apprehend, and many of them were in favor of the old Kuru. Only none of them were as impulsive as Li Hu. As long as we enter the court, there are naturally ways to clean him up. Even if he's not guilty, he can be punished. Jiang Chen was taken away just like that. In front of the charity booth, Cui Yinxiu froze in place. Her expression didn't look too alarmed, just a little nervous. Could he himself fulfill the command Jiang Chen had left behind? As a matter of fact, when he exchanged words with Jiang Chen last night, Jiang Chen had predicted that things were likely to turn out this way at worst. His exact words were, I killed Fat Tiger. Although no one saw it, but if someone reported it to the police, the officials will soon track down what I did with him not long ago when I beat him up. The officials now have the Delizy to back them up, and they no longer fear my Jiang family as much as they did before, and they might even use this as an excuse to flat out say that I killed Fat Tiger, thus striking out at me. But you don't have to worry, the official is no bigger. There is no way to sway the hearts of the people. In case it happens suddenly, you do what I told you in advance. Cui Yinxiu's brain was recalling Jiang Chen's serious expression when he said this. Suddenly a voice came from in front of him. Little girl, I heard just now that quite handsome little groom. The official people claimed that he is the Zhang family, right? Cui Yunxiu raised her eyes. The speaker is a man with a bamboo. He looks 50 or 60 years old. His limbs are as dry and thin as firewood. Relying on the bamboo swab's exam's empty mastication, cow legs twisted in the middle into an O shape, and speaking in a weak and feeble breath. Cui Yunxiu nodded as Zhang Chen's command surfaced in her mind. Yes. A look of horror appeared on the old man's pale face, and many other people's clamoring voices came from beside him. After a while, the old man asked again with some disbelief, "Is that Zhang family?" "Yes." Cui Yunxiu nodded again. Instantly, the clamor turned into a boil. All the patients' faces changed. In Jiangzhou, there was no one who did not feel fear after realizing that they had been in such close contact with someone from the Zhang family. Boy, I'll be a good boy. Could it be that he's the rumored Zhang family villain? Well, I said, how could there be such a good thing as not paying for a cure? So it's that evil young man, most likely trying to do something bad again. Bad. He's not prescribing poison, is he? Cui Yunxiu. People were always unafraid to speculate about Jiang Chen with the worst possible intentions. Cui Yunxiu even felt a bit aggrieved for Jiang Chen. But fortunately, Jiang Chen had already anticipated this situation. I only heard Cui Yunxiu clear her throat. Folks, please be quiet for a moment and allow me to say a few words. I know that all of you, in your hearts, will have some misunderstandings when you hear the word Zhang family. But, Chapter 126, An Accidental Failure in Visitor. In front of the clinic booth, Cui Yunxiu took out the courage she had never had in her life. After a long lobbying session, finally, many people accepted the idea that Jiang Chen was not actually an evil person, but had come to benefit the people. There were also questions among them, but the benefits of Cui Yunxiu having read books became apparent at this point. In a few well-organized sentences, you can get people nodding their heads. For example, previously, some people mentioned that Jiang Chen's ability to cure diseases did not know whether it was true or not, and they were worried that it was a poisonous prescription that Jiang Chen had intentionally prescribed. Cui Yunxiu is back, there is no doubt about it, but where you go to ask the patients who came to see the clinic yesterday, you will be able to learn that those drugs are not useful, and if Jiang Chen really added poison in it. The family opened several decades of Bai's medical center. The owner of the medical center will never use their own signboards to do this kind of thing that aids and abets the evil. Someone asked. I heard the previous constable say that Jiang Chen was killed before they caught him. Cui Yunxiu replied, how could a person who is a healer and benevolent be a person who is addicted to killing? This matter is even more nonsense. So, I also ask all of you folks to think about it. Besides Jiang Chen, who else would there be that would not only treat you for all kinds of illnesses for free, but even make a deal with the pharmacy ahead of time to not charge you a single cent? As Cui Yunxiu's last sentence fell, immediately, there was a lot of talk among the crowd. Yes, the little girl is good. No matter how bad the Zhang family's reputation is, it's a fact that Jiang Chen is treating us for free. I was introduced here by a cripple. He told me that his leg, which had been broken for more than 10 years, was surprised to be able to walk again after Jiang Chen took a silver needle and stuck it a few times on the spot. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This is like a miracle, doctor. Not only that, but I also heard a rumor yesterday that it was said that the medical man who was originally the most brilliant in our Jiangzhou, after seeing Jiang Chen's medical skills, he bowed his head on the spot and called the other party the saint of medicine. The saint of healing, is that something to talk about? Don't doubt what he says, he's just hearing about it, but I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. It's not a lie. Then why are you here again today? Were you not cured yesterday? You're stupid. Don't even look at what I'm holding. Ooh, a banner. That's not true. To tell you the truth, when I just heard those officials identify Jiang Chen as the murderer, I wanted to come forward on the spot. The little girl is right. How could such a healer commit the great mistake of murder? Cui Yunxiu took a deep breath when she heard the voices coming from among the crowd. The tension eased, although the call that was just made was all lines that had already been prepared in advance, but she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to fulfill Jiang Chen's orders. Good for living up to the promise, Cui Yunxiu murmured, eyes looking away. Things were moving in the direction Jiang Chen had predicted. It's time for the next step. Incitement. Cui Yunxiu was just about to continue speaking. Accidents, however, happen among the crowd. However, an old man suddenly stood out. He outright raged. A bunch of nonsense. How many sins did the Jiang family create back then? How many people did they harm? Who among you can know better than the old man? Cui Yunxiu's heart thumped. I heard the old man say, I have lived from that time until now. I have witnessed how the Jiang family bullied the market and acted recklessly back then. These memories, the young people among you, of course, don't understand yet, but I will never forget them. With that, he jerked off his empty cuff. Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Barely displayed for all to see was half a dried up arm. Watch this. This is thanks to the Jiang family back then, I'm just an ordinary citizen who disagreed with the Jiang family's occupation of my family's acres, and I was treated so badly by that group of people. Oh, now this little favor has changed your opinion of the Jiang family? Then you're afraid you've forgotten that if it wasn't for the Jiang family earning the money that originally belonged to us, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Humph, what's the use of his medical skills? Can he give back this arm that I lost? Stop dreaming. After saying that, the old man turned his head to look at Cui Yinxiu again. He had an angry face, plus the half-dry arm. The whole person looks like a severe ghost. Cui Yinxiu was a daughter in the end, and was scared by this appearance and took half a step back. Again, I heard the old man say coldly, a scourge like the Jiang family. It should be completely eradicated by the court. I don't have many years to live anyway. What do I need him to cure me? Anyone who still wants to go and speak in favor of the Jiang family, I'll be the first to disagree. Cui Yunxiu's body trembled. A tremor followed in everyone's heart. Yeah, even if the Jiang family shifted to start doing good deeds now, what's the point? Will the sins committed in the past be changed by these acts of kindness today? Many people were originally wallflowers, and had been incited by Cui Yunxiu's words earlier, thinking that Jiang Chen was really a good person. Now it was impacted by this even more intuitive words of the old man with a broken arm. At once, he felt that the Jiang family was unforgivable again. If you ask me, this woman is in league with Jiang Chen, and she's no good. Get her out of here. Cui Yunxiu was looking at the situation of the big number, but now the credit is lost. Where is the willingness to do that? In his mind, he remembered Jiang Chen's expression when he commanded himself again, forced himself to stand still. Folks, listen to me for a few more words. This time, however, the words weren't even finished. Then he was interrupted. You demon woman, don't try to confuse the people again. Get out of here. Get out of here. Smash her stall. We won't be receiving charity from the Jiang family. The scene was completely out of control. Some people forced their way up to catch her, while others jumped over to smash the charity booth. Cui Yunxiu's brain went blank for a moment. Although Jiang Chen had told her in advance that it didn't matter in case things didn't work out, it was most important to protect oneself. But right now, Cui Yunxiu was at a loss, and where else could she think about this? The eye was about to be caught by a few people. Moment of truth. A clear, chirpy rebuke suddenly came from the distance. Bold, broad daylight, clear sky. A bunch of people actually bullied a weak woman. The voice came with a bit of nobility that came out of pampering. It's intimidating to listen to. Everyone couldn't help but stop their movements and look to where the voice came from. Cui Yinxiu also followed and looked over, only to see a plainly dressed Lu Qing, dressed in plain clothes, with a cold face, with a few guards. Anger came in this direction. Chapter 127, Bad. This suspect knows more about the law than they do. In the gap between everyone's frothing, Lu Qing had already taken a large step forward. In 3 or 2 steps, he came to Cui Yunxiu's side. Alongside him, she tilted her face slightly, the upturned tails of her eyes releasing a few signals that she was not to be messed with. Add to that the customary stance of looking down. It falls in the eyes of all the sick people who have been poor for half their lives. It is a little more than a little more unreadable. For a time, it actually pressured everyone to not dare to raise their heads easily. Cui Yunxiu finally came back to her senses and said with some surprise, Miss Lu, why are you here? Lu Qing slightly side-eyed her, her eyes signaling her to keep quiet for now. Turning his head, he issued a merciless rebuke to the group of patients. A bunch of ungrateful people. People set up charity stalls and don't ask for money to cure you, and this is how you repay them? Don't even have a face? Among the sick, a thin young man opened his mouth. But that's the Jiang family. We're in. The Jiang family killed your father? Lu Qing was on fire for some reason today, and the words he uttered made even Cui Yunxiu feel a bit vulgar. She opened her mouth slightly. Was this the same Miss Willow she remembered? But, the words are not so bad. When these words came out, the one who had just spoken froze. I want to be angry, but I can't seem to be angry. Yeah, although the Jiang family didn't have a good reputation outside, but if we really talk about it, there really aren't many people here who have a grudge against the Jiang family. It could be said that quite a few people were incited by the emotions of that old man in the party. Now, after Lu Qing had given him a painful rebuke, he calmed down, feeling a little brainless myself about what I just did. So what if the Jiang family is evil? They didn't really kill their father. So what does this have to do with them? Why mess with the Jiang family? Seeing that the situation was under his control, Lu Qing pressed his hand back without a trace, gesturing several guards to put away their swords. It was only then that he swept his cold eyes and added, Is there anyone who recognizes me? Next, someone in the crowd said, I recognize you. You're the one who followed Jiang Chen yesterday. Very well, but I have another identity. My father is the governor of Jiangzhou. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. She's the daughter of the governor of Jiangzhou? Really? No one has the guts to impersonate this identity either. Don't say. It's really possible. I heard earlier that the Governor Liu has the intention of marrying his daughter with the Jiang family. Lu Qing listened expressionlessly. She hadn't realized that news, that even random passers-by had heard about it. But, that's all in the past too. The so-called union has long existed in name only. Lu Qing's eyes were slightly glum, but then he said in a cold voice, I see that you unruly people are eager to seek revenge on the Jiang family, aren't you? In that case, those who want to take revenge, step forward yourself. The words fell. The patients, who had just rioted, were silent at this moment. No one spoke. Lu Qing sneered, bunch of goons. At the sound of her voice, someone in the crowd wasn't very happy about it. And yet, he dared not speak. The kind of riot we just had, that was formed by chance because someone was leading the charge and someone was muddying the waters. Who really dares to jump out on their own accord? It's not looking for death. Didn't you see that old man who had just threatened to claim that he had an arm-breaking feud with the Jiang family, cowering at this moment as well? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lu Qing added more contempt in her eyes and directly grabbed Shui Yinxiu's hand. I'm going to take this person away. Who among you has an opinion? There was still silence. A bunch of bullies. Dropping this, Lu Qing directly dragged over Shui Yinxiu and left straight away in front of everyone. Miss Lu. Shui Yinxiu was still a bit confused, but Lu Qing's movements were swift and didn't give him that chance at all, until it was pulled all the way. It was only then that Lu Qing finally let go of her hand. Phew, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Her face instantly fell and returned to her usual appearance, raising her hand to wipe the non-existent sweat from her forehead. How was it? Did I just look like that? It scared the hell out of those unruly people who didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Lu Qing smugly said, my father told me, dealing with this unruly people sometimes can not come soft, have to come hard. It's the guards with swords behind you they're afraid of, isn't it? Shui Yunqiu wanted to spit, but after opening his mouth, what came out was a sigh. There is quite a sense of helplessness that things have come to this. When Lu Qing heard this, she was instantly displeased and squinted. At the expense of me saving you, what are you sighing for? Shui Yunqiu thought about it and bowed her head. Sorry, Miss Lu, there's no need to apologize either. Lu Qing was confused by Shui Yunqiu's sudden words. Suddenly, as if she only just remembered something, she looked around, her brows furrowed as if she was about to go up in flames the next moment. Where's Jiang Chen? Why isn't he here? Could it be that he left you behind and ran away? I knew that was the case. That guy's bone is simply unreliable. Shui Yunqiu interrupted. No, Miss Lu, you misunderstood. Jiang Chen didn't leave me behind to escape. But, saying that, Shui Yunqiu sighed again and told Lu Qing all about Jiang Chen's capture by the officials just now. That guy was taken by the officials? I don't know why, but Lu Qing, who used to be unable to stop herself from shouting God has eyes when she heard this news, now found it a bit hard to accept. Shui Yunqiu nodded, her face all worried as well. Mr. Jiang predicted that this kind of thing would happen ahead of time, and what I was instructed to do, I messed up. Luckily Miss Lu, you showed up in time, otherwise even I would have. No. Lu Qingjin heard Shui Yunqiu sincerely thanked himself, and some cannot stand, waved his hand again and again. No need to thank, we are also considered an acquaintance. To see you encountered danger, cannot stand by and do nothing. Shui Yunqiu forced a smile. Miss Lu, you're really a good person. That said, why did you also come here today? Shui Yunqiu was a bit puzzled. She thought that after yesterday, Lu Qing would not come back. This. Lu Qing scratched his head. I just came out to wander around for a break and accidentally passed by here. Shui Yunqiu froze. A distraction? In the slums? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Lu Qing was anxious and explained. You don't think that I came over here specifically to look for you guys? How is that possible? I, Lu Qing, am true to my word. Since I promised that I would never appear in front of his eyes, I definitely won't. Top. Just came to find Jiang Chen to make him honor what he promised me yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't bother to come. What a feeble explanation. It made Shui Yunqiu want to spit a little. However, when he thought of Jiang Chen's situation today, he couldn't laugh anymore. Yes, the things Jiang Chen handed over to her were smashed. This does not show that she is useless. As soon as Lu Qing took a look at Shui Yunqiu's depressed mood, her heart was also a bit complicated. On the one hand it's a bit inexplicable and on the other hand it's a bit worrying. Finally, she patted Shui Yunqiu's shoulder and comforted. Don't be discouraged. It's not like that guy is some kind of divine planner, and you've worked hard. It can't be helped if someone purposely stirs up the pot. Whoever told him to not leave any backhanders of his own, and pressed his expectations all on you. Backhand. Shui Yunqiu suddenly had a flash of light when she heard Lu Qing mention this word. She suddenly got excited. I remembered. Jiang Chen is leaving a backhand. There's still a way. Shui Yunqiu's original words flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Of course, incitement of the people's hearts and minds of such things, itself is full of uncertainty. can incite the best. Incitement does not matter. All to protect their own safety. You go find these guys I'm talking about. Jiang Chen was walking down the street with wooden cuffs around his neck, but he was quite arrogant. Hard out a few moments of blowing up the street with his minions, because just now, he had a flash of inspiration. Through the system mall, he pulled his level of knowledge of the law to full level, instantly, and then with his eyes today, he looked at this ancient law of the Great Zhou. It can be full of holes. He can come up with a million angles to get himself off the hook in a heartbeat. It's true that there are times when deep thinking is sometimes rather less useful than a bright idea. Xinjiang County, County Office, outside the gates of the county courthouse, where there are not many people on weekdays. Today, it's a gated community. Countless people stood at the door waiting with bated breath, because today, a big event will happen in the entire Jiangzhou. The Jiang family that poisoned Jiangzhou for a long time, the only son of the head of the family, is said to have committed the crime of murder, to be beheaded in court. This has agitated the people who live in the neighborhood. Heavenly joy. It's simply the old heavens opening their eyes. That damn Jiang family finally has its day. Old man. Really, that's the Jiang family. Even the governor of Jiangzhou is afraid of him. This is just a Xinjiang County office. How dare you punish him? You're not afraid of drawing the wrath of that Jiang hero afterwards? Your news is out of date. Do you know who is sitting in this hall? That's a big shot from the capital. Can't you see that our magistrate can only stand on the side? The official in the capital. That must be how powerful district to Jiang family, in the eyes of the imperial court, is just a powerful point of bandits. A big hand pressed down. Want him to live on life. Want him to die on death. But is this Jiang Chen really that unforgivable? Why did I even hear recently that the medical man himself knelt on the ground to call him a contemporary medical saint? Bah! Where did you get that wild story? Nonsense. Really? My uncle's daughter-in-law's mother's family, a distant relative, lives over in the south of the city. That's what he said. I didn't believe him at first. It must be a rumor. It's outrageous. I also said that the Jiang family has been loyal for generations. Do you believe that? That would be outrageous. That's not being reasonable. On stage, Old Man Yang's face was calm and dignified. Inside, however, there was already joy. Originally, he had met Jiang Chen yesterday after seeing the Deadpool beside him, who was ready to expose himself to talk back for him. A few moments of inner turmoil have arisen. Unsure if I can meet the deadline and fulfill the mission from the top. However, God suddenly gave him a great surprise. Suddenly last night, someone reported to the police that a citizen had been killed and died. It's not something he would have cared about. However, unintentionally, he heard someone mention that Jiang Chen and the dead man had clashed before they were born. Brush! What an opportunity from heaven! Old Man Yang had wanted to forcefully capture Jiang Chen through the method of framing him as a starting point to crush the Jiang family. This is great. A ready-made case straight out of the gate. Where he held back, the officials were summoned on the spot to go and arrest Jiang Chen. Not only that, but the people in the neighborhood were summoned to tell them about it. What was wanted was to be honorable, to take Jiang Chen's life and force the anti-Jiang hero. When that happens, he will be able to go back and resume his duties in name only. Today, he sits atop a public courtroom, just waiting for Jiang Chen to show up. As for the original magistrate, these people who don't care about anything are only worthy of standing by and laughing. Not long afterward, a proclamation from outside the hall entered the temple. Suspect Jiang Chen is here. He immediately looked delighted and said, "Bring the suspects in." As long as Jiang Chen entered the courthouse, it would still be whatever he said. As for the others, Old Man Yang couldn't help but look at Zhao Qingjun on the other side. She changed back into a red dress and hugged her sword and leaned against the wall, her eyes and nose in the air. That's good. Old Man Yang added a few more points of confidence. As long as Zhao Qingjun didn't act out of spite, then it wouldn't be a nail in the coffin for him to punish Jiang Chen. Soon, in the middle of Old Man Yang's earnest hope, Jiang Chen head with wooden handcuffs figure finally appeared. In an instant, Old Man Yang could no longer suppress the leap in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen, do you know your offense? After saying that, without giving Jiang Chen's reaction a chance, a token with the word chopped written on it directly fell to the ground. Men, push him out and behead him. Old Man Yang shouted excitedly. Jiang Chen, Zhao Qingjun, people at the gate. Old Man Yang froze and looked around. Why aren't they moving? The magistrate on the side wiped his sweat, and hurriedly attached his ear and said, "My lord, the process is not this way. You have to set a charge for him first." Okay, so troublesome. Old Man Yang has no experience of courtroom interrogation, and was so intent on convicting Jiang Chen that he didn't know that there was such a thing as a process. So be it, so be it. It's just a matter of making the other guy die later. Old Man Yang quickly sank his voice and spoke again. Bold Jiang Chen, can you, bold traitors, how dare you seek power in clutches, overstepping your bounds? What are your intentions? What is your crime? Old Man Yang did not finish his words. A sound that took people first, with a more voluminous and grandiose stance than him, directly threw him in the face. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they were dumbfounded. What the hell? You're going to reverse the Big Dipper? You're a murder suspect and you've been convicted by the court? Everyone was unable to shout by Jiang Chen's voice. It took Old Man Yang a long time to come back to his senses. Jiang Chen, you show are going to talk nonsense. This is a public hall. The blue sky is above. It's not a place for you to rant and rave. However, Jiang Chen was unperturbed. According to Article 231 of the Laws of the Great Zhou, the rule of the hall trial, the third subsection, above the public hall, the local magistrate is the greatest power to make. Any other official shall not exceed the right to exercise the right of the hall trial. Violators of the official demoted by half a grade, punished with 3 stones of food salary. Simply nonsense. Are you a court official or am I a court official? How can I not know such laws? It's well. Jiang Chen's face didn't change. Mr. County Minister, check the law. I don't know why. Obviously Jiang Chen was still a prisoner now, but the county magistrate felt a thick official authority from him. It was as if the other party was really a great official who had been in the court for many years. Ghosting. He removed the great weekly laws from his offering and flipped through them with a clatter. It didn't take long. He then let out a sound of immense surprise. Surprisingly true. My lord. My lord? Chapter 128. Oh no. The law has been understood by this man. My lord? The magistrate called out and found no answer. Couldn't help but craning his head. Then he found that Lord Yang, who was in the hall at that moment, had an ugly face. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and couldn't stop trembling, wanting to say something, but couldn't say it. You. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and continued to speak. According to Article 57 of the Great Zhou Law, the common people have the right to inspect officials and can submit a letter to Chen. This point, Your Honor, you wouldn't be unaware of, would you? Li Hu, who was on the side, kept his attention on Jiang Chen. He had wanted to see Jiang Chen's broken defense expression when he learned that he was going to be asked to be beheaded. However, Jiang Chen always looked indifferent. Instead, the majesty of the entire public hall was greatly damaged by those few simple words of Jiang Chen. The original sense of suffocating oppression that all the people had worked together to bring to Jiang Chen was even more destroyed to the point of no return. He couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, he said, "You scoundrels also know about the law. The people are the people, and the officials are the officials. The status is different. Where did such a messy rule come from?" Li Hu finished. Suddenly, I realized the atmosphere was wrong. He froze for a moment, spinning his head around mechanically to look around the room. Everyone looked at him at that moment. Among them were not only the crowd of people outside the yamen, but also Yang Lauer, who was sitting in the hall at the moment, and even Zhao Qingjun, who was leaning against the corner and was pretending to sleep from beginning to end, opened his eyes at the moment. Even as an official, it is impossible to memorize all the laws, but certain principles are not allowed to be touched, at least superficially. Disobedience is not allowed. The people are heavy. The king is light. This is a message left by the empress herself on the day she ascended the throne. Therefore, the people have the law of the right to monitor officials. Now, with this statement, Li Hu can be said to have completely disregarded this regulation. Li Hu weekdays in front of the ordinary people to show off the customary. Where will think of their own this before no one cares about the words, but now by all the cold eyes. He saw a bit of panic in the suit. He also saw Zhao Qingjun's cold eyes looking toward him. Just now, do you dare to say this a second time? Even Yang Lauer looked at the magistrate. On weekdays, you, the magistrate, is this how you teach your subordinates to do things? The magistrate's cold sweat swished down and he gave a knee on the spot, his voice trembling. My lord, I also do not know. Li Hu more panicked. The magistrate are kneeling. Where still dare to stand? Hastily worship. Even fan himself several times mouth. Sorry, a momentary slip of the tongue. I never mean this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head at this sudden scene, feeling a bit of irony. There are some things that no matter how much you say or complain about them in private, no one will care, and they may even think you have a point. But if you don't know how to restrain yourself when it comes to important occasions, you will be caught in the act at once. Some people, who have been officials for more than 10 years, are still officials in the end. This is not without reason. And this kind of handle that was delivered to his mouth. At this time, Jiang Chen certainly would not let go, so he immediately laughed coldly and said, dressed in official clothes, but mouth-stabbing the people. Ha, good. The people pay the tax. To give you a monthly salary? I can't imagine that. To raise such a lawless contempt of the people of the people of the people. Jiang Chen, you shut up. Hearing Jiang Chen's falling voice, Li Hu panicked so much that his hands shook, and he hurriedly turned his head to glare at Jiang Chen. Turning to look at the several big names on the stage, he began his mouth. Lord Mingjian, I do not mean this. You should know. I have been here for more than 10 years. This kind of words are used to say. I do not have any other meaning. Enough. Old man Yang looked at the people outside the yamen who were in a slight commotion, and immediately waved his hand and said, there is a lapse in the virtue of the mouth. Remembering that you are a first-time offender, you will be punished with a salary of half a month and 10 slaps on the mouth, and you can collect your own punishment later on. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks, my lord. The punishment had already come down. Li Hu finally didn't dare to struggle anymore, and he continuously said thanks towards the hall. The eyes that turned his head to look at Jiang Chen had a few more points of resentment in them. Jiang Chen is not aware of where there is uncomfortable, but instead smacked his lips, actually punished so light. Jiang Chen, you're a murder suspect. This is no place for you to speak. Old man Yang glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, and in his eyes was an unstoppable killing intent. TSK. Jiang Chen laughed, not taking his warning seriously. So you still know that I'm a suspect, not a criminal, my lord. Old man Yang pressed his brows together. Article 97 of the Great Zhou Law. A suspect is no different from a criminal until he is free from suspicion. When he finished speaking, he stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. You don't think that your knowledge of the Great Zhou laws would be deeper than mine, do you? Ha! Jiang Chen shook his head and lost his smile. My lord, are you so intent on convicting me here? Jiang Chen, you think I don't know what you're up to? Old man Yang grunted. You're just stalling for time. You're waiting for your father to send someone to save you. No, no, no. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm not stalling for time, and there's no need for me to stall for time in this way. You just said the Great Zhou Law, right? The Article 97 you just mentioned is indeed good, but there's a little difference between a suspect and a criminal. What's the difference? Old man Yang pursued. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Article 666 of the Laws of the Great Zhou. If a suspect does not recognize the trial of the local officials, he can always beat the Dangwon drum, hand over the case, and appeal to the Central Ministry of Criminal Affairs. Old man Yang frowned. County Minister, turn over the book. The county minister was ordered to clamber through the thick Great Zhou laws and quickly found the paragraph Jiang Chen had mentioned on it. My lord, yet there is this. Instantly, old man Yang's face turned ironic. Even Zhao Qingjun was stunned by the result at the moment. The existence of this law was tantamount to Jiang Chen telling them that he could terminate this interrogation anytime he wanted. The fact that it is only referred to the Central Criminal Division does not change the final outcome of the punishment. But all this time there was a delay of at least half a month. But this had already exceeded the deadline of the task the Empress had left for them. By that time, even if Jiang Chen was convicted, it would have already lost any meaning. Zhao Qingjun looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated gaze. There was some reluctance, some celebration, but most of all, admiration. As for old man Yang, he couldn't be more depressed in his heart. Grandma, who the hell is it that mandates so many messed up laws? What was even more depressing to him was that all of these laws had, nowadays, also become Jiang Chen's helpers. He even suspected that with Jiang Chen's knowledge of this law, he could make someone who was originally guilty, hardened into innocence. Wasn't he the heir to a black family? Instead of thinking about how to stir up trouble and commit crimes, every day he studies the medical arts and the laws of the Great Zhou. Sick. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over everyone in the hall, knowing that they were at their wits' end at the moment. So with a slight smile, my lord, you may now allow the trial to proceed. What's the point of carrying on? Old man Yang felt like he couldn't carry on at all now. He had already predicted the failure of this operation and was now not motivated at all. However, after looking at the people outside the door who were dumbfounded, but with hopeful eyes, he finally said, Suspect Jiang Chen, I'll ask you whether the death of Fat Tiger was your doing or not. Only the voice, more or less, was laced with a bit of breathlessness. That's right, I killed that fat pig. Surprising everyone, Jiang Chen nodded his head and said as such. Old man Yang's head was once again confused. Chapter 129, just because I killed a man doesn't make me a criminal. Old man Yang's head was confused, revealing a look of disbelief. Originally, he had little evidence to prove that Fat Tiger was killed by Jiang Chen. It was only after knowing that Jiang Chen had previously clashed with that fat tiger that he used it as an excuse to order someone to forcibly capture Jiang Chen. It was meant to be a push against the Jiang family, but he never dreamed that when he did open his mouth to ask the question, Jiang Chen would actually admit it directly? It's not. Is that right? Does that make sense? Zhao Qingjun, who was not far away, frowned slightly when he heard this. What exactly does this guy mean? Bearing in mind that he knows the law, has he started to defy the king's law? Even if we know we can't do anything about him, we can't ask for death ourselves. Outside the courthouse, there was a commotion in the crowd. Obviously, it was the people who had listened to Jiang Chen's lecture on the law in a bewildered manner who were also shocked by Jiang Chen's words. Good boy, worthy of being a member of that Jiang family. Killing people can be said so lightly, I guess he hasn't figured himself out yet. He just made a big speech there without knowing what he was talking about, thinking that everyone feared him, and now he's even more reckless. What a big guts, killing someone and still dare to be so arrogant. I'll make him pay in blood later. Li Hu's face, which was incomparably ugly not long ago, instantly changed. He stared round-eyed at the justified figure in the hall. At the corners of his mouth, a few scowls escaped. He gritted his teeth. Good. It's true that if you don't go to heaven, you can't go to hell. Jiang Chen ignored the voices of these people. Instead, he faced towards the main hall, the old man Yang, who was still in a daze, and once again repeated the words of the party. Once again, I said, I killed the man. Murder pays for life. Old man Yang was shaken and snapped back to his senses as he looked at the brash young man in front of him. Half the time, he finally narrowed his eyes. Oh, should I say you kid is stupid, or should I say you are not afraid of death? Do you know that after you said those words, your identity changed from a suspect to a criminal? Zhao Qingjun looked at Jiang Chen, her tone vaguely anxious. Jiang Chen, above the public hall. Not everything can be said indiscriminately. However, in the face of the two men's voices, Jiang Chen's face did not change. There's nothing to dwell on. You've got the right man. I'm the one responsible for killing Fat Tiger. Good guts. Old man Yang sneered and instantly slapped the shocking wood. Pop. His eyes stared coldly at Jiang Chen, his words flying. Criminal Jiang Chen, killed innocent citizen Zhang Dahu, draw a pledge at once, sentenced to prison, beheaded at noon tomorrow. After saying that, another piece of wooden sign was thrown out in the direction. Unfortunately, before the wooden sign could hit the ground, it was kicked away by Jiang Chen, who had suddenly risen up. Bold. Old man Yang saw the scene directly shocked to stand up in place. His hand Jiang Chen, voice, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Is it disobedient to this official's judgment? Zhao Qingjun. On the other hand, after seeing the scene of Jiang Chen's sudden move, his pupils shrunk, and one of his hands pressed uncontrollably on top of the hilt of the knife, pulling out more than an inch of the blade. She had seen Jiang Chen's force value with her own eyes, so it was a straight fight. Eyes nervous and complicated, he looked at Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was going to mess around here, she would have to make a cut at this moment even if she had been favored by Jiang Chen before. After all, she was an official and Jiang Chen was a bandit. The other officials in the surrounding area were also startled when they saw Jiang Chen's sudden outburst. All the muscles in his body tensed up, especially Li Hu. Swish and directly light up his blade, his eyes ferociously looking at Jiang Chen, just waiting for an order to pounce and take this. Jiang Chen slanted him a glance and grinned. What's all the tension for? Old man Yang looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes indifferent. Just this action you just took is already enough to punish you. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen's mouth curved wider, letting out a wanton laugh. Come on, which law says that a suspect in a public courtroom can't suddenly do a kicking maneuver? Ha, ha, everyone was confused. Can you explain it that way? But there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Just now Jiang Chen's movements, in a sense, could really be described as a kicking movement. The county minister's forehead was sweating as he quickly flipped through the book of Great Zhou laws. A disheveled sound soon followed. It is true, my lord, that the law does not say, ha 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 ha. At the sound, Jiang Chen laughed even more freely. That's the limitations of the ancient law for the times. There are still too many loopholes. Old man Yang grimaced. No matter what, the fact that you killed someone will not be changed by this. You are now in the body of a criminal, not a suspect. No, 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 no. Jiang Chen shook his head, comparing his hands to a fork and pulling out the classic inequality. Just because I killed someone doesn't mean I'm a criminal. What? Old man Yang's eyes rolled up in disbelief. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? What do you mean? Just because you killed someone doesn't make you a criminal? It was obviously all recognizable vocabulary, but to the ear, it sounded like heavenly scripture. It wasn't just him. Zhao Qingjun in the distance had his mouth wide open from being so shocked that he nearly choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Zhao Qingjun held onto the wall and barely stood. You take that just now and say it again? Jiang Chen swept his gaze over everyone around him inch by inch. He held his head high. He was righteous. He was justified. Just because I killed someone doesn't make me a criminal. Chapter 130, You're not happy with a real rebellion? Just because I killed someone doesn't make me a criminal. Jiang Chen said this. Everyone in the room fell into a collective stupor. There was still a commotion outside the courthouse, and at the sound of the voice they all couldn't help but create a momentary vacuum. Against the day. If everyone had to vote on the most anticlimactic thing they've ever heard in their lives, this statement must be high on the list. Are these words that can come out of a human mouth? How is it that he just looked like he knew the law like the back of his hand? And how is it that he's being a jerk at this point? Murder pays for life. It's only right. Even I know what it means to say that killing someone is not the same as being a criminal. It's better to see how he explains it. This kid is as smart as a ghost. He might actually be able to give a decent explanation. That's a lot of bull asterisk 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 to explain. It's already nonsense, okay? If murderers weren't criminals, the world would be in chaos. Be careful what you say. If he can still give a reasonable explanation, I'll just eat. Nonsense. After Old Man Yang came back to his senses, he directly slapped the table in front of him, inducing a thunderous explosion. Simply a bunch of nonsense. He stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. I don't believe it today. You can still make an explanation for such deviant words. Your Excellency has been angry too many times today. Beware of liver fire. Jiang Chen glanced at Old Man Yang and made the statement that was expected of a healer. Old Man Yang showed his teeth. The liver is on fire. And it's not all because of your kid. Normal people have committed a crime, which is not 5 bodies sprawl in the hall, crying, just beg for mercy. Who's as much trouble as you are? Cut the crap. My old man's body is clear on its own. There's no need for you thieves to worry about it. Old Man Yang directly dismissed Jiang Chen's good intentions. What you just said. If you can't give a reasonable explanation today, I guarantee that you will die of your own self-righteousness. Alas. Jiang Chen sighed. This old man, why can't he hear a good word or a bad word? Looking at the other party's face, which was so angry that it was nearly twisted, Jiang Chen could only speak slowly. A murderer may not be a criminal, just as a knife wielder may not be an executioner. Can you say that the frontline generals are criminals when they fight bravely to kill the enemy and when their hands are stained with the enemy's blood? Once these words came out, a few moments of college student-like clarity flashed through Old Man Yang's angry pupils. He was flabbergasted. Not a child. That quote just now can still be interpreted that way? Not only him, but the rest of the people. All of them had open mouths and confused eyes. That layer of explanation hadn't really occurred to any of them. As soon as Jiang Chen said it at this moment, it dawned on them immediately. Yes, the battlefield to kill the enemy. The generals are not also killing it, but not only do not be punished, who killed more, but also be heavily rewarded. Zhao Qingjun, who was not far away, didn't hold back a smile at the corner of her mouth for a moment, and then immediately pursed her mouth tightly. For his part, Old Man Yang fell straight into silence. What a mouth, he thought to himself. This made him couldn't help but flash a thought that this man, with this mouth alone, might even be able to fight with that group of sharp-tongued civil ministers in the courtroom. He shook his head, casting aside distractions, and then, sophistry. You are nakedly sophistry. When a general kills the enemy on the sands, it is the enemy that he kills, and what he kills is my great Zhou's national prestige, and it is not something you can compare to. Jiang Chen lost his smile. My lord, but if you know a little bit about that fat tiger, you wouldn't be able to say something like that, said a pair of narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Yesterday that fat tiger broke into the house and nearly killed my friend's mother. If I hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid that my friend's mother would have already gone to her soul. And after that, when that fat tiger was caught by me, instead of restraining himself, he threatened to have me beat him to death. He said that someone would take revenge for him, relying on his own father's favor to others before his death, as well as a bit of official background. He is used to committing crimes on weekdays, and has not done a lot of similar things. Jiang Chen finally raised his head, his mind changing with the words, and a few more moments of anger finally appeared in his eyes. Have the officials ever taken care of this once? When Jiang Chen finished speaking, he swept his eyes around, and not a single person dared to meet his gaze. Even Li Hu, who had jumped around so much earlier, slightly pressed his head down a few points to avoid Jiang Chen's sharpness. Jiang Chen laughed. Since the government office doesn't care, then I'll take care of it. So, I killed Fat Tiger with my own hands. This statement was made. It was like a pot had exploded among the people outside the yamen, and it instantly boiled over. What? So this is Jiang Chen's motive for killing? I said, why does he look like he's justified? If it's really like what he said, then there's really no excuse. Not for the evil of killing and murdering, but for the good of doing good to the people. But we are in Zhengzhou. Is there a more evil presence here than their family? This, contrary to the hustle and bustle outside the courthouse, there was silence inside the door. From the moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a silence that lasted several seconds. Some people's eyes flickered, others' hands gathered in their sleeves trembled lightly. These imperceptible slights are seen by a man. Zhao Qingjun suddenly raised his head and looked at Old Man Yang, who was sitting on top of the main hall, and spoke faintly. Old Man Yang, are you aware of this matter? Old Man Yang. Seeing that Old Man Yang was silent, Zhao Qingjun's heart was clear and his voice chilled. Why didn't you tell me? Speak. Faced with Zhao Qingjun's expression, which looked like he might be about to have a seizure at any moment, the veins on Old Man Yang's forehead jumped. It's something he knows about. Of course. As to why you weren't told. Look at your reaction now. Don't you know the reason in your own heart? Further, don't get the point wrong. Isn't our mission to mess with the Zheng family? As long as we can convict Jiang Chen, what the hell is that fat tiger? But right now, Zhao Qingjun was so enraged that he couldn't comprehend the meaning conveyed by Old Man Yang. It made him very helpless as well. He sighed. Finally speaking, he said, "He's a suspect. Naturally he'll do anything to get out of the case. How can you trust his word?" Zhao Qingjun froze for a moment at his words, turning his head to look at Zhang Chen. He looked back at Old Man Yang, finally regained some composure. "Know that this is not the time for your own accountability. There are more important things than that." So backed away again and leaned against the wall without a word. Old Man Yang was relieved to see this. Looking towards Zhang Chen, "Since you said that Fat Tiger was evil, do you have any evidence?" "Of course I do," Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. "I have witnesses." "Oh," Old Man Yang grinned. "And where, may I ask, is your witness?" He looked around for a week, his eyes holding a warning note so he could make sure there weren't the kind of people stupid enough to want to come forward and testify. Only then did he return his gaze to Zhang Chen's face. "May I ask, where is your witness?" "Zhang Chen, I am my own witness." "What?" Old Man Yang froze for a second, then became furious. "How can you be your own witness? You're teasing, old man." "No, Zhang Chen's eyes were innocent as he looked around. Which law says that a person can't be their own witness? When the county minister heard Zhang Chen's words, he instinctively went to flip through that great Zhou law again, but was directly stopped by a fierce look from Old Man Yang. Old Man Yang looked at Zhang Chen, all patience already lost in his eyes. No matter what, he would never allow this mission to go wrong again. "Don't be complacent about having exploited the loopholes of the law. If you can't find evidence on the spot, I can punish you, and the sky is above. This is a matter of justice." After these words, the smile on Zhang Chen's face was gone. He understands that the other side has been completely anxious. Alas, Zhang Chen lowered his head and muttered under his breath, "I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. Since your court visitor is so aggressive, then I can only give up this path." Yes, at this moment, he completely understood that even if the other party was not reasonable, he must screw their Zhang family's determination. So how to deconstruct the Torah and understand the holes in it has also been stretched. It's not like he wants to be decapitated right now. Then, there's only one way to go. "Zhang Chen, what are you doing?" Zhao Qingjun sensed that something was wrong and suddenly let out a dawning cry. Zhang Chen, however, ignored him. Clang! With a harsh blast, locking Zhang Chen's neck and hands together, the wooden shackle exploded in vain and split apart. In a flash, wood chips were flying. Everyone was stunned by the scene. All of the surrounding officials were horrified by this amazing aura and retreated in all directions. The magistrate standing on one side of the main hall was the least courageous, so scared that he went straight to the county minister's arms, and the book of Great Zhou Law fell directly to the ground. "County executive." Old Man Yang clapped his hands and rose up, in the midst of his anger and with a bit of unspeakable excitement. "Zhang Chen, do you want to rebel? Rebellion?" Zhang Chen didn't contain a trace of emotion in his eyes as he approached him in large strides. "Isn't this exactly what you want to see?" Chapter 131, The Fastest Knife and the Faster Knife. "Very well." Old Man Yang gave a hideous smile. "Men, take him down." At this command, Li Hu on the side had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, he let out a bellowing cry, threw away the scabbard in his hand and replaced it with a sword in both hands, charging forward. A chill rose in his eyes. "Zhang Chen, kill to pay for your life. Today is the day you die." He took 2 steps to Zhang Chen's side, raising his greatsword high and slashing down on his head. The bloody scene of Zhang Chen's head splitting in 2 under his own knife had already flashed in his eyes. Yet the next second, a red-clothed figure ghostly arrived. Choke on it. The powerful blade light was like a curved moon, easily vibrating Li Hu's blade away. Along with his person, he was also lifted over by a huge force and rolled twice on the ground before barely getting up. Li Hu looked at the figure that suddenly killed him in surprise. "My lord, what do you mean by this? My subordinate is standing up to charge, but is your lord going to defect to the enemy?" "Shut up!" Zhao Qingjun snapped Li Hu's voice to a halt and turned his head to look at the others. "Everyone stop." At the sound, everyone stopped moving. In fact, even without Zhao Qingjun's orders, they didn't dare to step forward again. Although Zhao Qingjun had already been here for more than half a month, this was still the first time that he had shown his true abilities in front of their eyes. Gave everyone a fright. What a fast knife! What a handsome body! Although Zhao Qingjun came from the capital and had a noble status, but all along, no one would have thought that this little red-clothed girl's martial arts could be as high as it was. But it wasn't until the party saw the elegance of that blade that they were suddenly startled. This red-clothed girl from the capital was by no means a vase of any kind, but had actual real skills. A woman but dared to go down to Jiangnan from the capital alone on horseback, which in itself says a lot. It's really worthy of the Delizy. While the officials side marveled, the commoners outside the courthouse were also attracted by Zhao Qingjun's bright performance. Good boy. Not only is this female doll beautiful, her martial arts skills are surprisingly so high. Daring, that's the lord from the capital. How dare you address him like that? But what's wrong with this adult? What's she doing stopping someone else from killing Jiang Chun? It's hard to say whether the big shots inside also started infighting not? Or does she want to rebel with Jiang Chen as well? No way. How can such a beautiful woman join the thieves? Zhao Qingjun clearly knew that he was in no way rebelling. All anyone saw was her display of kung fu. However, he didn't see Jiang Chen's eyes that were always calm and self-contained when he was being added to by the light of the sword. If he hadn't shot himself just now, that official called Li who would only have been dead at this moment. And today's Yamen will, most likely, be reduced to an inferno of blood. It was the last image she wanted to see. Jiang Chen's sword technique was the only one she had ever seen in her life. This was someone she would never want to be an enemy of. If it weren't for the difference in positions. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qingjun, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Given your and my previous stance, you don't have a reason to help me at this point, do you? Zhao Qingjun looked at Jiang Chen with a slightly anxious expression. Jiang Chen, it's not too late for you to stop now. Jiang Chen looked seriously into her eyes and realized that the other party's eyes were surprisingly sincere. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Jiang Chen pressed his eyebrows together and looked at Jiang Chen indifferently. Zhao Qingjun, are you stupid or am I? Telling me to stop now is asking to stick my neck out for you guys to chop? Zhao Qingjun was speechless for a while. Behind him, Old Man Yang saw that the completion of his mission was imminent, and when he saw this, he hurriedly shouted, Zhao Qingjun, what the hell are you gawking at? Why don't you hurry up and kill him? You shut up too. Zhao Qingjun didn't turn his head back, but the words he uttered caused Old Man Yang's face to stiffen. He was furious. What do you mean? Zhao Qingjun, do you still want to commit a crime from below? Zhao Qingjun, however, didn't answer him. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes incomparably tangled. I didn't know about the fat tiger beforehand. Jiang Chen shook his head. That doesn't matter anymore. Zhao Qingjun was speechless. Then, as if she had made some sort of determination, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, later on, you seize my sword, and with my life, coerce them, and they won't dare to act rashly. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. This will only make the name of my Jiang family's rebellion sit even more solidly, right? Then do you have any good ideas? Zhao Qingjun's expression was incredibly tangled, but she couldn't think of a better way even after racking her brain. One could only beg Jiang Chen to come up with a better solution. Means? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. You're even pinning your methods on me. A rebel. Zhao Qingjun, you really aren't fit to be an official. That's really suffered. Zhao Qingjun's face was bitter to the core. She slowly raised the knife flat to her chest. Jiang Chen still didn't make any movements. It looks full of breaks. However, Zhao Qingjun knew that he could never would be Jiang Chen's opponent. Then, thieves. Zhao Qingjun's mind recalled all the opponents he had fought in the past, and bit by bit, his eyes became cold and bloodthirsty. Master once said that before the eyes of a swordsman, there are no past sentiments, only the opponent who has to wield the sword in front of him. It was a phrase she took to heart. Even if the enemy in front of her had saved her life, it was not the reason for her to show mercy. Besides, take that. Zhao Qingjun deliberately used a trick, and when he had just said the first word, he unexpectedly swung his sword at Jiang Chen. However, even if Zhao Qingjun's speed was faster, his movements more subtle, and his spirit more focused, Jiang Chen's speed still exceeded her imagination. There's that horrible speed again. 1/3 of a second later, Jiang Chen's figure appeared behind Zhao Qingjun. He was calm, and with a poof, he pulled the knife that was still in the other party's hand from Zhao Qingjun's arm. The knife shook again. A semi-curved line of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Zhao Qingjun covered his left arm that was hanging down helplessly. With horror in his eyes, he slowly bent down. Faster moves. Faster knife. Everyone who saw this scene revealed a shocked expression like seeing a ghost, dumbfounded in place. Only Jiang Chen, unhurriedly, took a step in the direction of Old Man Yang. The knife in his hand trailed behind him. It made a sound like a hook and chain. Bear bear bear. Chapter 132 Reckless. The tip of the knife grinds sparks into the ground. Jiang Chen's expression was icy cold, like a purgatorial Shura walking the earth. Zhao Qingjun half-kneeled behind him, her pupils dull, as if she was lost in thought. Jiang Chen shed her and walked step by step in the direction of the main hall. Old Man Yang looked at the figure walking towards him. A momentary panic flashed in his eyes, and then he forced it down. He drank from the word at once. What are you all fuming about? Don't kill him yet. It was only then that all the officials woke up as if in a dream. They looked at Jiang Chen with horrified eyes, nervously gripping the knives in their hands, cold sweat seeping out, but they were hesitant to make a move. Just now, Zhao Qingjun's backstabbing out of his sword to block Li, who had already given them a mountainous feeling of admiration. But that kind of Zhao Qingjun hadn't lasted a single move in Jiang Chen's hands. They didn't even see when Jiang Chen had grabbed Zhao Qingjun's sword. Is it really still human to be this fast? What are you all doing? Do you all want to revolt? Don't stop him yet. Old man Yang saw Jiang Chen approaching step by step and let out a hiss once again. This time, the officials finally reacted. Brush up. A row of bright blades finally lit up. Jiang Chen didn't look away, ignoring the enemies on his side. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think you're a god? Li Hu bellowed to give himself courage, followed by driving his sword towards Jiang Chen, and at the same time, the other officials moved in unison. They are well trained in their day-to-day life, and now they're pulling the strings. At this moment, it was surprisingly like a whole, showing complete tacit understanding. In that instant, dozens of knives chopped down from all directions, and the cold light of the knives wove a heavenly net. It showered towards Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen, however, didn't even raise his eyelids. This one detail fell into Li Hu's eyes, immediately causing a few more moments of joy in his heart. How dare you be so arrogant with a sword? Let's see me behead you. In anyone's eyes, Jiang Chen was, at this point, in a situation of certain death. Legend has it that even the most skilled martial arts masters, when they go into battle, will find it difficult to escape with their lives amidst the dense torrent of swords and soldiers. The current situation, the 8 parties to the enemy, simply compared to the sands, but also a few points more dangerous. However, the next thing that everyone on the scene would see was a scene that they would never forget. As the first blade was hanging over Jiang Chen's shoulder, about to fall, Jiang Chen finally moved. Only a slight sinking of his body was seen, then a light spin. In that instant, the knife in his hand melted away, from a handful, to countless. Looking more closely, there were actually countless more hands as well. One does not have a million hands. That's the stump. It's the stump of a blade. It's the remnants of an arm. One person and one knife actually danced out a dense curtain of knives. Again, it looks like a silver umbrella. The moment the swords of all the officials touched the umbrella, they instantly emitted a refreshing ringing sound like a large pearl falling from a jade disc. Ding 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 ding. Sparks were flying. Several people were unable to react and were sent flying by a powerful force of recoil. Li Hu was shocked to the point that his tiger's mouth hurt, and he took 2 steps backward, his eyes horrified. But then, with a clench of his teeth, he roared, his arm muscles bursting out, and he once again pressed down with his sword. His face was fierce, and he was determined to break through this curtain of light. Knives collided with knives. In an inadvertent moment, through the curtain of light, Li Hu saw Jiang Chen's ancient, uneven eyes instantly blossom with a shocking killing intent. No good. He's going to kill himself. Li Hu felt as if his heart had been struck by a sledgehammer. Too dull for words. That originally motionless curtain of light also swept towards him. Li Hu drew back sharply, wanting to get out of the light curtain's enveloping range. But no matter how fast he reacted, how could he be faster than Jiang Chen? Only to see that the light curtain instantly expanded by a circle, and all the officials around them were bounced out and fell to the ground. Only Li Hu's hand was caught in that curtain of light. Barely. Crumbs are flying. Li Hu's eyes widened in horror, and he watched as his sleeves snapped off inch by inch. The blade light was soon to envelop his neck as well. In the nick of time, Li Hu closed his eyes and cried out in desperation. Mercy! Whoosh! In a flash, Li Hu heard a sound, a slight wind sound, coming from his ears. He opened his eyes again. What was seen was Jiang Chen's back as he stepped away. Li Hu's heart thumped. The knife in his hand fell to the ground with a crash. He looked down mechanically and realized that there was nothing strange coming from him. He touched himself carefully. There was such disbelief in his eyes. I'm not dead. He then laughed like crazy. Ha 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 ha. I'm not dead. I can't believe I'm not dead. Ha 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 ha. Li Hu bounced in place happily. Slavic. He heard a slight ripping sound coming from his body. Li Hu? When the wind blew, all of his clothing and armor burst open, and rags flew all over the sky. Outside the courthouse, a woman saw the scene. An instant shriek of surprise. Mom, there are perverts. Li Hu looked down, and the celebration on his face instantly turned into shame and anger. He quickly covered his crotch, blocking everyone's view, and gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen. At this moment, he would rather die. Jiang Chen didn't stop and continued walking in Old Man Yang's direction. This time, however, none of them dared to stop in front of him. Old Man Yang's head buzzed as he suddenly remembered a sentence. There is no gully before the eyes of the tiger. At this moment, a few moments of panic couldn't help but show in his pale eyes. Jiang Chen, stop. To this, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear. Are you really going to rebel? Isn't that what you want to see? Jiang Chen sneered. Within his pupils, Old Man Yang's terrified eyes were reflected. It was as if he was afraid. As if he was really afraid. If you stop now, there's still room for everything to be salvaged. At the sound, Jiang Chen finally stopped in his tracks. Oh, he looked at Old Man Yang with interest. So you would be afraid of death too? Yang Old Man face squeezed out a few points of pleasing smile. Of course I am afraid of death. All people will be afraid of death. But, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! with the sound of a sharp wind. A black line appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes in the blink of an eye, and old man Yang also at this moment finally showed a triumphant smile. But the person who died will not be anything. Halfway through his sentence, his expression instantly changed as if he had seen a ghost, only to see Jiang Chen casually waving his sword. The short arrow that was about to be stuck in Jiang Chen's face broke in two and landed at his feet. Old man Yang looked terrified, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. At the same time, a smile slowly surfaced on Jiang Chen's face. His mouth opened and closed without making a sound. Instead, old man Yang read those two words, "Bye." Jiang Chen slowly raised his sword above his head. "Jiang Chen, do you know the consequences of killing me?" Old man Yang was in a rage. Chapter 133, Say you never said you couldn't win a fight. Brush. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless as he swung his sword with a backhand. Old man Yang's eyes widened. This slash was as fast as thunder. By the time he saw the slight downward movement of Jiang Chen's wrist, the blade's light had cut through the air at a perfectly smooth angle, splitting the hairpin on top of his head with another momentum. Old man Yang's head full of white hair exploded horizontally on the spot. For a moment, time seemed to slow down in old man Yang's perspective. The gray hair on the top of his head looked like dead grass that had fluffed up in a crop field and roiled the sky, and in the reflection of the blade's light, he saw himself face ashen. My life is over. In his mind, he only had time to flash this one thought. Jiang Chen, stop. In the nick of time, outside the yamen, a voice pierced through the crowd and called out sharply, forcing Jiang Chen's blade. It was set at a place more than an inch above old man Yang's head. Still, who? Old man Yang, who had come back from the dead, gasped with difficulty, his aging heart beating violently in his chest at the moment. Looking at the knife hanging over his head, the sharp light of the blade seemed to be substantial, and across a half-inch distance, it made his scalp tingle and numb. A few strands of gray broken hair were slowly floating down from his forehead. TSK. Jiang Chen laughed lightly and put away his sword. Old man Yang, however, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, fell on his butt and couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. Pop! The stunner slammed on the table. Jiang Chen eliminated the violence and killed the outlaw fat tiger to rid the people of harm. Mark a great merit, honored as a righteous man of Jiangzhou. Reluctantly, the above was read. Old man Yang wiped his sweat and swept his gaze over everyone still standing in the congregation under the hall again. Breathlessly, he said, report something. If there's nothing to report, leave the room. At that, not a single person in the hall answered him. In that case, retire from the hall. Wei Wu, what the is so majestic about that? Old man Yang heard the breathless voices of the gang of remnants under the hall, and said that the majesty of the entire public hall could be said to have all been killed by Jiang Chen alone. From the very beginning of the matter, the entire rhythm of the public trial had been in Jiang Chen's hands the entire time. Old man Yang relied on a handful of unreasonable words and managed to force Jiang Chen to the point where he couldn't speak. As a result, Jiang Chen launched into a rage, and even almost tore the entire yamen by hand by himself. Of course that's not even the point. The point is, with that knife interception just now, the reasoning surprisingly ran to Jiang Chen as well. Old man Yang swept his gaze over the dozens of extra figures under the hall. Among them, there is the dean of the Qingjiang Academy, and it's led by a group of academy husband, as well as a group of doctors led by the hall master of the Hall of Wonderful Hands, outside the door, but also gathered a large number of do not know where to surge out of the poor people. Just now, at the last minute, Jiang Chen stopped trying to kill him. It is because of the sudden appearance of this group of people. Immediately afterward, this crowed a large group of people. Collective voice for Jiang Chen, exonerated. Originally, old man Yang wanted to resist. After all, the nature of things had long changed from the moment Jiang Chen made his move. If he had been more daring, he could have used this to convict Jiang Chen of causing a public disturbance. However, the group of people that appeared in front of them were all not savory. What do you look for in an area to make it prosperous? Culture and education, economic level, religious beliefs, political construction. Each of the above dimensions, however, finds its counterpart in the characters below. That would be scary. It was no exaggeration to say that what the group of people standing under the hall represented when they gathered was the heavenly authority of the entire Jiangzhou. The empress is still unable to follow the law in the public court, and is subject to the constraints of the people of the great families. How could he, a minor official of the Delizi, dare to risk the great impropriety of an entire state and force another charge on Jiang Chen? Give him 10,000 guts. He wouldn't dare to offend people in such a haphazard way. On top of that, old man Yang realized with horror, Jiang Chen actually won the hearts of the people. Looking at the large group of roughly clothed, short-shirted commoners outside the door, their expressions were in awe of Jiang Chen. You can tell at first glance that it's not the kind of person who pays to make up the numbers. Old man Yang sighed and pressed his head against Jiang Chen. Are you satisfied with this result? Jiang Chen sneered. I thought you, my lord, would be bent on resisting to the end? Old man Yang lost his smile and didn't say anything. Resistance? What's the point of resisting? You can't talk about it. You can't fight it. Now even reason is not on their side. Old man Yang was disheartened. And surprisingly, he could somewhat relate to Zhao Qingjuan's previous feelings. This damn Jiang family is really 10,000 times trickier than other families. But speaking of Zhao Qingjun, at the moment, she was standing in the corner, holding her injured arm, coldly witnessing the fall of this matter. Her eyes were as complicated as ever. In this way, their operation, too, ended in failure. For some reason, her heart was a bit thankful and at the same time a bit uneasy. Thankfully she didn't have to get into the same kind of dilemma that the party had been in. Unsettling. Nowadays, without realizing it, Jiang Chen had already gained so much influence in Jiangzhou. Available. Throughout the dynasties, kings have managed their dynasties, and none of them wanted the forces of a place to be too united. Otherwise, once there is a rebel in the midst, with a call to arms, the foundations of the court's rule will be shaken in an instant. The Jiang family, on the other hand, is clearly such a dangerous element. The more Zhao Qingjun thought about it, the more he felt that it was muddy and unfathomable. If Jiang Chen inherits the Jiang family in the future and has the intention to rebel, as long as he raises his arm, the entire land of Jiangzhou may fall in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Chen, in Zhao Qingjuan's eyes, had a danger level that even exceeded the entire Jiang family. Integration of the forces of all parties. So many years the Jiang family have not been able to complete the matter, but now he has completed without saying a word. Zhao Qingjun wanted to immediately write a letter back to the capital to remind His Majesty the Jiang family can be left alone, but this Jiang Qinfang must be killed as soon as possible. Yet just as she hesitated to do so, at some point, there was a figure in front of him. Zhao Qingjun was instinctively on guard, trying to feel the knife on his side. Instead, she found the sheath empty, and instead the man in front of her handed her a knife. Here, your sword. Give it back, Jiang Chen said. Zhao Qingjun looked deeply at Jiang Chen and didn't say anything, was about to reach out and take the knife. However, just as she raised her hand, her face instantly turned ugly. Hiss. Zhao Qingjun ate the pain, and the wound on his arm, which had just been casually bandaged, was now sending out pain from the tugging of his muscles. The white bandage, in moments, seeped out in clusters of blood spots. Zhao Qingjun braced himself and reached out to catch the knife, trying to make a not-so-concerned expression as he said indifferently, "I'm not your opponent, and I'm afraid that if you were to kill me just now, I'd already be dead." Hey, Jiang Chen sighed. What's the point of showing off at this point? Directly, he just reached out and forcefully grabbed Zhao Qingjun's arm. Zhao Qingjun wanted to resist. However, Jiang Chen's strength was so great that it didn't allow her to resist at all. Don't move around. Be careful of the injury expanding. Jiang Chen grabbed Zhao Qingjun's arm and said in a good-natured manner, "Have you forgotten that I'm both a swordsman but also a healer? And the last time you were injured, I was the one who healed you as well?" Zhao Qingjun's face surfaced a little struggle. Jiang Chen, could it be that you forgot that we are enemies? Enemy? Jiang Chen didn't lift his head. His movements were crisp and clean, and he swept a glance over Zhao Qingjun as he faded his sleeve to his shoulder, revealing the deep slash marks on his arm. He spoke. "I never thought of you as enemies." Zhao Qingjun froze. What did Jiang Chen mean by that? Listening to Jiang Chen's tone, it was definitely not a contemptuous expression of "you are not worthy of being my enemies." Rather, it's as if to express, are we actually on the same side? The Jiang family wants to cooperate with the court? Submit? Is that what he meant? Chapter 134 Jiang's father who arrived late. But before she could think about it in detail, Jiang Chen had already reset her arm joints with a click. At the same time, his fingers flew to hit a few acupoints on her arm, stopping the bleeding from her wound. Jiang Chen then used the white cloth and carefully rewound her wound. During this entire process, Jiang Chen's movements were described as thoughtful. The strange feeling that had appeared in his mind countless times surfaced once again in Zhao Qingjun's mind. This person in front of me, is he really the heir of that Jiang family? That's fine. Feel free to put some gold sore medicine on yourself later. Jiang Chen paused in the middle of his words, and then looked at Zhao Qingjun's tender white zone beyond the wound. Although Zhao Qingjun was a martial artist, his skin was not at all as coarse as a martial artist should be. Instead it was smooth and watery. I guess I take good care of it on weekdays. For a woman, who doesn't want her body to look good? What are you looking at? Zhao Qingjun was a little uncomfortable by Jiang Chen's gaze. Quickly retract your hand and pull down your sleeve. Jiang Chen shook his head. After that, you come to me. I'll make a pair of medicines for you, and I'll make sure that it won't leave any scars. Ha! Zhao Qingjun was once again stunned. Is the other side this? Taking care of those little thoughts of hers as a woman? She hastily raised her head to try to see Jiang Chen's expression when he said this. Jiang Chen, however, had already turned around and left. leaving behind a back that has no lingering memories. Zhao Qingjun looked down at the bandage on his arm, fumed for a moment, and ran his hand over the bandage again. Then she skimmed. Now come to pretend what good person. This is not by you heard it, but the tone, for some reason, was a little indescribably cheerful. Jiang Chen walked towards Cui Yunxiu, and as soon as the other party saw him, he nervously rushed up and pulled him to look left and right, asking questions. Jiang Chen, are you alright? They didn't cause you to get hurt, did they? Not far away. Zhao Qingjun, old man young, the officials. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, in a relaxed mood. Not since. Who can hurt me? With that, he looked around and saw a number of familiar figures. The dean of the academy and the medical man, and even the old man against the saint had come. Jiang Chen comfortably placed his hand on Cui Yunxiu's shoulder. It seems that the task I entrusted to you was accomplished quite well. Cui Yunxiu's face was slightly red. Her head couldn't help but lower a few points, and her voice was thin and mosquito fly. It's good to be able to help you. As she was saying, she had a movement and immediately raised her head again. By the way, Jiang Chen, this is not my doing alone either. There is another person who also came. Who? Jiang Chen froze. It's Willow. Cui Yunxiu turned his head and was about to look for Lu Qing, but he realized that the silhouette that was originally right beside him had disappeared at some point. It's Lu Qing, right? Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought. Well, Cui Yunxiu nodded her head vigorously and said, Miss Lu has been a great help. If it wasn't for her, I alone wouldn't have been able to find so many people in a short period of time, and if it wasn't for her, earlier I would also. With that, Cui Yunxiu then told Jiang Chen about the sudden appearance of Lu Qing to help her not long ago as well. Jiang Chen's face instantly pulled down after hearing this. So that's how it is. It seems that I still underestimated the complexity of the human heart. I thought that they could be more or less helpful, but I didn't think that they would cause you to be in danger instead. Cui Yunsu looked up in confusion. Is that the point? The point is that Ryu Qing hello. They've done their part. Shouldn't you show them something? If they suddenly don't see you now, it looks like they still care about the previous promise and are deliberately avoiding you, waiting for you to find out. Cui Yunxiu realized that this Jiang Gongzi, who claimed to have grown up amidst the flowers, actually didn't understand women's mind at all. Jiang Chen, Lu Qing Shi. Cui Yunxiu finally couldn't help but remind. Jiang Chen, however, interrupted as soon as he did, his eyes flashing with wisdom. There's no need to remind me. I understand why she left. You understand? A few moments of anticipation passed through Cui Yunxiu's eyes. Worthy of being Duke Jiang, his heart is as fine as a hair. It seems that he was overly concerned. In the next second, Jiang Chen was heard nodding his head and calmly analyzing. My Jiang and Lu families are now at war with each other, and as a member of the Lu family, she naturally won't come into contact with me in public. I naturally understand this point. At those words, Cui Yunxiu wanted to speak, her face reddening. Jiang Chen was surprised to see this. What's wrong? Did I judge incorrectly? Cui Yunxiu's expression was held back even harder. Jiang Chen tilted his head and thought again before he slapped his thigh. I see. It's that one. You're trying to remind me of the news of the woman who saved your lives at the Lu Yun building before. Right. Don't worry. I've been investigating the building today and I've already found a clue. After saying that, without waiting for Cui Yunxiu to speak, Jiang Chen turned around again and came back in front of Zhao Qingjun. By the way, ask you something. Zhao Qingjun was startled. He thought that Jiang Chen had heard the muttering he had just done. A scarlet red instantly appeared on her face. However, he heard Jiang Chen say seriously, you sent someone to my Lu Yun building that day. Someone should have disguised themselves at that time. At those words, the pink color faded from Zhao Qingjun's face and her heart thumped. How do you know? Jiang Chen touched his chin and calmly analyzed. That day, Lu Qing and Cui Yunxiu were saved by a mysterious woman. They said that person was a girl in the building. After I investigated, but none of them admitted to this matter. On the contrary, there was a girl who said she was knocked unconscious that day, and her clothes were also changed. So I guess that someone should have changed their appearance that day, changed their face. Hiss. Jiang Chen suddenly had a flash of light in his head, and that person should be a woman. Inside the people you sent that day, there were women I remember. Please stop talking about it. Mr. Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to strip out his biggest secret, Zhao Qingjun hurriedly interrupted. If this is true, I will definitely conduct a strict investigation and will definitely give you an explanation. Rather, there is no need to give me any explanation. Jiang Chen thought about it. You go to tell Lu Qing on the line. You should know her, right? Is the daughter of Lu Jifu? That day it was her who was saved. If you find that person, just tell Lu Qing. It's not something I really care about. Okay. Zhao Qingjun impatiently responded, then urged, you should go quickly, in case you're late and something changes. It's not good. Jiang Chen looked at her one more time, not understanding why the other party was suddenly in such a hurry. But on second thought, everyone has secrets, and there's no point in probing to the end yourself, so he nodded and turned around, and was about to say thank you to the few people who had come to help today. He just took 2 steps. Suddenly a flood of voices was heard, coming from outside the courthouse. Imperial court dogs and thieves, quickly release my son Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Chapter 135. Going to the court is just like coming out of the house. Jiang Hero, since the moment he heard that Jiang Chen had been captured by the court, the whole vibe just changed. There was no sign. No, a more accurate description would be that it was like he had, in his mind, rehearsed this situation countless times. Jiang Hero, since he knew the court's intentions, behind the scenes, it's been silently deployed, so as to cope with any court blow that might come at any time. And yet it still didn't occur to me. It's so sudden. Even Hero Jiang couldn't help but sigh. But even so suddenly, he still adjusted quickly. Like a veteran who has discharged his armor for many years, he quickly gripped the hoe in his hand the moment he saw the battle. His eyes became bloodthirsty and his actions became thunderous. Everything is because the only son of his Jiang Hero became a prisoner of the court. Master, you must bring our son back. We have only this one son. If the people at the Yamen want any conditions, you must not hesitate. In front of the door of the Jiang mansion, Jiang's mother commissioned with tears in her eyes and cried, "Bah! Woman's words!" Jiang Hero couldn't stand this singing scene and brushed it away. If they dare to touch a single finger of my son, I'll wash this Jiangzhou in blood. After saying that, he went out with indignation. Jiang mother looked at her back and froze, then tilted her face up to look at the sky. Jiangzhou, it's going to be a mess. The sky was cloudy, as if in response to her whisper. Jiang Hero went out, and the street in front of him was already filled with a sea of people who could not be seen at a glance. If Jiang Chen were to appear here at this moment, he would be shocked at the situation. This was something that even he, only in the movies of his previous life, could see. The scene of gangsters assembling, though they weren't suits and pants and handheld axes, but the group assembled was more imposing than in the movie. Among them, there are cooks carrying 2 kitchen knives, there are pickers carrying flat burdens on their shoulders, and there are even beggars with broken bowls in their hands. Stinking beggar, what are you looking at? Get lost. The beggar was kicked, the broken bowl fell to the ground, and then instantly like a lost dog drilled into the alley and ran wildly. Well, this is real beggars. Hero Jiang looked at this scene and couldn't help but be touched by it. It's back. It's all back. It's good to come back. Ah. He looked austere and released his voice. All the halls, hear the order. The Green Dragon Hall Master is here to listen. The Vermilion Bird Hall Master is here to listen. White Tiger Hall, Gen 2, Wild Dog Hall, *** Tang, take orders. Hear the order. Hear the order. All the hall masters, like well-trained officers, echoed one after another. Hero Jiang laughed out loud. Good brothers. They are all good brothers of Lousy. Do you know the reason why I am gathering you today? The crowd shouted in unison. The prince is in danger. Very well. It seems that you have all heard that my son, who is no good, has been captured by the officials. Jiang Hero bellowed. Although my son is unworthy, but after all, he is the son of an old son. So, we are bound to die to save the prince. Feeling the sternness that gradually rose between the question and answer, Jiang Hero's heart gradually surged. Not bad. He smiled fiercely. Today, even if we tear down his courthouse, we must also save my son. After saying that, Hero Jiang straddled a large horse. He led the way with dozens of hall masters behind him following in death, and it was followed by a vast stream of people. Above the street, some people were on the second floor with open windows looking out, shocked at the scene of the black clouds pressing down on the city. Again, he was forced back inside by the stern look that followed him, the sound of windows closing and doors slamming. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the Jiang family's large force went, there was a dead silence. Soon, the outline of the government office was close to Jiang Hero's eyes. Phew! He pulled his horse to a halt, and everyone behind him stopped instantly. Jiang Hero looked at the courthouse that was surrounded by many commoners, obviously close at hand. His mind grew more and more worried. The worst-case scenario was that the court would execute Jiang Chen on the spot without even giving him time to arrive. Isn't that what they're all about? Even the long-experienced man could not anticipate what kind of crazy actions he would do after learning of Jiang Chen's death. Master, give the order. The voice of the White Tiger Hall Master came from behind him. Hero Jiang nodded his head, knowing that it was not the time to be indecisive, only to see him take a deep breath, his chest bulging like a leather ball. Then a sound like a lion's roar instantly exploded. The court dogs and thieves, quickly release my son. In an instant, everyone was intimidated by this roar from Hero Jiang. The people outside the courthouse looked over and were taken aback. Hero Jiang, it's that Hero Jiang. He's leading the army to save his son. In an instant, the people who had blocked the entrance to the Yamen were like being driven aside by a broom. revealing the black hole of the Yaman's door. Jiang Hero's heart sank, and no one answered him, so he let out another roar. Today, but wherever my son suffers half a loss, my Jiang family will rise up in rebellion on the spot and make this world. Hero Jiang was halfway through his sentence. Suddenly, he froze, only to hear a sudden cursing voice from the door. Rebellion? Who wants to rebel in good time? Are you tired of living? Yo! Hero Jiang's eyes widened. Jiang Chen was seen walking out of the courthouse with a 250,000 footsteps and an unusually arrogant expression, as if from home. See him. Yo! Father, what brings you here? Looking at this scene, the hall masters behind him still wanted to warn Hero Jiang to be careful of traps. Jiang Hero, however, was already directly leaping off his horse and walked quickly to Jiang Chen. Hold his shoulders. The tone was incredulous. My son, I can't believe you're still alive. Aang. Jiang Chen was bewildered. How about I die one? Did they not do anything to you after you entered the court? Jiang Hero looked at his son in shock. How could he not have imagined that he was actually intact at this moment? One can even go in and out of the courthouse freely. Jiang Chen stated with a shrug in order not to cause conflict between his old man and the court. Didn't do anything. Everyone here is a loser. I can't curse and I can't fight. I super like it here. Hero of the river. He was silent. He's been worried about this for so long, and this is what he gets. How the hell did this little brat do it? Jiang Hero realized that he was becoming more and more unable to see through the son of his, yet there was just such a gap. Who rebels? Who wants to rebel? How dare you? Only to see that behind Jiang Chen, the first person to run out was actually Old Man Yang. He had also heard Hero Jiang's square call. Surprisingly, I haven't given up at this moment. Instead, his eyes lit up. It's your Jiang family that wants to rebel. I can hear it clearly and plainly. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, I've let the old man catch it. Hero Jiang's heart thumped. Chapter 136 is clearly a rice building. What rebellion? Old Man Yang was overjoyed. Originally, this mission action of capturing Jiang Chen to force the Jiang family to rebel could basically have been capped, leaving the word failure behind. I can't imagine the darkness of the world. God had actually arranged such a big surprise for him. I'm sure the Jiang family father and son, at this moment, were also confused by this oolong, completely unable to find the north. Jiang Chen Fong had gone through a lot of trouble to get the charge off his head, yet the hero of Jiang, who had traveled a long way to get here, wore the hat appropriately. It's almost as if it's a godsend. Old Man Yang's previous depression was swept away. He immediately seized the opportunity and stared at Jiang Hero, smiling sorrowfully. Jiang family head, you've come at a good time. The word rebellion, you just said it. Although Jiang Hero didn't recognize this man, but looking at his expression, how could he not know that his words just now had revealed an obvious break? His face instantly hardened. If the situation that had originally been handled by Jiang Chen in a still good manner, because of this mouth of his own, the situation would be recaused to develop in a bad direction, to the point that an even more unstoppable situation would occur later on. Then he, Hero Jiang, would be the sinner of the Jiang family. Hero Jiang sweated profusely and quickly thought about a way to crack it. Old Man Yang laughed even more wildly. Don't struggle, there's no way out. Words spoken are like water poured out. Jiang family master, the only way for you now is to kill Old Man. But these words, everyone present has heard them. The people's long and slow mouths. Can't you plug them? You can no longer change the situation. Ha 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 ha. Lord Yang, you've heard wrong. Jiang Chen suddenly turned back and looked like he was looking at this old thing. My dad just said it was making rice. What? Old Man Yang laughed. Jiang Hero, who was thinking hard, heard Jiang Chen's words as if he had been enlightened, and immediately understood. He gave Jiang Chen a glance full of approval, then looked back at Old Man Yang. Yes, what I'm saying is that I'm building rice. What's wrong? The rice isn't allowed to be built. You. Lord Yang pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and then at Hero Jiang, looking again at the Jiang clan's army not far away, which was clearly raging with an air of war. He was so exasperated that his lips trembled. You guys fart. You just clearly said rebellion. When he finished, he looked around, trying to get solidarity from the others. Who heard that? Who heard that? However, the next scene that happened was so angry that he almost spit out blood, only to see Qingjiang Academy Dean Liu Yong well and calmly walked out from the yamen. A literati style, very serious. Lord Yang, I hear is also making rice now? The doctor came out from the door with a few snickers on his face. Yes, Lord Yang, this is our Zhengzhou dialect. Making rice means eating. You are from the capital. It's normal that you don't understand. It's a rebellion. There were so many people that Old Man Yang didn't know who to point his finger at for a moment, and was so angry that he shouted, you all want to rebel. In the distance, in the Jiang family's large troop, the people spoke in unison. Yes, we all want to build a meal. This gave Old Man Yang so much anger that he almost fainted. As it turned out, coincidentally, near the government office. There were really several restaurants. Jang Hiro glanced over there, in a rather good mood, and waved his big hand to have everyone. Today, the Jang family has a happy occasion, so please invite everyone present to create a meal together. After saying that, he took the lead towards the restaurant, looking a lot more relaxed than when he came. Through this incident, he realized that his son had really grown to the point where he could stand on his own. Could this be a greater joy for a father? Behind him, the followers were like a crowd. A group of people opened the dial and swept towards the diner to kill. Old man Yang was left alone in his place, shouting in anger, "Come back! All of you come back to the old man, you deaf bastards!" As he was cursing, Zhao Qingjun silently passed by him with his arm covered. "Wait, what are you doing?" Zhao Qingjun turned back to look at him. "Making a meal na. The entire consumption of the Zhang family to pay the bill. What a good opportunity. I brought the plate from the capital has long been spent." Old man Yang, Zhao Qingjun, is also a major official of the Delizi, and I am ashamed to be in your company. What good wine and meat there is. Serve it all up. Thanks to the Zhang family's blessing, everyone at the venue today got a chance to eat for free. Even the group of ordinary people outside the courthouse earlier who looked so poor that they had no value for friendship. Seeing this, he also had the courage to enter the restaurant with a stiff upper lip. Realizing that Hero Jiang didn't say anything about them, he became bold. But a restaurant can't hold that many people. The owner of the pavilion had no choice but to go and find a few more pairs of families, which was the only way to get thousands of people on board. The table was a great place to push and drink. Jiang Chen was at the table with Jiang Hiro, but he felt very uncomfortable, because this cheap old man actually looked like he was familiar with the medical man, pulling the other side, asking questions and sidetracking, poking around about him. The medic was also helpless and looked at Jiang Chen as if for help. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. His father was sitting next to him with a smile on his face. What could he say? Just sighed. It's quite a helpless feeling that New Year's relatives are difficult to cope with. The medic would smile when he saw him like this. Then he turned his head and poured out the things about Jiang Chen in the past 2 days as if he were pouring beans. One of the things that was emphasized was naturally about Jiang Chen's charity clinic for ordinary people in the slums. The doctor's side had just finished speaking, and Jiang Chen over there just brushed his face and stood up. An honest admission of fault. "Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare next time." Give the medical man a giggle. "No, what kind of homeschooling is this?" The dean of the academy on the other side had long since seen it all and was lying on the table with a big mouthful of food. Jiang Chen had also thought that what was going to be ushered in would be his father's broken voice. However, Hero Jiang placed his hand on his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "You're right. You've done well on this point." Jiang Chen was confused. Has his dad finally switched from human to human? He was about to inquire. Jiang Hiro, however, didn't continue to talk about it, but turned his head and greeted everyone at the table with food. Jiang Chen thought about it and tried. "Father, then the matter of my reading. Exempt." Jiang Chen, I say pops, what a grudge you have against the readers. Jiang Chen could sort of see it. I'm afraid Hero Jiang really has a bit of a problem with the word reading. Logically speaking, the dean of the academy, Lawrence Liu, also helped today, and he should also solemnly thank the other party. Yet from the beginning to the end, Hero Jiang didn't even look at the other party. See it as heir. Jiang Chen was all a bit embarrassed, and could only clip food into Lawrence Liu's bowl from the sidelines. "Dean, eat more." Lawrence Liu suddenly put down his chopsticks. Jiang Chen was surprised. Just this much to eat? Lawrence Liu, out of food. Jiang Chen, he hastily looked aside to the diner boy. "Go, fetch another bucket of rice." Back to Gongzi. "No, no more rice." "Bold, try another one." Jiang Chen slapped the table, thinking that the other party was amusing himself. Who knew that the boy was full of tears? "Back to your excellency. You brought so many people here today that you've already eaten up all of our family's rice for the next month." Oh. So, Jiang Chen scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and looked at Lawrence Liu. "Then Dean, you eat more food?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lawrence Liu was about to nod his head as well. Jiang Hiro, however, snapped, "If you're told to go and fight for food, then go and fight for food. Which so many crooked reasons. Do you pavilion masters still want to mix in Jiangzhou?" Jiang Chen pulled his old man. "Father, don't make it difficult for them. Even a skillful woman can't cook without rice." Jiang father grunted. "I just don't believe that if they run a restaurant, they can't have a rice bank." Jiang Chen does not know why the old man is so sure. However, the result is also really as he said that. The boy went down after not long, really brought a pot of new rice. Jiang Chen was surprised. "Father, how do you know they still hoarded rice and didn't take it out?" "No trader, no businessman. How can I not understand the things of this gang of traitors?" Jiang Hiro put down his chopsticks and said indifferently, "In the past few years, there has been a drought in the north for years, and there is no food harvest. so it is estimated that it won't be long until there is a large group of stragglers coming from the north, and at that time, it is exactly the time for this group of treacherous merchants to jack up the price of goods. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen couldn't help but denounce it bitterly. Fat refugees. These beasts are simply not human. Jiang Hero clipped Jiang Chen on the head with a slap. Bah! Cursing your father. Jiang Chen was bewildered. I didn't scold you, Father Jiang, because our family is the biggest grain tuning family in Jiangzhou. Jiang Chen. Chapter 137 Abandoning the Doctor. Good. After all, the beast is myself. Jiang Chen immediately fell into silence, not uttering a word. It can be said with no intention of being heard. The topic of conversation just poked at something inside someone in the arena. It was only after staring at his bowl of rice for a long time that the healer suddenly spoke. Family Master Jiang, I have a matter that I would like to ask for your help. Oh, Jiang Hero immediately stood up in astonishment. Uncle Jiang, you're out of line with me. You've done me such a big favor today. I should show something. What kind of favor or not? You can just open your mouth. It's like this. The medic spoke after a long pause. Just now, since we are talking about this cantonment, the old man has a request. But there's no harm in saying so. Jiang Hero waved his hand with great vigor. Could it be that you don't have any food left at home? Don't worry. If famine breaks out again, my Jiang family will definitely help out and keep your family safe and sound. Jiang family master, you allow me to finish. First, the medical man sighed, seemingly caught up in the annoyance of not knowing how to speak again. Hero Jiang then stopped his mouth and looked at him, only to see the medical man brow surfaced a few points of worry. Spoke, soon, if the famine spreads here, I do not know that the Jiang family master can be willing to open the barn to release grain. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field fell into stagnation. The others stopped talking. What is the Jiang family? The biggest villainous family in Jiangzhou. You're asking him to open the barn and relieve the people in a time of crisis? Any way you look at it, it doesn't sound like something an old man who has seen the world could say. Inside, the medic knew this, but there are some things, even if he knows it, he can hardly have a clear conscience without fighting for them. Every year, the famine was the most difficult time for the children of Great Zhou. The plague is rampant and starvation is rampant. This is also the most tormenting thing for the healer whose heart is concerned about the world's life and the most tormenting thing for him every year. Uncle Zhang Finally, Hero Jiang spoke up. It's not that I'm unwilling to grant you this request. It's just that it's just too difficult to fulfill. Jiang Hero tapped his fingers on the table. You don't understand the business world, so you may not know that there are several problems here. But you can say no harm. The healer sighed, knowing from the other man's words that there was basically no hope for this anymore. The first thing, I Jiang family hoard grain although more, but the same, people are also more. Tens of thousands of mouths waiting to eat it, which even if their own people enough to eat, the rest, also are not all the people. That's natural, and it's not as if the old man didn't mean for you to give it away to the people for free. That's not realistic either. The medical man murmured, if it's possible, you just need to keep the current price of grain. Jiang family master, and when the time comes, can't keep it up. Hero Jiang shook his head. Why? This brings me to the second issue I have to say. Jiang Hero said, if famine breaks out, it is a general trend that food prices will rise. If my Jiang family does not raise the price of food, the food will be bought at a low price by other merchants and then continue to be sold at a high price. The medic blushed a bit. I can lobby. It's useless. Jiang Hero sighed. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. Even if the government wants to intervene from it, it has to be backfired. In addition, there is also a trust problem here. Do you think that group of crooked merchants will completely trust that everyone else is willing to keep the price of food the same? Medic silent. And the third point, even if all the grain merchants in the whole of Jiangzhou were to unite and form an ironclad, there is no guarantee that, at that time, there would not be foreign merchants taking advantage of the situation. Jiang Hero 3 points listed finished. The medical man's face has been as gloomy as gray. Although I had already prepared for it, but when I heard the hero of the river list out the reasons one by one, he still felt a pang of disappointment. Is this question? Is it so insoluble? Yeah, being in this day and age, the question is just so hard to solve. If there was really a solution, the court would not be so anxious every year because of this great drought problem. I can only say that God does not give people a way out, even if the emperor is in vain. The atmosphere, once again, fell into silence. Yet it was at this time, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. What if there could be a constant supply of food? Jiang Hero glanced at him, not expecting his son to be able to ask such questions. He was praising him for his growth earlier. Backpedaling again so soon? He didn't have the heart to say, if there really is a constant supply of food, do you believe that your father would dare me to make the empress promise to warm your bed? Jiang Chen. The others on the side were startled when they heard this and hurriedly said, Jiang family master is drunk. Please be careful with your words nah. Alright, Jiang Hero waved his hand impatiently, a little disappointed with Jiang Chen's performance at the moment. How can a person ask such a level-less question? However, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes because he knew that there was a way to change things. Last night's upgrade of the system's mall had allowed for an additional redeemable item to be added to it. There were only 2 words at the top of that exchange: potato. Explanation: high-quality potatoes that never degrade in quality. The average potato, after a few rounds of seeding, deteriorates in quality and is a mixed bag of good and bad. And the system provides such potatoes that never degrade in quality. Yield levels of 10,000 pounds per acre can be achieved. What a concept! It is important to know that the most productive crop in the Great Zhou today only yields 100 pounds or so, and for a year, you can only cook it once. Potatoes, however, are cooked at least twice a year. The gap between them is no different from a heavenly gift to Great Zhou. That's why he, last night, was only greatly disoriented after seeing that merchandise exchange. This damn system, does it really want the whole world to erect a longevity monument for me? However, at this moment, Jiang Chen did not say it here, because he knew that even if he said it, people would think he was babbling. In the end, this meal-making event was created on a whim by the hero of the river. It ended in a fit of despondency. The group of guests dispersed and the banquet was over. Abandon medicine and become a farmer. Snap. What the hell are you going to do? You kid. Day 2. The medical man has just come to visit the Zhang family. Jiang Chen was seen being whipped by Hero Zhang hanging from a tree, whipping and cursing at the same time. The medic was alarmed. He had seen that Jiang Chen's charity clinic stand hadn't opened today for some unknown reason, which was why he had run to the Zhang family to see how things were going. Yet upon entering, I saw such a grumpy bit of scenery. Hurriedly running forward, he pulled Jiang Hero by the hand. General family head, calm down no matter how angry you are, you can't hit a child. Hero Jiang gasped violently, looking furious. Luckily, the arrival of the healer still calmed him down a bit on the spot. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Don't mind me first. The medical man was like a kind elder, patting Jiang Hero's back and signaling for him to calm down. Tell me, Jiang Chen is such a good kid, why did you beat him? Jiang Hero sniffed and immediately told the medic what Jiang Chen had told him not long ago. What? Abandon medicine and become a farmer. No one is going to stop me. I'm going to whip this asshole thing to death. Uncle Zhang, calm down. You can't hit a child even if you're angry. Jiang Chen. Hero Jiang comforted the healer for a while longer before the old man was able to calm down. The medic slammed his whip to the ground in exasperation. Looking up at Jiang Chen, his tone was very puzzled. Come on, you tell me how you made that decision. Jiang Chen was tied into a caterpillar by a rope and hung from the tree in a swing. His tone, however, was serious. Last night when I went home, I thought long and hard and realized something. Studying medicine won't save the world. For a moment, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the healer's ears. Chapter 138, The Sorrow of the Farmer's Sage. Learning to be a doctor. Can't save the world? The medic swayed. Somehow, the years of confusion in his heart seemed to have been solved by Jiang Chen's words. He saved countless people in the world during his medical practice. However, the number of people who die every day in this world because of illness has not decreased much at all. There's always someone who is sick and dying, and there's always someone who is sick and crazy. He had suspected that he wasn't trying hard enough, but now, it was as if there was a feeling of lifting the clouds and seeing the sky. Turns out, studying medicine won't save the world. So all those years he studied medicine are useless? Jiang Chen couldn't help but say in his heart when he saw the healer's reaction. Worthy of my brother's son, said the words as bull. Hard to control this old deng half a day. Jiang Chen was gloating about his resourcefulness. The medic, however, suddenly shuddered. No, this is never a reason for a healer to abandon medicine. Because you can't save the world. Do you not save the people in front of you? He glared at Jiang Chen. You kid is pure bull ********. Almost got me wrapped up in it. Studying medicine won't save the world. Spoken as if you can save the world by going into farming. The medical man gritted his teeth and hated his guts. And from agriculture, why don't you go into politics? Jiang Chen, politics is a later episode now. I don't care what you're from. The medicine man cursed. Do you know how to judge the seasons? Do you know how to plow? Jiang Chen, I can learn. What the hell are you learning? The medical man cursed, letting go of your good medical skills to learn farming. If I were your father, I'd whip you to death today. Jiang Chen looked at his old dad. Dad, someone wants to whip your son to death. Hero Jiang gave a thumbs up. Good smoke. Jiang Chen. Jiang Hero sighed. Chen child father is not easy to see you a little bit of good results. Even the medical doctor is also this esteemed you, but you are planning to run to do something else, which makes father very chilling Got to get. Hey, father you. Jiang Chen can stand Jiang Hero's flogging, but can't stand this old fatherly sigh of his. He could only say helplessly, Even if I continue to study medicine, is there anyone else who can teach me? At these words, the healer fell instantly into silence. Jiang Chen's words sounded wild, but he didn't really seem to be wrong. Jiang Chen's medical skills nowadays were the pinnacle of what he had seen with his own eyes. Even the saint of medicine was more than likely inferior to him. Even if he still wants to improve, who will he learn from? He only saw the medic staring at Jiang Chen for a long time. That's just it. What you think is not for the old man to speculate on. Since you have your own ideas, it's up to you. When the medic finished speaking, he turned and left in the direction of the door. Jiang Hero called out to him from behind. Uncle Zhang, leaving just like that? Isn't there something else? Go go go. The medic took one step and 3 shakes of his head and walked away, looking obviously still angry. Jiang Hero gradually turned and twisted his head to glare fiercely at Jiang Chen. There you go. The medic is pissed off at you too. The legs are on him. What can I do? That said, father, you'd better put me down. It's a bit uncomfortable hanging here. Aren't you capable? Hero Jiang sneered. If you can come down on your own, I'll let you go. Really? Jiang Chen's 2 hands on his side exerted force, and the coils of rope on his body were simultaneously taut. Dad, I'm coming down. Hero of the river. He kicked Jiang Chen hard. Q. Get lost. To grow potatoes, you need a field. This was no matter at all to the Jiang family's family fortune. However, when Jiang Chen asked the housekeeper about it, instead, the butler shook his head and pulled out a piece of paper to tell him, Your Excellency doesn't know, but these are the only places we have fields. Just this much? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the small square field in the remote corner of the paper, unable to believe this fact. His family being the biggest plutocrat in Jiangzhou. In other words, their family was supposed to be the biggest landlord of the Jiang family. I can't believe it's just a little field. It's unbelievable. Is his father? Doesn't he know what really stands out? Once he asked the housekeeper, Jiang Chen realized that he had misunderstood Pops. The housekeeper said, Our family is not without fields. 2 years earlier there were still, but, 2 years ago, a man came with a token given by the court itself to acquire most of the fields near Jiangzhou. Master was looking at the court not right, so he secretly controlled the field market, doubled the price of all the fields. I did not expect the other side also took it as it was. This matter anyway, to the end of the matter. And at that time, our family didn't rely on the farmland part of the business anymore, so we didn't care about that aspect of the business anymore. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in deep thought. The court? What does the court need fields for in good reason? How can farmers live in peace without their own land? This I don't know. The steward shook his head, thought and added, but it is said that the man is deeply loved by the farmers. Even if it is not his own land, the farmers are willing to willingly use it for him. Unbelievable. Jiang Chen is still a little confused, but also did not intend to investigate in detail. Now then, I want a field. You go to find some way to get more to. The more the better. Money is not a problem. Yes, Jiangzhou border suburb. A piece of farmland. By now the crops in the fields were almost ripe, and the trees were in full bloom. However, one of them, an old farmer with coarse skin and a straw hat, pulled up his trouser legs covered with muddy spots and sat on a field ridge, looking at the vibrant scene and falling into silence. 2 years of hard work and another failure. What went wrong? He sounded puzzled. He looked very dissatisfied with the crop that was about to mature. This person's name was Gao Nong, and his appearance didn't look any different from that of an ordinary farmer. The whole thing has a face-to-face simplicity to it, but he had a title that made the world turn its head. Agri Saint. The great Zhou Empress herself sealed it. This is a notch higher in gold than the kind of self-proclaimed holiness that comes out of the pair of saints. In terms of his attainments in agriculture, he was no match for the legendary dragon sage of medicine. It was said that the various techniques in agriculture that he had self-researched and developed, when added together, could make the entire Great Zhou's grain production increase by 20%. That's an unbelievably scary number in anyone's mind, enhancing people's livelihood with one's own efforts. And the Empress valued him so much that she ordered a special piece of gold to be crafted for him to move the field order. With this token, he could requisition the farmland within Great Zhou, in all areas, but at this moment, he looked at the crops in front of him that were at least 10% worse than his expected results, and fell into endless self-reproach and helplessness. Since arriving here 2 years ago, he has been trying to think of every way he can to increase the acreage of his crops. In the north, there were years of drought, crops were destroyed by locusts, people were displaced, and starvation was rampant. He wants to radically change that. After seeing all that hellish misery, he held a great determination. If the grain crops in the south could supply all the people in the entire territory of Great Zhou to eat, there would be a way to do it in the future. Even if there was a year of great drought, come to Jiangzhou, only to find that no matter what he did, he couldn't increase the acreage any further. For 2 years, night and day, improving the way to document changes seemed useless. he was frustrated to the core. Feeling ashamed of the Empress's trust, he even had the urge to end his life. Suddenly, a farmer in the distance waved at him. "No, someone wants to see you about something." "What is it?" "I think he said he wanted to approach you to acquire some fields." Chapter 139, Fallow Tillage and Crop Rotation. Who's on the other side? Ganon was surprised. It seems to be the Jiang family. The Jiang family. Gao Nong narrowed his eyes and pondered. He was certainly no stranger to this largest family in Jiangzhou. 2 years ago, he looked at the soil conditions in Jiangzhou and came to Jiangzhou wanting to show his ambition, with the order to move the field in hand. But he was secretly blocked by the Jiang family. It cost twice as much as the original to get this good land in hand. However, after this matter was over, the Jiang family did not continue to give him a hard time. He then didn't take it to heart. Due to staying in the outskirts of the city for a long period of time, he basically never cared much about what happened in the city. He didn't even know that what was happening in the Jiang family nowadays. The impression of the Jiang family was still stuck 2 years ago. He could not help but speculate. This Jiang family, things have come to this point, and what do you plan to engage in? How many fields do they want? The man said the more the merrier. Not even a specific number? Didn't say. Then it's the one who is intent on making trouble. Gao Nong waved his hand. You tell that person that they're not selling now, and even if they do, they won't be able to empty the fields for them to use, and they'll have to wait until after the fall harvest at the earliest. Okay, Lu brother. The peasants left in a hurry, but went back to resume their work, and Gao Nong lowered his head, continuing to stare at the farmland in front of him in despondency. Hey, what's the best way to do this? This sitting went on until sundown. The sun was setting like blood in the distance. The field songbirds are raucous. Mosquitoes and flies infested him, but fortunately he was covered in a skin cocoon that looked like armor, so he didn't find it hard to endure. It's just that there's no one to talk to about the bitterness in his heart. Although he was a contemporary agricultural saint, but he himself knows very well, he is older than the ordinary farmers, more than the understanding of some agricultural laws. He knows how to choose the best seeds, how to prevent pests for the best results, and how to keep the land fertilized. There are many details in farming that he has learned by experience and strives to get the best out of every aspect. That's what works to increase revenue. But these are just the following of the art, not a change of the path. He knows beyond a shadow of a doubt in his heart that he is still far from touching the very core of agriculture. For example, a complete replacement of some type of farming method that works better. This is the kind of stuff he has absolutely no clue about, nor did he have the guts to make drastic changes. This is because the existing farming methods have been retained by our forefathers after numerous improvements. How hard is it to get a 100-foot pole? Alas, he sighed, and was about to go home and take another look at the long-turned-over book of agriculture, in an attempt to try and draw some more ancient wisdom from it. Suddenly, on the bank of a field to one side, a luxuriously shaped carriage ran over the gravel with a sparkling sound. He couldn't help but look at it more. In his heart, he said, which rich man is this out of town again? Unexpectedly the carriage stopped suddenly when it was about to pass him. Immediately after that, a young gentleman lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. That male was magnificently dressed, with an extraordinary demeanor, and the key was that skin, which was also handsome. One stood on the bank of the field, the other between the rows. Between the two of them, from their age to their dress, from their looks to their eyes, it was surprising to see a completely stark contrast. He who is covered with silk is not a silkworm breeder. Gao Nong couldn't help but look at the male one more time. Who knew that the male also happened to look towards him and smiled slightly, gentle, yet with little of the rich family's stance. Gao Nong couldn't help but feel a few good feelings. Taking the initiative to greet him, he said, "This gentleman, why did you stop the carriage here?" Zhang Chen gazed at the field. "No, why? I just came to see how this year's harvest is going." Ganon followed his gaze. Although this year's crop didn't grow to his own satisfaction, but it is significantly better than previous years. To say it was a bumper crop would be an understatement. He had thought that according to the nature of those rich gentlemen who couldn't even distinguish between grains, this gentleman would also be very satisfied with the status quo. However, Gao Nong was surprised to find that Zhang Chen's brows were, in fact, furrowed high. "I wonder why the gentleman is frowning." Zhang Chen shook his head. No answer. Instead, they jumped right off the bank of the field, not caring if their clothes would get dirty from the mud of the field. The move caused Takanon to let out a gasp of surprise. You! Zhang Chen waved his hand at him. No harm done. Ugh! Takanon sighed, looking at Zhang Chen's clothes that were directly soiled by the mud. His eyes looked a little distressed. This gentleman, he's a bit too tigerish. He thought for a moment and inquired, "Could it be that your excellency has any doubts about this crop?" Zhang Chen didn't answer him first, but instead walked to the middle of the field, next to a piece of land that was full of weeds but had no crops planted on it. He pointed to the field and asked, "Old man, why are there no crops planted here?" Seeing this, Gao Nong sighed in his heart. He thought Jiang Chen had seen something. That's what it turned out to be. Isn't this still a silly male with no experience in farming? He explained bitterly. Your Excellency do not know. This grain planting, not have soil and seeds on the line. Of course I know that. Jiang Chen interrupted. I asked why no crops were planted here. As Jiang Chen pointed to the range, there were many more in this field. In the well field, crops are planted in rows, yet between every 2 rows, there is an empty row of land on which no crop is planted. Farmers are not stupid. How could they intentionally leave such a big hole calling for criticism? Even for those who do not understand, they should understand that there must be a reason to do so. Gao Nong stared at Jiang Chen for a moment, a big question mark floating on his head. This young man, he doesn't seem to be faking it. After a long time, he sighed. You don't know. This matter of farming, in addition to considering the crop seeds and the land, you also need to consider the fertility of the land. A piece of land, if it is planted with crops in successive years, will greatly affect the fertility of its land, and when it comes to the 3rd year, the land loses its fertilizer, and the good land will become wasteland. So every year the land is planted, it has to be left fallow for a year. Zhangzhou, this is still good. If it comes to the kind of dry land in the north, planted for a year, at least have to fallow for 2 to 3 years. After Gao Nong explained, he looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know if I'm explaining this in such a way that the prince might understand. Oh. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he casually replied. This flat reaction looked in Jianan's eyes. It made his original favorable impression of Jiang Chen instantly clear. He couldn't help but feel a few moments of exasperation. You young man, I've kindly given you so much to talk about, but you have such a perfunctory attitude. No, Jiang Chen said blandly. Old man, I don't mean to perfume you. I just have some sighs. I can't imagine that you here, along with the actually still planting so inefficient fallow method. Fallow farming methods, inefficient? Gao Nong froze for a moment, then glared. For thousands of years, what has been used on this land is the method of fallow. Listening to you, do you have a better way? Of course I have. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Gao Nong. I have a method called crop rotation that can increase crop yields by more than 50%. Chapter 140, The Shock of the Great Zhou Agricultural Sage. No way. Nong Shang was shocked at his words. 50%. He was personally honored by the Empress Dowager as the Great Zhou Agricultural Sage simply for increasing crop yields by 20%. He has the right to control the world's good land, which has benefited countless people. And this young man in front of him, he even opened his mouth to say 50%, fully 2.5 times as much as he was. This data is just as good as filling in the blanks. However, in the face of this shocked reaction from him, Jiang Chen but lightly said, 50%, just a conservative estimate. If it is supplemented by some other means, such as improved farming tools, open land tools, this yield should also add another 50%. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gao Nong opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it was impossible. The other party's statement simply turned his perception upside down. Moreover, looking at Jiang Chen's fine skin and flesh, one could tell at a glance that he had no farming experience. However, for some reason, Gao Nong's heart had a hidden expectation. That was the question that had puzzled him for a long time, but had never been solved, whether there was a better way to farm. In case, what if he really does hold that approach? This thought, which surfaced from Ganon's mind, was out of control. Suppose this young man, really, isn't lying. Then the food problem that had plagued Great Zhou for so long could certainly be solved. Gao Nong's breathing became rapid at the thought. He looked at Jiang Chen. Young man, you don't fool me. There's no need for that. Your round of crafting, there's no hurry. Old man, you come with me. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the middle of a farmland. In front of Ganon, he uprooted a carrot and a cabbage. Gao Nong keenly noticed that Jiang Chen's method of plucking vegetables was quite skillful, and even carrots with deeply rooted roots were pulled out intact by him. Without waiting for him to make a surprised sound, Jiang Chen placed the 2 vegetables in his right and left hands and spread them out in front of him. Look, old man, what's the difference between these 2 vegetables? Difference? Ganon muttered suspiciously. After looking at the cabbage in Jiang Chen's left hand, he looked at the carrot in his right hand. He hesitated. Different categories? Nonetheless, Jiang Chen shook his head and lost his smile. You please look at their roots. Jiang Chen reminded him of this, and Gao Nong finally reacted. Carrots have deep roots, cabbages have shallow roots. He had been farming for so many years that naturally it was not the first time he had noticed the matter. But he didn't understand how this matter was connected to the wheelwork method that Jiang Chen would be talking about. You haven't gotten it yet? Jiang Chen laughed. Then I won't wait for you. The words just fell. Slow down. In an instant, a sudden light flashed in Gao Nong's head. Crop rotation. Crop rotation. Crop rotation. Let me see. Gao Nong suddenly let out a cry of alarm. and as soon as he did, he snatched the 2 still unripe crops from Jiang Chen's hands into his hands. He took 2 crops of completely different categories, their roots, and placed them in front of his eyes at the same time, watching them carefully and surveying them. His eyes were still a little confused at first, but gradually, within the eyes of this man, who had been personally ordained as the sage of agriculture by the Empress, the light of wisdom began to shine. Finally, this great Zhou agricultural sage, who was over 40 years old and had planted land for half of his life, was like a child, and jumped up and down in place in the field without the slightest regard for his image. There were sounds of excitement and joy coming out of his mouth. I got it. I get it. I can't believe there is such a way. I finally understand that wheelwork method you were talking about. How in the world did your brain grow? I can't believe you can think of such a way. Jiang Chen didn't interrupt when he saw him having an epiphany, but waited for him to finish, and only then did he look at him with a smile. Talk. Aha! Gao Nong nodded heavily, his lips trembling, and his face was one of suppressed excitement. I understand what you're trying to wake me up about. The long roots of this radish, which draw their nutrients from the deep soil, do not impair the fertility of the surface soil, and this cabbage has shallow roots and can only draw nutrients from the topsoil, and the 2 can be planted alternately in successive years. Naturally, it doesn't need to be fallowed. He froze under his breath, because he saw Jiang Chen in front of him, who was actually applauding him at the moment. Snap, and was full of relief. For a moment, this great Zhou agricultural sage was in a trance. It was as if in Jiang Chen's body, he saw the shadow of his mentor who had long passed away many years ago. Tears filled this old man's eyes. After so many years, his achievements in agriculture together had long stood at the apex of this era. When he was lost, there was no one to give him guidance. He is responsible for the people's livelihood, and when the pressure is so great that he can hardly breathe, there is no other person who can share the burden for him. But at this moment, the young man in front of him, whose appearance was no more than 20 years old, was giving this kind of instruction. With his mud-stained sleeve, gone and wiped his eyes. Subsequently, beneath the inky vault of heaven, between the fields, the sound of songbirds. No one will ever know. In nooks and crannies like this, that contemporary agricultural sage who almost represented a few points of the great Zhou's national fortune, would bow long to a young man to the ground. The voice had a few more sobs in it. Thanks for the pointer, sir. The young man who had received his great gift, on the other hand, had his hands full for a few moments. Ugh, what's this for? Get up, get up. If it weren't for you, I would never in my life have imagined that there were such subtle methods in the world. That's what I said. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said modestly, you wouldn't be able to imagine it in 2 lifetimes. Ganon. Seeing as he had gotten the new law, he decided to force down the urge to slap Jiang Chen. However, right at this moment, Jiang Chen spoke once again. Do you think that's all I'm going to tell you today? Could there be more? Gao Non's expression burst with surprise. At this moment, he was already convinced of Jiang Chen, and no longer had the skepticism he had at the beginning. Even if Jiang Chen was happy, he was willing to give up the title of agricultural saint on his head to the other party on the spot. And of course, the crop rotation method would be called the alternate carrot and cabbage planting method if it only managed the carrot and cabbage roots. You're right. Takanon slapped himself on the head to show his stupidity. Then he hastily put on an expression of a student who was vainly seeking advice. Mr. may have a patch. Of course there is. Just listen to me for a moment. With that, Jiang Chen revealed all the methods he knew, and told him everything. You should know that this fallow is like mending clothes, and crop rotation is like weaving brocade. With Jiang Chen's unflinching introduction, Gorman's expression increasingly marveled. Chapter 141, The Real Purpose. Fallow plowing in the ground, such as the sick hunger. The northern dry land, although fallow for 3 years, is still barren, while the Jiangnan paddy fields, even planted for 3 seasons, can still be a good harvest. This is the crop rotation. I spoke to you earlier about crop rotation based on the length of the crop's roots and whiskers. So next, I'll tell you more about this way of rotating crops, depending on how tall or short the crop is between them. In addition to this, there is the water and drought rotation method that varies according to the crop's water and drought growing conditions. There is also the 3-year crop rotation method derived from different types of crops. Jiang Chen casually picked up a dead branch, squatted down, and sketched on the land. Demonstrates several crop rotations in front of the high farmers. Gao Nong is, after all, the sage of agriculture. With the previous realization, this moment was a pass. When others heard what Jiang Chen had said, they still needed to go and spend time verifying it. And he's been farming for years and has a lot of experience. Jiang Chen only needed to demonstrate a little, and he could immediately understand what Jiang Chen meant. But even so, he was still marveling at these whimsical ideas that Jiang Chen had come up with. This was because he knew that what Jiang Chen had said was not pie in the sky, but was truly a wonderful method that could be realized. Finally, After Jiang Chen had demonstrated all the crop rotation techniques, Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen, took a long breath, and bowed once again. Getting a word from you sir today is better than my past decades. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing. Ganon straightened up and sighed. It's just, ugh. In his tone, there was actually a slight grudge. What's wrong? Jiang Chen was surprised. Why was this person happy just now? But now he was despondent again. Only Gao Nong had a complicated look on his face. I'm sorry, this sigh of relief is not for you. But, alas, Gao Nong sighed again, a bitter smile squeezing out the corners of his mouth. I was lamenting if only you had shown up earlier. These are truths that, if I had to figure them out on my own, I probably wouldn't be able to come up with them in my lifetime. If you had appeared earlier, the people of this world might also have suffered less. Alas, he turned, his eyes sweeping over all the crops whose harvest was imminent. The day of harvest is near at hand, and your methods, no matter how good they are, will only be implemented next year. This year, the people will go hungry as usual, and I sigh because of it. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he took a step forward and stood side by side with the other party. To a rice paddy, he gazed languidly. Actually, I don't quite understand. You people, you are obviously suffering yourselves, yet why can you be so at ease with such things as for the sake of the world, for the sake of the people hanging on your lips? Gao Nong twisted his head and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. You can come up with such a subtle solution, so it's obvious that you are also a person who cares about the people. Why do you have this question? Jiang Chen looked down and laughed lightly, then looked up again. I'm not, don't slander me, I'm doing this for myself. Slander? Ganon frowned in disbelief. Probably at this moment, only Jiang Chen himself knew it clearly. What he's done since crossing over doesn't really have much to do with the people, he's doing it for himself. If that system hadn't set a limit for him, he didn't have the time to play save the life games. I've been shopping at all the kills, okay? But the system was pushing him down that path. Jiang Chen knew there was something called the labeling effect. It is when others put certain labels on him that over time he changes in the direction that label represents. These changes are subtle, being forced to do it from the beginning, to later taking the initiative on their own. He was feeling somewhat similarly right now. At one time one did read so that one could survive, but looking back over the period of time, it seems that this sole purpose has long since become less pure as well. Now it seems like you can actually draw some joyful emotions from it that you didn't have in your previous life. It is like a real saint. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that even if the labeling effect was powerful, there was no way for him to become a saint. The saint has no desires, no wants, no complaints, no regrets, and he has flesh and blood and resentment. These bones can't be changed. Like yesterday, for example, when she heard Choi Yun-soo say that the group of patients almost made a move on her, Jiang Chen decided to give up medicine today, not caring about the death of those patients. Another example was when Zhao Qingjun stopped in front of him 5 times and 3 times, and he was able to swing his sword at the other party without hesitation. Another example is that Lu Qing has been looking for trouble with him several times, and he has decided not to take care of the other party. When he killed that old man Yang, if the medical man and others had not arrived in time, he would most likely have already been killed regardless. But for the middle-aged man in front of him, and the medical man like that, Jiang Chen was still genuinely in awe. Couldn't become such a person myself, yet it doesn't stop him from admiring them. What happened to your? Jiang Chen looked back and saw that Gao Nong was carefully sizing himself up. His eyes were a little strained, as if he was pondering whether he had meant something else in the words he had just uttered. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen gave a spontaneous smile. Nothing, I was lost in thought. Where were we? Ganon froze, replied, I think you are being a bit modest when you say that this wheelwork method you propose is not for the sake of the people of the world, but for your own sake. Previous sentence? You said you didn't quite understand. One more line. I said that the day of harvest is near at hand. Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen's eye color and hesitated. I'm afraid that even if your method is good, I'm afraid that we'll have to wait until next year to implement it. That's right, that's the one. Jiang Chen stroked his palm and laughed. What's wrong with that line? Ganon was confused. Can't wait for next year. It has to be this year. Jiang Chen was resolute. Bring up the harvest this year. Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen with a stunned expression. Strange. Obviously, he could understand the rotation method that Jiang Chen had said earlier, but what Jiang Chen was saying now, he couldn't understand at all. What do you mean? You have to bring up the harvest this year? Could it be that although he has read books on many aspects of agriculture, he simply doesn't understand the specifics of the process and mistakenly believes that crops mature in a short period of time? Gao Nong could only think of this possibility no matter how much he thought about it. But again, this is very contradictory. Earlier when Jiang Chen dug cabbages and radishes, his technique could be very skillful. Gao Nong was completely confused. One could only look at Jiang Chen blankly. However, I heard Jiang Chen slowly say, actually, Telling you about the wheel crafting method is not the main purpose of my visit today. This is not even the main purpose? Gao Nong was shocked in his heart, then tentatively asked, and what is your purpose? Jiang Chen didn't answer positively, but only said, in fact, what I said earlier about the wheel crafting technique was actually all just to pave the way for this next thing I'm going to tell you. Padding? You should, by now, believe that I understand agriculture. That's natural, Gao Nong hastened to say. If even you say you don't know any more about farming, then there's no one in the world who knows anything about agriculture. This is the highest level of appreciation a farming saint can utter. Jiang Chen nodded, then pulled out a lump of earth from his pocket and looked at Gao Nong fixedly. Now then, if I tell you that I have a crop in my hands that can mature in a short period of time and produce more than 10,000 caddies per acre, do you believe me or not? Chapter 142 Potato. That's right. The purpose of Jiang Chen's visit from the beginning was not to promote any crop rotation method with Gao Nong. All that was said before, all just to accomplish one thing, to convince the other side that he knows agriculture. After all, the value of potatoes is so astounding. Rashly said, the other guy is more than likely going to take him for a psycho. Now that there's padding, the other side should be at least a little more receptive, right? However, Jiang Chen had still underestimated the impact that his own words had just brought to Gao Nong, the indigenous farmer, only to see Gao Nong's breathing become rapid at a rate visible to the naked eye after hearing what he said. The enlarged nose, as a result, expands and contracts repeatedly. He looked at Jiang Chen without speaking. There was a look in his eyes that said, did he hear you wrong? The look in his eyes was one of, did he hear you wrong? However, Jiang Chen didn't respond to his gaze, nor did he continue to speak. Silence in all directions. Gulp. Ganon swallowed hard. His lips quivered a little. Finally, he opened his mouth to ask Jiang Chen, did you say it wrong? 10,000 pounds per acre. You know what that is. I know. Jiang Chen interrupted, holding up a finger, his tone firm and serious. I'm talking about neither 1,000 pounds, nor 10,000 taels, but 10,000 pounds. Mu yield. Silence. The air was silent again. Ganon's head was spinning and he felt a little like he was dreaming. If it were not a dream, how could any fool utter these words before his eyes? He would rather believe that Jiang Chen was a god who descended from the heavens than believe that this was something a person could say. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, just playing with the potato in his hand. He waited for the other man to accept this startling information on his own. Ryoko, Takanon gradually calmed down. He looked at Jiang Chen. Can you show me this dirt lump on your hand? Feel free. Jiang Chen casually tossed the potatoes to Gao Nong. Gao Nong was too busy to take it with both hands, fearing that the potatoes would fall on the ground. The careful movements caused Jiang Chen to laugh. Don't worry, it won't break. This thing isn't that valuable. Ganon didn't answer, just cupped the received thing that looked like a lump of dirt in the palm of his hand and looked at it closer. Of course, he couldn't see anything. After all, he'd never seen it before. Really haven't seen it. It's definitely surprising as hell to him now. After all, as the sage of agriculture, there was nothing he didn't know about the grains that could be eaten in this world. For him, even if we throw him in the middle of nowhere, he is also confident that he can survive tenaciously, relying on his ability to discriminate between foods. But, this earthy lump of a thing, it was actually something he had never seen before. It's amazing. He looked at the lump of dirt in his hand for a moment before looking up at Jiang Chen again. Is this dirt lump really edible? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. For that matter, he was prepared. The one in your hand is already steamed. You can peel the skin off and taste it. At the sound of his voice, Gao Nong hastily rubbed his hands on his pants legs before carefully peeling the skin off the dirt bumps, showing the inside. It was surprisingly yellowish white. He couldn't wait to take a bite. With a somewhat fresh expression, he chewed twice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Well, Jiang Chen squinted at him. The texture is soft. The flavor is sweet. Hiss, obviously never tried before, but also so good in the mouth. Takanon marveled. It's the first time taste buds have touched something like this. But he was in a kind of trance. It was a connection that stemmed from the farmer's connection to the earth. It was as if this tiny lump of earth in his hand had breathed some kind of marvelous life force into his body. Gao Nong dared to conclude so at this moment this thing, absolutely, was born to be used as an agricultural product. But why? Ever but never seen? He looked at Jiang Chen. This object, does it have a name? Potatoes. Potato. Gao Nong looked down at the dirt lump and muttered a repetition. Born in the yellow soil, shaped like a bean, and then it keeps repeating. Potato. Potato. Good name. Ganon rejoiced. From the moment he got the name, he loved the lumpy thing with all his heart. This object is really as magical as you say. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. 10,000 pounds per moo. It's a dog to lie to you. Gao Nong raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen fixedly for a moment before suddenly saying, "Fine, then I'll believe you." "And you believe that?" It was Jiang Chen's turn to wonder. The other guy just had a look of disbelief all over his face. "After one taste, you actually believe it?" Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen for the first time and revealed an unexpected expression. Couldn't help but smile as well. "Are you wondering why I believe you so quickly?" Jiang Chen scratched his head. "It's a little." "Well," said Ganon, lowering his head, his eyes gleaming at the bitten potato. It was as if he was looking at a veiled, half-exposed beauty, making Jiang Chen a little hairy. "To say it, you may not believe it. From the first moment I saw this earth bean, my heart inexplicably had a touch. This is definitely a treasure nurtured in the yellow earth." "Ha?" Jiang Chen's expression became even more odd. "Again," I heard Gao Nong explain in a rambling manner. "I started to follow my master to the land when I was 5 years old, and when I was 20, I followed him around in the clouds, and by the time I was 30, I had already recognized everything under the sun that could be used as food. Existing crops, in the beginning, are all wild growth. His ancestor generations of farmers, aho to domesticate into the people's daily consumption of food. Yet this thing, which had never been seen before, appeared as soon as it was in a most perfect state, without any domestication. This is so incredible that you don't even know how incredible my heart is now. I even suspect this thing extraordinary." After finishing, Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen fixedly. "And you are no mortal, eh?" Jiang Chen was truly surprised that this old farmer was quite capable of brainstorming, but in a sense, the other guy wasn't really wrong. After all, it was bought from the system mall, so naturally, it couldn't be considered a mortal object, and he didn't break it down. It's not too much of a problem if you want to interpret it that way. Gao Nong sniffed solemnly and seemed to be more certain of the conjecture in his heart. Jiang Chen struck while the iron was hot. "In that case, there's no time to lose, so let's start planting in large quantities now." At those words, Gao Nong but once again fell silent. "What's wrong again?" Jiang Chen inquired. Gao Nong twisted his head to look at the farmland and smiled bitterly. "Even if we want to plant now, there is no place left, because where there are fields, they are all full of crops that are going to mature. Now even if we go to reclaim new fields, there is no way to directly plant it." "That's good." Jiang Chen squinted at the endless farmland. "He speaks without saying a word. Then shovel all the crops that are in the way now." Ganon. Chapter 143. After a night's talk, the Nong Sheng is convinced. "All shoveled?" When Gao Nong heard this, he was simply more surprised than when he heard Jiang Chen say the wheel crafting method earlier. He stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, wondering how, in the other party's head, he could have such a crazy thought. The crops that have been worked so hard all year are now nearing maturity. At this juncture, Jiang Chen was letting him shovel it all. Wouldn't that make all the farmers work for nothing all year? That's right, shovel it all and replant. Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand and slashed it in the air, a fast and furious swinging gesture. He glanced at Takanon's intolerant expression, knowing that this whole thing is a little hard for the other side to swallow, so he added, "Of course, it may not be all of them. If there are crops that can ripen within a month, they can stay, but for the rest, there is no need for them to continue to exist." Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Another glance down at the potatoes in his hand. He winced. "I actually felt a few moments of horror. Let me ask you a question. These potatoes, exactly how long does it take for them to ripen?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "With all the various means of ripening in place, it will only take about 50 days. The growth of potatoes in previous generations, catalyzed by a range of modern means, has allowed the growth cycle to be shortened to 80 days. And now that Jiang Chen had raised his agricultural knowledge level to full, all of his agricultural knowledge from now to the future all converged in a single mind. It was that agriculture in his previous life had developed for another 1,000 years, and the knowledge acquired would not have exceeded those he knew. He, the pinnacle, with all kinds of catalytic means at hand. 50 days, was still just a conservative estimate on his part. 50 days, Ganon let out an incredulous gasp. 50 days and 10,000 pounds per acre. It wasn't the short growing cycle of potatoes that shocked him, because he can then readily cite several crops with far shorter growth cycles than that number. Bean sprouts, for example, mature in as little as 7 days, but potatoes are distinctly different from bean sprouts, which are a perfectly fine food to use as a staple. Ganon looked again at the potatoes in his hands. This is not a small potato. This is to make the whole world, all the people, no longer need to starve the supreme god off. But it's going to be a matter of eradicating the entire crop that is now nearing maturity and replanting this potato. Give me a moment to think about this. It's still too crazy. Sensibly, this method of Jiang Chen's was rough and crazy though, but Ganon couldn't really pick a single fault. This does solve the problem of not having enough good land when growing potatoes, but for him, he's got a lot more than that to carry. It's like a gamble. It's taking all the food that will soon be available and trading it for an opportunity to get more food. The bet was won. Naturally, it has greatly reduced the number of people who died of famine among the people of Great Zhou this year, and the bet was lost. Then it means that he will have destroyed all the grain that the farmers of Jiangzhou have worked hard for a year in exchange for this year. He'll be a sinner for the ages. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Chen. Rather, the consequences of losing this bet were too much for him. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he didn't want to see such an outcome. Gao Nong repeatedly scrutinized and went through all the details in his mind from the time he met with Jiang Chen. In the end, the image was fixed on the scene where Jiang Chen jumped down from the bank of the field without caring about the muddy field. Until now, the muddy spots on Jiang Chen's pants legs were clearly visible. Gao Nong fixed his mind and finally swallowed hard, looking at the young man across from him whose expression was so bland that he seemed indifferent to everything. He opened his mouth. Can I trust you? You don't have to trust me, and I don't deserve your trust. Jiang Chen could see that Gao Nong was having a heavenly battle inside. The person who makes the decision is you. Trust yourself. Good. For some reason, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, which were not the least bit irresponsible, Gao Nong inwardly felt relieved instead. He looked at Jiang Chen and took a deep breath. Then, he raised a finger. One night, during this one night, I will take out all the agricultural knowledge I have learned in my life and put you to the test, and as long as you can convince me, then when the sun comes out tomorrow, I will follow your wishes. Great. A few moments of praise passed through Jiang Chen's eyes. That's good. It's an open and fast hombre. He instantly turned back and shouted to the carter not far away. Tell my father that I won't be home for dinner tonight. Yes, my lord. The carriage sparkled away. Jiang Chen turned around to look at Gao Nong with a smile. Make an inviting gesture, please. Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen fixedly, and heavily emphasized his head. Yes. Early the next morning, Gao Nong, his face full of fatigue, came out of a simple wooden house at the edge of the field. Passing farmers carrying hoes greeted him. Morning, Nong. Morning, what's up? Going to loosen the soil for the field crops. The farmer wiped his sweat with the cloth around his neck and smiled a silly smile, subtly highlighting a cry of diligence to the high farmer. Yet Ganon said, there's no need to go loosen the soil today. Ha! The farmer looked at him in surprise. Gao Nong said, call some more people, go and notify them, and rush to call all the agricultural supervisors in Jiangzhou before it gets dark tonight. I have something important to announce, so I have to go and ask my mother-in-law to loosen the soil for me first? The farmer asked naively. No loose ends, let's finish this first. Okay. Farmer just a little hesitation. Then a mouth promise down. Nong brother, you are agricultural Saint Mile. To us, your words are the holy decree. You said the important thing is designated, then the sky is also a big thing. I'll go. Gao Nu eyed the farmer's back as he walked away, a slight bit of fatigue in his eyes, but not a hint of confusion. Last night, Jiang Chen stayed behind and sat opposite him in the middle of the wooden house, borrowing 2 cups of crude tea. He began his test of Jiang Chen. The two talked about the origins of agriculture, all the way to present-day agriculture. As the sage of agriculture, Gao Nong was the mastermind of all agricultural wisdom throughout the ages. Once in the capital to face the saint, was made fun of dress vulgar, mute people. Later on, he was given a hard time by the group of ministers. Among them, there was the Disher Nong of Great Zhou, who specialized in agriculture. However, his face was calm and he mentioned the knowledge related to agriculture, and in just a few words, he argued the group of ministers into a convincing and submissive position. He had thought that although he couldn't beat Jiang Chen, he wasn't too far behind. At the very least, it should be able to try out the depth of Jiang Chen's level of agricultural knowledge. However, this is far from the truth. The first half of the night, the two men sat opposite each other. He exhausted his life's learning and combined all of his knowledge from ancient times to the present to ask Jiang Chen questions. Jiang Chen's face didn't change as he answered. Midnight. He stood up, lowering his posture. He explored and exchanged ideas with Jiang Chen's peers. However, he realized that Jiang Chen not only had a good grasp of all the agricultural knowledge, but also everything. Sometimes there was knowledge that even he didn't know. It has benefited him a lot. The second half of the night, instead, it had directly turned into a teaching session by Jiang Chen alone to him. He was on his knees listening. He would always remember the shock. It's amazing how much knowledge can be packed into the head of a human youngster. He is like a walking library of all things agricultural. It's not just the knowledge of the last few thousand years. He even suspected that in the thousands of years to come, no one would be able to possess such a rich base of agricultural knowledge as Jiang Chen. Where the hell did this knowledge come from? Gao Nong had originally thought of Jiang Chen as an immortal, and that was still just an exaggeration. But now, he was genuinely aroused to that suspicion. Is this man really not a god? The kind that lives for thousands of years? How is it possible to have such a vast amount of agricultural wisdom at such a young age if you are not a god? By now, he he was already convinced of Jiang Chen, if it were not for the fact that one's status as an agricultural saint was on the court's books. He even hated to hand over that field shifting order to Jiang Chen on the spot, originally also quite proud of the title of agricultural saint, but he did not even dare to mention in front of Jiang Chen, for fear of provoking the other side of the joke. Does anyone know why Lord Agricultural Sage has suddenly summoned us today? I don't know. I don't think it's about the harvest piece. This year's harvest, it can be even better than last year's. Who is that young man, and why is he sitting so unobstructed in the tree? I'm not sure. Looking at the clothes, it should be the son of a rich merchant's family in the city. Is he here to buy grain? In front of Ganon's cabin, the originally open flatland was now filled with agricultural supervisors from all townships and counties in Jiangzhou. Gao Nong holds the order to move the fields in his hand, and can mobilize the world's good fields and the world's farmers. All of them rushed in at the first sign of notification. Finally it was all here in time for darkness. At this moment, in everyone's minds, they were all guessing the purpose of Gao Nong summoning them over. In the past, it was all about sending a letter to inform them, and it was the first time this year that they were suddenly summoned like today. Everyone's heart was a little bit flustered for some reason. Emergency call orders, issued only in times of emergency. Is Lord Farmer Saint in some kind of trouble? All sorts of bad guesses surfaced in people's minds. It was at this time that Gao Nong finally spoke. Thanks to the love of all the big brothers and sisters, who have traveled a long way to come here, today I, Gao Nong, summoned all of you to come here, is to have something important to announce. What's the big deal? Is it important? Brother Nong, we all serve you, so if you have anything to say, just say it. Gao Nong nodded. I understand the intentions of all of you, but I still need to say hello in advance, because what I'm going to announce today will be a disruptive challenge for anyone. At that, a number of the agricultural supervisors below stood a little more upright. Only a few people, because they were usually on good terms with Gao Nong, still maintained their cheeky appearance. Brother Nong, if there's anything you can announce, as long as you can let us have a meal at the end of the year, we'll listen to you in every way. Good. Gao Nong nodded his head. Then I would like to ask all of you to notify all the farmers to clean up their farmlands when you return today. All supervisory farmers. Chapter 144, Failure to Convince the People. As soon as Gao Nong's words fell, there was a commotion below. Many people simply didn't understand what Ganon meant. Someone was puzzled and asked, My lord, are you mistaken? The rest of the empty fields are all in the fallow period this year. Ganon shook his head. I don't want fields that are lying fallow. The farm supervisors were even more puzzled. But, the rest of the fields, the crops on the fields are not ripe yet. Hi farmer, you don't have to wait for ripening, just clean up all the crops that won't ripen in a month. All farm supervisors, this time, Ganon made it completely clear. In an instant, the bottom exploded. What does your honor mean by that? Why can't I understand nah? Is he telling the farmers to clean up all the crops that they have worked hard for half a year and are hardly going to mature? That's what it sounds like to me. Has His Excellency gone mad? How could you make such a heartless decision? What are we going to eat this year if we clean up all the farmers' crops? For the first time in my life, I've heard of such a ridiculous decision. While the discussion was going on down low, Ganon stayed silent and closed his eyes from above. He knew exactly how incomprehensible this thing he was announcing seemed to them. It wasn't even that long ago that he himself was flabbergasted at the idea. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's learning, it was indeed convincing. If another person had told him that, he would have picked up his hoe and fought him, calling each other a stinker. Hence the dramatic reaction of these agricultural supervisors underneath at this time, totally within his acceptable range. He would not even be surprised if some more heated remarks emerged among them. Ryoko, the low murmur subsided. Only then did Ganon open his eyes. Only an old farmer, wearing a straw hat and looking a little older than him, broke away from the ranks of the crowd, walked up to him, bent over a little and straightened up right away. He looked at Ganon, confusion written all over his face. Your Excellency has always been as stable as a mountain. How could you give such a dim order? Could it be that this period of time is worried about the people into a disease? So this is, Brother Wang, I'm wide awake now. Gao Nong looked at the old farmer in front of him, who was familiar with him, and shook his head slightly. Another looked to the others. I know that you are all very confused right now as to what I am asking you to do. Next, I'm going to introduce you to something, Takanon said, pulling the half-bitten potato out of his sleeve. Hold it above your head so everyone can see it. This object is called a potato. I think that all of you should have never seen it before, but you can see it clearly. The bite marks on it are from my bites. This item can be grown as a new crop. Words, potatoes? You can grow beans in the dirt? And such a big one? Someone wondered. New crops? Someone caught the key word. My lord, may I ask how the potatoes taste? Someone else was feeling fresh. That's a good question. Gao Nong's eyes encouraged the agricultural supervisor who had asked about the flavor. Turning to Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and in a trick-like manner, he pulled out several potatoes from somewhere, one by one. Not everyone has it, and a taste can be passed on to the next person, Ganon added. Soon everyone below had tasted the potatoes. They all look a little surprised. Someone couldn't help but praise it on the spot. Hiss that flavor. It doesn't seem too bad. There's no salt. It's just the flavor of the crop as it is, and surprisingly it tastes so good too. They say they are agricultural supervisors, but most of them are actually born farmers too. Get used to eating grains. At first taste of the potatoes, there was an immediate feeling of discovering a new continent. Someone asked at this point, "My lord, that decision you made just now, did it have something to do with this potato?" Exactly. Gao Non's eyes carried a bit of fervor. This potato is a treasure nurtured by the earth, untamed. It can be used for food. But do you know what are the differences between this and the ordinary crops? Having said that, he didn't wait for the following people to answer. He then made a direct statement. This is a thing that will mature in 50 days and produce 10,000 pounds per acre. With this, thousands of people. Why worry about not having enough to eat? Jing. The air was awfully quiet when Ganon finished. Everyone at the bottom, it was as if they were shocked by the bold words released by Gao Non. They didn't move a muscle. Takanon lowered his head and glanced at everyone's reactions. A few moments of darkness swept over his heart. Unbelievable. Shocking. One must know that not long ago, he had been shocked by these words from Jiang Chen. Now the roles have changed and he's the one doing the illustrating. He realized how good it was to have that moment of shocked stares from everyone after saying something amazing. However, only to see the various agricultural supervisors at the bottom. Their expressions slowly changed from shock, to doubt, and finally to worry. Old Wang expressed great concern about Gao Non's brain. My lord, I know a good doctor. What words? What words? Gao Non was instantly displeased. Don't you all believe what I say? The agricultural supervisors at the bottom looked at each other. Again, there was some desire to speak. After all, everyone knew that Gao Non, who was the saint of agriculture of the Great Zhou, worried about the country and the people night after night. The so-called worry into illness, and finally become crazy, is not impossible. My lord, I think it's really time for you to get yourself some rest. Yes, where in this world is there something that produces 10,000 pounds per acre? If there was, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? And how would it wait until today? Gao Non had thought that his 2 years of hard work would be rewarded with the love and trust of this group of agricultural supervisors under him. It would always be no more difficult for him to make the clarification in person than it was when Jiang Chen convinced him. However, he underestimated the stupidity of this group of ordinary farm supervisors. He is well read and knows that the world is a big place. Therefore, when Jiang Chen explained it to him, he would also doubt it in his heart, then gradually test it out, and finally try to accept it. But for these pragmatic farmers who have worked in the fields all their lives, they only believe what they can accept. 10,000 pounds per acre? 50 days to maturity? That's a joke. Never heard of it. They preferred to believe that it was Gao Non who had become sick with worry and had lost his brain, rather than believing that there really was such a magical thing in the world. At that moment, there was another question, coming from the side. The man's eyes held a few moments of expectation. My lord, you say this potato is so marvelous. Have you ever seen it? Ganon froze, looked to the person who spoke, scratching his head awkwardly. Have not seen. So it is. The expectation in the man's eyes dissipated and he retreated back into the group. Thus, the last person who tried to believe in Ganon turned to the ranks of those who thought Ganon was sick with worry. Ganon's hand lifted and lowered, looking embarrassed for a moment. Ugh, not far away. Jiang Chen saw the scene and sighed deeply. People should not be so honest. What's wrong with lying a little and saying you've seen it before? As it turned out, in the end, it was him who had to step in. Gentlemen, of course he hasn't seen the matter, for I brought this potato. Jiang Chen's sentence drew everyone's attention over. Chapter 145, Convince. Everyone looked around at the sound. Then he saw a well-dressed male jump from a tree. Just now Jiang Chen had also sent them potatoes, but by then everyone's attention was on Takanon. It was just a quick glance at Jiang Chen, and he didn't care too much about it. Now all eyes were on Jiang Chen. They had a momentary flash of light. Ooh, what a beautiful all-over silk. What a handsome man. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there were no deep conflicts between merchants and farmers, coupled with the fact that the empress has paid more and more attention to agriculture in the past few years, so that the status of the farmers have followed a lot of elevation. The farmers in the Jiangnan area of the day is relatively comfortable. Instead, it did not breed any complex psychology of poor peasants hating the rich. It was only now that he looked at Jiang Chen's appearance and attire. The heart could not help but feel a bit ashamed of itself. What a handsome gentleman! Someone couldn't help but praise. That's not true. Jiang Chen waved his hand in modesty. Any reader in front of the screen has a face value that leaves me in the dust. The crowd was astonished. Readers? Nothing. A kind of tall, handsome, gentle and golden creature who also likes to cast golden votes. You can't understand it even if you can't. Oh, the crowd nodded in confusion. You say it is? You don't understand it anyway. Let's revert back to that question just now. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over everyone, his expression finally serious. It was someone who just asked for information related to this potato. Has anyone seen it with their own eyes? Yes? Yes. Among the agricultural supervisors, a man raised his hand. I'm the one who asked this question. Well, hands can be lowered. Jiang Chen reached out and pressed his hand towards him. Then, without moving, he walked right up to all of them. Gao Nong also hurriedly moved out of the way, only to hear Jiang Chen say in a very serious tone, I've seen it. Where are you? Then surely someone will have to ask. Jiang Chen interrupted the person below him to cast a spell, taking the initiative firmly into his own hands. Where have I seen this before? The farm supervisor who was just about to ask a question. Jiang Chen's gaze was distant as he organized the emotions in his heart. Then, he extracted some slices from his memories of his previous life and painted a colorful picture. In a faraway place, where the people are well fed, the people live in peace and the food is delicious. Jiang Chen had lived in his previous world for more than 20 years. It's only been a little over half a month since I came to this world, so the memory of that time is still very clear. A peaceful, happy and fulfilling life has always been the relentless pursuit of farmers for thousands of years. Therefore when Jiang Chen brought that real emotion and told about some of the things he had seen and heard in his previous life, it was the people below who had wanted to speak out several times in the middle to interrupt Jiang Chen who gradually fell silent. Just listen quietly. In fact, there are some things they can't even sense to understand, but for some reason, it's just so willing to listen. And as mesmerized, it was as if an advanced dream builder was weaving a gentle, beautiful dream for all, both real and unreal. Even Gao Nong couldn't help but listen with a bit of infatuation. He was beyond amazed. He has traveled south and north and seen the world, yet it has never been seen like this either. He knew that Jiang Chen was mostly making things up, but this is too real, isn't it? It was as if he had actually been to such a place. Suddenly, Gao Nong recalled the learnings that Jiang Chen had unintentionally pointed out when he discussed with him during his homework. He had a wild guess then. Guessed Jiang Chen was an immortal. Now the thought leaps to mind again. Not only is it not weak, instead, he even became more certain because of Jiang Chen's narration at this moment. If, however, Jiang Chen was an immortal, then those scenes he had depicted would naturally be a fairyland. And he took out this crop called potatoes. Naturally, it's a true immortal object. Reasonable. Thinking of this, Gao Nong's gaze became much more pious when he looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was certainly unaware of these inner activities of Gao Nong. He was just telling others about it, and he actually had a few moments of truth in himself. Kinda miss it. So he stopped his telling voice. The moment he stopped, all of the agricultural supervisors below suddenly had the feeling of waking up from a dream in a different world. This is a completely different feeling from hearing a storyteller tell a story in a tea house on weekdays. The story is no longer about others, but about each of them themselves. It was as if he had returned from a trip to another world under Jiang Chen's leadership. People slowly came back to their senses and looked at each other. I don't even know what to say. It was a long time before someone asked out loud, is all that you just said true? That man is Ganon. Jiang Chen looked at him, cocked his head, and grinned, tears flashing in his eyes. You guess? Ganon just stopped talking. Jiang Chen turned to look at everyone below. Alright, where I come from, I've finished telling you guys. Now, it's time to make a decision. Jiang Chen took out a potato and tossed it in his palm. He began to apply pressure. I don't care if you guys believe it or not. I'll only give the opportunity this once. After this year, next year this thing, you will never see it again. This, the crowd at the bottom. After hearing that world described by Jiang Chen, regardless of whether they believed it or not, their inner yearning for a better world had reached its peak at this moment. If the potatoes brought by Jiang Chen could really create a world where there was never a shortage of food, they were naturally willing to agree. But, this gentleman, although I don't know whether what you said is true or not, I am willing to believe that that place really exists. It's just as cruel to make farmers shovel away by hand the crops they've been growing for most of the year. Good deal. Jiang Chen looked at the man who spoke, saying 1,000 words. Isn't it that no one is willing to take this risk? Then I'll take this risk. Everyone's mind was shocked. You came to assume the meaning of, if this matter is different from what I have said, then all the crops damaged this year will be on my account, and I can sign the papers with you. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally acted like a qualified businessman, and after laying out his chips, he began to show his greatness on the negotiation table. And by the same token, if everything happens as I say it will, 90% of this year's entire keep will go to me. When these words fell, there was an outcry at the bottom. All the losses to be borne by him? He seems to be rich, but that's a whole state's worth of agricultural losses for a year. so what can he afford to take it all on? 90%? That sounds like a lot. But that's a crop that yields 10,000 pounds per acre. And even if the farmers only take 10%, that's more than 10 times more than in previous years. This, so-called negotiations. In the end, it's really nothing more than an encounter between the dimensions of emotion and capital. And Jiang Chen, this time, had gotten it just right in both dimensions, so the deal was set up so smoothly. When the agricultural supervisors of the various places in Jiangzhou returned to their respective places with this bargaining chip that Jiang Chen had spoken of, all the peasants, after some feigned resistance, also agreed. The next afternoon, a vigorous crop eradication operation was launched in the midst of various fields in Jiangzhou, with all the farmers working together. It took almost 3 days to eradicate the crops they had originally labored for most of the year to grow. Then it was time to plow the fields again. Jiang Chen realized that these people were too slow in plowing the fields. At first glance, I realized that the world was still using the backward straight yuan plow. How can this be? It's dragging the progress too much. So Jiang Chen spent a small half day and directly let Chu Yuan plow come out. Straight plows require 2 oxen and 3 people to operate, and can only plow 3 acres per day, while the curved plow requires only 1 ox and 1 person, but can plow 5 acres per day. When Gao Nong saw Jiang Chen pulling the experimental version of the Chu Yuan plow as it darted across the field, people are straight up stupid. It is not possible for 10 cows to live in this man's body. He couldn't even catch up behind him. It wasn't until Jiang Chen took the initiative to stop that he gasped and caught up with him. My lord, what is this that you are pulling? And why is it different from an ordinary plow? Chapter 146, The Birth of the Regulator Plow. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen hadn't been idle these past 2 days, sometimes going down to the ground to participate in various labor activities. It's not like you're just watching from the shore. Even these days, he got acquainted with all these farmers around him. The very beginning, these peasants looked at Jiang Chen's delicate appearance and guessed that this person was mostly a young master coming to experience life, and definitely had no experience in farming. When Jiang Chen first went down to the ground, he even stopped his work specifically to see what kind of jokes Jiang Chen could make. However, they were soon ruthlessly shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. Boy, where is this a novice who has never been off the ground? It's almost too old to be true. Okay, even veterans wasn't enough to describe Jiang Chen's performance. He was simply a humanoid brute, obviously looks tall and thin with a weak look. As a result, when shoveling up the crop, that shovel swings with a scream. The efficiency of a single person is comparable to that of dozens of experienced farmers, because not only were Jiang Chen's movements as skillful as a textbook, but he also had a brute strength that seemed to never tire. Shame on all those farmers who would have been lazy to look at it. They have buried their heads in the sand, fear of being laughed at by others for being inefficient. But, even if Gao Nong had already seen Jiang Chen's ability 2 days ago, however, he was still shocked by Jiang Chen's performance at the moment. He had been farming for half his life, and had never seen any man plow a field in such a flying manner. It would be fine if it was simply fast. The problem is that he plowed the field and it was pretty good. Gao Nong chased Jiang Chen all the way. In the middle of it, he took a moment to look at the floor and was surprised. The land plowed by Jiang Chen was so soft that even he, an agricultural sage who was extremely picky about details, couldn't pick the slightest fault. After he finally caught up with Jiang Chen, he couldn't wait to ask, "My lord, what is this that you are pulling? How come it's different from an ordinary plow?" Gao Nong gazed at the oddly shaped plow that Jiang Chen was pulling behind him. He guessed that the mystery would be in the plow. Jiang Chen slanted him a glance. "How about it? Want to try?" Gao Nong nodded his head repeatedly with a giddy look. Here, Gao Nong took the new plow from Jiang Chen with great novelty, pulled hard and was surprised it didn't budge. He raised his head and looked blankly at Jiang Chen. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to say, "You think you're me?" "Oh who?" Takanon slapped his head, finally reacted. Jiang Chen's strength was as great as a monster's, and it wasn't something he could compare to, so he hastily greeted the farmer in the distance. "Hey, right, just you, go get 2 cows and bring them here, and call 2 more. Jiang Chen slapped his shoulder and corrected, "A cow will do." Ganon was surprised again at the sound of his voice. To use an ordinary plow, you need 2 oxen and 3 men. Not that 1 man and 1 ox can't pull this plow, it's just that 2 oxen are the most efficient, and they don't tire out the plow oxen. This was something that Gao Nong believed Jiang Chen would naturally not fail to understand, so he must have his reasons for daring to say that. Maybe it has something to do with this new plow. Gao Nong, who was vaguely on fire inside, hastily changed his words and shouted again towards the distance. "No need for 2 cows, just 1. Soon, a farmer in the distance led a cow to Gao Nong's proximity. As soon as Gao Nong had taken the oxen, he couldn't wait to change into the new plow that Jiang Chen had brought. The farmer didn't just leave either. Instead, he just stood and watched with his arms around him and said, "Nong, what is this? It looks like a plow and it doesn't." "Weird," Gao Nong smiled. This is the plow. A new plow improved by this gentleman over here. A new plow? The farmer laughed out loud and glanced at Jiang Chen. You can. I can't imagine that not only do you know how to plow a field, but you can also improve your tools. But you picked this is not right. This plow by the invention of the ancient agricultural craftsman, improved from generation to generation, only to become today's most labor-saving model. Say, the improvement of the matter has its own craftsman to worry about. You this. Wait. The farmer's expression suddenly changed in the middle of his words. I just saw the high farmer over there pulling the yellow ox, and behind the ox was pulling the strange-looking plow, and it was surprisingly easy to walk around. There was no lag between actions. 2 oxen pulling a plow don't walk as smoothly as this. Gave the farmer all the giggles. Really? He hurriedly looked at Gao Nong. Brother Nong, how much force did you use? Gao Nong turned around and his tone was also thick with surprise. It only makes 3 points. It only makes 3 points. The farmer's eyes widened. Don't tease me. How is that possible? Don't believe me? Look at me again. Gao Nong's voice was unusually surprised. Look at me. I'll try harder. The farmer sniffed and looked at Takanon without blinking. Sure enough, he saw the rope with which Gao Nong was pulling the oxen suddenly tense up, and after a single vibration, the speed quickly increased. It was actually faster than an ordinary plow pulled by 2 oxen. The farmer was completely dumbfounded and froze in place. Gao Nong reacted in the opposite way, pulling the oxen not far away and yelling, trying to draw the attention of all the farmers in the field at the moment. Quick, come see me. All of you, look at me. The farmers responded by dropping what they were doing and looking over. At this look, everyone couldn't take their eyes off of it anymore. Look, what's that? What's going on? Did Nonger learn to exert the same inexhaustible strength as that gentleman? No. I'm thinking that Nonger should have discovered some way to use the dexterity. Get over there. The fields are empty. A group of farmers quickly converged. Gao Nong also finally forced himself to hold back the novelty of using a curved plow for the first time and stopped moving. Someone couldn't wait to ask, Nonger, how did you just do this? 1 person and 1 ox plowed the field faster than 3 people and 2 oxen. Ha. Gao Nong laughed, indescribably unrestrained, as he pointed at Jiang Chen. This has nothing to do with me. It's this gentleman who improved the original plow. Improve. When the farmer heard this, he immediately looked at Jiang Chen with adoring eyes. This is what you improved. Jiang Chen didn't blush or jump. That's right, it's me. At that, the farmers were surprised again. Gao Nong also walked to Jiang Chen at this time. Sighed, I won before also smacked too much trouble plowing the field. Up to improve the idea of this plow. But no matter how can not find ideas. Alas. He sighed. Can you tell us how you came up with such an improvement? I observe that the yoke of this plow is curved. So I guess that your idea of improvement must have something to do with that. You guessed right. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The so-called tool improvement. Its purpose is not to make its use more time-saving and labor-saving. Gao Nong followed Jiang Chen's words down. So, Jiang Chen turned his words around. Have you ever heard of the principle of leverage? Takanon shook his head in bewilderment. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Then he used the seesaw as an example to popularize Gao Nong. The use of the principle of leverage, in fact, has been hidden in all aspects of life. Only that the people of this age have not yet summarized it into a law that can be used directly. It's not as lofty as the name sounds, and the wisdom of the ancients is not as shallow as one might think. Jiang Chen then mentioned a couple of things, and Gao Nong quickly realized the true meaning of it. I never thought that this heaven and earth would hide such a mystery, and for you to be able to summarize this truth from it is even more extraordinary. Ganon sighed deeply. If this item can be popularized, it will be a boon to the people of the world, and you can be said to have done a great deal of good. However, Jiang Chen had long since become immune to the claims he heard from time to time these days. There was no reaction to the smell. Gao Nong twisted his head to look at the new plow, which was now surrounded by farmers. It occurred to him that this new plow should have a name, so he looked at Jiang Chen. By the way, we have also known each other for so many days, and I have yet to ask for your name. Oh, this As soon as Gao Nong reminded him, Jiang Chen also remembered this. He patted his head, rather embarrassed. It's my negligence. I haven't been able to introduce myself. No harm. Gao Nong laughed and waved his hands. Although I don't know the name but cited as a confidant. This matter mostly happened between the elegant scholar. The history books will instead be cited as a beautiful story. Jiang Chen looked toward Gao Nong and sent his hands forward with a clasped fist. Jiang Chen of the Jiang clan. Meet the great Zhou Nong sage. The words reached Gao Nong's ears. His expression suddenly froze and became a little odd. The Jiang family? Chapter 147. The autumn exam is approaching. The Jiang family? Ganon blushed. Not because of anything else. Simply because the moment he heard those 2 words, in his head, instinctively, a black silhouette flashed. It was vicious family that was full of evil and caused a lot of grievances among the people of Jiangzhou. He remembered again the difficult time he had suffered when he first came to Jiangzhou 2 years ago, though there was no further involvement with that family afterward. The impression, however, was a consistently poor one. Now, but hearing these 2 words again from Jiang Chen's mouth, he could not help but freeze. Takanon blinked back, finding Jiang Chen still maintaining his arching posture. He looked at self. Gao Nong couldn't help but feel a twinge of apology in his heart. Really, in front of this gentleman, the appearance of the jade tree, all righteousness, contact a few days down, all actions and words, all for the sake of the people of the world. How could such a person come from that kind of family? Think it just hit coincidence. This river is not the other river. Read this. Gao Nong's expression couldn't help but be a bit more apologetic. I was just momentarily distracted and actually thought of somewhere else. I'm really sorry. Oh, Jiang Chen looked at him. Where were you thinking? Not afraid of your joke. Gao Nong was also honest and told the thoughts that just flashed through his mind. Just now when I heard that you are from the Jiang family, I couldn't help but think of that infamous family in Jiangzhou. Halfway through his speech, Gao Nong saw Jiang Chen's expression become a bit odd, and hurriedly blurted out, No, you've got it wrong. I definitely don't have the intention of confusing your family with that kind of family, because I know that although you are also surnamed Jiang, you definitely don't have any relationship with that kind of immoral and tyrannical family. Jiang Chen, I just lament that the world knows that there is a brutal Jiang family in Jiangzhou, but I don't know that there is another Jiang family, which has people like you who are mindful of the people and both wise. Gao Nong wanted to continue to brag about it. Jiang Chen, however, couldn't listen anymore. Enough. What's wrong? Takanon wondered. He's just praising it as it is. Jiang Chen looked at him and said with interest, What if I tell you that the Jiang family I'm in is the same brutal and ruthless family you're talking about? Gao Nong's mouth slowly opened wide. How is this possible? You must not be joking. You and that Jiang family. Jiang Chen sighed and spread his hands. But that's just the way it is. Gao Nong's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he was so surprised that he couldn't even speak. After these few days of contact, his impression of Jiang Chen was heavenly. The man was handsome and learned, young in age, but his head was filled with a sea of wisdom, and he was enough to be the master of this agricultural saint of his. Not only did he think of replacing the fallow method with the rotational method, but he also came up with something as divine as the potato. Nowadays it is even more casual, accomplishing a feat that thousands of farmers have failed to accomplish, improving the plow. Takanon blinked, unwilling to believe such a fact, yet the subconscious mind told him, there was no need for Jiang Chen to hide this kind of thing from him. He had originally almost revered Jiang Chen as an immortal. Now picking apart Jiang Chen's life, it is so bad. There was really no way he could combine the two images in his mind. Jiang Chen was still planning to say something. Takanon, however, held out his hand to stop what he was about to say. He covered his head with his other hand, looking as if he had a headache. Wait, don't say anything yet. Let me slow down first. Alright, you can slow down first. Jiang Chen also knew how much of a shock his identity exposure would bring to the other party at this point. It does take a while for the other side to come to terms with the shocking truth as well. However, a few seconds passed. Takanon lowered the hand covering his head. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a calm expression. Okay, I've slowed down. Jiang Chen? It's only been a few seconds. Gao Nong had a calm face. By the way, we just talked about naming this new yamen. Let's talk about that topic. This male, Jiang Chen. Turns out it's just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand and not wanting to face the truth. Gao Nong looked at Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen looked at him. Both fell silent at the same time. Jiang Chen was helpless. Well, about the naming of this new plow, do you have any good suggestions? Just the right bit of thinking. Gao Nong nodded, his eyes looking to the Chu Yuan plow, his gaze becoming eager again. He carefully analyzed, the biggest difference between your new plow and the old one lies in the different shape of the shaft. The old plow is a straight yamen. The shape is flat and straight and short, while the new plow you improved is a curved yamen. The shape is stretched and circuitous, so the most appropriate name I can think of, we will call it, Gao Nong said, looking toward Jiang Chen, a few smiles appearing on his face. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at him in surprise, his gaze vaguely translucent with a bit of anticipation. Only Gao Nong slapped his thigh. Regulator stretched the plow. Jiang Chen, no, you're sick. Jiang Chen cursed. Do you still have to yell out regulator stretch start before every use? Heir. When Gao Nong saw Jiang Chen's violent anger, although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that Jiang Chen was extremely dissatisfied with the name he had given him. He tried to remedy the situation. Don't be so quick to dismiss it later. I've come up with a better name. It's sure to please you. Oh, Jiang Chen squinted. Then I'll give you another chance. Gao Nong stretched out his fingers and tapped the top of his head, as if a light bulb had surfaced. You'll definitely be satisfied with the following name. It's called Jiang Chen Plow. How about it? Jiang Chen. Would it kill you to just call the quarry plow? Shu Yuan Plow. Gao Non's eyes lit up. Good name. It's worthy of you, husband. This front is Jiangzhou City. Outside the Jiangzhou City gate, several dusty figures carrying traveling bags stopped in their tracks. One of them, an ordinary-looking woman with a thin figure, pointed to the word Jiangzhou written in capital letters on the city gate not far away, and rather excitedly introduced it to the several people on the side. After all these years of reading, it's finally time to see the real thing. Yes. The only old man among the crowd also looked at the Jiangzhou city gate that hadn't changed much from decades ago, creating a few moments of trance in his heart. Another year of fall exams is here. Husband, you don't have to worry. Seeing that husband was a bit distracted, a young man dressed as a scholar at the side voiced out. Faye's sister has been smart since she was a child. Coupled with your vigorous cultivation over the years, she has a whole body of talent that is unrivaled in our courtyard, and will surely be able to make it to the top of the list. Yeah. Even though Jiangzhou is big, the only one who has been rumored to be a genius over the years is Qingjiang Academy, who has produced a Yiting. Is there anyone else? And that Yiting might just be famous. His literary talent is not as good as our Faye sister. For this autumn exam, as long as senior sister Faye can ensure her usual play, she will be among the top 3 at least. Ugh, the old man sighed. Do you guys think it's her I'm worried about? The old man is worried about you guys. Every year I take the exams, and every year I fall off the list. Once upon a time, my Locking Academy was also a grade A academy on par with Qingjiang. Now, alas, the old man said, coming angry, his face full of hatred. The eyes swept over all the young men and women on the side. All at once shrunk their heads like quail. Don't dare to squeak. The only one whose face remained unchanged was the youngest looking woman in the field. She was plainly dressed and plain looking, but I don't know if it's the chest that's the reason. There was an aura about her that the next person didn't have. Reassuring. She swept a glance around her, knowing that what these so-called senior brothers and sisters had just said was just a deliberate attempt to ingratiate themselves, so it wasn't taken too personally. Instead, he said, Yiting Yigongzi is not as bad as you guys think. His full of talent is far beyond what I can compare to. Senior brothers and sisters, or don't elevate me like this. Look, what is called a scholar? The old man pointed at Faye's sister, wanting to make her act as a role model, yet it was not met with the vain acceptance of the imagined crowd. On the contrary, someone heard Faye's sister's words and started gossiping. So, sister, you've seen that Yiting? How does he look? Senior Faye slanted her eyes at the senior sister who spoke, inclined her head in thought, and said, the last time I came to this Jiangzhou city, I was fortunate enough to have met at a literary meeting. At that time, he was already the first person in Jiangzhou elected by the people, a temperament introverted, so that people like a spring breeze. The body is slim and contains a fierce tiger, ambitious, not like a mortal person. As for the appearance, naturally, it is also worthy of this body of talent. At those words, the eyes of several senior sisters lit up. Questions have been thrown around. Wow, and, does that Mr. Yi have a good match? By the way, how come I heard that there are double masters in this Qingjiang Academy? There should be another person who was known alongside that Yiting? For these kinds of miscellaneous questions that had nothing to do with reading, Faye's sister's expression was quite a bit distressed, but still, they answered one by one for all the senior brothers and sisters. Rather, I didn't say anything. After all, I'm not well known, and my nature is not very hilarious. In terms of marriage, at that time, Mr. Yi didn't mention it, but the women who had green eyes for him were not a few at that time. The so-called the Qingjiang twin masters. I have heard of them, but that's just a play on words. Who the hell is that? Even if it's a play on words, it should have some skill. Upon hearing this question, Faye's sister didn't say anything. Just after pondering for a while, he suddenly reached out and pointed at the word Jiang on the city gate. What was the first thing that came to your minds when you saw that word? Okay, I seem to understand. A realization dawned on someone. Ah, what? How did that make sense? Someone was still confused. So those who understand, show off and explain to those who don't. I heard that Jiangzhou has a dude, also with Yiting in a bookstore. Two people of the same age, but almost two extremes. A talent outstanding. A person's family outstanding. A person has a cold door into the dragon door of the phase. A person is born bandit. There is a defeat of all the family's phase. No wonder the teacher sister said that this is a play on the name of the. Could that man be? Well, that person comes from the Zheng family. Chapter 148. The autumn examination approaches. 2. So it's the Zheng family. The Zheng family actually still exists? I grew up listening to my parents tell the story of the Zheng family, and every time this family was mentioned, they hated their teeth, saying how much evil this Zheng family had done in Jiangzhou in the early years. So many years have passed, and I thought that the Jiang family had long since been cleaned up by the imperial court. Don't worry, the current Jiang family, compared to more than 10 years ago, that's too much convergence. It's not an exaggeration to say that the days are numbered. Sooner or later, one day, if someone among us is on the right track, we will have to clean up this Jiang family and return this Jiangzhou to a clear sky. Hush, be careful with your words, nah. It's better not to talk nonsense about this kind of words until it's done, in case it's heard by the ears and eyes of the Jiang family. What are you afraid of? The autumn examination will be held in a few days. If his Jiang family is powerful, would he dare to make a move at this time? The Empress has personally ordered that no one is allowed to interfere with the candidates for 3 days before and after the autumn exams. Yes, I heard that at this time. Even if you have violated the law and committed a crime, as long as you have the status of a candidate, the government is forced to lag the case. All shut up. For this biggest and most evil family that had been dominating Jiangzhou, a group of young and energetic scholars talked about it endlessly. It was the elderly husband who finally told everyone to shut up with a chortle. He scanned the circle and warned, "It's just enough for you to talk about these words on weekdays, but once you enter the city of Jiangzhou and arrive at Qingjiang County, you must never mention them again. Need to know the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth. Who knows how many eyes and ears of the Jiang family are in the city? All understand?" Understood, the scribes responded at the same time. Okay, let's go into town. After saying that, the group of people rearranged their bags and marched in the direction of the city gates. The walls are high. Each of them walked into the city with a sense of awe for the walls of Jiangzhou in their hearts, and also with a few hidden expectations. Like them, there are few who choose to go into the city today, or better yet, they are nothing more than a microcosm. After all, in a few days, it's the fall exam. This is the day when the results of decades of hard study are about to be tested, and it is also an opportunity for fish to leap through the door. Gangtok is a state after all, and looking at the entire Great Zhou, it wasn't exactly a small state. Although the Great Zhou has changed the talent selection examination from once every 3 years to once a year since the female emperor has been in power. However, the number of candidates in Jiangzhou who come to the annex to participate in the fall exam every year is still in the tens of thousands. So it's that time of year. The city of Gangtok is all set for a rather grand cultural fair. The fervor is not much worse than New Year's. At this time, Jiangzhou City, as well as Qingjiang County and the city, had become a lively place everywhere. The streets were decorated with dragons and colorful banners, and banners such as the Golden List and 3 in a row were hung all over the streets. Many merchants, in order to capture this wave of traffic, began to play similar scholar rice, scholar noodle, such a gimmick, set up a push stalls on the street to sell. There are even a lot of Jianghu magicians, also found a place, claiming to be able to pinpoint, can calculate the candidates in the fall exam and the ranking, also made a small fortune. However, such a bustle was as if it had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. He still maintains a very regular daily routine. In the morning, go teach at Driftwood House. In the afternoon, after dinner, he urged his carriage to the outskirts of the city and inquired about the previous day's farming. Even after that day, Gao Non learned from Jiang Chen's mouth that the other party came from that rumored Jiang family, and yet it didn't alienate him in the slightest. After all, most of the things about the Jiang family were heard. As for Jiang Chen himself, he had seen it with his own eyes, knowing that the other party was far from being as bad as the rumors had it. Coming, between the fields, Gao Non saw Jiang Chen's carriage from afar and happily waved at him. "You get over here. What's wrong?" Jiang Chen leaped off the carriage. "Come close to Ganon. Look, these seedlings are growing well, almost one day at a time." Jiang Chen moved over to take a look. This was followed by a perfunctory, "Kinda." Ganon was surprised. "Why don't you look that happy?" "Should I be happy?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Still don't think I was tired enough that day?" The day, Jiang Chen said. It refers to the day after the farmland has been plowed. That day Jiang Chen led a long line of transportation trucks, handing over batches of potatoes that had been birthed into seedlings to the high farmers. By all rights, that day should have been a day of immense excitement for Ganon. However, the joy of that day was diluted quite a bit by Jiang Chen's state. It was the first time that Gao Non had seen such an ugly face on Jiang Chen. At a glance, the whole person shriveled up as if the female ghost had sucked his essence. Even on his head, a few strands of gray hair had sprouted. Ganon was startled. He didn't even ask Jiang Chen where he got so many potato seedlings, but instead, he was first concerned about Jiang Chen's body. But Jiang Chen at that time didn't answer his question. He was just urged to distribute these seedlings quickly and plant them in the soil. Then without saying anything, he went straight back. Now that Gao Non saw Jiang Chen again, he was again shocked at his recovery. The white hair that had sprouted from the top of his head disappeared, and his entire body was as if it had been revitalized. The ghostly appearance of the previous 2 days rather seemed to have become a hallucination of Gao Non's, but Ganon was sure that day was never a hallucination. He finally couldn't help but ask, "What exactly did you go through that day?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. The affairs of the immortals, mortals mind less. Gao Nong then didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, Jiang Chen was still on the level of a god in his eyes. He could only guess in his mind. Perhaps that day, Jiang Chen had paid some unknown price in order to obtain the large push of seedlings. Thinking about this, Gao Nong couldn't help but respect Jiang Chen. Though I don't know what happened, I am grateful for you on behalf of the people of the world. Come on, is there anything worse than the people scolding me? As I said before, I do all the moves I make for my own sake. Gao Nong sniffed and opened his mouth to speak. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and said wanly, tell me about the survival of seedlings everywhere. Alright. Gao Nong swallowed the words he wanted to say back into his stomach and answered, hurriedly pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a sweeping glance, his expression calm. 98% survival rate in this season. Not bad, well done, that's natural, and it's largely dependent on those farming skills you've imparted. Gao Nong's eyebrows flew up, and he was about to praise Jiang Chen's contributions these days. Aha! Jiang Chen, however, only then answered and added, the methods are all in your hands. And there's nothing for me to do next, just in case if anything comes out. Speaking here, Jiang Chen paused. Come directly to me at the river house. Okay, Gao Nong agreed with a smile. It was only after that he reacted. The smile on his face froze. What? You're not coming behind you? Jiang Chen cocked his head. Is there a problem? It's not a problem. It's just some curiosity. Gao Nong hesitated for a moment. You came every day before. This is not coming when you say you won't come. Could it be that there is something important? You're really groveling in Nanyang and ignoring foreign affairs. Jiang Chen sighed. Think about the biggest thing in Jiangzhou recently. The biggest thing? Gao Nong froze for 2 seconds, then reacted. Autumn exam? After saying that, his eyes showed disbelief as he looked Jiang Chen up and down. You're also a candidate this year. Yeah. Ganon's head was nearly spinning. Jiang Chen wanted money and leisure, and his level of knowledge in agriculture was world-class. In his opinion, it was simply a natural agricultural saint. You're actually planning to go to the imperial examinations? People who can afford it, and need to go that route? You want to be an official? Gao Nong looked straight at Jiang Chen. If you want to be an official, I can always write a letter to His Majesty. ______.